The sky blazes bright red, and the aftermath of war has left the city in ruins. Skyscrapers shattered, everything destroyed, because my daughter brought about the end of the world. Like Xiaojun grips his weapon and heads into the deadly blood-soaked zone to find his daughter. He stands face to face with his daughter, who is perched coldly on an icy throne. Everywhere he looks, ice spreads across the ground. He softly calls out, "Ko, why did you do this?" He wishes to ask with worry and care in his voice, but Ko's expression is proud and cold, so fragile yet fierce. Like Xiaojun, now you want to play daddy games. He is at a loss for words. Dad, before he can say more, she cuts him off. Or maybe you dragged yourself here just to hunt me down. Hunter S. corpse. Hearing that, he falls silent, wondering about Ko. Are you really not going to change your mind? He closes his eyes, searching for an answer. Suddenly, a shout rings out from behind. Give up, Xiaojun. She has not been your daughter for a long time. It is a monstrous silver-haired old man speaks. He is Kim Tha. Glancing at the old man, he replies, Ko is not a monster. She is my beloved daughter. The man looks at him sympathetically. I am not forcing you into this fight. He says nothing and steps forward. All the soldiers prepare for battle. Kim Thun shouts, step back. His eyes are dark and determined. He channels his energy and readies his weapon. Seeing him aim at him, the old man asks, what is this about? His voice hoarse. He replies, sorry, Kim Thun, but I am not here to hunt Ko. Hesitating, he continues, I am here to protect my daughter. The man looks at him honestly. She has to die. He firmly replies with protective eyes. You will have to go through me first. Ko's eyes widen in surprise at his words. I know I have failed as a father, and right now, I mean nothing to either Ko or Kim Thun. Thinking this, he grips his weapon tighter, ready to fight Kim Thun with eyes full of determination to protect his daughter. His heart stays fixed on her even if it costs him his life. Kim Thun strikes forward with a powerful weapon attack. He pushes back with all his strength and energy. He keeps telling himself he must protect his beloved daughter. He can't just watch her get killed. Both leap apart, clashing energies crackling across the ground. After a fierce fight, he is badly injured. Blood spilling from his mouth. He struggles, falls to the ground. Eyes locked on Kim Thun, the old man stands over him, holding a flickering fireball. He lies on the ground, arm reaching forward. Then his strength fades, and his hand drops to the earth. Koa's gaze burns with anger. She slams her hand down, ice shooting up from below. She channels energy throughout her body, radiating icy power. Ice surging everywhere non-stop. Her furious eyes flare, hair and clothes standing on end. She unleashes a massive ice blast toward the enemy. At the same time, the system announces, Earth's final mission begins. He soars into the sky, looking down at the soldiers below. Again the system announces, final boss, eliminate the witch Ko. Watching his daughter with helpless eyes, he mumbles, Dad sorry, Ko. At his words, the ground starts to explode. Debris and rocks scatter endlessly into the void. Looking toward his beloved daughter, he thinks silently, dare you? I can do this. Eyes shut tight. He sighs with regret. Time to start over. As if understanding his feelings, the system appears, announcing a special mission for Hunter like Xiaojun. The system broadcasts again. Special mission. Change the future. The change begins now. Time rewind activated. Clear flashbacks of the past appear. Him and In-Hai attending school together, holding hands and dating, then her having a child, and him refusing to accept the baby. Scenes of her clutching the child, glaring angrily at him with tears. Her death, him holding Ko's hand at her grave, then Ko being kidnapped by strangers, locked in a dungeon, and finally Ko's furious eyes burning with silent hatred. All the images rewind one by one until finally, the regression is complete. In room 12:15, he is lying on a soft bed inside. He opened his eyes wide, suddenly awake. Sitting up, he held his head and squeezed his eyes shut. Why am I here? He suddenly opened his eyes, startled, remembering he had died on Ko Mountain. He turned his head and noticed a phone lying on the mattress. Holding the phone, he looked at the time and blurted out, wait, 2025. His face filled with worry as he asked himself, regression? Glancing in the mirror, he saw himself looking much younger. He widened his eyes in surprise. Panic rising. No way. Sitting in deep thought, he wondered how he could have traveled back in time, and what that notification was all about. Suddenly, he noticed the door wide open. Then a loud voice called out, Seoljun, are you home? It was Un-Hai, his love. He thought to himself, could it be? Hastily grabbing his jacket, he ran out quickly, saying, wait, as he reached for the door and turned the handle gently. The door opened to reveal Un-Hai, beautiful and holding a child. She smiled brightly and greeted him. Seoljun. Un-Hai rubbed the child's head, saying, Ko, say hi to your dad. Hearing this, he stared in shock, intently looking at the child. It was a cute little girl staring at him with big round eyes, smiling happily. Dad, shocked beyond words, He was frozen silent. The child's faint voice echoed in his ear. Daddy, the system announced again. Nimvuta bayat tinli Rurokuali Kirkong Chanam. He looked dazed while Unhai explained. I know this is sudden and hard to believe. This child really is your daughter. Seol-jun. The girl looked at him with innocent eyes. Waiting, his head buzzed. Still unsteady, he recalled past events. Back then, he denied it, holding his head with one hand and pointing at the girl with the other. Suddenly, she said it was surprising after years of silence. She just showed up to tell him he is the father. He laughed bitterly. So you are using this kid to threaten me? She quickly tried to explain. Seol-jun, without letting her finish. He stared suspiciously at the child. Do you have proof I am her dad? Then, looking into the child's eyes, he doubted. Don't you think she could be someone else? Until you prove she is my real daughter, do not bother me. You know I do not accept this, he said, and the girl's face filled with worry. Then an image of the girl running toward him in panic, one after another. Images of the girl with tearful eyes holding out her hand as if begging him. Thinking of this, he held his head, still lost in thought. Realizing how coldly he denied the girl, he was such a terrible jerk. He opened his eyes wide, looking closely at the girl. But before that, there was his mission. The unlucky year of Ko. The girl was staring at him with innocent wide eyes. He recalled the cruel, cold image of Ko destroying the world and compared it to the sweet, innocent girl now. Always wondering, how could such a cute kid destroy the entire world? That meant so much pain and suffering was waiting for her. But he had no idea what misfortune would fall on Ko. And thinking back, he realized he had no happy memories with her from the start. Thinking of this, he remembered past moments. His memories were full of cold, unhappy images with Ko. He not only denied being her father but also caused Unhai, who raised Ko alone, to die. After that, he took care of Ko, but he felt deeply guilty. After Unhai's death, he worked tirelessly day and night to pay off massive debts while Ko was left alone, with no one to care for her. The reason Ko became a witch was because of him. The child was not even allowed to call him dad. Thinking about this, he felt overwhelmed with guilt and regret. Back in reality, he stood facing Unhai, who was surprised by his remorseful attitude. Unhai tried to convince him. I know it is sudden and hard to believe, but this child really is. Before she could finish, he replied, I believe you. So surprising, she blurted out. Huh. He smiled and called out, Daddy's little girl. Ko replied politely, Yes. Seo-jun, you go inside first. You and Mom must be tired after such a long trip. Seo-jun reached out to touch Ko's hat and jokingly said as he led her, I will escort you inside, my little princess. The little girl held out her tiny hand, smiling brightly. Yes, it is almost 3 p.m. at Seo-jun's place. Unhai tapped her fingers on the table, holding her chin thoughtfully. He has changed. Remembering yesterday, Seo-jun seemed like a completely different person to her, usually messy, but now cleaning the house, and he even played with Ko. A bit awkward, since it was their first meeting. She looked at the dozens of sodas he would just placed on the table, sitting face to face. She wondered. It felt like just yesterday he was an immature kid. He has really changed a lot. He gently answered while still busy making tea. A person has to change, does not he? Anyway, why did you keep this a secret for so long? He asked as she sipped her tea. She blinked and replied softly, We broke up, not on good terms. Then she recalled the past. She found out she was pregnant with Ko while he was on duty. At first, she planned to raise the baby alone. But then some things happened, she said steadily. He asked, What happened? As she fiddled with her teacup, she slowly recounted the misfortune she faced, and the accident Seol-jun had. I have nowhere to go after my house burned down. Her eyes met his seriously as she spoke. Her voice was filled with emotion. I am not asking you to take responsibility. After all, it was my choice to have the baby. Seol-jun showed concern. So what do you plan to do? She requested. Let me stay here for a while. I can let a child sleep in a guest house. If you do not have a spare room, the storage room will do. But before she finished, he hurriedly cut in. All right, whatever you want. He said that while pinching Seol-jun's cheek. She looked at her hand, as if not believing it. What? He smiled softly. Standing up after tidying, he said, My place is not big, but if I clear out some junk, I think there will be space. Then he asked, Where's your stuff? He was stunned by the new him, but quickly answered, Huh, it is outside. Unhai thought to herself, Strange. Lee Seol-jun is not the type to accept things so easily. She watched him happily talking to Seoa. Hey, Seoa, is not this story interesting? She kept thinking about him. He used to lie a lot and was immature. Honestly, she was ready for a harsh outburst from Seol-jun. A voice called out. Unhai was sipping tea with her daughter when she turned around and softly replied, Yes. He hesitated, pointing to himself. Maybe this sounds sudden coming from me, but you know, our child. Should we get married? Then he smiled shyly. Hearing that, She felt like she would been slapped, the soda she had in her mouth caught in her throat. She looked at him in panic, silently wondering what he would been through all this time apart. He stared at her expectantly with wide eyes, not rushing to answer. She covered her face with her hands, still lost in her own thoughts. Realizing she was completely speechless, he believed the baby was his from the first meeting and did not hesitate to invite them both inside. Come in. Come in. Should we get married? On top of that, a proposal. Seo-jun or Unhai wondered about his change. His eyes held so much unsaid to her, but if she did not speak up now, she would regret it. He thought about what happened before the reset. He must take responsibility for his actions and was determined to fix everything from now on. The time alone after Yunhai's death made him realize how important she really was. Suddenly, she called out, Seo-jun, snapping him out of his daze. He quickly responded, shocked. Unhai calmly explained that she came to see him because she was struggling, not because she still had feelings for him. He looked at her with a slightly awkward expression and said, you are right, we broke up. And honestly, it is weird to think you would still have feelings for me, she quickly replied. But then he suddenly brought up marriage, which threw her off completely. Sejud, I am grateful you let us stay, but let us talk about that later. Sounding regretful. All right. She agreed, smiling. He added, let us do it that way. He thought to himself, I figured she would say that, but it is not too late for Yunhai to start trusting me. That night at Seo-jun's house, he called out, by the way, Unhai. And she answered while still busy putting a warm jacket on Ko. Watching them both, he smiled and said, taking care of Ko costs money, so it will be tough if you want to buy a place on your own. Do you have any plans yet? Though he asked casually. Inside he hoped she could lean on him. Unhai, she replied, I have thought about a few things. I am planning to join a guild. Hearing that, his face fell with worry. This was one of the very reasons Ko had such a tough time. Her gentle voice explained, I want to become a hunter, which is why I asked you to help take care of Ko. He turned to look at her. Unhai was reaching out to touch Ko's face, both of them laughing and chatting, but his heart was uneasy. But this was a scene that had never happened before. Right? 25 years ago or 10 years before now, a little girl held her family's hand happily as they went out to play. The girl turned around, her big eyes wide with surprise. Suddenly, a tear appeared in the sky, growing into a huge hole that terrified everyone. All the countries in the world collapsed at once, hit by an unprecedented natural disaster. From that hole, a monstrous hand with sharp iron claws appeared, as if trying to crawl through. Then, all kinds of monsters spilled out from these dimensional tears, bringing humanity to the brink of extinction. The ruined city was in chaos, and a giant monster appeared before a woman. The woman held a child tightly. Their eyes were wide with panic, beams of light shot across, and the woman could only watch helplessly. The giant monster collapsed, creating a sea of fire. Yet humanity was not wiped out. Suddenly, footsteps appeared because people had learned to harness the energy from those dimensional tears to gain their own special powers. Those who could slay those tough monsters were called hunters and returned to the modern city. Unhai was walking down the street carrying a folder. She noticed something up ahead. In front of her was a company belonging to some guild. She thought quietly, here we are. She said, this is the guild contract you gave me. Files. The Knights Guild. Contract. A voice asked back. Wait, are you planning to sign it? The door to the room cracked open. Inside was Ko, a small stuffed bear sleeping soundly on the bed in the living room. Unhai sat on the sofa and replied, not yet, but the benefits and bonuses are pretty good, so I might agree. Opposite her, Seo-jun knelt on the floor. He was carefully examining her contract on the table. Seeing him sigh, she asked, what has got you worried? His hand rested lightly on her contract as he explained. Hunter contracts have too many loopholes, and countless guilds exploit them for profit. Then he picked up the contract and added, guilds only seek their own gain, so it is probably best not to sign any contract at all. Shocked by his advice, she gasped. Really? But she hesitated, thinking, if I give up the contract, how else can I make money to pay off my debt or support myself? He said nothing more, just watched her reaction. Seeing her unhappy and worried, he said softly, well then, if you want, go ahead and sign the contract. If you do not see any problems, then go for it. But if you notice anything suspicious, like I said. After a moment, he smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, let me show you how to become a hunter. Hearing that, she thought to herself, he has changed. Then she remembered the old days when he was immature every time they almost broke up. Ko's voice cut through her thoughts. Mom, Dad, are not you going to sleep? He sat down next to Ko and gently said, Mom and Dad need to talk for a bit. We will come back after you fall asleep. Ko, standing just outside the door, he watched Seo-jun reaching out to stroke his daughter's head, softly saying, Dad hopes you have sweet dreams while we are still awake. The little girl replied obediently, Okay, Dad. Sleep well. Before him was a gentle Seo Jun, smiling warmly and kindly. He thought, finally, he is really trying to be a dad. At an ice cream shop, there were tons of flavors, all bright and colorful. Ko leaned on the ice cream freezer, tiptoeing to peek inside with eager, hungry eyes. Seo Jun asked softly, "What do you want to order? Which flavor do you like?" Ko answered right away, "So cola." Then he turned to the clerk and said, "Give me a con of my mom is an alien, please." Seol realized, "I know which guild contacted Yun Hike, and I know all the tricks guilds use these days. They lure hunters with big cash rewards, then bind them to the guild and enslave them with massive debts. Before I reset, this scheme left me drowning in debt. I had to spend my whole life on the battlefield paying it off." Yun Hike went through the same thing. She was pressured by her guild her entire life and died before she could discover her true power. So many memories flood his mind now. Little Ko's hand slid up to take her mother's photo. She stood silently, staring at the picture for a long time. Then we see Ko grown up, hugging her mom's photo, tears streaming down her face. Yun Hike's death was probably one of Ko's 5 greatest tragedies. Thinking that, his face filled with sadness. Suddenly, he glanced over at Ko. Seeing her worried expression, he asked urgently, "Ko, what is wrong?" She answered, "Dad, could it be that Mom is an ape? Is Mom an octopus? Am I an octopus too?" Her eyes filled with worry as she spoke. Hearing this, both he and the ice cream clerk burst out laughing. Ko was holding a huge So-Cola ice cream cone. She said, "All these ice cream names are so funny." He laughed too. "Yeah, right? So-Cola ice cream called my mom is an alien, what a combo." Ko beamed. "Yeah, I really like this one too." He recalled what the clerk said earlier. Ko's reaction was so cute that she scooped an extra large spoonful just for her. Holding her ice cream, Ko happily said, "Thank you." Both he and the clerk were won over by Ko's charm. Carrying Ko, he walked on, thinking, Ko is this adorable because of Hayek's influence. She suddenly held the ice cream out toward him. He asked, "Ko, what is wrong? Done to you like the ice cream?" She softly replied, "It is delicious, but I want Dad to eat it with me." He tilted his head, thinking back to the old days before the reset. Ko rarely called me Dad, since I was mostly away and never really talked to her. I left early and came home late. By the time I got back, Ko was already asleep. I never made memories with her. I abandoned her when she needed me most. Whenever she missed Mom, she just cried alone. The first and last time she called me Dad was when she begged, "Please save me," reaching out to the only family she had left. When Ko called for Dad, strangers grabbed her away. She screamed, "Let me go." It was not a happy memory. I was held down right there on the ground. I could not fight back or do anything, just helplessly called out my beloved child's name, Ko. Her cries echoed, "Mom, Dad," and I snapped awake. There was little Ko, still holding that huge So-Cola ice cream cone. I blamed myself. I just found out Ko loves ice cream. I am such a terrible dad. This made me realize how little time I would spend with Ko. She was still holding that ice cream, waiting for me to share it. Besides stopping any more misfortune from hitting Ko, I smiled and said, "All right, thanks, Ko. I want to make a ton of memories with her." Both of them are shocked by a sudden strange sound. The speaker announces an alert tone. This sound, he holds Ko in his arms, standing frozen for a long moment. He panics as he suddenly notices a water stain. He recalls a hunter's routine. They usually predict where water stains will appear before they show up. Secret headouts for civilians and hunters get there before the stains appear. But this sound means a sudden water stain is forming now. Normally, the chance of a sudden water stain appearing is extremely low, and this has never happened before. I regressed. Ko calls out worriedly, "Dad, it is Uncle Trenin." Ko hugs her dad tightly. As I run home, the butterfly effect flashes in my mind. Wings fluttering, creating a storm of warning. Hey, she has never left Ko with anyone else before. But suddenly, she has left her with me. Then this sudden water stain appears. And these changes are because of me in the present. Because I changed the future, something else got dragged along with it. He holds Ko tightly and runs as fast as he can. But while running, he senses something strange. He and Ko look up at the sky with frightened faces. He instinctively mutters, "Damn it!" A water stain appears in the sky, glowing with something inside. He wonders, I did not do anything to cause a water stain this big. Did I? An animal's foot stumps down, a fiery mane blazing. It is a black bull with sharp horns and a fiery mane standing right in front of him. The Creed Bull Rampager. Everyone panics and runs wild, screaming, "Run, run!" Seoljun carries Ko, running fast with a worried face. This never happened before. I regressed. But now I am just an ordinary guy. The only thing I can do now is run as fast as possible. Ko in his arms stares wide-eyed at the monster behind him. Ko shouts loudly, "Dad! Behind you!" He turns to look. From afar, the monster lunges at him and Ko. He quickly jumps away holding Ko. He lands sliding with one leg while dragging the other. One arm clutches Ko tightly while the other shields her from the blows. With a worried face, he asks, "Ko, Are you hurt anywhere? The girl replies fearfully. He points to the gap between two buildings. Ko. Listen carefully. Hide in that gap and do not come out until I call you. Got it, Ko replies, confused. And he looks surprised at the monster heading toward him. Is this thing targeting me? The monster pants heavily from afar, its fiery eyes fixed on him. Yep, I have been marked. The monster crouches, ready to strike. It charges wildly at him. He yells, damn, again? Wish I had a weapon. Glancing behind, he spots a straw broom. No time to think. He dashes toward the broom. Gotta grab it. The monster is dangerously close behind him. Ko hides and watches nervously, worried about her dad. Seeing his broom break, Ko shouts, Dad. The monster attacks at super high speed. He tries to block with the broom, but it snaps in half. He flips backward over the monster. He lands evenly, gripping the broken broom handle tightly. Without the energy shield around my body, I would be dead. But this thing has its limits. Saojun stands up to face the monster. No choice but to fight with this spear made from a broom handle. He jabs the broom handle at the monster. No way out. It will take about 5 minutes after the alarm for help to arrive. If I can hold this thing off for that long, Ko will be safe. Sounds fast, but I could die any second during these 5 minutes. The monster charges again, but I have to do this no matter what. From afar, the monster charged in at lightning speed. He focused on it, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He told himself, even if he is drained or torn into 100 pieces, he has to keep going. His mind raced back to the time before his regression when lacking pure power stopped him from becoming a hunter. That is what made him fall behind the other hunters, and why he lived in constant fear, desperately searching for a way to survive. He memorized the entire book on monsters, learning every weakness each type had, and the weakness of the Greta bull is its eyes. He had to find a way to hit them there. With that thought flashing through his mind, he raised his spear high, channeling his energy into it. Eyes fierce and determined, he vowed not to let Ko suffer anymore. Without hesitation, he threw the spear at the monster, which charged at him at breakneck speed. I can gather enough energy with just this human body. I did not expect them to be here, just now. He was stunned, barely believing what he saw. There it is, the spear hits right in the monster's eye. It howled in pain. He still could not believe he would pull that off. How was that even possible? Suddenly, he noticed sharp ice spikes forming beneath the monster's feet, blocking its path toward him. He wondered it was ice magic, right? The wounded monster roared in rage, spraying shards of ice everywhere. Cretin Bun's losing it. These buildings are gonna collapse. The buildings. Ko is in danger. Panic shot through him as he remembered Ko was hiding in the narrow gap between two buildings. From a distance, he saw Ko standing there, the buildings on either side starting to crumble. He shouted desperately, Ko. Zebras began to fall, hitting the little girl's head. Terrified, she covered her face, crying out, Mom, and she felt someone shielding her. Slowly, she looked up. Ko saw Seoljun stretching his arms, desperately holding up the two walls to prevent them from collapsing. Blood was already dripping down his face, but he did not care. He smiled and asked Ko, are you hurt anywhere? Ko looked up at him, tears in her eyes. Seoljun gazed at her tenderly. That is a relief. Then he suddenly collapsed, fainting as Ko screamed in panic. Dad, exhausted and unable to sit up, his subconscious urged him, wake up, Seoljun. You have to get Ko out of here. You need to get Ko to safety. Behind them, a shadow appeared. The girl turned, tears filling her eyes, as a voice said, it is that Cretin Bun that caused this stampede. Soon a rescue team arrived. One of them said, we found civilians, we have to prioritize their safety. Seoljun glanced at the emblem on their uniforms and vaguely recognized it. I guess I can leave this to them. With that thought, he relaxed, closed his eyes, and let the rescue team handle everything. Ko ran forward, hugging her leg joyfully, calling out, Mom, worried? She asked. Colorado? Are you okay? The girl hesitated. I am, but Seoljun also spoke. You are here already. He lay on the bed with his leg in a cast. Seeing them, he smiled. Ko was not hurt at all, so do not worry. Ko added, Dad tried to protect me. And then, she looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Seeing this, he grew deeply worried. Suddenly sitting up despite his casted leg, Unhai covered her face and cried. He felt overwhelmed and tried to explain. Did I overdo it? Look, I can stand up. You and Ko just wanted to tease me a bit. She said. Ko chimed. Dad made Mom. Seoljun grinned. Unhai, are you crying? She looked at him angrily, tears in her eyes, teeth clenched. Yeah, you jerk. The starry night sky. Unhai's voice soft and moved. Thank you for protecting Ko. He replied gently. No need to thank me. She is my daughter too. How's Ko doing? They both sat on a bench in the hospital garden, each holding their favorite soda. She said, she is asleep now. The old lady next door said she would take care of her. So I think she will be fine, he calmly replied. Ko must be scared. I am glad she can stay calm. He took a sip of soda, took the can out of his mouth, and looked at her. I want to ask you a few things about Ko. Thinking back to what happened yesterday, he wondered about something strange during his fight with Kritan Bun. He kept thinking about it and felt like someone had used ice magic, and he thinks that someone was Ko. What do you think? Unhe. At this point, an image of Ko surrounded by icy energy appeared in his mind. He noticed she was getting emotional. Her hand trembled holding the glass of water. He asked, what do you think? Unhe, sitting under the night sky. He asked again, what do you think? Unhe, she gripped her glass tightly and replied with a question. Hey, does not that sound plausible? She can't even say magic properly, let alone cast spells. She is just a kid. He stared at her silently after a long pause. His voice made her uneasy. Unhe looked straight into his eyes and said, are you sure it is not her? Fidgeting with the glass, she pleaded. Sao-dun, can you keep this secret? Sao-dun looked at her seriously. She is my daughter. I won't do anything to hurt her. Unhe smiled sympathetically. I will trust you. She recalled the first time he met her in Ko. He accepted them quickly and warmly. Without any doubt, she thought. Just like he once trusted me. She admitted that magic was probably created by Ko. Then she told him, do you remember why I came to you? I said my house collapsed. Actually, it was because of Ko. She could not control her emotions. Usually, it is, but if word got out, I am worried she would be taken to some weird labs. Hearing this, Seoljun grabbed Unhe's hands, trembling as she held the glass tightly. Don't worry. I will protect Ko no matter what. After all, she is my daughter. She hesitated. Have you ever thought that maybe she is not your daughter? Seoljun looked at her seriously, about to answer. Ko is my daughter. And even if she is not, I would never say that in front of her. He stared at him wide-eyed, confused. After saying that, he thought to himself, what I just said is completely opposite to the truth. The man he used to be, who denied Ko countless times, clenched his fists on the chair, regretting his past. She covered her mouth and laughed. You are right. Unhe leaned toward him, her big beautiful eyes sparkling. Seoljun blushed, his heart stirred by Unhe. Seoljun, you are crazy, he whispered to himself before the rewind. He was already over 40. Unhe's only 26 now. How can you be moved by someone so much younger? He scolded himself, trying to control his feelings. Closing his eyes to avoid looking at Unhe, he told himself, focus. Seoljun, you can get emotional. He changed the subject. Right? What about the guild? She responded, telling him about the guild contract. As he said, there were many mistakes in it. She read every line and threatened to find another guild and leave. She was furious to find so many errors in their contract. Then she said sadly, yeah, I said that, but no guild contacted me. So I do not know what to do. He reassured her, I can train the kid. Trust me, I will teach her my top secret skills. Hearing that, Unhe smiled brightly, and it is secret too. Huh, in front of a simple old workshop, she asked unimpressed. So this is the secret? He replied gently, yeah, there is a workshop here. She wondered, isn't a workshop usually in a mall or the guild headquarters? He explained, those places are too expensive, and you have to join the guild to use their gear. Just come with me for now. Inside the workshop, the walls were lined with swords of all kinds, neatly hung in rows. Then there were kites, hammers, spears arranged on shelves, even a strange rack holding a bow. Unhe looked around carefully, while Seo accounted everything. So cute, she thought. That is what a workshop looks like. She was startled by a voice asking, visitors. It was an old muscular man who asked, who is there? Turning back to look, the newcomer silently cheered. All right, we have arrived at the right place. Well, I was in the hospital. I sorted through memories from before the reset, and the name of someone unexpected popped into my head. This person would later be recognized as the world's greatest blacksmith. His name was Kang Qian-yi. He bowed and said, hello, I am Lee Seoja, a hunter. Unhe also bowed. Nice to meet you, sir. I am Yu Unhe, also Seeing her parents greet Seo, the little girl's eyes widened as she copied them. The girl shouted, hello, I'm Seo, their daughter. Everyone was startled by Seo's enthusiastic greeting. He laughed heartily. You three sure know how to greet someone. My family name is Kang, and my name is Qian Yaya. You can just call me Kang Qian Yaya. Seo-jun started to speak. Like I said, Unhe and I are both hunters. So but Kang cut him off. You two need weapons, right? What kind are you thinking of? Kang asked first. Seo-jun quickly replied, give me a mace. Kang Qian nodded enthusiastically. Good choice. And you, young lady? He noticed she looked a bit lost, since she was not sure which weapon suited her. Can I take a look first before deciding? she asked. He laughed and said, haha, sure, take your time. You have got all the time you need. Looking at the weapons hanging on the walls and shelves, Sejud, hey, this workshop mainly uses mithril and materials from dungeons, seems perfect for beginners. Kang replied, sounds like you really know your weapons. Seojun humbly answered, I have just heard a bit here and there. Then Seojun noticed Unhee deep in thought. Unsure which weapon to pick, walking over with a bow in hand, he asked, Unhee, how about this one? She stared intently at the bow he held, blurting out, a bow. Seojun smiled and explained, Unhee, you have great focus and determination. Plus decent strength, I think a bow would suit you perfectly. She asked back, am I really that good? Kang chimed in, you can try out a sample if you want. Cutting him off, she said, I will trust Seojun's pick. He must have a reason for choosing this for me. Kang nodded. Alright then, but no returns or refunds if you change your mind. You can always swap for another weapon though. Seojun nodded. Got it. Sounds fair. Then Kang handed over the receipt. Here's the total for your 2 weapons. Seeing the number on the receipt, all 3 of them were shocked. Unhee held up the bow, clicking her tongue. This is way too expensive. Seojun laughed to reassure her. Don't worry. I will cover it. I have got some savings, you know, I promise to help you get stronger. She gripped the bow tightly, eyes wide with surprise at his words. Unhee said seriously, I will definitely pay you back. Seojun waved it off. No need, she insisted. I will repay you no matter what. They both exchanged looks, a bit confused by Sego's expression. Ko piped up, Mom, it is really expensive. Oh, Ko, she replied. Then you will have to eat fewer snacks. Hearing that, she awkwardly stopped her. That is not what I meant, Ko. Inside, she worried because Ko never really shares her thoughts or feelings. She recalled a conversation with Seojun in the hospital garden. People said the girl was kind and cautious, but she felt Ko was acting way too mature for her age, demanding and quick to anger. Maybe she had not paid enough attention to her. She wanted Ko to enjoy whatever she wanted from early on. The 3 of them, Unhee, Seojun, and Kang Chien-yi, all looked at Ko with surprise and unfamiliarity. Suddenly Kang took the receipt back and said, well, looks like this old guy should buy some sweets for Ko. Then he wrote something on it. He split the receipt in front of them, smiling. I really like you too, especially your adorable daughter. I will give you a special discount. He stared at it in disbelief. The price now only covered the raw materials for the weapons. He asked again, are you buying or not? My wallet's about to burst. Seojun thought. After paying, the 3 thanked him profusely before leaving. The workshop door closed behind them. The 3 left the workshop in high spirits, weapons in hand. Seojun thought to himself, alright, now that we have our weapons, we can move forward with the plan. He called out, hey, yeah, she jumped, replying, huh. He turned back with a bright smile and said, alright, get ready to enter the dungeon. Her feet were already pushing off to run forward. She drew her bow, eyes locked straight on the target. Her arrow flew out, hitting dead center on the paper targets pinned to the tree trunks. Her skill radiated energy as she knocked another arrow and shot again. Then she fired an arrow spinning like a tornado, shooting through multiple tree trunks. Haha could not believe she would pull that off. Behind her, Seojun asked, did that arrow just go right through the tree? Seojun and Ko had been standing there all along. Ko whispered, Mom, he is smiling so brightly, holding up a spicy rice cake. Take a moment and try this. The rice cakes looked delicious. As the 3 sat down together to enjoy them, she wondered, this is a perfect place to train since few people come here. How did you find a spot like this? Seojun answered smugly, that is because this is my secret spot. Thinking quietly to himself, hidden deep in the mountain, I use this place as my secret training ground before reincarnating. Then he recalled those practice sessions. For a few weeks, I taught Unhee the basics and combat skills, like gathering energy all in one spot. We got everything ready before heading into the dungeon. Holding a milk box, he thought to himself, glancing at the paper targets on the trees, every arrow hit the bullseye. Seojun looked at her and said, I am really impressed you can shoot arrows through trees. Are you sure this is your first time using a bow? Though he asked, he already knew the answer. Before reincarnating, Unhee had to use a sword because of guild rules, but Unhee was not skilled with swords and often broke them mid-fight. The moment she picked up her late teammate's bow, her talent shone through. Now he looked at her, concerned about her energy training. She replied, not very confident, not good. I tried gathering my energy like you said, but only succeeded once. I wonder if I can even enter the dungeon with just these skills. Ko widened her eyes watching them talk. Suddenly the girl perked up. Mom, I can feel it. Let me show you. He looked confused. What are you talking about? Ko grinned excitedly. Energy, then, to convince them, Ko held out her tiny hands with a glowing energy orb floating between them. Look, both of them stared wide-eyed in amazement. Seoljun ruffled her hair and said, "Whoa, kid, that is impressive. Ko, why do not you let it go? It is dangerous." Ko replied softly, "Thanks." Before releasing the energy orb, she waved goodbye. "See ya." The two watched as Ko ran off to play. Ko said in a worried tone, "I think from now on, we need to be more careful." She looked concerned too. "I wonder who will take care of Ko when we enter the dungeon. We can bring her into such a dangerous place." Hearing this, an idea sparked in his mind, and he brightened up excitedly. "I have got a plan, so do not worry. Even if I try to change everything based on my memories before reincarnating, some things just do not go as planned." So he carried Ko to his dad's house, feeling nervous inside. Ko hid behind him, wide-eyed, staring fixedly at G1. He thought, I assumed he would agree as soon as he saw Ko. To break the tense mood, he greeted, "Hello, Dad." G1. His father sat cross-legged on the ground, his face stern. He had refused over the phone. But now, with Ko in front of him, he remained just as strict. After a long silence, he finally asked, "Whose daughter is this?" He answered softly, "She is my daughter." The man repeated, "I'm asking, who is her mother?" He replied, "Her mother is Unhai. You remember her, right?" Hearing that name, the man recalled an image of Unhai, a polite and sweet girl. He nodded slowly, muttering, "Yeah, I remember." He asked, "What are you two planning to do?" He replied that he had proposed to her. He was nervous and asked, "So when is the wedding?" The older sister stammered, "I did not say." She agreed yet. Hearing that, he got furious, jumped up, and shouted loudly. Auntie and Sioa were startled by his shout. He quickly reassured them, saying he would explain to Dad later, then changed the subject. "I came today to ask you for a favor." Introducing Sioa to him, he said, "Sioa, this is my grandpa." Jihon stepped forward and said, "I am Jihon's grandpa." The girl recalled her parents cuddling and pinching her cheeks. Then Sioa stepped up and placed her face in his outstretched hand. Looking at him adorably, she called softly, "Grandpa." Surprising him with her cuteness, Seojun asked, "Dad, could you help take care of Sioa for me?" Grandpa answered while still cuddling Sioa, "You want me to watch a kid just on weekends?" Thinking he might refuse, Seojun quickly said, "If you do not want to, I will try to find someone else." Before he finished, Grandpa cut him off. "I did not say I would not watch her. I am just busy at a jewelry store." Unhai held out her hand looking worried, encouraging him to still go with him. Seojun suddenly appeared to reassure her. "It is who knows what he will say to you, but I think he really likes Sioa." She laughed softly, and the store clerk interrupted, "Sir, here's the necklace you requested." He held the necklace with a stone, thanked her, and asked if that was the stone Sioa found. Seojun replied without hesitation, "Yes, it is light energy." Thinking about Sioa finding something this amazing, he remembered at home when Kangchi and I asked Sioa if she wanted anything, he would give her a gift, and Sioa said, "Really? Thank you." Then she pointed to a pile of junk on the floor and said, "I want that pile of trash." He was puzzled. "That is just garbage I was going to throw away." When he opened the box, he laughed, "You have got sharp eyes. Look at this precious treasure she found." He was just as surprised. It is light energy, a stone that glows when it detects nearby energy. It is often used to find relics in dungeons, so it is quite valuable. After leaving the factory, Ko gave it to him, saying, "Here, Grandpa, take it." He was confused. "Wait, is not it yours?" Ko said honestly, "I was just curious about the light, and I saw you really wanted it." Hearing this touched him deeply. "Thanks, Ko." While they were on the escalator, Unhai interrupted Seoljun's thoughts. "You came here just for the necklace." He smiled, pointing to himself. "Yeah, you can only get this necklace here. We need one before entering the dungeon. Since we are here, why not check out some clothes for Ko?" Thought to himself, "Even though I am here for a different reason." Suddenly, they were both drawn to the lively noise below. Someone shouted as Sung Soo Hyun walked the red carpet. "Hey, I love you." He smiled brightly at everyone. Someone said, "Sung Soo Hyun's nose looks like Mount Everest." Another said, "His face is even brighter than my future." Unhai repeated, "His face is brighter than my future." He replied, "Yeah, that is Sung Soo Hyun." Seoljun explained, "He is a star hunter. Sung Soo, who has promoted his guild Ondev. He is famous for his super handsome looks." She glanced at him watching. She thought, he does not look so great, but it makes sense since he was recently injured saving Sioa. He is probably scared of the dungeon. She told him, "It is I will protect you." He replied, "Don't call me sis, we are the same age." Seoljun worried, "I just do not want to see that guy because Sung Soo Hyun is the guild leader who dumped all his debts on Unhai." Unhai asked, "Have we bought everything we need? How long until we enter the dungeon?" He checked his phone and said, We still have some time. Looking at the time on his phone, he thought, it is almost time. The clock struck 2 p.m. The ground trembles violently, causing chaos everywhere. She is worried, thinking, what is going on? An earthquake. Without saying a word, he thinks, it is here. Sung Soo-hyun glances at someone who he's seen is holding a cup of milk tea. Watching the surroundings, Un-hai suddenly notices something strange happening below. There is a sinkhole right in the middle of the mall. His eyes darken as he warns, we can let our guard down, this is just the beginning. She looks back at him, confused, and asks what he means by the beginning. Before he can answer, she is already panicking. The system announces, a dungeon has been created. From the sinkhole, countless glowing purple eyes appear. The system warns again, the special mission has officially started. Swarms of giant purple glowing spiders are moving forward. Seoljun grips his spear tightly, and Un-hai holds her bow ready. Everyone is set to fight. The system reports, Dungeon, Dundefungo, center of the city subdo. Monsters, Vot Dangdi, charging straight to the center. The monsters storm the mall's center. Everyone is running in panic. Run. Monsters. Help me. The dungeon gates close, and some wonder why they have not reopened yet. Their desperate screams for help fall on deaf ears. Save us. Un-hai looks at him and asks, there are so many of them. Where should we go first? She wonders as she sees him jump down. Wait, what are you doing? She yells after him. Seoljun. Seoljun lands and sees a man trapped among the monsters. Desperately crying for help, man covers his face, too scared to look at the monsters ready to attack him. Seoljun swings his spear, slicing 2 monsters, attacking the man in half. He orders, run to the escape route. The hunters will be there. The man replies, thank you. Seoljun looks up and says, it will be easier to handle these if we regroup with the other hunters. Let us get there. She quickly replies, yes, sir. He grips his weapon and starts sweeping through the monsters. Sung Soo-hyun shouts, focus on the fight. Keep the formation tight. Suddenly, a frightened woman runs up and grabs his arm. She begs, please, save me. Get me out of here. But her plea does not move him. It only irritates him. Sung Soo-hyun pushes her away roughly. From afar, Seoljun and Un-hai run over and see the scene. He grits his teeth. Damn it. Her cries for help, please. Someone save me. Who is out there? A monster is attacking her. Jaeon suddenly appears, rushing over and slicing the monster in one swift strike. Sung Soo-hyun's face tightens awkwardly. Jaeon looks confident and determined. Seol's jaw drops in surprise, thinking, why is she here? He recalls, Yoo Jae, a hunter who survived until the apocalypse before I reset. But to my knowledge, she should not be here. He shakes his head. Forget it. Now's not the time to get distracted. He loudly commands, hunters, form an arch formation with the civilians in the center. We will hold the defensive line. Seoljun grips his spear, calm and focused, protecting the civilians. Everyone fights hard, sweeping away the remaining monsters. Sung Soo-hyun slashes monster after monster with his sword. Un-hai fires arrows rapidly from her bow. Jaeon swings her sword with sharp, fluid strikes. Seoljun thrusts his spear relentlessly. After defeating the last monster, Seoljun looks around. Monsters are everywhere. He thinks, looks like they are all dead now. Approaching Un-hai, he smiles warmly. You okay? It was your fight, but you did great. She smiles back. Yes, sir. Once I stop, I feel completely drained. Elsewhere, the guild leader asks, is everything still under control? Manager here. Good day. Guild leader. The manager presents the file for the guild leader to review. It is disappointing. I thought we would recruited a promising hunter this time. I do not know where she got her info, but she ditched the contract and just walked away. The guild leader silently holds Un-hai's file in his hands. Sung Soo-hyun spreads his hand out in front of her. He smiles and says, thanks for giving it your all. You really made a big difference in this battle. She replies softly, yes, sir. Suddenly, Seoljun steps between them and shakes Soo-hyun's hand. He smiles brightly. I am Lee Seoljun. He shyly replies, nice to meet you. Sung Soo-hyun looks at him thoughtfully. Look at him speechless facing me, like he is silently begging for help. Someone, please save my kid. A child is unconscious, with bite marks from a monster and venom from a ground spider on his hand. The boy can be kept stable with first aid, but it is dangerous without proper treatment soon. The exit will open once we clear this dungeon, so if the hunters can finish off the last monster. From behind, Soo-hyun steps forward. I will fight it. Soo-hyun looks at him surprised. Usually, the exit opens in 24 hours. You expect us to kill it with just this few? He analyzes. They are exhausted, and this kid won't survive long, even with first aid. He mocks. Judging by your attitude, I am guessing you are new at this. Standing with arms crossed in front of Soo-hyun, he calmly says, I am not stupid enough to rush into a dungeon without checking things out, so I have no reason to listen to you. I will stay here, and so will the guards. Un-hai listens to their argument, frowning in annoyance. Seriously, look, even just a few of you should be out there saving as many people as possible. while the guards just stand around chatting. Trot recalls Soo-hyun taking credit once everything was done. That is right, even before the reset. Sung Soo-hyun only cleared the dungeon after the exit appeared. Eun-hye gently says, seeing the kid in pain, I have treated the wound, so hang in there a little longer, kid. Then Trot's voice echoes from afar, I will go with you too. Both men look surprised. She smiles. We should introduce ourselves before we head out. I am Gao Hai. Seeing her, he thinks, I knew I was not wrong. Watching Haya chat happily with Eun-hye, he recalls the past before the reset, after the dungeon opened. As far as he remembers, Gao Haya teamed up with Sung Soo-hyun to wipe out this dungeon. Seeing Haya join Seo-jun and Eun-hye, Sung Soo-hyun teases, Gao, I thought you would at least boss these amateurs around. You really want to die that badly? She fires back, cut the crap, Sung Soo-hyun, with your skills. You should just quit being a hunter. After her words, Sung Soo-hyun's face darkens with resentment. He jumps up, saying, Alright then, I guess everyone's ready. Let us clear this dungeon. The mall is collapsing. From afar, the three see purple glowing lights everywhere. She gasps, Seo-jun, what is that light? It is beautiful. The three keep walking as he slowly explains. Bioluminescent moss. They are plants that grow in the darkest parts of the dungeon. Haizian asks, Eun-hye, I am guessing you are a rookie. I thought you were a veteran from your fighting style. She repeats, Veteran, you are flattering me. She laughs teasingly. Anta, you can talk to me freely. After Haizen questions Eun-hye, she thinks to herself, these two show incredible skills, totally different from typical rookies. Especially Lee Seo-jun, he is a special warrior with sharp judgment and strong leadership. Suddenly, Haizian suggests, we should agree on a leader before we dive in. I can track the enemy and plan strategies. But I am not confident in my leadership. Eun-hye politely declines as the three discuss. I am not confident handling important tasks either. She asks, then what about you? Seo-jun, thinking to herself, this guy is a natural leader. Hearing her question, he wonders, should I look her in the eye? He watched her observe and assess him. This straightforward girl was testing him to gauge his abilities. I plan to show off my skills just a bit, but it would be pretty suspicious if she kept poking around. He ran a hand through his hair, pretending to be unsure. I am not that confident either, but since these two want to admit it, I figure I have no choice. After saying that, he thought, by faking dizziness as a leader, I can make it harder for her to figure me out. She teased with a smile. Then we will leave it to you. He replied, got it, let us move. Hurry up now. As they moved, he suddenly signaled to stop. I think we have reached the boss's hedia. The three stood before a huge pit. In the middle lay a big purple mass everyone assumed was a seam. The trio started discussing. Haizian guessed, could the final boss of this dungeon really be just a big blob? Monster used just for rookie training. He warned, don't underestimate it. It is still a boss. She questioned, well, yeah, it is just a little bigger, but it is still a seam. Let us take it down. He snapped, I am the commander. Follow my orders. She looked annoyed but replied, understood. Obeying orders. Haizen still looked down on the seam, standing wide-legged ready to attack. Since seams react to vibrations, be careful going down there. Okay, I will scout ahead. She jumped down quickly into the deep pit with the monster. Eun-hye was slowly lowering a climbing rope. She asked, well, are all hunters like this? He smiled. Not quite yet, but it is possible with enough training. The hook slipped off the rock face. She fell to the ground. He worried. Eun-hye, are you okay? She answered, yeah, but the vibrations, the monster's right in front of me. Haizen quickly reassured. It is says, that seam is big but slow. No sooner had she spoken than her eyes darkened. He shouted, Eun-hye, dodge. The monster stood right in front of her. Suddenly, it swung a powerful blow downward. He grabbed Eun-hye tightly and pulled her aside just in time to avoid the hit. Haizen glanced at the monster, saying, unbelievable. He stared intently at the massive seam, trying to see what was inside as it raised its head. Sharp spikes sprouted from its back. Watching it move slowly, he wondered, is that really a seam? It was a huge transparent purple seam, revealing a giant monster skeleton inside. Wherever it moved, the ground sank deeply, scattering dirt and rocks everywhere. The three hid behind a large rock. Observing, Seo-jun thought, it is more sensitive to movement than sight. He focused on watching it. So far, everything was going according to plan. Seo-jun recalled their earlier discussion before coming down, analyzing and calculating as they huddled together, planning how to defeat the monster. Let us lay out the plan first. Seams are weak to fire. Even briefly, I will help break through the outer layer to expose its core. He continued, drawing an ambush map on the rock floor while holding a stone, with lighter and matches ready. He's Sion, and he would handle breaking the seam's outer shell. You will cover the rear. If things get rough, I will need you to back us up and set it on fire. Back to the present. The three were still hiding, waiting for the right moment. He thought, if it keeps attacking like this, we will have no choice but to counterattack and go all out. The shield won't hold long enough for us to find an opening. Sion grew impatient, itching to act. We just need to distract it. Right? But looking at the others, she smiled confidently. Seems like I am the only one who can manipulate the ground's energy. So I will move fast and return fast. As she spoke, energy radiated from her hands. Her legs also began glowing with energy. Sion pushed off a rock, launching herself high and catching the seam's attention in a flash. She was far from the monster. Confidently shouting, when it comes to stamina races, I am sure I will win. Spotting its target, the seam dashed right next to Sion. She glanced back with a cocky, challenging look. She slammed both feet onto the ground, dodging the monster charging straight at her. After her dodge, the monster crashed into the ground with a huge explosion, sending up a cloud of dust, but she kept her footing and kept running. She thought to herself, that thing is trying to break through our defenses, but it can't get close to where we are standing. Another heavy stump to dodge the monster's attack. Sion kept thinking of a way to take it down. That means it can strike multiple times but can move from its spot, so it is basically a fish caught in a net. She gripped her sword tight, channeling her energy, hoping to cut it open and see what is inside. Over here, Seoljun was surprised by her stance. Sion was ready to draw her sword for battle, radiating a fierce aura all over her body. She was using the absolute division technique, that is the skill Sion used before I rewound time. The slim monster was closing in, super close, raising its huge hand to smash down on her. She closed her eyes, tuning into its movement. Then suddenly, Sion opened her eyes wide and stared it down. She drew her sword and unleashed a flurry of slashes, cutting the giant monster into tiny pieces. She stomped hard on the ground and launched herself into the air. Sion flew high above the monster's head, locking onto its core. Watching her fight that massive beast, Seoljun thought about Sion. If we talk about Sion before I rewound time, she could slice anything in two without breaking a sweat. But now, Sion was holding her sword with both hands glowing with energy, her eyes sharp and fierce. She aimed one powerful strike straight down, slicing the monster clean in two from top to bottom. She is a hunter, but even before I rewound time, her sword skills had some gaps. Her stamina, though, was incredible. The sword was even starting to corrode. She cut the monster in half, but as she pulled her sword back, it was already beginning to heal. She thought, its regeneration is way too fast. I do not think this will be the last time I see my sword in this state. Watching the monster's blood eat away at the blade, her eyes darkened. Sion gripped her sword tightly, gritting her teeth. Counterattacking now would be too late. Suddenly, a flask of oil flew straight at the monster. It was Seoljun. He just tossed it right at the beast. The oil shattered, covering the monster's entire body. She realized that was oil. The monster was soaked in smelly oil. He turned back to her and explained, this slim is tougher to get to the core of than usual, and its acid concentration is stronger than other slims. We need to strip away its outer membrane to break inside. Looking at the monster covered in oil, she replied, easier said than done. It seems like we can fight any longer, but thanks to you, I am still alive. He shrugged. You can thank me later. Let us just get out of here now. The two of them ran fast, putting distance between themselves and the monster. While running, she asked, is not that slim more like a boss than a regular one? Seoljun, I think it is mad because you pissed it off. She asked urgently, what should I do? Even if we throw oil on it, there is no way to get close enough to light it on fire. He laughed teasingly. Well, if we light it on fire like I said. The monster lunged at her, and he quickly warned, Sion, watch out behind you. Seoljun clenched his teeth, worried it is reckless of me. The state of Sion's sword right now makes it really hard to block all its attacks. From afar, Unhai was lighting an arrow. Seeing them in danger, Liang fired a rocket arrow straight at the monster. While the two were still exchanging words, Seoljun and Sion watched the monster catch fire. Unhai was just as surprised. She could not believe she hit the shot. Clutching her bow tightly, she remembered Seoljun's instructions. In an emergency, she needed to cover their retreat and set it on fire. An arrow charged with energy would burn more easily. She widened her eyes in surprise and asked, what? Unhai was not confident. She would never done a rearguard shot before, and had not finished training to control her energy. If you say so, Lin Trenin, I will. Seoljun tried to reassure her, you passed the alchemy test and the fight with the spider, so you can do this too. Unhai, trust yourself. Back in the present, the slim monster was blazing fiercely, its core slowly becoming visible. Suddenly, he sprinted toward the monster shouting, I see the core. We need to destroy it before it heals. The monster was on fire, but seemed to sense his words through its head. The Slim's body started regenerating. Its fragments began reconnecting. Seeing this, Unhai raised her hand to pull an arrow. Yanggong channeled her energy and aimed carefully. Without hesitation, she shot the arrow straight at the monster. The arrow flew right into the creature, unleashing a fiery barrage that attacked all over its body. Seo Jun and Hee Seon flew in to strike the monster's core, determined to stop its revival. The monster, still ablaze, controlled flaming Slim fragments to attack the two. Hee Seon and Seo Jun focused their energy into their weapons, ready to fight. Together, they smashed away the fiery Slim shards attacking them. The flames on the monster's head began to die down. Its eyes started glowing. He leapt high above its head, eyes sharp as he pinpointed the chorus location. He aimed his energy-charged weapon straight down at it. Outside the dungeon, a huge crowd had gathered. Pressing close, reporters swarmed the scene. I am standing in front of the dungeon that is now blocking the Darien Mall. People surrounded the area after hearing their loved ones were trapped inside. The dungeon is expected to reopen by noon tomorrow, not to be conquered. Ruwan was holding Ko in his arm, his eyes locked in anxious anticipation, waiting for his son. Ko asked, "Grandpa, where is this place?" He closed his eyes, saying nothing. He recalled his conversation with Seo Jun. So the girl is back with her dad. Because of work, both he and I will stop by the mall. He wondered aloud, which mall is nearby? Seo Jun stepped out and opened the door, then turned to reply proudly, "The one that just opened, Darien Mall. I will come back later." Ko stared wide-eyed at the dungeon entrance. Sito A. Call snapped Ruwan back to reality. "Grandpa, there is an announcement over the loudspeaker. The dungeon gate just opened. We see injured civilians and Suhain, the repair specialist." He waited anxiously, shadows of his son flickering in his eyes. Ko suddenly noticed something, her eyes lighting up with joy. Ko shouted, "That is Mom and Dad." He followed her pointing finger, stammering, "Oh my." From afar, Seo Jun was helping Unhai step out of the dungeon. Both Seo Jun and Unhai's faces lit up happily when they heard Ko called out, "Mom, Dad." Ko ran over, both dropping to their knees with arms wide open to catch her, called her name warmly. Ko ran to hug her parents tightly. Unhai and Seo Jun bombarded Ko with questions. "How did you get here? Did you come by yourself?" Watching their reunion, Hee Seon was utterly amazed. She stepped forward smiling, asking, "Whose little brother is this?" He replied proudly, "My daughter. Her name's Ko." Hee Seon pressed on, "Your daughter? Are you two married?" He hesitated. "Well, not exactly." Ko turned to look at her. The little girl greeted, "Hello, beautiful lady." Hee Seon was stunned by how adorable the girl was for complimenting her. She looked at the three of them and asked, "What do you have to offer, Ko?" Seo Jun chuckled, another girl succumbing to Goe's cuteness. Knowing Seo Jun teased him, Ko hugged him tightly and whined, "Dad." Suddenly, the girl pointed toward the crowd. "There is Grandpa." His dad was standing there, watching all three with a worried, unhappy look. He followed Seo's pointing finger, forcing a smile. He thought, "That look means I am about to face something serious." Back at Jaewon's house, the TV was showing news about a kid rescued from a dungeon. The child said at first it was scary and painful, but after being saved by those two, the pain went away. The rescued kid was 6 years old. Hearing the child speak, the old man smiled, looking at Seo Jun, Unhee, and Ko, all kneeling on the ground. He thought, hunters really do have a bright future, but they earn big money for a reason. They get perks, because their lives are always hanging by a thread. Worried about this thought, he wiped his face. He had doubts before. But to think both kids were hunters. They are not official hunters yet, but seeing how they wiped out that dungeon, becoming pros is probably just a matter of time. Lost in thought, he heard the news on TV about an unidentified hunter rescuing civilians. Feeling bittersweet, he wondered if he should be happy or sad. Suddenly, he asked, "Son, what will you do about Ko? I hope you two do not plan to leave her home alone every time you go out." He stammered, "I do not know what to say to you, Dad. Because honestly, I have not thought about that. Actually, I have, but yeah. Right now, I am not hiring a babysitter for Ko." The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Suddenly, Jaehond, "I think I can avoid this. I will watch over her." Surprised by his words, he asked, "Really, Dad? Are you sure?" The old man replied firmly, "Yes, she is a good kid, and there is not much to do." And Unhai, "Can I have a private word with you?" The two of them sitting face to face. He called, "Unhai." She softly replied, "Yes, sir." He suggested, "I do not want to pressure you about marriage. You do not hate marriage, do you?" She quickly answered, "Not that." After a moment's pause, she added, "I think it might be possible." Memories of him and her mother flashed through her mind. Unhai nodded, Yes, he smiled warmly. All right then. The rest is just about how she will settle in. She was a bit surprised by his wording. Settle in. Jaewon patted her shoulder, showing empathy for all the hardships she faced as a single mother. I heard about the tough situation you went through. Having to fend for yourself, he recounted a phone call from Lee Seo-jun who told him about her story. Why is she all alone as a new daughter-in-law? I hope someone's taking care of her. Seo-jun heard others talk about her. I heard her parents died early, and they do not even know where the kid's father is. Hearing this, she remembered old wounds and silently thought, God, all because of my stubbornness. Seo-jun and I broke up at the wrong time, and I chose to have the baby alone, thinking I could raise her on my own. Memories of her struggles flooded back, studying, working, doing everything to earn money to raise her child. Many times, exhausted and alone, she cried silently. She thought of Seo-jun constantly, but told herself she could handle it. When Seo-jun had a high fever, she carried the baby to the hospital. She sat by Seo-jun's bedside, crying a lot. Taking care of the kid alone was so tough, but she kept pushing through. Time flew by, and she thought about reaching out to him, but her pride was too strong, so she did not. She also thought it was probably too late anyway. She held Seo-jun's hand through so many hardships. One day, she took Seo-jun out for a walk and ice cream. Watching the kid happily holding the ice cream, she felt joy too. Suddenly, Seo-jun dropped the ice cream, and sharp ice shards sprouted from where it fell. Even around where Seo-jun fell, gang leaders were popping up everywhere. The little girl ran to him crying and clung tightly to In-hai. Everyone stared at the mother and child with suspicious eyes. So strange. I think I can protect her on my own. She grabbed Seo-jun's hands tightly with both of hers, telling him to promise her mom that he would never show his strength to anyone else but her. Seo smiled brightly and asked, "Is this a secret promise?" In-hai smiled gently and replied, "Yeah, exactly." Then she linked pinkies with Seo, sealing the promise a secret just between mother and daughter. Back to reality. Tears started streaming down her face as she spoke. Ji-won put a hand on her shoulder empathetically. "I know she is your daughter, but she is Seo-jun's too, and my grandson. I hope you can lean on us instead of trying to do everything alone. You can tell me or Seo-jun if you ever have problems. I am sure Seo-jun would want that too." Outside, Seo-jun sat on the ground, letting Seo climb into his lap while she played games on his phone. Seeing her come out, the little girl ran up and called, "Mom." In-hai wiped her tears, and Seo asked, "Mom, are you crying?" She smiled and said, "I am not crying." Seo-jun frowned, wondering what his dad said that made her tear up. When Ji-won appeared, Seo-jun shouted, "Dad." He sternly replied, "You look like you have been playing rough." "But I did not do anything." She laughed and said, "That is right, Seo-jun. Nothing's wrong." Then Ji-won asked, "So what are you two planning next?" Seo-jun smiled at her and said, "Now, we are getting ready for the licensing exam." The city's bleak skyline appeared. His feet walked through snow-covered streets. The biting cold pierced his skin. He crossed his arms tight to warm up. No one else was around. Suddenly, he sensed someone nearby. Seeing the figure's back, he guessed, could it be Ko? He glanced back nervously. She spoke with a bitter tone. "Why did you do that? Why did not you save me?" I could not answer. Was it because my mouth would not form words, or my mind could not come up with an excuse? All I could do was stare at Ko. Then she added with a mocking tone, looking at her icy hands, "Poor me." "Huh." Ko screamed in frustration. "I despise you, Licia." As she shouted, she aimed icy energy right at him. Panicked, he watched sharp ice shards fly straight toward him and closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Dad." He snapped awake, eyes wide open. Still shaken from the nightmare, he heard In-hai ask, "Ko, has your dad woken up yet?" The girl replied, "Yeah, he has." Ko beamed and giggled. "Wake up, Dad. Your rice is ready, and I am waiting." He sat up, rubbing his head, and asked In-hai, "Did I really sleep that long?" She ignored his question and ordered, "Go shower and then come eat. Take a break today, you do not need to train." Seo-jun thought, "Did I sleep badly last night? Was it a nightmare?" Surprised, he wondered, "What did I dream about?" His phone pinged a notification. "You saved 320,000 on a cheap service. Be careful with your spending." Seeing the message, he worried. "We are running low on money." Lost in thought, he figured once he got the hunter license, they would have income, but he still needed to be careful with money until then. Unaware In-hai had returned. He lay scrolling his phone, deep in thought, while Seo sprawled happily across his stomach. In-hai's voice broke in, "What are you two doing?" He glanced at Seo's cheek and said, "Just chilling with my lovely Seo. What more do I need?" Hearing that, she pulled the bedsheet off, tossing both of them to the floor. "Get up, you two. You just finished eating." Yang stared at him in surprise, still on the floor. He focused on his phone, one hand scrolling, the other scratching his head in confusion. He had no clue what was going on. A transfer notification popped up from the hunter's bank. 1,000,001 sent by Goezian. Reading it, he gasped. 1,000,001. Then he looked at Unhai and asked, Unhai, did you get this? She checked her phone too and said smoothly, what is this about? Listening with a bunch of questions swirling in her head, Zio suddenly answers the phone with a greeting. Hello? Is this Goezian? Goezian replies with a question. Hey, did you get the money I sent? On the other end, it asks again. Goezian, where did you get that money from? She smiles, holding 100 swords in her hand, and replies, what do you mean? That is the leftover money after looting. Since you two are not official yet and do not have a license, my gang helped out. Ahai looks at Seojun and repeats, looting. He explains, it is the process of separating the core from monster bodies and collecting useful materials. Ying hears the voice on the other line cheer. Seojun, you are there too. Did you get the money yet? The monster pile was not anything special, so we only got that much. Unhai, sounding a bit unimpressed, says, well, 1,000,000 is actually quite a lot. Unhai grins and adds, licensed hunters make even more than that. Looking down at the flyer below, she says, by the way, you guys saw the announcement for the upcoming exam, right? On the other end, Ahai replies, yeah, we are joining this month. The licensing exam is to test the skill level of new hunters. The hunter license exam has written tests, a practical tests, and final exam. Passing it means you are a fully equipped hunter. Once someone passes and gets licensed, they not only gain the rights to use things like looting, but also get officially recognized as a hunter. Unhai's voice rings excitedly through the phone. Awesome. When you get the exam schedule, let me know. I will come cheer you on and take care of Sioa too. Listening to her, Seal's eyes widen in surprise, his hand touching his chin as he thinks. Unhai now is really different from how I remember her. She has got no other agenda. Right? Then he reasons. Maybe she wants to recruit us into her guild. Actually, that sounds pretty tempting. After all, they are one of Korea's top guilds. No more running around like a car alarm. Unhai replies, alright, I will let you know when the exams close. He keeps lost in thought, calculating, so I do not have to worry about money anymore. Like telepathy, Seoljun and Inhai exchange glances. He suggests, we still have plenty of time before the licensing exam. Right? She hesitates. Then both look towards So and call out loud together, let us go buy some clothes. Hearing this, Seoa beams happily at the hunter license exam venue. Seoa stretches out her arms, waving at Unhai and Seoljun, Mom, Dad. The little girl sits in Hee-jaeon's arms, waving, good luck on your tests. He and she turn back, smiling brightly and waving back at Seoa. Holding So, Hee-jaeon praises, that outfit really suits her. Every outfit looks great on our Seoa. She teases. Let us wait together in the observation room. The little girl responds obediently. Okay, walking together. Unhai looks at Seoljun and asks, but are you sure you are ready? He has spent too much time training and has not prepared for the written test. There is no way to cram now. He hears Jiang laugh brightly and point to himself. Don't stress. You will be fine. You studied beforehand, though confident. He thinks, I have failed this test countless times before resetting. Thinking back, during past hunter license exams, I always asked the written test like I would study the materials, but physically, I always flunked the second round. When I finally got my license, I looked completely exhausted, proof of how tough it was. He watches her intently as she reads the file. Unhai looks worried. At this rate, I definitely won't do well. He teases. Hey, Unhai, wanna make a bet? She replies. A bet on what? Seoljun folds his arms and smirks. Let us bet on who scores higher on the written test. As for the prize, the loser has to grant one wish of the winner. What do you think? You want to bet? She hesitates. He must be really confident. Her excited face lights up. You are on. Their banter is lively. She says, consider this a thank you in advance. He replies teasingly. Hey, the more you talk, the more embarrassed you will be. She is pretending. Oh no, I am so scared of leeches. He drifted into thought again. The preparation to stop any misfortune from hitting Ko officially begins. Picturing Ko suffering after turning into a witch. If Ko has to go through all kinds of hardships in the future, then thinking of Ko's joyful, happy smile, I will build a solid foundation to prevent those misfortunes and to make sure Ko always smiles. His eyes were serious and determined at the Goryo Sword Pavilion. The signboard still stood tall and proud. A voice called out. Clan leader. A subordinate came over to the sword master and said, the licensing exam I mentioned is about to start. He nodded, muttering, so it is today? Then let us get going. Hearing that, the subordinate grabbed his earpiece and quickly replied, yes, I will prepare the car. He stopped him. No need. It is not. I will just walk there myself. A welcoming voice echoed across the training ground. Welcome to everyone who passed the first round of exams. Among those who passed the first test were Sejun and Unhai. We cleared the written exam, and Unhai and I moved on to the second round without any trouble. The instructor pointed at a floating magic stone and said, as you can see, there will be artificial monsters in the exam arena that behave exactly like normal monsters. They are called puppets. You will pass this stage if you can hunt down the monster within the time limit without getting seriously injured. The exam supervisors will watch all your techniques from the observation room. This test gives plenty of chances for supervisors to evaluate your combat skills. If there are no questions, the sphere will suddenly evolve. It quickly transformed into a Zobot. Its arms engulfed in smoke. Instructor said, the first contestant from Team D will take the test. A contestant faced the huge Zobot, holding a sword and a shield. After one turn ended, the next contestant stepped up. The announcement speaker kept updating after each match. Contestant 5 failed. Next up, Contestant 6 from Team D. Proceeding, Contestant 12 from Team D. After several contestants, the judges in the observation room discussed. No one has caught the supervisor's attention yet. Inside the supervisor's hall, everyone sighed. All these contestants fail within seconds. But I can believe some would just give up and not even fight. Someone else asked. But that man over there, is not he the sword master from the Goryo sword pavilion? I think this is the first time I have seen him from the observation room. The one she mentioned is a middle-aged man with long hair and a silver beard. The sword master who first appeared with water stains on his blade. He is the hunter who saved humanity from total destruction. He is the infamous commander of the Goryo sword pavilion. With his legendary skills, young hunters grew stronger. He is definitely the one to watch. Then everyone went back to complaining. I am thinking of quitting as a supervisor. Seriously. What makes a talent qualified to supervise a legendary sword? Why do not we just pick a Goryo Sword Pavilion member as the new supervisor to handle this? His presence almost ruins the exam atmosphere. Why did he suddenly join this test anyway? I heard his granddaughter begged him to join this test. She has been in the news lately. Suddenly, a girl raised her hand to call the sword master Grandpa. He turned around. The one who called him Grandpa was Hizun. The sword master looked down and saw she was dragging a kid along. Then asked, who is this kid? Hazian answered, she is the daughter of a contestant I know today. I will watch her while they take the test. The sword master's sharp gaze fell on the girl, his serious expression emotionless, while Ko stared at him, confused. After a tense silence, the girl asked, Santa Claus, which left both of them speechless. The sword bent down and said, I am a sword, not Santa Claus. While the other judges sat at the table, they had to turn and smile at how cute the girl was. Ko then adjusted her attitude a bit, saying, yes, I understand. Ko. The three then looked out the glass door, where they could see the candidates taking the test. Hezian asked, what do you think about today's candidates? He replied, terrible. The only interesting one was the single person who passed the test. Suddenly, Ko's eyes lit up, pressing her face against the glass as she stammered. Look, Mom, below, Yuanhai was taking the test. She quickly finished it easily after defeating the monster with her bow and arrow. The judges announced, candidate number 28 from Team D completed the test in 16 seconds. She sighed in relief, sweat still on her face from the intense fight. Right after returning to line, Unhai gave Seoljun a high five. He praised her, Unhai, you were amazing. She smiled and replied, I had to train really hard. She did not forget to wish him luck. Good luck, Seoljun. Then, Seoljun quickly stepped in front of the Zobot. His hands gripped his weapon tightly, exuding a strong aura as he charged up. He took a defensive stance, muttering, come on, finish this fast. When the Zobot started blowing dangerous smoke through its vents, the judges announced, candidate number 29 from Team D, please begin. As soon as the judge finished speaking, the Zobot lunged at him, but Seoljun did not rush to react. The judges quickly whispered among themselves, what is going on with this candidate? Why is he just standing there staring? Is he so scared he froze? The sword judge observed quietly, thinking, this is someone who can analyze the situation and find an opening mid-fight. Once the Zobot charged its fist, it threw a powerful punch that cracked the arena floor, but Seoljun dodged by sliding low. He furrowed his brow, reasoning, I already figured out their weak points from countless tests before returning. Seoljun quickly repositioned behind the Zobot, thinking, golems trapped by these puppets usually have no gaps in their armor. After a moment of watching, he found the weak spot. Got it. While the Zobot turned to try hitting Seoljun again, the sword judge and Haizian stood above, deep in thought. Normally, the vital spots of these puppets are their joints. So why is not Seoljun's opponent attacking those? Just as the Zobot struck, he jumped and dodged again. They were all surprised by his next move. Stunned, Seoljun had climbed onto the Zobot, stabbing his spear right into the gap at its back joint. The Zobot reached to grab him. Seoljun quickly plunged the spear deeper, then kicked it off with his foot, sending the spear flying down. The Zobot's joint loosened and opened wider, letting him slip his hand inside and pull the core orb out of its body. Judges were stunned. Even the sword judge and Hyzeon could not believe their eyes. That thing, called the puppet core, was completely pulled out by Seoljun. After finishing, he quickly jumped off the Zobot, which started twitching violently from losing connection. Seoljun landed lightly on the ground. The Zobot behind him collapsed too, and he smirked confidently. The judges immediately announced, candidate number 29 from Team D completed the test in 14 seconds. Passed. Seoljun then returned to Hanyu. Other candidates looked on in admiration, including a male candidate who was especially impressed. Amazing. The guy I want to meet is that young man, Hyzeon said with a smile in the control room. He is incredible. Is not, the sword judge commented. He figured out the weak point, but the strategy he used to pull out the puppet core, that is talent. He stared intently at the smile and glow on Seoljun's face. Later, at a restaurant full of delicious special dishes, Hyzeon said, truly worth celebrating. Oh, looking at the plates of food on the table, so fragrant it made my nose water. Hyzeon continued, you must have taken the test on an empty stomach. Everyone is probably starving by now, so I prepared a simple meal to celebrate you too. Help yourselves and enjoy. Hyzeon looked bright and cheerful, but Unhai still seemed a bit hesitant. Hyzeon, this place looks pretty expensive, she said. She smiled and said, I already paid up front. Once you two become hunters, you can treat me next time, right? Hearing that, Unhai nodded firmly. Of course, not just next time, but for a long time after. Seoljun watched the two of them like sisters, quietly thinking, she is probably hinting at a favor she expects in return. Maybe Hyzeon suspects I owe her something. Every subtle move feels so perfectly calculated, like there is something going on beneath the surface. It is not just because I saw through Hyzeon thanks to the Rewund, but also because of the sword god's granddaughter. But she does not seem to have bad intentions. Since my Rewund, I have been overreacting a lot. Suddenly Hyzeon spoke up. Hey, look up. Will you? She suddenly said. I have a few things I want to ask you. The weapons you two use, can you tell me where they were forged? That question caught him off guard. If I introduce them, Hyzeon will definitely tell the sword god, and he will come looking for Kang Chai Oli. First generation, the original hunter known as the sword god, and soon the whole world will know the name Kang Chai Oli. Then he thought, but a lot more is going to happen in the future. In a quiet room, Seoljun sat at his desk, focused on scrolling through his phone. Then suddenly from behind, a mysterious figure appeared. The chilled beer cans had been cooled down. The cold pressed against his neck, making Seojo jump in surprise. The cold and the stranger felt familiar. It was Unhai. She asked, don't he be so startled. Are you in the middle of something important? Seojo blushed, looked at her, and said, about what Hai asked this morning. I have been texting her. I introduced Kang Chaioli to Go Hai. She is thinking of changing her weapon, and is curious about the person who made ours. Inhai smiled and watched while Seojo kept scrolling, thinking, I am a bit worried about butterfly effects, but it is too early to stress now. Most importantly, Go Hai's... Wait, Inhai asked aloud. She is a good girl, right? When she asked, my mind was filled with fear and doubt, but Unhai said Go Hai is a good person. So far, instead of malice, she has shown nothing but genuine kindness. She is very different from the Go Hai who has faced all the hardships I know. I believe she is someone I can trust. Seoljun then brought over his computer screen. Unhai looked and asked, are you researching tomorrow's final exam? He replied, we were given the test location in advance, so I am checking it out. I am gathering info so we can complete the mission without any surprises. Unhai then slowly moved her finger and blushed. Seoljun, thank you. She mustered her courage to say it, which surprised Seoljun a lot. She continued, for everything, so much that I can't even count every little thing. He kept drinking and asked, Unhai, this is the first time I have seen you drink. Are you drunk? She awkwardly raised her voice. I'm serious. Seoljun laughed and said, I do not know exactly what you are thanking me for, but let us wait until after the test to talk about it. We will sort things out properly later. With the skills we have got, this test will be over in no time. He thought to himself, I can't even remember the last time I did not hesitate with my words facing events I have never been through, even before the rewind. A beautiful day at Kwanasi Mountain. Inside the forest, a group of young people gathered. This was the final test to get a hunter's license, conquering a dungeon set up for rookies, along with 2 randomly chosen candidates. The test score depends on how well they cooperate and contribute to their team, because the level of contribution determines whether they receive rewards. Getting a reward is the key to passing the test. Roll call begins. Candidate Lee Seo-jun responds. Present. Candidate Hyan Man-soo, with a sly tone, replies. Here. Candidate Kang Dae-ho, are you confident? Yes, I am, the instructor said. The three of you will take on the Beginner-S Dungeon Challenge together. You have 3 hours. And you can only use one weapon type provided by us. Now, I will give you 30 minutes to discuss before the test starts. At that moment, Seo-jun glanced at candidate Man-soo, who smugly showed off his magic wand. He thought to himself, Hyan Man-soo must be a mage. Mages are rare and usually respected. But he could not recall who this guy was. Suddenly, the other candidate stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and admiringly said, I saw you in the last test. Seo-jun thought. I would heard a lot about this guy before resetting, a hunter who usually uses sword or bow, but only fights with his fists. Didn't he expect to meet a hunter who will be a fist king in the future? The important thing is, I am lucky to be on a project team. Actually, lucky to have good teammates. Seo-jun smiled and said, I think we should decide our roles and tactics before the test starts. Looking at the two. Neither spoke. Seo-jun asked again. Any opinions? Man-soo was humming and looking at his nails, while Dae-ho looked obedient but tense. He thought grimly. Looks like I am going to be the team leader. Then, the three slowly stepped into the dungeon gate. The instructor announced, the final test for Team 12 begins. The system appeared. You are entering a cleared dungeon. Starting joint mission. Mountain Ant Nest Conquest. After discussion, roles were set. Man-soo with ranged attacks at the back. I will command from the middle, and Dae-ho will scout ahead. Usually, people get scared the first time they enter a dungeon. Suddenly, Man-soo stopped at the gate, stammering, Wait, can you protect me? Seo-jun glanced back. Something like that. He said, What are you talking about? We're not here to protect you. Man-soo loudly argued. Do you know how valuable I am? You will be done if I get hurt. Go ahead first to make sure it is safe. Seo-jun ignored him and kept walking, while Dae-ho asked, Should we just leave him behind? Seo-jun replied, The two of us can handle the front. We will go in first. The two turned away, leaving the nervous mage standing at the gate. After a long hesitation, Man-soo finally shouted, Are you seriously leaving me? Wait for me. Seo-jun stopped and looked back at him. But what caught his eye was the beaded bracelet Man-soo wore. Seo-jun then lost interest and kept walking, saying, Hellman, hand over all your jewelry to the supervisor. Our position will be tracked by monster noise. Hearing that, Man-soo immediately complained, What? Do you know how expensive this stuff is? What if I mix them all up? The instructor outside listening felt annoyed. Stuff like this happens all the time during tests. Some only care about themselves and ignore their team. Finally, he spoke up. The leader's right, we need to drop all this stuff. Hearing this, Man-soo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In the end, ignoring the advice, he kept following the team but grumbled. Are you in cahoots with that supervisor? She is stealing my points. Is not. Hey, answer me. Just as he reached to grab Seo-jun's shoulder, Seo-jun coldly looked back. Then he kicked toward him, but stopped just short of actually hitting Man-soo's face, which scared him stiff. He just stood there sweating like crazy. Man-soo seemed to lose his balance and collapsed. Dropping his magic wand, Seo-jun pointed his spear at the mage. Even the instructor watching was deeply worried by the tense scene. He gave a final warning. Hellman, this is your last warning, drop all that jewelry. Seeing Seo-jun's deadly glare, Man-soo nervously stammered his compliance. The instructor watched silently, thinking to himself, his movements were so fast and smooth that I could not even react. He even calculated the threat distance perfectly. I heard there was a contestant who passed the written test and finished the practical exam in record time. A potential hunter has appeared. Meanwhile, Seo-jun turns back to his teammates. Let us keep moving. Dae-ho replies, Yeah, after a while. He looks around and thinks, Strange, we have been walking for a while, but have not seen a single guard ant. Seo-jun eyes the purple glimmers on the walls. Even the glowing Zeo, which the stone ants usually eat, have been left behind. There have been secret supervisors before who set up surprise scenarios to see how contestants would handle them. But just then, Dae-ho's firm voice cuts through Seo-jun's thoughts. Wait, there is something strange over there. In front of them is a deep pit sunk into the ground, a trap hole. They cautiously approach to inspect. I have never seen anything like this while conquering an ant nest. A surprise situation would have been easier to handle than this. Suddenly, the ground shifts strangely, an earthquake. Man-soo startles and slips. Seo-jun turns to look at Man-soo. Just then, Man-soo is pulled down into the pit, holding on only by grabbing Seo-jun's weapon. His face turns pale. Terrified, Dae-ho quickly moves closer. Seo-jun warns. Hold still, Man-soo. Do not move. But Man-soo's foot keeps sliding down. Something's pulling me down. In panic, Man-soo stammers, and Seo-jun wonders. Pulling you down? What do you mean? Suddenly, behind Seojin, a bizarre ant rises from the sand, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. Manso panics loudly. Help me! Both Daeho and Seojin widen their eyes in fear. Could it be a carnivorous ant? Finally, Mansu's hand slips off the weapon handle by accident. Losing his grip, he falls straight down into the pit, buried under the sand with the ant. Above, all that is heard is his desperate cries. Right after, Seojin drops down too. Both of them slide down. He says, "We are coming down to help." Daeho calls out loudly. Wait, the supervising guide kneels above, shouting to stop them. Hold on, wait a second, this is not the test area. He warns. Despite his worry, Seojin keeps sliding down. An electric shock flashes. The system starts activating the dungeon. Who are you? The first to enter the hidden dungeon activates the special mission. Hidden dungeon. Conquer the carnivorous ant nest. Daeho grabs Seojin's wrist, pulling him out of the sand pit. He asks, "Are you okay?" Seojin replies, "Thanks," wiping his brow. He asks, "Did you hear the announcement just now?" Daeho answers, "Yeah, something about a special mission." They both stand and look ahead. Daeho says, "A hidden dungeon. We have entered one." Ahead of them is a large cavern with glowing moss everywhere. It covers every wall of the cave, glowing brightly at the entrance. They observe ahead. "I heard there'd be surprises in the test, but I did not expect this to actually happen." Seojin agrees. "Yeah." The supervisor's expression looked clueless too. He thinks to himself, "The ant nest dungeon before I reset never had a hidden dungeon. What if this is a butterfly effect?" Suddenly, they hear Mansu's screams from ahead. Both startle and look over. Daeho immediately recognizes his voice. It is, "What do we do?" Seojin says, "He will be fine for now. Ants tend to store prey alive." Hearing this, Daeho speaks up, "But if we wait for the supervisor to get here," Seojin calmly analyzes. "The hidden dungeon's entrance locks behind us. I do not think the supervisor can catch up." Hearing that, Daeho can only stay quiet. Though he is sweating bullets, Sui thinks he must be worried because this dungeon has never been entered before, and the two contestants have to conquer it together. "But there is one reason I am pushing through, even if it feels like a gamble. My goal is to be the first to conquer this hidden dungeon and claim the reward. Once a dungeon is conquered, it rewards hunters in many ways. Among them, there is a chance to get the fairy elixir if you are the first to conquer the dungeon. It boosts a hunter's abilities. So every hunter wants to get their hands on it, even if I throw myself into the fire like a moth. If one is the sovereign and the other is a regressor, then the game has to change." His words made Daeho jump a bit. "Even though this place is dangerous, we have to try to save him. If we can help him protect those in danger, I think that is what a hunter should do." Suddenly, the mood turned cool and romantic, sparkling like glitter, as if the cave behind them paused in time. He was quickly moved by Seojin's courage and determination, truly admiring his strong will. Then Daeho loudly agreed, saying, "You are right. I am ashamed for hesitating." Seojin was stunned by that. He said, "Talk freely. I am younger anyway," thinking secretly that he was just like he was before he regressed. Then the two faced the cave ahead. Daeho said, "I will hand over command to you as we agreed. You can call me whatever you want." Seojin nodded. "All right, I will." Daeho, "Let us begin our conquest of the carnivorous ant dungeon." After a while, a pale white stone ant crawled over. Daeho immediately threw a punch, smashing it to bits with his powerful blow. Seojin stood nearby, alert and ready to fight. Daeho shouted, "How can an ant's corpse still move?" Seojin replied, "The corpse is eaten by carnivorous ants and turns into a living monster." "And the ants?" Daeho said. "Damn. I was wondering where the ants that were supposed to be up there went." He then kicked one of them, thinking to himself that despite his worries, the fight was going pretty well. "I have never fought this easily before. Could it be I got some superpower just because I was nervous about entering the hidden dungeon for the first time?" Suddenly, Seojin shouted a warning, "Two behind you." Daeho quickly glanced back, and sure enough, they were ambushing him. Daeho immediately spun, punching the first ant and quickly striking the second. Then he looked at Seojin, wondering if it was thanks to him. Watching Seojin face the ants surrounding him, Daeho thought every time they were ambushed, Seojin's spear and commands showed up to get them out of trouble, like a battle-hardened warrior. Seojin spoke up. "Three on the left." Right after, Daeho quickly looked back and saw 3 ants on his left side, with backup from his teammate. He got pumped up to fight. Bring it on. Still, he stayed alert to everything around him. Daeho thought, he is really reliable. After a while of fighting, Seojin and Daeho kept moving forward. Seojin, the carnivorous ants probably used the glowing moss to lure the stone ant swarm to feast. Hearing that strange info, Daeho was surprised. "Really? I just thought the moss was growing more and more." "If you say so." Seojin looked around at the glowing moss and said, "Exactly. If I am not wrong, we are close to the boss's lair. I am sure Hyomansu is there." Daeho kept walking and replied, "Even though Hyomansu's a pain, I hope he is okay. When they stepped out of the glowing moss area, they saw pits dug by stone ants along the cave wall, and right below, Mansu's body lay still. Daeho shouted, "There he is, that pain in the ass." Suddenly, Sujun felt the cave floor shaking, quickly tossed up. Sujun shouted, "Daeho, get out of the way." But below, an ant grabbed his leg with its claw too fast. Then it surged upward violently, dragging Daeho upside down. Seojun raised his spear, worriedly calling, "Daeho!" He panicked but replied, I have already wrapped energy around myself." But he did not think he could hold on. The ant was crushing his energy-wrapped leg hard, but he did not think he could hold on. As Daeho's energy-wrapped leg was crushed hard by the ant, Seojun quickly rushed over and struck the ant's back. But its shell was way tougher than his spear tip. Seojun thought to himself, "This is tough, this is not like fighting a golem in armor. Its body is incredibly hard." He reasoned, "Let me think. The weakness of a man-eating ant. I have fought countless monsters, and worked hard to memorize their weaknesses." Right after observing the ant's body, he immediately noticed the small antenna on its head. Seojun then launched himself up again. He twisted his spear toward himself and slashed fiercely across the ant, instantly cutting off that little horn, which disabled it and loosened its grip. Daeho was freed right away. Falling backward to the ground, Seojun wondered what exactly he had just cut off. He recalled what his spear's blade had brushed past. Was it the horn near its eye? Seojun slowly moved behind Daeho. He asked, "Are you okay?" Daeho looked back, still a bit shaken, and said, "Yeah, I can keep fighting." Both of them looked back at the giant ant. It was not fully defeated yet. Seojun, "Daeho, listen up. We need to drag it out of the ground before it slips away again." Daeho was not sure what to do and asked again, "How do we pull it out?" "Why not just drag it out?" Seojun replied, "Just cutting the horn and I won't stop it. We gotta hit its real weak spot." Seojun turned and asked, "Can you do it?" Before Daeho could answer, Seojun said firmly, "You have to do it. I am sure you can." At that moment, a rough memory from Daeho's past surfaced. He would face disappointment and harsh words, like being told he was reckless for using fists as a hunter. "I do not think you fit in with my team. Please leave. I can teach a fighting style I have never seen before. I want you out of the team. If you do not bring weapons, at least be skillful. You rely only on strength. Why are you so clueless?" But now, Seojun was the first teammate to accept and recognize him. From their very first mission together, Seojun smiled and offered his hand. "Hey, your fighting style is pretty awesome. You are the best hunter I have ever met." Right then, Daeho's spirit surged back, and he slowly stood up. His hand hardened and radiated energy as he said confidently, "All right, I got it. I believe in you, Seojun." Then Daeho charged at the ant, chopping its body to stop it from burrowing underground. The ant screamed and sprayed saliva wildly. Its force pushed Daeho to dig his feet hard into the ground to hold on. He did not let go of the ant. His energy grew stronger and stronger. Luckily, it held. No way to escape, he muttered as glowing veins popped on his arm, and his legs dug harder into the earth. Then he lifted the ant off the ground, bending its head down with his body's movement. Its tail was covered with legs but was surprisingly soft. He gasped, unable to believe what he saw. Its lower body, buried underground, had no protective shell at all. Daeho shouted, "Seojun, I do not think I can hold it much longer." Seojun's spear had also gathered enough energy, and he praised him. "You are doing great." He immediately lunged forward with his spear in hand, smiling at Daeho. "Seojun, that is enough," thinking to himself, "I am with someone who will be a future king. I can take it down the usual way." Then he leapt up, raising his spear high against the ant's panicked roar. With one strike, the spear sliced through its tail, severing the fragile end and quickly killing the ant. System notification. Hidden dungeon cleared. You are the first to defeat the man-eating ant. Special mission complete. Seojun stood up while Daeho looked back, still clutching the ant's corpse. Seojun smiled brightly at him. "Thanks for your effort." System notification. The reward for the first to conquer the dungeon will be sent to you. The next day, at the hunter license office, the clerk began checking their names. "Let us see. You two are Lee Seojun and Yeon Hai, right?" Then he handed them their cards and said, "These licenses prove you are official hunters. Congrats on passing the final exam. After all the struggles, I finally passed the exam and became an official hunter." At that moment, Seojun and Yeon Hai walked home together. She held Ko's burning hand, and Seojun stared at the girl. Puzzled why was Ko frowning like that, Yeon Hai explained, "The kid's candy just got confiscated. Even though this is a step toward changing the future, I can't forget this is just the beginning." But suddenly, something made him freeze. Seojun glanced down at his wrist. The glowing light energy stone flickering. His face darkened. Was the mark still there, because of some water stain? Seojun's eyes widened with worry. Suddenly, Yeon Hai's handbag floated mysteriously in midair, and she panicked, asking, What is wrong with the bag? Seoljun watched in surprise as something slowly got pulled out from the bag. Magic. A lollipop. Who casts magic like that? That lollipop seemed to be exactly what the caster wanted. He immediately looked back at his daughter. Could it be that her body was glowing? Just like when the house collapsed, or like when the Cretan bun was destroyed, Ko's magic seemed too powerful to control. While Unhai was still stunned by the strange event, the girl glared at the candy stick and used her magic to pull it closer. That night, when the whole family finally returned home, Ko was asleep on the sofa, and Seoljun and Unhai sat down to talk. She started, "I do not think that was Ko's magic." At that moment, Ko finally got the candy she wanted. The girl clutched it tightly and fell asleep. Satisfied, Seoljun asked, "What really happened the day the house collapsed?" Unhai replied, "The girl asked where her dad was." The girl cried when told she could not see him, and then the house collapsed. Hearing that, Seoljun was shocked. He thought to himself, "That is why they came looking for me at that time. Everything only involved levitating wrestlers, but based on what I have seen, her power ranks up there with a mage. It is way beyond an ordinary mage. She will be able to use that magic even stronger later on. The problem is, Ko uses it unconsciously, and her power seems tied to her emotions." Then he said, "This is just my guess, but her abilities seem to be controlled bit by her feelings." Hearing this, Unhai looked worried. "What do you mean?" Both of them glanced at the peacefully sleeping child. Seoljun explained, "Ko's mana is growing so strong. It might get out of control." She stammered nervously. "So what will happen to Ko now? At this rate, someone's bound to get hurt, and Ko will be in danger." He replied, "There are ways to help her." Unhai was a bit startled by that. Seoljun clenched his fists. "I knew this day would come." He recalled before the time reset, when Ko's power exploded even before he did. Back then, Seoljun found the girl in a dark room, his face quickly turning fearful. Ko was kneeling there, radiating intense magic, sharp ice shards forming from her overwhelming power. Ko slowly turned around. Her eyes were steadier, and a fierce aura streamed off her. "I did not expect this to happen so soon." One reason Ko's mana is so sensitive is because the mana around her is fragile. So we just need to take her somewhere with plenty of mana barriers. Unhai thought about it. Somewhere with strong mana barriers. Then she suddenly remembered something and fell silent. Startled. "No way," she stammered, while Seoljun confirmed, "Exactly. The only places with strong mana are dungeons or battlefields." Thinking about taking Ko to such dangerous places made her uneasy. "That is crazy. What if Ko gets hurt?" Her loud voice seemed to make Ko shift uncomfortably. So Unhai quickly quieted down. She whispered and looked at Seoljun, who lied. "I do not want that either. I do not want to take her anywhere dangerous, even though she will master that power and become the strongest in the future. She is only 5 years old right now. To stop the future from unfolding, I have to make her face danger head-on." Meanwhile, Seoljun looks away. Deep in thought, bringing Ko into danger might just change something in the present and past. Right then, he gently lifts Unhai's hand and apologizes. She replies, "I guess you already thought this through before deciding." He adds, "I am not saying she has to fight monsters. We will take them all down. We just need to get her there. The dungeons and battlefields are owned by guilds, so he is not sure if they will let her in." She says, "No way they would let her in unless they lost their minds. If we know who owns those places." Then listening to Unhai's idea, he immediately realizes, Seoljun, or maybe we should just call and ask for help. The next morning, by the sign for Goryo Sword Mountain, the entrance to the Goryo Sword Cave, Seoljun, Unhai, and Ko stand in front of the signpost. She looks at the stairs ahead and asks, "Isn't this the entrance to the Goryo Sword Cave?" Suddenly, the silhouette of a woman appears. She greets them warmly. "Welcome, everyone." Unhai, surprised, while Ko happily looks at her. The woman in front of them is Hyen. Ko immediately calls out, "Big sis." She waves her hand warmly. "Ko, you are even cuter than before." The little girl jumps into Hyen's arms for a hug. Meanwhile, Unhai wonders, why is Hyen here? Seoljun steps forward, scratching his head. "Hyen, I came here because I need your help." She immediately replies, "Let us talk inside first." "No problem. Just up those steps and you are there." They all look up at the stairs. Seoljun freezes. Those are not just a few steps, but dozens of small steps waiting for them. Just stairs. His voice trails off. Unhai breaks out in a cold sweat. Seoljun turns pale. Both of them are speechless. He thinks to himself, it has been a long time. After entering the house, Seoa hugs her stuffed bear, completely content. Meanwhile, Seoljun and Unhai are exhausted. The steps in front of the house stretch about 3 kilometers, and on the mountainside too they both slump over the table. Meanwhile, their kids full of energy. Seoa napped soundly on Hyeon's back the whole way. Then, they start checking out. The house is full of contradictions. The rooms are modern inside, but the exterior is traditional Hanok style. Unhai, by the way, Seoljun, I am curious, who is Hyeon? You said we were meeting her. I did not expect she would be the granddaughter of the famous sword saint. At that moment, Hyesean brings out a cup and a teapot, saying, "And lately, the hunters do not really know me. I did not become a hunter for fame, and I am not chasing it." She smiles, setting the cup down. "You came asking for my help, right? What is up?" After a while, she pours tea for everyone and chats with them. Hyesean watches Seo sleep and asks, "You mean the Goryo Sword Mountain battlefield?" Sujun replies, "Yeah, because I know your guild members and apprentices use that place." Meanwhile, Hyesean's on her phone snapping pics of the kid, probably got permission to take photos of Seoa. The watermarks are divided into 3 main types. Temporary watermarks, they summon a bunch of monsters and then disappear. Corrosive watermarks, they invade buildings and create dungeons. Eternal watermarks, unlike temporary ones, they do not disappear and regularly spawn monsters. Battlefields are areas where monsters appear from eternal watermarks. Yujun, can only we use the battlefield? At that moment, Hyesean is checking something online. It would be a bit inconvenient if you share it with newbies. But of course you can. I will check which times the newbies are not training. Hearing that, Sujun is surprised, thinking, "Really? That is way too easy." Hyesean smiled and said, "Since I introduced you to me, Kanchil, you owe him a favor." Enhai sighed in relief upon hearing that. Seojun thought to himself, "I was worried I would not get permission, but everything is fine now." She added, "First, let me check if I am allowed to enter the battlefield." After a while, Enhai started getting a bit worried Hyesean was gone too long. Sejud, "Anyway, the Goryo battlefield is pretty huge. It is going to take quite some time to get around." He saw a woman open the door and ask, "Is Miss Hyesean here?" Sujun turned, surprised, looks like a rookie. A man followed beside her. Seojun replied, "She went out for a bit." "What is up?" The girl stammered. She has a visitor." "What kind of visitor? Why has she been gone so long?" Looking at the man behind the girl, Seojun instantly tensed up. "Is that Hyeon?" He wondered aloud. "What is he doing here?" It seemed like the man noticed Seojun too. He asked, "I am curious, who is this? You are Unhai, right? We have met before." At this moment, Seojun felt really awkward. Weird that sharp-nosed guy remembered his name. Seojun turned to the girl and said, No use helping if she is busy." The girl replied, "I think you should come back next time." Seojun thought to himself, despite Gao Hyesean scolding him harshly, he still showed up. Judging by their conversation, it seemed like they would just met for the first time. Suhayan then looked at Seojun with a dark expression and said, "Before I quit," suddenly reaching out his hand and pointed directly at Seojun. He had no idea what was going on. He growled dangerously, full of menace, "You candidate, come here and talk." Seojun was just as annoyed by his attitude. After a while, Seojun finally met Suhayan under a tree. His face was gloomy, staring intently at Suhayan while passers-by recognized him. His teeth at the famous hunter. He looked so flashy, getting attention from fans. He then ran his hands through his hair like an idol, looking super cool and soaking up all the praise. But that was not Seojun, he thought, because I am not the boss here. He could not just tell that guy to leave. Suhayan finally spoke. "The reward for clearing a dungeon for the first time. I am here to claim my share." Hearing this, Seojun was very curious again. He wondered, "His share? That is ridiculous." Suhayan explained, "The hunter who discovers the dungeon has the authority to inspect it first. Even though I came after the dungeon opened, you and Gao Hyesean went in and cleared it without my permission. And worse, people might spread rumors that 2 rookies took down the dungeon." Seojun quickly questioned the nonsense Hen was spouting. "What nonsense is that? What do you mean? If it is the dungeon's first appearance, anyone can attack it? Just give me my reward." Suhayan interrupted, extending his hand. "You think you can argue with me? I am the guild leader, a respected figure. Anyone who opposes me won't end well, especially for rookie hunters without fame." Hearing Han's threats, Seojun was quickly intimidated. 2 girls passing by caught sight of Suhayan and blushed. "Whoa, he is so handsome." Han turned to greet them back with a friendly smile, but his expression quickly changed when Seojun spoke up suddenly. He looked scared, then froze. Then he looked at Seojun calmly and acted like nothing had happened, finally showing his true colors. Seojun was annoyed. "What do you mean? Who is trying to bring everyone's morale down? We were in a super dangerous situation, and you were just trying to back out. You coward." And clenched his fists tightly at the insult. Suhayan warned, "My patience for your nagging has limits. You know," he added. "Now I get why Gei Hyesean said that back then. You are not cut out to be a hunter." Hearing that from him only made him even more fired up. Hyesean came back then, opened the door, and greeted them warmly as usual. "Seojun, Unhai, you have been waiting long, have not you? Let me," mid-sentence. She stopped, noticing Seojun was nowhere to be seen. Only Unhai and her child sitting together. "Seojun, where are you?" Unhai answered. Someone named Suhayan came by and they went outside to talk. Hearing this, Hyesean was shocked and yelled, What? Why is that jerk here? Huh? Should we check out the Goryo sword shop? Meanwhile, Unhai was worried inside. Was he going to be okay? Since he started training, he has never taken a break. I even saw him studying battlefields all night long. I am worried he is pushing himself too hard. Outside where Seo-jun and Soo-hyeon met, both drew their weapons, ready to fight right there in the yard. Seo-jun raised his spear, energy radiating intensely. He quickly landed 3 blows on Soo-hyeon's sword. Soo-hyeon could not counter, as Seo-jun kept attacking. Soo-hyeon only retreated, defending himself. He thought, unbelievable, I am getting cornered by some top rookie. Yet I was the first to attack. Seo-jun gripped the spear handle tightly, thinking, when I fought the Earth Spider, I was overwhelmed the whole time. Soo-hyeon paused as Seo-jun studied his expression. He thought, Danhai, is not he that arrogant hunter? Seo-jun shifted his stance and attacked. Soo-hyeon raised his sword to block. He kept thinking, not only is he fast, but his reflexes are insane, and his sword skills are incredible with no hesitation. Meanwhile, Soo-hyeon struggled to defend, thinking to himself, but I am just a newbie soldier. There is no way I have over 10 years of combat experience. I am just not ready. But why am I taking this fight so seriously against this guy? Their blades clashed wildly in a frenzy. Seo-jun raised his spear. Soo-hyeon's sword was instantly knocked aside, forcing him to barely hold on. Seo-jun raised his spear, looking at him, thinking, I have got him now. Seo-jun thought, if he came after me and he's Seon for the reward, then he will definitely go after Eunhai too. This sneaky guy is a real threat to Eunhai. In the worst case, he would try to recruit her into his guild. If that happens, everything will go back to how it was before I reset. Seo-jun stood on his toes. He attacked again, thinking, I need to end this now, so he stops messing with her by taking him out for good. But suddenly, Seo-jun felt dizzy out of nowhere. What the heck? He collapsed, sweat pouring down, his body shaking from exhaustion. Seo-jun wondered, did I push myself too hard? Why now? When he looked up at Seo-jun, all he saw was a blurry, unfocused image. Seo-jun looked down at his struggling self, gritting his teeth. Just now, he charged like crazy. I thought he would be out of energy after using so much mana. Guess I got lucky. Suddenly, Soo-hyeon snapped awake. Lucky? No way, I am admitting I am getting pushed around by some rookie hunter like him. Maybe it is time to take him out right now. Soo-hyeon clenched his sword tight, his poison-coated blade hidden behind the excuse it was just a training injury. If I just pay to cover this up, then this whole thing will go unnoticed. With that thought, he raised his sword, ready to finish Seo-jun off, but right then, his sword was knocked out of his hand. It plunged into the ground behind the shadow of someone who intervened. That someone was none other than the Holy Sword. Soo-hyeon was shocked. The Holy Sword. Seo-jun was gripping his stiff wrist desperately, while the Holy Sword's voice echoed. Even though this place had hosted countless training sessions, the sword in that grip was pushing things way too far. Soo-hyeon's face turned pale. The Holy Sword growled with anger, his aura flaring up. Get out of here, now. Meanwhile, Hee-seon and Eun-hee arrived. Startled by the scene, they rushed to the Holy Sword and Seo-jun. Eun-hee called out loudly, Seo-jun, while Hee-seon asked, are you fighting Seo-jun? The Holy Sword just said, no way I am doing that. Eun-hee immediately moved closer. Worried? Are you okay? You look so pale. Seo-jun propped himself up on his spear and replied, I am just a bit tired. Then the Holy Sword spoke again, cornering your enemy is a valid tactic, but it seems you have just backed yourself into a corner. Suddenly, a glimpse of the Holy Sword's soul self appeared before he reset. Passionately training was good, but it quickly vanished. The current Holy Sword was different. He continued, but remember, rest is part of the process too. If this were a battlefield, I would let you in, but right now, Eun-hee stammered. Thank you. Seo-jun then looked toward Ko, who was happily having her head patted by Hee-seon. He fell silent. Worried? The Holy Sword was not malicious. Maybe I worried too much about what happened before resetting. The Holy Sword added, then I will just have to force you to rest a bit. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Soo-hyeon was sprinting away as fast as she could. 2 days later, fully rested, the two headed straight to the battlefield. Eun-hee asked, are you feeling okay now? Seo-jun replied with confidence, thanks to you, I am totally good now. Hearing that, Eun-hee felt relieved. He was still surprised to realize he would slept through 2 whole days. Seo-jun looked straight ahead. Serious? Now, the real battle begins. Eun-hee asked, the battlefield does not seem as dangerous as the dungeon, right? Seo-jun asked, have you read the notes I wrote? She answered, of course. I know the notes well. Now we can get through this area without any trouble. Suddenly, in the dark bushes, pairs of glowing red eyes appeared. Dangerously watching them, they crept closer. It was a pack of demon apes. Seo-jun asked, "Where's Ko?" she replied. Hee-seon is watching her at the entrance. Seo-jun and she closed ranks as the demon apes slowly surrounded them. "Now we can fully focus on this fight. Let us finish this quick. I am already starting to miss her. Seo-jun, I am jealous of Hee-seon. Even now, she is having fun with Ko." Meanwhile, Hee-seon was playing with Ko, who suddenly started using her magic on her own, placing the stuffed animals to move them as she wished. The little girl began to introduce them. "This is Mama Bear, and the one holding the stick is Papa Bear. This is Bear Ko." Hee-seon was itching to observe the stuffed bears and fell silent. Seeing Ko playing with the magically controlled stuffed bears, Hee-seon grew extremely curious. The dolls were moving on their own. The girl smiled and added, "That bunny over there is pretty Hee-seon." After defeating the monsters, Seo-jun checked his stone. Judging by its light energy, it seemed no one was alive or hiding here. Behind them, Unhai quickly ran over. "Seo-jun, I have checked everything on my side." He smiled and replied, "Let us hide these things together, then go get Ko." They called out to Hee-seon. "Hee-seon." She jumped in surprise. Seo-jun and Unhai slowly approached. He asked, "We are back. Nothing happened, right?" Hee-seon stammered. "Well, it is not a big deal. But I do not know if I should ask this." At that moment, both Seo-jun and Unhai froze. Ko was playing with the stuffed bears moved by magic, which made Hee-seon the most curious. Could Ko be a magic user? A little later, at the same spot, after many talks with the Unhai, we accepted that Ko can use magic. Not only can we not deny it completely, but even if we say it, Hee-seon 1T spread the truth with bad intentions. She thought deeply after hearing this. "It is better to keep this secret, right?" Seo-jun replied. "Exactly. Because she could be taken away somewhere. And the Magic Tower obsesses over researching her energy." The Magic Tower, an organization founded by magic users, is a rare existence in the world because they have huge potential to create countless abilities. Even before I regressed, for some reason, they used their influence to try to capture Ko. That is why I have been trying to stabilize her energy to avoid their pursuit. Hee-seon considered this. "So that is why you both came to the battlefield this time for Ko. I will go with you. We do not know if anyone's hiding in the battlefield, right?" He was surprised. "Auntie, is that okay?" She stood up, smiling. "If it is for Ko, then it is nothing. 3's better than 2, right? I also want to take the chance to show off a new skill." Then, they set off together. Hee-seon, Unhai, and Seo-jun carried Ko into the battlefield. The girl's eyes immediately glowed with magic. While Ko still did not understand what was happening, she saw faint mana streams floating around and curiously said, "Everything looks so sparkling." Seo-jun wondered, "Is she talking about energy? We can see energy flows in the air." Ko smiled brightly. "This place is amazing. I feel better now." But at that moment, Seo-jun looked back at the stone on his wrist. Worried as the energy light began to fade, he finally told Unhai, "It must be helping somehow." She breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "Let us stay here a moment before moving on." But right then, Seo-jun noticed something very strange. He heard a strange sound and immediately looked up. It was an alarm horn, and he recognized the sound instantly. Seo-jun quickly told everyone, "Run to the exit, now." Right after, they headed toward the cave's exit ahead. Unhai ran and said, "Why is the alarm going off while we are still in the battlefield? That sound means new water has appeared." But just as they reached the cave entrance, an earthquake sealed it with a pile of rocks, leaving everyone panicked. Seo-jun could not believe his eyes. The exit was now just a mound of piled stones. Suddenly, the system announced, "The battlefield boss has appeared." Seo-jun was suspicious of the sound. Everyone turned around to see a huge shadow blocking them. The system announced again, "A surprise mission has started. Mountain battlefield boss. Please hunt the mountain golem." In front of them stood a giant stone golem. It glared dangerously down at them. Seo-jun, still holding Ko, said, "That is the sound every time a battlefield boss appears." Then he decided to let Unhai hold the baby. While she looked at him with worry, "Dad," Seo-jun warned, "Unhai, try to stay as far away from the boss as possible. You are the fastest runner. I am sure you can keep Ko safe." He turned to face the boss, saying, "I brought everyone here after confirming this is not the time for a battlefield boss to appear. Plus, battlefield bosses do not usually come alone like this. It is probably attracted by the energy." Seo-jun shouted as he saw the golem raise its hand to attack. "It is coming. Scatter out." The moment it swung its fist down, dirt and sand flew everywhere. When the golem slammed both hands down, the whole ground was uprooted and the sand flipped over. But the 3 hunters had already moved out of the attack range. In the dust cloud, Seo-jun's silhouette appeared. "Mountain golems have cores surrounded by stone. If we attack half-heartedly, we won't break the core, and we will just draw its attention. In other words, the only way to defeat it quickly is to find that core." After thinking this through, Seo-jun immediately dashed toward the golem. Right behind him, Hee-seon was also running forward. She instantly jumped onto the golem's arm. But before it could pull back, Seo-jun glanced over. Hee-seon signaled him with a slash across the neck gesture. Seo-jun nodded immediately. Understanding, he kept watching. The core is usually at the top of its head or chest, because if we rush, we will just draw its attention. Seo-jun stepped onto the golem's body, and Hee-seon moved along it as well. They needed to get ready and cut the core in half simultaneously. Both raised their weapons at the same time, channeling a huge amount of energy into their blades. Suddenly, Seo-jun froze as he felt violent shaking. He immediately fell just as he was about to strike, his spear accidentally piercing it before he had enough force to break the stone layer. He said, "An earthquake." The golem was about to move. It slowly shifted its steps and its whole body trembled violently while Seo-jun was still on its head. He looked forward slowly, and below was the familiar figure of a woman. It was Eun-hye. She was holding Ko and running fast into the forest. Seo-jun thought. It showed up because it was drawn by the energy. Could it be that it was only focused on those two? It is too late to wait for their signal now. At that moment, the golem's foot was right behind Eun-hye, almost about to crush the bridge. Suddenly, a cloud of dust burst down, surprising Hee-seon. She looked up at the golem's head Seo-jun had stabbed his spear into it to draw its attention. Hee-seon shouted, "Seo-jun, what are you doing? If you do that, it will focus all its attention on you." Seo-jun turned his face. He answered firmly, "Before it focuses all its attention on Eun-hye, we need to take it down. Just cut it now." Hee-seon. She flinched at his words. Hee-seon's eyes slowly narrowed. "Now is the time to focus. I can't rush the strike like last time, or I will miss again." She closed her eyes, slowly channeling her energy and gripping her sword with full concentration. The sword was drawn slowly, radiating a fierce, electric-like killing intent. "I have to remember the feeling from training and strike carefully." With eyes wide open, Hee-seon focused deeply. Her energy now filled her entire body. She took a deep breath and swung her sword with full force. Just one horizontal slash across the golem's head shattered the stone core with her energy-filled strikes before it could react. Hee-seon looked at her success with joy. She smiled and shouted, I took it down." But suddenly, Seo-jun rushed over and pulled her away, leaving Hee-seon puzzled what is going on. Above, the golem's head crumbled where it had been cut, leaving only scattered rocks behind. Meanwhile, Seo-jun held onto Hee-seon tightly as they slid down the body of the golem, while she loudly wondered why he was in such a rush. He said, "No need to hurry. You already sliced them up this time." He quickly answered, "It is not dead yet. It is still alive and moving. The core of this golem is not at the top of its two heads. It is hidden somewhere else. Until we find and destroy the core, it will fight back and revive every time we attack." Hee-seon spoke up, "But there is nowhere else the core could be." Right then, Seo-jun tripped on a sudden ledge mid-fall, cutting off her words. When they sat up, they realized they were sitting in the palm of the golem's hand. Both looking up, the golem had fully recovered and raised its other hand, ready to smash them. Seo-jun wondered, is the golem planning to crush us with its hand? There is no way to dodge in time. Both Hee-seon and Seo-jun broke out in cold sweat. They just stared up as the giant hand slowly came down. But suddenly, something else slowly approached. Both of the golem's hands were grabbed by another huge arm made of ice, as big as the golem itself, leaving them dumbfounded. What is that? An ice teddy bear. Right before them appeared a giant ice teddy bear. Flashback a few minutes earlier, when Eun-hye finally escaped the golem's attention thanks to Seo-jun. She looked back anxiously, thinking this distance should be safe. Eun-hye recalled that when the golem's head exploded, they escaped because of the huge noise it caused, but they got into danger because of that. When Eun-hye put Seo down, the little girl looked at her and called out, "Mom." Seo asked, "Is that the bad monster? Our dad and bunny sister fighting it?" Hearing that, Eun-hye stood up and looked back, replying, "Yes, that is why Mom has to go help." Seo clasped her hands excitedly and said, "Then let me help too." Suddenly, she stepped forward. Eun-hye panicked. "Seo, wait." She instantly went silent as her breath suddenly turned to mist. Eun-hye worriedly thought, "I can see her breath." Beneath Seo's footsteps, a trail of frost stretched out with a chilling cold heat source. Eun-hye looked toward her. Seo's body was emitting so much energy that even her steps were freezing the ground beneath her. Seo raised her hand and slowly formed a small figure, accurately recreating the golem. She held up both hands, closed her eyes, and started casting a spell as energy slowly gathered in her palms. When Seo opened her eyes wide, her frost sparkled with a powerful icy glow. Suddenly, an earthquake erupted, sending dirt and sand flying behind her. Eun-hye was caught up in the dust. As the energy slowly faded, Eun-hye was left kneeling after the aftershock, anxiously looking towards Seo. What just happened? She saw the small figure lying still on the ground, frost lingering in front of it, and loudly called Seo's name. She stepped forward and picked the girl up. "Seo, wake up." But Seo seemed sound asleep. Eun-hye finally realized the girl was asleep. She slowly looked up, and right in front of them stood a tall block of ice. Strangely, That ice was shaped like a teddy bear, the toy Seo I had been playing with earlier. Back with Seo Jun and Hee Seon. They were shocked by the sudden protection. Where did that ice teddy bear come from? Is that magic? The golem slowly looked over. The teddy bear grabbed the golem's wrist, freezing it in place. Seo Jun looked at Hee Seon and said, "The golem's movements are restricted. Let us get out of here." She nodded. Okay, then they both jumped off the golem's hand. Seo Jun watched them and thought, looking back, I am sure that is a magical creature. The only one here who could create this magic must be Seo. At that moment, the teddy bear looked at them, winked, and gave a thumbs up, but right after, the golem punched the bear's face without hesitation, sending it flying backward. Seo Jun and Hee Seon both worried. No way, it was all size, with no real strength or fighting skills. The ice bear crashed against the stone wall, apparently knocked out after taking that hit. Still unconscious and lying there, the golem raised its fist, ready to strike again. Seo Jun thought, at this rate, it is done for. Suddenly, its punch was stopped by an icy staff. Both watched in surprise. The ice bear blocked the attack with the staff it had prepared. He wondered. It made a weapon and stopped the blow. Then the bear counterattacked, swinging the staff at the golem, pushing its hand back, not stopping there. The bear jabbed the staff repeatedly into the golem's body, dismantling pieces of it one by one. Seo Jun thought in amazement about how the whole fight changed thanks to a single weapon. Hyzen anxiously called. Seo Jun, he asked. Yeah, what is it? She slowly said, that ice teddy bear looks just like you. Seo named the bear after her dad. It is fighting the monster right now. It can sense where the golem's core is right in the center of its chest. The bear's eyes lit up, raising the staff and aiming directly at the golem's chest, stabbing right through the core with its sharp tip, piercing the monster's tough body. Once the core was pulled out, it immediately cracked open, releasing the monster's energy all at once. At a critical moment, it exploded right before Hyzen and Seo Jun's eyes. They stared dumbfounded as shards of the core shattered everywhere. The system announced, "You have successfully defeated the enemy, Mountain Golem, the battlefield boss of the Rocky Mountains." Unhai watched from afar, looking just as stunned while holding Seo in her arms. The little girl seemed to be sleeping peacefully, and the system notified again that you have completed the surprise mission. Night fell soon after, and they safely returned to their lodging after defeating the monster. Seo Jun was on the phone with Hyzen, who said from the other end, "I will make sure nothing related to Seo shows up in the Rocky Mountain incident." He asked, "Are you sure you can handle that?" She replied, "I might not look it, but I am still the Sword Saint's granddaughter." "All right then, do not worry." Seo Jun smiled and said, "Okay, then I am counting on you." Unhai had just finished bandaging the wounds on his face. After he hung up, Unhai turned to him and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere else?" Seo Jun smiled confidently, "Just some mild swelling, so do not worry too much. Thanks for caring." Then he glanced behind the sofa, where Seo was. Unhai said, "She is asleep. She must be really tired." Inside the bedroom, Seo was sound asleep with her stuffed bear. Seo must have been exhausted after creating that ice teddy bear, which is why she is still out cold. Even though we are back home, thinking about how she created something out of magic, instead of just destroying it. Destroying it would have been like summoning a divine beast, which costs a magic user's energy. What Seo did was create a completely new entity with magic summoning, and creating are two totally different levels. My daughter might just be the strongest person in the world. Meanwhile, on the other end, Hee Jaeon was walking down the stairs while talking on the phone. She suddenly stopped and lowered her phone, surprised by what she saw. It was a car with two guards standing outside. Hee Jaeon wondered, "Foreigners. They do not look like they know the boss. Why would they come looking for Goryo's snail?" The man inside the car opened the door, his voice booming, "Sorry if my guard startled you," and stepped out with a cane, looking like high society. "I have something to ask you. Do you have a moment?" He was dressed lavishly, wearing a top hat and a fancy monocle. Back at Seo Jun's family lodging, Seo was playing with her stuffed animals when Seo Jun called her. He asked, "Do you remember the giant ice teddy bear you made?" Hearing the question, she seemed to have no memory of it. Seo Jun thought, she must not have made it while she was awake. He fell silent, crossing his arms and pondering. How did that magic even appear? It is a bit uncertain to say it was created by magic, since it was very stable. Suddenly Seo spoke up. "Actually, I just wanted to scold that ugly monster." She looked at him firmly. Seo Jun was shocked by her words. Seo Jun immediately softened at his daughter's words. Just then, unexpectedly, there was a knock at the door at this hour. Seo Jun looked over and replied, "Visitors." "Unhai, I will get the door." But at the same time, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Seo Jun picked it up and answered. Hee Jaeon urgently asked, "Seo Jun, where are you?" He walked toward the door and said, "Sorry, looks like I have guests. I will call you back later." but Hee Jaeon insisted. Wait, Seo Jun, a magic user from the tower is looking for you. Hearing that, Seo Jun, Hee Jaeon continued. When we were hunting the mountain golem, a huge burst of energy messed up the tracking radar. While she spoke, someone outside kept ringing the doorbell. Because of that, they are checking the logs of everyone who has been at the battlefield and investigating each one. The person ringing was the foreigner from earlier, his expression sly and dangerous. After hearing Hee Jaeon, Seo Jun's face darkened, sweat poured down, and he could not say a word, which only made Hee Jaeon more worried. She kept calling out, "Hello? Seo Jun, can you hear me?" Seo Jun's pupils shrank in panic, his heart pounding like crazy. Memories from before his regression flooded back. There had been a group that came to his house and took Ko away. They overpowered him, then took the girl away from the place they were staying. That fear instantly returned inside Seo Jun. Suddenly, the system popped up, and the unique mission was updated. The first misfortune of Ko's timeline begins. Seo Jun stood there, sniffing the air, shocked as the mission details slowly appeared. It gradually shifted into a more detailed version. Unique mission. Change the future to prevent Ko's 5 misfortunes. First misfortune. Protect Ko's identity from William Taylor. Mission incomplete. Seo Jun gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. William Taylor. So that is who the stranger outside the door is. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Seo Jun," making his heart skip a beat. It was Eun-hye. She stepped forward, worried, asking if something was wrong. He looked down and noticed Eun-hye holding their child's hand, but her arm was trembling oddly. Seo Jun then told Hee Jaeon he would see what he could do and would update them later. He hung up, glanced down at Ko, and told Eun-hye that someone from the magic tower was looking for them about the battlefield incident. He figured those people outside must be them. Seo Jun placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, thinking to himself that the more he hesitated, the more suspicious they would become. Ko looked a bit confused. He kept thinking the only thing he could do now was trust his instincts and handle this as best as possible before speaking. "Ko, I need you to help me with something." The air around them suddenly tightened. After a moment, he finally allowed the man outside to come in. The friendly man said, "Thank you both for cooperating with the investigation." Seo Jun and Eun-hye, holding a stack of files. He introduced himself. "I am a mage from the tower. William Taylor." This might seem sudden and tense, but this investigation is requested by the Hunters Association. We hope for your full cooperation. Seo Jun and Eun-hye sat facing William, Seo Jun holding his daughter tightly and cautiously. Seo Jun replied calmly, "Yes," while thinking to himself, "Just as long as it is William Taylor." William Taylor. I used to manage the Ook branch of the tower before I regressed. Though I am not sure what position he holds now, there is no doubt he is extremely talented. William's bodyguard standing behind spoke up. "Nothing in this place is damaged. Just so you know." Seo Jun turned to look again, thinking William obviously checked for energy traces in the house. Luckily, William did not detect Ko's energy. That is a good sign. The girl anxiously clung to her father as shirt. Flashback to earlier, when he grabbed Ko's shoulder and called, "Ko." She answered, "Yes, Dad." He hurriedly explained, "Bad guys tracked your power here." Hearing that, Ko looked very worried. "Bad guys?" Seo Jun then asked. "Ko, you know the energy you have, right? Dad wants you to try hiding that energy inside yourself. Can you do that?" Ko nodded determinedly without hesitation. Eun-hye asked curiously, "What is wrong, Ko?" He replied, "If my gut is right, the reason Ko's magic circle is unstable is not because she can control it. It is simply that no one has taught her how to manage it." Ko raised her palm toward him, beginning to cast magic so she has never tried before. She closed her eyes and silently chanted the spell. Back to the present, after reviewing Seo Jun's family files, William said, "Not only did Ms. You passed their license exams with flying colors, but Lee also suffered an unexpected injury." "Yes, that is right. Recently, did Ms. You visit the battlefield at Goryo Sword Fortress?" Hearing this, Eun-hye frowned and answered, "Yes, we went there." Seo Jun held her hand tightly beneath the table. William pressed on, "Did you two defeat the boss on the battlefield?" This time Seo Jun answered, "We defeated it together." Eun-hye looked worried as she listened to his honest words. Then he quickly pulled out a photo. "Let us get straight to the point. We found evidence of a huge energy surge and some suspicious stuff on the battlefield. Do you two know anything about this?" Seo Jun looked closely and recognized the remains of the ice bear plush. He immediately figured out that after the ice bear plush took down the mountain golem, it shattered into pieces and slowly melted away. Thinking about them noticing even this, Seo Jun seriously considered it, then said aloud, "As much as I want to help, I do not see anything useful in this photo." William heard that and quickly grew suspicious inside. He immediately thought it over. Both of them have strong energy, but not enough to actually use magic. "Maybe we got the wrong people," William said with a friendly laugh. Alright then, thanks for cooperating with the investigation. Both of you. After William left, Seo grabbed the phone and made a quick call to Hee-jae-on. She seemed relieved when she saw the girl was safe. Seo smiled and said, "Hey, little bunny." On the other end, the girl said, "I was so scared I thought I was gonna die." Seo laughed while Eun-hye sat leaning against Seo-jun. Letting out a sigh of relief, she replied, "Me too. I thought we would been caught, and I was terrified." She added, "Seo was scared earlier too, but thankfully she is okay now." Meanwhile, Seo smiled innocently at the screen. Eun-hye said, "If nothing else happens, there is no reason to be on guard around the tower anymore. Right, Seo-jun? Let us just deal with it tomorrow after a good night's sleep." But suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Seo-jun glanced at the system board. It still showed the mission unchanged. He wiped cold sweat and thought, it is still listed as incomplete. That means Seo's first misfortune has not been resolved yet. We escaped one threat for now. But if William Taylor senses Seo's energy, can I stop him? I am only a bit stronger than an average person. I can hardly keep up with him and would get crushed. Even if it is not William Taylor, I would still lose. The truth is, Seo's enemy is not just the magic tower, it might be the whole world. Just because I am better than those around me, I have been ignoring that fact. I need to get stronger by using every tool at my disposal. I have been way too cautious about using what I know about the future. But now's not the time for caution. At night, after Eun-hye and Seo had gone to sleep, Seo-jun stepped into the living room and stared at the messy pile of documents on the table. He pressed his hand on the table and studied carefully. To do this, first, find someone. Among those papers was info about a woman who seemed pretty professional. 1 week later, on a Cars TV broadcast, a female reporter announced, "Taking this chance, I will prove the quality of the story." Inside the car, a male driver and a female passenger sat together. She asked, "Has that interview already aired?" The driver replied, "Are you sure you will be okay going alone?" The woman was the same one from the info page on Seo-jun's desk, the person he needed to find. She answered calmly, "I will be fine. It is not like I have never entered an underground bunker before. Besides, I am just here to promote today." When they reached a gate with a stop sign, the car quickly pulled over, and the woman got out. As soon as she stepped outside, everyone in the city stared at her. They whispered, "That is Haeyerim, the daughter of that big company. Is that really her? Check out her gear. She is great." Haeyerim flipped her hair confidently. Then she pulled out a pistol and loaded it. Yerim smiled and looked down, thinking for a moment. Then she said to herself, "All right, time to head down." In front of her was a ruined underground bunker. Beneath the underground station battlefield, the dust wilderness, Yerim cautiously moved forward in the gloomy air, alert and scanning around. No monsters in sight. Had someone already cleared them out? I am fully armed and armored, and I am in perfect condition, so why am I still trembling like this? Haeyerim could feel sweat pouring down her face, like she was terrified. She carefully scanned her surroundings, thinking to herself, there is clearly no one here. Clearly no one here. Suddenly, Yerim felt someone standing right behind her. She immediately spun around, glancing over her shoulder, telling herself the thing she feared was just another hunter. He must have slipped in ahead of her, standing behind Yerim holding a sharp knife she never noticed. Yerim kept it simple and turned to ask if there were any monsters nearby, saying, "Hey, sorry to bother you." Suddenly, he lunged forward and stabbed her in the side before she could even react. Shaking, Haeyerim raised her gun to defend herself. She kept her distance, hunched over holding her bleeding side, gritting her teeth and thinking, "Damn it, crazy bastard." And there were two of them right in front of her. Haeyerim shouted, "There is nothing left to do, so you guys just start stabbing now." But they did not answer, and her wound kept bleeding worse. Haeyerim held it, trembling as she thought, "No matter who is behind this, I will kill them once I get out of here." But she was not sure she could, struggling to hold on. Both guys in front of her had knives and could attack anytime. Escaping like this was next to impossible. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, Seojin appeared like a lightning bolt, kneeing one guy in the side so hard his spine cracked like it was nothing. And even Seojin did not seem to realize it. The other guy looked at his partner, panic in his eyes. Haeyerim stared at him in shock. Seojin looked completely calm, like this was nothing new, while the other guy was terrified, too stunned to even close his mouth. Seojin looked down at the guy he just hit, worried as he saw him fall to the ground. "What? Already out cold? Where the hell did you come from? You his bodyguard, or what?" the other guy shouted. He immediately raised his knife and charged at Seojin, ready to attack him too. Don't he get involved and just get lost? With just a quick dodge, Seojin made him slip, then he punched him in the face. Watching how fast and smooth Seojin handled it, Haeyerim sat there stunned, like a breeze had just swept past her. She looked up at his back and asked curiously, "Who are you?" Seojin turned around and casually replied, "Just a passing hunter at High-Tech Tower, South Korea's top weapons manufacturer. They specialize in making everything hunters need: guns, armor, you name it. The girl I saved is Haeyerim, daughter of the high-tech corporation, and she was taken to the hospital afterward. Following Xiaojun, Yurim held a tablet and browsed it thoughtfully. She looked at Xiaojun's info on the screen and said, "You said you have an adorable daughter. So I was a bit skeptical. You are not just my Prince Charming but also married with a kid. Could it be that the info about you having a daughter who is friends with Hugh, my college buddy, is wrong?" Xiaojun paused. "I do have a kid, but I am not married. Well, I do have someone I like." Then he suddenly froze. "Wait, are you checking my background?" Yurim replied. "You answered thoroughly, and I laid it all out clearly." She pointed to a chair next to her bed and added, "Your info will get out anyway, even if I do nothing." Xiaojun slowly sat down while Yurim continued. "Anyway, since you saved my life, I think I owe you. That is why I called you here. I will repay you handsomely, just give me your account number." As she slowly took off her glasses, Xiaojun quickly raised his hand. "Okay. Got it," she said. "Don't feel awkward. I can even give you more if you want." Xiaojun forced a smile. "I said no because honestly, I am but in his mind, he thought, honestly, that is a tempting offer. A sum of money that make my mouth water would be transferred into my account, and I could invest it in so many places." Xiaojun said softly, "I am not helping because I want money." He continued thinking, "If I took that money, my relationship with Yurim would end here." Yurim chuckled happily hearing that. "You are more interesting than I thought. You know, if I can repay you, can I at least give you a favor?" Xiaojun was surprised. "A favor?" She winked. "Yeah. 2 favors," and handed him her tablet. A little later, outside that door, 2 guards were still standing watch. Inside, Xiaojun was watching the tablet screen and asked, "Is her mission a delegated task?" Yurim replied, "You can decide whether to accept it after hearing the full description." He handed over a stack of documents, including photos and details. "Tiger's Den Dungeon. This is an unconquered dungeon. A new kind of monster was discovered there. So we planned to send someone, but then something went wrong." She pointed to a bloody-looking photo. Yurim explained, "This is what happened to the previous team, 5 people plus the gear carriers all dead." The photo was taken from a video recorded by a hunter. The tablet quickly played the clip. A male hunter was walking through the dark, holding a flashlight and a sword, calling out, "Where is everyone? Answer me." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door ahead. "Help us, husband. Save us." The hunter quickly focused, hearing 2 voices. He worried, thinking, 2 people. Then he answered, "Wait there. He shouted and rushed to the door. But his face did not match his loud voice. He looked scared and uncertain, and right after that, the hunter died. Xiaojun held up the photo and studied it while Yurim added, "That is the last scene in the video." He examined the details closely and wondered about the white fur on the clothes. Yurim kept talking. "I was planning to go myself, but with how things are," Xiaojun asked, "so I just need to collect materials from that monster, right? When can I go in?" Hearing this, Yurim was surprised. "Wait, you are planning to go alone? Are you crazy? That place has wiped out countless people," he firmly replied. "Still, I will go alone," and set the photo down on the table. Xiaojun asked again, "Weren't you testing me with this mission?" She was very surprised to hear that. He smiled and said, "Let us see how strong I really am. If this is a test, I will give it my all." After discussing, Xiaojun finally set off, and Yurim watched him leave through the window. Yurim's partner entered her room, listened to everything, and asked if it was okay to let him go alone. She reassured him, "Yeah, if he wants to." According to what he said, "I am actually testing him, and he does not seem like he is joking around," Yurim said with a smile. Later that evening, when Xiaojun returned home, he called out, "Dad's home." Hearing Xiaojun's voice, So quickly ran out with open arms. Happy Dad was back. He hugged her joyfully, feeling warm inside, thinking about how coming home melts away all the stress. The cutest daughter in the world, the beautiful wife, the beautiful ex-girlfriend. Honestly, I still find it a bit weird calling her an hi, so I am just gonna skip it for now. Meanwhile, So suddenly noticed something. She smiled and said, "Dad, you smell so nice." Surprised by the compliment, he blinked in shock. He turned to Unhai and asked, "Unhai, do you smell something?" She slowly stepped closer. "Let me check." She got close and sniffed Xiaojun's body, and he suddenly blushed. A wave of awkwardness hit him. Unhai was standing that close. He thought, is this the first time she has been this close since resetting? I have always admired her, and she really is beautiful. But then her answer froze him. Woman's perfume? He had a bunch of questions racing through his mind. Unhai continued, "Xiaojun, you do not usually wear perfume." Then he remembered when he rescued Hairam. She would have been annoyed and said, "If you are not going with us, then just save me." Xiaojun agreed. "Yeah, why not?" After that, He had to carry Hairam on his back and rush her to the hospital, while she stubbornly kept a gun pointed at his head. "I will kill you if you do anything weird." Seojin immediately replied, "No way. I am not ready to die and leave my sweet daughter behind." Thinking back on that, Seojin finally understood why he smelled like perfume. Maybe it was from that time, so looked totally innocent but spoke her mind painfully bluntly. "Dad, are you cheating on Mom?" Hearing her say that, Seojin completely froze. "Where did you even learn that phrase?" First the girl spoke up. Then it was Unhai's turn. Like Seojin looked over, startled to meet her gaze. Seojin was sweating, his face pale, without needing to ask. He loudly declared his innocence. Unhai then asked again, "Really?" Seojin tried to convince her with his pure, earnest eyes. "Look into my eyes. Do I look like someone lying?" He thought to himself. "I am putting everything on the line here." Unhai stared at him intently, her lifeless eyes seeming to check if he was lying. Seojin kept sweating, shouting inside, "I am not cheating. I am being framed." Then Unhai smiled gently and gave her verdict. It seemed he was telling the truth. Hearing that, Seojin felt an immense relief. He then stood up and left. What could she say? Watching her back, Seojin feared she had a lot left unsaid. Seo happily looked back at his dad and said, "Dad, you are alive." Looking at his daughter, Seojin grimaced and blamed social media and TV. Those are the real sources of evil. A few days later, Seojin was standing outside the Tiger's Den dungeon entrance. He observed quietly Zohar Aram was supposedly in charge of this conquest, yet there was not a soul around. An assistant quickly appeared carrying a small bag and handed it to Seojin. "Like Seojin, here's what you requested." As Seojin reached for it, the assistant added, "Sorry, but you did not ask for a flashlight. I can get you one if you want." Seojin took the bag and smiled. "No thanks. I do not need it." The assistant looked surprised. He slung the bag over his shoulder, grinning. "All right then, time to start the conquest." At the Tiger's Den dungeon, Seojin turned to face the dusty dungeon gate. He stepped inside slowly. The system popped up. "You have entered an unconquered dungeon. Initiating special mission, conquer the Tiger's Den dungeon." Ahead of Seojin was a pitch-black tunnel. The dungeon's defining feature was absolute darkness. In this darkness, even the brightest light was useless. But there was one reason Seojin believed he could conquer it. He looked at his palm, thinking, "I never thought I would need this here." In his palm glowed a snowflake, the night snow charm, a fairy herb granting the power to see through darkness. He had gotten it from the hidden meat-eating dungeon, which he would conquered with Kang Diho. Seojin quickly activated it. It was time to put it to use. The charm was applied to his body. The system announced, "Fairy herb effect activated, night snow charm." He opened his eyes. The charm shone brightly in Seojin's pupils, letting him see clearly in the darkness. Seojin looked down the tunnel, where monsters lurked in the shadows, waiting for him. Determined, he told himself, "My daughter's waiting at home, I better finish this fast." They lunged at him without hesitation, jaws wide with sharp teeth. Seojin charged too, wielding his spear. Both sides colliding wildly, he thrust and swung, wiping out the monsters closest to him. Judging by the fact they would killed countless hunters, they were only dangerous because of their numbers, not hard to take down solo. Thinking that, he pressed deeper and kept fighting. They were not quite like the ones he would seen in the picture. Seojin slipped aside to dodge attacks, but even so, there were just too many of them. He glanced ahead and realized he was cornered by a horde of monsters. They hesitated, pausing their attack. Seeing their hesitation, Seojin felt confused. He wondered, why are they hesitating? Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind him, startling Seojin, his face darkening with fear. "Help me!" The voice cried repeatedly. He quickly spun around. Seojin ran toward the voice. Aran once said they were presumed dead, their deaths never confirmed. Now he stood before a bloodstained door, sounds clearly coming from inside. Was someone there on that door? It clearly said staff only. Seojin thought to himself, those must be the survivors. He set his bag down and carefully approached. Seojin moved forward cautiously, standing close to the door, thinking that from the monster's behavior, something was definitely inside. Not only that, the hunter in the video had run for his life screaming. Seojin finally grabbed the doorknob and slowly opened it. He faced the room, so there had to be monsters inside that could sense sound or movement. But what Seojin did not expect was a human-like noise coming from his side. It was actually a huge monster with sharp teeth grinning at him, dangerously saying, "Someone's here." Seojin turned around, utterly confused. It opened its mouth wide, like a long tunnel lined with razor-sharp teeth, ready to snap at Seojin as he kept backing away. Seojin gripped his spear tightly and shouted, "Damn it!" He acted fast, stabbing the spear into the monster's teeth, making it bleed a little. The pain caused the monster's eyes to dart wildly. It immediately stood up, thrashing and clutching its distorted face. "It hurts. It hurts." Xiaojun muttered, still holding his weapon and watching carefully from below. Seeing its blood splatter, he thought to himself, this is not about sensing sound or movement. It never needed to detect anything. It just lures people in to tear them apart. The monster finally lowered its hand, digging its claws into the ground, struggling to suppress the pain, and asked, how do you know? How? Xiaojun thought. This monster mimics the voices and appearances of those it is eaten to lure others in a mimic demon. The monster looked weird. It had not just one mouth, but another underneath. The lower mouth said, I know, you saw me, did not you? Its face now looked different from before, with malevolent eyes and a wide, grim mouth. Xiaojun figured there probably was not any detailed info on this monster, even before his regression. He immediately leaped up, ready to attack. But suddenly, the monster predicted his move. It swung its arm once, knocking Xiaojun forward before it struck. Rocks fell and piled on Xiaojun's body, but he miraculously held on. Thinking he was done for, as the dust settled, he sat covered in dirt, telling himself, it is faster than I thought. But then something else came at him, making him freeze. Xiaojun immediately dodged as the monster lunged at him with its snout. He barely avoided it. After biting the ground, the mimic demon slowly pulled back. Xiaojun observed, thinking, I am only blocking with my spear, yet it is bleeding. Its body looks pretty weak. I just need one chance to land a critical hit. His spear began to glow with energy. Just then, the monster glanced at him, its wide mouth curling into a twisted smile. Xiaojun struck with his spear as the monster quickly pulled its head back. It jumped elsewhere, clawing at the wall. The monster looked at him and slowly spoke in a human voice. It hurts. It hurts. Please spare me. Xiaojun clenched his teeth as he watched it was mimicking the voice of someone already killed. It kept going, I do not want to die. I am so scared. Then suddenly, it spoke in a child's voice. Mom, Dad, making Xiaojun freeze in shock. The monster called out again. Dad. Its face grew angrier as it licked itself with its tongue. Seemingly realizing something, Xiaojun was startled by the monster's next move. The mimic demon suddenly twisted its body, forming a strange lump that made Xiaojun wonder what it was doing. The lump slowly moved toward its head. The monster quickly opened its mouth, replaying the pained faces of the children it had harmed. The children's faces cried and screamed in agony, repeatedly calling, Dad, Dad, Dad. At that moment, Xiaojun froze in horror, realizing, no way it was searching for the voice that triggered its reaction. The monster slowly approached, its head turning into a child's face. Dad. That child reached out, crying with tears. I am so scared. Please do not leave me behind. Xiaojun trembled, sweat pouring down as he fought against his own mind. I can back down now? He thought, his shaking hand reaching out. Xiaojun cautiously moved toward the poor child, telling himself to stay strong, though emotions churned inside him. It was not something he could control. As soon as the target got close enough, the monster opened its mouth wide, ready to bite. Then, a loud snap echoed, like something got caught. The little girl struggled in surprise. Huh, she kept asking, Dad, you are not dead. Meanwhile, the monster's body trembled from the failed bite. Xiaojun had clenched the monster's jaws shut when it tried to bite him, stopping its mouth from closing. His body shook with effort as he gritted out, I am not going into this dungeon unprepared. Before Xiaojun entered the dungeon, he was equipped with a special adaptive armor, my second gift to him, a one-of-a-kind piece not for sale. Aram proudly said as Xiaojun inspected it. It boosts your abilities and energy flow, plus it has insulation and a Zet shield, but its best feature lay elsewhere. You channel energy into the armor. Xiaojun's grip strength becomes so intense it can crack the monster's teeth. It gets tougher than most armors. Then he pried open the monster's mouth with his strength, shattering its teeth into pieces. The beast roared in pain. My teeth. But Xiaojun seized the moment and grabbed his spear. He stabbed straight upward, piercing both jaws. The monster screamed in agony with a cold expression. Xiaojun kept driving the spear in. Don't push your luck, he warned as blood sprayed everywhere. The monster howled. It hurt so much. He swung the spear to the side, ripping through its jaw with a gruesome tear, blood splattering wildly. The monster collapsed in pain, trembling under Xiaojun's gaze. The mimic seemed to struggle to stand, though it had no strength left. Xiaojun thought, it is fighting till the end. I have to finish this before it mimics again. He thought, gripping his spear tight. Suddenly, the child's weak voice echoed. I hate you. Tears spilled as it collapsed. Why did you hurt me so much when I am in so much pain? Below those tears, a flashback showed the little girl when she was still human. She continued blaming him. You do not know how sad I was, how much I hurt, how much I suffered. I despise you, she said, pressing her face into her hands, then looked up in pain and added, I hate. Xiaojun cut her off by striking down with his spear. He plunged a fatal blow into the child's head, his hand trembling from the force. You are not Ko. Even hearing those angry words, He wanted to hear them straight from Ko's mouth. Not from something like her, but behind his brave words. Sajin shed painful tears. I do not want to hurt Ko anymore. Suddenly, a blue light appeared as Elizabeth's voice rang out. Yeah, that is right. You can forget that feeling. She raised her hand and cast a spell. Sajin slowly looked up, tears streaming down his face. Elizabeth called his name mysteriously. Like Sajin, the strange woman stepped closer, glowing with soft green energy, her calm voice echoing. That is right. Like Sajin, you must never forget that feeling. Startled, he took a step back, gripping his spear tightly. How do you know my name? Who are you? He asked cautiously. The woman answered slowly. I can answer that question. I am. Sajin asked again, confused. Then why are you here? She did not hide it. To change the reward you will receive now. Hearing this, Sajin glanced at the monster he just defeated, a flood of thoughts rushing through his mind. The reward. She means the prize for the first person to conquer the dungeon. She is changing that. Before he could mull it over, the woman moved. She leaned towards Sajin, touched his hand. An energy surged between them as she said, you should only use this when absolutely necessary. Don't lose yourself. He stared hard at the mysterious woman, her words echoing in his mind. Never lose yourself. Before Sajin could react, she abruptly ended the conversation, saying, see you later. Tiny glowing fragments appeared around the woman's body, floating from thin air. Once we find our location, we will. She started, then suddenly went silent, leaving Sajin confused. What? Wait. The woman's entire body vanished right before Xiaojin's eyes, and immediately a system notification popped up. You are the first to conquer the Tiger's Den dungeon. You have completed a special mission. Reward for first conqueror granted. A flash appeared on Xiaojin's hand. A strange ring materialized exactly where the woman had touched him. Back at Xiaojin's home, night had fallen. His voice rang out. Dad's home. Hearing this, Xiaojin's daughter beamed with joy, waving wildly as she called out, Dad. But looking at his daughter, he could not help but recall the terrifying monster-esque form he would seen in the dungeon. Xiaojin froze, his face draining of color. Seeing his unusual expression, Xiaojin's daughter called out again, Dad. Hearing her, he snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Hey Xiaojin, are you waiting for me? He peeked out and saw the two hugging. She stood there all day waiting for you. Anyone else would think you two had not seen each other in ages. Xiaojin fell into thought, worry clouding his eyes as he looked at his daughter. I wonder if she ever waited for me like this before I returned. I wonder how she endured the nights all alone. I do not want to admit it, but like Naikui said, I do not know what Ko had to go through. Xiaojin rubbed his daughter's head gently, so this time at least, I do not want her to live in pain anymore. He hugged her tighter, letting her bury her head in his shoulder as he whispered, Yeah, Ko. Dad, sorry for leaving. Watching the father and daughter as tender moment, Uni's gaze suddenly shifted. Her eyes landed on Xiaojin's hand, pinching Ko's cheek, and silently wondered. That ring. The next morning, at Heva Ram's workplace, she held Xiaojin's ring and questioned, Is this really just a ring? Yeah. She glanced between the ring and a certificate in her hand, muttering, It is not even an artifact. It is just a ring. How could this even happen? Xiaojin honestly admitted, I am just as surprised. Haram scratched her head and sighed. If this keeps up, this case gonna be a headache. Xiaojin slid the ring back on. Puzzled, why? She did not hesitate to answer. Because that reward you asked for after conquering the dungeon was just this ring. Xiaojin frowned. Asking again, isn't it because of my luck stat? Plus, you gave me money too. Haram raised an eyebrow in confusion, replying, that was for the conquest. You did great. You should think of it as a reward for your effort. Why not aim for more? She teased. Xiaojin did not answer her joke, just rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Most people just want to dodge this topic. She clearly wants to reward me. Xiaojin suddenly had an idea and said without hesitation, Well then, this works for me. At a wooded hill, someone was practicing archery. Arrows scattered all over the nearby tree trunks. The archer was in high, sighing tiredly, even while training. Her mind was elsewhere. Something about Xiaojin felt off lately. Smelled like women's perfume and wore a ring she would never seen before. Thinking this, she bit her lip, clenching her fists, blaming herself silently. I am ridiculous. There is nothing between us. Even if Xiaojin once proposed, that was because he had not forgotten me yet. Unhai recalled happy moments they shared. Then the image of smiling Ko popped into her mind. Maybe it is because of Ko. Unhai's back looked lonely as she thought about everything, letting out a heavy sigh. She had no idea what he was thinking anymore. She closed her eyes tight to pull herself together. Junjun, she muttered. Why should I even care about this? Unaware, a hand reached out from behind her. Seojin's voice spoke up, "Care about what?" As his hand landed on Yunhai's shoulder, making her jump. Her heart nearly leapt out of her chest as she scolded. "You scared me." She quickly stepped back, arms crossed tightly, her tone rising as she scolded him. "If we are just out for a walk, do not hide who you are like that." Seojin scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Sorry about that." After calming down, Unhai's voice returned to normal as she asked the guy in front of her, "Why are you here? Didn't you say you had a date?" Seojin rummaged through his bag and replied, "I just came back from that date. I want to give you this," Seojin said, handing over a carefully wrapped gift box. Unhai looked at the beautifully wrapped box in Seojin's hand. Puzzled, "A gift? You are really serious about this?" Huh. Holding the gift, she peeked inside the box and asked shyly, "Isn't this the suit you are wearing?" Seojin shrugged off his jacket and quickly answered, "Exactly. It is called adaptive armor. You should give it a try." Unhai froze for a moment looking at him, her cheeks flushing pink. Before her stood Seojin in the adaptive armor, looking sharp and fit. Unhai could not help but admire him. When did he get so well built? He seemed to have gained some muscle. A lot of muscle. She reached out and poked the armor, but really she was feeling the muscle on his arm. Seojin grinned. "Feels soft, right?" Unhai blinked in surprise. "It is stiff." Seojin made a funny face and asked, "Huh? Really?" Realizing she would slipped up, Unhai quickly corrected herself. "It is really soft. Super soft." Seojin laughed. "Exactly. But when you channel energy into it, it gets tougher than any other armor. This thing clearly has the latest tech built in." Listening to him, she whispered, "That is amazing. But who gives a gift like this to a girl?" Unhai sighed. Seojin blushed. Embarrassed, "I gave it to you hoping it would keep you safe." Hearing his sincere words, she could not help but smile. Cheeks warming, Unhai happily hugged the gift close. "I know. Thank you." "Really?" Seojin smiled, pleased by her reaction, feeling excited inside. "Glad you like it. Maybe I will get another set too." "Even though I had to take on another job to get it," Seojin spoke again, "I have got something else for you." Unhai. She looked at him, puzzled. "There is more." Seojin pulled out a contract for a small dungeon raid and invited Unhai. "How about we try a small dungeon run on the outskirts of Seoul, somewhere near the city? The recommended team size for the small dungeon is 5 to 10 people. Since 2 is too tough, we formed a squad." Seojin was the first to speak among the group since some had not met before. "Let us start with introductions." Hsien kicked things off. "I am Go Young, 22 years old, and I use a sword." "I am Unhai, 27, and I use a bow." She said. "Jaiho, 29 years old, I use knuckle weapons." He added, "I am Ham, 29, and I well, a bit of everything." Iram hesitated. Seojin watched them chat and thought quietly, "Even though I formed this team, it is honestly a weird lineup. But despite everyone's lack of experience, they are all going to be super famous someday." Seojin crossed his arms, wondering if he would fit in here, when suddenly a hand shot up. Hiram asked, "Who is the leader?" Everyone turned to Seojin and said without hesitation, "We have got the perfect leader." He had not even thought about it and waved his hand nervously. "Why are you all looking at me?" Dungeon entrance stood right before them, inside swirling with red and purple bones like a galaxy. Everyone ready with weapons drawn. Seojin said seriously, "All right then, let us start our small dungeon raid." Their footsteps echoed in unison through the dark dungeon corridor. Everyone was relaxed, chatting inside the dungeon. Hsien said, "I did not know Seojin saved you." The one asked replied, "A random hunter happened to save me." Unhai asked curiously, "But what were you doing wandering around?" Seojin awkwardly dodged, "Isn't saving someone a good thing?" Jyoti's, "Looks like your wife's got you wrapped around her finger, bro." Though he said it to Seojin, Unhai jumped at the comment. Seojin quickly explained, "It is not like that." Really? The air around the gate they just stepped through felt like it was being sucked inward, mysteriously intense. Deep inside, on a cold stone step, there lay a coffin. The coffin lid suddenly popped open, releasing a faint breath of air from the gap. The dungeon had not been breached yet. The special mission was just beginning. Dungeon. Break into the forgotten tome. A death wave lipped up, axe ready to strike. Daiho clenched his fist, gritting his teeth as he aimed at the death wave. He slammed a powerful punch into its body. The death wave was blasted far back by the impact of his punch. A thick mist kept pouring out continuously. It was not just one entire horde of ragged death waves appeared. Weapons drawn, eyes locked on them. Daiho led the charge, unable to hold back his shock. "This is just the start and there are already this many." Seojin stood behind, shouting back, "Can you cover our rear?" Let us fight through this, she quickly responded when she heard him. Got it. As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her sword, cutting a death wave clean and knocking it back. Saojin did not hesitate either. She thrust her spear straight into an unlucky death wave. A mechanical voice rang out. Target eliminated. Saojin's eyes widened in surprise. He stopped, looking down at his hand glowing with a greenish-blue light. The death wave he just hit also gave off that same blue glow. The system announced again. The king's ring absorbed the monster's soul. One soul had been collected. Saojin stood frozen, puzzled by the notification. Suddenly, loud shouts called him to attention. Saojin, there is another one behind you. Saojin spun around to her side, shouting back, I see, while reminding himself, no time to check system alerts now. Saojin stabbed his spear straight into the death wave's skull, forcing it to veer off. At that moment, Unhai raised her bow and fired directly at its chest. After dealing with that one, he quickly turned to Ha'aram, who was holding a gun. Ha'aram, why are not you attacking? She glanced toward He-Zeon and Ho fighting hard, then quickly replied, I can tell. The front line is swarming with mixed monsters. Saojin asked again, but you should be fired earlier, right? Ha'aram honestly said, sorry. The safety was still on single-shot mode. Saojin chopped repeatedly, his mind racing. This is headache territory. Like Dio said, there are too many monsters. And they are armed too. At this rate, the frontline's weak defense won't hold for long. Thinking that, Saojin shouted out loud so everyone could hear, we have to push them back. Get ready. Everyone. He-Zeon, cover Diho's retreat. Saojin called out. She quickly nodded. Got it. Without hesitation, she spun and charged forward, her sword slicing through each death wave in her path. Watching her back clear with no monsters blocking, Saojin could not help but think, there is an opening now. He called out, Diho, it is your time. Hearing that, Diho replied, I know, and then powered up his legs, putting all his strength into his kick. His kick struck the lead death wave, sending it crashing down, and the others behind tumbled like dominoes. They all fell onto each other in an instant. Diho and He-Zeon regrouped near Saojin. He said, all right, everyone, fall back now. Then he turned and called back, Ha'aram, can you start firing now? He asked, eyeing the two guns at her hips. Ha'aram was pumped, her guns glowing with a beautiful jade blue light. Jokingly, she said, if I said no, I would definitely get yelled at. Die, you damn bastards. She shouted at the death waves with a wild look, then pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage. Finally, as they lay crushed on the ground, Ha'aram exhaled deeply, her voice softer. That felt so good. He-Zeon's eyes widened with surprise, and Diho was equally amazed. She handled all those monsters alone. Hearing this, Ha'aram beamed confidently, a radiant glow around her. He-Zeon blurted out, Ha'aram, you are just as amazing as Diho. Curious? She asked. Why? The other simply replied, because she usually does not use guns. Soon Jun stepped forward to talk to Yanhai. Regular bullets do not work against monsters. Now you know that, right? She replied softly. Yeah, so in cases like this, we have to use mana in the bullets, Soon Jun patiently explained. Not exactly. Usually, I channel mana into weapons you hold directly, but it is hard to do that with bullets in a magazine. So each bullet made for hunters is crafted from dungeon metal, which is effective against monsters too. Hearing that, she asked, wait, is not dungeon metal super expensive? Soon Jun did not deny it. Yeah, it is, but with that stuff, you can shoot hundreds of rounds. Ha'aram slung her gun over her shoulder, looking effortlessly classy, then casually said, why not use the money just lying around? Gotta spend it on stuff like this? Surprised, clearly admiring Ha'aram a lot, Soon Jun stopped paying attention to them. Besides, there was something else he needed to check. He thought to himself. He moved closer to the corpse lying nearby. He lightly poked it with his spear. A notification popped up. The zombie was eliminated. The king's ring absorbed the monster's soul. Soon Jun's eyes widened as he confirmed his suspicion just as he thought. Each time he killed a monster, the ring reacted. He thought quietly while watching the notification showing 8 souls collected. Staring at the ring, he fell into thought. What exactly is the king's ring? Before resetting, he would never heard of it. It is kind of like an artifact, but he did not know how to use it. Maybe feeding it mana would trigger some effect. He considered, when suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. What is little brother doing over there? Soon Jun quickly covered. Yeah, I have finished checking. Let us... He thought, too many people are watching now. They started moving deeper into the dungeon. Ha'aram suddenly shouted, that guy. Unhai calmly replied, I know. Miss Duggan, come take a look. An arrow pierced straight through the skull of the zombie, about to ambush Hyzeon. She cheerfully praised, "Unhai, you are amazing." Aram silently admired. They are finally starting to click. Most of the group, including me, are newbies, so I was worried. But I did not expect it to go this smoothly, she thought quietly. Then she looked at Lee Sijin, who kept attacking relentlessly. If it were not for his commands guiding us, we would not have made it this far. Smiling with approval, she thought, more cunning than I expected. They followed each other step by step, and she let out a soft call. He asked, "Is this the boss room?" Aram said with excitement. "It feels like we are visiting some ancient ruins." "Does not it?" Sijin guessed. "Since it was called an ancient tome, this has to be it," Aram replied. "Then let us stop worrying and just move in slowly." She took the lead with Sijin, quietly opening the door. Inside, a huge room appeared, lit enough by candles hanging from the ceiling to see the surroundings. What caught everyone's eye was a massive armored guard kneeling respectfully on one knee. In the center stood a simple, unadorned coffin. Moving forward, Vu asked, "That coffin sitting all alone looks suspicious. Could that be the boss?" Hyzeon whispered, "I think so too." Sejin looked around hesitantly and said, "The boss is not the coffin." Just as he said that, his eyes caught strange holes in the ground. He flinched when he saw them. He urgently shouted to everyone, "Get ready. Form up." Just then, sharp spears shot up from the ground. Luckily, Daiho and Hyzeon reacted fast and jumped clear. Sejin rushed to Unhai, who had fallen to the ground. Panicking, "What is going on?" The massive guard's whole body suddenly twitched, as if coming to life. The man next to him gasped, staring at the huge, imposing enemy. Behind the guard's helmet, a deadly red glow shone fiercely. The huge armor clanked as if it was moving. The real boss, it was the figure beside them. Suddenly, it stood upright, revealing its terrifying height. It raised its sword, the slit on its helmet glowing with a deadly red light. His shadow covered Hyzeon completely. Sejin hurriedly shouted, "Hyzeon, watch out!" She could not dodge in time, and quickly raised her sword horizontally to block it. Looked like trying to break a rock with an egg. Iram quickly pulled out her gun. She fired a burst of shots aimed at the bodyguard's head, but every bullet just bounced off. He spun around to face the shooter. Hiram, she gasped. No effect. Sijin rushed forward. It seemed his entire armor was made of dungeon metal. "We have to aim for the weak spots," Unhaya said and took a shot. Her arrow plunged straight into the middle of the bodyguard's neck. Sijin looked on as the bodyguard remained unscathed, thinking, there is no weak spot on his neck. Then he leapt up with a powerful jump. Jumping to the level of his head, he gathered strength and swung his spear either the head or the heart. The giant hand swung up. It struck Sejin's spear tip, deflecting it sharply. He thought to himself, his reaction speed is insane. He glanced back as a figure dashed through confidently. He said, "I am not alone." It was Hyzeon who just leaped up. She swung her glowing golden sword, eyes icy and locked on the target. She stabbed hard into the bodyguard's chest. Hyzeon clenched her sword, thinking, straight through the heart, but he showed no reaction. If anything, his spirit flared even stronger. Sijin's eyes widened, teeth clenched. Not the heart after all. The plans failed. He shouted, "Hyzeon." Her hand trembled as she shouted back, "I can pull the sword out." No matter how she tried, the blade would not budge. The bodyguard slowly raised his sword, aiming the tip straight at Sejin. Hyzeon screamed, "How strong is this guy?" Sejin's face went pale as the massive sword aimed at his head. Cursing silently, "Damn it, we rushed in too fast." Daak rushed over yelling, "Sijin, Hyzeon." He jumped up, spinning his back into the bodyguard's sword-wielding arm. Duck grabbed the sword tightly to twist it away. He held the arm firmly, pressing with all his muscle power. "Hold, Sijin, I can hold this for long." Sejin tensed, shocked. "Even you can stop him, if not the heart or neck?" "Then where?" Sejin thought and then jumped up again. "Fine, I will ditch the spear." He focused all his mana into an arrow, the same one he had shot into the bodyguard's neck earlier. Then he launched it, thinking through the move as he drew the arrow back. Sejin forcefully drove the arrow straight into the top of the bodyguard's head. But the arrow was too small and weak for this giant bodyguard. Sejin quickly realized it was not going deep enough. Before he could think further, the bodyguard grabbed one of Sejin's arms, dragging him easily, making Sejin grit his teeth in pain. His cold, bloodshot eyes locked onto Sejin. Sejin noticed the bodyguard pause suddenly, looking up confused. He wondered what he was staring at, then followed the gaze down to Sejin's hand glowing pale green. Turns out, the bodyguard was focused on the ring Sejin had gotten from a previous quest. Sejin stared intently, curious why the ring caught his attention. Suddenly, an arrow zipped through a gap beside Sejin's body. It struck perfectly between the bodyguard's helmet, making the armor crack and sweat. The shooter was Unhai, face deadly serious. As he loosened his grip, Sejin kicked off him and jumped back. The bodyguard collapsed to the ground the moment Sejin landed. Hai shyly said, "Did we really do it?" Sejin replied, "I think so." Then the system notification rang out. "You have defeated the bodyguard of the Forgotten One." The king's ring absorbed the soul. Sejin looked at the ring in his hand. Puzzled, what was that just now? Soul absorption count. 87. Sejin was surprised. 87. Before entering the boss room, the boss was only level 37. So does that mean it just jumped to level 50? The stronger the enemy, the more souls we collect. Sejin was thinking when Hyzian interrupted strangely, trying to pull her sword out of the guardian's back. Curious? Sejin asked. Then Hyzian asked confusedly, "If this is the boss monster, does that mean we cleared the entire dungeon? But why is not there a completion notification?" Her words made Sejin realize something. His face darkened. He reread the message. Dungeon cleared. The Forgotten Tome. Then fell into deep thought. Now that I think about it, the mission is not complete yet. Weird. I am sure that Guardian was the boss. Suddenly, a noise came from behind. The sound came from the coffin. Everyone anxiously turned their gaze toward it. The coffin's lid was shaking, and from every crack came a strange odor. Sejin's mouth dropped open in shock. Wait, why is that coffin opening? Cold, bony hand gripped the edge of the coffin. The body inside slowly sat up. Seeing the armor and crown, Sejin was utterly confused. Before I reset, that coffin never opened. The figure's face was hidden in shadow as a strange, harsh voice echoed. Why do you have that? Sejin was startled by the question, gripping his spear tightly as he realized the voice was being auto-translated. Unhai asked confused, "What the heck is it saying?" Iram whispered, "It is actually talking to us." Hearing that, Sejin quietly realized he was the only one who could understand. The figure looked up at the torchlight. His voice echoed again, "It is too bright here," he said. Then darkness instantly swallowed the whole room. Shocking everyone, they panicked, shouting, "What the hell? Turn on some light. Where is everyone?" Sejin looked around in alarm, thinking to himself, "Damn it, they are all rookies and can't he handle this surprise?" Suddenly, a shadow zipped behind him, catching his attention. He quickly warned, "Watch out, little bro." Before he finished, the enemy lunged, swinging a sword straight at Sejin's face. But he blocked it just in time. Sejin gritted his teeth, eyes wide, pupils shrinking as he felt the enemy's power. Too strong. His hands trembled violently under the force of the blow. The harsh voice echoed again, "Give it here. That is not something someone like you can own." He was talking about the ring Sejin was wearing. The cold voice demanded, "Hand over that ring. It is not for people like you." Sejin's face darkened, teeth clenched as he strained to block the enemy's sword. His hands shook from the weight of the enemy's strength. Cursing inwardly, "That ring again. Is he after that too? What the hell is that thing?" Iram raised her pistol and fired a few shots, and a bright red flash lit up. Everyone looked up in shock. Iram asked nervously, "What? There is another one." Sejin quickly said, "Please, take that thing down." Iram worriedly asked, "What about you?" He answered with effort, "I will hold this one off." Boyang sneered, "You sound pretty confident." He shoved down hard on his sword. The pressure increased significantly. His sword was now right against Sejin's face. Sejin quickly slapped the sword aside with his hand. The enemy stepped back, surprised by Sejin's move. Sejin's face paled from fear and confusion. Too strong, totally on another level from that guardian. I pushed him back by suddenly boosting my mana, but I can keep this up forever, he thought helplessly. The enemy charged at him again. The enemy swung hard again, growling, "Give it here." But Sejin quickly jumped back. He did not give Sejin a moment's rest, rushing forward again, making Sejin despair. "Damn it! Should I negotiate? I will hand it over. Just stop fighting." No way a monster would negotiate. The enemy swung down at Sejin. He panicked and raised his spear to block, but he still could not avoid getting hit. Sejin tightened up as he assessed the situation. And then this happened. His defense had no gaps, and I barely managed to block his counterattack. Watching him pause to gather momentum, I felt powerless. At this rate, one wrong move or miscalculation, I froze as that thought flashed through my mind. Eyes wide with panic and fear I could no longer hide. Sejin shook himself, gripping his spear tighter and telling himself, "I am not ready to die yet. If I am gone, there won't be anyone left to return to Ko. To the people waiting for me at home." Sejin pictured his daughter's smiling face, then remembered the cold eyes of the girl from his past life. He reminded himself, "I want he let her suffer the same fate." Sejin took a defensive stance, preparing to charge. The ring on his hand suddenly glowed, radiating a powerful light. A notification popped up. "Do you want to activate the Emperor's ring?" Sejin blinked in surprise and asked, What? I know the ring works if I channel mana into it. He thought as he charged the enemy, shouting. Yes, the notification confirmed. Please select the number of souls you want to use. Dodging enemy strikes. Sijin thought. I do not know what this will do, but right now, it is all I have got. The notification showed. Souls available. 87. Without hesitation, Sejin answered firmly. All of them. The ring blazed brighter, tiny bursts of energy shooting out non-stop. Notification. Empress ring activated. Souls used. 87. The energy beams grew larger, swirling endlessly around Sejin's body. All that light seemed drawn into Sejin's heart, pulsing wildly inside him as his face hardened. Temporary boost to physical strength and mana. The notification disappeared as Sijin shot forward at insane speed, in the blink of an eye. He closed the distance to his opponent. His eyes blazed with determination. Spear gripped tight. He swung his spear straight at the skeleton's skull. The enemy quickly swung his sword back at Sejin. Sejin easily sidestepped, making the blade miss and strike the ground. His body burned with energy. His mind raced as mana surged through him. My mana should be drained by now. But the notification said this boost is temporary, meaning it is limited by time. Once time's up, there is no way I can beat him, even if we team up. Sejin thought as he landed lightly, but barely touching down, he sprang back up, thinking, then, I will finish this before the effect wears off. Sejin lunged straight at his opponent, deadly focus in his eyes. The enemy swung a wide slash, but Sejin jumped higher. He thrust his spear sharp tip right into the enemy's face. One strike pierced straight through the skeleton's neck. The bony face twisted in pain, voice cracking as he hissed. You. The bastard swung again at Sejin's neck, but Sejin pulled back his spear just in time and dodged. The enemy struck repeatedly but missed every time. Seeing this, Sejin gritted his teeth and thought, he is losing his cool. No matter how fast his attacks are, his emotions are messing him up, making him predictable. The skeleton roared, bring it on, and lunged naked-handed to grab Sejin. Sejin quickly dodged to the side. He jabbed sharply into the enemy's arm as he passed. The skeleton snarled and charged straight at Sejin's spear. Sejin stared in surprise. Noticing something, he could faintly see a beating heart inside the skeleton's chest. Without hesitation, Sejin charged forward. I found it. The enemy's heart. He plunged his spear straight into the center of his chest. Sejin could not help but gasp as his spear was stopped right at the heart. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he gathered mana. If that is the case, I will go all in on my mana. Sejin gritted his teeth and thrust the spear harder. The spear pierced right through the enemy's body, making him scream. A notification popped up. You have defeated the Forgotten One. The guards, surrounded by the 4 others, collapsed the moment the announcement rang out. You are the first to clear the dungeon. The Forgotten One's tome. His physical strength was returning to normal, and the white energy that had been flowing out of Sejin's body just now started to dissipate. His mana levels went back to normal too. Sejin immediately knelt down, using the spear to steady himself. The ring on his finger glowed once again. This time, it notified him that the Emperor's ring had absorbed the monster's soul. 100 souls collected so far. The Emperor's ring has devoured a part of your humanity. That sentence made his face go stone cold. That night, back at Sejin's home, Unhai and Seo were happily chatting while Sejin sat quietly in the background. He stared at the ring on his hand, deep in thought. Devoured my humanity. What does that even mean? There did not seem to be any major changes. How exactly is humanity defined anyway? He glanced over at the two chatting. Seo was cheerfully telling a story. Then he was like this. Like this, Unhai asked happily. What did he do? Seo crossed her arms and pretended to be serious. I won't let anyone take my granddaughter away. Unhai replied happily. Well, he really loves you a lot. Watching this, Sejin could not help but smile quietly to himself. Seeing them like this made him smile. Unhai suddenly noticed he was staring. She asked, what is wrong? Why are you just staring at us like that? He froze. Then muttered, just staring. She said. He was about to answer, when Unhai caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror. The cold, blank expression on his face showed clearly in the mirror, making Seo-jun uncomfortable. A bunch of strange questions popped into his head. It was weird at times like this. He should be over the moon happy and smiling unconsciously. So why was not he feeling anything? Why could not he sense a single emotion? He touched his face, feeling numb all over. Seo-jun held the ring in his hand, a look of confusion on his face as he realized he felt nothing at all. Losing his humanity meant this. He stared at the ring, wondering. Just then, Seo ran in from outside, smiling brightly and calling, Dad. The little girl spread her arms wide, excitedly begging, come hug me and say goodnight. Seo-jun's face darkened instantly. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. What if he gradually lost his humanity so much that he could not even smile when seeing Seo? What if he lost all his feelings completely? Seo-jun hugged his daughter and said, all right. Good night. Seo. But inside, he was full of worry. What would he do if that actually happened? As Seo buried her face in his neck, Seo-jun suddenly heard a system notification. A small portion of your humanity has been restored. Seeing this, Seo-jun quickly grabbed his daughter's shoulders and looked at her closely, confused. What did that notification mean? Could it be? He rubbed Seo's head gently, and Seo happily enjoyed it. Looking at her, his eyes lit up and his expression showed more emotion. The notification appeared again. A small portion of your humanity has been restored. He thought about happy moments with Seo by his side and quietly felt. Maybe everyone is healing. Whenever Seo was around them, they felt that way. Could he feel that too? He could not help but feel happy thinking about that. Gazing at her bright face, his whole body started to light up, but Seo's smile dimmed a little. Seo-jun called softly, "Seo, sweetheart, you really are my lucky charm," he said, hugging her tight once more. Both father and daughter smiled happily. The next morning, inside a large building, two men were talking. One spoke first. "I heard you were looking for me." The man opposite him was Sinclair, who replied seriously, "That is right. Let us get straight to the point. I have a few questions for you." Soo-hyun, the guild leader, smiled as the other man called his name. Sinclair asked directly without beating around the bush, "Did you recently visit Goryo's mine?" Upon hearing this, Soo-hyun immediately darkened and forced a smile. Eventually, he admitted, "Yes." Sinclair probed further. "Did you notice anything unusual while you were there?" Recalling the humiliating experiences he would suffered, he felt annoyed inside. He was being reminded of things he wanted to forget, but he kept his anger in check and said calmly, "Unfortunately, but can you tell me why you are asking about all this?" Soo-hyun asked curiously. Sinclair chose his words carefully, saying that 2 days after he excitedly visited Goryo's sword, a massive mana explosion erupted on the battlefield. Soo-hyun asked confusedly, "Is not that normal when a boss appears?" Sinclair shook his head lightly, replying, "I have never seen mana surge that big before. It might not be a big deal, but can you explain exactly what happened the day you were there?" Hearing the question, Soo-hyun rubbed his chin, thinking before answering. "Let us see. I went to meet Soo-hyun to discuss the reward, but I only met 2 other hunters." "Not the monk gasped and quickly asked, "You mean you met Lee, and you?" Soo-hyun crossed his arms, sighed warily, and said, "Yes, I talked with Hunter Lee Seo-jun about the reward, but we had to turn back because of disagreements." Sinclair sighed too, disappointed he did not get what he wanted. "I see." Soo-hyun politely said, "Sorry, I do not have any useful info for you." As he said that, he suddenly realized something and quickly corrected himself. "Never mind. But there is one more thing. Was anyone else at Goryo's sword that day?" Sinclair quickly asked. "Besides Lee and you?" Soo-hyun answered seriously, "Yes, this might not be related, but on the day I came to Goryo's sword." He started to recount the event. Seo-jun was about to leave the room, saying, "All right, let us talk outside." Soo-hyun angrily said, "Why should I listen to you?" Seo-jun snapped back angrily, "There is a kid sleeping inside. Please be quiet." He crossed his arms disdainfully, saying, "Kid, you mean Go-hyun?" Seo-jun firmly said, "No, my daughter, back in the present." Soo-hyun said seriously, "Lee Seo-jun's daughter was there too." Meanwhile, Seo-jun was quietly staring at his palm. His palm was the amnesia, a small, and he wondered if he should use it. Drinking it boosts your strength, but erases a year of memories from when you drink it. "I am the only one who got this reward from the Forgotten Tome, but I can bring myself to use it, because if I reset, all my memories will be wiped." He sighed tiredly, not noticing In-hai walking up beside him. She leaned in and asked, "What has got you so deep in thought?" Her sudden question startled Seo-jun. She sat down softly and asked, "Sorry if I startled you." Seo-jun quickly waved his hand. "Just lost in thought. Is there something you wanted to talk about?" In-hai asked shyly. Finally, she hesitated and said, do you want to go out somewhere?" The shy question left Seo-jun frozen. Eventually, he got up and quickly asked, "Why so sudden?" In-hai awkwardly replied, "It is just going out. Nothing sudden. We have both been busy lately." "We have both been busy, so sometimes we need to unwind a bit." Hearing that, he asked suspiciously, "But we still have lots to do." She quickly cut in, reminding him about that. "Don't you think Seo has been acting a bit off lately?" Her face looked sad talking about the girl. Seo-jun rubbed his chin, then listed off, "Well, she calls more often, clings to us all day when we are home, and is a bit more spoiled than before." After saying that, his expression suddenly froze, like he realized something. In-hai worriedly said, "Seo is only 5 years old. She hides it because she is mature for her age. I am sure she is really lonely." She said this while picturing Seo playing alone with her stuffed animals. Seo-jun did not deny it. "Yeah, I guess so." Guilt flooded him. Everything he did was for Seo's good, but he would never thought about how she felt. Unlike In-hai, I still have a lot to learn about being a dad. He scolded himself before finally saying, "Alright then, let us go out and have some fun." But just after deciding that, a sudden downpour started. Seo, half asleep, looked out the window while her parents rested their heads on the table. Defeated, Seojun gloomily said, "The weather forecast said it would be sunny today. Looks like we can go anywhere after all." Hearing that, sleepy Seo's face lit up brightly. "We are still going out, right?" Unhai looked at the little girl and said, "Yeah, but it is raining now." Seo asked innocently, "Can't we still go out when it is raining?" Hearing this, Seojun quickly came up with an idea. Thinking, "We do not have to play outside after all. We could go to a museum or a mall." Seo spun her head around, puffing her cheeks and pouting. She dropped her teddy bear, catching Seojun's attention as he called out to Seo. She stepped closer to the window, a stubborn look on her face as she stared up at the rainy sky. Seo pointed outside. Big lake. Rain. Her eyes suddenly lit up, tiny sparks of energy flickering around her. Just one word from Seo, and the gloomy, rainy city flickered with light. Raindrops seemed to slow down like time was frozen. Amid the heavy rain, Sinclair stood listening to a middle-aged man say, "I am not entirely sure, but there was a huge noise. Then the building suddenly collapsed. It has been demolished now, but back then, it was pretty rundown for a while." Curious, Sinclair asked if anyone knew why it collapsed. The man hesitated. "I do not really remember the details. It was really unlucky for the people living there, including a young single mother." Sinclair silently took it all in. After the man left, Sinclair sighed deeply, feeling the investigation had hit a dead end. Lost in thought, his first suspects were Lee Seo-jun and Yoo Eun-hai, but contrary to his expectations, their mana levels were normal, just like Gao Hyun and Soo Hyun's. So then, who could it be? Vaguely remembered the last words Soo Hyun said about Lee Seo-jun's daughter, and began to wonder could it really be Lee Seo-jun's daughter. But he quickly dismissed the thought. She is way too young. Even the weather is not on my side. He grumbled, staring at the rain-soaked sky. Suddenly, a flash of blue lit up the dark sky, which brightened instantly. The raindrops froze mid-air, like time itself had paused right before his eyes. He could not help but gape in amazement at what just happened. His umbrella slipped from his hand and fell to the ground as he shouted, "Junjun, what was that?" The whole sky suddenly burst into sunlight. Seojun's jaw dropped in shock, while Seo pointed outside excitedly. "The rain stopped. Can we go play now, Dad?" She asked him with big hopeful eyes. Both Seojun and Eun-hai were stunned. He looked at Seo and thought, "She looks healthy, no sign of that stuffed bear's cold aura. Could it be that this magical level means nothing to her? My daughter's power really is unpredictable." But Seojun glanced away nervously. A large amount of mana must have spread out too. If William Taylor is still in Korea, then it is best to get out of here and make an alibi. Seojun snapped back to focus and decided, "Let us." The three of them got ready and stepped outside. Seo looked super happy, jiggling as she was held in her dad's arms. She looked at the big gate shimmering with sunlight and exclaimed, "The zoo." Seojun walked up to the ticket counter and said through the glass, "2 adults and 1 child." Seo clung to her dad and pouted, "I am not a kid." Hearing that, he tapped a sign on the glass. Dujang said, "Look, Seo, what does the sign say?" She stared at it for a moment before shyly replying, "Kids from 36 months to 5 years old." Seojun smiled and praised her. "Whoa, Seo, you can read Korean already. Are you a genius?" Blushing from the compliment, she coughed softly. "Right, Mom?" he teased. "How old are you then?" Seo held up 5 fingers innocently. 5 years old, Seojun asked again. "Then what does 5 years old mean?" At this, she realized she would been caught and her face darkened. She lowered her head sadly and answered reluctantly, "A kid?" Eun-hai chuckled watching her. Seojun thought to himself, every kid just wants to grow up fast. Seojun sat down to set Seo on the ground and cheerfully said, "Seo, want to take a picture with Mom by that path before we go in? Dad will take the photo." Watching the two of them through the camera, Seojun, "Come closer. Come on. Hey there. Beautiful lady. That is right. Eun-hai. Smile big." He teased with a playful tone. He focused the camera again, chatting nonstop. Eun-hai blushed and shyly asked, "Seojun, are you always this excited when taking pictures?" Seojun confidently replied, "I can't help it, especially in a place like this. Gotta capture the memories." Eun-hai sighed in defeat. You stand over there and let me take the pictures." This time, it is Seojun and Seo's smiling faces that show up in the frame, but Eun-hai looks at the photo speechless, while Seojun excitedly says, "Let us see if it looks good." Eun-hai helplessly holds out her phone and gently scolds him. "Seojun, are you a kid or what? Stop pretending to be innocent." Meanwhile, Seo jumps at the sight of the phone screen. Eun-hai points out, Seo has horns on her head, looking at the photo. There is definitely something sticking out from the top of her head. It is actually Seo Jun's finger. Seo touches her head, wide-eyed, and says, "Mom, do I really have horns growing on me?" Unhai bluntly replies, "That is just Dad messing with you." Seo gets mad and says, "Dad, you are the worst," puffing out her cheeks in frustration. She grabs Seo Jun and then turns away, mocking her mom's voice. "Dad, are you a kid or what?" Seo Jun freezes at Seo's words, then loudly asks, "Hey, come on." The little girl acts all grown up and says, "I am letting you off this time, Dad." Seo's line makes Unhai laugh so hard she shivers. Hearing those cold words, Seo Jun looks heartbroken. Standing there stunned, Unhai joins in teasing, "You are really tolerant." "Seo," the girl happily responds. "Right, Mom." Seo Jun, tears stinging his eyes, fires back, "I am fighting back." Unhai smirks, "That is what you get for acting like a kid." Suddenly, Seo raises both hands excitedly. "Mom, give me the phone. This time, I want to take the picture," she says with a bright smile. Hugging the phone close, holding the phone, Seo keeps chatting. Hey. Come closer. Smile. Mom. Unhai can't help but laugh. Is she copying him? Seo Jun's mood instantly lifts. So cute. Seeing they are still a bit apart, Seo reminds them, "Come closer. You too." Both blush, but Seo Jun seizes the chance and quickly scoots behind Unhai. Seo smiles. "Perfect." Just like that, Unhai glances away. Shyly, "Isn't that a bit too close?" Seo Jun replies with a question. Does it really matter? They stand quietly side by side, the mood warm and happy. After a moment, Unhai answers Seo Jun's question. "Probably not." Seo beams at the phone screen, holding the photo in her hand. Unhai can't help but feel helpless that Seo Jun's finger is poking out from her head again. Resigned, she holds up the picture and says, "Hey, what is this horn doing here?" Seo Jun just shrugs playfully. "Gotta stay on guard." They step inside the zoo, which has separate areas for different animals. Passing the flamingo area, Seo claims, "Whoa, look at those pink birds." Unhai lifts her up a bit so she can see the flamingos better and reminds her, they are called flamingos. Walking past the giraffe enclosure, Unhai asks, "Do you know what that is?" Seo, excited, the girl replies, "Giraffe. Giraffes have long necks." She keeps guessing names for each animal. "That is a hippo. That is an elephant." Seo happily hums a song, "Every day an elephant like an arm," while the two parents smile quietly, thinking how happy they look. They can't believe they are finally out here like this as a family. Seo Jun recalls their past fights and sighs, knowing this was something he never even dreamed of before. It just feels like a simple family outing. While Seo Jun is lost in thought, Unhai suddenly says, "Excuse me, could you take a picture for us?" Unhai says this to two other visitors, and Seo Jun looks at her curiously. The visitors see Seo and can't help but compliment her. "Hello? So cute." Seo Jun quickly asks Unhai, "Again? We took a lot already." She simply replies, "We have not taken one with all three of us yet." She smiles. "Don't you think we should have at least one like that? Come here." Seo Jun. She sits down with Seo A, who waves happily. "Dad, sit in the middle." Seo Jun can help but feel touched by the scene. Thinking, "I get it now. Before I come back to life," he steps forward quickly, replying to the two, "Okay." Dad's coming. Person with the camera speaks slowly. "I will take the picture now." Smile. All three flash big smiles. This time, Seo Jun has horns growing on his head, not just one, but on both sides. At that moment, Seo Jun realizes he has been missing out on these little joys as night falls at their home. Seo Jun carries Seo, who is fast asleep, on his back. Unhai notices and says, "She slept the whole way home." Seo Jun does not really care, replying, "She must have been exhausted from playing." He boasts, "And she even got a premium piggyback ride." Unhai does not object but sighs, "You should treat me that well too." Seo Jun hesitates a bit, no words to defend himself. "Sorry." Unhai quickly explains, "Huh, why so serious all of a sudden? That is enough." Seo Jun replies sadly, "We should not take anything lightly." Unhai's, "So you understand?" Before she finishes, the elevator door opens and she suddenly stops. She hesitates, calling out, "Seo Jun." He looks up at the voice, responding casually, "Yeah, what is it?" His pupils instantly narrow, eyebrows furrowed. Right in front of him is a gloved hand holding a striking ceremonial staff. It is none other than Sinclair, standing right outside Seo Jun's house. Seeing them, he turns slightly and flashes a chilling smile. Unhai steps back cautiously as Sinclair approaches, his voice cold and insincere. "Long time no see. Like Unhai. And Lasso." He deliberately emphasizes the girl's name, his eyes gleaming with ruthless intent. The girl he mentioned is still sound asleep on Seo Jun's back. They step inside the house. So is now laid on the bed. Seo Jun closes the door and asks, "Taylor, what is going on this time?" Sinclair replies calmly, "This just happened recently. There are some strange climate shifts around here. It was raining. Then suddenly the dark clouds cleared and the sun came out," he says with a harmless smile. His eyes narrow slightly, full of scheming thoughts. The mana surge is too big to hide. If it was just some top-tier mage playing with mana, it would not be a big deal. But if that kid caused this, it explains everything, and no matter what you hide, it is all just guesswork from the outside. Better to get close and figure out her true power. Sinclair slowly removes his gloves. "So I am taking this chance to get close to that girl and understand her abilities clearly." He takes off one glove, his voice sharp like a threat, as if wielding magic itself. This incident has two things in common with the Water Awakening event. First, a huge amount of mana was detected. Second, both Lai and Yu were present when it happened. What do you two think about this? Sinclair watches Sejun's expression closely, thinking to himself, "Let us see how this Li and Yu pair reacts." But Sejun stays calm and says, "Honestly, I do not think I am involved in the Water Awakening." Sinclair asks again, "Water Awakening?" Sejun continues, "The boss in the Ham Thatch region skipped the usual respawn time and just showed up. You know about the recent Miji owner Joe awakening, right? I think both incidents are really strange. Something weird be happening with the Water Awakening?" he asks confused. Sinclair interrupts with a bit of annoyance. "Miji owner Joe was months ago. This new climate shift just started now. That is what is truly unusual." Sejun replies surprised, "Really? Then I must have been mistaken." Sinclair feels cornered and thinks irritably, "Lai Sejun? Huh, even now, there is no tension on his face. He is totally composed, and his tone is calm. Are they genuinely innocent, or just skillfully dodging the issue?" Sinclair taps his fingers on the table and quickly changes the subject. "First, let us talk about the verification process." Sejun looks confused and says, "I think I already mentioned this before." Sinclair quickly comes up with an excuse. "There is something I have not gotten to yet." Hearing that they brought the girl with them, Enhai's face darkens with tension. Sinclair immediately notices the expression. He smirks slyly, having caught the clue. Though he pretends to be polite, he thinks to himself, "Gotcha. The girl was with you too during the Miji owner Water Awakening, right?" Sejun lowers his voice but answers, "Yes, but what about it?" Sinclair leans in, speaking slowly, "I am worried she might have picked up something strange." Sejun maintains a polite tone. "Something strange?" He glances at Sinclair as he walks past him. Sinclair walks while talking. Stuff like that happens sometimes. Kids find lost cards and end up causing big problems. In an instant, he was right in front of Ko's bed. The little girl was still asleep. Sinclair raised his bare hand, a pale pink magical aura flickering at his fingertip as he spoke. "If you do not mind, I would like to verify something real quick." His face showed no real kindness as he moved his hand closer to Ko's face. Sejun snapped, grabbing Sinclair's hand, veins bulging across his palm. His eyes widened with fury as he glared at him, radiating sharp hostility. Sejun fought to contain his anger but still spoke politely. "Sorry, but could you please take your hand away?" Sinclair forced a polite smile and replied, "Your reaction seems a bit extreme. Could you at least tell me why I'm not allowed to verify this?" Hearing the question, Sejun fired back, "I am the one who should be asking you why all of a sudden are you so interested in my daughter." Unhai rushed into the room as Sinclair tried to come up with a reasonable excuse. "Because I believe both incidents were caused by a mage, and it is possible that mage is this child." This time, Sejun's face flashed with displeasure. "You are way too old for this to make sense. How could one person produce that much mana?" Sinclair kept a harmless smile, answering each of Sejun's questions calmly. "There is precedent. Leaders of the demon clans have emitted that kind of power before." Sejun scoffed. "Then how could a 5-year-old kid compare to a demon clan leader?" Noticing Sejun trying to throw him off, Sinclair firmly said, "If I am mistaken, I will apologize for my rudeness and leave immediately. Per Hunter Association rules, I ask for your cooperation. Please step aside," he said seriously. But Unhai spoke up. "Ko is not a hunter, so she is under no obligation to comply with you." Sejun quickly added, "As Ko's guardian, we won't allow this either." A deadly silence hung between the three of them. No one spoke, just stared each other down. When he did not get what he wanted, Claire raised his hand, magic spreading across his palm as he said deeply, "Actually, I am heading back to England tomorrow. I do not have time for formal cooperation requests." He snapped, as thorny vines burst from his skin, wrapping tightly around Sejun and Unhai, who struggled fiercely, collapsed onto the floor. Unhai panicked, calling out, "Ko, Unnie." Claire slowly turned toward the girl's bed, trying to soothe him. You do not need to worry. I just need to confirm something. He bent down. His face twisted with a cruel expression as light shone from his hand. He reached out and pointed at the deeply sleeping girl, a touch to her forehead, and a stream of blue light poured out. Claire's eyes snapped open in shock as the icy chill spread over her body. Before him rose a towering mountain of ice and snow. Like a frozen tsunami, sunken ships, toppled buildings, a scene both grand and tragic that left him speechless. He quickly pulled his hand back as if shocked by electricity, collapsing to the floor right in front of Sejin, who watched the thorny vines loosen and whispered, "They are loosening." When he glanced back at Claire, she was struggling to get back up. The energy streaming from his hand was now many times stronger, deadly intent clear as he lunged toward the lying Ko. Sejin's eyes widened in horror as he watched the move. He rushed forward to grab Claire, unable to hold back his curse. "You bastard." Claire spun towards Sejin, the energy causing him to freeze instantly, sweat dripping down his panicked face. Claire seriously asked, "Why are you protecting that thing? That is not a human, it is a monster." He saw the shadow of a wicked woman hovering over little Ko. Sejin shouted, "What of it?" Claire angrily pointed at the girl. "We can let it live. One day it could destroy the whole world." Hearing this, Sejin felt like he was losing his mind, his hands trembling. Shattered images flooded his mind as a voice echoed in his head. "It is a demon. That evil demon destroyed the world. Because of that demon. My parents, this monster, I will definitely avenge my family. Kill the demon. Hunt the monster." The voice of the sword master rang out. "Sejin, stop. That thing is not your daughter anymore. It is the monster." Sejin clenched his fist in anger and said to Tho, "How could you decide her fate on your own? This time, I am not raising her to be like that. She is not a monster. You completely lost control growing up." Tears welled up in Sejin's eyes, but his voice was firm as he said, "She is my daughter." He frowned in irritation. "Then you do not understand." He twisted his hand, conjuring magical energy toward Ko, making Sejin furious. "You bastard," he said coldly. "Stop resisting, or I will kill her. And do not be too loud. If she wakes up, I will kill her right away." Sejin paled at his words, unable to respond. He hesitated, averted his eyes, next stopped and said, I will surrender, so do not hurt Ko." He smiled with satisfaction. "Then can you hand me the phone behind your back?" Looking at Ko peacefully sleeping on the bed, he muttered to himself, "What now? A kid with this much power. He will definitely be a huge asset to the magical world." Sejin forced a smile. "So you mean you are taking her to the magic tower?" He replied politely. "Exactly, but I promise to treat her humanly." Sejin gritted his teeth in anger, seeing his sly face as he parted and gave orders. "Come on, hand me the phone quickly." Sejin thought to himself, he is locked. It was him who cornered her before. Sejin tried to stay calm. "Both of us have been focusing on Ko and forgot one thing." The other guy asked, confused. "What?" Sejin explained seriously. "Right now." Still confused, the other man repeated. "Right now." Sejin denied. "Not you." Unhai slipped behind Sinclair a while ago, swinging a frying pan. His sharp eyes locked on his opponent, who was still stunned. A loud bang echoed through the house. Sejin cried out in pain as Unhai struck him, seeing she had not left yet. He said, "Didn't I tell you already?" After hitting Sejin, Unhai hurried over to Ko and pulled her into a hug. Sejin was not distracted by the attack. He aimed to strike Haier, who was running, but Sejin blocked him, pinned Sejin to the ground, shouting to Unhai, "Get Ko out of here now." Unhai held Ko tight and ran out of the room. Sejin saw Unhai and Ko escaped and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "It is okay now." Taking advantage of Sejin's distraction, Sejin launched a counterattack. He used his power to slam Sejin up into the ceiling, then threw him hard onto the floor. Being tossed around like that was painful for Sejin. But Sejin was not done yet. This time Sejin slammed his hand into the floor for support, then pushed himself up and kicked Sejin hard. Sejin was kicked flying, angrily pointed at Sejin and shouted, then unleashed his energy, ready to attack. Sejin's power shot out of Sejin. It chased after him relentlessly. Sejin used his spear weapon. Seeing Sejin's weapon, Sejin frowned, thinking, "Damn, he got the weapon." Then he said to Sejin, "But it is useless. Your moves and your time-wasting tactics are all pointless." Facing this opponent, Sejin struggled. He fought off attacks while calculating. No chance to close in. Sejin kept attacking relentlessly, arrogantly warning, "Stop useless resistance," as he prepared a stronger strike. And sure enough, seeing the move coming, Sejin looked worried. He quickly dodged with his agility, but still could not avoid it completely. After dodging one strike, Sejin was immediately hit again at such speed he had no time to react. Sejin grimaced, thinking, "I messed up. Drawing my weapon split my focus and put me at a disadvantage when fighting a mage. Distance is everything. Magic is a complex miracle that requires aiming, so the farther the distance, the better for him. If I do not aim for his hand and just close the distance, I will be completely overwhelmed. Thinking this, Sejin lunged at Sejin. The spear tip quickly closed in on Sejin up close, and he responded to his reckless words. You really think the same trick will work twice? Sejin's hand was instantly injured, and the magic he tried to use to attack lost its power. He glared at Sejin, furious, and could not help but mutter. So frustrating, without missing a beat. Sejin kept attacking Sejin, aiming the spear at his back and said, "It is." Just when it seemed like he succeeded, Sejin smirked and said, "But you are already one step too slow." Sejin's spear stopped right behind Sejin, unable to move any further. Sejin laughed loudly. The room was filled with magical chains everywhere. Sejin was restrained. Sejin sneered. Clearly, someone like you would not fall for the same trick twice. But honestly, I was pretty surprised. You did put up a fight, but no matter what, you want to get away now. Sejin refused to give up, struggling against the restraints. He shouted, "I want to surrender." Sejin's hand twisted. Helplessly thinking, I can't breathe. My weapon's gone. What can I do now? If I rely on pure physical strength here, what can I even do? I wish I had that power. Wait. Sejin suddenly had an idea. Sejin's eyes lit up as he looked down at his hand. He remembered the way to gain that power and activated the strength of the King's Ring. The system popped up with a message. Choose the number of souls to consume. Currently, 100 souls were stored. Sejin thought. Because of the side effects, I really do not want to use it. The system announced. King's Ring activated. 100 souls consumed. Body temporarily enhanced. Mana surged instantly, and your power increased significantly. It took effect immediately. The magical chains restraining Sejin cracked. Sejin was shocked to see Sejin reacting. Then a loud shout rang out. You bastard. Sejin completely broke free from the magical restraints. Sejin could not believe it and shouted, "What the hell?" Sejin's eyes changed color, his body glowing with energy. Sejin's face twisted with worry and panic. Sejin clenched his fist tightly and said, "You think I will just surrender?" Die. Then he unleashed a powerful punch. Sejin was slammed into the wall, blood dripping from his mouth. He slid down the wall. A large wet spot spread on the floor. Sejin looked at his opponent and said, "It is now what?" Sejin was frantically running away. He kept yelling as he ran. The water behind him kept rising, ready to drown Sejin. He cried out helplessly, "Someone save me! Help!" The last scream echoed through the space as the water engulfed Sejin. But it was all just a dream. Sejin lay on the floor, still shouting loudly. Then he suddenly jolted upright. He checked his surroundings as a voice called out, "Are you alright, sir?" It was Sejin. He looked at Sejin acting strangely and asked, bewildered, "Are you fully awake now?" William, the room was a mess, full of marks from the fight. Sejin looked confused and asked Sejin, "Where am I? And who are you?" Those words shocked Sejin. Seeing this, Sejin worried. What if he does not remember anything? Sejin was still confused and kept complaining. "My head hurts so much." Sejin groaned in discomfort. Sejin smirked, thinking, the medicine is starting to kick in. Well then, let us have a little chat. 10 hours earlier, Sejin looked at the motionless Sejin, unsure what to do. He said, "How should we handle this?" The system notified him, "Your stamina is back to normal. Your mana is recovering. The Queen's Ring has absorbed a portion of your humanity." Sejin thought he had taken down that guy, but the guy had already discovered Ko, and he did not seem interested in negotiating. At this rate, news about Ko will spread all the way to the Witch Tower, and things will spiral out of control if the witches swarm here. If that happens, Ko will be snatched away from him again. And thinking about that, Sejin fell into deep thought. He grabbed his spear, aiming at Sejin's head. He struggled internally over whether to kill him or not. Sejin kept calculating. After all, that guy once tried to kill Ko. If he killed him and locked him away somewhere, no one would know. But then Sejin reconsidered. He could not do it. Why were his thoughts going this way? It was obvious that the death of a famous person like him would be discovered even faster. Feeling hopeless, he sat down inside, wishing he could turn back time and stop all this from happening. Then a thought flashed in Sejin's mind. Wait, even if I can turn back time, if I had something that could erase memories, I could just rewrite William Taylor's memories back in the present. Sejin skeptically took in Sejin's info and asked, "So from what you are saying, I came to Goryo to investigate a case, and during that time, I bought some kind of potion from you that I would never seen before. Then I absorbed it and started feeling sick." Sejin nodded in agreement. "That is right," Sejin continued. "And you had to keep me from doing anything stupid, right?" Sejin replied honestly. "Yes, exactly." Sejin asked if he could remember anything, but Sejin rubbed his head helplessly and said no. He could not remember a thing. Sejin stammered an apology. Sejin asked, "Why are you apologizing?" Sejin's face was full of regret as he said, "It is probably because of the potion I gave you that you lost your memory. But Sejin waved him off, saying definitely not. You told me not to try it, so it is not your fault. It is mine for deciding to take it and try it anyway. I should be the one apologizing. I will pay for the potion and any repairs. Sorry for causing this trouble. Sorry for the lie. After the talk ended, Sejin started to leave. But as he reached for the door, Sejin called out, "Wait, William." Sejin added a few words. Thinking back, I remember you said you once got an invitation from the Hunters Association. Sejin repeated, "The Hunters Association?" Sejin replied, "Yes. I will give you their contact info, so you can reach out. They will definitely be helpful." Saying that, Sejin handed Sejin the Hunter's contact info and a snack, telling him to eat something before he goes. Sejin hesitated before taking them and shyly said, "Why are you helping me so much?" "Honestly, you do not owe me anything." Sejin shot back, "What are you saying? Helping someone in trouble is not wrong. Now let us go. I will take you the taxi stand." To Sejin, Sejin looked like an angel. Sejin gratefully grabbed the contact info and snack, munching while thinking, could this really be happening? The hidden kindness of Koreans. Sharing love. Sejin saw Sejin off to the taxi stand. Watching him leave, Sejin walked away. Sejin felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He sat down on a bench at the station, exhaling with relief. Finally, thank God I did not throw away that vial. He lost a whole year of memories. He should be fine now. The system sent a notification. Ko's first misfortune was successfully prevented, and the unique mission was updated. Hearing this, Sejin could not help but smile. But just as he felt happy, the system sent another message. Part of Ko's memories were absorbed. This shocked and confused Sejin, who repeated in his head, Ko's memories. At that moment, an image appeared of Ko lying on a bed, looking like she just woke up. Ko looked around and wondered, where am I? Then she remembered, right, I was kidnapped by a group and brought here. Thinking that, Ko ran forward, pounding on the door hard and shouting, "Is anyone out there? Is anyone there?" Just as she finished, two people dressed all in black opened the door and came in. The two looked at Ko and said to each other, "This girl's tougher than I thought. What should we do now?" The other replied, "I think we should call the captain." Ko looked at them fearfully. Listening in, she realized they were speaking English. Ko thought to herself, are they pretending I do not understand? Who are they? Why did they bring me here? One of the men in black said, "But even so, I still can't believe it. Kid with that much mana." The other agreed, "Yeah, and she clearly has enough mana to rival the Grand Mage. Isn't that an exaggeration? Well, there must be a reason why they forcibly brought her here. This girl is clearly a huge asset for our magical research." The more Ko heard, the more amazed she became. She remembered what her parents told her before. "Ko, do not let anyone besides Mom know about your power. Promise me, Ko. You have to hide your magical power. So promise Dad you want to use magic. Okay?" Ko realized the seriousness of it and silently blamed herself because she broke her promise and used magic, even tapping into her mana before she could figure out what to do. Another man in black appeared and spoke to the others. "Hey, there is a mission?" The other asked. "What did they say?" The messenger replied, "They said to let the girl sleep for now." The other said, "Got it. I will handle it." Then he acted, putting Ko into a deep sleep. Ko's eyes grew heavy and glazed over, thinking she was asleep. The two men continued talking. One asked, "What about her parents? Did we bring the girl here by force?" The other answered, "Her mother is dead, and her father is starting to report us. What can a guy like him do? He might get eliminated soon enough. He will have to keep quiet eventually." Hearing this, Ko imagined Sejin being taken out. She snapped awake, eyes wide with fear. Thinking, "Dad, is Dad going to be wiped out?" Her hand clenched tightly. The man in black saw her reaction and scolded the other. "You were way too gentle just now." "Huh," but the other shot back. "Come on." That was enough to keep her out cold for a whole week. Meanwhile, the magic inside Ko began to spread out. Ko's entire body was now surrounded by magic energy, and the two men in black were terrified. The magic grew stronger. Ko's eyes glowed before she unleashed the energy. The power injured one of the men in black, who slumped down coughing harshly. Ko demanded fiercely, "Answer me, where am I?" The man in black snapped back, "Do you even understand what you are asking us?" Seizing a moment when Ko was not paying attention, the man tried to knock her out again like before, but this magic had no effect on Ko. Ko stepped closer, and the man could not believe that the sleep spell did not work. He kept repeating, "No way, it does not work." Another man warned, "She is no ordinary kid." The first gritted his teeth. Then if that is the case, he launched a fireball at Ko. Ko's face showed no emotion. The man hesitated, worried his attack might be too strong, and tried to hold back before he could do anything else. Ko had already dealt with the fireball, turning it into sharp ice shards floating in midair. Ko repeated, "I will ask again, where is this place?" Her feet lifted off the ground, a move that made the men even more scared. Ko added coldly, "If you do not answer, I will blow this entire building to pieces." The men assessed the situation and thought, "This girl is not kidding." Then one answered, "This is the Magic Tower Sook branch." Ko asked again, "The Yuk?" The man confirmed once more, "That is right." Ko asked about her father. "Why did you bring me here? And why are you targeting my dad?" The man grew increasingly panicked. This was Magic Tower business he could not casually reveal, so he stammered, "That matter." Ko moved her hand slightly, casting a spell. The man could not stand it and cried out. Just then, Xiaojun walked in, smiling gently. "What is going on here?" Seeing Xiaojun arrive was like a relief for the men. One immediately called out loudly, "Manager!" Xiaojun stayed calm and spoke to Ko. "Whoa, Miss Le Ko has awakened." Huh. He slowly approached Ko and added, "Don't be afraid. We won't harm you. Whatever you want, just tell me." You can say it in Korean too. Xiaojun's lips curved into a smile, but his eyes narrowed. Looking serious, Ko spoke directly, "I want to go to my father's place." Xiaojun leaned down a bit and replied, "You want to go back to Korea, right? Got it. I will contact Xiaojun right now." Saying that, he grabbed his phone and called the Hunter organization. "Hello? Is this the Hunter organization? Can I speak with Hunter like Xiaojun?" Then Xiaojun handed the phone to Ko and said, "Here, he wants to talk to you." Ko was very cautious as she used magic to take the phone. As soon as she picked it up, she hurriedly put it to her ear and said, "Hello?" But there was no response on the other end, and Xiaojun's phone screen turned bright red. Ko held the phone out to see a strange, monstrous shape on the screen. Magic was also radiating from the device. Then suddenly, it exploded with a bang. Ko lost consciousness. She fell down, and Xiaojun smiled, saying, "Lucky that kid's innocent." After dealing with the problem, Jun left. Before going, he reminded, "Anyway, it is dangerous. Remember to regularly put her into a magical coma." The man in black accepted the order but hesitated. "Sir, but that might be too much for a child's body." Xiaojun's eyes turned sharp as he said, "If she wakes up, the ones overexerting themselves will be us." The man in black nodded. Understood. Ko slipped into a coma. While she still had faint consciousness, she thought of like Xiaojun and whispered inside, "Dad, are you coming to get me? I will wait for you." As the absorption process ended, a tear rolled down like Xiaojun's cheek. Back in reality, like Xiao sat on a taxi bench wiping away tears. The system notified him, the future has changed. Accumulating on his way home, like Xiaojun recalled what he had just witnessed. He guessed he was watching Ko's memories before his reset, but the thing is, he was not just observing, he absorbed those memories. He did not understand what absorbing memories meant. Then another notification popped up. Accumulating what? It is already hard to believe I can reset, but now things are getting even stranger. The most important thing is, I stopped Ko's first misfortune. Like Xiaojun looked at the system and saw he still had 4 missions left. He thought again, I do not know what those misfortunes are, but judging by the timeline, the next might be Wen's death. If I do not stop the next misfortune, Wen will die. But if the cause of her death stays the same as before, this is going to be tough. Before that time, I have to get stronger at all costs. Like Xiaojun entered a room and immediately asked, "Why do you want to see me?" The person inside was Ha-Aram. She smiled and said, "For work." Xiaojun said, "Then a phone call would be been enough. I am busy treating Ko." Ha-Aram guessed his mood and sighed. "I knew you would resist. Fine, forget all the small talk. Let us get to the point." Ha-Aram seriously proposed, "Let us team up and form a squad." Surprised, like Xiaojun asked, "You want me to lead a team?" Ha-Aram told him to sit down and confirmed, "Yes, and you will get paid." She laid out the perks. "I will give you access to mysterious dungeons you have been dying to explore. Plus insurance. What do you think?" Hearing this, like Xiaojun happily thought, "So I will get my first dungeon exploration bonus and rake in the cash." But staying sharp, he asked, "Why such strict conditions? You do not need to go that far." Ha-Aram smiled brightly. "So I can officially join in." Like Xiaojun did not quite get what she meant. Ha-Aram explained, "It is really hard for me to be a hunter now. After I got stabbed last time, my grandma banned me from it completely." The more Ha-Aram talked, the more confused like Xiaojun became. He pointed out, "But last time you came to the Forgotten Grave with us." She sighed. "Yeah, that was different." She kept persuading like Xiaojun, "That is why I need to set up a squad so I can act officially as a hunter. The contract will include some clauses that let me come and go from the dungeon." Like Xiaojun was still pretty worried about Ha-Aram's dad. He said, "But is not her dad the chairman of High Tech? I do not want to make enemies with High Tech." Ha-Aram insisted, You won't face any obstacles at all. But if there really is a problem, I will disband the team and compensate you fairly. I will hire an expert to manage the team, so you won't have to do anything. Like Xiao Jun understood the situation but wondered. So my role is just a figurehead leader. Hiram replied. Exactly. Hiram gave Like Xiao Jun another task. She said, I can to openly recruit members for the team, or my dad will find out immediately. So I will have to rely on you for that. I need at least 5 people, including the captain, besides me and you. We still need 3 more. Like Xiao Jun got excited after hearing that and agreed to the plan. Like Xiao Jun already had candidates in mind. He said, I have already thought of the 3 people we need to find. A week later, Like Xiao Jun went to the Hunter Guild headquarters. He was receiving paperwork to finalize forming the team. The officer confirmed the info with him. The team's name is Spectre, and the captain is Like Xiao Jun. Is that correct? Like Xiao Jun replied. Yes. The officer double-checked the info in the system and told him, we have all the documents. The team registration is complete. After finishing the first task, Like Xiao Jun headed out. As he walked, he thought, I had so much to prepare that I lost track of time. But luckily everyone agreed to join. Just as he was about to leave, someone approached and asked, are you Like Xiao Jun? Like Xiao Jun was confused. The person continued, please come with us. Like Xiao Jun looked at the person sitting in the car. He seemed to recognize who it was and thought, that is Zhong Shu, chairman of High Tech. Like Xiao Jun got in the car, Zhong Shu smiled and said, I heard you have formed a guild. Looking at the person next to him, Like Xiao Jun helplessly thought, Yaram, how did this leak so fast? Like Xiao Jun answered Zhong Shu's question, yes. Zhong Shu was surprised Like Xiao Jun admitted it so openly and asked, you are not denying it? Like Xiao Jun politely replied, maybe you already know everything? Zhong Shu did not beat around the bush and said, then you probably know what I am about to say. Right? Drop Yaram from the list. Faced with this demand, Like Xiao Jun firmly said, I can do that. But Zhong Shu smiled and negotiated. I am not asking you to work for free. I will give you better conditions than Yaram. High Tech will sponsor your team. How does that sound? This offer shocked Like Xiao Jun. Zhong Shu confidently made his proposal. High Tech will sponsor your guild. What do you think? Xiao Jun asked in surprise. High Tech will sponsor us. Zhong Shu replied. Well, honestly, I think you are pretty decent. After all, you saved my daughter. Like Xiao Jun looked outside at the sky turning red, thinking in disbelief. I can believe he actually made an offer like that, even though Yaram is very capable. She can compete against a whole corporation, especially when that corporation is High Tech. I am sure I would get a lot of support. There is no reasonable reason for me to refuse. And of course Zhong Shu knows that too. He confidently asked, so what is your answer? But Like Xiao Jun did not follow logic and said, I really appreciate your generous offer, but I have to decline. He calmly spoke these words. Zhong Shu asked in surprise, I do not understand why you would go so far to cooperate with Yaram. Like Xiao Jun honestly replied, if I accepted your support, Chairman, I am sure I would get better conditions than Yaram, but that is all it would be. Seeing Zhong Shu's face darken, he thought to himself, to the chairman, I am just a tool to stop Yaram from becoming a hunter. Nothing more. He can get anything else from me unless that happens. Like Xiao Jun went on. On the other hand, if I meet Yaram's contract conditions, I will be better off, even if it seems like I am at a disadvantage now. Gaining Yaram's trust after long consideration is the better choice. Zhong Shu suddenly proposed a radical idea. But you do not think you will lose out by siding with Yaram instead of me, right? Like Xiao confidently replied, no worries. Yaram promised she won't let that happen. Zhong Shu, a bit surprised, said, sounds like you really trust her. Like Xiao Jun nodded. Yeah, I know she always keeps her word. He glanced outside the car window, thinking about Yaram's strong figure, and figured if she did not have the ability, she would not make that promise. If she promises, she will do whatever it takes. She is that kind of person. From what I have seen, Zhong Shu seemed pleased with that answer and laughed, saying, now I see why she likes you. Alright, I will let Yaram operate in your guild. Overprotecting her will only hold her back. But I have one condition. Back to the present, facing Yaram's bright eyes. Like Xiao Jun said, if you are going to do it, then do it all the way. That is his condition. Yaram asked excitedly, did you really say that, Dad? Like Xiao Jun said, tomorrow, you are allowed to be a hunter as long as you actively participate in the guild. Yaram shyly rubbed her head. That is right. But is not that the problem for you and the other guild members? You all agreed to be a puppet guild. Like Xiao Jun calmly waved it off. I agree with that. Yaram asked back curiously, what about being busy? Like Xiao Jun said enthusiastically, it is all for you anyway. I will try to make time for the guild's regular work. I will convince the others. So do not worry about them. Seeing his expression, Hayaram sensed something was off, asking, "What is up with you? You seem cooperative with my dad." Hearing that, Like Xiaojun did not hesitate to ask, "I want to contact someone. Can you help me reach them?" Hayaram sighed and said, "I know, in Athens, Greece, a hand emerged, crushing the ground beneath it with force. From a hole in the sky, countless ugly monsters with 2 horns and wings burst out. Nearby people immediately raised alarms, formed lines, and protected the residents." A boy shouted, "Mom, look, it is the cavalry." His worried mom pulled him back, saying, "There have been monsters lately. Stay away, Lucas." But the boy broke free and excitedly ran toward the monsters, calling out, "Whoa, a real monster." Everyone around panicked. "Wait, kid, of course." The monster did not miss this chance and quickly charged at the boy. The night guards were caught off guard, only able to shout, "Oh no!" The boy stood frozen, unable to move, helplessly watching the monster about to attack him. Just then, a knight in armor jumped down from above, spinning his sword skillfully a few times. With a single move, he sliced through the monsters, blocking his path. The knight quickly closed in on the monster and the boy, then leapt high into the air. He swung his sword down with such force that the boy stumbled backward. As the dust settled, the boy slowly opened his eyes and saw a shining sword near him. He stared in awe at the knight standing against the sun, radiating strength. Everyone around cheered. "Did you see that? She wiped out those monsters in a flash so precise." The crowd kept applauding, praising the knight. "She is the best, the pride of Athens." Other knights struggled to hold the crowd back. "Warning, everyone, we are in a high alert zone. It is dangerous, please step back." At that moment, the boy's mother pushed forward, anxiously running to her son. "Are you okay, Lucas? That was dangerous." Lucas smiled and replied, "I am not scared at all, because she is the greatest sword master." Sophia protected him, gently removing her helmet amid cheers of Sophia. "Sophia," another knight approached to check on Sophia. "Are you alright, madam?" Sophia calmly replied, "I am My armor just feels a bit tight." Suddenly, the knight heard an announcement. "Yes, I am from the South Korean Guild." Sophia asked curiously, "Is South Korea the Holy Sword faction?" The knight shook his head. "It is from High Tech." At the same time, Lee Seo-jun held his phone anxiously. "I am a bit nervous after being away so long. I can lose heart." He encouraged himself, then answered the call. "Hello?" Sophia sat in her office and asked, "Are you Lee Seo? My name is Sophia. I heard you wanted to talk to me." Lee Seo-jun replied immediately. "Yes, that is right." Sophia asked, "Do you want to join the Knights Guild?" Lee Seo-jun quickly said, "I already have my own guild. I am reaching out to discuss the hidden dungeon beneath the Knights Guild," he said. Sophia's face stiffened instantly. She bowed her head and said, "I do not understand what you mean." Lee Seo-jun called out her bluff. "I am talking about the dungeon beneath the Athens fortress." Sophie denied fiercely. "This is the first time I have heard of a dungeon there." Lee Seo-jun lost patience, his voice cold. "That is the tutorial dungeon. Is not, but honestly, he was as scared as Jun was." Through the phone, Sophia radiated deadly intent and demanded, "How do you know about this?" Lee Seo-jun made an excuse. "I learned about it as a reward for clearing a dungeon. Seems like it is managed by your guild." Sophia asked, "What?" Lee Seo-jun answered bluntly, "Isn't it that why the world-famous swordmaster Sophia only operates in Arthesa?" "Don't worry. I am not threatening you." Sophia sneered sarcastically. "That is a relief. This sounds like a serious threat to me." Lee Seo-jun explained, "Not all. I have no intention of making the Hyla Guild my enemy." He said seriously, "I am making an offer. I want to enter the tutorial dungeon with a team of 5. Sophia calmed down and asked, "You say this is not a threat. So what is in it for me?" Lee Seo-jun answered confidently with what he had. "There is clearing out the tutorial tower." Sophia responded, "I do not see how that benefits me." Lee Seo-jun got straight to the point. "It benefits you a lot because it breaks your curse." Sophia seemed surprised he knew about the curse. Lee Seo-jun continued, "That curse was placed on you at the tower's bottom floor. Right? I realized it is possible to get back into the tower. Not only that, the final boss difficulty is unreasonably high. Isn't it that why your guild has not been able to clear it all this time?" Sophia whispered to herself after hearing everything. He knows so much. She recalled the terrifying scene and thought, exactly. It is not something anyone would dare face. The final floor's giant boss appeared before her like a god stealing lives. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun thought, but Sophia can call for backup from the outside world because the secret spot is hidden inside the tutorial tower. Lee Seo-jun dropped his final card, wondering how long she plans to keep this ticking time bomb. He thought, war will break out once that secret is exposed. Confidently, he thought Sophia has no choice but to accept his offer. As expected, Sophia has made her decision. Fine, I will respond to your challenge. Let us meet and talk. The next day, Lee Seo-jun happily showed off his plane ticket. I am heading to Greece. Who wants to come? He excitedly invited everyone in the guild, leaving them all stunned. Hiram was horrified and finally blurted out, "What?" She shouted. "What the hell did you do?" Hiram jumped up, demanding a clear explanation. Why exactly did Sophia invite us to Greece? Lee Seo-jun sat down and asked, "You all know Sophia's guild, right?" "The Knights," Hiram quickly replied. Of course, Soo-hyun formed his own Knight guild under their influence. Remembering Soo-hyun's perfect image, Lee Seo-jun was startled, shaking his head. "Wait, seriously? No wonder both sides have such brutal backgrounds." He quickly regained composure and cleared his throat. "Hahem, although the Knights are not a huge guild, their impressive strength lets them maintain strong ties with the Greek government. The question is, why do the Knights have so many top-tier hunters?" After he asked, the four looked completely confused. I seen wondered. That is weird, right? Strong hunters usually team up with reputable guilds. Lee Seo-jun countered. The hunters and the Knights all have insane growth rates. It is not like they are training at full throttle like in Goryo's Blue Sword. Someone guessed. Maybe they get tons of mana potions. Lee Seo-jun rejected that 2 hunters can get that strong just from potions. Hiram asked, "Then what is the reason?" Lee Seo-jun answered, "Because of a dungeon." He explained what he knew. The Knights Guild is hiding a specific dungeon in Athens, and this dungeon has a special system where hunters gain experience just by stepping inside. The Knights hunters grow fast simply by entering and leaving the dungeon. This applies directly to Sophia herself. Hiram immediately understood and gasped. "So you are saying we will get stronger just by going in and out of the dungeon?" Lee Seo-jun nodded firmly. "Exactly. It is like those super time space rooms in anime." Hiram marveled. "That is crazy. I can't believe you figured that out." Lee Seo-jun thought quietly. "Yeah, this info should be stayed secret for a long time, but right now, I have to level up even if it means crossing the line to get there." He glanced at Eun-hye beside him and thought, if Koa's second curse is Unji's death, I want he just rely on luck like William Taylor did to stop it. I can handle this alone. Worst case, I will need everyone's backup. Being better than the rookies does not mean I can just jump recklessly in front of the strong. Lee Seo-jun clenched his fist and vowed, "I won't back down. I do not want to feel helpless again." Facing William Taylor again, he anxiously asked, "Is anyone up for this?" Before he finished, everyone started shouting, "I will." "Me too. Me too. I guess your dad's gotta watch over Ko then." "Alright. I will set aside some time. Hurry and get ready." Hiram saw his surprised face and could not help teasing. "After everything you just revealed, what are you saying now? No way we would miss an opportunity like this. Who would not go?" Cut to Athens, Greece, Elebterozanilos International Airport. The group excitedly walked through the airport. Didatho sighed. "The fresh air of Greece." Lee Seo-jun asked, "What is different about it?" Didatho replied, "The smell of the school." Unhye noticed Hyejian nervously glancing around and approached. "What is going on?" Hyejian worriedly asked, should we go get our luggage first? I do not feel safe without my sword." Unhye curiously asked, "Why is that?" Gohee and Dodon collapsed emotionally and replied, "Because of that hellish training camp I went through." Lee Seo-jun heard that and shivered. Truly hell. Suddenly Unhye asked, "I have been wondering for a while, did you switch guilds?" Hyejian asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" Unhye immediately raised her suspicion. Is not she a member of Goryo's Blue Sword? Her grandfather is the swordmaster after all. Didatho was shocked upon hearing that. What? She is the swordmaster's granddaughter. Hyejian quickly waved it off and explained. Yeah, that is true. But I am not part of Goryo's Blue Sword. I could not join because of my grandfather. She mimicked the swordmaster's tone and recounted. If you truly respect tradition, you have to learn to fly on your own. Living under protection only makes you weak. That is what he said. Then he told me to become an independent hunter or join another guild. Lee Seo-jun overheard and nodded, fitting the swordmaster image perfectly. Well, I just found out myself. Hey, look over there. Joram pointed. That guy kinda looks like a knight. It was the same knight from before, standing there holding a sign that said Phantom. Lee Seo-jun was a bit surprised. She sent someone pretty well known, Alexis Zobra, a skilled hunter known as Sophia's right hand. I remember he was loyal to Sophia until the very end. Alexis asked them, "Are you all from the Phantom Guild?" Lee Seo-jun stepped forward to greet. "Yes, I am Lee Seo-jun, leader of the Phantom Guild." Alexis responded politely as well. "I am Alexis Zobra from the Knights. Just call me Alex. I have got the car ready. We can chat on the way." Alexis frowned slightly at Lee Seo-jun, thinking, no matter how many times I look, I do not see anything special about him. Why did the guild leader invite these little fish to Greece? Looking at the architecture so different from Korea, Unhye softly said, "Well, Look over there. Seo Jun, the buildings are so beautiful. Lee Seo Jun nodded in agreement. Yeah, Alexis kept saying. The scenery's amazing. Right? Yuan Hai happily replied, yes. Absolutely. Alexis suggested, if you have time, you should visit Santorini. It is truly a masterpiece. Yuan Hai instantly reacted. That place is famous in Korea because of a drink commercial filmed there. Didato Kama, who does not speak English, asked Haizian what they were talking about. Haizian replied briefly. He is saying we are going to visit Santorini. Suddenly, Yuan Hai spoke up. But Alex, why are not the cars around moving at all? Looks like the usual traffic jam is happening. Iram sighed. Athens' terrible traffic is famous worldwide, especially in the suburbs. Didato immediately felt crushed. It is suffocating. Feels just like being back in Korea. Lexip laughed. Haha, relax. Can we stop somewhere to eat first? Would be an honor to dine with such beautiful ladies. You all still single, right? He asked. Hiram immediately declined. I am married to my work. Haizen hugged her treasured sword and answered. I am married too. To my sword. Alexip turned to Yuan He. What about you, miss? Yuan He jumped. Cheeks flushed. She shyly glanced toward Lexi Jun and stammered. Luckily, Haizian jumped in to pull them back. No way. Alexip, you should not be hitting on a girl with her husband right here. Yuan He is married to Lexi Jun. Alexip realized his rudeness and quickly apologized. You are the guild leader's wife? I am. Lexi Jun turned back and saw Haizen excitedly raising a finger to show off her achievement. Alexip then suggested touring Greece after work. This place is a pretty famous honeymoon spot. Yuan He blushed and said, Really? Lexi Jun looked outside and thought silently. It would be great if Ko could come along next time. Wonder if she is doing okay. Cut to Grandpa and Ko. Seeing she would not eat, he worriedly asked, Ice cream not tasty? Ko replied gloomily. Not really. Grandpa thought to himself, her mood's off today. She is still a kid, so it is no surprise she is upset being away from her parents so long. With that in mind, Grandpa asked, Ko, are you sad because Mom and Dad are not here? Unexpectedly, she answered, I like Grandpa too. Grandpa's heart melted at her words. He hugged her tightly and exclaimed, She is just adorable. Suddenly, a sound nearby. Mel, Ko happily shouted, Kitty. Grandpa said, Yeah, I often see it wandering around here. Ko eagerly asked with wide eyes, Grandpa, can I pet it? Grandpa gently replied, Sure, but remember to wash your hands afterward. Looking to the side, Grandpa thought to himself, I should go to that convenience store and grab some wet wipes. The cat was so well behaved as Ko gently stroked it. Ko exclaimed, Aw, it is so. Grandpa took the chance to say, Ko, I am going to the store across the street. Don't run around. Okay? The girl nodded obediently. Yes, Grandpa. Without hesitation, Grandpa Klee headed to the convenience store. The cat happily wagged its tail while being petted. Ko was mesmerized. Like all the cat lovers say, its tail's wagging properly. Suddenly a voice shouted, Don't he grab the tail? The cat licked its fur and said, That is really sensitive. You know, with Lysijin. The whole group stared in amazement ahead. This place was the Ko Knights' headquarters, which looked more like a mansion than a base. Inside, they were even more stunned by the luxury. No wonder this was the headquarters of Sophia, the world's hero. Isn't this place basically a castle? The Koikyu leading Greece really stands out. Alexis spoke up. We have prepared private rooms for everyone. Please rest comfortably. Suddenly Alexis turned to Lysejin. Right? Lysejin, I need you to come with me somewhere. Meanwhile, Sophia was waiting in her office, gazing out the window. Alexis said, The president wants to see you. Leading Lysejin, Alexis warned, Let me tell you first, try to hold back any resentment you have toward the boss. Okay? Lysejin nodded firmly. Got it. Alexis gave him a cold look. I hope you mean that. At the office entrance, Alexis stood politely knocking. Guild leader. Alexis reporting. Inside, Sophia as spacious, golden-lit office welcomed them. The doors unlocked. Come on in. She stood with the light behind her, gently turning to greet them. Welcome, Knight Lysejin. Lysejin bowed in response. I am honored to be invited. Lady Sophia. Sophia smiled softly and said, All right, then told Alexis, You can step outside now. Alexis, though reluctant. Alexis replied, Yes, madam, and left the room, leaving just the two of them. The silence was broken only by Sophie's sigh. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide open, a deadly aura exploding forth. Lysejin flinched, his body instinctively tensing up. Looking into Sophia's eyes, he could not help but think, this energy, One wrong move and I am dead. Trying to stay calm. Lysigen, I will get straight to the point. He quickly added, I know how to kill. Before he could finish, a sword was pressed sharply against his neck. An enforcer of the tower skilled. Sophia impatiently ordered, Speak faster. Lysigen thought to himself, we are negotiating here. No need to push it. So he said, if I do, it will be easier. Sophia threatened. Looks like you need your life much longer. Huh. Staying calm, Lysigen shot back. That is exactly why I said it. You would really throw away valuable info just by killing me. Silence fell again. After a moment, Sophia withdrew her sword, noticing Lysigen's pale face. I have to check a few things, she asked. How do you know I am under a curse? Lysigen defended himself. I once met someone who suffered the same curse. Sophia hesitated. Did that person die? Lysigen looked down. Yeah. Probably. He explained slowly. There are only two ways to break a curse: transfer it to someone else, or kill the cursed person. Sophia replied. The second option's the only way. She turned coldly. But I need to tell you something. No matter how well you know how to kill the tower's leader, you won't succeed. Wanna know why? Simple. You do not have the power. Sophia bluntly pointed out his weakness. Sure, hunters can get stronger quickly in the tower, but most of it depends on luck. Even if you get a chance to grow stronger, you are still too inexperienced. You just can't handle it. Usually, hunters train for years with the guild before entering the tower. Lysigen disagreed. He argued, I do not get it. What does my potential have to do with this? Sophia teased. Is it so strange to stop a kid from heading into battle? Lysigen snapped, I am not a kid. Sophia laughed. You just got your certification. To me, you are still a kid. He lost patience. You are meddling too much. This is just a negotiation. Seeing his refusal, Sophia sighed helplessly and suggested, if you are so stubborn, how about a sparring match? Lysigen was skeptical. A sparring match? Sophia nodded. Yeah, with one of my guild members. I think that will prove you are not strong enough to take down the tower's leader. That hit a nerve. Lysigen's eyes darkened. He quickly agreed. Fine, I will fight. Alexis held a wooden sword. Doubtful. Master, you really want me to spar with this? Sophia nodded. Yes, Alexis complained. I might not hold back. Hearing Alexis call it that thing, Lysigen forced a smile. Meanwhile, Sophia said, He is a hunter looking to challenge the tower's leader anyway. Then I will signal the start. Both quickly took their positions, ready to fight. Alexis gritted his teeth, thinking this damn kid has gone too far. Thinking some rookie like him could take down the tower's leader. Yeah, right? He even got a private meeting with the owner. Do not like that guy one bit. I will show you what real combat looks like in this match. Sophia. Now it is showed him let us spar. Right after that, Alexis charged forward, fighting with a spear. Closing the distance gives me the edge. Just then, Lysigen threw a spear at him. Alexis dodged easily, sneering to himself. Huh? That is nothing. Suddenly, Lysigen swung the spear down low, caught off guard. Alexis could not dodge in time and got hit in the leg. Alexis clenched his teeth and groaned. Both stepped back simultaneously to regroup. Alexis was still stunned by how he lost the upper hand just now. Damn it! The distance between them just grew a lot, and if that spear was metal, I would already be done for. He is just a rookie. But what skills are those? Lysigen smiled smugly. I am letting you win this time. That pissed off Alexis. His face turning bright red, Alexis gripped his sword tightly, thinking, this brat, I am done holding back. He thought and surged forward, burning with fierce determination. His sword quickly closed in on Lysigen. Lysigen stayed calm, stepping back to watch. Then he gently dropped his spear. Alexis' attention snapped to the spear. Huh, he was confused why drop the weapon now. At that moment, Lysigen grabbed Alexis' collar. Just as Alexis was regaining his composure, Lysigen yanked him close. He kicked Alexis' leg hard, waiting for him to lose balance and fall forward. Lysigen grabbed Alexis' arm and twisted it behind his back. Sophia watched in shock from a corner, amazed by the outcome. Alexis was pinned to the ground by Lysigen, struggling. He gasped. I give up. Looking at Lysigen, Sophia was stunned. No way he is stronger than a hunter with 4 or 5 years of experience like Alexis. Lysigen, I knew you were not ordinary, but this is just crazy. Lysigen walked over to Sophia and asked, is that proof enough for you? Sophia nodded. More than enough, she bowed sincerely. I underestimated you. Lysigen humbly replied, yeah, that is fair. But no need to overpraise me. Sophia quickly said, you are really strong, looking confident. She said, if it is you, maybe you can conquer it. I will approve your entry into the guidance tower. The next morning, the group gathered in a courtyard. Haeram looked around, confused. Why are so many people here? Weren't there just 5 of us? Lysigen explained. The guidance tower is tougher than other dungeons. Only 20 people get in each month. Haeram muttered annoyed. Seriously, from a distance, Alexis appeared and threw an item to Lysigen. Here's the gear for those entering this dungeon. Take it, Yuhun Hai whispered to him. Sigen, what is going on between you and Alexis? Why does he act like that only toward you? Lysigen sighed. Guess so, Lysian asked. Alexis, where exactly is this tower you call the tower? Alexis looked toward a nearby direction. The tower's over there, the ancient Greek city. Acropolis. Everyone stared at the ruins bathed in beautiful sunset light. Curious? Well, what is that? Alexis led the way. That is the Parthenon. Someone else asked. What is that? An arena. Alexis corrected sharply. It is a temple. Are you here to sightsee or what? Lysigen laughed. Better than worrying. I guess. Alexis snapped. You damn bastard. Seeing Alexis' attitude toward him was not great. Lysigen thought. His pride must be taking a serious hit after that spar. Suddenly Alexis said, We are here. Looking at the path ahead. Lysigen was suspicious. The stairs. Alexis replied coldly. The entrance is down there. Lysigen walked while scanning around. The stairs led underground, and the name tower did not fit it at all. Hairam looked at the destination ahead. Puzzled. Alex. Are you sure we are at the right spot? It is just a wall, Alexis calmly said. This is the entrance. The tower will call us soon. Hairam lost patience and asked, What do you mean? The dungeon will call us. Alexis checked his watch and reminded them. Get ready. The time to enter is almost here. Hairam whispered to Lysigen, Is he? He replied, Actually, he is right. This dungeon is a bit special. Hairam, still doubtful, said, If you say so. Watch hand quickly moved to 12 of the clock. Exactly 6 of the clock. A beam of light suddenly enveloped them all. And an announcement sounded. Dungeon. Guide tower has opened. Selecting the 12 closest hunters to enter, the group panicked and shouted. What the heck is this? Don't he freak out? Alexis explained. We are entering the dungeon. The system kept announcing. Selection complete. Awarding certification to chosen hunters. Alpha test subjects. Alexis warned. You might feel a little dizzy. The system's final message appeared. You have entered the dungeon. Guide tower. Before the world ended, monsters emerged from water rifts, growing stronger and more numerous. But hunters, their numbers only shrank. Only when the numbers hit a point too tough to handle did the monsters overwhelm. In the midst of despair and ruin, a hero flashed bright. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. The source was a personal system. Thanks to this, the tide turned. The personal system granted hunters ranks and skills, massively boosting the masters within their tier. The rarer the rank, the greater the power. But for Lysigen, he recalled his past life tough situation. System announced. Updating personal system of alpha test subject Lysigen. Previous personal system error detected. Update halted. Confirming replacement. Loading deleted data. Update complete. Personal system has been updated. Lysigen suddenly jolted awake from his coma. The system quickly announced. You have entered an uncleared dungeon. The first floor of the guide tower. The prison? Lysigen slowly sat up, thinking. What was that error just now? The system never glitched before. He looked around and guessed. Could this be some kind of blocky building? Lysigen immediately realized his situation. This is bad. I am stuck on the worst path. Guide tower tip. There are 12 paths in total, and the dungeon changes randomly each time. The tower splits people up, forcing them to start in different spaces. And everyone has to fight their way to floor 2 on their own. Suddenly the system demanded. Starting guide mission. Please open your personal system. Lysigen thought. This might be tough for new hunters, but it is definitely not impossible. Since they all get ranks and skills from their personal systems, he quickly checked his personal system board. Name Lysigen. Rank. Fighter. Rank skill. Strong stab. Special skill. Ignore defense. Lysigen was stunned. His rank was exactly the same as before he reset. He sighed in despair. Muttering, Damn it, Lysigen worried. I was hoping something would change, because of the butterfly effect. Fighter is such a common rank. You can tell just by the name. Rank represents the path a person must follow, and it also limits their growth potential, especially for common ranks. Growth speed eventually slows down dramatically. That is why I was the weakest of the weak among surviving hunters before I reset. And if nothing changes for me, then others probably got the same ranks as before. But that is exactly the problem, because Ko's rank before I reset was wizard. Lysigen remembered the image of the girl from his past life. He sighed to himself, thinking her rank must have played a big part in why she ended up like this. If that is the case, I need to change the external factors. The reason I entered this dungeon, the rewards from the tower's trials, and the rank reset. Lysigen gripped the prison door, thinking he only had one shot to take and use it. He could not afford to fail this time. Filled with determination, he opened the door and stepped out. He pictured a bright future, where Ko could grow up like a normal girl, not some witch. System notification. Training mission updated. After escaping the underground prison, Sejun reached the end of the hallway and saw the door was locked. He thought to himself, the door at the end is locked, so it is telling me to find the key and get out. Sejun glanced around. He approached a suit of armor thoughtfully. What is this about? It looks empty inside. Standing guard like a sentinel, could it be a guard? He smiled, realizing guards usually carry keys. Then the key must be inside. Sejun reached out to grab the guard's pouch. Suddenly, the guard lit up. Sejun had anticipated this. He muttered, "Who do believe that?" and quickly drew his spear. Then he thrust it hard into the guard. The spear pierced through the monster's head. Confident, Sejun said, "I knew something like this would happen. You are not fooling me. I am not that easy to trick." After dealing with traps like this, he pulled the spear forward again. One guard went down, but before he knew it, another appeared behind him. Sejun thought, dungeon monsters this tough are expected. He taunted confidently, "One or two of you are nothing to me. Bring it on." Just as he said that, a whole squad of guards showed up. Seeing all those weapons pointed at him, Sejun was stunned for a moment. He quickly raised his hands. Wait, hold on." Time flew by, and a guard's helmet dropped to the ground. System notification. You have defeated all the living armor. Sitting atop the pile of defeated guards' armor, Sejun muttered to himself, "Way more than I expected. Isn't 15 a bit much?" 150 points added. Sejun happily gripped his spear, thinking, "But as I thought, with the system's personal buff, it is not too tough." His spear felt easier to use than before, when suddenly the system announced, "The royal ring has absorbed the monster's soul." Only then did he take out the key to open the hallway door, quietly telling himself, "Alright, I have not used the royal ring yet, so I have got another way." The door opened to a large room, with a huge monster in the center holding a ring in its hand. Its whole body burned with red flames and fierce energy. Sejun studied it carefully. What is this thing looking like the final boss? He silently sized up the monster. Unlike the others, it had armor around its joints, the weak spots, and it even had a ring. Its defense must be solid. Suddenly, he noticed something. Not the pouch on its side. More like those two-star monsters. So I have to defeat this thing to get out of here. That thought flashed through his mind immediately. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in. The monster's ring shot straight toward where Sejun was standing. The ring quickly flew at him. He was horrified, thinking, that thing's fast for such a big target. Sejun quickly jumped aside, narrowly escaping death. Running, he clenched his teeth, thinking, I can beat it head on. Better keep my distance and figure out a strategy. With that, Sejun sprinted forward at full speed. Suddenly, the monster spoke. Escort the prisoner back to the dungeon. Back to the dungeon. It repeated like a mantra, going berserk as its two rings clashed and then charged at Sejun. He was terrified, thinking, this is insane. Meanwhile, the monster kept screaming and charging homeward. The ground collapsed under the monster's power. At that moment, Sejun had moved to another spot, looking up at the house's foundation. He thought, wait, if all the pillars fall, the whole house will collapse. Watching the monster relentlessly chasing him from behind, he told himself, I need to lure this bull to change direction. The monster immediately turned to chase him, muttering, the criminal's trying to escape. It jumped high. Sejun shouted, you will be executed. Right after, it attacked him. He quickly backed up, but suddenly the monster stopped. Sejun quickly spotted its weak spot, grabbing his spear excitedly. He thought, there is a gap. The chance is here. He thrust his spear hard into the monster. It seemed to be its weak spot, because the monster screamed in agony. After the attack, Sejun quickly retreated, putting distance between them. He thought, alright, the attack worked. The source of its speed and power is definitely its legs. If one leg is disabled, it will have trouble moving. Suddenly the monster changed direction. Sejun prepared himself, thinking, wait, what is it up to? He was terrified as he realized its plan. Sure enough, the monster's shield flew straight at him. Luckily, Sejun ducked just in time. Watching the shield fly back toward the monster, Sejun was horrified, using the shield like a boomerang. Is it using this to break movement limits? Sejun dodged the attack while thinking. Suddenly a pillar appeared behind him, blocking his only escape route. The monster took the chance to throw its shield again. With nowhere left to run, Sejun cursed under his breath, thinking, if this pillar falls too, the whole house will collapse. Looking at the shield in front of him, he thought, the only answer is to block that shield no matter what. He checked his personal system panel for any options. Nothing. Then he noticed a skill description. Pierce profession skill. Available. Sejun gripped his spear tightly. Pierce is a skill that boosts piercing attacks by consuming mana. It is a super common skill just like other profession skills. Slowly, he channeled mana into his spear, Right now, he had to bet everything on this move. Like Sejun activated the skill and got into standard spear-throwing stance, ready to counterattack. As he threw the spear, like Sejun realized, but this skill, next to its name, piercing limit, there seemed to be some strange words. Sure enough, my suspicion was right, just one strike and I overwhelmed the giant monster. It stood there, mouth agape, speechless. It probably never understood why it died so fast. The sound of breaking stone collapsing echoed, dust billowing everywhere. System alert. The dungeon floor boss has been defeated. You have earned 500 points. The ancient ring absorbed the monster as soul, and as soon as it did, like Sejun collapsed. Scene shift to Seoul, South Korea. Watching her granddaughter gently pet a cat, Grandpa called out, "Ko." The girl obediently replied, "Yes." Grandpa warned, "If you want to keep it at home, you have to ask your parents first." Ko happily answered, "I know." 2 hours earlier, Ko suddenly looked at the cat and asked, "So you can talk?" The cat politely greeted, "What is your name?" Ko excitedly replied, "I like Ko." The girl was puzzled. "But how can a kitten talk?" The cat answered, "Because I am a special cat, I am a talking cat." That one sentence was enough to win over innocent little Ko. Suddenly, the cat spoke up, "Ko, can I ask you a favor?" "Sure, what is it?" Ko cheerfully responded. The cat said seriously, "Please hide me." The girl hugged the cat protectively. "Is there a villain? Some bad guy?" The cat nodded. "Exactly. If bad guys find out I am a talking cat, they will take me away." Ko asked, "But I'm okay, right?" The cat gently replied, "Yeah, you are special too. Just like you can see mana, right?" Hearing that, Ko was startled. "Yeah, it is a secret." The cat reassured her. "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone," the innocent girl asked. "Really?" the cat said. "But you have to keep my ability to talk a secret." Seeing it was not a big deal, Ko stuck out her pinky and said confidently, "Okay, I promise." The little cat raised its paw. "Deal. One girl, one cat." Making a promise. Back to the present, Grandpa asked Ko, "Have you named it yet?" Ko accidentally replied, "It told me to call a teacher." Grandpa looked suspicious. "It told you that?" Ko instantly turned pale and quickly covered her mouth. Silence filled the room. Grandpa thought to himself, kids really do have wild imaginations. He stood up and said, "I will go get some food for you." Ko stammered, Okay. The door closed behind him. The cat finally sat up. Sighing, not being able to talk is seriously frustrating. Ko asked, "You just can't speak out loud," the cat explained. "If anyone else but you hears me, it won't be good." Worried, Ko asked, "So what do I do?" The cat soothed her. "Don't worry. I will teach you a cool trick. It is called telepathy." Ko frowned. "Like mind reading?" Curious, she asked. "How?" The cat patiently explained. "Ko, you can do it easily. Just use your thoughts to talk to me." Ko thought it over and, without realizing it, started channeling her mana, like this. Very quickly, Ko succeeded. The cat replied to her with thoughts. "Exactly," Ko excitedly said. "Whoa, it feels like I am hearing your voice inside my head." The cat confidently said, "If you want, I can teach you lots of magic like this." Ko gasped. "Magic? This is magic." The cat nodded. "You and I are people who can create magic. You are a mage." Skill proficiency literally means how skilled you are at a particular ability. Usually, it is divided into 6 levels, with the color representing your mana rank. Years ago, Master like Sejun taught me that a skill like piercing seems simple and weak, but raising its proficiency is just as straightforward. You should keep practicing to increase your proficiency. Back then, like Sejun was worn out but obediently followed the advice. Piercing. When you first start training, proficiency is at the poor level. Piercing. When you observe and learn how to use it, proficiency is inadequate. Piercing. When you understand and can use it, proficiency is normal. Piercing. Using the skill for years and accumulating usage counts leads to outstanding proficiency. Piercing. Being able to use the skill in many ways, deeply understanding it, and overpowering others with the same skill is mastery. Finally, if that skill can surpass all other skills, that is excellence. Like Sejun held his spear, breathing heavily and exhausted. Suddenly, a voice behind him questioned sharply, "Why did you stop thrusting the spear?" Voice mocked him. "Thinking you are skilled enough now, so you can relax?" That voice was none other than his own reason, warning him fiercely to wake up. Like Sejun, "You are weak. Your class is not special, and your stabbing skill is terrible. If you really want to get stronger, if you want to catch up to the talented ones." Like Sejun recalled those words clearly, gripping the spear tightly with both hands. Just as the signal came, "Thrust until death." Like Sejun thrust the spear forward. Back to the present, Like Sejin groggily woke up, he looked around in a daze, wondering where he was, rubbing his aching temples. He silently remembered, right. I passed out after using my skill. Like Sejin quickly checked his profile sheet. He had not focused enough earlier to see his class power. So what was its strength now? Looking back at his class skills, he realized indeed, the skills were exactly the same as before the reset. Mastery limit. A hidden proficiency level beyond the system's usual ranks. As far as I know, I am the only one to reach this far. Even among top-tier hunters, only a handful have. Like Sejin stared at his hands anxiously, but since physical stats improve after a reset, he figured mastery would reset too. Naturally, then he remembered the system's earlier notice checking alternate plans. Recalling erased info, Like Sejin muttered to himself, huh, maybe the deleted data from when I entered here was from before my reset. This thing's really better than the King's Ring, but with this body, if I use it now, I will pass out, so this will be my last resort. Thinking that, Like Sejin slowly sat up. Let us head to the second floor first. Suddenly, he noticed something. This door has neither a lock nor a keyhole. Like Sejin opened the door with suspicion, thinking, what is going on? So no fight with the boss monster. Well, that is better than having to battle, the system announced. Tutorial mission completed, 100 points awarded. The second floor guide tower has entered the garden area. Like Sejin opened the door and saw a garden full of plants. The system updated the mission. Next step. Intermediate base. Please proceed to the rest station. Like Sejin wiped sweat off his forehead. This is not a garden. It is a rainforest. The sky was clear blue, sunlight streaming through, and the lush green of the plants created a peaceful scene. Leaves gently fell into the water, drifting, floating, letting go. Suddenly, Like Sejin did not know where it came from, but he dunked his face straight into the water. After washing his face, he felt ecstatic, alive. He recalled his experience with a shiver. He would been walking all day, with no rest. And this garden was huge. Plus, he would already used up most of his supplies. If he went any further, he would pass out. Right now, Like Sejin only had one dried ration left in his jacket pocket. He looked at the nearby house inside, finally made it a rest station. The system immediately popped up. Tutorial mission complete, 100 points awarded. Like Sejin slowly stepped inside. The dark, a bear popped out to welcome him inside. Welcome to this rest station. The cute bear greeted the guest enthusiastically. Like Sejin was puzzled. A teddy bear. The bear quickly introduced itself. Yes, I am a teddy bear. Let us get along. Like Sejin politely extended his hand. Alright, let us get along. I am Ligzit. Seeing the teddy bear shocked, Like Sejin asked, what is wrong? The bear calmed down and explained, I was just surprised. You are the first person to greet me and even introduce yourself. I am 23. Like Sejin was curious. 23? That is your name? The bear shyly replied, yes, it is a secret. Why? If you are curious, pay 50 million points. Like Sejin, curious, asked. 23. What is with that number? The plush bear shyly replied, yeah, that is a secret. If you are curious, it will cost you 50 million points. Like Sejin spoke up, if that is the case. 23. Can you show me what is being sold here? The plush bear looked surprised. Huh, you know there is a shop here. He explained. I overheard from outside there is a store on the second floor. Well, that makes things easier. Like Sejin said as a sign suddenly appeared right in front of him. Looking at the items, Like Sejin thought to himself, these are all survival gear. Though I really need food. He quickly voiced his concern. 23. Are not these way too expensive? I could only afford 7 pieces of beef. The plush bear gasped. Oh mutt, are you really planning to buy just those? Are you a beggar? Like Sejin frowned, thinking, every item in this dungeon is insanely overpriced. The plush bear switched tactics. If the beef jerky's too pricey, there are some raw items here with reasonable prices. Suddenly, Like Sejin asked, are there any items that are not essential for survival? The plush bear sneered. Seriously, you have not even looked around yet. If you are curious, you gotta spend some points. Hey, Like Sejin's sharp gaze caught the bear's intentions. This kid's been joking around but actually trying to lure him into buying exclusive stuff. Honestly, he was planning to buy those anyway. After deciding, Like Sejin said, alright, then I want to buy information. The plush bear hesitated. Information? What kind? Like Sejin nodded. Yeah, I want to know all the routes to earn points in the dungeon. He thought to himself, the shop upstairs also sells stuff, and it is cheaper and more diverse there. But the info only sells here on the second floor, so buying it here will help me maximize point collection. The plush bear waved his hand sadly. That costs 1,500 points. You can afford it. Like Sejin stayed calm. Oh yeah? Then what else do you have? Not giving up, he said. What is the most efficient way to get the most points? The plush bear rubbed his chin and thought. That is 800 points. You are 50 points short. Lexijin was shocked at the price. He leaned on his cane. This too. Does that mean it covers even less ground? Seeing Lexijin struggle to decide, the plush bear was silent for a moment. Then admitted, "Honestly, I am the one losing out here. This time, I will give you a special discount 750 points. Lexijin's eyes widened in surprise. He thought in disbelief, "I have never heard of a discount before." He quickly asked, "What?" The plush bear stroked his chin and looked away. Well, then he smiled brightly. "You have been asking me questions from the start, have not you?" Watching Lexijin eat his last piece of rations, the plush bear asked, "Isn't teeth your only food?" Lexijin replied, "Yeah, but if I do not eat this, I won't have the strength." The plush bear was curious. "So what is your plan now?" Lexijin confidently said, "It is now I can tell which food is safe." The plush bear asked, "How?" Lexijin explained, "From the items listed in the points shop. Everything sold here is essential survival gear. At least, eating them won't kill you. Some of the items I have even seen on the way here. So from now on, I just need to find and eat those kinds of things." The plush bear exclaimed, "Oh wow, even buying information? You are pretty clever." Lexijin humbly replied, I am just a bit quick on the uptake." The plush bear cheerfully praised him. "You also noticed I was trying to get you to buy info. Huh, no one else has caught on until now. Everyone only sees what they want." Ignoring the bear on their shoulder, Lexijin thought, "Normally, people would be exhausted here and too tired to pay attention." The plush bear suggested, "Let us go now." Lexijin stood and agreed. "All right, I have rested enough," the determined guy said. "Let us go find that thing." The plush bear teased, "It is going to be tough, but you have got that challenger's spirit." Lexijin replied matter-of-factly, "I spent all my money on info, so of course I am going to use it. See you at the points shop on floor 4. After Lexijin left, a shadow appeared outside the shop. The person entered and was greeted by a little rabbit. "Welcome. Please come in. Welcome to the rest station." Suddenly, the other asked, "Hey, who was that new hunter who just arrived?" The system announced, "The tutorial test has been refreshed. The guide tower will be moved to floor 3. As Lexijin walked, he recalled the info from the plush bear about a high-level boss. He was pretty skeptical about that boss. The plush bear explained, "That is the boss of that floor." Lexijin quickly understood, "Like a boss monster. Like the dungeon warden." The plush bear continued, "Exactly. You do not actually have to hunt the high-level bosses to clear the floors, but defeating them nets you a ton of points. If it was not for players just chasing scores, there would not be so many injured hunters." After hearing this, Lexijin realized that is why there are no locks or keyholes at the first floor's entrance. Letting players freely move to other floors, it was all his own misunderstanding. Stuffed Bear went on, saying that beating bosses is not bad either. If you clear all the tough floors, there is a special reward. Lexijin asked his companion, "What kind of special reward?" The bear confidently said, "You will find out once you beat it. First, take down the high-level boss on floor 2. Leave the rest stop and head west, you will find it there." Lexijin felt discouraged by the vague hint. Head west. That sounds so unclear. Any other clues? The bear did not say more, just told him, "If you are not an idiot, you will figure it out." Back in the present, Lexijin arrived somewhere else, surprised by the shift in atmosphere. Looking at the gloomy, sparse forest ahead, he sighed, "Yeah, I really have no idea what to do." Just then, a buzzing sound came from a tree. An owl tilted its head at Lexijin, its mouth stretching wide, revealing sharp fangs and a long, snake-like tongue. This was not an owl anymore, it was a monster. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide and lunged straight at Lexijin, claws aiming for his face. Lexijin calmly sliced the monster in half. The system announced, "Eliminate the big-beaked owl. You will earn 5 bonus points." Lexijin heard roaring from the forest. It looked like he had quite a fight ahead. Clenching his weapon tightly, Lexijin muttered helplessly, "Alright, so this is the danger zone? Huh." Meanwhile, at Unhai's location, the system kept notifying, "Safe bunker open. Alpha tester, updating Unhai's personal system. Error. Unable to update personal system due to unknown error. Update paused temporarily." Unhai woke up but kept her eyes closed, wondering what just happened. She tried to open her eyes but could not move a muscle. Panicked, Unhai thought, "I can open my eyes or move, this feels like a nightmare. I have to break free. No matter what." Suddenly, a sound caught her attention. Unhai wondered, "What is that?" A monster. Fearful of her own suspicion, she worried, "This is bad. In this state, I can fight back." Wait, Unhai is totally silent here. First, just while she was thinking of a way to cope, a hand reached out in front of her, the fingertips glowing with a strange blue light. The person spoke, You look really tired. Startled, Yuanhai realized it was a female voice. Relieved to see a human and happy to find an ally, Yuanhai quickly asked, "Are you a member of the Knights Guild?" The other replied. Thinking it over, Yuanhai frowned. That voice. It is neither Haizian's nor that guy's, Yuanhai asked nervously. Then who are you? The beautiful girl introduced herself. Elizabeth. Don't worry. I am here to help you. Back to the gloomy forest where Lysijan was, he complained in despair. Where the heck is the high-level boss? Walking and analyzing. Lysijan, monsters attack in cycles, and supplies are low. I feel like floor 2 is pretty messed up. Suddenly, a flickering light appeared right in front of Lysijan. Lysijan frowned. Fire, he stepped closer, sensing something nearby. Lysijan, eyes wide in shock. A giant monster was sitting by a campfire. Hearing the noise, the monster turned to look at Lysijan. It immediately raised its hand toward him, blue light glowing from its fingertips. Suddenly, a bunch of vines shot straight at Lysijan, attacking him. Lysijan defended himself and realized it was magic. The vines quickly wrapped around him, restraining him. Gritting his teeth, Lysijan thought, but just as he broke free from the vines, the monster vanished. Lysijan was shocked. Where did it go? At that moment, the monster appeared behind him, holding a knife, ready to ambush. Luckily, Lysijan dodged in time, angrily slashing through the vines while cursing. You bastard. The monster was not done. It lit up both hands again. A bunch of vines sprouted like mushrooms, wrapping around it. Then the monster ran away, while controlling the vines to attack Lysijan. Lysijan gritted his teeth and thought, no way. I have to get out of these vines right now. He suspected that the moment he wiped it, the vines had already taken control of his spear. Lysijan was shocked. When did the vines multiply so much? Seizing the chance, the monster jumped down from the tree, ready to ambush him. Seeing it, Lysijan realized it had grown bigger. Empowered by some dark magic, he hurriedly used his spear to block the monster's attack from above. The monster's face twisted as its body suddenly froze mid-motion. Lysijan frowned, sensing something was off. Quickly, he struck back at the monster, trying to take control of the fight, but the vines restricted his movement. Lysijan thought bitterly, too tangled up. Move, slow down. How is this boss so fast? Just as he thrust his spear toward the monster, it snapped back to its senses and dodged. He missed. The monster grabbed a vine, then swung through the trees like a wild jungle beast. Watching it swing from branch to branch, Lysijan could not keep up. He clenched his teeth, thinking, damn it, using this long spear tangled in vines is such a pain. It is holding me back. The vines block all my moves, and they just keep growing and spreading. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the monster. It asked him, why are you wearing so many of those? Watching the monster attack, Lysijan was puzzled. If those were rings, King's rings, why did it freeze earlier and not react? The monster raised its hand to attack, ordering him to answer quickly. Its vines instantly shot up and wrapped around Lysijan's leg. The vines yanked his leg hard. Lysijan lost his balance and cried out. The monster took the chance to slash straight at him. Terrified, Lysijan thought, I am done for at this rate. I can T-block that attack. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the hit. Just then, someone rushed in and kicked the monster away to save him. A powerful kick struck the monster hard. To Lysijan's surprise, the monster flew straight into a tree from the blow. The newcomer checked on Lysijan, asking, little brother, are you okay? Lysijan finally looked up and, startled, called out, and, after the introductions, Yuanhai praised, Elizabeth, that is a beautiful name. She asked curiously, are you Greek? Which left Elizabeth stunned. Elizabeth wondered if it was because of that kid's influence they even spoke similarly. Yuanhai did not catch Elizabeth's mumbling. Elizabeth gently touched Yuanhai's forehead. A blue light spread from her fingertip. Too bad. I can T-answer that. Alright then, Yuanhai said, even if I can T-fix all the glitches, just wait a bit longer and you will be able to move. Though confused, Elizabeth replied, thanks. Suddenly Elizabeth said, I am off. Yuanhai asked in surprise, huh? Where are you going? Elizabeth just said, Yuanhai, it will be hard for you if you see me right now. At that moment, a system voice announced, unknown error resolved, pausing personal system update, tower guide level 1. Storage dump. Yuanhai slowly opened her eyes, urgently calling out, wait, how did my name? But before she finished, she realized she was alone in the room. She looked around in confusion, when suddenly terrifying sounds echoed in the room. The system announced the start of a challenge, and a horde of monsters rushed in. The system urged her to open her personal system, but Yuanhai sat frozen in shock. Back with Xiaojun? Seeing who saved him, he called out, and, like Xiaojun hurriedly asked, what are you doing here? Dio smiled and asked, just you. Where's everyone else? Like Xiaojun quickly pushed aside his surprise and explained, we will meet 2 more people on the 2nd floor, but it is just you and me here. This bug is pretty dangerous. It is a high-level boss, familiar with the terrain, and it is controlling those thorny vines to attack. Dio cracked his knuckles with interest. Got it, he shouted excitedly. Then let us both fight it. Like Xiaojun agreed enthusiastically, the monster split apart and used its magic. Vines quickly wrapped around both their ankles. Like Xiaojun was annoyed. Not this move again. Quickly cut those vines with your spear. Then Like Xiaojun gripped his spear tightly, channeling his energy into it. He focused the power into the spear tip and charged straight at the monster. The monster instantly blocked with its weapon, the two blades crossing sharply. As Like Xiaojun thrust forward, the monster's blade froze in place. He seized the moment to slip his weapon under and snatch the monster's weapon away. Like Xiaojun quickly shouted, "Now's the time. Aim for the spot I just hit." Seeing the situation, Daiho panicked. It seemed this was a bit risky. Like Xiaojun was speechless. Why overthink when we are hunting? Daiho suddenly snapped out of it and stepped back. Then he focused his energy into his hand, determination on his face. Got it, Like Xiaojun thought to himself. Daiho's profession is assigned by the system as a charioteer, and the skill for that profession is simple but powerful enough to melt a block of iron. Daiho gritted his teeth and punched straight ahead. That single punch unleashed an incredible force. The monster was blasted halfway across. In the end, the monster exploded. System confirmed. Bosco Cup defeated the gardener. 300 points awarded. Daiho, still dazed from the battle, thought, this skill takes a long time to activate and drains a lot of stamina, so I have never fully mastered it yet. Daiho eyed Lijun suspiciously, but the move Xiaojun just made created the perfect opening to use it effectively. It is like he knows my skill inside out. Like Xiaojun fell silent for a moment. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Whoa, what was that? Daiho's doubts were quickly crushed. Huh, Like Xiaojun asked innocently. Was that a skill just now? Daiho fumbled. Yeah, that is my skill. Like Xiaojun praised him. That was awesome. Daiho breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, phew, probably just luck. Then he happily slapped Like Xiaojun on the shoulder and laughed. Yeah, that is right, but I'm... Daiho slumped over. Exhausted. Like Xiaojun asked in surprise, are you hurt? Does that skill have side effects? Daiho clutched his stomach sitting on the ground. I am starving. Got anything to eat? A plate of fresh fruit appeared after eating his fill. Daiho happily exclaimed, I am alive again. Like Xiaojun laughed. The taste is pretty normal. You eat well. Daiho snapped back. I am tired of those words. You gotta know what is edible and what is not. While eating, Daiho recounted, the reward shop stuff is pricey. Xiaojun, so right now it is just you and me. The higher we go, the more people we will meet. Right? Like Xiaojun nodded. Exactly. After clearing each floor, more players gather. Daiho asked again. Got it. Where does your floor start? Like Xiaojun did not hide it. An underground prison. I fought the guards there. Daiho was surprised. An underground prison. Sounds tough. Like Xiaojun asked back. Where did you start? Thinking of his own experience, Daiho seriously said, I was in the sewers. The high-level bugs were huge and terrifying. Like Xiaojun was horrified. You fought those? You must be covered in germs, Daiho said. I cleaned up at the fountain near the resting area. Do not worry. Like Xiaojun rose. The fountain near the resting area. Remembering he would dunked his face there. Like Xiaojun's face darkened. Wait, I drank that water. He tried to reassure himself. He arrived later than me, so I drank it first. Daiho was curious. Will the others be okay? I hope, like Xiaojun worried. First, I need to check if Haizian made it through. Yuran probably will too. Like Xiaojun worried again. Only Anhai worries me. She is less experienced than the rest, but she will make it. I believe that. I am overthinking here. My real challenge is still ahead. Suddenly Daiho interrupted his thoughts. Bro, looks like we have arrived. Just like I said, this is the outer wall. Right? Like Xiaojun nodded. Yeah? Follow this wall, and you will find the entrance to floor 3. Daiho shouted excitedly. Great, then let us charge in. But who would be thought Like Xiaojun stopped him? Right? Daiho looked at him. Confused. Huh? Like Xiaojun smiled confidently. We are not going in. A mystical, shimmering lantern lit up a modern room full of windows. Haizian stood in the middle, surrounded by monsters, gasping and complaining that rushing in now would not end well. Exhausted, sweat dripping down her face. Haizian sat in a dark corner to catch her breath. She kept gasping, sweat streaming nonstop. Silently thinking, climbing up was pointless. The system announced preparation time was over. The third wave was starting. Haizian tried to psych herself up, thinking she could handle it. As soon as the system called for preparation, a group of monsters appeared in the hall, packed tightly together. Haizian stood up, still tired but gripping her sword, ready to fight. Though she deeply regretted this moment. If she would known the third-floor monsters would flood in nonstop, she would be rested on the second floor. She had not eaten in days. Her mana was drained. Stamina limited. Could she even survive this wave? Her spirits sank. Luckily, she quickly regained her will, tightening her grip on the sword, telling herself, "No way," determined to push through. She lunged forward, swinging at the monsters. Hazan reminded herself that resting by the wall had restored some stamina. She slid forward in her high heels. This time, she was determined. The only option was to move forward. With that thought, Hazan struck even harder. Suddenly, a monster grabbed her shoulder. She quickly swung her sword, chopping off its head, but her stamina drained fast as she kept gasping for breath. Seeing the monsters were not thinning out at all, panic set. No matter how much she slashed, they did not decrease. There were just too many. Her vision blurred quickly, everything turning hazy. Hazan's head pounded as she collapsed. Trying to steady herself, she could not fall here, but her body gave out. Just then, a foot kicked the door open. Spotting Hyzian sitting on the ground, the newcomer spoke. "Hey there." Hyzian blinked. Feeling like she would seen a ghost, her eyes wide, she called out, "Sister Iram." So Iram had arrived. Suddenly, Hazan realized she had no weapons around her and panicked. "Wait, sis, where's my weapon? All my weapons are gone," she cried miserably. Thinking her end was near, Iram patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, come with me." "Who did this to you?" Before Hyzian could answer, Hiram's hand glowed. Cut to the second floor garden. Alexis walked cautiously, confused by the lack of a rest stop. Alexis thought, "If I can safely reach a rest stop without collapsing, I will wait for other players to form a team." But things seem sketchy. No idea who is friend or foe. According to the third floor mission, I should be met someone by now. Suddenly, he spotted a figure. It was Elizabeth, standing in the garden, her pale skin wrapped in glowing blue light, creating a stunning sight. Hearing a noise, Elizabeth tilted her head and turned, her beautiful but ghostly pale face and eerie blue eyes fixed on Alexis. Alexis raised his sword warily. "Who are you?" Elizabeth smiled faintly. "I am Elizabeth." Alexis frowned. "I have never met anyone like you in the dungeon. Are you a hunter?" Elizabeth calmly replied, "You think so? Too bad. I know." Suddenly she spoke up. "Now it is my turn to ask. What?" Alexis bristled. Elizabeth asked sincerely, "I am looking for someone. Can you help me?" Alexis paused, then cautiously asked, "One more question, are you human?" Elizabeth smiled calmly, then slowly shook her head. Alexis bowed his head. "If that is the case, sorry." Without hesitation, he swung his sword. Elizabeth did not resist, just leaned forward slightly. Afterward, Alexis said coldly, "I guess I can answer your question." Though he saw Elizabeth fall, Alexis was still suspicious. She went down easier than expected. Not even a score notification showed up. Not really human either. Stepping back, he gently patted his head and moved forward. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Alex." Alexis turned to ask, "Are you all high?" Yuel Hai seemed tired from the journey, but when she saw her teammate, she brightened up, saying, "We meet again here." Alexis spoke formally. "Turns out you are the hunter teaming up with me on this floor." "Lucky me." Yuel Hai looked puzzled. "Huh? Teaming up with a hunter?" Alexis explained. "Starting from floor 2, we team up with another hunter." Yuel Hai followed him, replying, "That makes sense." In the foggy forest, a familiar blue light glowed. Elizabeth sighed. If the memories in that sword are not good, then there is nothing to worry about. What a feisty kid. Elizabeth looked up at the sky, wondering, "I thought I would meet him here, but was I wrong? Where could he be then?" Like Xiaojin, an explosion rang out, and the system announced, "Adventure guide complete. Points increased by 500. Like Xiaojin sighed in relief. "Phew. So the monsters on floor 3 come in packs like this. If you go straight without resting, something big will happen," he added. Like Xiaojin explained, "In this big dungeon, pacing yourself is crucial. Attacking non-stop for days without rest is really dangerous." Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped. "Whoa, could that be?" Spotting who was lying there, Like Xiaojin panicked. Hazian and Rao. Like Xiaojin and Diho hurried over to check. "Are you two okay? What happened to you?" Unexpectedly, both were dazed, but waking up, Yuram rubbed his head, complaining, "Huh, I was just having a good sleep. My hand's almost healed." Hazan called out. "Xiaojin, Diho," Dio scolded. "No matter how sleepy you are, why would you sleep there?" Yuram replied, "What can we do? We can pace our fights like you two." Yuram wondered, not going to floor 4 but aiming to take down the elite monster on floor 3 first. Like Xiaojin explained, "If we will get a lot of points. Plus, there is a shop on the middle floor." Yuram tilted his head curiously. "A shop on the middle floor?" Like Xiaojin nodded and explained, "Yeah, lots of items are sold there that you can find at rest stations. They even sell legendary fake weapons with great enchantments. With enough points, You can buy plenty. Ram nodded understandingly. Got it. Then we have to take it down. This is the last room after searching every corner. The four entered the room and looked at the bed in the center. Someone asked, "Is this a bedroom? That big bed over there must be it." Suddenly, something moved on the bed. Wait, there is someone on the bed. Beautiful girl with long dark hair sat up. Blinking sleepily, Daiho raised his guard, then relaxed. A human. The girl widened her eyes in surprise. Why a human and not a monster? She called out. Your Majesty. Lee Seo-jun was startled. Unexpectedly, she rushed forward and hugged Lee Seo-jun tightly, joyfully calling him Your Majesty. The other three stared in shock, mouths agape. While the girl was overjoyed that he had returned, a question mark appeared over everyone's heads. Somewhere else, a girl was confronting her boyfriend, who was with another girl. Why is this happening? And it is not just anyone, it is my best friend. How could you do this to me? The guy sighed. My Jang, but I can keep lying to myself anymore. The girl screamed. What are you saying? Guy said irritably. Stop it. I am so sick of women like you. Turns out this was a scene from the movie Ko that Grandpa was watching. The girl in the film knelt on the ground crying, sobbing loudly. Then she looked up, eyes burning with hatred. I will destroy everything. Just wait. You too. I will never forgive you. Not sure what Ko thought after watching the film, but the girl was watching intently. The girl frowned and asked the bear in her arms. Bear, you can be like that, okay? Otherwise, who knows what Mother Bear will do? Though Ko did not say what, her devilish smile sent chills down everyone's spine. Back to like Xiaojun, he was now being hugged by a blonde girl, leaving everyone else stunned. Yuram asked suspiciously, what is your relationship with her? Daiho commented, this is a mess. Hazian worriedly added, what about Unhai? She is going to hear everything. Like Xiaojun shook his head. It is a total misunderstanding. But the girl in his arms still clung tightly, calling him Your Majesty. She looked heartbroken at Like Xiaojun. Why does he look so gaunt today? Like Xiaojun struggled to call for backup. How should he respond? Unexpectedly, Haaram was curious and asked, what is going on? Like Xiaojun quickly translated, she is asking why I look so worn out. Haaram looked puzzled. What language is that? I do not get it. The other two agreed. Same here. What has she been saying all this time? Their answer left like Xiaojun stunned. Doubt crept in wait. Even Haaram can understand. So if she can how could I? Could it be because of the Emperor's ring? Like Xiaojun raised his hand, staring at the glowing ring on his finger. He recalled past events when meeting the Forgotten. Something similar happened, like in the garden. He could understand the gardener's words, and this girl is calling him Ava. If it is the Emperor's ring, everything makes sense. Suddenly, the girl reached out to touch like Xiaojun's face, voice full of sorrow. Poor thing, have you forgotten how to talk? Then she tiptoed, ready for a romantic kiss. Facing her beautiful face, like Xiaojun rose. Wait, hold on, this is... He suddenly remembered Unhai's striking face. Like Xiaojun fell silent for a moment. Quickly, he snapped back and pushed her away. Sorry, you have got the wrong person. Blonde girl looked confused. What? But the ring. Like Xiaojun waved his hand. This is not... I got it from someone else. He warned her like a caution. She looked devastated, as if she would just uncovered a harsh truth. Someone else. Her body began to glow with eerie black and red light. Then she said, S. Her eyes changed, but she kept calling. S. The girl clutched her head and screamed in agony. Soon, she could not hold back and unleashed all her magical power. The four watched her transform from a fragile girl into a giant monster. Like Xiaojun quickly regained focus and gave orders. Everyone get ready to fight. This is the boss of this floor. The other three panicked. Wait. How did it come to this? It was just a weak, beautiful girl. Now she is a huge, ferocious monster. It raised its sharp claws, then slammed them down where the four were standing. Haaram immediately activated her power. Something started to form in her hands. A gun appeared in Haaram's hands. She quickly fired at the monster. The shot aimed right at the girl's face. Daihao murmured, whoa, what was that just now? Jian proudly said, that is Haaram's skill. They thought that shot would take down the monster, but she kept moving. The monster roared. Come here. The maids quickly grabbed weapons, targeting the one who stole the Emperor's ring. Tear him apart. More than a dozen maids swooped in to attack Lei Sejun's group. Haaram stood right in their attack path. Everyone shouted in worry. Haaram, watch out. Luckily, Lei Sejun dashed in just in time to save her. Haaram fired and yelled, what the heck is that? Sejun carried Haaram while running and explained, the boss just finally showed up. Lei Sejun glanced at the monster and thought, that is a tough boss, able to control both the minions and the monsters. Look, this boss is too strong. Simple attacks do not seem to affect it. We need more variety in our attacks. With that in mind, Lei Sejun called out, Huzin and Duho, get close to the boss. Both worried. What about the others? Lee Sejin replied. Hairam will handle them. Just buy time instead of trying to win outright, Lee Sejin thought. Either way, having two approach is better. The minions only attack from afar with hidden weapons. If the boss is diagonal, it can attack randomly. With roles assigned, everyone quickly got to their tasks. Huzian stared at the giant monster and muttered, "It is not going down easily." Diho nodded in agreement. "Yeah? Definitely," he suggested. "I will test out my skill first." Huzian asked. "Your skill?" Diho nodded. "Right, but it takes some time to prepare." Huzian, "Can you stall for me?" Huzian confidently replied. "Of course." She smirked as she saw countless arrows flying her way. "I happen to have a pretty awesome skill too." Over with Lee Sejin. He reminded. "Hairam, focus on thinning them out." Hairam grumbled. "No need to tell me. They are attacking us right now." Lee Sejin gripped his spear. "I will block all the hidden weapons." Hairam reloaded another gun while cursing nonstop. "Yeah, easy for you to say." The gunfire rained down, taking out quite a few monsters. Lee Sejin thought to himself, Hairam complains a lot, but she gets the job done. That is her profession. She is a weapon handler. Her skill lets her collect and reload weapons from a hidden space, like a mobile arsenal. Usually, this skill gathers a bunch of weapons to pull out when needed. Hairam was shooting when suddenly the gun jammed. She cursed under her breath. "Damn it, Animo!" The monster seized the chance to attack. Hairam quickly jumped back to dodge. Lee Sejin thought, when she is collecting weapons, she is totally focused on that skill. Hairam leaned back while activating her skill to gather weapons. She flipped behind her. A long-barreled gun appeared. Hairam had just pulled out a rifle. Lee Sejin smiled in approval. "No time to swap magazines. Better just ditch that weapon and grab another." That is such a classic Hairam move. Quickly mark the target spot for her. "Alright, aim over there this time." Hairam smirked confidently, aiming her gun at the monsters. "Let us start shooting." Gritting her teeth, Harfad, time to unleash hell. She fired in a furious storm, cursing the enemies. "You damn bastards." Some of the soldier-type monsters screamed in pain as they got hit. Suddenly, a sharp sword blade sliced through the area. It was Haiyan, who suddenly jumped out. She dodged skillfully as blades came her way. Haiyan flipped and twisted expertly, evading every strike. She counterattacked fiercely, shaking the ground beneath her. Diho watched the fight, jaw dropped in amazement. Incredible. Seeing Haiyan fearlessly charge the boss, Diho was impressed. "I do not even know what skill she is using, but she is dodging all the boss attacks like it is a game. It is like she is playing with the boss." Haiyan shows no fear facing it, but the boss is clearly cautious. The boss growled angrily as its army fell one by one. "What are you doing?" It climbed onto the giant spider and ordered the troops. "Quick, take down these pests." It was shocked by the current situation. "What? Since when did they?" Haiyan seized the boss's distraction, preparing to strike. "Now's my chance." She launched a direct attack at the boss with full force. The boss barely blocked it with its hand, eyes glowing red with fury. "You filthy lowlife, how dare you!" Haiyan was surprised it could block her blow. "I thought the human part left in it would be its weak point." Diho below worriedly shouted. "Haiyan, that is enough." Diho praised her. "Good job." Clenching his fist, ready to strike, power surged wildly inside Diho. His energy was so strong it shattered the surrounding stone pillars. The giant spider's leg got pierced with a huge hole. Its scream caught Sejin's attention. He ran over to them and asked Diho what just happened. Diho grinned. "What is going on?" Diho recounted that he just landed a punch on its leg, but that blow was not strong enough. The spider just stood there, totally unfazed. The boss gritted his teeth in frustration, pacing back and forth. It roared loudly. "You think your attacks can hurt me?" The spider stomped around, crushing everything in its path. "How can I face the king looking like this?" Aram kept firing relentlessly. The boss sneered, mocking them as fools. "Don't you realize that punch was not fully charged?" The spider's legs kept pounding the ground nonstop. "It is challenging me, but it is not affecting me at all." Sejin called out worriedly. "Hey Irem, I think only Diho's skill is strong enough to actually hurt it. Normal attacks won't do anything." He gripped his spear tightly. "Then there is only one way." Sejin came up with a plan. "Diho, Hyerian, just hold the boss's legs still for a bit." Diho nodded. "Got it." Hyerian was ready too. "Alright, let us do this." The two charged straight at the spider. Diho grabbed one of its legs, while Hyerian jumped to attack the middle part of the leg. They both used all their strength to hold it down. Diho struggled to keep his grip. The spider was incredibly strong. Its leg pushed back hard, sliding them across the ground. Hyerian was not faring much better. It looked like they were about to give out. Iron impatiently told Sejin, "Hey, I do not know what you are planning, but hurry up." The spider was way too strong for them to hold any longer. The boss's eyes turned blood red as it screamed. One of its legs slammed straight down toward Iram, who froze in shock. But before the boss could strike, Sejin shouted sharply. He stopped it just in time. That was enough. Sejin charged forward, immense power swirling around his spear. heading straight for the boss without hesitation. Sijin's eyes blazed. His spear upgraded to a whole new level, packed with all his strength, piercing through with extreme force. A massive explosion ripped through the spider's huge body. What was happening stunned Daeha and Hyerian. They could not believe the sheer power on display. Even Aram was equally shocked. Sejin's power flared so intensely it scared the boss stiff. It could not hold on much longer as the spear slashed through. The towering spider collapsed, completely drained, falling to the ground. When the boss fell, the system announced they would gain points. Daeha was stunned. What was that? Hyerian could not believe what she saw. Could that really be his skill? Daeha doubted it too. Is that powerful punch really his skill? After defeating the spider, Sijin collapsed from exhaustion. Brother! Daeha rushed over to check on him. Brother! Wake up! Hyerian ran over too. Wait! She checked Sejin's pulse and reassured Daeha. He just ran out of mana. That is why he passed out. Daeha asked suspiciously. Out of mana? Hyerian guessed. He probably poured all his mana into that attack. Aram asked. Is his body showing any side effects? He is. Hearing that, they all breathed a sigh of relief. All the monsters on the third floor of the guide tower, the Queen's Palace, have been defeated. The third floor will collapse in 10 minutes. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. What? It is collapsing. Everyone panicked. No one expected it to happen so fast. For real. They are not giving us any time to rest. We have to move now. Irene was confused. Move where? Even Daeha did not know what to do next. Should we go back down to the second floor to rest? Hyerian felt nowhere was safe. I tried that before. We can go down. Aram thought for a moment. Then let us go up to the fourth floor. There is a door near the guild leader's place. Right? They did not have time to overthink it. The tower was about to collapse, so they had to speed up. Aram urged. No time to waste, move now. Daeha hoisted Sijin onto his shoulder and ran off. Alright, let us. Aram was running and catching her breath, shoving everything aside and trying to make sense of it all. What just happened? Sijin only just passed out, but it feels like everything suddenly turned into total chaos. It is true he is the best hunter in the guild right now. Aram did not deny that, but she realized everyone seemed way too dependent on him. She felt a bit embarrassed, like her pride had taken a hit. System message. You have entered the fourth floor of the guide tower. Inside the watchtower, Sijin was groggy, a low mumble escaping his lips. In his dream, Sijin felt something soft and warm and thought, this soft warm feeling. That feeling made Sijin wonder how long it had been since he last slept in a bed. Then he thought, I just want to sleep all day. But suddenly he jolted awake. Eyes wide, mouth agape, realizing a terrifying truth. Wait, he is in a dungeon, fully alert. He glanced around the fancy room with the big bed and luxurious furniture, feeling confused and curious. Isn't this the third floor? Sijin drifted into thought, vaguely remembering hearing system announcements, so he must be on the fourth floor. Then he turned to the corner of the room and called out to his stuffed bear. Hey, the bear pretended to stay silent until Sejin pulled out a stick, pointed it, and threatened, I know it is you. No chatting means getting hit. Bear immediately got scared and started making excuses. Just kidding, do not be scared. Sijin's face darkened, but he smirked slyly and said, I am just joking too. Then the bear pouted. You are too big to scare me. I thought we were friends. Sejin played along but asked seriously. Friends tease each other. Of course. But where exactly are we? Why are you here? The bear explained. This is the new guest room. Every alpha tester gets their own private space like this, and I am your guide. Sejin sat on the bed and questioned. You are telling me this is a luxury room? The bear confirmed. Exactly. The fourth floor is a safe zone, like the hideout on the second floor. Of course. You can also use the points shop. Sejin asked curiously. Are there other facilities outside the room? Want to check them out? The plush bear answered. Of course. And jumped down to lead the way. Follow me. This way. Watching the item shop owner's figure walk, Sijin wondered, did it used to make sounds before? He thought more and realized, now that it talks, it is kinda cute too. Instantly, Sejin thought of his adorable daughter, Ko. Ko would totally love this. The scene shifted to Ko hugging the plush bear happily, saying, Dad's the best. I love you the most in the world. Right away, Sejin's mind went to mischievous places, eyeing the bear with a dark look, thinking, is there a way I can just take this one with me? At the same time, the bear suddenly sensed danger behind it and shivered. After a moment, Sejin appeared in a large, lavishly designed room and realized, this must be the waiting room. At the same time, Sejin saw Alexis chatting with a man beside him, and the man spoke first. Excuse me, I will step outside first. Alexis quickly replied. Alright, but make sure you report to the guild master. The short-haired man tore up a yellow paper with S secret written on it as he spoke. Understood. Suddenly, Alexis spotted Sejin with a plush bear on his shoulder and asked loudly, "Hey Sejin." Finally awake. Huh, Sejin answered. Long time no see. What just happened? Alexis calmly replied. You just used the emergency escape ticket. Sejin looked puzzled. Emergency escape ticket. The long-haired guy pulled out a new ticket and explained. Yep, it lets you come and go from this dungeon even without normal entrances or exits. He added, check it out in the points shop. Sejin glanced at the bear struggling to climb the table and said, hey, can the points shop open for me? Let me find that ticket. It understood immediately, opened the item shop, and said, got it. Right here. Sejin looked thoughtful. I know. It is totally different from the second floor Excalibur Jorner. After searching a bit, he found what he wanted, the emergency escape ticket. Sejin stared in shock at the price. 10,000 points. I barely managed to collect 20,000. Alexis continued. Most guild knights have already bought it and left. Sejin asked. They are skipping side quests. The long-haired guy answered calmly. You mean the quests only available on the 4th floor? Yeah. All the Phantom Guild members have completed those. Alexis added. Your wife teamed up with me back on the 2nd floor, and she is out doing quests now too. Hearing that, Sejin blushed a bit and asked, wait, you met on here? Knowing Alexis met his wife on Higher East, some of Sejin's tension and worry. Thank God you ran into her. I was so worried. So she made it up here. That is a relief. Alexis looked curious. You worried? She is pretty skilled. Are all your guild members like that? Sejin turned to Alexis, who had just sat on a nearby sofa, and asked, putting that aside, why do not any members? He continued firmly, I bet if they got points from those quests, they could buy all kinds of items. Alexis immediately pulled out a sword and explained, on the surface, sure. Besides weapons, you can even buy artifacts here. The long-haired guy held the sword and said, but no matter how much you buy, it does not really matter. Sejin, facing him, asked, why is that? Alexis held the sword in front of Sejin and said, because the items you buy in the points shop can be taken out of the Tower of Incense. Sejin quietly understood and glanced at the plush bear, which was startled and turned away. So that is how it is? Huh. Alexis seemed not to notice and kept talking, and you already know. The items here are insanely expensive. No matter how many side quests you do, it is nearly impossible to earn enough points to buy even one thing. That is why everyone leaves right after getting their personal system. Sejin thought it over carefully. Those words alone said it all. Alexis sat down and asked the main character in front of her. Sejin, you are planning to take down the Boston 5, right? Sejin quickly replied, yes, I promised Lady Sophia I would. Alexis seemed to understand and offered some advice. I am sure you have saved enough points to buy an escape ticket. If you have to, make sure you get one first. It is like insurance. Sejin hesitated before answering. Well, then suddenly said, sorry, but I do not think I can. Sejin's words shocked Alexis, her mouth dropping open. What? Why? Sejin said firmly. I have something more important to buy. While searching the item shop with his plush bear, Sejin found what he wanted. Here's the scenario ticket. Sejin looked at the scenario ticket and asked the plush bear, this is the reward you get for defeating all the bosses on every floor, right? The shopkeeper standing nearby answered, yeah, it is like a resurrection certificate or a hidden quest. He said proudly and happily, it costs all the points you have earned from quest trials. He announced loudly like a host handing out a prize. But you will get 10 times back. It is a quest that can turn your life around by returning 10 times the points you used to buy it. Holding the ticket, Sejin asked curiously, but it is solo only, right? What about the difficulty? The plush bear shook its head, looking clueless. No one's ever tried this quest before. Suddenly remembering, it warned the main character carefully. And one more thing, the scenario quest is not real. If you mistake it for reality, you will get into trouble. Hearing this, Sejin stammered. It is not real. The plush bear immediately confirmed. Exactly. Sejin looked at the ticket thoughtfully. So it is like some kind of illusion. After a pause, he tore the ticket and started his quest, nodding firmly. Alright. Suddenly, a screen appeared. Scenario quest starting. Then an error flashed. The scene turned red, and the scenario quest changed. The screen popped up again, confirming replacement, announcing the scenario quest was restored. Then changed again. Sejin suddenly woke up in a deserted forest, dizzy, confirming his quest again. Another error. Must be because I reset. He guessed where he landed. I am on floor 2. Right? The main character looked around, noticing no difference. He thought firmly, but I am definitely in a dungeon. Sejin stood and walked around, trying to figure out his mission. The quest seemed to have started, but the system gave no updates. He wondered, what is the completion condition for this quest? While thinking, something suddenly zipped past his feet. I just need to clear the stage like other dungeons. Huh, Sejin got cautious, holding his spear in front of him. That is probably it. He spotted a creature, pointed his spear at it, raised both hands, feeling it was strange, and said, hesitant and curious. Still holding the spear pointed at the creature, he said, a creature like that. Seeing the little blue creature fold its hands and shake its head, the main character thought, this thing's begging me to spare it. The main character lowered his spear, raised a hand, and waved it off, sparing the creature. Normally, all monsters should be hostile to humans. Sejin said, you are an interesting guy. Alright, you can go. The little blue creature hopped away, but then turned back, waving Sejin closer. Seeing that, he rested his hands on his hips. Puzzled, Sejin crouched near the creature, pointed at himself, and guessed, you want me to follow you? He suddenly realized this tiny creature was trying to help him, thinking, so it was trying to help me just now. No way. Monsters asking for help. The main character watched the blue creature jump up and wondered about the system, but the system did not make a peep, and standing around doing nothing could turn into a real problem. Still, Sejin decided to follow that little blue spirit. Alright, where are we headed? He was a bit suspicious too, a little doubtful. But honestly, besides following it, there was not much else he could do. The hero and the blue spirit walked for a while. Sejin glanced over and immediately asked the tiny creature, how much farther do we have to go? The little blue spirit hurried ahead and approached a poor girl sitting under a tree. Sejin froze on the spot. He was surprised and curious it was. Sejin stood in the middle of a deserted forest, facing the blue spirit and a pitiful-looking child. He thought to himself, confused a child. Suddenly, the girl spoke, calling the blue spirit over. Come here, Anbik. Sejin stayed put, heard that, and guessed that was the spirit's name. That is the blue spirit's name. He shyly opened his mouth to say something first. Hello? The girl was cautious and stepped back, but her injured leg slipped. Seeing this, the hero got worried, stepped closer, and asked in a gentle tone, are you okay? But the girl stayed guarded and said, stop. She pointed at him, threatening, if you take another step, I will kill you. Then suddenly she looked at Anbit, who was waving its little hands anxiously. She wondered, as if she understood. You are not really him, right? At the same time, Sejin stood there confused, wondering, can this kid actually understand what the blue spirit says? The girl turned to Sejin and asked, who are you? He replied, The girl asked again, you heard what I said. Sejin stayed facing her and said, are you asking me, or am I just passing through? The girl got a little angry and said, no way. Sejin asked back, then who are you? The girl was startled, turned away, and whispered, I am just passing through too. Hearing that, Sejin responded with a bit of sarcasm, just like. She snapped back angrily, shut up, and if you do not have business here, get lost. Suddenly, Sejin noticed her leg and asked, is your leg hurt? He moved closer, but that only scared her more. Is it swollen? Let me take a closer look. The girl stepped back, yelling, don't you hear me? Stay away. She shook her fist and shouted even louder, I told you, do not come any closer. Surprised, Sejin dropped his sword, raised his empty hands, and said, Alright, I am not here to hurt you. I just want to help. The girl kept her distance, shouting like she wanted to chase him off. Just go away. Suddenly, Sejin pulled something from his jacket. Wait a sec. He held out what looked like a flower in front of her. Look, you know what a cooling herb is, right? I found it by the roadside. It gives off cold energy and is often used as a cold compress. He kept explaining, it is great for sprained ankles. I will leave right after I help you. Okay? The girl warned. If you try anything weird, Mbik won't let it slide. Sejin carefully bandaged her leg. There. All done. She sat, touching it carefully. Mbik stayed close. It is Sejin said matter-of-factly, that is normal. It will feel better soon. Then she suddenly stood up. Alright, you can go now. Sejin panicked and asked anxiously, are you sure you want to keep walking? That could make the wound take longer to heal. The girl calmly pointed at Ambek. It is Ambek will help me get there. Sejin watched her, noticing how she was criticizing the little blue spirit. Ambek, you think I am too heavy? Sejin looked at her and offered, want me to carry you? But she was startled. Still cautious. She glared at Sejin. Why do you keep meddling in our business? What is your game? He shrugged like it was obvious. What else? Adults gotta help kids. Sejin looked at her thoughtfully, realizing she seemed to have no guardian. The girl hesitated at first but then agreed. Fine, but only until we get out of this forest. Carrying the girl in his arms with Mbek walking beside them, Seljin asked, what is your name? She replied, Elise? Seljin admired. Elise? That is a beautiful name. Elise then asked him back. And you? He looked at the girl on his back and said, I am like Seljin. Elise frowned and asked, that sounds weird. Is that some kind of question name? Seljin did not answer and instead asked about the blue lizard spirit. Is Ambek your friend? The girl explained, it is my slave. Seljin said. Elise was curious. Slave? So you tamed a monster? Elise looked at Ambek and answered, maybe. Seljin then wondered aloud, so you are a mage, or what? For some reason, when she heard the word mage, Elise lost control, her hands glowing with blue energy. Seljin was puzzled and asked, what is going on? Seljin saw the massive mana buildup and thought deeply. Elise spoke angrily. Threatening. Don't move or I will kill you. Calmly, Seljin tried to calm her down. Hey, kid. I was not even looking at you. Elise spoke like she knew his intentions. I know you are trying to lure Ambek for some hidden agenda. The girl kept talking. You are just like all the others. Suddenly, Seljin heard a loud noise from the bushes and quickly dodged an arrow. Seeing this, Elise immediately spoke and countered. So it was a trap after all. She used her power to bind the archer and slammed him against a tree. Seljin watched and exclaimed, that is strong, at least on par with William Taylor. Suddenly, a wild hound appeared, aiming to attack Elise. The blue lizard spirit jumped in front of her to block it. Elise gasped. Ambek, the blue lizard, took a deep breath, grew bigger, and transformed into a shield, helmet, and sword, then clashed fiercely with the hound. Elise then turned to Seljin, accusing, you called them here, did not you? He quickly defended himself. No way. Elise kept blaming him. Who dares to trap me? Seljin paled and explained, what are you talking about? I did not. Elise suddenly lost it, using her mana to control leaves to attack Seljin. I know you are one of them. Seljin dodged quickly, but Elise snapped angrily. Die. While attacking Seljin, he noticed someone behind Elise. Seeing this, Seljin rushed over shouting her name, hoping she would dodge. Elise. Seljin caught the sword and shielded Elise. The man yelled, who the hell are you? Seljin, still holding the sword, shot back. What is it to you? Seljin counterattacked, stabbing the burly stranger with his sword tail, shouting, are you trying to kill this girl? After dealing with him, Seljin turned to Elise, who was sitting on the ground, and said, he is dead. Elise looked up hesitantly and asked, why did you help me? Seljin met her grateful eyes and replied, why would not I help you? Elise sat on the ground, staring at Seljin and asked curiously, you really do not know anything about me? She looked him straight in the eyes and asked again, surprised, you really do not know anything about me? Suddenly, the whole forest rustled. Elise spoke first. I hear something coming from over there. Seljin replied. Where exactly? He lifted Elise onto his shoulders, looked back at her, and said, let us get out of here first. They are about to attack. Suddenly, Elise started channeling mana into the bodies lying on the ground. Seeing this, Seljin could not help but wonder, what is she doing? Elise suddenly spoke up. Wait. Seljin looked straight ahead and reminded Elise, hold on tight or you will fall. Then he sped up significantly. They dashed through the forest quickly, Elise clinging tight and shouting, stop. Seljin asked, why stop in the forest? Elise shouted quickly, Ambek can keep up. Meanwhile, Ambek was crying as he tried to catch up. Seljin suddenly stopped and turned to look at the blue lizard spirit, struggling to follow. Seeing this, Elise asked, how are you so fast? Seljin answered like it was obvious, running away is my specialty. Elise sat next to Ambek, who collapsed from exhaustion, and asked Seljin, by the way, why did you help me? Seljin looked at the girl and calmly explained, you are asking why? When kids are in danger, adults step in to save them. That is just how it goes. Elise avoided his gaze and bluntly said, that only happens if I am an ordinary kid. But Seljin was surprised and asked, even if you are not normal, why would they still call you kid? Did you do something to them? Elise snapped back angrily. I have never done anything wrong to anyone. She glared and shouted, not even once. Seljin noticed her expression and, full of curiosity, asked, then what actually happened to you? Elise clenched her fists and hesitated before explaining. A prophet showed up. The image of the prophet haunted her as she continued. Somebody said I would destroy this world. Seljin asked in shock. Destroy the world? Still kneeling, he watched her brush off her dress and said, so they want to kill you just because of that? The girl nodded slowly. Because of that prophecy, the king issued a manhunt for me. Elise glanced past Seljin and said, that is why you should leave quickly, or you will bring trouble on yourself. Seljin was startled and urgently asked, where are you planning to go? He quickly stood up and followed her. Wait, I said I will help you. She lost patience and replied, you talk too much. Want to get yourself killed or what? Seljin said bluntly. Why would I kill someone who wants to help me? Elise explained calmly. The ones trying to kill me are the bounty hunters hunting me down. Not me. If none of us make a move right now, nothing will happen. I erased their memories already. Seljin was surprised and thought she erased their memories. Watching Elise retreating back, he urgently said, "Wait, I have never heard of magic like that." Elise did not turn back and said, "It is not magic." Her next words shocked Seljin. "It is a curse." He hesitated and asked, "Are you a witch?" Elise chuckled. "Finally, you figured it out. So you do know now. Huh, with that kind of power, you probably do not believe in prophecies. Do you, whoever you are, come with me. You will definitely run into trouble." Seeing Elise's silhouette, he recalled the feeling and pondered. No wonder this feels familiar. Could Ko really have a witch among us? But then he sorted his thoughts. Wait, I am being stupid. This is a virtual world after all. Seljin remembered before starting the mission. The guy did say this kind of situation does not happen in reality. Seljin kept watching Elise's fading figure, while Ambek also looked at her. He thought, if that is the case, she is probably just a character created here. If she is not part of my mission, I should not get involved. Seljin hesitated, but imagining the girl being chased away by villagers, left with nowhere to go, forced to live in that dark forest gave him a strange sense of familiarity. A witch girl hunted, and all alone, scared to death. No matter how hard he tried to ignore it, that feeling stuck. Thinking that, he decided, we will help her. Elise still did not look back and shouted in surprise, "I already told you. Idiot, are you deaf? If you betray me, everyone in this world will become your enemy." Seljin stayed calm and replied, "So what? Running away is a way to train too." Hearing that, Elise got angry for some reason. She used her power, casting a spell on the main character's neck. Threatening. "Listen carefully. I just cast a spell on you. If you like, your head will fly off immediately," she continued. "So if you do not want to die, be honest with me." Seljin, slightly amused, answered Elise, "I am really disappointed in you. I have never lied to you, not even once." Elise stood facing him and cautiously asked back, "Are you plotting something?" Seljin honestly said, "I never planned to take anything." The girl stayed cautious and asked again, "Then why are you helping me?" "Because I want to." The guy replied honestly, "Simply because I want to." The girl did not believe him and pressed further, "Isn't there any other reason?" Seljin stood firm, facing her without moving, confidently answering, "Nope." Even after hearing that, Elise was still suspicious. She grabbed Junjin's hand and asked the guy, "Whose side are you on?" Noticing this, the guy knelt down on one knee, looked her straight in the eyes, and softly said, "I told you I am here to help you. I am on your side." Surprised by his answer, Elise broke the spell she had cast on his neck, avoided his gaze, and shyly said, "You are really strange." Seljin smiled and said to her, "Why should not I be?" Though a bit embarrassed, the girl replied coldly, "Do whatever you want then." After a moment, Seljin looked around and asked, "Where are we headed now?" The two continued their journey. The guy carried her on his shoulders as she said, "First, we need to get out of this forest. Looks like everyone already knows I am here." She looked at him and joked, since she could not remember his name, "I sent aim back to scout ahead. Let us just keep going until we find a place to rest." Lie, he teased back. "It is like Seljin. You already forgot." She quickly defended herself. "I am not that old. It is just a hard name to pronounce. Who can remember a name like that?" He laughed. Xiaojun replied, "I remember your name too, Elise." Then everything changed. The guy was shocked to learn Elise was not her real name. "That is not your real name. What is it then?" Blushing, she said, "Earth's pet." She turned to him and added, "That is my real name." He smiled and teased, "Earth's pet. Sounds like some kind of magical gem." She got embarrassed and snapped, "Stop flattering me. It is annoying." "You know," he calmly replied, "I just say what I think. You are really grumpy." Suddenly, a notification popped up announcing the main quest, help Earth's pet escape the forest. Seeing that, the guy understood. No wonder the mission had not triggered until now. Guess knowing her real name was the key. Feeling lucky, he thanked his luck. He almost skipped this quest entirely. At the same time, while carrying Earth's pet, he asked, "Are witches normal in this world?" She looked confused and asked back, "What? This world?" He quickly corrected himself. "I mean, this continent. Island? Peninsula." She got angry. "No way. You do not even know where we are." Earth's pet hurriedly explained, "We are in a forest on the outskirts of the Kingdom of Lemons, which sits in the center of Midheim." She suspiciously asked the guy, "You do not even know the continent's name. So where are you from?" Maybe Ambets knows this stuff better than you. He just got embarrassed and made up a random place. Although Lamlin is noble, how would I know these made-up continent names from a quest? Just somewhere really far away. Changing the subject, he asked, is which a race or species here? Earth's pet explained. That crazy fortune teller called me a witch. Curious? He asked. Who is that fortune teller? She seemed unsure. She added, some even say he is a messenger of the gods. Perched on his shoulders, Earth's pet looked around warily and reminded him, we really need to get out of here. The bounty hunters are here. It means they will be here soon. Hearing this, Xiaojun asked, and she lowered her head, gripping his shoulder tightly. He did not notice and asked again, Ooh. Who are they? A heroic knight's expression appeared. Emotionless, they had been walking for a while, and it felt like quite a long stretch. Xiaojun turned to her and suggested, I think we should rest before moving on. She immediately protested, no way. This place is way too open. Xiaojun still would not give up. He turned to persuade the girl. But it had been a long time at least. She needed to rest a bit. Right after that, the little blue lizard dashed forward. Seeing this, Earthbed asked, Ambek, they are back, right? How are the scouts? Ambek looked panicked and told the girl, we are in trouble. I think we will have to take a detour. Hearing that, the main guy immediately turned to ask why. Why? The girl explained, there is a town up ahead. Really? The main guy got excited. That is perfect. We need a place to rest. Let us head there. Earthbet's face darkened with anger as she snapped at Xiaojun. Are you crazy? You think we can just walk into that town? The main guy seemed to forget and shyly replied, yeah, that is right. Xiaojun sat down across from the girl and shared his idea. Come on. As long as the kid can hide and move around, it will be fine. He said, looking at the main guy. Furious? He added, this is no joke. You do not know what I went through when I was captured before. He wondered what she had done. Kid, what did you do? The girl shyly answered, I gave Earthbet clothes to wear so she could pretend to be my sibling. Hearing this, he immediately understood the problem. Of course it would not work. Still, he advised her, give it a shot. I will make it work. I need to eat something. She replied confidently, there is plenty to eat here. He asked curiously, like what? She pointed to a mushroom at the base of a tree and explained, but they taste awful. Then, hesitating, she continued calmly, if you wait a bit, they get sweet. Night had fallen in the town. People were packing up to go home and rest. At that moment, the main guy was carrying Earthbet, who was wrapped in an extra coat. He cautiously asked a man packing up, excuse me. The man eyed him warily and replied suspiciously, who are you? I do not think I have seen you around here before. Xiaojun put on a pitiful look, eyes shining as he said, I am an apothecary passing through. Is there anywhere to stay around here? Flashing back a few minutes, the main guy explained his plan to the girl. Here's the plan. Listen carefully. Sitting next to Ambek, the girl looked at the main guy and said, Xiao, explain it. It is simple like what I did before. Proudly holding a flower, the main guy shared his brilliant plan with the girl. It is called the I am your father plan. I am your dad. She did not get it and suspiciously asked, what? That is some kind of magic phrase. He imagined it and explained easily to Earthbet. I will be an apothecary. You are my daughter. And we go into the forest to pick herbs, but we run into a monster. You get hurt, and I run away, accidentally passing through the town. That is the plan. You just have to act the part. Back to the present. The man felt sorry for them. Oh man, that is rough. The kind man stopped to ask the girl, how's your daughter? Is she hurting a lot? Earthbet immediately put on a thick voice and said loudly, it hurts a lot. Both the main guy and the man were surprised. Seeing everyone quiet, the girl kept acting, making it even more dramatic. She pretended to cough more, which startled the man. After getting punched by Earthbet, the main guy grimaced in pain. The kind man kept asking, are you okay? Don't tell me you are in more pain than the kid. He panicked and explained, something is stuck in my throat. Plus, with this situation, can we rest in town for a bit? The man quickly pointed out a place for the main guy and the girl to stay. All right, there is an inn nearby. As soon as they entered the room, Earthbet rushed to the soft bed and said comfortably, it has been so long since I have touched a bed like this. Seeing this, Sejun told the girl, the food will be ready soon, so rest up a bit. He also thought sadly that he could only order one meal since he had no money. Suddenly, Earthbet asked Sejun curiously, off topic for a second. He wondered what she meant and asked back, about what? The girl's eyes sparkled as she confidently asked Sejun, my acting, right? Totally natural. Huh? But he coldly shook his head and said, don't ever act like that again. She was surprised and asked, what? What is wrong? He was blunt. Because it is terrible. That is why. Hearing that, she angrily retorted, "No way," just as she was about to hit Sejin. There was a knock at the door with an announcement. "Is dinner ready?" Folks, seeing the simple meal, it looked like the first time the girl had ever seen something so delicious. Her eyes sparkled. Mouth-watering. She exclaimed, "Whoa, it smells amazing." The main guy reminded her, "Eat before it gets cold." She replied, "Feels like it has been a million years since I had a proper meal like this." Asberg was about to take the first bite of bread but thought better of it and put it down. Sijin, curious, asked why. She pushed the meal toward him and said, "Sijin, you should eat it." He asked, confused. "Why?" She explained, "It is enough for one person, and you are the one who paid." I am Sijin, shocked and worried, insisted. Aya? Asberg stayed calm and said, "It is enough. Just eat." Seeing her say that, he was about to eat. All right. As he brought the rice to his mouth, he noticed her staring intently at the spoon, her eyes shining. Seeing this, Sejin scooped some rice and held it out to her, feeding her gently like a kid. He teased, "Planes coming in for a landing. Zoom." She blushed, shyly replying, "All right already. You think I am a kid or what?" The main guy pretended to be weak. "I am all out of energy. My hands are shaking." She still blushed but did not refuse. "Okay, I will eat." See, as he fed her, he asked, "Tasty?" She answered, "Really good." He chuckled and reminded her, "Don't you talk with your mouth full." She, both embarrassed and annoyed, said, "It is delicious, give me more." He laughed, "Here, finish it all." The girl coldly threatened, "Even if someone has a servant, I want to share a bite." He laughed, standing up, "Who said I need it? Just eat, do not worry." Osbeth suddenly saw the main guy get up and leave. She asked, "Where are you going?" He answered, "I am going to find a way out of the forest. I need to move as fast as I can." She quickly told him, "Come back soon." He smiled and turned to Osbeth, "Do I have any other choice?" Sijin left the room, walking thoughtfully with a cool expression. Despite being hungry, the girl had shared her food. Such kindness was rare. Even adults struggle with that. He pondered. The girl's at an age when most would be spoiled rotten. The main guy went downstairs and suddenly saw a crowd gathered, buzzing with talk. He wondered, did someone arrive? Seeing the badges and uniforms of the newcomers, Sejin realized they were knights. Suddenly, the leader of the knights stepped forward and asked the main guy, "You are the one, right? The warrior carrying a child." Osbeth sat in her room, recalling when the villagers caught her. "Got it, we caught it." A burly man grabbed her hand. "Kill it before it fights back. Cut the tongue so it can't do magic." Just then, another man insisted on killing her. "Haha, you are dumb. I only said a few words and you already got tricked. Really think I am on your side? Who helps a witch that could destroy the world? Get real." Back to the present. The girl remembered her painful past and thought about Sejin, who always helped her. Suka doubtedly Sejin, calling him strange, but she recalled when he told her, "I am on your side, kid." She ate and cried, thinking he really was strange. Hearing a knock, she thought Sejin was back and called out loudly, "Lee Sejin." Suddenly she stopped, suspicious of the voice behind the door. "Still mad at your dad, huh?" She wondered, not answering, then sang softly, "Dad, I was wrong. Please forgive me." She frowned, wondering why he was saying such nonsense. Sejin, with a sword pressed at his throat, kept talking. "Dad understands." Threatened by two knights with swords, Sejin said, "Okay, Dad will listen to you. Let us go into the forest with Enbak." Earthbat stood in the room, thinking, what is he trying to lead them into now? She was about to open the door but froze when she heard Sejin say, "Remember that time you jumped out the window?" She paused, hearing the clue, then said, "You wanted to run away from home. I know Dad was really shocked that day." Of course. Both that day and today, Dad was wrong. But do not do anything too reckless again, okay? She stepped back, suddenly understanding. He continued, "Can I open the door now?" She realized Sijin's plan. This was not a tantrum. The impatient knights kicked open the door. "Damn it! Lost that girl again. She must be just run off," the leader ordered. "She is not far. Split up and search." Everyone shouted, "Roger that." Taking advantage of the moment, Sejin attacked the person next to him, freeing himself and running away. The leader saw this and said, "I told you, you're just that witch's spawn." He calmly replied, "So what? You guys are just evil hunters chasing after a kid." The Tiger Knight responded, "That is no kid. She is a witch who will destroy this whole world. Sejin stayed calm and said, I have always hated people who talk like that. Why do you keep trying to pin some little girl on me? The leader's face darkened, angry as he said, You fool. You have been bewitched by that witch. If that is true, talking to you is just a waste of time. Sejin calmly took down each knight one by one with his sword. One knight charged and cursed, but Sejin quickly fought back. Seeing the situation was not in their favor, they were too many, it would not end if they kept losing one by one like this. The leader stepped forward and shouted, I see. So you actually have some skill, but it is useless. No matter how hard you try, you won't do anything. You are alone. But we have the whole squad. What can you do alone? Sejin's voice grew steady, a hint of challenge. What can I do? If you are so curious, let me show you. He started using his magic. His sword glowed with a blue light. Seeing this, the knights panicked, shouting, What the hell is that? The knights charged toward the main character. That mana. He is overwhelming us. Without hesitation, Sejin unleashed his mana and struck with a supercharged attack. The inn exploded. At the same time, Earthbat, riding Anbek, looked back at the blue blast, panicked and worried. Main guy, Sejin, Earthbat, still on Anbek, stopped in alarm at the big explosion at the inn. Main guy, Sejin, seeing the blue flames flare up, she thought, I knew it. I should not have left alone. She knew the knights would not hesitate to hunt her down and harm anyone nearby. The Holy Knights would not hesitate to launch a wide-area assassination. If someone was connected to her, there was no way he would be safe if they found out he would been hiding her. But still, she hesitated. Should she go back to save Sejin? If she did, she would definitely get caught. But maybe she could save him if she tried. After thinking it over, Earthbat decided to return to the inn to rescue Sejin. She ordered the little blue dragon. Anbek, let us go back to the inn. Anbek nervously warned her, I know, but we can just leave him. If not, they would have caught us already. No matter what, we have to go back. And Beck raised his guard. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the mist. Calling Earthbat's name, it was the main guy. Returning from the explosion, ran up. Kid, what are you doing standing here? The girl panicked. Sejin, she looked surprised and asked him, You are safe. The main guy crouched down facing her and said, I told you, I am confident with running away stuff like that. From the inn, the knight spotted Sejin and Earthbat's location. There, chase them. He grabbed her shoulder and said, We gotta move fast. I have not completely shaken them off yet. We have to lose them for good. Earthbat asked, How? Sejin said, I have got an idea. Sejin used mana on his legs, carrying Earthbat on his back as the knights chased them. Don't lose sight of them. They are trying to shake us off in the forest. As he carried her, he worried. This is not good. The last attack drained too much mana. I used my ring to hold on. One knight approached, ready to strike. Got you now, you little pest. Sejin was not paying attention and kept thinking. Being caught was only a matter of time. Sejin quickly turned and saw the sword coming down. He jumped, using a tree trunk to kick the knight's face in front of him. Suddenly, the leader of the knights stepped forward calmly and said, You done running yet? Sejin stood his ground and answered calmly, Yeah, things are getting messy, so I will finish all of you right here. You saw my last attack, did not you? The leader stepped down, holding his sword, ready to fight Sejin. Funny thing is, your attack really is not something to underestimate. He suddenly lunged forward, making the protagonist jump back in shock, tearing his shirt and revealing an bake underneath. If he could pull off a move like that countless times, why would he be running away like this? Then, the leader looked surprised, while Sejin just smirked and said, Haha, they have figured us out. Suddenly, and Bake dashed off. Sejin said to the leader, You act so smart, but you are even dumber than I thought. He was furious, calling him ridiculously petty. Leader shouted at the knights, I will handle him. Split up and find that witch before she gets away. Everyone else replied in unison, Yes, sir. After everyone scattered to search, only Sejin remained facing the knight raising his sword. The knight said, I do not have much time, so I will end you quickly. Sejin replied, Just so you know, immortality is my specialty. The knight answered, What a coincidence. Then he added, Killing is mine. The knight attacked. Sejin blocked, but his hand started trembling. What? Sejin noticed a golden glow on the knight's sword and thought, What the heck is that? The knight kept attacking relentlessly, and Sejin could only defend. Seeing Sejin not counterattack, the knight wondered, Aren't you going to use that attack you are so proud of? The protagonist explained, I am just saving it, because it looks like I can handle this without it. The knight said, I should cut out that slick tongue of yours first. Sejin barely dodged the sword strike and watching the knight's moves. Thought, damn, I can still see his sword's path. But how is he channeling mana into it to make it so powerful? Sejin forced himself to stay calm and looked for a chance to strike back. Stay chill. I have fought way stronger opponents before. They continued fighting, and the protagonist tried to figure out what he needed. Now I have to figure out what that mana is. The knight sneered. You think you can beat me by copying that clumsy aura? Mentioning aura, Sejin seemed to realize something. Aura, but right then, Sejin's spear, worn from blocking so much mana, suddenly shattered after taking relentless, mana-filled attacks. Sejin's spear suddenly broke. He turned around. Alarmed, my spear. The broken spearhead threw him off, giving the knight the advantage. Sejin was struck and sent flying, landing under a tree. Deep in thought. What should I do now? Staring at the mana-charged knight, Sejin's mind went blank. He could not think of a way to beat him. Looking at his spear, the protagonist thought, my spear's broken, and I do not even know what that power is. Sejin recalled his past battles, trying to identify that power. Maybe it is aura or something even more terrifying. I have fought many battles, but I have never seen power like this before. Desperately, he thought, my weapon's broken, how can I possibly beat Ecker now? He tried to remember. Sitting under the tree. How? I have seen this before. The protagonist recalled a battle with someone else. Have I ever faced someone using magic like that aura before? Suddenly, he smiled confidently, picked up his spear. Looks like I still have a chance. My spear's broken, but I have got another weapon. He stood up, holding the broken spear, his determined gaze ready for battle. That weapon is battle experience. The knight opposite him said, you are stubborn. I broke your spear, and you still want to give up. Are you already defeated? Sejin confidently replied, you better watch your back. Taking it easy like that might get you killed before you know it. The knight said, you sure like mocking me? Huh? Sejin shot back. If you are so pissed, why do not you wipe that off me? The leader raised his sword to strike, shouting, you bastard. Sejin immediately stood taller. If you want to die, I am happy to oblige. Sejin tried to stay calm, looking for an opening while blocking the knight's attacks. If I use the ring, I can T-fight. If that is the case, there is only one thing left I can do. It seems Seo Jun has figured out what he needs to do. He has to get used to this thing called aura. Luckily, he understood and fought back against the knight. Seo Jun thought and felt it only by touching it directly could he realize how insanely heavy that power was pressing down on him. This reminded the protagonist of a past battle, very similar to a fight with a certain guy he faced before. That guy infused magic into his weapon to boost its power. The knight kept attacking, and Seo Jun tried to counter. But now it felt a bit different, like some kind of variation. Seo Jun blocked every strike, pondering the knight's strength. Compared to the previous guy, it seemed like the magic was enhancing the weapon as base stats. The power boost was not huge, but with this knight, Seo Jun felt a massive force pushing him back whenever their weapons clashed. A huge power surged through him, almost like it wanted to throw him off. He was sure both of these guys had gathered magic and infused it into their weapons. Seo Jun kept thinking, not attacking back if they both do that. Then what is the real difference between them? Seo Jun looked at the knight's sword and suddenly realized something. The old guy's magic gathered and moved around his sword like a flowing aura. But this knight's aura spread evenly all over the blade. Seo Jun gripped his spear tighter, got it, and struck back. If the aura shape on their weapons is that different, seeing his attack land, he finally understood it is exactly that difference. Magic does not flow inside the weapon, it just gathers around the sword, forming a glowing aura that wraps it. Right then, Seo Jun charged forward for a direct hit. The knight panicked, trying to block. Seo Jun aimed to knock the sword away and strike where the knight was vulnerable. Seo Jun's direct attack caught the knight off guard. What just happened? Turns out, the knight had not been using aura at all this whole time. Seeing Seo Jun keep control, the knight freaked out. No way. This can be happening. He was shocked that Seo Jun had figured it all out. Did he really know everything about his moves? Seo Jun pressed the attack with his spear, leaving the knight stunned and defenseless. Could the knight really understand it all in such a short time? Seo Jun struck the knight down, who lost all fight, confident and fierce. Seo Jun, even a kitten cornered can be beaten. Meanwhile, Earthbet was running for her life when suddenly the knight spotted her. There she is, one knight shouted. Hey, over here. The little witch is right here. She panicked hearing that. Surround this area. The knights closed in, making her terrified. They would found her. These guys were definitely after Lee Seo Jun. Seeing the knights getting closer, she worried about Seo Jun's life. That meant Lee Seo Jun was in danger too, but she pushed that thought away and kept running. He is definitely safe now in Bake 2. In the end, he still chose to hide after his house collapsed. and this time, things would surely go smoothly again, even with injured legs and watery eyes. She did not stop. No need to worry anymore. Suddenly, someone galloped in on a horse, surprising the knights. What the heck? Earthbet panicked, seeing the captain's horse. The captain's horse. She stood under a tree, scared. It is coming this way. If the captain's here, there is nothing I can do. Helpless, she thought. Lee Sealjun risked his life to buy me this chance, but it is almost wasted now. Hearing someone call her name, Earthbet turned around crying and immediately recognized it. Sealjun. Lee Sealjun rushed over, shouting her name. Earthbet. She answered back. Lee Seal. But Sealjun could not hold the horse back. How do you stop this horse? She asked. He could not control it and charged toward Earthbet. Earth, I can hold the reins. Seeing this, she had to use her mana. She used her magic to stop the horse and scolded Sealjun. You goof, he asked loudly. What the heck just happened? Where's the captain? He calmly answered, the captain. Right behind the horse, knocked out with one hit. Seeing Sealjun take down the captain, the girl was shocked and asked, no way, the person who defeated Captain he just calmly replied, why not? Not possible. The girl was still panicked because she knew how strong this knight was. Was not he supposed to be super strong? Sealjun ruffled Earthbet's hair confidently and said firmly, I am even stronger. The girl admired him. And when she saw the knights approaching, Sealjun asked, Earthbet, can you send the horse? She replied, I can use magic. He immediately told her to get on the horse, saying, really? Hop on, careful not to fall. The girl, still confused, asked, what are you planning? Sealjun pulled the captain aside and said mysteriously, I am going to negotiate. He then told the knights, use this guy. Sealjun shouted at the other knights, threatening, you better not come near here. He pressed his sword against the captain's neck and threatened, if not, I will kill him. Seeing this, the knights were terrified their captain was now his hostage. With a smug face, Sealjun kept taunting, in the name of the wizard's retainer, you should be afraid. He is not dead yet. The girl could only say, you are really saying that again? At that moment, a knight dared to step forward and ask, what do you want? Sealjun replied, ready to negotiate. The knights asked back, negotiate, he confidently said, yeah, if you let us leave, I will spare him. Hearing that, the knight was cautious and seemed skeptical. How could they trust a wizard's retainer? On the other hand, if that chicken-hearted guy comes here, we will spare your lives. Sealjun continued. This time, it is, how do you feel about that? Knights proudly answered, in the name of knights, we do not lie. No way. Sealjun like that. He fired back, I am pretty proud myself, so why do not you believe me the same way? Knight Sung Fong threatened, you are proud of holding someone hostage. Nam Chin did not back down and responded, what is there to be proud of when you point a weapon at a kid? Seeing it was not going anywhere, he thought, this one T just end with a quick back and forth. If they stall, they will focus on attacking from afar. He stepped closer to Earthbet and decided, looks like I have to compromise. Sealjun spoke up first. Alright, here's the deal. I will get this kid out of here. Earthbet panicked. What? He calmly said, I will stay here with the captain until the girl is out of the forest. Once she is safe, I will let him go. The girl still worried about Nam Chine. But what about him? Lyseal? Her protector. It is I will use this guy to escape once the kid is safe. She kept asking nervously. How? He teased. Secret? Offended. She snapped. You. Sealjun turned to the knights and shouted, don't even think about chasing after her. The knights, furious, warned, if anything happens to the captain, Nam Chin, we will come for you. Clearly, Sealjun still pressed the spear tip against the captain's neck, saying, he is even if I stabbed him, people would just get scared. Then he turned to Earthbet. Now's your chance. Run fast. The girl hesitated. But you, he said confidently. Don't worry. Sealjun looked Earthbet straight in the eyes and said, didn't I already tell you I am stronger than this guy? Sealjun kicked the horse to speed off. As she rode, the girl cried out loudly, calling his name. Lyseal, do not you dare die. You are not allowed to. Hearing that, Sealjun yelled back. Got it. Running away is my specialty. Earthbet's figure gradually disappeared into the forest. Sealjun stayed behind and reported at the mission board. Story mission complete. Suddenly a voice spoke up, concerned about Lee Sealjun. It has been almost 3 days. Even Alex, the only witness, has only seen him once. What happened to him? Something's not right. Haram sat at the table with everyone and said, where is that Lee Sealjun? That guy's dead meat. In the meeting room, Yuan-hai nervously asked, should we go find him? What if something happened to him? Haizian, sitting across, said calmly, don't worry. There is nothing to be concerned about. Aram glanced at her and agreed, she is right. That would never happen. Seoljun's wife was still uneasy, but then she suddenly stood up firmly and said, I can keep rescuing him like this. I am going to find him. Just as she said this, Seoljun appeared behind her and said, hey everyone. Everyone at the table instantly turned around, surprised, but Seoljun calmly asked, why is everyone gathered here? Of course. That question made Yuan-hai, his wife, furious. She glared at Seoljun and shouted, where have you been? Flashback to 10 minutes earlier, a notification popped up with a reward message. Mission complete. Here's your reward. Seoljun slowly opened his eyes and realized he was lying on a bed. The stuffed bear opposite him greeted, hello? He looked around and asked it, where am I? The bear replied, the guide tower's guest room. He rubbed his eyes, thinking aloud, the guide tower. So the escape plan worked? The bear asked curiously. Escape plan? He replied vaguely. Nothing. Seoljun said, thinking about Earth sped. How they escaped the forest successfully and returned here. That was a gamble. But luckily it worked. Suddenly he asked the bear, besides the points, is there any other reward for the scripted mission? It answered, nothing else. He seemed doubtful and asked again. Really? The bear confidently said. Really? Seoljun held his reward sheet. Puzzled. What is this? Then what is this? He pondered deeply. Neither his mom nor 2-3 knew what the reward was or how to use it. Could this be a bug? He got off the bed and thought about his spear. Not only that, the spear's condition is weird. 2-3 said the first mission was scripted, so it should not have broken, but it did. Still sitting, he analyzed nervously. Is this virtual reality? I do not just not know what this reward is. There are a lot of things giving me headache. He sighed and asked the bear, what about my points? Did they increase tenfold? The bear stood with hands on hips and confidently said, exactly. Seoljun quickly added, making the teddy bear's eyes light up. Let us open a shop then. From 5,000 to 20,000 points. Right away, he opened the shop. Awesome. Seoljun stared at the shop with a determined gaze. Thinking ahead, preparing for his main goal, the battle with the boss above all else. He checked out the items. Arranged like this, those potions look tempting. If I do not face the boss right now, I will just buy potions and escape tickets to save for the fight. While thinking, he made up his mind. Well, I guess I will buy this one. Back to the present. He held up the new item he would just bought in front of everyone. Everyone gasped. Are you crazy? That is a weapon. Calmly, he explained about the weapon. This is called Gaidi, an ancient legendary weapon. Has anyone heard of it before? Aran, opposite him, said, an ancient weapon. That must be expensive. Aran asked the price, and Seoljun's answer shocked her. 10,000 points. Yuan-I nervously stepped forward. Seoljun, you can see where weapons outside the tower, right? He calmly replied. That is right. She still asked. Then why did you buy it? He looked at the new weapon in his hands and explained. The spear I was using is no longer usable. I can't fight the boss with it anymore. Alexis, standing next to Yuan-hai, asked, do you have any info about the boss yet? He turned and answered, not much detail. But ease? Sophia gave me a rough idea. That is why I figured I needed to buy this spear based on that info. Hazian moved closer to Iron, surprised and curious. You bought something only usable here. Isn't that a waste? He said, I earned 20,000 points. I am sure a single potion from the east is worth billions in the real world. Hearing that, he nodded thoughtfully. Definitely. I know it sounds crazy to spend billions on a weapon only usable in the tower. He recalled his daughter, but thought about his reason for coming here. I believe buying it was a worthy investment. Everyone held their ticket for floor 5. Aaron said first. Didn't they expect the requirement to get to floor 5 was buying a ticket from the shop? Hezian added, we would be stuck here forever if Alex had not told us beforehand. Alex stopped in front of everyone, apologetically saying, except for Lee Seoljun, everyone plans to go to floor 5. Huh, he continued. Everyone knows even high-level hunters have failed on floor 5. Plus, none of you have enough points to buy tickets. You would be risking your lives just going up, he went on. And yet, everyone still wants to go up there. Everyone looked at each other with firm eyes. They were sure they would go. Alex nodded. All right, I get it, that is everyone's answer. Right? Though worried, he encouraged them. You are a strange bunch. Good luck, everyone. The announcement board lit up, entering the tower, heading to floor 5. Throne room mission: conquer the throne room. They stood before the door, amazed at its size. The short-haired guy spoke first. This door is huge. And so are those statues, Sealjun agreed. They won't suddenly move. Right? You are quick to notice. They definitely will. Diho spun around in panic. What? Seriously, Sealjun explained further. Sophie said they won't follow us inside, so we do not need to take them down. Hizian, standing next to Sealjun, asked, then the problem is opening this door. How did Sophie get? Everyone picture Ms. Sophia opening the door with some insane power. Like this, Sealjun shared his plan. Here's the idea, listen carefully. One person will act as bait and lure the statues close to the door. He explained the method. When the statues move, they will retreat, and the rest will rush in to open the door. Yuan I nervously asked, isn't that dangerous for the bait? Sealjun quickly replied, it is. I will do it. Hearing this, Yuan Hai panicked. What? Why would you think that? Sealjun hesitated. Well, about that, he thought it over since he had the most experience. He confidently said, because I have the fastest reflexes. Yuan I still worried. Sealjun, I think you are taking all the burden on yourself. Standing by the door, he called out, everyone, do not worry too much. But as he looked up at the giant sword, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. Still, I do not want to get pierced by that thing. He stepped forward, thinking, better approach this carefully. When Sijin touched the door, the giant statue turned to look at him, ready to strike with its sword. He knew it was time. He quickly ran back and shouted to everyone, everyone, now's our chance. Let us move forward. But then, everything changed. The giant statue that had just moved suddenly froze, leaving everyone shocked and confused. What is going on? Sijin stood right in front of the door, looking at the two guardian statues. He exclaimed in surprise, what is happening? Why are not they moving? Sijin looked just as confused and said, I am not sure either. Safia said, they should attack as soon as someone touches the door. Hizian, standing nearby, added puzzled. But instead, they are bowing like they are greeting a king. Those words echoed in Sijin's mind. Bowing to a king. A bunch of images flashed through Sijin's head, and the ring on his hand suddenly started glowing. Sijin looked back at the two statues, thoughts racing through his mind. He thought to himself, no way, both of them. While he was lost in thought, Sijin's teammates all pushed together to open the door. Everyone gave it their all, but the door did not budge an inch. Hizen exclaimed in disbelief, no way, even the four of us can open this door. Then how did Safia open it so easily? While struggling with the door, Sijin told everyone to step back. Hizen asked Sijin, huh, you want to try? Sijin replied shortly, yeah, nervously following Sijin's shadow. He asked, is this dangerous? The statues moved when you touched the floor. Sijin answered, that is exactly why I want to try. Sijin placed his ringed hand on the door. As soon as he pulled back, the two statues on either side stirred. Hazin shouted excitedly, I knew it. Only you could open it. Sijin understood what was happening. He thought, they must be mistaking me for the king. If that is true, then I should play along. The door shook violently. The whole group stayed alert, watching closely. After a moment, the door finally swung open. Sijin called out, everyone, let us go inside. They stepped cautiously inside. They looked around carefully. Everyone gasped. This place is huge. At the far end of the room, something sat watching them. The group moved closer to get a better look, recognized it immediately and reacted. Sijin, that guy. Sejin got the hint and cut him off. Yeah, that is definitely him. The captain is the dungeon bug. The gardener is the garden bug. And the queen is the palace queen bug. So the one sitting on the throne must be the king, and the bug of this castle. The figure on the throne stirred. It started attacking the group. Sijin told everyone, don't face it head on. Dodge. Pitch black liquid sprayed out as it hit the ground. The carpet started to corrode. Yui High stared at the corroding carpet. Alarmed, is that asked? Watching the incoming attack. Warned, it is coming for the lady. The figure on the throne did not move, but its arms swung wildly, spraying acid all over Lee Sejin's group. Under the relentless attack, Lee Sejin told his team, hide behind the columns. Lee Sejin hid behind a column to observe, surrounded by flames. They saw the throne figure using another skill. Hisan exclaimed, now it is casting a wide area spell. Aram added, I have never seen anyone cast spells back to back like this. Looked anxiously behind to check the situation. Worried, what do? We can get close. So how do we beat it? Meanwhile, Lee Sejin gripped his weapon tightly, eyes locked on the enemy. After a moment, he spoke to Del. Stay right here. Did not understand and blinked. Before he could process, Sejin's shadow flashed past right in front of him. Lee Sejin moves toward the person sitting on the throne. Ignoring calling his name from behind, the person on the throne casts a forbidden spell. The forbidden spell appears above Lee Sejin's head as he grips his weapon, facing his opponent. Unhai looks toward Lee Sejin with worry. Unhai shouts anxiously. Lee Sejin, what are you doing? The forbidden spell from the throne starts spreading, engulfing the whole room. Lee Sejin stares at the forbidden spell with intensity, thinking to himself, careful now. A massive explosion lights up the room. Blindingly bright. After a moment, only dust remains. Lee Sejin's friends scramble to find him. Only the silhouette of the person on the throne is visible. In the hill hat room, Lee Sejin still has not appeared. Something is moving behind the person on the throne. A figure emerges. It is Lee Sejin, weapon in hand, stepping out boldly and shouting, I am on the other side. His friends are shocked and confused. What the hell? How did he do that? Lee Sejin proudly looks at his weapon and says, thanks to my gear. Of course. The legendary weapon from Celtic mythology. It is the spear of the hero Diomun. Fianus Knight, gifted by his foster father. Angerth, a priest. And this red spear has a special power. It nullifies magic. Lee Sejin swings the spear with force, cutting through the air. The spear's power disperses the remaining smoke from the forbidden spell, but it is not as effective as hoped. Lee Sejin worries. I thought it would be stronger. If it were Seon, I am pretty sure I could not have stopped it, but its attacks are not that strong either. It just keeps spamming spells. Totally deserves 10,000 points. With that, Lee Sejin tells his friends, get ready, Diho, I will clear the way. Then he orders Heian, who is guarding Unhai and Aram. You too. Protect them. The rest, be ready to support when needed. Lee Sejin tightens his grip on the spear, its tip glowing with energy. Shouts, let us break out of here. Two forces collide with a crash. The whole room heats up. Unhai watches nervously, thinking, it is already this hot just standing nearby, and Sejin's facing it head-on. Worried, Unhai draws her weapon, holding her bow. She gets ready to shoot, eyes determined, telling herself, I can just stand here doing nothing. She acts immediately, releasing an arrow. The arrow flies toward the person on the throne. Heian and Haram watch in surprise as the arrow soars, saying, is that a force field? But Unhai's arrow gets stopped by a protective barrier before reaching its target. As Hairam and Heian say, the person on the throne remains unharmed. Now it is Hairam's turn to attack with her gun. She fires a barrage of bullets at the force field, but every single bullet is blocked, unable to penetrate. The whole group wonders, what kind of force field is this? It is thick, and is both defense and offense. How is that even possible? Heian thinks, this is insane. Lord Alex warned us, but I never imagined we would be this powerless against it. There is nothing we can do while that damn force field is up. Lee Seo-jun has not given up. He keeps trying to break through the force field. The person on the throne stays still, seemingly strengthening the force field. Lee Seo-jun blocks every attack that comes his way. Each strike hits with full force. The person on the throne pauses for a moment. Then he raises his hand and flicks his fingers lightly in the air. The ground starts to crack. Huge chunks of rock lift off the ground, hovering in midair. Lee Seo-jun looks at the looming rocks in front of him. Alarmed, wait, I can block this one. The rocks, controlled by the enemy, hover right above Lee Seo-jun. Suddenly, a hand appeared, pushing Lee Seo-jun back with a voice saying, move aside, kid. He clenched his fist tightly, then punched into the air where the falling rocks were about to crash. With a single strike, the rocks shattered loudly and crashed to the floor. He stood in front of Lee Seo-jun, fist still clenched, and said, let me handle this one for Lee Seo-jun. He threatened, thanks, man. The one sitting on the throne did not react any further, asked confusedly, what is wrong with him? Why did he stop attacking? But right after, energy started to gather in his palm. Lee Seo-jun noticed something. His eyes widened. The energy was being gathered by the one on the throne. Lee Seo-jun felt a strange sense of familiarity. He thought, wait. This feeling, suddenly, a freezing chill filled the entire room. Sharp, massive ice blocks appeared in rows, shooting toward where Lee Seo-jun stood. Lee Seo-jun's friends were terrified by this overwhelming power. Jagged ice shards littered the ground. After a while, the whole room seemed to have nowhere left to stand, completely covered in ice. Lee Seo-jun's friends were trapped by the ice, bodies frozen and barely able to move, nervously stammering to each other. What kind of magic is this? Ho was quicker on his feet, not caught by the ice. It turned out Lee Seo-jun was struggling to control the rapidly growing ice around him, while also protecting Ho. Ho could not believe it. He shouted Lee Seo-jun's name loudly. Lee Seo-jun gritted his teeth, trying to respond. But inside he was cursing, thinking, damn it, I let my guard down because his jacket looked just like that witch. He guessed the enemy paused the attack to prepare this move. Somehow, He managed to protect D.Ho using the power of Gade. But the others ended up like this. Lee Seo-jun was desperately trying to break free from control, and she was thinking of something. Lee Seo-jun used the power of the spear in his hand to fend off Bang's attack, when suddenly something shot down from above, startling D.Ho. It was a sword. D.Ho looked up at the incoming sword, and before he could make sense of it, a voice called out, "Brother Daeho, there is still one way. Get up." It is He Jaeon's voice. D.Ho turns toward the call and immediately understands what is going on. Without hesitation, D.Ho uses his strength to leap up. He does not forget to thank He Jaeon as he jumps onto the sword. His destination is the throne. His fist clenched tightly, he dashes toward the force field, putting all his power into his fist and says, "Time for you to step down." The glass cage shatters as he strikes, breaking the force field into pieces. Shards of the broken force field scatter across the room. It seems like he is finally close to the throne, but then D.Ho gets restrained. Suddenly, from afar, an arrow pierces the palm of the person sitting on the throne, leaving him confused. Then a barrage of arrows follows, piercing through him. Irem speaks up. "You know what? You got cocky thinking you had us trapped, but even frozen like this, we can still fight." Then everyone raises their guns and bows, ready to attack again. The one on the throne now looks weakened from the relentless assault. Yuungin steadies his eyes, raising his bow to aim. Another arrow flies. It shoots straight at the head of the throne's occupant Bolse. Hit again and again. His body starts to react. It begins to fade away. With the master gone, the room slowly returns to normal, and the ice begins to melt. Like Xiaojun, can T believe it is really over? He asks, "Is it finished?" Hazian looks toward the throne and replies, "Looks like it. The curse is lifted." Dio, "What about that armor?" Dio approaches the throne and stares at the armor, with the arrow stuck in it. Puzzled, why is it still there? But then something changes. Like Xiaojun and Haizian's faces shift. Both alarmed, the armor suddenly lunges forward. Dio shout, "It is not down yet." The armor rushes past Like Xiaojun straight at Yi Wuong-in, making Like Xiaojun scream in fear. "On high, Yi Wuong, watch out." But what happens next baffles Like Xiaojun. Instead of attacking Yi Wuong-in, the armor moves to wrap itself around her, leaving her confused. What is this? Yi Wuong-in studies the armor on her body carefully, thousands of questions running through her mind. She hurriedly runs over and asks, "On high, are you okay? Do you feel anything strange?" Yi Wuong-in replies blankly, "Everyone, I do not feel anything weird actually. It feels kind of comfortable." Like Xiaojun rushes, asking, "Comfortable?" Yi Wuong-in has not stopped and keeps asking, "Do you feel like you can use magic now? Or are you possessed?" Yi Wuong-in answers softly, "It is not like that." Dio looks confused. What is going on? It was so violent just a moment ago. Izun analyzes. Could it be an artifact? Maybe it is the artifact's curse. Yi Wuong-in replies, "I do not sense anything like a curse." Like Xiaojun still worries and suggests on high try wearing the armor. Without hesitation, he grabs the armor and puts it on himself. But the armor does not stay on Like Xiaojun, it flies back to Yi Wuong-in. Like Xiaojun, confused, says, "Damn it, is it a guy or what?" Yi Wuong-in sighs, "Come on, clothes do not have genders. And check how you talk. What if Ko picks up your bad habits?" Like Xiaojun can argue and just hangs his head. Sorry. Hao is still concerned about the person on the throne. He asks, "Hey Xiaojun, what happened to the boss?" Like Xiaojun does not know. He replies, "I am not sure either." Daihao is surprised. Like Xiaojun does not know anything. Xiaojun guesses, "I think it might be a cursed spirit because I was told it uses a curse." When Daihao heard the curse, he asked, "A curse? This cloak has never been cursed before, right?" Like Xiaojun replied, "I think we neutralized it before it could be used." Inside, he was sorting through the info. "The only thing I know before the reset is about the cloak and the boss using a curse. That is why I think the cloak itself might be the boss. Its astral body is visible and it even uses magic. But if that thing really is the boss, then this floor must have been cleared once its astral body was destroyed. And since it does not seem aggressive, it looks like it has already been neutralized. No matter how you look at it, it is just a harmless relic now." Yuhun Hai gently touched the cloak he was wearing and asked Like Xiaojun, "Hey, do you know where the real boss is?" Xiaojun was calculating, wondering if his guess was wrong. "Then what is the boss Sophia mentioned?" Lost in thought, the cloak on Yuhun He suddenly stirred. Like Xiaojun noticed Yuhun He's strange reaction and asked, "What is wrong?" Yuhun Hai. She froze too, looking at the cloak in her hands and gasping. Then she said, "I did not do this, it is the cloak." As soon as she spoke, the room suddenly started shaking. Everyone panicked, shouting, "What is happening?" Then bolts of lightning struck down. More and more, something appeared that shocked and scared the whole group. A massive claw burst up from the ground. It slammed down, causing huge tremors. The force made Like Xiaojun's group struggle to stay on their feet. The impact started to weaken a bit. Like Xiaojun opened his eyes and looked at the new arrival. Facing it, his pupils dilated wide. In front of him was a gigantic grotesque monster, like Xiaojun guessed. Is that the boss? The monster's eyes turned red, and it growled from deep in its throat. Haixun and Yonghai did not know how to handle Jiao Xiai. Kang Diho looked terrified at the creature and said, "That thing is super dangerous." Like Xiaojun sized up the boss. He thought, "This is the boss even Sophia Lambido could not beat. From my own experience, I can tell, if we fight that with our current firepower, winning is impossible." Hayaram fired at the boss with all her might, but the boss did not even flinch. Ahai drew her bow. An arrow shot straight at the boss's throat, but it barely made a scratch. Hayaram complained, "My attacks are not doing any damage." Unhai added, "My arrows do not work either." The boss stretched its body. Its tail moved. Kang Diho warned, "Everyone, watch out." The boss tail swooped down where Liak Xiaojun, Hayaram, and Unhai stood. The tail swept through, knocking everyone away. Dust filled the air, blurring the space. Hayaram was hurt by the impact. Like Xiaojun quickly saw his teammate injured. He rushed over to check on her. "Hayaram, are you okay?" Hayaram frowned and replied, "I think I broke some ribs. I can get up." Kang Diho stepped in front of everyone with a plan. "Now that we are this deep, we have to accept the risk and switch to close combat." After saying that, Kang Diho called Hejian, signaling them to fight first. Hejian agreed immediately. Without hesitation, Kang Diho and Hejian charged forward. Like Xiaojun tried to stop them, shouting, "Stop! You too." Kang Diho asked, "Why are you blocking us?" Like Xiaojun replies, "Look over there. Something is..." Kang Diho looks ahead. He instantly panics. The boss has changed form. That energy around them is unfamiliar. Hayaram wonders what it could be before Hiram can finish. Like Xiaojun speaks up, his voice is urgent. "It is a curse. If that touches someone, they could die." Hayaram's face changes as he asks in disbelief, "Touch it and die? How's that possible?" Like Xiaojun understands Hayaram is shocked. He answers, "I am not exaggerating. While we are talking, Basofi is slowly dying from that curse." Kang Diho refuses to accept it and asks, "So we can use the spear like before to fight it?" Like Xiaojun implies, "That only works against magic. Magic and curses are totally different." Yuhizian looks stunned and honestly says, "No way, then forget attacking. We can't even get close to it. So how are we supposed to beat something like this?" The worsening situation makes Like Xiaojun's face tense up, starts calculating again. "This sucks. What should we do? Should we retreat?" Lost in thought, Like Xiaojun hears Inhai's voice, soft but urgent. "Xiaojun, I think something just moved from that hole over there." At Unhai's spot, a disgusting foot suddenly appears. Before the group can react, something else is about to emerge. Like Xiaojun grits his teeth and swears, "Damn it, you have got to be kidding me." From the ground, more monsters start rising. The monsters keep coming in bigger numbers. Like Xiaojun frowns as he watches the scene. Looks like he has not figured out a way to handle this yet. In his head, Like Xiaojun thinks, is this for real? Besides their numbers, are these guys also powered by the curse? Kang Jiho tells everyone, "We have got no way out. Our only choice is to fight." Just as he tries to retreat, Hejaeon stops, saying, "Jiho, hold on. Fall back first." Jiho looks confused and asks, "Why?" Hejaeon explains, "We can touch the curse. If you fight barehanded, you will definitely get hit." Jiho finally gets it and groans. Hejaeon continues, "I will handle the vanguard first. Xiaojun, Unhai, I am counting on you two to cover the rear." Like Xiaojun and Unhai grip their weapons tight and reply in unison, "Got it." At that moment, the monsters start attacking them. Hejaeon stands at the front, ready to fight. Her eyes widen, sharp pupils focused intensely on the battle ahead. As the monsters charge, Hejaeon slashes across them with a swift cut. Surrounded, she strikes with powerful attacks radiating energy. It looks like she can easily take down the monsters. She is pretty surprised. Watching the monsters rush her, Hejaeon thinks, "They are not as strong as I expected. Compared to the boss, I can take them." But as she thinks this, something suddenly flashes past her face, startling her. Right after, Hejaeon reacts quickly and dodges the attack. The monster's weapon flies past her and heads straight for Lee Seo-jun behind her. But Lee Seo-jun swings his spear and knocks it away. Lee Seo-jun assesses the situation, thinking, "This is way tougher than I expected. Without Daeho and Hiyai Ram, our firepower will drop drastically. Not only that, Hejaeon is struggling to keep the curses at bay. There are way too many of them compared to us." Just as he shouted, the monsters slipped past Lee Seo-jun and headed straight for Unhai. Lee Seo-jun told Unhai, "Sorry. Some of them just got through." Unhai reassured him, Unhai was ready to fight, weapon always aimed forward. But something felt off. She blurted out, "Wait, these monsters. They are not targeting me," she said, leaving Lee Seo-jun stunned. He quickly turned to look behind at Unhai. Sure enough, the monsters were not coming near her. Lee Seo-jun thought, "What the heck?" So the ones that got through just keep moving straight ahead. Hejaeon stayed focused, making sure no monsters slipped behind. She was starting to get tired, thinking, "These curses are seriously dangerous. Fighting this many is tough enough, but adding curses on top feels like my energy is draining twice as fast." Suddenly, behind Hejaeon, a monster charged and attacked her from behind. She turned to face the danger but was too slow to fight back. A voice shouted nearby, and Hee-jaeon dodged to the side. She looked up and saw something about to fall from above. It was a huge rock falling right where she had just stood. Hee-jaeon reflexively moved away, watching the dust cloud rise. Amazed, she thought, "It is the only one who could throw a rock that big was none other than Da-ho." She turned and said, "Thanks, Dae-ho," but before she could finish, she saw something that stopped her from speaking. Ji-ho was coughing up blood. Blood dripped from his mouth onto the ground, surrounded by monster corpses. Though injured, Ji-ho did not give up. He gripped the monsters tightly in his hands. Hee-jaeon asked, "Dae-ho, what is going on?" Ji-ho, a bit exhausted, said, "Sorry. The monsters that got through gathered here. This curse, like Seo-jun said, it is pretty strong. Don't touch them," he warned. Then collapsed. The group shouted anxiously. Dae-ho, Hee-jaeon could not believe it. She never thought Dae-ho would be defeated like this. Wait, what about Ram? Haram was also struggling to fend off the monsters. Bullets kept flying non-stop. Haram was already covered in wounds. She was attacked from all sides. Haram shouted angrily, "You bastards, you are as persistent as leeches," she yelled, firing wildly. Hee-jaeon noticed Haram was in trouble and wanted to find a way to help her. Hee-jaeon tried to slip through the monsters. A monster lunged at Hee-jaeon, but she and Haram shot an arrow straight through its head. The monster roared in pain from where it was hit. A blue light began to glow. This surprised Hee-jaeon. The monster was down, and the blue light was shining at her feet. Hee-jaeon looked closely and thought, "This is," but the monster's roar near Haram distracted her. She yelled to Haram, "Hold on for a moment." Hee-jaeon started piecing it together what just happened, and the truth that the monsters were not only targeting her. Could it be this vest? Thinking that, Hee-jaeon grabbed the collar. Then she smiled, pulled the vest off, and tossed it toward the monsters. The vest's energy made the monsters hesitate, stopping their attack. Haram's eyes sparkled with hope but also confusion. Lee Seo-jun fought off monsters, but kept an eye on his teammates. The vest caught his attention too. Seo-jun asked, "Hee-jaeon, what is that?" She replied, "Yeah, Seo-jun, this is not an ordinary vest. It is a vest that can repel curses." Lee Seo-jun was shocked after hearing that and repeated in his mind, "The shirt breaks the curse, so I can use this?" He thought, his eyes locking onto the monster leader. Lee Seo-jun kept thinking about how to get close to it. Then he called out to On-hee-jae, "On-hee, lend me that shirt. I am counting on you guys here." On-hee-jae tossed the shirt to Lee Seo-jun and replied, "Got it." Holding the shirt, Lee Seo-jun added, "You all get what I mean, right? You are the only ones I trust. So this time, do not freeze up and try not to judge the shirt," he said, charging into the monster horde with the shirt in hand. Heading straight for the boss, Lee Seo-jun got closer and closer to the boss. The boss monster had noticed Lee Seo-jun by now. It immediately launched an attack. The boss swung its tail at Lee Seo-jun, but he dodged just in time. The tail kept creating shockwaves, sweeping the area around. Lee Seo-jun struggled to keep up, dodging while calculating. What the hell is this? Just the tail alone is giving me a hard time. At this rate, even if I get past the curse, I still won't be able to attack. The cursed monsters were still being held back by Unhai's group. Arrows flew out, hitting their targets. Haizen's sword kept striking relentlessly. Fighting non-stop was wearing them down. Unhai looked at the situation and thought, they just keep pushing forward. I do not have many arrows left. As she searched for a solution, Hiram shouted, "Hey, both of you, move to the side." Hiram aimed her gun at the monsters, clearly readying a powerful attack. She adjusted her aim carefully. Unhai and Haizen knew exactly what Hiram was about to do. They worriedly tried to stop her, urging her to reconsider. "Wait, your body can take all that recoil." But Hiram was determined. "I know, and I do not want to do this either. But if I do not, it is not going to end. If we want to kill all these pests, this is the only way," she said, and opened fire. Bullets sprayed at the monsters, their growls echoing through the air. With every shot fired, Hiram's body was hit with recoil damage. Blood kept spurting from Hiram's mouth. Unhai worriedly tried to tell her to stop, but Hiram said, If I am going down, it will be because of this weapon. The monsters all attack the same way, so let us just wipe them out," she said, cocking her gun for the next round. She fired fiercely, shouting, "Die, all of you bastards." Spent casings and magazines clattered onto the ground. Hiram stood up, her whole body covered in wounds. Haizen and Unhai told her not to push too hard, but Hiram ignored them, saying, "There is still too many left." Predicting Haizen and Unhai would rush to her, Hiram stopped them, yelling, "Don't come any closer." Then she pulled a grenade from her belt. Holding the grenade, she said, "If you do not want to get blown to bits." She stared at the bloodthirsty monsters screaming around her. Hiram took a step back, ready to throw. The grenade flew from her hand and exploded shortly after. Unhai and Haizen could only stand there, watching how Rams move. The grenade was thrown. Hiram collapsed. The grenade's blast detonated, causing a massive explosion that wiped out many monsters. Only then did Hyzen and Unhai rush to Iram's side. Anxiously calling her name, Hyzen stared in disbelief at Iram lying still on the ground. Whispering, "No way!" Even shy, Unhai assessed the situation and said, "But with that grenade Iram just threw, most of them are dead. This many. We can handle." Hyzen looked at Iram and could not hold back tears. Then, choking up, she said, "Sis, I tried to hold on. But I think this is the limit. Actually, I have been hurt before," Hyzen said as she lifted her long hair, revealing a large, serious wound on her smooth back. Unhai could not believe it. She stammered, "Hyzen, you..." Hyzen continued, "I do not plan to keep attacking them. I will leave the rest to you." Then grabbed her sword and moved forward. "I am not stopping." Hyzen added, "Instead, I just want to land one clean hit. Right on, boss." Hyzen focused all her energy into her sword. Images of her teammates flashed through Hyzen's mind, Diho and Iram, both injured and unable to take down the boss. Maybe, just like Alex said, we really are going to die. This boss is deadly. But that does not mean we give up. With that thought, Hyzen took a high leap toward the boss. She aimed carefully. The boss noticed the attack and quickly changed direction. Licio, fighting the boss, was surprised to see Hyzen appear. Energy radiated fiercely from Hyzen's entire body. It looked like she was using all her strength to strike the boss. The boss's body was sliced in half. Lee Seo-jun was stunned as the boss's tail was severed. Hyzen called out, "Seo-jun!" Right now, before she could finish, a powerful energy burst exploded, hitting Hyzen. The blast sent Hyzen flying backward into a wall. The impact made her cough up blood. The overwhelming energy made Lee Seo-jun grit his teeth. Struggling to stay grounded, it was the boss. After Hyzen's attack, not only was the boss unharmed, but it seemed to grow even stronger. Lee Seo-jun was determined to finish off the boss this time. He concentrated his power into his weapon, ready to strike. He prepared to unleash his ultimate move. Lee Seo-jun shouted to Hyzen, "Hyzen, this is all thanks to you. Because of you, I finally have what I wanted." The opening move. Lee Seo-jun raised his spear. Then, with all his might, he threw the spear forward. He used the piercing strike technique. The sharp spearhead aimed straight at the boss. The attack immediately pierced through the boss's body. A desperate roar echoed through the air. After the strike, Lee Seo-jun was exhausted and collapsed. The boss was defeated. The cursed monsters vanished as well. Unhai, eyes shining with joy, said, "We won. We beat the boss." She quickly ran to Lee Seo-jun, calling his name as she went. Unhai helped Lee Seo-jun lie down in her arms and said, "You did it." Lee Seo-jun replied, reassuring her, "With this, you and the others will be fine. Make sure to contact the knights as soon as we leave this dungeon." While they were celebrating, something flickered behind Unhai. Sensing danger, Unhai turned around to look. Her expression instantly turned pale. Through the thick smoke, something was appearing. A huge shadow loomed. Unhai carried Lee Seo-jun and moved to another spot. Watching carefully to see what was coming, she saw something that made panic flood her face as she whispered, "No way, it is the boss. It is not dead." Unhai thought, even after that attack, it is still alive. The boss was gathering energy again. Then it launched an attack on Unhai and Lee Seo-jun below. Unhai, carrying Lee Seo-jun on her back, searched for a way to dodge the strike. The boss attacked relentlessly. Unhai worried, thinking, its attacks are way stronger now, I can keep running. The boss stopped and let out a roar, clearly preparing a powerful counterattack. While dodging, Unhai carrying Lee Seo-jun suddenly fell. Unhai hit the ground hard. "The boss is right in front of me." Unhai fell into despair, thinking, is this the end? Tears stopped on her face, but she would not give up. Unhai clenched her teeth in helplessness, thinking, am I really going to end like this? I have come so far already. Should I just give up and leave Seo behind? Unhai looked toward Lee Seo-jun lying on the other side. His hand twitched. His pinky moved. Lee Seo-jun's brows tightened in pain. He tried to make a sound. Unhai sensed the boss was about to attack Lee Seo-jun and quickly thought of a plan. She stood up. The boss eyes glowed blood red, ready to strike its prey. Unhai ran toward Lee Seo-jun. The boss hurled sharp ice shards down. At that moment, a cup wobbled and fell, shattering into pieces. It is Lee Seo-jun in Unhai's home. Their daughter, Seoa, sat at the table as the glass broke on the floor. Grandpa gasped, "Oh no? Why did this suddenly fall?" He bent down to clean and warned Seoa, "Seoa, it is dangerous. Don't he come near here. I will clean it up." Seoa looked at her grandpa with a worried expression. Her face grew paler. Seoa stared at the broken cup on the floor and thought, that is the cup Mom loved. Back in the dungeon, Lee Seo-jun lay on the ground, blood dripping from his face. It stirred Lee Seo-jun awake. Right in front of him was a sharp ice shard, stained with blood, hovering inches from his eyes. Unhai's face darkened. She blocked the attack aimed at Lee Seo-jun, then knelt before him as the ice pierced through her. Seo-jun could only stammer her name. "Unhai." Lee Seo-jun tried to say something, but Unhai stopped him. She said, Seo-jun. But Lee Seo-jun shouted, "Unhai, do not say anything. Right now." "You are." Unhai touched Lee Seo-jun's face and gently said, "I am going ahead. Seo, take care of her for me. I do not think I will be able to come back to you. So Seo, you have to survive and stay by Seo's side." Lee Seo-jun's face froze in shock, tears streaming down, eyes full of panic, pain, and helplessness. Unhai's hand slowly slipped away, and she left just like that. Lee Seo-jun called her name, but Unhai was gone. His cries filled with grief and agony. The system suddenly notified, "You cannot stop this. You cannot change Lee Seo's fate." Lee Seo-jun refused to accept it. He remembered the day he first met Unhai in class. Every image of Unhai flashed before his eyes, from her back silhouette to her bright smile. Now, only Unhai lay motionless, covered in blood and wounds. Unhai's face showed pain and helplessness, eyes wide and tear-filled, like she wanted to say something but was too afraid. Lee Seo-jun stared at the boss before him. Hatred burned in his eyes. Lee Seo-jun grabbed his weapon instantly. He charged at the boss like a madman, but Lee Seo-jun was not a match for it. One hit knocked him down hard, throwing him backward. After attacking, the boss used its tail to fling Lee Seo-jun far away. He crashed into the wall. He lay there, motionless. Lee Seo-jun blamed himself, thinking it was his fault. His arrogance put everyone in danger. "I acted recklessly and dragged everyone into this mess. If I had planned better, if I had found the worm sooner, no. If we had not overestimated ourselves and entered the trial tower first." Thinking this, Lee Seo-jun clenched his teeth tight. He slammed his fist into the ground. Lee Seo-jun scolded himself even more. Who even knows if the worm attacks? All this is nonsense. What do you mean we can stop Seo's fate? I have thought of so many solutions. I swear I won't make these mistakes again in this life. Instead, I am making this happen even sooner than last time. The boss has not stopped attacking yet. It is aiming its claws at Lee Seo-jun, ready to crush him. Like before, Lee Seo-jun is slammed away by the boss's power. At this moment, Lee Seo-jun nearly gives up, thinking even if I survive, what is the point if Unhai dies? But instead, I should. Lee Seo-jun wants to ignore everything and follow Unhai and the others, when suddenly a voice calls out, "Seo-jun." The voice grows louder, snapping Lee Seo-jun back to reality. Lee Seo-jun now finds himself in a different space. The voice continues, "Calm down. It is Elizabeth." Surprised, Lee Seo-jun asks her, "Why are you here?" Elizabeth tells him, "Don't think about dying. Don't you remember our promise?" Lee Seo-jun, still confused, and asks, "What promise?" But Elizabeth, a bit upset, says, "You promised me that you would never die, and you also promised your daughter." That hits Lee Seo-jun hard. He recalls a moment from before, in a room, a soft voice saying no. Seo-jun wanted to go to Hilak with his parents. His face was full of stubbornness as he sat in a suitcase, talking to them. Unhai advised her, "Seo, you can do that." Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun took out his phone, filming her loving gaze. But then Lee Seo-jun immediately felt Unhai's sharp look. She called his name softly, and he quickly changed his attitude. He also advised Seo, "That is right. Seo, Mom and Dad have to work. It is dangerous. You can come along," Lee Seo-jun said as he lifted Seo out of the suitcase. He reminded her as he held Seo, "But Mom and Dad will be back as soon as possible." Seo did not believe it and grabbed Lee Seo-jun's collar with her tiny hand, asking again, "Really?" Lee Seo-jun answered gently, "Of course," he said, and Seo hooked her pinky finger out, wanting him to promise. Seo seriously said, "Promise me you will come back." Lee Seo-jun happily hooked his pinky finger with hers and replied, "I understand. I promise." They sealed the promise. Then the two of them linked pinkies. Back to the present. Lee Seo-jun suddenly understands a lot. Remembering his promise to Seo, his spirit snaps back, but the boss's power is still way too strong for Lee Seo-jun. Lee Seo-jun grips his weapon, slams it into the ground hard, and tells himself, "That is right. I remember now. I promised Elizabeth and Seo I would definitely come back." He also recalls Unhai's last words before she died, "Stay by Seo's side." Okay, Lee Seo-jun keeps going. No one will be there to take care of Seo. That means Seo would lose both parents at age 5, and that pain could come sooner. Maybe even worse. I can let that happen. I already made her suffer in my past life. I can make her life any more miserable than before. Lee Seo-jun stands tall, points his weapon at the boss with fierce determination. "I will survive and escape this damn prison, even if I have to sacrifice everything." He is set on destroying the boss. He activates his ring power. His physical strength and mana surge temporarily. A fierce gust of wind rises. The boss locks onto its target. Lee Seo-jun seems to have given up on everything else. Only one thought fills his mind: kill this monster. He charges at the boss. A blue aura surrounds his weapon. Each strike slashes across the boss's body, but it barely reacts, just lets out a roar of anger. Lee Seo-jun does not stop. He attacks other spots on the boss. He is going crazy trying to hurt it, but the boss is not wounded yet. While letting Lee Seo-jun attack, the boss teased him by not fighting back, then suddenly swipes its tail, sending Lee Seo-jun flying, but he does not give up. The boss claws stretch out long, then he quickly dropped down to Lee Seo-jun below. Every strike from Lee Seo-jun was relentless as he pushed through the boss attack circle. The boss seemed to sense Lee Seo-jun growing stronger. It pressed down on him even harder. The boss launched a fierce attack. It wrapped its hands forward, trying to crush Lee Seo-jun, but it did not go as planned. Lee Seo-jun slipped right out. Right after, one of the boss's arms was struck. Its hand was severed, and the boss roared in pain. The roar grew louder. Lee Seo-jun landed on the ground, muttering, "Looks like it is finally hurt." He focused energy into a spear and said, "I am going to coat this spear with an aura." Lee Seo-jun recalled Elizabeth's image and thought quietly, "Thanks, Elizabeth. You helped me remember. Even if it is just a theory that it is a skill used by the Holy Knights, it might still work on this deadly monster." At that moment, purple light sparkled into view. Lee Seo-jun's spear started changing, the color shifting to purple. He stared at the spear in amazement and wondered, is the color really changing? Suddenly, he remembered something and said, "No way, it is useless against magic, but it can amplify temporary power boosts." The boss, still roaring, despite losing a finger, Lee Seo-jun planted his feet firmly. His hand gripped the spear tight. He prepared for a swift finish. Lee Seo-jun locked eyes on the boss, thinking, the ring's effect will end soon. Time's running out. I need to finish this with one final strike. The boss gathered a powerful blue energy ball in its chest, radiating immense power. Lee Seo-jun shouted, "Let us settle this." The boss unleashed its power. They clashed head-on. The space around them trembled violently. Their powers collided, creating a blinding light that seemed like it could tear the space apart. They faced off directly. The space around them shook fiercely. Their powers both launched full-force direct attacks. Lee Seo-jun's spearhead aimed to pierce through the energy blast. He tensed his whole body. Lee Seo-jun poured all his strength into thrusting the spear forward. The spear charged straight at the boss. Just as the tension peaked, a voice echoed from the air. "Finally, the day has come. My king, I have waited for this day for so long." Lee Seo-jun did not know where the voice came from and wondered, "What is that?" The sound came from. Lee Seo-jun noticed a red cloth tied to the boss's body. He suddenly remembered something. Lee Seo-jun recalled, "Is not that a scarf?" At that moment, purple energy appeared in the air, gathering into a glowing orb. Then it exploded. The energy was released. The system announced, "Dungeon tutorial successfully completed for the first time. Tutorial mission complete. Calculating accumulated rewards. Total first place reward, 22,750 points. Lee Seo, test subject and bake, received a special reward." Lee Seo-jun could not hold on anymore. He collapsed. The system kept announcing, "Physical strength has returned to normal levels. Mana has returned to normal levels. The ring has absorbed part of your humanity." Lee Seo-jun muttered to himself, I can lose consciousness now. I need to leave the dungeon and contact the Knights Guild immediately. Then I have to get back to Seoa." With that, he passed out. System has a new notification. The previous reward has already been used. A surge of energy flows into Lee Seo-jun's body. This is the scripted mission reward. The effect of the white ticket has been activated. It is pouring rain outside, and Bake is sitting, staring at the sand. When someone calls out, and Bake is Elizabeth. She is curled up, withdrawn. Her eyes are full of worry. She curls her legs and asks, "Will Lee Seo-jun be okay?" Hearing this, and Bake's expression darkens. The two sit there, watching the rain, their hearts heavy with worry. His eyes narrow. Lee Seo-jun snaps awake. He looks around. The surroundings feel somewhat familiar. He wonders, is this my home? Lee Seo-jun sits up, puzzled about when he got back. Suddenly, his eyes flash with alertness. There is someone in his house. From behind, Lee Seo-jun can see who it is and silently asks, "Who is there?" The person speaks, "It has been a while." The girl turns around, and Lee Seo-jun gasps in surprise, "Elizabeth." Lee Seo-jun quickly steps out of the bedroom, saying, "Is it really you? How is this possible?" Elizabeth replies, "That is a pretty abstract question. I told you before, I would meet you again." Lee Seo-jun looks at her suspiciously, asking, "Are you really the same person from before?" Elizabeth does not answer directly but says, "First, let me apologize. You are probably curious about a lot, but I can't explain everything to you, because if I do, it will only increase the chances of me getting caught." Lee Seo-jun does not get what she means by caught and asks, "Caught? By who?" Elizabeth answers, "I can't tell you that either. Just give me your hand first." Lee Seo-jun obeys and offers his hand to Elizabeth. Elizabeth transfers some kind of power to him. Lee Seo, puzzled, asks, "What are you doing?" Elizabeth says, "I have lessened the side effects of the ring. You should feel more comfortable now. Use it as you like, but do not overdo it." Lee Seo-jun pulls back his hand, looks at the ring, and says, "Now that I think about it, you gave me this too." Elizabeth, "Who are you?" Lee Seo-jun pieces the story together and thinks. Back then, 23 said the scripted mission was not real, so he assumed Elizabeth was just an illusion. He even thought her condition, similar to Seoa's, was just a subconscious image he created. But despite thinking all that was an illusion, so many strange things still happened. Lee Seo-jun directly asks Elizabeth, "You are not a hallucination?" You are real, right? Elizabeth replies. That depends on how you see it. Lee Seo-jun feels even more confused after hearing that. Elizabeth adds, I do not want this either, but because of my current position, I have no choice. Elizabeth glances at Lee Seo-jun. She judges. Just as I expected, it does not suit you at all. It is my old outfit. Lee Seo-jun looks puzzled. Elizabeth continues, I think you should give it to someone else instead of using it yourself. Lee Seo-jun asks, confused. Give it away. To who? Elizabeth answers. To someone worth protecting. Lee Seo-jun realizes the point and asks John Dap, how much do you really know? Don't tell me you even know Seoa. Elizabeth casually replies, how could I not? We are all witches. After all, Lee Seo-jun is not giving up. He presses, then how do you know Seoa is a witch? Elizabeth responds vaguely, that is a tough question. If someone asked you why you are human, could you answer? She moves toward the window, gently places her hand on the glass, and adds, that child and I were born from the same destined formula. A cursed fate, Lee Seo-jun repeats nervously. A cursed fate. Elizabeth's eyes flash with some resentment as she replies, yes, it is a cruel irony. Is not witches, the only ones free to use the curse, are bound by the curse itself. Without continuing the story, Elizabeth gets back to the main point and asks, enough questions already, before time runs out. I need to tell you something. Lee Seo-jun asks her, what is it? Elizabeth tells him, it is a warning about the butterfly effect. Lee Seo-jun asks again to make sure he heard right. You mean the butterfly effect? Elizabeth confirms, yes, that is right. Elizabeth starts explaining, I am talking about the events that happen every time you change the future. I think you already know, but so much has changed. So much that you could not even imagine. Lee Seo-jun disagrees, firmly replying, I have to change everything. Elizabeth explains, I know, but you do know what the butterfly effect means. Even if you can see it right away, it is building up and will eventually come back as a violent storm, a storm you alone won't be able to handle. Lee Seo-jun clenches his teeth, unwilling to accept it, remembering past failures, blaming himself for trying so hard to change everything but failing to alter the most important things. Elizabeth seems to understand what Lee Seo-jun is thinking. She tells him, do not make that face. Unhai is still alive. That makes Lee Seo-jun's eyes widen in shock. He can't hold back and blurts out, What did you just say? Elizabeth continues, the reward ticket you got from the scenario mission. It is not just any ordinary blank ticket. Its real name is the restoration ticket, a time reversal ticket for a body. Under its effect, the time of those in the guild resets to how they were before you made the first move. In other words, Lee Seo-jun can hold back and says Unhai's body has returned to how it was before she died. Elizabeth replies, exactly. That is how it works. Still, Elizabeth warns, you can be careless. The reason Yuan Unhai could be revived is because she died inside the tower, within the ticket's influence. Do not expect this to happen when you are outside the tower, and even if it does, you still have to be careful. Elizabeth seriously warns Lee Seo-jun, you have safety measures, but you do not know what the future holds. You also have to prepare yourself to face the butterfly effect. With that said, Elizabeth says goodbye. Alright, I have to go now. Lee Seo-jun regrets it, grabbing her hand, but I still have so much to say. Elizabeth does not hesitate and says sorry. But like I said before, if I stay here too long, I will get caught. Details later. Lee Seo-jun finishes. Wait, Elizabeth still has one last thing to ask her. I do not know how you did it, but like the Ring King, you are the one who gave me the restoration ticket, right? I know you had to get deeply involved in my affairs, but why? Why did you go so far to save me? Elizabeth does not answer, just smiles softly. She says, it is obvious, because of you, I am on your side. With those words, Elizabeth disappears. Her sudden disappearance surprises Lee Seo-jun. He thinks, she blinked and vanished just like that. I still have so many questions about what happens after the scenario mission. About the Ring King and the tower bosses too. She did not explain everything, just as he wonders if there is a bigger plan behind it all. The space around Lee Seo-jun shifts and a small screen appears in front of him. On the screen, a message pops up. Alpha Tester. A new privilege has been added to Lee Seo-jun's personal system. Lee Seo-jun realizes this is just the beginning. The system sends a new notification. Please open your personal system. Lee Seo-jun recalls his original goal for coming to the tower, the ability to change professions. A special privilege. The system has new info. Lee Seo-jun's personal system. Title Spearman changed. Special skill. High thrust. Unique skill. Seeing the notification, Lee Seo-jun can believe he can actually change his title, even though it is a useful feature. Lee Seo-jun did not want to change his own title. He told the system, I want to change someone else's title instead. We'll transfer this privilege. The system quickly replied to Lee Seo-jun that these privileges are only granted to hunters who've achieved outstanding results in the guide tower. Once the privilege to change a title is granted, the hunter can give it back. At this point, Lee Seo-jun recalculated, so that means I can transfer privilege. I should be known that from the start. It is no exaggeration to say that all the misfortunes Ko faced were caused by that little devil's title. So I thought if I just changed her title, I could stop all those disasters. Lee Seo-jun complained. Yeah, it is like they want to make things hard for me. I really can't help it. Lee Seo-jun stared at the system screen and thought about plan B. I will change my own title for a stronger one, but there is one thing blocking me. Lee Seo-jun asked the system, if I change my title, will my title skill change too? The system replied that Lee Seo-jun's piercing skill is very high, and it will disappear if the title is changed. Hearing this, Lee Seo-jun sighed helplessly, realizing that is exactly what is standing in his way. Honestly, the effectiveness of piercing is so good that I do not want to give it up at all. Sure, after 15 years, I will have other skills with similar power, but this is an extremely unbalanced skill before the big personal system update drops. Plus, if I boost my mana, I can use it even more times, and more importantly, if it disappears, would not all the training I have done for 15 years just go down the drain? However, since the skill and compensation from a title usually have limits and my new title weapon might not even be compatible with me like before. While thinking this through, the system suddenly notified him, you can change your title and keep your current skills. This message shocked Lee Seo-jun. The system continued, you can add development potential to your current title. Every word surprised Lee Seo-jun more and more. He thought in his head, development potential, right, that actually exists. Title development. At first, it was not much different from regular titles, but these titles can grow alongside the hunter who wears them. I have looked into this because I was not satisfied with the limits of a normal title, but if I can unlock the key to break through those limits, everything will be different. After thinking it through, Lee Seo-jun spoke out loud. Alright, I have made up my mind. Add development potential to my title. System set. Your personal system will now reset. The Spearman title will be converted into a title with development potential. Lee Seo-jun woke up in another room, feeling a bit tired. He said, I do not know how many times I have seen this unfamiliar scene. This is happening pretty often nowadays. From outside, Alexit opened the door and stepped in. Seeing Lee Seo-jun in bed, he said, looks like you are awake. Lee Seo-jun was surprised to see Alexit and asked, Alexit, where am I? Alexit answered, this is the Knights Guild house. We brought you all here after finding you unconscious outside the tower. Lee Seo-jun asked Alexit about what happened inside the tower, but Alexit looked confused and asked him back, the guide tower, you guys already cleared all the floors. Lee Seo-jun blinked in surprise and asked, really? Alexit sneered, that reaction's pretty weak. Alexit continued, it is a dungeon even our guild master did not dare to beat. Your achievement is seriously impressive. Lee Seo-jun still did not understand and muttered to himself, something does not add up. Lee Seo-jun recalled the story from the dungeon. I knew the tower boss would be a king, but why did a giant salamander appear instead of in Beak? And if it really was in Beak, then where did the king go? Back in reality, he asked Alexit about the others. Alexit replied, your guild members. Don't worry, they are all fine. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside. It was Lee Seo-jun's group. Despite their injuries, they all rushed in, anxiously asking after Lee Seo-jun. Earlier, Alexit had already briefed him on their situation. Though they had some wounds here and there, everyone was safe, and your wife is okay too. At that moment, In-hai burst in, panicked, loudly calling out Lee Seo-jun's name. In-hai softly asked, are you okay? Lee Seo-jun could not help himself and immediately pulled In-hai into a hug. In-hai felt a bit shy from the sudden hug, her cheeks flushing pink without control. She quietly called out Lee Seo-jun's name. Lee Seo-jun hugged her tighter, thinking, thank goodness, this is not a dream. In-hai is really alive. This made the whole group behind them giggle. Lee Seo-jun started piecing together the events, saying, let us review what has happened so far. When we entered the tower, Sophia was hospitalized because the curse suddenly weakened her body, but it seems she is slowly recovering now that the curse has been lifted. When I visited, Sophia said she wanted to give me a reward, but it was thanks to her letting us into the tower that I was able to reach my goal. So in the end, we all agreed just to go out for a meal together. Because of the ticket's effect, the deepest memories of the first curse attack were erased from the guild members. Although I was a bit confused, it was probably better if they did not know, and I did not plan to talk about it later. That is how everything wrapped up. After a few days, the whole group recovered. As we were leaving, who expressed some regret, saying, "Do we really have to go? Can't we stay a bit longer?" He Jaeon and Aram immediately declined, both having things to do. Rejected, who was stunned and exclaimed, "What, am I the only one with nothing to do?" Lee Seo-jun just smiled quietly, watching his friends' playful teasing. As we were about to leave, Alexis appeared and said to Lee Seo-jun, "Lee Seo, I need to talk to you." Lee Seo-jun asked, "Alexis? What brings you here?" Alexis clenched his fist tightly. Then he met Lee Seo-jun's gaze and said thanks, which startled Lee Seo-jun. Lee Seo-jun wanted to help Alexis up, but Alexis said, "I did not even know our guild leader was cursed." Lee Seo-jun explained it was just that the curse did not show many symptoms, but Alexis disagreed, adding, "You know how our leader hides things like this. If it were not for you, she might have kept hiding it and quietly slipped away." Lee Seo-jun agreed. He analyzed further. From the outside, it looks like the knights are reading the tower's manual. If the secret of the dungeon leaks, other groups hungry for the tower's skills will swarm in, and a war would be inevitable. If we rely on the public, conflict will erupt, and if we try to handle this just with the knights, many members would die. So Sophia naturally chose to sacrifice herself to prevent both scenarios. Lee Seo-jun continued to Alexis, "Even if it was not me, someone else would eventually conquer the tower." But Alexis knew by then it would be too late. He insisted, "No matter what, that someone is you. So you do not have to be so humble." Alexis handed his business card to Lee Seo-jun and added, "Call me if you ever need help. I say this on behalf of all the knights." Lee Seo-jun took the card and thanked Alexis sincerely, but Alexis was not done, saying, "If you plan to stay longer in Greece, there is plenty we can do for you." Lee Seo-jun replied, "Sorry, but I have to decline." Alexis asked him. Lee Seo-jun thought of something, his face full of love, unable help but smile softly. He said, "I miss my daughter. I miss her so much it is dizzying." At a tall apartment building, bright sunlight poured down, creating a scorching scene. Lee Seo-jun's family returned home. He excitedly opened the door and cheerfully shouted, "We are home?" Ko behind him raised both hands in joy. "Our home." Then, Unhai immediately jumped onto the bed, burying her head in the soft pillow, happily saying, "My bed." Lee Seo-jun sat down and looked back at you, Unhai. At this moment, she had already fallen asleep without him noticing. He observed Yu's expression. Unhai could not help but reflect silently. Unhai was definitely exhausted. Just as expected, she would pushed herself too hard during the tower raid. Lee Seo-jun put his hand on his face and kept thinking, realizing he would forgotten they were just rookies, since this was before his reset. They were so famous that he got careless, but now they probably do not even have many special skills yet. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, only just now coming to it. Lee Seo-jun turned to look at Yu. Unhai was sound asleep, and he still did not know what her skills were. He looked at her, thinking that before his reset, she had already died. So he never saw her use any special ability, probably should ask her about it. Lee Seo-jun turned around, his mind flooded with thoughts, Earthbet's words echoing in his head. Sunlight streamed through the window, lighting up a dark corner of the room. Seems like that girl can see the future. How much does she really know? Lee Seo-jun's reflection suddenly darkened and clouded. If he could, he would want to find that girl in another trial tower. But the tutorial tower is a one-way trip. You can re-enter once you have been inside. So that means he is stuck waiting on luck, not knowing how the butterfly effect will play out in the meantime. Feeling exhausted, he lay down on the bed. He could not prepare for what was coming, because he could not predict what would happen next. What if something goes wrong tomorrow, or in the days ahead? Lee Seo-jun thought warily, his head about to explode. Seo was hiding behind the wall nearby. Playfully, she stretched out her hands and jumped straight onto the bed, leaving Lee Seo-jun and Yu Unhai a bit puzzled. Seo giggled happily. "You are just like me, right?" Yu Unhai gently asked her. "Seo, you have been following your parents, have not you?" She blankly answered. Seo lay happily between them, saying Mom and Dad and Seo are all the same. Hearing that filled Lee Seo-jun's heart with a warm happiness. Then he thought to himself, better put those worries aside for now. Right after, Lee Seo-jun looked at Seo and said with admiration, "You are such a cute daughter. You are melting Dad's heart." She cheekily replied, "Dad, you will be fine." At that moment, the two of them were sitting on the sofa. Lee Seo-jun was tying Seo's hair when suddenly the doorbell rang. He muttered under his breath, "Who could that be at this hour? I am not expecting anyone." A familiar voice echoed from outside the door. It is. Hearing that voice, Lee Seo-jun's jaw dropped in surprise. He quickly ran to open the door. Standing there was a tall man with silver white hair. Lee Seo-jun exclaimed, "Woo, Grandpa." The old man placed something on the floor. Lee Seo-jun hurriedly asked, "Why are you here so late?" Grandpa replied, "I came to bring you this." What he placed on the floor was a white cage. Lee Seo-jun was stunned. He gasped, "Is that A black cat stepped out of the cage, its eyes and collar glowing green. Lee Seo-jun continued. A cat. Seo suddenly got excited, running over with all her energy and calling out loudly. Master? Hearing her call the cat master, Lee Seo-jun asked. Curious? Master? Grandpa next to him explained. That is the cat's name. Lee Seo-jun still did not get it. He asked, what is going on? Why did you suddenly bring a cat? Come inside first, Grandpa said as he stepped forward. It is a stray cat. The kid likes it, so I brought it along. Hearing this, Lee Seo-jun was shocked and asked, a stray? Where did you find it? Grandpa quickly replied, well, you and your wife were in Greece. The cat stuck close to Ko and never left. Grandpa added, and Ko got close to the cat too. If you can keep it, I will take care of it. Lee Seo-jun scratched his head awkwardly. Taking care of a cat? That is a bit sudden. Eun-hai pleaded from the side. Please, can we keep the cat? Lee Seo-jun was surprised. Eun-hai, you like cats too? Her eyes suddenly sparkled, cheeks flushed pink. Yeah, they are cute. I heard they are easy to train too. He quickly asked, but is not cat hair bad for Ko? Eun-hai offered a solution. As long as we take good care of it, it should be fine. Then she glanced meaningfully at Ko and added, and just look at him. Ko really loved the cat. Honestly, the scene was hard to resist. Ko kept smiling, calling the cat nonstop. Master, but something fell off to Seo-jun. His face suddenly darkened. Everyone loved that cat. It was not about money not being enough to care for it, yet having a black cat hanging around a witch. Suddenly, an image flashed through Seo-jun's mind, making him uneasy. Almost slipped up, but quickly clammed up and said, that is a secret. He stared blankly at the cat, but all Seo-jun got in return was a mio. The hidden ring in his sleeve did not react at all. He would seen it before, but his mana did not respond to it, so it probably was not some dangerous monster or anything. Besides, Seo-jun did not know who else to find to keep him company, so he made up his mind. Alright, I will take the cat in. Both mother and son immediately perked up. Seo-jun happily ran over and hugged Elizabeth. Master, I am so happy. Suddenly, Grandpa stepped forward and there was more. Then he seriously said, I need to talk to you. The two of them exchanged looks and quickly moved to a private spot to talk. Just as expected, Grandpa angrily scolded Seo-jun about his trip to Greece. Even if you are on a business trip, do not leave the girl alone for that long. Hearing this, Seo-jun just nodded in acceptance. Eun-hai did not pay much attention. Suddenly, she hurried to see Grandpa off. Dad's back already. Yeah, I am not staying long. Grandpa left a reminder before leaving. Take care of the family. But no one paid attention to the cat. Those eyes look so much like Elizabeth's. I know you and your wife are busy, but she is still at an age where she needs lots of love. It is not good to be apart from her for so long. Seo-jun seemed to feel her loneliness. Too, Seo-jun could only lower his head and listen quietly. I am her grandfather. I can protect her, but I can't replace her parents. He whispered to himself, what should I do? Grandpa folded his arms and said slowly, what do you mean? What should you do? Of course, you should step up and replace her parents. No excuses. No hesitation, just do it. Change yourself. Hearing Seo-jun's silly question, Grandpa frowned and advised, exactly. If you work weekdays, spend weekends playing with her. If you have long business trips, take her along next time. Over here, Seo was playing with Elizabeth when Eun-hai arrived. Asking, Seo, what are you doing? She happily replied, I am talking with Master. Really? The little firefox left hanging mid-sentence. A bit awkward, then quickly explained, no, that is a secret. Eun-hai did not pay much attention. Flight Ottoman El Sarazin. Nansaz Royi. Atav But. Data Tan. Chun Emu. Bum. Eun-hai hurriedly stood up to see Grandpa off. Dad's back already. Yeah, not staying long. Grandpa left a reminder before leaving. Take care of the family. But no one noticed the cat. Those eyes looked just like Elizabeth's. Seo-jun stood in front of the door from earlier, locking eyes with Elizabeth, growing even more suspicious. His face showed worry mixed with curiosity. Finally, the moon appeared, and night fully set in. Seo-jun lay tossing on his small bed. A flood of questions ran through his mind. Could she really talk to animals? Probably just a kid's imagination, but thinking about the power hidden in her body, Seo-jun guessed maybe she really could. She would move dolls with magic and even created that ice mountain golem. She made those things herself, lost in thought. Suddenly a shadow appeared right in front of him. It was Elizabeth in cat form just like he expected. Seo-jun stayed calm and kept pondering. Animals. Could she really communicate with them mentally? Nervous but eager to prove his theory. He thought, hey. Yet his mind kept wondering, what if it is true? Is this cat really just an ordinary cat? Elizabeth sat on him, unable to hide her amusement, curling her lips into a smug smile. Seo-jun instinctively asked, you can understand human speech? She opened her mouth as if to say something, but all Seo-jun got back was a long yawn just like any normal cat. He stared coldly as Elizabeth's shadow slinked away. Maybe he was just overthinking it. Suddenly, Eun-hye appeared behind Seo-jun without him noticing. She smiled at him, but then someone's desperate scream startled them both. It did not take long before Ko's words won him over. "Dad, I think you would look really handsome in it." He immediately changed his mind and happily agreed. "Alright, then I will definitely wear it." With that, the three of them went inside to pick out costumes. "I will wear this one." "Okay," she obediently said. "Sounds good." Seo-jun stood nearby, eagerly helping the two of them. "Alright, let us go change. I will braid your hair." "Do you know how to braid hair?" Seo-jun, he smiled confidently and said, "Leave it to me. I am not confident about much, but braiding hair, I have got that down." At the sightseeing spot, cherry blossom petals floated dreamily everywhere. The sight of the three of them together made other tourists stop and admire them. Eun-hye and Ko wore traditional hanbok costumes, blooming beautifully like flowers. "Whoa, look at her. So cute. Do they work here? Or are they models?" The whispers around made Seo-jun close his eyes proudly and enjoy the moment. Eun-hye touched her neatly braided hair and asked curiously, "Can you really braid hair?" "You are amazing," he casually replied. "Who knows?" Then he raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. "Maybe it is because I used to mess with your hair so much." She smiled, remembering fondly. "You are right. You were pretty good at it back then." The happy family of three strolled down the street, Seo-jun still marveling. "Maybe it is because my models are just too beautiful." Eun-hye held Ko's hand but suddenly stopped. "It is busier here than I thought. Are they filming a drama?" "A drama? Which one?" Seo-jun asked, looking where Eun-hye pointed. "Look at the banner over there," she guessed. "I think it is the drama The Moon Walk starring Soo Hae-in." Seo-jun mumbled confused. "Why are we talking about Soo Hae-in now?" Suddenly, Ko tugged at his sleeve, excitedly calling out, "Dad, Dad, there is over there." Seo-jun asked in surprise, looking toward the group photographing the creature. He could not help but laugh. "That is not that is a cow. Moo." Double cov. He helplessly watched as she tried to mimic the cow's movements. "What are you doing?" Ko innocently explained. "How come its tongue can reach its nose, but mine can't eat?" Eun-hye raised her eyebrows and said bluntly, "Gross." After laughing hard, Seo-jun gently distracted her. "Ko, let us go over there and try some dangona candy." Ko looked puzzled. "What is dangona?" he mysteriously said. "It is something you will love." Then the three quickly headed to the candy stall. The moment Ko put the dangona in her mouth, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "So good." The warm scene of the happy family joking around was heartwarming. "Right? Let us buy more," Ko eagerly said. But Eun-hye stopped her. "Ko, you should only eat one." Hearing this, Ko sadly asked, "Can't I have another one?" She was gently reminded, "You need to eat first." Ko pouted with regret, then quickly switched tactics. "Dad." In an instant, Seo-jun was completely defeated, only able to fear the power of this cuteness. Those sparkling eyes and tiny frame launched a full-on attack. Ko wanted more dangana. Faced with this absolute adorableness, Seo-jun could resist only a little. Mom said. He helplessly watched her struggling to catch the cow's movements. "What are you doing?" Innocent Ko explained. "How come its tongue can reach its nose, but mine can't eat?" Eun-hye raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, "Gross." After a fit of laughter, Seo-jun gently distracted her. "Ko, let us go make some dangana candy over there." Ko looked puzzled. "What is dangana?" He smiled mysteriously. "It is your favorite." Then the three quickly headed to the candy-making spot. The moment Ko tasted the dangona, her eyes lit up, unable to hold back. She exclaimed, "So good." The scene of a happy family of three joking around feels so warm. "Right? How many should we buy?" Ko excitedly replies, "A lot," but then Eun-hye stops her, saying, "Ko, you should only eat one." Hearing this, she sadly, "Can't I have just one more?" Eun-hye seriously reminds her, "You need to finish eating first." Ko reluctantly agrees but quickly switches tactics. "Dad." In note, Seo-jun is completely defeated, only able to fear this power. Those big pleading eyes and tiny figure all attack him at once. Ko wants to eat more dangana. Faced with such cuteness, Seo-jun can only resist a little. Mom says, her eyes well up, sparkling with a desperate plea. "Please." "Really?" "Not allowed." The power strikes to a whole new level. Seo-jun's last line of defense crumbles instantly. Excited, Ko pulls out the dangana candy she made herself. Dad's Ko can eat whatever she wants. Suddenly, a fierce aura flares up behind him. He warns with a serious face. "Seo-jun, put those candies down now." Facing his own survival, Seo-jun could only surrender. "Sorry, kid. Dad's out of moves." She replied understandingly. "It is Seo-jun knows." Suddenly, Ko noticed something else interesting. She did not answer his question, but happily pointed ahead, suggesting, instead, Ko wants to try over there. It was the event center, where prize hunting game experiences were held. Right at the gate, a slightly embarrassed uncle announced, "Sorry, but this game is not for kids under 7. Ko was totally disappointed. Mouth agape, unable to believe what she heard, sensing trouble, Sajin immediately picked her up to comfort her. "Let us go somewhere else." "Okay, but the uncle had another idea. Or how about the parents try? We have an event going on now," the uncle quickly explained. "If you hit the bullseye with 10 arrows, we will give you a stuffed bear." Sajin caught the sparkle in Ko's eyes and understood immediately. "Do you want that stuffed bear?" Ko, without hesitation, she said yes. He looked skeptical. "A bunny. You are holding a sword. Looks familiar." Sensing a chance, the uncle jumped in. "You can win the prize by beating the event. Only 2,000 coins for 10 arrows. What do you think? Want to try?" Watching the arrows drop weakly and miss, you could tell how tough the game was. Passersby admitted defeat. "This is hard. Harder than I thought. Maybe because the targets are placed too far." "Exactly. It is a trick by these crafty merchants." The next 10 people all fell for the same trap. And just thinking about it made the uncle grin smugly. The targets were set twice as far away in this event. No way a regular person could hit them. "Too bad," he added. "Another arrow, but no one will win." Then suddenly, the arrow from earlier sliced through the air toward him. That half-closed gaze, the arrow spiraled beautifully and struck the bullseye with power. Everyone watching gasped in awe. Even the uncle broke into a sweat, frozen in place. "See? Perfect shot." The shady merchant's face went pale as he looked at the arrow's owner. "No way. Only a pro archer could pull off a shot like that." Unhai let out a soft breath and then smiled playfully. "Who is this mystery archer?" Sajin sighed in regret. "What a shame. I would be nailed them all. But at least we got the bunny for Ko." She happily hugged the stuffed bear, then she praised him. "Dad, you are really good at archery." He smiled brightly. "Well, I did get 7 points. Did not?" "Yeah, you are great at archery. It was just the wind." "Really?" Unhai, standing nearby, suddenly chimed in. "Sajin, you can blame the wind," she said firmly. "Like a strict general, you have to overcome the wind's challenge." Sajin just sighed in helplessness. Ko gently fiddled with the stuffed bear, whispering, "I want to play archery too." The two gently held her hands. "Sweetheart, when you turn 7, we will come back here. Okay?" Ko excitedly promised. "Yes, I will be better than Dad. Just watch." "How are you so sure?" Hearing that, she sweetly replied, "Because I am your daughter." Sajin nodded quickly, watching the touching scene of mother and daughter hugging. Ko really is like Yunhai, but personality-wise, she is exactly like me. She will probably be great with a spear too. But the happier Ko looked, the more determined he was to quit. We do not have to force her to do things she does not like. Ko already has magic from a young age. Sajin fell into deep thought. Thinking back, she should be learning to use magic properly. Right now, Ko only uses magic when excited but can control it. Yet there are hundreds of mages out there. But the important thing is, he does not know any personally. So he has no one to teach Ko. After all, only about 1% of hunters know how to use magic correctly. If Ko could learn magic to protect herself, that'd be amazing, but right now, he does not want her involved in any fights. He needs to protect Ko as much as he can. While Seojun was lost in thought, Ko and Inhai were a little distance away. "Hey, look over there," then happily waved to him. "Dad. Hurry up," he smiled softly. So many thoughts swirled around the girl's warm smile as she ran toward the two of them. It was just her wish after all. She was only 5 years old. Back home, standing in front of the familiar door, Inhai tightly held So's hand, but anxiety still wrapped around her. She worriedly whispered, Mom, are you okay?" But all that answered was silent emptiness. Only then did she snap awake and hurriedly comfort her daughter. "Yeah? Mom is fine. Don't worry. Okay?" A shadow from Yunhai's past flashed before her eyes right after her house was destroyed. That terrifying scene felt like it happened just yesterday. A deep wound etched into her mind. No parents. No family. No friends left to lean on. That is why she came here. Inhai gripped Soa's hand, hesitating at Seojun's doorstep. A restless feeling gnawed at her. Fear creeping in. Will everything really be okay? Is it alright to just show up like this without warning him? Remembering their previous argument only made her more anxious after all. Their breakup was not exactly peaceful. She pressed the doorbell with trembling fingers, her mind racing. If I do not do this, then he won't meet me. Inside, a voice called out. Inhai slowly asked, "Seojun, is that you?" The voice on the other side answered rhythmically, Who is there? It is Inhai? The moment she said her name, the door finally opened. What is going on? She greeted him awkwardly. Seo-jun? But inside she was panicking, wondering what to do next. Can stay calm. Now, I have to introduce Ko. Ko. Dad. She whispered. The space felt tight, every step heavy with unsaid words. Even though we showed up out of nowhere, please let us stay a few days. He might be confused, but she is his daughter. So please, just accept it. Honestly, this whole thing feels ridiculous. I wonder if Seo-jun will agree. But she looked down awkwardly at her little girl with a hopeful gaze from Ko. Seo-jun calmly asked, is she really my daughter? Well, even a drop of blood is better than no connection at all. Even just a little is enough. Inhai's face lit up with hope as she looked at him. Will he understand? But all she got back were his furious, bloodshot eyes. Inhai's heart sank, feeling trapped and confused. I said I will be confused, she thought. Seo-jun suddenly turned into a different person, relentlessly scolding them. Are you out of your mind? Seo-jun kept yelling at them. Are you crazy? How can you ask me to let a kid who used magic to destroy your house stay here? She quickly hugged the panicked Ko, her voice shaky. Seo-jun, please, you are really something. Inhai? I never thought you would raise a daughter this scary. His words stabbed right into her heart. Like a knife, a mother's instinct would not let her take insults to her daughter. Seo-jun, how can you say that? He laughed coldly. If you do not want me to, suddenly. Inhai panicked, realizing she was wearing the guild uniform, the symbol of total submission. The man before her turned into a demon in an instant. Then stay and work for the guild for life, she thought. Waking with a start, heavy breaths echoed in the quiet room. The dream was so real that Inhai still trembled in fear. What just happened? It was all a dream after all. She looked down at Seo-jun, wondering why he appeared in her dream. Seeing his peaceful, deep sleep eased Inhai a bit. Covered in sweat, Inhai quietly reassured herself. Besides, Seo-jun would not say things like that in real life. But no one noticed the shadow lurking in the distance. Watching the whole scene, Elizabeth, in her cat form, silently took it all in as night falls quietly, slipping into a mysterious place filled with starlight. The Magic Tower, the England branch. A strange man sets his teacup down heavily on the table. Immediately, the assistant nearby anxiously asks Han, are you okay, sir? Sir William. Seo-jun, clutching his head dizzy from a dream, quickly denies it. I am just a slight headache after returning from Korea. And quickly checks in. The top priority is how those water stains are. According to the collected data, there is a rumor in Egypt of a water stain twice the normal size, and the night team is handling it. Seo-jun's face darkens as he questions. This time in Egypt. Wasn't he the last one in Canada? After the stain appeared in Gwetanbun, Korea, the two stand before the info board, endlessly speculating. I have no idea what pattern these appearances follow. The frequency of these water stains is rising sharply worldwide. The information sheets are carefully pinned by region. Each water stain has its own time and place. Usually, natural disasters have clear causes, but in this case, we can guess what is behind it, and falls into thought, calculating every step carefully. For now, we can still handle this, but if it keeps increasing like this, we might need every hunter on the planet to step in. Then he reaches out to touch some tiny pieces of paper, still lying around somewhere, even a small clue. Suddenly a surge of powerful magic energy hits. Why keep a source of magic energy here? No one can guess the cause, and sinks into thought again, carefully planning each move. Right now, we can still manage. Then he reaches out to touch those small papers again, still left somewhere, even a tiny clue. Suddenly a strong magic force rushes in. Seo-jun clearly feels the tremor earlier, clutching his body and mumbling. Another headache, but it is like a puzzle piece connecting everything. The more he studies the info, the clearer it becomes. Suddenly, he realizes something, quickly orders, Ben, hurry up, making the assistant a bit confused. Why the rush? Seeing Seo-jun's intense look, the assistant nervously asks, Sir William, what are you doing? At this moment, he seems to sense nothing else but the flood of info rushing through his mind. A connection is made from one area to another. The papers are linked with ink lines. Seo-jun works like a machine, pushing hard to find the answer. After a long while, he finally stops. To everyone's amazement, that shape is exactly like a storm. Seo-jun looks at the map, even more certain of his theory. His body shrinks back, horrified. And the heart of that storm is the last stain, also where it all began. Seoul, South Korea. Beneath a glowing sky in the capital city, unaware of the terrible event about to unfold. In the bustling city of New York, use car speed along the main roads. And from above, a woman's voice warns Seo-jun, be careful. But it seems the butterfly effect has its benefits too. Elizabeth watches from above, excited. This way, I can get more involved. Gentle breezes sweep through, blowing her long hair in the night. Elizabeth flinches slightly, her expression tightening with discomfort. She shakes her head, dismissing her earlier crazy thoughts. Or maybe a shadow. Just then, a familiar sound draws her attention. Elizabeth's face changes, coldly looking up at the sky, then emotionlessly admits, "That is right, it is moving faster than before the regression." Watching the busy traffic, she thinks coldly, "It is all because of Xiao Jun. I can try to block everything on this side, but the impact is too great. And anyway, I have already teamed up with her." She has taken her stance. Time quietly passes until morning, in a vast place, far from the city. South Korea, a high-tech lab. Inside, Xiao Jun skeptically asks, "Am I allowed to enter here?" Leading the way is Ixi Hongun, the Iranian market manager. Normally outsiders can enter, but the captain gave special orders for like Xiao Jun, so it is allowed. The elevator doors slowly open, and he starts explaining today's events again, emphasizing the weapon testing above all else. The two of them step inside, chatting as they go. No place beats this one. Hiram spots the visitor and excitedly invites him in, happily showing off the new weapon she created, the one he asked her to perfect. Now complete, Xiao Jun follows her to meet the new companion. Amazed, "That was fast. You finished everything I asked for already." Iron Beam, "Yep, it was such a great idea. I had to make a prototype. You should be grateful. If you were not VIP, we would not have done it." At the weapon storage, she holds it in her hands. At that moment, "I did not know where to put this spear. What if it stayed in the tower? It was a last resort." Laughing, Hiram hands over a segment to him. "For now, just call it the mode." Xiao Jun takes it, studies it for a bit, then asks, "How does this work?" She points to the middle of the mode, guiding him. "See the groove and the writing in the center?" Following Hiram's instructions, he asks again, "Do you see the groove and the writing in the middle?" He follows Hiram's lead and channels mana into it. In an instant, magical energy spreads over the segment. The shaft starts to shift, and then a spear tip appears, a fully formed spear right before Xiao Jun's astonished eyes. She says, "Just handle it like that," smiling, then asks for his opinion since he is the spear user. "How does it feel?" Xiao Jun is still admiring the model. "Awesome, but you only really know once you use it." Hiram does not hesitate. "Then try it now," which catches him off guard a bit. "That is why I called you here," she says. Xiao Jun, being in the lab brings back so many memories. "It is the first time I have felt this since the licensing exam." Xiao Jun eyes the magic block in front of him suspiciously, ready to fight a rock. Hiram sits in the control room, quickly explaining, "Yeah, since we can test new weapons in the dungeon, this is the next best thing. Now, how should we adjust the monster?" Xiao Jun, already on edge, calls out, "Just make sure it fits the test." "Got it." Following Hiram's commands, a thick smoke spreads out, and before Xiao Jun's surprised eyes, a giant monster appears. "Let us do it like this," says, really nailing the mimic's simulation. Watching this, even Xiao Jun panics, shouting, "Woo, you can fake a boss fight too." She replies bluntly, "Since we have the right to attack here, it is easy to gather info. If you need documents, I will get them for you." As Xiao Jun faces the monster head-on, tense, she calmly adds, "All right, let us get started. Besides the basic mode, there are other modes you can try." Touching the spear, he mutters, "Other modes too." Xiao Jun switches instantly to pike mode, and two blade layers snap out in seconds. The spear, 5 to 6 meters long, used from the late medieval to early modern times, transforms impressively. He nods. "Length's definitely solid." The fierce monster mimics Xiao Jun's words. His face darkens as he thinks, "Mimic? Huh. The first time I fought it, it was tough." He recalls that battle his mana and stamina were high, and he was inside a tower with a personalized system guide. He decisively points the spear at the mimic. "What am I gonna do now?" The mimic can wait and suddenly leaps forward. The familiar speed makes him dizzy. "You are rough. Huh. Bring it on." Crazed monster opens its mouth wide and charges at Xiao Jun. They both attack simultaneously. Let us see how it goes this time. Night slowly falls, and the quiet buildings flicker their lights on and off. At Xiao Jun's house, Ko excitedly shouts, "Mom, what is this suitcase?" "Unhai, just finished cleaning." Comes over. Huh. Turning around, she sees her little daughter focused on the blue suitcase, and quickly explains, "That is the bag the three of us used on the trip to Hylak." After that, Unhee leaves, leaving a curious Ko behind. Xiao Jun still has not unpacked. I will have to get him organized later. Suddenly, Elizabeth, in her cat form, calls out suspiciously, "Ko, what is wrong?" Ko startles and looks over. "Master," she honestly points, "there is something shiny inside." Elizabeth, curious, looks in the direction Ko indicates. Just like she said, something was sparkling inside the suitcase. It was glowing with a strange mana energy. The two of them curiously opened the suitcase. Suddenly, A shadow appeared, the magical black cloak hovered in midair, completely mesmerizing Ko. Huh, this thing gently radiates a sparkling magical energy. A burst of emerald green flames flared up, engulfing the cloak. Cut to Xiaojin's side, Mimic was utterly destroyed. Lying motionless on the ground, this horrific scene made Haerim sigh deeply. She was speechless. Ko observed closely and asked, "Is Jiang Sangbium really such a weak monster?" Completely overwhelmed, Xiaojin awkwardly called Haerim from behind. "This thing's real. I just want to say something." Brand new weapon model was now covered with scratches, and the staff even had some water stains. "What is going on?" She painfully snatched her newly crafted creation and asked in horror, "Why is this happening?" He quickly replied, "The material might be a bit too soft." Haerim angrily scolded Xiaojin, "This is a transforming weapon, so I deliberately used flexible material. But it was only used in one fight. How did it get this messed up?" Xiaojin nervously scratched his face, almost admitting it, but stopped himself. "We switched from mana to aura, so I did not expect these flaws." Then he straightforwardly suggested, "If I use all my skills on it here, it might get scratched even more. I will have to fix it up. It is a bit rough on your pride, but I can handle it." He took back the staff. "Anyway, you really like it? After I fix it up, you can check it again." Haerim stared at Xiaojin in surprise. "Huh? Why are you asking me that?" She seriously reminded him. "You commissioned us to make this from the start. Let me ask again, do you have any plans to sell this idea?" But Xiaojin casually said, "I will just give it to you." Haerim was shocked by his words. He is really giving it away. Then she excitedly said, "Hey, you know this could sell for a lot of money." Xiaojin assured her, "I am still giving it to you. But there is one condition." "What condition?" Xiaojin examined the weapon in his hand and said, "Do not officially release this until 3 years from now." Haerim yelled in surprise. "What? Why?" He stayed silent because this weapon was actually high-tech before the reset. Xiaojin worriedly explained it was not his original idea, it was made using future information. Since it is a powerful weapon that boosts strength, he tried it once but a quiet moment passed. Xiaojin guessed the butterfly effect. It might trigger big changes, come with big consequences. If this weapon showed up years earlier and spread worldwide now, he could not bear the fallout. He shook off that thought. He firmly said, "Don't ask. Can you agree to that?" Haerim hesitated but agreed. "Okay, we will talk details later." "Honestly, I do not get it yet." Xiaojin gave a helpless laugh. Then he came up with an idea. "Right? I have got another weapon I want to commission." This time Haerim exclaimed, "Again? Can't I just buy weapons from you guys?" Thinking about that mysterious mana chunk, he hinted, "This time, special materials are required." After a long tiring day, Xiaojin finally got home. Just stepping inside, he heard Unhai scream, "So kind, give me that." He was startled to see the mother and daughter chasing each other. So floated stubbornly in the air, refusing her mother. Below, Unhai was so worried she could not hold back her emotions. "I told you, did not. It is dangerous." She hugged the magical cloak tightly. "It is not dangerous at all." Seeing this, Xiaojin immediately ran over. "Huh? That is," he remembered the item from before, the cloak taken from the 5th floor of the tower. He had already put it in the suitcase. So why was So holding it? Before he could stop her, he caught Unhai's steely glare fixed on him. They exchanged looks silently. "Do something. Catch it, or just leave it be." Still confused about what to do, So happily flew right in front of Xiaojin. Xiaojin froze. "So, why are you doing this?" she complained. "Mom tried to snatch my cloak." Unhai made a move to rush in but was a step too slow. So stubbornly refused to give in, and her attitude completely pissed off Unhai. "So, what are you doing? That is dangerous." But hearing her mom yell only made her more defiant, acting like it was not dangerous at all. Xiaojin watched in surprise. So was always so well behaved, and now she is like this. She must really love that cloak. He quickly calmed down and tried to persuade her. "So, come down here." She looked so stubborn, refusing to listen. "If I come down, you will snatch my cloak," Xiaojin patiently suggested. "Come on, do not do that. Let Dad help you. Let us all talk to Mom, okay?" Then he gently turned to Unhai. "Unhai, let us not snatch the cloak back. Let us just talk, okay?" Feeling her mom's agreement, So finally gave in and stepped down, but she was still scared. Clinging tightly to Xiaojin's leg, avoiding eye contact with Unhai, he cheerfully chatted with So. "You really like that cloak?" "Huh, yes." Seeing his little girl sulking like that, he did not want to scold her. "Alright then. Anyway, if you keep flying around like that, Mom will worry you might fall. Right?" She refused. "I won't fall." But Xiaojin patiently explained. "Think about it, if Mom was standing on a cliff for XF, how would you feel?" So was startled. Just imagining Mom slipping scared her speechless. Realizing this, Xiaojin warmly rubbed her head. "You would worry too. Right? So mom's just worried about you. So nodded. Yes, with tears in her eyes. She made up her mind. So has to apologize to mom. Then she ran over to sincerely say sorry to Unhai. Mom, I was wrong. Unhai melted at her daughter's adorable apology. Touched, she hugged So. Mom's sorry for trying to snatch the cloak from you. Xiaojun breathed a sigh of relief in the living room. The two worriedly confided in each other. Is she really okay? Why did she suddenly use magic like in the tower? Suddenly, he asked. So, do you feel anything different when you wear that cloak? She happily replied. I can. Xiaojun asked carefully. Besides that, can the cloak move on its own? It is very kind. Xiaojun relaxed and turned to reassure Unhai. Look, it is. Nothing weird happened when we wore it. She recalled and denied it. My hand was numb. He quickly explained. If it resisted you, then you probably could not use it. And mana is usually weak against strong users. So it's up. You do not need to worry too much. Hearing that, Unhai felt a bit relieved. Got it. Suddenly Xiaojun fell silent. I am kinda worried too though. Elizabeth's image kept flashing in his mind like a warning. This cloak was left by Elizabeth for So. Let us just keep observing for now. Xiaojun was curious, but then So suddenly sensed something from the cloak in a flash. He panicked. Wait. Hold on. The image of So before her reset appeared again in his mind. Thinking back, she was wearing a similar cloak before the reset. Right? Xiaojun connected the dots. Could it be that back then So had already stepped into the guiding tower before the tower was attacked? So was only in Goryo. His face darkened as he considered a crazy possibility. What if the cloak is the same one So wore before the reset? Flashbacks of young So trapped in a lab. Until one day everything was burned down. Her eyes were vacant. Then slowly she turned to look at the mysterious woman's silhouette. Standing before So was none other than the witch Elizabeth, a question holding the truth that Elizabeth and So had once met. The sky had turned golden, and a car was speeding down the road. Someone was driving, their voice filled with excitement. It is great to go for a drive like this sometimes. Unhai could not help teasing. Even though you look so clumsy behind the wheel. Xiaojun laughed and excitedly asked back. Why? I got a perfect score on my driving test. Then the car came to a stop in front of a building. Xiaojun reminded Unhai. Carry So inside first. I will return the car. She was a bit surprised. You rented the car here, Xiaojun calmly replied, and at Hairam's place. Unhai immediately hugged So tightly, her voice betraying surprise. What? This is Hairam's car. Xiaojun did not hide it, openly admitting that she said he could borrow it. Unhai was a bit worried but quickly regained her composure. I thought you rented it somewhere. Be careful out there. Xiaojun responded softly. Okay, I will be back soon. Then he glanced at his phone, a thought crossing his mind. But right now, she is. He called to Iram, but only a robotic voice answered. Please leave a message after the beep. Xiaojun sighed quietly, no answer. It was getting dark now. In Sangbuk district, in the Sangbuk apartment area, Iram was intently studying the data. Not noticing the phone ringing repeatedly behind her, she reached out to touch the bullets on the table, then gently rubbed them. Her brows furrowing slightly, her eyes darkened, frustration welling up inside her. At the training tower, she could not even burn the boss monster's stamina. Watching the glowing bullet tips, Hiram analyzed herself. She understood, but the bullets had limits to their power. If she did not improve them, she would not be able to develop any further for the rest of her life. She leaned back in her chair, lost in complicated thoughts. The question was how to infuse mana into the bullets. Hiram thought about the ammo and realized she could not store mana inside the bullets beforehand because of timing issues. Transferring mana into the gun itself would upgrade the gun, not the bullets. She pushed the bullets on the table and hypothesized. It would be great if I could transfer mana into the bullets without touching them. But with my current skills, that is impossible. While thinking, she grabbed a glass of water nearby, feeling conflicted inside. So I have no choice but to touch them. Should I transfer mana then load the bullets? Just then, Lick looked up at the table and froze for a moment. The clock showed it was past 8:30. Hiram was startled. Oh no, it is Lick. She slowly stepped outside, silently admiring herself for focusing like that after so long. Suddenly, someone called her name, and Aram immediately paid attention. At that moment, Hiram held her gun and guess what she said. All three were focused on the story. Sophia happily asked, what did it say? Sijin, excited by the question, recalled, if I say it again, it will sound like nagging. You do not know how reliable she is. The more he talked, the more pumped he got, claiming it was not an exaggeration that Hiram single-handedly took down all the monsters. Sophia laughed brightly in agreement. Oh man, just hearing that made my face twist up. Aram got mad then laughed loudly. Sijin saw her and waved happily. Hi Aram. Aram glared and asked sharply, why are you here? Sejin stood up and explained sincerely. I came to return the car. He honestly recalled what happened. You did not pick up, so I went to your office. But the guard said you were at home, Sejun reluctantly explained. So I thought maybe you messaged me to come to your house. Aram was not happy and snapped, "What? I never told you to come to my house." She pointed at Sejun, confused. "How do you know my address?" He answered honestly when asked, "Your dad told me." Iram looked at her father and instinctively called out, "Dad." He saw her attitude and questioned, "What? Can't I tell him to come?" When questioned, Iram defended herself, "That is not it." Meanwhile, Sophia was not paying attention to their drama, but was curious about Aram's story. So what happened next? Seeing Sophia so excited, Sejun politely declined. "I will tell you next time." He looked at Sophia and gently explained, "I have something to talk to Aram about now." Hearing that, she did not bother them anymore. "Oh boy, right? You should go." Aram looked at the two, amused but confused, wondering since when he got so close to her mom. Back in the office, Aram slammed the table, clearly annoyed. "Seriously? You could have returned the car tomorrow. And how did you even get my address?" Sejun answered straightforwardly, "It is on the beast." He looked at her seriously. "And I have something to ask about the weapon I requested from you." Aram recalled. "The weapon that needed special materials," Sejun confirmed. "Yeah? I heard there was a problem." Aram looked puzzled. "That is right. There is an issue with the materials," she explained. "There is no supply of the material called pyrin." Sejun's expression froze for a moment after hearing that. He anxiously asked again, "No supply? Demand is not high anyway." Aram's expression turned heavy. "I was not sure why. But it was like someone had swept through and taken everything." She was a bit annoyed. "What if we use something else instead?" "Honestly, that material is not usually used for weapons and is not very effective." Sejun rubbed his hands. Voice urgent. "It has to be pyrin. Please." The moment their eyes met, they both froze for a second. Aram quickly slipped away, whispering, "I will try to find some right now. But it will only be a small amount. If you are in a hurry, ordering from the Zin shop would be faster than our big organization." Hearing that, Sejun also remembered Chioli. He quickly agreed. "Got it. I will ask the Zin craftsman tomorrow morning. Thanks for letting me know." Without warning, the room suddenly went pitch black. Aram looked at the flickering light bulb, confused and uneasy. One by the lights went out. At the last bulb, she muttered softly, "Power's out." The dining area was plunged into darkness too. Sophie glanced nervously around. "Oh no, the power's out." Dungsu immediately stood up. "Unnie, stay put." "All right." He walked to the window, observing and said, "I will go check with security." Suddenly, Dungsu's eyes widened in alarm. A guard was running over, shouting loudly, but right after, a hand reached from behind. It quickly covered the guard's mouth. Dungsu froze on the spot watching this happen. He snapped back fast. Voice urgent. "Unnie, come here. Quick." Sophia, still confused, asked, "What are you saying?" She was puzzled. "You told me to stay here." Dungsu quickly hid behind the curtain and sternly said, "Stop talking and come here now." His expression grew even grimmer, looking out at the people outside and the downed guards. Dungsu anxiously said, "They have broken in." The strangers had entered the house and were searching everywhere. "Not here. Not here either." Their loud voices echoed. "Where could they be hiding?" "Keep looking." Iram's parents panicked and quickly hid in the bathroom. Dungsu worriedly thought, "They have blocked every escape route. The landline's cut off, and I left my cell phone in the room." Remembering the pitch-black hallway, he quietly considered, "We need to call security. We have to move to the second floor." Then he wondered, "But can we even get there?" Suddenly, his hand was twisted hard. The couple held each other tightly in fear. The doorknob rattled loudly, like someone was twisting it violently from outside. Then suddenly, everything went silent. Right after came furious, frantic twisting sounds on the door. Sophia covered her mouth in fear, while Dungsu gritted his teeth, eyes locked on the door. A masked man suddenly rammed the door with his shoulder and quickly barged inside. He looked at the cowering couple and chuckled softly. Dungsu gritted his teeth. "Turn on the electric shock trap now." The masked man got even more excited. "So you are hiding here? Huh." Suddenly, the sound of a safety pin being pulled clicked sharply. A cylindrical object was thrown straight at his feet. In an instant, it flashed with intense light. The masked guy had not even reacted before a blinding flash exploded, startling him. "What the hell?" Then the light grew even brighter. The whole group had to shield their eyes. Someone yelled angrily, "Who the hell?" Suddenly, a gun was pressed close. Aram moved like lightning, tackled and pinned a masked man, making him scream in pain. Seo Dun also quickly drew his weapon and charged at two others. Aram ran in holding a flashlight, voice full of worry. Are mom and dad okay? The couple saw her and called out quickly. Iram, we are fine. What about you guys? Iram honestly replied. Iram answers honestly. We are fine. Dong-soo quickly reminds them. We need to call security right away first. She immediately makes the call. We have already called ahead. Sir, we have handled the seasonal floor already. While the three were chatting, Seo-jun furrowed his brow like he just realized something. He coldly warned, there is still a lot down there. Iram was suspicious. What? They are already awake. Seo-jun gave his conclusion. I hit them pretty hard, so they probably are not up yet. Those are likely their reinforcements. Iram could not hide her frustration. They prepared this well. Seo-jun looked down the floor and instructed, protect them. Hi Aram, I am heading down to handle things. She worriedly replied, you are going alone. Isn't that too dangerous? Iram asked with concern. Do you need a light or anything? Seo-jun straightforwardly declined. No need. An unstable staff is enough. Holding the snowflake in his hand, his eyes glowed purple. Cheerfully said, the darker it is, the better. I can see clearly. Downstairs, the intruders were still rifling through everything. One guy lifted a rug and found a safe. He happily thought, found it. He glanced at his crew, annoyed and sarcastic. Tight squeeze. This is kinda messed up now. Did they really fake a hostage situation just to grab this? The more he thought about it, the harder it was to hide his disgust. They are not pros. Just a bunch of idiots. Maybe they are just some hired guns. Pretty sure they do not care about the job. He stood up, blocking his thoughts. The safe was built into the floor. Hard to take it out. I could open it if I had enough time. But that old guy probably called security already. His flashlight instinctively shone up the stairs as he thought, we need to catch Chairman Dong-soo and get the unlock code. Then he noticed something unusual in the corner of his eye. He shouted loudly, there is someone over there. But Seo-jun vanished like a ghost in the shadows, sending everyone into panic. The masked guy could not even get his bearings. Just screamed. What? Where? A sudden strike slammed down from behind. Seo-jun quickly lunged at another guy. A streak of blue light cut through the darkness, making the crew yell out in shock. What? Where? I can't see anything. The guy who found the safe panicked, thinking there is no way to keep up with Seo-jun's moves in the dark. Another one was quickly knocked out. The other guy spun around in panic but only caught a shadow rushing past. He quickly reached into his shirt, then quickly oriented himself and threw a spear. He is over there. 3 spears flew fast towards Seo-jun, and Yenjiang dodged and swung his unstable staff back. The masked guy panicked, thinking, what? He's easily blocking combined mana attacks. He glanced at Seo-jun, guessing silently. So this guy is. Seo-jun gave him no time to think and charged like a spear. And Yang-jun put all his strength into the attack. The masked guy clearly realized, panicking inside, this hunter and him have fought before. They clashed fiercely. The intruder wielding a spear could clearly see Seo-jun's swinging staff. Seeing Seo-jun storm like strikes, he was filled with dread. Damn it. So besides Aram, there is another hunter here. How long until security arrives? Do I have enough time to take him down? The masked guy angrily grabbed a comrade's shirt nearby, then suddenly swung his whole body, throwing him towards Seo-jun. Startling him, the comrade was thrown hard toward him. Right after, the body fell on Seo-jun, and the masked guy took the chance to spin around and run. Glanced at me one last time, coldly calculating in his mind, it is too risky, but we need to retreat for now. Since this is treated like a hostage situation, our real goal won't be exposed. If all goes well, we will get another shot next time. Seo-jun quickly pushed off the guy, pinning him down, frowning hard and shouting, hey. He stared at the door ahead as Yenjiang muttered under his breath, stop right there. Seo-jun, staring at the empty space while the safe kept shining in eerie blue light. By then, the police had arrived, swiftly escorting the remaining intruders off the scene. An officer was taking statements, scribbling notes, with about 100 suspects involved. He looked at Seo-jun curiously. Did you get a good look at his face? Seo-jun shook his head. He was wearing a mask. He paused, then added evenly, but aside from him, everyone else looked normal and armed. They seemed inexperienced with weapons. The officer sighed softly. Then he asked, any other details? Seo-jun was silent for a few seconds, piecing the memories together. A typical guy with a weapon, a planned crime, and if it was a premeditated attack. It had many parallels to the previous Iran incident. The officer reacted immediately. You mean the Manhwa station case? Seo-jun confirmed. Exactly. His gaze darkened as he thought it was the only difference between the cases. Over 100 people involved, almost certainly led by one person. He turned his head, settling on one conclusion, but then his eyes stopped on the lit second floor. Unease creeping in this accident was something he would never known about before. A sudden flash of realization hit him, meaning in his past life, this incident was not reported, or maybe it never happened at all. Elizabeth's image appeared in his mind. So much had changed because of her. His gaze swept across the crowd to Iron. Had things changed since he saved Iron? He wanted to avoid impacting the future as much as possible. Seo-jun looked away, feeling heavy inside. Even though the effect had already started, he did not say it aloud, but he understood clearly this was unavoidable. Seo-jun, sandwiched between two tall bodyguards, looked both funny and awkward. After the accident was handled, he returned in a car filled with Chairman Ha-Junsu's gratitude back to the forest with its lush green canopy, bringing a sense of calm. His personal system popped up. Name, Licio. Title, Normal Spearman. High thrust skill, only skill missing. Observing the cluster of normal spearmen, Sujun blushed, muttering, just a normal spearman. Huh, that word proves I have leveled up. I am kinda sad I did not have that before. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Different from before. Back when I was relying on others because of love. Now I can get stronger by leveling up titles myself. His eyes moved up to the status board. But before he could think further, a voice interrupted his train of thought. Hey, Seo-jun, are you really okay with this? He turned calmly, determined, pushing through struggles, then quickly answered Daeho's question. Yeah, lots of hunters are trained to fight normals. Daeho looked doubtful. So we just fight you? Huh? Seo-jun shook his head. It is a one-on-one match. Hee-jaeon chimed in happily. It is a technique from Goryo swordsmanship. If it gets too dangerous, I will stop you both. So do not worry. Seo-jun listened while gripping his weapon. But you could still get hurt. Your weapons are wooden spears and gloves. Got it. Daeho raised his arm, chuckling softly. It has been a while since I wore these. Seo-jun's eyes caught the way he strapped on his gloves, wondering, wait, you actually learned boxing, right? Daeho was surprised. Huh, how do you know? Seo-jun praised him. I saw your stance and punches. Daeho did not hide it anymore, slowly explaining, I did box, but it is not very popular in Korea, so I left. After hunters showed up, a lot of sports disappeared. Their fists clashed sharply, echoing loudly. But anyway, Daeho immediately lowered his center of gravity, ready to fight. I have fought others before, he also warned. Be careful not to get hurt. Seo-jun laughed, swinging his spear. Alright. You too. Hee-jaeon raised her hand high and loud. Okay, when I clap, we start. Get ready, everyone, she declared. Begin. Immediately, Daeho lunged like a beast, moving so fast Seo-jun could not even react. He barely managed to raise his spear to block the punch flying straight at him. The force pushed Seo-jun backward, kicking up a cloud of dust from the ground. Gritting his teeth, Seo-jun glanced down at his spear, now cracked, feeling shaken by the sheer power behind the blow. Suddenly, a shadow appeared right in front of him. Realizing it was Daeho's hook punch coming dangerously close to his face, Seo-jun barely dodged in time, dazed but breathing hard. He thought, whoa, he's really fast. Without hesitation, Seo-jun tensed up to counterattack. His spear jabbed hard into Daeho's ribs. Daeho hissed but stayed on his feet. Seo-jun looked up, his vision blurring at the close range. Seeing the opponent standing still, he was confused. Was he not moving at all? Gritting his teeth, Seo-jun analyzed. If I get caught in his range, I am done. Instantly, he put all his strength into a kick. He aimed a sharp kick right at Daeho's eye. Daeho staggered, his steps unsteady, wasting no time. Seo-jun swung his spear. The spear's tip drove into Daeho's stomach. Daeho's face turned pale, and his body froze. Outside, Hee-jaeon stood stunned with the crowd. Seo-jun held his attack, spear stuck deep in Daeho's chest. He frowned, looking at the doubtful face in front of him. He thought, what the heck? I was sure that was a perfect hit. The cold weight from the spear's tip sent a chill through Seo-jun, but it felt like he would hit steel. Suddenly, Daeho swung his arm to counterattack. Seo-jun flinched, his defense faltering. Just as the punch was about to land, a voice shouted, stop! Both instantly froze and turned toward Hee-jaeon. She stepped forward, commanding, the match is over. The winner has been decided. The sword in her hand pointed directly at Seo-jun. Hee-jaeon announced, Seo-jun is the winner. She told Seo-jun, you won this round. Daeho looked confused. Huh? What? Hee-jaeon sighed and explained, because this was just a trial match. Look at Seo-jun's spear. Looking down at the chipped spear on the ground, Daeho was shocked it was barely a stick. Hee-jaeon continued, if that had been a real spear, even with your protective gear, that last strike could have killed you. So Seo-jun was embarrassed. Daeho replied, right? Seo-jun looked at him, pale-faced. Man, I was scared. Please go easy on me. Daeho reached out, laughing heartily. If that is the case, I will have to give it my all. He complimented, you are stronger than me. Seo-jun looked surprised, thinking, he really is a future champ. For me, just being able to attack and take hits like that is a huge step forward. Lost in thought, Seo-jun realized even after winning, something still felt missing. Suddenly, Hee-jaeon called out, Seo-jun. He glanced at her as she drew her sword. Wanna spar with me? A small voice piped up. Mom? Eunhye asked curiously. Huh? Seo eagerly said, Mom, Do you think Dad will praise us a lot? Hai smiled. Of course. If Dad tastes the sandwich I made, he will be over the moon. Seo quickly corrected. Not exactly, she sweetly added. Dad's supposed to tell Mom she is beautiful. Hai blushed. Huh, Mom, Seo whispered. Yeah? They say on TV that fathers should compliment their wives and say they love them. Hai sighed. What show says that? Seo mimicked the teacher's gesture. Morning counseling for couples. What issues are these lovers facing? Hai. Intimidated. Thought, Seo's been watching those weird TV shows again. If we were a normal couple, that'd be great, but Seo-jun and I are not like that. Meanwhile, in the training room, Seo-jun and Hai-ji-un were practicing. Seo jumped in surprise, and Hai suddenly understood. Hai-ji, they are sparring. I was wondering why he asked me to come. She turned to look at the little kid beside her. Seo turned pale. Oh no, Mom, is Dad fighting with sister the? Hai, huh, Seo panicked. What if she gets hurt during the fight? Hearing that, she hurriedly calmed Seo down, saying this is not a fight. But it was already too late. Seo tried her strongest magic, but it did not work. A wall of ice blocked Hai-ji-un, and Seo stopped fighting. Seo-jun watched. Completely confused, Hai-ji-un looked scared too. Seo-jun was stuck between the two, blocked by the ice wall. Hai-ji-un sat down. Baffled, what is this all about? Seo ran over holding food, tears streaming down her face. Dad. Seo-jun called out surprised when he saw her. She threw herself into his arms, crying. Don't fight. Sister Thai is a good person. Seo-jun awkwardly explained. Dad and sister are not fighting. Hai-ji-un sighed. Confused. That was scary. Was it because of Seo? Hai turned to Hai-ji-un. Worried. Are you okay? Hai-ji-un touched the ice wall and replied. Yeah. It is just my first time seeing this kind of magic, so I was a bit surprised. Only 10 mages in the world have the power to create such strong magic. In that moment, Hai asked curiously. Wait, you mean in Korea? Hai-ji-un hesitated. It is worldwide. Back here, Seo-jun sweetly said. Now that I think about it, why did Seo come here? She suddenly remembered. Then she brought over a basket of bread, excitedly showing off. I made sandwiches with Mom. Seo-jun ruffled her hair and praised. Sandwiches? Huh, you made them yourself. Well, that is impressive. Her mood immediately brightened with the compliment. Hai-ji-un and Hai, watching, could not help but laugh. But Seo is still super cute, right? She is your kid. But you have gotta admit it. Suddenly, someone spoke up, making the two girls freeze. Sorry. Daeho pointed and said, Jun, can you explain this to me? Seeing his pale face, both of them groaned in unison. Then they sat down to talk, looking at Seo. Daeho was surprised. Seo is a mage? Seo-jun sighed and confirmed. Yeah. Daeho could not hide his shock, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Seo-jun nodded. Yep. She is the one who destroyed our old house. While Daeho was still confused, Seo-jun continued. Daeho, his expression turned serious. You must keep this a secret, Daeho asked. Huh, is not it a good thing she is a genius? Seo-jun explained slowly. If she were just normally strong, it would be fine. But she is way too powerful. His face darkened. I do not want my daughter to be in danger. Daeho seemed to understand. Watching Seo-jun sit quietly, he softly said, some things. Then he patted Seo-jun on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. Brother, I do not know what happened, but I promise you this. As he spoke, he patted him again. Looking at Seo-jun, he assured him, my loyalty is with you. Seo-jun was touched. His voice softened. Thank you. At that moment, Hai stepped forward. But Seo, she worried. What if the water management team notices this magic? Seo-jun shook his head, quickly denying. They probably have not noticed yet. Hai looked suspicious. How do you know? Seo-jun glanced toward Ko playing, then calmly explained, this time is different from when she was in the rainforest. It is not large-scale magic, and unlike the time with the moon bear, she did not use much mana. Seo-jun's eyes darkened in thought, and watching the melting ice wall, he marveled. It feels like it is being purified. Watching the two play in front of him, Seo-jun silently observed. Before, Ko's magic was random depending on her mood. But now, it feels like she is aware of it beforehand. His heart was full of questions. Why does Ko's magic suddenly seem so stable? She has never learned or watched anyone use magic before. Did something happen in Greece? It is meal time now. Laughter echoes everywhere. Thanks for the meal. Ko made this. Whoa. Ko's cooking is amazing. Seo-jun looks at her proudly. Our Ko could totally be a chef. Hearing this, she can't help but giggle. Ko suddenly glances at Hai, swinging her legs. Nice. Dad. Actually, Mom did all the work. Seo-jun happily praises. Really? But Ko helped too. Right? So that means you and Mom cook together. She smiles and agrees. Yeah, I helped Mom. Seojun pats her head. You helped Mom. Our Ko is so adorable. Just as he is happily smiling, Ko suddenly corrects him. Hey, that is not it. Seojun looks at Unhai worriedly, thinking, does she not want me to praise her? At the same time, Ko calls out, Mom, come here. She seriously pulls Unhai over and says, now, Dad. Seojun is confused. Ko points straight at him and says, Dad, who made the sandwiches? He answers honestly, Ko helped Mom. Right? Ko seriously replies, right? So just like you praised Ko. She looks at him seriously. Dad, you have to praise Mom more to be fair. And tell her she is beautiful too. Seojun blushes. He Jaeon and Dae-ho can hold back their laughter, making Unhai blush shyly. Seojun wonders, why is Ko suddenly trying to link Unhai and him like this? It actually makes sense. So he can escape this moment. He blushes and turns away while the others eagerly watch. Seojun bravely says, Unhai, why do you shoot an arrow at me? Unhai looks confused. Huh, I did not. Seojun touches his chest like a prince. Voice sweet. Then what is this love arrow piercing my heart? He Jaeon and Dae-ho freeze, staring at the man before them, while Unhai blushes deeply. Auntie? So embarrassing. He Jaeon turns pale and shouts, what the heck? Her taste is way too sharp. Way too sharp. Seojun looks puzzled. Huh, isn't that how it is supposed to be? Unhai sighs calmly. Seriously, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Unhai blushes and mutters, you just needed to say I am pretty. Seojun awkwardly thinks, being straightforward is actually harder. He can help but think, even though he really wants to get closer to her, his past memories hold him back the past where he coldly pushed her away, leading to her death. Seojun sighs in frustration. Or maybe it is just cause I am too shy. Embarrassed? Seojun is. This girl. It is just a misunderstanding. It is tough for your dad too. Unhai teases, if any adults overheard what you said, they would probably laugh. Now back home. Familiar sounds fill the air. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. After soothing Seoa, Unhai falls asleep beside her. Then, those dreams start creeping back in. A blurry scene shrouded in smoke. The whole city lies in ruins, buried under rubble. People collapse after a brutal battle. A boy can't stand anymore and falls to his knees. His voice thickened, almost breaking into tears. What the hell is going on? Staring at the ruined scene, he muttered in fear some monster had completely destroyed the city. He screamed in madness. That is not a monster. It is a disaster. A catastrophe. A sarcastic voice echoed. And yet you are still alive? Unhai. Seoa stepped out from the rubble, a pleased smile on her face. Glad to see another useful hunter here. He sneered at her. Alright, grab your battle gear and chase that monster down. Unhai glared at him angrily. She could not hold back her objection. It is too dangerous. Even with our strength, we can take it down. The attack will fail. Seohae immediately dismissed her. We can do this. Grabbing her arm tightly, he said excitedly. Others are losers. But if it is you and me, the best duo in the Knights Guild, can stop this disaster. Unhai pushed him away, firmly refusing again. I do not know what you are talking about. I do not have the power for this, and I do not want to do it. If you want it done, then do it yourself. Seoha. He frowned, regret in his voice. You said you would be fine. Unhai explained directly. I can die here. My child is waiting for me at home. Seohae immediately threatened. Really? I doubt that kid will have any problems. His words echoed like a demon from hell. I will ask you one last time, are you really unable to do this? Unhai clenched her bow tightly. She wanted to kill him, thinking of Seohae. She shuddered in horror. If this man did not know Seohae was a mage, she gritted her teeth, her mood plummeting. If she refused, he would sell Seo a secret to the mage tower, so she reluctantly said, fine, I will do it. Achieving his goal, Seohae could not hide his joy. That is exactly what you should be said to start with. He shoved Unhai's shoulder, ordering, let us follow me. Seohae quickly turned and walked away. Unhai just stood dumbfounded in front of the rubble. But then she made up her mind, silently telling herself, it will be okay. She grabbed her bow and left, quietly promising, hang on a little longer. Seoa, I will be back soon. At the same time, she suddenly woke up. Unhai could not help but take a few deep breaths, wiping the sweat pouring down. She was full of doubt. What was that? Watching the dawn slowly break, Unhai muttered, I think I just had a seriously bad nightmare. Back in the forest, near a big rock, suddenly, a blue glow appeared. In an instant, the rock shattered. Aram looked at him and cheerfully asked, how's the redesigned prototype? Seojun held the staff and praised, it is awesome, right? It is way easier to use and the materials are way sturdier. Plus, it can handle my stabbing skills. Praised like that, Aram could not help but be proud. Of course, I made it after all. Seojun held his spear, Curious, when I was at your place before, I saw a lot of materials and weapons you used in making these. Huh, Iram shrugged. You think I just get pocket money? That is my full salary based on my work performance. Sujun also asked Han. What happened after that incident? Iram confirmed. You mean the people who broke into our house? Recalling the lab scene, she answered. The investigation is still ongoing, and they have not found who is behind it yet. They said they support a peace group called Goodbye Weapons. Iram could not help but get annoyed. But what does that even mean? How can a peace group break into someone's house, steal stuff, and act violently? She turned back and continued. More importantly, we have got plans set up for a few things. Seo-jun has a bit of a question. Sorry. Planning what exactly? Iram cheerfully explains it is a guild event. But this time it is not a dungeon, it is a group raid. Seo-jun checks out the weapons and guesses. A group raid. Huh. Then we should expect a clean battlefield. To clarify, this group raid happens in a neglected field where hunters have to clear it out completely. That is because if a field is not used for a long time, it can become crawling with monsters. Seo-jun's curious which guilds are joining, or if there is no Spectre guild. Iram holds up 3 fingers and says, nope, including us. 3 small guilds and 1 medium-sized guild. Then she suddenly turns around, unable to hide her excitement, saying, tell the others, since you have got a new weapon now, it is time to get more active. At a river basin, right at the raid site, a group of people gathers and walks forward. The others can help whispering, hey, they are here. Seeing the man leading, they can't stop murmuring. Park Seo, a medium-sized guild. The guy in front is the guild leader, Kim Chang. Yeah, he is a bit overshadowed by Seo-jun but still pretty well known. The Peros guild leader steps in front of 2 groups and loudly calls out, everyone, let us gather up. Rupa guild leader flatters loudly, Your Grace, Rupa guild is all here. Meanwhile, the Makbal guild leader shouts, ba. Makbal guild is complete. The Peros guild leader can help but praise them. Alright, good job gathering so fast, but only 2 guilds. The Makbal leader immediately raises a finger. There is 1 more guild, and the people behind him nervously glance at each other. Hearing this, the Peros leader frowns and asks, what guild? Someone answers, Spectre guild. I think, he instantly shouts, what the hell is that guild? I have never even heard of them before, and they did not even know to show up early to the gathering. The members of the other 2 guilds quietly bow their heads. Embarrassed by the scolding, the Makbal leader looks helpless and thinks, here we go again. Typical drama from medium-sized guilds. Quietly reflects, one of the rules of group raids is that medium and small guilds have to team up. Looking at the aggressive crowd glaring at him, the Makbal leader sighs. The guild set this rule to help small guilds, but it just makes medium guilds react badly. The Makbal leader and his members helplessly think, we can raid a large dungeon without their help. Sweat dripping down his face. He decides, the best move is to not upset the medium guilds. Then he sees the Zuba guild leader running over, flattering Kim Chang-won, saying, I will warn them strictly when they get here. Huh. Kim Chang-won grins and replies, alright, I like you already. You are with Makbal. The Zuba leader quickly answers, I am with Zuba. At this moment, the Makbal leader notices a car pulling up. The car door slides open. Lee Seo-jun steps out. Annoyed, you should be told us you just started learning to drive. Behind him are 13 pale faces, and the driver nervously smiles, sorry. I have a license but never drove a motorcycle before. Nu-chin laughs and tries to smooth things over. It is no accidents, right? The 13 immediately reply, I think we are gonna die this time. Kim Chang-won hears their joking and gets irritated. They think this is a picnic. I want to forgive them even if they beg on their knees. Lee Seo-jun walks up to Kim Chang-won happily and asks, you are the Peros guild leader, right? The man coldly replies, yes. What do you want? Lee Seo-jun extends his hand friendly. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Seo-jun, leader of Spectre Guild. Kim Chang-won frowns in disdain at the hand Lee Seo-jun offers. Seeing Lee Seo-jun so casual, the other guy grits his teeth and asks, hey, do you even know who I am? Unexpectedly, Lee Seo-jun responds cheerfully. Who are you? Instantly, the guy's pride and arrogance crash down. He grits his teeth fiercely. Lee Seo, seemingly unaware of the tension, asks again, who is that? I really do not remember. We have met before, right? The other guild members instantly got so worried it felt like their hearts were in their throats. Kim Chang-won could not hold back his anger, growling like he wanted to attack. Dude, are you crazy? Lee Seo-jun's eyes turned colder as he calmly reached out and gripped the guy's hand firmly. Kim Chang-won stared at Lee Seo-jun with burning hatred, veins bulging, and fierce killing intent blazing. Then he reached behind and ordered, Javelin, hand me the javelin. His teammate looked worried and said, Guild leader. Sir, he replied, I am not killing him. Just hand it over. The silver tip of the javelin gleamed. Kim Chang-won gripped the javelin with both hands, pointed it at the stone beneath, and channeled his power into it. After a moment, he opened his eyes and shouted. The javelin slammed into the hard stone with a sharp, piercing sound. Everyone from the Rupa and Mappe guilds watched in awe and respect. That was insane. The javelin pierced right through the slab. After showing off his strength, he coldly asked, Spectre Guild, why are you so late? A smaller guild should be arrived an hour early to prepare for the raid. Lee Seo-jun scratched his cheek in front of his team member and replied, The guild announcement just said we had to be here. Kim Chang-won got even angrier. Don't you know the guild rules? Then he stepped closer to Lee Seo-jun and asked again, You are Lee Seo-jun, right? Lee Seo-jun calmly answered, Yeah, that is me. As the guy got close, Lee Seo-jun suddenly radiated a fierce warning aura, saying, You better not make any mistakes down in the dungeon. Kim Chang-won glowed with a challenging red aura and said, Right here. Nobody knows how you will die. But Lee Seo-jun just showed an indifferent face and a cool blue aura. Kim Chang-won strode past Lee Seo-jun confidently as whispers spread around. Two guild leaders, Mapai and Rup, were waiting there too. At that moment, Mapai furrowed his brows, tense, clearly thinking something over. That morning, as Lee Seo-jun was heading out of a building, someone called him back. Hey, you there? It was Rupa's guild leader, frowning heavily as he confronted him. You really need to get a grip on your situation. Lee Seo-jun blinked in surprise, then Rupa added, Because of you, we are all affected. Lee Seo-jun asked casually, The guy got pissed. You jerk. Just then Mapai's guild leader passed by and overheard. He recalled Kim Chang-won telling them something earlier, and annoyedly told Lee Seo-jun, You do not get it. You made Kim Chang-won so mad the meeting got cancelled. At the very least, you should be apologized or explained why you were late. How can you say you did not know? Lee Seo-jun tilted his head innocently and said, I actually came half an hour earlier than the notice said. How could I know if I did not? The guy was not just disagreeing, he got even more worked up. What? You are arguing with me? Can you take responsibility if we fail to clear that dungeon because of you? The two guild leaders, Mapai and Rup, were also waiting out there. At that moment, guild leader Mapai furrowed his brow, tense and seemingly deep in thought. One morning in a building, Lee Seo-jun was heading out when a voice called after him, Hey, you there? It was guild leader Rupa, frowning heavily as he confronted him. You need to be more aware of your situation. Lee Seo-jun looked confused and exclaimed. Then Rupa continued, Because of you, we have all been affected. Lee Seo-jun casually asked, Really? The guy got annoyed. Damn it. Just then, guild leader Mapai happened to walk by and overheard. He recalled something Kim Chang-won had told them, then irritably told Lee Seo-jun, You do not realize you pissed off Kim Chang-won. So the briefing got skipped. At the very least, you should be apologized or at least checked in when you were late. How could you say you did not know? Lee Seo-jun tilted his head innocently. I actually arrived half an hour earlier than the scheduled time. How could I know if I did not? The guy frowned, clearly disagreeing. What? You are arguing back. Can you take responsibility when we can't handle that dungeon just because of you? Lee Seo-jun calmly replied, Of course I can. The other guy anxiously responded, And if Peros does nothing and leaves it all to us? Lee Seo-jun said coldly, like stating a fact. Then we just handle it ourselves, right? Hearing this, guild leader Zuba snapped. That stupid newbie. Seeing things getting tense, guild leader Macbeth stepped in immediately. Enough. Guild leader Zuba clenched his teeth. Guild leader Zuba stumbled. What the hell? What do you want? Guild leader Macbeth approached and said, He is basically not at fault. It is not his mistake. With both hands, guild leader Zuba shouted, Hey, your guild is no different. Then Macbeth put a hand on Lee Seo-jun's shoulder and said, I do not see anything wrong here. Then he turned and called out to Lee Seo-jun, Let us. Lee Seo. Before finishing his sentence, his face suddenly went pale with shock. The spot where he would been standing was now taken by Kim Chang-won, who stared at them with terrifying cold eyes. The man narrowed his eyes in disbelief, then quietly turned away. Guild leader Macbeth stood frozen, surrounded by a dark aura, his face pale and sweat pouring down like rain. Then, feeling helpless and regretful, Macbeth thought, Maybe I should not have helped him. At the raid site, bright sunlight flooded the forest. The scene unusually peaceful. A voice announced, Now, we move into the swamp park. Jang-won briefed again. Like I said earlier, the two guilds form one team, acting in two squads. He assigned Barrows and Ruba as Team 1 to cover the park's outer area, and Katchison with Spectre as Team 2 inside the park. Understood. Diho chatted happily. So you will use what I taught you earlier, right? Gaojin replied softly. Yeah, I have got the hang of it now. Feeling confident, Trangwon declared. Alright, let us get started. Just as a hand shot up, guild leader Mapai interrupted. Wait a sec. Can you assign some Barrow's members to our side? Trangwon bluntly replied, why should I do that? Because you said 2 on that side. 2 on this side fair's fair. Right? Mapai insisted. Both our guilds are newly formed. Isn't it standard to include a commander from the main guild? Hearing this, Trangwon caught on. A tradition, he revealed to him. That is just a tradition on paper. But honestly, we do not plan on following it today, Trangwon casually said. Anyway, you guys seem to get along. Each team just do your best. Mapai's face went pale hearing that. What about splitting the loot? Trangwon warned. Do not even think about getting involved. If the loot is split by team, then collection is separate too. With that, he turned sharply and walked off. Alright, let us move out. Stop standing by the fence. Leader Zuba suddenly turned back, flashing a teasing smile. Mapai visibly tensed up. He froze in place. Terrified, they just lumped 2 small guilds together and tasked them with attacking the most dangerous area. No telling if anyone would even survive, let alone succeed. At that moment, Mapai was panicking. Up until now, their guild had only been running newbie dungeon loops. Without Peros backing them, success was doubtful. His teammates were equally worried. What do we do now? They asked nervously. This was not supposed to be a risky mission, which only added to Mapai's pressure. Spectre was even newer than them, so they could not count on them either. Lost in thought, he wondered what the best move was. This was a rare chance to break through. Should they just give up? Sujin suddenly appeared and said, hey, if you are okay, let us decide on a leader first. Mapai stayed silent, then after a moment spun around. Sorry, but... He bowed, stammering. Suddenly, the ground exploded beneath them. Sujin reflexively turned around. Mapai's mouth dropped open in shock. Sujin looked at what was in front of him and guessed, is that a monster ambush? Mapai panicked and rushed forward. Get out of the way. But Seojin just stood there, staring right at the monster. His hand glowed with power. Then he charged forward and struck the beast fiercely. Sujin showed no emotion as he fought, while Trangwon and the others stared in disbelief. Mapai was utterly shocked. In the end, the monster lay defeated on the ground. Meanwhile, Mapai was still stunned. He could not believe his eyes. The guy just took down the monster bare-handed. When Sujin turned back and saw Mapai's face, he flinched. Mapai froze on the spot. What the heck is going on? Sujin continued. Who is taking command? Everyone around had not quite processed what just happened. What was that? How did he do that? Only Dio stayed calm. Everyone else was naturally stunned. He confidently said, that technique. It is from a special lesson I taught him. No one else? Sujin recalled. How did he manage to take down that monster bare-handed? Kango heard the noise and turned to look. Huh, Sujin admitted. I have always been curious. Normally, that is impossible. So far, you are the only craftsman who can beat monsters with just his fists. Kango puffed up with pride. That secret. It is all about the muscles. Sujin blinked. Muscles? Kango explained. Yeah, your body stores mana just like we store mana in weapons to boost their power. Right? He gave an example. Think of mana as water, and muscles as a bowl. If the bowl is small, no matter how much water you pour in, it will just spill out. Sujin nodded. So the bigger your muscles, the more mana you can hold. There is one thing I do not quite get. But just with that alone, it does not explain your strength. There is a limit to muscle growth, right? Kango heard that and seemed impressed. Said it was sharp thinking. He revealed the hidden trick. Yeah, there is a way to hold more water than the bowl's capacity. Sujin, never having heard that before, was surprised. There is that too. Kango grabbed his hand excitedly. It is simple. Just pour it all in. Still, it did not clear up all of Sujin's doubts. If that is true, then before it overflows, you can temporarily hold more water than the bowl's size. Right? Kango spilled one secret, but only for a very short time. Suddenly, he curled his fist tightly, did not miss the moment, and punched the tree right behind Seojin. Kango stressed the key point and gave it his all in that punch. He explained it is hard to nail the timing at first, but with practice, you can do it. If you want, I will teach you. Sujin was skeptical. Really? You would just hand over secrets like that to me? Kango burst out laughing. No worries. Just knowing something does not mean you can copy it exactly. Besides, if it is you, Sujin, I trust you and will teach you. Back in the present, Sujin brightened and asked again, who is taking charge? The whole team moved quietly through the forest. Naturally, Sujin was in command. Mark Pei, the guild leader, felt uneasy inside. He would almost given up, but his mind was a mess. What exactly was that attack just now? Did it happen to hit the monster's weak spot? That made him rethink things, but he still was not fully at ease. After a while, Seojin announced. We will camp here for now, simply because he knew this was the most dangerous part of the swamp they were assigned to. Mark Pai looked at Seojin with silent resolve. This guy still lacked experience, so something could go wrong anytime. Even he needed to stay sharp. Seojin pointed ahead. Over there, we will start by dealing with that. Mark Pai was curious. Isn't that just water grass? Seojin shook his head. Not water grass. He explained carefully. That is a monster called Lekfisser. It disguises itself as water grass, then drags anyone nearby into the water. If it spots humans, it alerts other monsters. The more Seojin talked, the paler Mark Pai got. Approaching recklessly risks falling into the water or getting surrounded by those monsters. He remembered the briefing. None of this info was mentioned then. Changwon's face back then had looked seriously dangerous. Putting it all together, he finally got it. Now he could only grit his teeth and trust Kim Changwon. Seojin laid out the plan. That monster senses humans really well, so we have to attack from far away and stay silent. The rule here from the start was to hunt quietly. No noise at all, Mark Pai suggested. Then first we should get rid of the guys with guns. Aran immediately disagreed. No need. She began detaching the gun's barrel and tested firing ahead, because it might be possible to shoot without noise. As proof, Aran fired several shots in a row. Mark Pai was stunned again. Aran's single shot took down all those monsters. Mark Pai thought to himself, amazing. Not a wasted bullet. All hits. Only the monsters out of the gun's range remained. The rest rushed forward to finish them off. Mark Pai was so shocked he collapsed to the ground. Unhai was pumped. For those out of range, leave it to me, I can throw mana even farther. Aran happily agreed. Alright, let us give it a try. The whole group of young people gathered around eagerly. Mark Pai was confused. What is going on? Even without doing anything, they could handle all of them. He felt something was off. Really strange. The man behind the tiger mask. What should we do now? The guild leader Maji was just as clueless. Do not know either. He drifted into thought. He would expected this dungeon raid to be tough. But Li Shazen looked at their haul joyfully. Whoa, maybe we caught them all, let us move on. Suddenly, Mark Pai, the guild leader, flinched and covered his mouth. Just like that, he was lost in the moment, feeling as relaxed as lying on a bed. Sunlight streamed brightly through the leaves. The fight with the monsters was not over yet. Kim Chang, a high-ranking officer, grumbled. Can't you guys get your act together? My subordinate had no choice but to bow down. Sorry, boss. The Gunjang cursed. Damn it. It is worse than I thought. Then he glared at guild leader Vupa, blaming him silently because that idiot woke up the Legfisher monsters. He shouted orders. Everyone, stay alert and reduce the monster numbers. Don't scatter. Stick together and protect your teammates. Kim Changwon stressed the key point. No chaos. Got it. The guild members looked like their brains were about to explode. One guy hesitated but did not dare speak up, wondering where to start. Kim Changwon grumbled angrily. Too noisy. What if that monster wakes up now? His face was full of worry as he stood frozen, staring at the water creeping toward him. A frog with something slimy in its mouth appeared, and Kim Changwon was terrified, unable to move. Damn! Seeing the giant frog right in front of him, Kim Changwon screamed inside. This is bad. The boss of Phi Lake Park, Gelik, usually lies quiet and asleep in the deep lake, but if disturbed or attacked, it wakes up and goes on the attack. Kim Changwon pieced it all together and scolded himself. That is why we usually trap it and attack from afar. I told those idiots to stay quiet. This time, he shouted in fear. Everyone. Suddenly, Kim Changwon realized. Wait, what if it hears us and attacks? The giant frog was still flicking out its tongue. Kim Changwon got even more terrified once caught by that tongue. One member was already lying on the frog's tongue, dazed and not understanding what was happening when the frog moved its slimy tongue. The others looked up, confused. What is that? The guy realized the situation too late and desperately shouted, "Help me!" Before he could finish, the frog swallowed him whole. The others were chilled to the bone with fear. Kim Changwon could not stay calm, shouting, "Big warning! Everyone be careful, it is the boss monster." They were shocked and frozen in place. The guy in front panicked. What? How did it suddenly appear? But Kim Changwon had planned ahead. Good. Now's our chance while it is busy eating. Thinking that, he turned sharply, steadied his footing, and shouted, "Everyone, get clear." Holding a spirit-infused staff, Kim Changwon said, "I will take care of this monster." With all his strength, he prepared to throw the staff forward. The powerful throw sent it flying straight into the frog's throat. The monster collapsed in pain into the water. Witnessing this, the guild members were stunned. There it is. Praise to guild leader Duba, as expected of guild leader Kim Changwon. Proud of his feat, Kim Changwon thought, "Alright, I got it." But deep down, he knew he would pushed his mana too far. Still, with everyone's attention on him, he would earn a lot of credit for this. Just as he was feeling good, Kim Chang-won's face turned pale. The frog suddenly leapt up. It landed right in front of him, and Kim Chang-won froze, staring at the giant frog before him. It glared at him with hateful eyes. Drooling slime. Kim Chang-won could not believe it was not dead. What about my staff? Realizing the truth, he collapsed. His staff had not even pierced halfway in. The frog flicked out its tongue again. Kim Chang-won was out of mana and could not fight back. His eyes were filled with despair. I am done. Suddenly, a burst of spirit energy flashed by. It pierced right through the frog's body. Kim Chang-won was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. The frog had to retract its tongue in pain. The magic energy kept attacking it, and Kim Chang-won sank to the ground, watching with wide eyes. Everyone around was totally shocked. Even the guy who got swallowed earlier learned from it. Kim Chang-won was left wide-eyed. He could not believe it. The boss monster just exploded. This really made Kim Chang-won wonder, who the heck is this guy? Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun stayed calm after taking down the giant beast. Only then did Kim Chang-won get a clear look. That famous guy. He could not believe it. How did that guy get here? He was supposed to handle the toughest area. Kim Chang-won stood up. Trembling, could it be he blew up the boss monster with a spear throw? He took a step, unable to accept the reality. There is no way that happened. As he walked, Kim Chang-won stepped in frog slime and slipped hard. He ended up crashing to the ground. And just like that, Kim Chang-won passed out cold. Everyone there panicked, shouting, "Guild leader, wake up! Guild leader!" At the raid site, the guild members looked at Chang-won with sharp eyes. Really impressive. But even a mid-level guild leader can handle this, who slips and passes out in the middle of a raid. Not even a newbie would mess up like that. No wonder Suhain gave him a hard time. Guild leader Macbile was at a loss for what to say. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "You have worked hard." Guild leader. Hearing that, he turned to see Lee Seo-yun standing there. Macbile shook his hand encouragingly. The Phantom Guild members worked hard too. Yet Seo-yun stays humble. "Sorry about that. It is our first time joining a joint raid, so I might have caused some trouble." Macbile quickly denied it. "No way. This is the fastest area cleared I have ever seen. You are truly amazing." Seo-yun stayed modest. "It is thanks to everyone." Macbile moved to the main point. "How do we split the loot?" A young man dressed in royal gear spoke up. "You can discuss that with us later." Then he handed Macbile a business card. Macbile stared at the name High-Tech Corporation. Why is a big corporation involved here? Macbile was stunned. Why is not this guild famous yet? Seo-yun nodded lightly and said goodbye. "We will be going now. See you next time." Macbile wanted to stop them. "Wait, you are leaving so soon? Everyone should come to the celebration party." Seo-yun turned back with a gentle smile. "My daughter's waiting for me at home. I miss her so much." In a city in the United Kingdom, on top of a tower, Elizabeth stood silently, feeling the night breeze. She was tense. What should I do now? Elizabeth was truly desperate. She had not expected the mages to ambush her halfway through. She lowered her eyelids. The emblem on the back of their cloaks was the symbol of the tower mages. The more she thought, the deeper her hatred grew. Those bastards, when did they start working with the tower mages? Because of them, I lost track of my mana limit and overused it. She scanned the situation below. Moving on her own would be tough now. Suddenly, Elizabeth sneered. She sighed warily. "I wanted to handle this myself without bothering others, but not this time." After some thought, Elizabeth decided to ask for help. There was no other choice but to call Seo-yul for backup. She cast a spell, connecting to a source of light that lit up the night sky. Elizabeth looked over and pondered. Her face began to shift into that of a cat. Now, Elizabeth had transformed into a small black cat. At Seo-yul's house, Ko poked his little head up, calling out repeatedly, "Dad, Dad." Seo-yul was focused on work but still replied, Ko eagerly begged, "Play with me." Seo-yul tried to keep his voice gentle. "Wait a bit. Let me finish this first." Hearing this, tears welled up in Seo-yul's eyes. "When will you be done, Dad?" Seo-yul turned back with a forced smile. "I will be done soon. Just a sec." Then he kept working, reflecting the results of his active involvement with the guild over the past month. Seo-yul reviewed the draft showing the Ghost Guild ranked last in the national guild rankings. He kept crunching the numbers. The Ghost Guild may be new and small, but its growth rate was unbelievably high. Seo-yul thought for a moment, then glanced at the notice board. The only mission: change the future and prevent the 5 misfortunes of Ko. 1 out of 5. That made Seo-yul tense. Over the past month, there has been no sign at all of the 5 misfortunes. Thanks to the butterfly effect, there were some small changes, but nothing major, still manageable. Seo-yul wrote and summarized, also noting that as guild leader, his paperwork had increased a lot, but no problems. Then he sighed, looking out the window at the clouds, feeling strangely peaceful. Leaning back in his chair, he mused, "Everything's too calm. Feels like the calm before the storm." Just then, Elizabeth stepped inside and called out, "Ko." She reflexively turned around. "Master, what is it?" Elizabeth asked. Could you get my mom to step outside for a bit? Oh, innocently asked. Why? Elizabeth entrusted her with the task. I need to talk to your dad. I am counting on you, Ko excitedly replied. Okay, piece of cake. Then she ran over to Yolun-hai. Ko playfully suggested, Mom, let us sneak out and play without Dad. Yolun-hai was confused. Why all of a sudden? Ko pretending to be serious. Dad's been working really hard. She clasped her hands together and smiled brightly. Ko wanted to give her mom some ice cream as encouragement. Yolun-hai's heart melted at her daughter's sweet words. Immediately, she took Ko and left. Oh my, Ko, such a trustworthy kid. Let us go to that shop across the street, she said happily. And Ko followed cheerfully. Yes, after the mission, Ko turned back and smiled at Elizabeth, then blinked adorably. Elizabeth watched this little act thoughtfully, realizing the girl had a sneaky side too. Saojin kept handling the paperwork. Elizabeth suddenly jumped past him. Distracting him, Saojin looked confused. Master? Meow meow. Then he firmly told her, can you move away a bit? If these papers get messed up, Iran's gonna freak out. Elizabeth spoke seriously. I have something to tell you. Like Saojin, his face suddenly froze. Finally, he realized Elizabeth confirmed it was me. Yes, it is. She assessed that he was not as surprised as expected. Saojin revealed, it is because I had my suspicions before, but more importantly, how do you know you turned into a cat? Elizabeth answered the question. I only temporarily connected consciousness for a short time. This cat is actually my summoned beast, she added. You can just think of it as a normal cat. Saojin thought about it and said, well, it is not like you eat cat food every day. Elizabeth was annoyed, her fur almost standing on end. Why do you always think so weirdly? Saojin smiled and replied, it is because you always show up out of nowhere and then disappear. So what brings you here? Elizabeth got straight to the point. I need your help to retrieve something from my place, the core shard. Saojin repeated to confirm, the core shard, that is the heart of those monsters. Right? Elizabeth verified. Yes, that made him wonder why she would want to retrieve them. If it was a whole core, he could understand. But shards are useless. She fell silent for a moment and said maybe. But I can tell you too much. Saojin felt chills at her serious expression. Damn it. Here we go again, she always says that. Elizabeth licked her hand and said, instead, I will sum it up in one word. She declared the key word. Misfortune. Saojin blinked. What? The sky shone brightly overhead. Yolun-hai happily rubbed her hands together. While she was awkwardly smiling, Saojin had some doubts this has something to do with So's second misfortune. Night fell. Dong-su was focused on something when a voice called out. Hey, Sophie softly asked. Are you really going to let it go? He nodded solemnly. Yes. After much hesitation, Dong-su made his decision. He would held on to it for a long time. He opened the box, revealing a diamond glowing brightly. It is time to let it go. At that moment, like Saojin was shocked by the news about So's second calamity. Worried, he urgently asked for details. What exactly are you talking about? Elizabeth stayed calm and began explaining. Out there, some people are gathering special core shards. They operate under many names, so there is no way to identify them exactly. She detailed that their sole goal is to collect all the shards and perform a ritual to resurrect a monster. Elizabeth then revealed, that is why for the past month, I have been hunting down and destroying those shards. Like Saojin was overwhelmed by all this info. This monster is tied to the girl's calamity. She must know what it is, right? Elizabeth said if her guess is right, So's second calamity is Wenhoi's death, and if what happened in my past life repeats, once the monster is resurrected, Wenhoi will. Elizabeth's tone turned grim as she revealed the truth. Die on a world-level mission. Hearing this, like Saojin felt utterly crushed. Elizabeth shot a sharp glance. She warned him seriously. I am telling you, it is best not to pry into future matters. Like Saojin stubbornly objected, but what about the world? That is something set to happen far in the future. Elizabeth stressed the important fact. The future has already changed. She added that the first calamity was supposed to happen 5 years from now, but actually occurred a month ago. Like Saojin's mind raced as he muttered, damn, things are escalating faster than I thought. He slammed his fist on the table. World missions, they call it a mission, but it is more like a natural disaster. Before I reset, during that world mission, an entire city in China collapsed. Before that, the hunter's abilities had already been upgraded. Like Saojin felt this was getting tougher, but right now, with the large-scale personal system not yet updated, if that mission happens, there is no way to fight it. That is why I am more determined than ever. We have to stop this. Elizabeth smiled softly in agreement. Exactly. We will get the core shards first and destroy them. At this moment, like Saojin was listening intently, Elizabeth revealed a crucial secret. One of the fragments is in South Korea, up for auction tonight at the Samseon auction. In short, she concluded that is our target. Hearing this, like Saojin reasoned, if it is going up for auction. Then we just need to buy it. Elizabeth quickly denied it. You will be the target, they will come after you, so you have to snatch it. Like Xiaojun suddenly smiled brightly, as if he would figured it out. So basically, she wants me to steal it. The auction hall was decked out in full grandeur, bright lights shining over the stage. A man's hand resting on the armrest of a VIP seat. Suhayan smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. A voice spoke up. Wait, are not you Suhayan? He looked at the person in front of him, confused. Who are you? The other introduced himself. We have not met before. Right? I am Kim Yumi, owner of a mid-sized company. Suhayan looked surprised. A mid-sized company? He nodded and replied, yes, it is an honor to meet you here. Not stopping there, Kim Yumian kept chatting. What brought you to the auction? Suhayan answered casually. I am just here to see if there are any good antiques. Kim Yuming excitedly offered. Got it. My company can sponsor you to get those items at a great price. Before he could finish, Suhayan bluntly said, no thanks, secretly judging him. He thought, I am trying to figure out who he is, but turns out he is just an annoying businessman. No way some bottom feeder like him owns the treasures I want. The auctioneer announced. The auction will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Suhayan silently paused, then realized something was off. This lowlife, whose name he did not know, was sitting in the VIP section. That thought made Suhayan suspicious. Wondering how that could be, upstairs on the rooftop, guards stood watch seriously. Lee Seo-jun and Elizabeth were sneaking a peek. Looking at the situation, he reasoned. Alright, fewer guards are on the rooftop than at the main entrance. What should I do? Use force to take them down. But then Lee Seo-jun dropped that idea. These guards look like hunters. Staying undercover is the most important part of this mission. We decided, while they are distracted, I will slip it. Just then, a call came over the guard's radio, requesting a status report. Lee Seo-jun grinned inwardly. Perfect timing. He walked while listening closely to the radio. Main gate secure. Back gate secure. Suddenly, Lee Seo-jun carelessly knocked over a can. He quickly turned around. Alarmed, the can rolled across the floor. A voice crackled over the radio. Second floor secure. Now the rooftop guard. Report. Before he could respond, the guard was startled by the noise. The radio operator impatiently asked. Rooftop. Report. He kept urging. Rooftop. Report now. Lee Seo-jun's heart was pounding like crazy. Oh no, the guard's hand gripped the wall. Then he looked up cautiously. Just when things were hanging by a thread, Elizabeth, sitting like a kitten in front of the rolling can, startled the guard. The guard was shocked. He blurted out, what the? Just at that moment, the rooftop door slammed shut. Lee Seo-jun hurriedly ran away. At some point, Lee Seo-jun and his family had gone to view flowers. Meanwhile, the auction was still lively. 110 million. The auctioneer updated the current bid. Yes. Number 11. 110 million. Any higher bids? Calls for higher bids echoed. 120 million. The auctioneer immediately called out the name. Number 68 raised the bid to 120 million. He asked again, any more bids? A bidder's offer caught Seo-jun's attention. 130 million. The one who just showed that huge number is Moon Mayan. Seo-jun could not help but be suspicious of him. A phone call, and guessed curiously. So he is here representing whoever's on the other end of the line. I am probably overthinking this again. Still, Seo-jun's doubts were not gone. Why hire a mid-level business owner instead of a pro? He must be someone important. The auctioneer spoke up. Next item, right after. The treasure was brought out immediately. The auctioneer hyped up the crowd with excitement. Everyone, the moment you have been waiting for is finally here. This item is the highlight of today's event. He is about to pull off the cloth. Alright, try not to freak out too much. Mumiyu has been holding that call since the auction started. The moment the treasure was revealed, his eyes widened. The auctioneer revealed that this rare item, though it looks fresh, has actually existed for 10 years. He explained it is a fragment of a core found during the collapse 10 years ago. The bidding heated up because of this item. Oh man, that is the core fragment from the collapse I have heard stories about. Suhil listened quietly. The collapse. From the chatter, he recalled they were talking about the first space crack that happened 10 years ago. Suhil concluded that after 10 years, it still holds a massive amount of mana, definitely not an ordinary core fragment. Naturally, he guessed the bidding would get fierce. Everyone seemed eager to own it. They kept raising bids. 3.42 billion. 4 billion. 4.05 billion. 4.09 billion. Mumayung grabbed the card again and raised the bid. He shouted loudly. 8 billion. Someone suddenly spoke up. Excuse me. But all eyes were on Mumayung, even Suhil, and the others could not believe it. Suhil stared at the man next to him. 8 billion. Seriously, even he was hesitant. That price was much as a huge fortune. Suhil was shocked, thinking that guy must be loaded, but this was crazy. The auctioneer loudly asked. 8 billion is the current bid. Anyone else want to raise? Feeling the quiet before closing, He said, "Looks like no one else." Alright, 8 billion first call. Second call. Finally, the hammer fell sold. Suddenly, the whole auditorium went pitch black, causing chaos. What? Power outage. The auctioneer panicked, yelling, "Someone turn the lights back on. It is too dark. I can see a thing." A pair of glowing eyes pierced through the darkness, like Xiaojun had been watching from above all along. Both he and Elizabeth were waiting for this moment to strike. Like Xiaojun looked at the glowing object below and asked, "Elizabeth, that is what we are after, right?" She confirmed firmly, "Yes, definitely a core fragment." Hearing this, like Xiaojun knew what to do. Alright, while the hall was still dark, he quickly jumped down. Like Xiao landed safely after a swift leap. He pinpointed the core fragment's location and headed straight for it. Then, like Xiaojun smashed the box covering it with his weapon. The crowd erupted again. "There is a thief. Someone stole the fragment." Security was mobilized throughout the auction house. Like Xiaojun signaled Elizabeth, "Suit up." Then, he quickly climbed onto the flying suit. Like Xiaojun and Elizabeth took off together on the flying suit. It shot forward like a rocket. Like Xiaojun exhaled quietly in relief. "Perfect. I can escape from the auction house second floor. Since all the security is focused on the first floor, there won't be anyone upstairs." Carefully calculating my path, I just need to get to the rooftop and make my escape with the hang glider. Suddenly, something appeared behind Like Xiaojun. A sudden voice shouted, "Got you. Come here." Suhayan gripped his sword, ready to attack Like Xiaojun. Like Xiaojun looked at him, surprised for a moment. Sung Suhayan. At the same time, Suhayan's body surged forward, aiming deeply at Like Xiaojun. As Suhayan swung down, Like Xiaojun quickly blocked the strike with his weapon. Their weapons clashed, sparks flying. Suhayan immediately shoved Like Xiaojun away. The force was strong enough to throw Like Xiaojun off balance, forcing him to retreat. Like Xiaojun was still stunned. He did not expect this guy to be at the auction house too. More importantly, just now, what really confused him was, how did Suhayan know where he was? And it did not stop there. Suhayan kept pressing forward. Like a fierce beast, he launched an aggressive attack on Like Xiaojun. This time, Like Xiaojun crouched, fully alert. Suhayan was determined to catch him, heading straight for the guild hall. That only made Like Xiaojun more suspicious. This guy not only knew his exact location, but also his movements. Irritated, he silently called the name Sungso. Like Xiaojun has to admit, this guy's really a tough nut to crack. Like Xiaojun carefully watches his enemy, Sungso. He finally realizes you used a snow melting potion. Like Xiaojun suddenly stiffens up. "Wait, so he knows my true identity." Elizabeth speaks up to calm him down. "Don't worry. This cloak has magic that scrambles perception. As long as you wear the mask, he wants to know who you really are." That takes a big weight off Like Xiaojun's shoulders. Thank goodness. Suhayan on the other side stubbornly refuses to back down. Like Xiaojun tightens his grip on his weapon, staying alert. The two clash fiercely back and forth. Elizabeth notices Like Xiaojun is struggling and wonders why he does not transform his weapon. Like Xiaojun says he can't do that right now. Turns out he has restrained the bad effect if he transformed. It would be easy to lose Suhayan, but he is the only one who uses this weapon. Just then, Suhayan appears again right in front of him. Like Xiaojun dodges while explaining that transforming the weapon would reveal his identity as Like Xiaojun. Even in the heat of battle, he tightly clutches the core inside him. Another figure appears behind Like Xiaojun. Mumen looms large, staring at Like Xiaojun's spot. Like Xiaojun spins around, startled. What is this guy doing here? Mumang's eyes lock on a one spot like a laser. Suddenly, he jumps and kicks Like Xiaojun, catching him completely off guard. Like Xiaojun spits blood and shock through his mask. He can't believe he is being thrown backward. Elizabeth calls out worriedly. Lalai panicked. He looks at his empty hand, then his gaze shifts to that guy. Mumang looks satisfied. Having grabbed the treasure, Xiaojun can't accept the truth and watches him closely. His mood collapses as the shard is stolen. Mumang turns and walks away. He disappears, leaving Like Xiaojun stunned. Only now does Like Xiaojun pull himself together. Go after him. Just when things get intense, Suhayan's sword is suddenly at his throat. Like Xiaojun bleeds but ducks the strike. Suhayan refuses to let up. Where do you think you are going? Like Xiaojun is seriously annoyed now. Suddenly, Elizabeth jumps down, surprising him. Eyes lock seriously on Like Xiaojun. He urgently calls out, "Elizabeth, you can just stand there. Hurry. Go after the guy with the shard." Before leaving, she tells him to come find her once he has dealt with that guy. Like Xiaojun seems uneasy. In the end, he has to get back to the fight. Alright. Right now, Suhayan is pointing his sword at Like Xiaojun. Confidently, he declares, "I will personally capture you. You should be honored, kid." Like Xiaojun stays silent, not even a word. He thinks to himself, "I do not have much time. The guards will be here any second." Like Xiaojun hits his limit and leaps decisively. He was about to give in. Seeing this unusual move distracts Suhayan. At just the right moment, Like Xiaojun lands a surprise attack that Suhayan can't block. Suhayan turns around in shock. Like Xiaojun finally makes up his mind. If it has come to this, He has to take him down as fast as possible. Suhayan is about to strike but suddenly hesitates. What? His powers changing out of nowhere. Recognizing something familiar, Suhayan wonders aloud if he has seen it before. Like Xiaojun charges straight at him. His weapon shines brilliantly, overshadowing Suhayan's sword. Suhayan struggles to separate the two. Suddenly, he gasps in shock. Suhayan's mind flashes with an image of like Xiaojun. Wait. That is, his face strains as he stammers. You. He struggled to say it. Wait. You're like Xiaojun's hand was reaching closer to him. His face froze stiff at the sight of him, with like Xiaojun radiating fierce energy. I knew this was wrong, but I was not about to let you beat me. I was absolutely sure of that deep down. Suhayan winced in pain, clutching his eye. Finally, he collapsed onto the floor. Like Xiaojun felt a little guilty but still thought, maybe I went too far. But he is not going to die, he is a hunter. After all, just then, someone shouted from upstairs, there is a big commotion up there. Like Xiaojun did not hesitate. Immediately heading up, gotta move fast. Elizabeth's waiting for me. Elsewhere, Elizabeth stood still as if blocking someone. Mumang was clutching his core heart. Facing off, I thought he had a little spy tailing him, still got caught. But you are a witch, are not you? Mumang dashed away quickly. He held his core heart, trying to escape Elizabeth's chase. Suddenly, he slashed his sharp claw across his face, then blocked the path. Mumang gritted his teeth. Determined, his hand veins bulged, it twisted suddenly. Lunging toward Elizabeth, without effort, he grabbed her and slammed his hand hard on the ground. The impact was so strong dust swirled everywhere. Mumang frowned, staring at what was before him. Elizabeth's foot was glowing now. Seeing that, he smirked. I knew you were a scared little mouse. Mumang slowly revealed, you are a witch. Elizabeth was cornered. Thinking, this is bad news. She struggled to strategize. It was tough facing these monsters right now. Elizabeth stood helpless, noting she would overuse her mana on him. It would be hard to cast freely, since this is not her own body. Mumang excitedly split his beastly hand. Never thought I would meet a witch here. So then, he moved it again. You won't live much longer. Elizabeth quickly dodged the beast's hand, slammed clumsily like a frog, trying to strike. Mumang frowned, annoyed that he missed. Elizabeth had already moved behind him without him noticing. Only now did Muming realize she was behind him. Suddenly, Elizabeth drew a trapline, a trick. She barely dodged that spot fireball. Still, Mumang's gleeful laugh rang out. Is that all you have got? Elizabeth was genuinely scared now. Panic rose inside her just as she feared. It did not work. I am done. Can't he cast any more magic? Mumang's demonic hand grabbed Elizabeth. He crushed her painfully. Elizabeth could not fight back, only letting out a cry. Mumang rubbed his hand, preparing for another attack. He was ready to strike again. I was curious how strong you would be as a witch. Mumang sneered. But you are nothing. A loud explosion rang out. Elizabeth shut her eyes, bracing herself. Right then, a familiar voice called out, Elizabeth. Are you okay? Like Xiaojun stepped in front of her just in time. Elizabeth called out his name. Relieved, she quietly asked how he was doing. You are late. How's Suhayan? Like Xiaojun replied, I put him to sleep. We have to hurry. He quickly pulled Elizabeth away as guards approached. At that moment, voices grew louder nearby. Noises on the stairs. Elizabeth looked disappointed. Oh no? You have been spotted. Like Xiaojun responded calmly. It would be weirder if we had not. Mumang got up and ran off with him. His heavy body crashed down, shattering the tile floor. Mumang clutched his core desperately and ran like crazy. Elizabeth hurriedly warned him. We do not have much time left. Grab the core and end this once and for all. Like Xiaojun worried about the immediate problem. The core. Elizabeth held out her hand in front of Like Xiaojun. Look. Watch closely. This is... The magic circle was already set up. Like Xiaojun's eyes widened as he stared. And the power... It is insane. A glowing gem hovered right in front of Mumang. Like Xiaojun stood face to face with him. He was shocked, unable to believe it. I can actually see it. Right then, Like Xiaojun switched his weapon into spear form and lunged at Mumang. Like Xiaojun was focused on only one thing, the core. He immediately stabbed and shattered it, destroying Mumang's core. Mumang went berserk, morphing wildly. He turned into a slimy mess on the ground. Finally, Like Xiaojun succeeded in reclaiming the core fragment. At the same time, shadow guards rushed in. Everyone, move. I just heard a loud noise. So they can have gotten far. The leader stood there, wide-eyed in shock. He stared at the slimy mess in front of him, confused. This is, on the other side. The emergency exit door had just opened. Like Xiaojun and Elizabeth escaped through it. Under the night sky, Like Xiaojun held the fragment as he ducked into a forest. He took off his mask and let out a relieved breath. Whoosh. Elizabeth, in her cat form, jumped down and urged him, give me the fragment. Like Xiaojun handed it over, and as Elizabeth placed her cat paw on it, black streaks appeared on the fragment. He sat down and asked, hey, how are you doing that? She looked up and asked, huh? Then he continued, making the core invisible like that. Elizabeth just kept working and explained, I am just sharing my vision with others through magic. Seeing his pale face, Like Xiaojun asked in surprise, is that really how you see the world? She immediately answered, only when I focus. Suddenly, Her cat paw stomped down, breaking the fragment. The shard shattered into tiny pieces, blue energy rising into the air as the man and cat watched. Watching the sky sparkle with blue specks, Like Xiaojun asked, "Is that it?" Elizabeth replied coldly, "Yeah." Then Like Xiaojun looked at her excitedly. "Do you feel any better?" She shook her head. "That is just one of many pieces. It does not affect me much." Hearing this, Like Xiaojun sounded a bit sad. "What if I find all the other pieces and destroy them?" Elizabeth immediately dismissed the idea. "Forget that. If you do, you will trigger the butterfly effect." Like Xiaojun got a little worked up. Better than seeing Ko upset. Elizabeth's gaze turned cold, her tone serious. "Calm down. The butterfly effect does not just affect you. It also impacts those around you even farther." Then she added, "We covered this in the tower guide. You can control everything that affects you." Like Xiaojun flinched at that. He quickly said, "Speaking of which, I have wanted to ask you some things about the tower." In his mind, he pictured the huge monster with red eyes and voiced his guess. "I mean that clustered is in Betso, right?" After his question, silence fell over the space. Elizabeth sighed and reluctantly confirmed, "Yeah, exactly. It is a copy of Ambetso." Though he would guessed it, Like Xiaojun still muttered in surprise, "I see." Surrounded by dark magic, the robe floated in midair as Like Xiaojun's voice echoed, "Why is Ambetso the tower's cluster? What did you do to the tower?" Then Elizabeth remembered the image of a thick tower within a grand castle and said, "The guide tower is a replica of the castle I once lived in." Midim, hearing this, Like Xiaojun immediately recalled the girl with black-green hair and blue eyes. "Huh?" Midim, excited. He asked, "Is that Midhim from that distant view? Do other worlds really exist?" Seeing this, Elizabeth asked cautiously, "So where do you think the monsters came from?" Like Xiaojun quickly shared his thoughts. There was a past theory about parallel dimensions, but it was never fully confirmed. The more he spoke, the more helpless Like Xiaojun sounded, saying, "Even so, there are still a lot of strange things. Now, let me tell you something. I remember the boss of the tower used a curse before I reset, but I have never heard of it affecting dozens of gods or other monsters. Do you know why?" Hearing this, Elizabeth's eyes widened in disbelief. She parted her lips like she wanted to say something. Then she said something that shocked Like Xiaojun deeply actually. "The guide tower in this life is different from before you reset." Like Xiaojun panicked and asked again, as Elizabeth's human form appeared. She said seriously that you could not complete its challenge. "I mean, its difficulty has increased a lot." Like Xiaojun shouted excitedly. "What are you saying? How did the guide tower's difficulty suddenly get harder?" Then she asked, "Do not you realize Ko's misfortune is speeding up because of the butterfly effect?" This question made Like Xiaojun understand everything and panic badly. Elizabeth said solemnly, "It is similar with other things right now. Future events are overlapping and accelerating, including the speed at which monsters develop skills and strength, so they have become faster and stronger than before your reset. Monsters in the tower are way tougher now. The guide tower got so hard no one could conquer it. Until I found someone heading for the tower. I intervened in the tower to lower its difficulty as much as possible, but it did not work well." These words shocked Like Xiaojun deeply. Elizabeth's indifferent voice echoed, "That is why I prepared my own ticket to the tower as a backup plan." Seeing Like Xiaojun's horrified face, she spoke apologetically, "That caused you a painful experience. I am..." Like Xiaojun clenched his hands tightly, frowning. "Do not tell me that is the butterfly effect." He imagined a black whirlwind with a blue butterfly, along with a voice saying, "The storm should not have appeared. You were here before I even realized it." Elizabeth regained composure, placing her hand over a glowing blue aura on her skin, saying, "Because we already completed breaking the veil. I have to disconnect now. I have to go." Like Xiaojun shouted, "Zo, you have to go now." Then he hurriedly said, "Before you go, there are some things I want to tell you." Elizabeth replied nonchalantly, "Zo." He sat in front of Elizabeth, stammering, I want..." "Thank you." Elizabeth was surprised to hear him continue, "You have always been there to catch me, reminding me not to let my guard down." After he finished, she softly said, "You do not need to thank me." Like Xiaojun kept sitting there looking at Elizabeth, saying, "Because I am just repaying a debt." Under the night sky, Like Xiaojun sat on the black coat holding Elizabeth as they flew away. He looked up at the sky, pondering silently. What does she mean by debt? Does Elizabeth owe me something? I did not even know. Looking down at the brightly lit city, he could not help but feel nostalgic. So much happened tonight, yet I did not expect to run into Suhulin's car. Then Like Xiaojun started calculating in his mind, thinking about the monster auction event. He originally imagined the horrified faces and the panic, thinking even if I joined that auction with him, it still would not be enough to pretend to be human, a monster with intelligence and shape-shifting abilities. At that thought, he pictured something trying to look human, but beneath the shadow was black slime with red eyes. That must be a mimic monster. A double spawn. Back to the present. He calmly reasoned that the group collecting the fragments might be a monster crew. It sounds more believable than humans taming monsters. Like Xiaojin's face lit up with a spark of realization. Since double spawns are not boss-level monsters, chances are there is more than one. I might run into them again, seeing the sunlight flash before his eyes. Like Xiaojin suddenly exclaimed, "It is already morning." Elizabeth, sensing something, asked, "What is wrong?" Like Xiao smiled softly and replied, "Oh yeah. You did great too." Under the sunlight, the city gradually woke up with its usual energy. Like Xiaojin's figure slowly faded away, leaving only his voice. "Go home and rest." Everyone, the city bustled loudly with morning noise. Somewhere in this glamorous city, a young guy was focused on a phone call in an alley. Suddenly, a voice startled him. "Hey little brother." Seung-hun quickly put his phone away and turned to see who Cheon-su was. Asking what he was up to, that guy's face was rough, with a long scar near his eye. Hearing this, the young guy hurriedly called out, "Big brother Cheon-su." He stepped out and said, "I am smoking a cigarette." Cheon-su was surprised. "Cigarettes? You smoke?" Then Seung-hun acted humble and said, "Watching you smoke makes me think maybe I should start too." Without suspicion, crossed his arms behind his neck excitedly. "That is cute." Then he said, "Alright, I will teach you but next time." Then he took Cheon-su along, saying, "I have got things to do now. Wanna come work a bit?" Then he glanced at Cheon-su and asked, "You will do fine since it has been a month already, right?" The young guy's face was innocent as he asked back, "Of course. What is the job?" Cheon-su's face turned sly as he said, "Looking for someone?" Hearing that, Seung-hun got curious and asked, "Ooh." Inside the police station, an irritated voice rang out, "Looking for a guy who raided the auction," something like that, in front of the annoyed cop. The voice continued, "It is Seung-hun." Soo-hyun, clearly annoyed, held his head and said, "The guy who raided the auction is Seung-hun himself." The neighborhood was busy with people passing by at night. In a restaurant, Seung-hun grilled meat and said, "Bro." Cheon-su across from him replied, "Yeah? What is up?" Seung-hun said, "You said we were going to look for someone, so why are we at a restaurant now?" Cheon-su laughed out loud. "Little brother, you still do not know anything. To find that person, you need solid info first." Hearing that, Seung-hun could only glare silently. Suddenly, Cheon-su waved to someone. "Finally here." "Hey brother." Before he finished, a blonde guy was already standing at the door. Cheon-su signaled, "Over here, at the table with grilled meat and beer." Cheon-su started, "Let me introduce you." Then he pointed at the blonde guy. "This is an old buddy from high school. Works in the kitchen." Seung-hun frowned, thinking, "A cop?" He began observing. Did not expect Big Bro to have ties like this with the police. At that moment, the blonde guy looked annoyed and warned, "Hey, do not talk like that." Then Cheon-su put his arm around Seung-hun and said, "And this here is my new recruit. Just been with me a month." Seung-hun awkwardly greeted, "I am Seung-hun. Nice to meet you." Hearing this, the blonde guy started thinking, "Hun." He wondered why Hiram's personal assistant was here. A scene of looting started playing in the blonde guy's mind. He guessed it was definitely the Dong-su clan. They were hunting for the mastermind behind the self-proclaimed APTA group. During his work, the blonde guy had gathered plenty of clues. After the raid, high-tech informants blamed Seung-hun. "We launched a thorough investigation into APTA and their backing forces." He slammed his hand on the stack of papers on the table. But strangely, he could not find any info on those powers. The blonde guy's thoughts kept racing considering their background. APTA was a lost cause from the start. Seung-hun was deep in thought too. Realizing there was still one piece of evidence left, he began to suspect Cheon-su. If he has been hiding so well, next time I will use a disposable pawn like APTA. Seung-hun glanced thoughtfully at Cheon-su, and if there was a group like that, we would definitely know about it. Seung-hun watched Cheon-su excitedly chatting nearby, thinking about mercenaries guys suspended for crimes and shady reasons. 3 people sat at the dining table, but only 2 DAG members were chatting happily. Seung-hun stayed lost in his thoughts. They were shameless criminals willing to break any law for money, a textbook example of society's rejects. After a month living undercover as a mercenary, we finally got intel and found out the powers behind were connected to Cheon-su. Seung-hun grabbed a piece of canned meat confidently, saying, "We are definitely going to catch those guys soon." The blonde guy was tipsy now, laughing loudly. "How much is this beef?" Cheon-su immediately replied, "Eat all you want. It is on me today. You keep saying you are stressed and busy lately." Slurring slightly, the blonde guy blurted out, "Yeah, I am assigned to a fraud case. The suspect's been identified, but I do not know where he is." Cheon-su asked, "What is the story?" The blonde guy answered, "The auction raid. Looks like Mumai-ung is the culprit. He started explaining the case in more detail. The guy's name was but Dan, and even his company was fake. He revealed more. As soon as the raid ended, the suspect vanished. The blonde guy had fought Mumai-ung in the past. It was suspicious. But who could really be the killer? His footsteps retreated back into the rain at that moment. Hearing this, Chien-su asked again, "Do you suspect anyone yet?" The blonde guy lowered his head. Frustrated. "Not yet. Still do not know." Then suddenly he looked up, realizing, "Wait, what nonsense did Song Soo-hyun just say?" Hearing the name, Chien-su was shocked and asked, "Soo-hyun? The actor?" The blonde guy nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I looked into it a bit earlier." Then he quickly covered his mouth. "Wait, I probably should not be talking about this." Chien-su laughed. "Hey, what kind of relationship do we have anyway?" Saying that, the blonde guy started grabbing food again. "Soo-hyun," a firm voice rang out. Slapping down the name Song-hun, the hunter Seo-jun was the culprit. Chien-su wondered if it was because the way he hunted or something else that matched the killer. But that alone was not enough to conclude anything. "I guess from the start, I was not even on the right track." The blonde guy put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. "Whatever you say, do not tell anyone." Chien-su waved his hand, smiling. "Don't worry. Telling 1T get me anything." His expression turned sly. "Besides, I am not about to go hunt him down myself." Meanwhile, upstairs, Koa's small hands tried to freeze a bottle of water placed on the table. She took a deep breath and murmured, "Gently, gently, really gently." Then she shouted and released her magic, freezing the bottle. Instantly, the bottle turned into a big block of ice. Cold air spreading throughout the room. Everything around was frozen solid too. Ko looked a bit flustered and flapped her sleeves, while the black cat across from her turned its head helplessly. "Oh no," she overdid again. Then, looking at the window in front of him, he praised again, saying this time was better than last time. Last time, the window was frozen solid, and the glass was shattered too. The black cat turned to Ko, who was holding a bottle of water. "Seula. Got it." Then he seriously explained that the reason you can control mana is because your power is stronger than a normal person's. Looking at the frozen water bottle, the black cat continued, "From now on, until you can freeze each bottle like this, you have to train hard to control your mana." Ko sighed, and the black cat warned again, "If you can control it precisely, you will hurt the people around you." Ko nodded in agreement. "Yes. Understood." Looking at the house partially frozen, the black cat spoke up. "All right, before your mom gets home, let us clean this place up." Ko happily agreed. "Yes, let us do it." Then a cat and a person used magic to melt the ice. Melt it all away. Let everything melt. Yoo Eun-hye was walking upstairs to go home when a voice caught her attention. "Are you heading home?" Yoo Eun-hye looked toward Chien-su. "You are the new neighbor who just moved in." Then Yoo Eun-hye happily answered the earlier question. "Yeah, I am on my way home. I just stopped to buy a few things. Is the move going okay?" Chien-su smiled warmly. "Yes," he responded politely. "Thanks for asking. We have finished moving in." Chien-su scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry. I will tell my friends to keep it down a bit." Yoo Eun-hye was about to open the door. "No worries. The soundproofing here is great. You won't hear anything from my place." As soon as the door opened, Ko rushed out to greet her. "Mom." Yoo Eun-hye smiled gently. "Hello? I." Chien-su leaned in and greeted. "Hey, your name is Ko, right?" Ko politely replied. "Hello? Yes, sir. Neighbor next door." Yoo Eun-hye waved goodbye. "I'm heading inside now." Chien-su smiled. "Yeah, see you later, Ko." Yoo Eun-hye politely responded. "See you next time." After Yoo Eun-hye closed the door, Chien-su lingered for a moment, peeking through Ko's door peephole before turning and leaving. Chien-su returned to his own place next door, room 402. As soon as he stepped inside, he covered his face in displeasure. He walked over to a man blinded by light lying on the ground. "You bastard. I told you to keep quiet." Then Chien-su stabbed a knife straight into the floor right by the man's face. "You want a hole in your body." Watching the man squirm, Chien-su continued. "The landlord would get involved if I killed you, so you better behave." Then Chien-su pulled out paper and pen. "All right, let us see." He read the info in the notebook. Living with a woman and a child. Then he circled a line on the paper. Sometimes visited by an old man. Reading this, Chien-su looked pleased. "That is good." A sly smile appeared on his face. "Now we do not have to worry about hostages." Seung-hun's footsteps shuffled forward, and he said, "What if it is not him?" Chien-su turned suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Seung-hun hesitated. "About that guy named Seo-jun." Seung-hun's voice echoed down the hallway. "The police also say it is not him. I think it would be better if we look into Kim Moo-mai-ung." Chien-su shouted. "That guy's already missing. The police are looking for him too. Isn't it smarter to work with the only lead we have?" As he spoke, he stood up, So we need to catch our guy first? Alright, here's the plan. Immediately, Chien-Soo laid 3 photos in front of Seung-hun, holding the pictures. He smiled smugly. Here, looking at the photos in Chien-Soo's hand, Seung-hun hesitated. Who are these people? Hearing Chien-Soo answer shocked Seung-hun. Lee Seo-jun's family. We will use them as hostages and bait. Usually, things get resolved faster when you threaten someone with their family. Then Chien-Soo started pointing at each photo. Alright, here's the deal. We have his wife here, his father and his daughter. Among these 3, who do you think we should grab to threaten him? Seung-hun lowered his head. I do not know. Immediately, a slap landed on his head and Chien-Soo shouted, Son, this is an easy question, you should be able to answer it right away. He held up Seo's photo with a sly grin, of course. It is his daughter. Right now, Seung-hun is desperately trying to call someone. He looks really worried and anxious. Seung-hun recalls that a few minutes ago, Shu said, I am stepping out for a smoke. Watch that guy carefully as he walks away. Chien-Soo shoots a sharp glance at the blinded man. Don't let him do anything stupid. Got it. Seung-hun's face turns panicked. Suti, but I have to warn Lee Seo-jun right now. Biting his nails nervously, Seung-hun thinks. I planned to ask the boss for help once we had solid proof, but kidnapping Lee Seo-jun's daughter, that is crossing the line. While waiting for the call, he paces back and forth. Anxious? Please pick up. The phone finally clicks. Hello. Seung-hun quickly answers. Lee Seo, it is. Son. Seo-jun sounds confused. Is that you? Why are you calling me? Seung-hun replies. It is nothing. Really? The doorknob suddenly moves, alerting him. Not good. He says, I will call you back later. Just then, Cheon-soo bursts through the door. Son. He steps close to Seung-hun. Nothing happened, right? Seung-hun nervously answers. Suddenly, a noise from behind startles Seung-hun. The blinded man seems like he wants to say something. Cheon-soo approaches him. What is it? Seung-hun worries from behind. He pulls the tape off the man's mouth. You want to say something? The man starts to speak. Lee Seo. Before Seung-hun can stop him, the blinded man shouts out, calling Lee Seo-jun's name. Seung-hun leaps toward Cheon-soo. He grabs Cheon-soo by the collar and pulls him back. Then Seung-hun clamps his hand tight around Cheon-soo's neck, choking him. Cheon-soo gasps out a word. You. Suddenly, Seung-hun leans forward. Cheon-soo grabs one of Seung-hun's legs. Instantly, Cheon-soo reverses the hold and pins Seung-hun down. Using immense strength, he slams Seung-hun to the ground. You damn bastard. The impact is so hard the floor cracks, and blood trickles from Seung-hun's mouth. Cheon-soo pulls out a stun gun from his pocket, immediately presses it against Seung-hun's body. Seung-hun screams in pain. Cheon-soo keeps shocking him. Seung-hun convulses and then passes out right on the floor. After it is over, Cheon-soo stands up, breathing heavily, his eyes cold and terrifying. A hesitant voice calls from behind. Sorry. The blinded man's face pales. I have watched and reported everything to you. Unga hesitates, trying to ask, will you spare my life? Cheon-soo's lips curl into a wicked smile. He murmurs, yeah, I think I said that. He shoves a knife right against the blinded man's ear. Cheon-soo's eyes blaze as he presses the blade closer. Fine, I will let you live. Meanwhile, Yuan-hai is giving Ko some instructions. Ko, Mom's going out to take out the recycling. Ko nods obediently. Yuan-hai, remember to behave at home, and do not open the door for strangers. Okay, then she warns again. And no sneaking ice cream. Either. Ko avoids Yuan-hai's gaze. I am not gonna do that. Yuan-hai reminds her. Last time you just finished eating. Ko. That was the president. Seriously. You already had one. So no. Ko nods. Yes, madam. After the reminders, Yuan-hai grabs her things and heads out. Warm sunlight streams through the window. Suddenly, the quiet is broken by a knock on the door. Ko quickly ran out. Who is it? From behind the wide door, Cheon-soo's voice called out. Ko, can you open the door? Ko hesitated a bit. This wide door is the uncle next door. Cheon-soo outside confirmed immediately. Yeah, it is. Started lying. Something bad just happened. Your dad is badly injured now. Can you come with me and show me where he is? Ko was a bit skeptical. Dad is strong. He can be hurt. Cheon-soo kept lying, making Ko scared. It is. If you are not careful, your dad could die. Ko, if you do not go now, you want to see your dad for the rest of your life? Ko hesitated a bit. Really? Cheon-soo insisted even more. Yes, your mom is already on her way to your dad. He took out a phone to boost his trustworthiness. Your mom asked me to pick you up and take you to the hospital where your dad is. The house door was still tightly shut at this moment. Cheon-soo kept persuading. Ko. He added again. Open the door for me. Ko. Under Cheon-soo's words, Ko reached out to open the door. Not long after, Ohaya came back home. Mom is back. Seeing Ko missing from the chair made her jump. The 2 stuffed bears Ko had were lying on the floor. Ohaya kept calling out, Ko. Lee Seo-jun stepped out of the factory door, Voices still echoing behind him. Hopefully. The other 19 guys are just as long-winded. As he left, he paused and looked back. Lee Seo-jun recalled his earlier thoughts. He planned to make a weapon from Plurina. Chia Li looked thoughtful. It is not that hard. But the problem is there are not many materials available right now. The man's words kept ringing in Lee Seo-jun's mind. It is going to take some time. Damn Chiyu. Kang Chi, Olail, and Hajam all said the same thing right to his face. And Lee Seo-jun kept walking down the street, still full of questions. Weird. Plurina is not even a highly demanded material. He asked himself, why is the supply suddenly gone? Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking his train of thought. Lee Seo-jun looked at the caller. It Eun-hai. He quickly answered, Han-hai. What is up? He was surprised to hear Eun-hai's panicked voice on the other end. Lee Seo. On the other side, Eun-hai was trembling. Seo-jun. What should I do? She stammered over the phone. Ko. Shocking news hit Lee Seo-jun hard. Ko is missing. Oh man. Hearing this, Lee Seo-jun rushed off immediately. He saw Eun-hai standing in the street and called out loudly. Eun-hai, panting from exhaustion but still urgent. He asked, where's Ko? Have you seen her? Eun-hai replied, not yet. Tears started streaming down her face. I have searched the apartment, the ice cream shop, even the supermarket, no sign of her anywhere. Seeing her cry, Lee Seo-jun's worry deepened. Grabbing her shoulders to calm her down, he said, stay calm. We have not checked the playground yet. Let us start there. Eun-hai nodded in agreement. Okay. Then they split up to search. Lee Seo-jun gritted his teeth, anxiety rising. Where could she have gone? She has never even taken the bus alone. What if something happened? Suddenly, a voice behind him startled Lee Seo-jun. Excuse me. A man stepped forward. Voice rough. I know where the girl went. The man, covered in wounds, explained, someone named Choi On-soo took her away. Meanwhile, on a quiet road, a black car was moving. Seo-jun looked at Choi On-soo driving and quietly called out, sir. She glanced out the window. Curious? Where are we going? Kar On-soo replied. We are heading to the hospital. Seo-jun asked again. Which hospital? Patiently, Choi On-soo answered. A big hospital far out in the city. Ko is behaving. I know. In the darkness, Sung Seo-jun slowly opened his eyes, blinded and panicked. Looking around, hands and feet bound, mouth gagged. In a pitch-black space, Sung Seo-jun felt a bit feverish. What is this? After calming down, he immediately realized he was trapped in a trunk. Lying still, Sung Seo-jun began to think. I thought he would kill me, but he is keeping me alive. Looks like he does not want a traitor to die that easily. He guessed, I can hear a kid in the car too. So the kid's been kidnapped. Assessing the situation, Sung Seo-jun thought, although this sucks, looking on the bright side, this is a chance to escape with the girl. First, I have to let her know I am here. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, making him feel feverish. Sir, Sung Seo-jun blinked, confused about what was happening. Seo was now surrounded by colorful magic. She looked puzzled, but asked, Sir, who are you? Sung Seo-jun heard Seo's voice but still could not respond. Seo glanced at Choi On-soo driving ahead. She bowed her head slightly, as if thinking something over. Seo noticed, the man next to me seems a bit off. Choi On-soo's scary eyes reflected in the car mirror, making Seo uneasy. He kept staring at her nonstop. She kept thinking and used magic to check the strange sounds in the car, discovering there was another man trapped in the trunk. Seo used magic to send a message to Sung Seo-jun. Hey sir in the back. Tap once for yes, 2 taps for no. Okay. When there was no response, she asked again. Can you hear me, sir? Then Sung Seo-jun tapped on the back seat. Seo started asking, are you a good person? And got 1 tap back. She grew suspicious. So is the man next to me the bad one? Who is really telling the truth here? Seo called out, and Choi On-soo answered. Then, a purple magical aura began wrapping around Seo's arm. She cast a spell on Choi On-soo's back, the one her master told her to use in moments like this to detect lies. Then Seo started asking, what is wrong with your dad? Choi On-soo answered her. My dad's seriously injured. The spell on him began to react with a frightening look. Choi On-soo said, he is in critical condition, and the spell's reaction grew stronger. Seeing this, Seo was stunned. She looked at Choi On-soo in the mirror, quietly realizing the real liar was the guy sitting next to her. The car kept rolling down the road, but Seo figured out that the man beside her was not taking her to the hospital. He was heading somewhere bad. She gripped her seatbelt tightly, determined that he should not do anything wrong. Seo had to use magic to stop him. Suddenly, she remembered something and froze. She stopped herself, thinking, I can tea. She started thinking deeply. Her master had said if she could not control her power, everyone would be in danger. Then she recalled an accident before, just like when her mom almost died. Lost in thought, she realized if that happened again, she would not be able to do anything. The more she thought, The tighter Sioa clenched her seatbelt. What should I do? The seatbelt was twisted tightly in her hands. Her face flushed red. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, a noise from behind caught her attention. Seo immediately looked out the car window. It was Lee Seo-jun, standing fiercely on the roof of the car behind them. Seo was a bit surprised to see him there. Lee Seo-jun's face was serious. Seo stammered. She noticed that Choi Eun-soo was driving even faster in a panic. Suddenly, Choi Eun-soo looked into the mirror in alarm. The reflection of Lee Seo-jun shocked him. Lee Seo? How do you know I am here? Choi Eun-soo gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it. Everything's getting out of control. I was planning to call him after finding a quiet place to silence that guy. Then he slammed the gas pedal to speed up. Lee Seo-jun kept chasing fiercely behind. He ordered the man below. Get after him, now. The man obeyed. Yes, sir. Choi Eun-soo clenched his teeth, thinking, I can TB him head on. I have to escape first. The sun was slowly setting behind the mountain. Choi Eun-soo's car kept speeding down the road. He took a sharp turn at top speed on the mountain pass. Lee Seo-jun also accelerated to keep up. Both cars were racing at full speed, closing the gap fast. Lee Seo-jun gritted his teeth, narrowing the distance between the two cars. Almost got him. Just a bit more and we can overtake. Suddenly, Choi Eun-soo shouted, keep your distance. He started threatening. I am not the only one in this car. Choi Eun-soo smirked fiercely, warning him, wonder how your pretty little daughter will feel if you come here. If you are curious, just come and see. Lee Seo-jun clenched his teeth, veins bulging with anger. You bastard, he shouted back. If you lay a finger on Ko, I swear I will kill you. Choi Eun-soo threw a coil of barbed wire out the window with a smug look. You would not dare if you just stayed put. I will call you back later. Lee Seo-jun's car got snagged by the wire, while Choi Eun-soo kept accelerating. Be patient for my call. Lee Seo-jun's driver was shocked and terrified when the wire caught the car. What the? He then crashed straight into the nearby cliff. Oh no? Ko, watching through the car window, was extremely worried. Cho, in front, turned around and shouted, shut up. If you try anything stupid, do not even think about escaping me. Ko was scared by his threat. She looked outside again, clutching Jun's thick hand. Lee Seo-jun's car was now smoking and could not move anymore. Ko is worried. Oh no, Dad's falling behind. She sat in the car, her mind swirling with endless thoughts. Ko has to stop him. But what if I can control that power? I might end up hurting Dad inside that car. Ko looked at Lee Seo-jun with worry. But like this? My dad? What should I do? What can I possibly do in this situation? She closed her eyes helplessly and silently begged, please, someone tell Ko what to do. A voice echoed back in Ko's memory. You do not always have to follow my instructions. Back then, she stubbornly asked, what do you mean? The black cat calmly explained that to use the magic he taught her, even though that magic is bound by the school's rules, your power is still extraordinary. Ko remained stubborn. I still do not get it. The black cat blinked. It is simple. He started explaining more gently. When facing dangerous enemies or situations, just do what you feel is right. Back in reality, Ko seemed to have realized something. She has a power that can do anything. She realized, yeah, I do not have to cast magic on him. Remembering the old advice, just do whatever you want with magic. Ko pressed the button to roll down the car window. Now she just wanted to. She stuck her head out the window determinedly, thinking, Dad, I want to help you. Ko shouted out loud. Like Seojin, standing far off, heard her call. Ko began using magic. She told herself to use just enough mana. Her eyes grew focused and determined. Her master had warned her that using too much mana could get you kidnapped by bad guys. A huge blue light suddenly spread across the road. Cheonsu saw it and got angry. What the heck is this? Like Seojin was blinded by the light on this side. This is, after the light faded. What lay ahead surprised him a little. Ko had magically created an ice path. Like Seojin was amazed. This is, immediately, like Seojin jumped down, surprising the man behind him. He started sliding fast on the ice toward the car. Ko thought, with this path, Dad will catch up to me soon. Cheonsu gritted his teeth. What kind of devilry is this? He pressed the gas harder. Struggling, Cheonsu cursed angrily. His car skidded on the slippery road. Like Seojin panicked when he saw this too. Inside Cheonsu's car, he was wondering why the road suddenly froze. Ko inside was shaken by the car's jolts. Suddenly, like Seojin's voice called out and made her open her eyes. Get up, Ko. Seojin reached out his arm toward her. Jump out here. Her eyes sparkled with happiness hearing Dad say, I will catch you. Instantly, Ko jumped out of the car. She hugged Like Seojin mid-air. He held her tightly in his arms. The car lost control and plunged down the cliff. Like Seojin and Ko were thrown to the ground, but he protected his daughter. The car and Cheonsu fell off the road down the cliff, leaving only Like Seojin and Ko on the road. Seeing Like Seojin lying on the ground, Ko called out anxiously, Dad, are you okay? Like Seojin sat up, helped Ko, and asked, get up, see if you are hurt. Are you hurt? Surprised by his daughter's reaction, Like Seojin asked, why are you so surprised? Ko smiled at him. I am really? No harm at all. Seeing Ko trembling all over, Like Seojin was alarmed. He hugged her tightly. Ko was a bit confused. Dad, Aya, Xiaojun whispered. We are so lucky you are safe. And Ko was trembling too. All the fear inside her turned to tears as she cried out, Dad. The wrecked car sat alone in the dark forest. Qiansu cursed under his breath. Damn it, someone stood outside the glass door, making him shout in surprise. You scared me. The other calmly spoke. At first, I planned to quietly mix in some info, but plans have changed. Hearing this, Qiansu clenched his teeth. It was Song Hun. Seriously demanding, now you have to answer my question. Qiansu yelled. That is why I can say. He was lying on the ground, blinded by pain, helpless to explain. Those bastards planted bugs on me. If I'd Suang Hun did not believe him and kept pushing, dragging this out. One T help. I checked, there is nothing like that. Qiansu insisted firmly. I am telling the truth. He was adamant. If I speak, I will. Suddenly, Suang Hun coldly shot Qiansu in the leg. Qiansu screamed in pain, but Song Hun kept pressing. Tell me now. Qiansu groaned in agony. My leg. My leg. Suang Hun raised his gun, eyes sharp with authority, aiming right at his head. At this point, Qiansu had no choice but to tear up and spill, saying, I just saw him. Qiansu confessed everything he knew. He pleaded desperately. Please. Believe me. It is the truth. Suddenly, strange veins appeared on Qiansu's neck as he gasped. At that moment, he could not say a word, just bent over in pain. Suang Hun stared confused at the scene. What the hell is going on? Qiansu. He clenched his jaw in frustration. The wire on his body was nearly snapped. Suang Hun was shocked. Not understanding what happened, Qiansu suddenly stood up, his voice darkening. I told you already. He was completely monstrous now. If I open my mouth, Qiansu roared fiercely. I will. He was startled and wary. What is this? Qiansu lunged toward him immediately. Right then, a voice rang out, and Song Hun stepped back. A muscular arm grabbed a powerful weapon, then threw a hard at Qiansu, like Xiaojun was the one who just made the throw. Meanwhile, Suang Hun was still stunned. He was caught off guard by this guy. Damn, he is slammed right into the rock. Suang Hun looked at Like Xiaojun thoughtfully. I know you are strong, but did not expect this level of power. Like Xiaojun finally spoke. Are you okay? Suang Hun quickly replied. Lucky you are here. How did you know I was around? Like Xiaojun explained. Xiao told me. There is still someone in the car. He was curious. Though, but why was Suang Hun with you? After the explanation, Like Xiaojun understood. That is how it is. Then he summarized. He disguised himself as a subordinate to track down the mastermind behind the attack on my family. Xiaojun confirmed. I was tasked with finding the culprit behind the raid at Heng Jio's auction. That is right, but like Xiaojun was curious. What were the items mixed into the auction? Suang Hun did not hide it. Exactly. It is an item belonging to the chairman. Like Xiao was surprised inside. Now I get the full picture. From that, he concluded. That day, what they were after was the honor of the Junsu family. Their real target was a piece belonging to Chairman Junsu. Given this, like Xiaojun guessed, since I took the shard from the auction, now I am their next target. During all this, Ko got kidnapped. Thinking about that, like Xiaojun could not hold back his anger, so he turned to Suang Hun. Have you found the person yet? Suang Hun revealed. Just now Jun Cheon Su told me the name. He said it was. Suang Hun pronounced the name. Sangmai Wang. Like Xiaojun pondered. If it is Sangmai Wang, I remember this guy. The fixer Den Zaewon Keens, you mean the South Korean delegate. Baek Sangmai Wang. Right? Wang Hun confirmed it is definitely him. But when Jun Cheon Su heard that name, he started to freak out. He described the scene. Just now he literally looked like he turned into a monster. The two stood by the roadside, catching the breeze. Wang Hun squeezed the beer can so hard it got all dented. Sighed deeply before the storm. Looks like things are getting complicated again. A new day dawned. Sunlight flooding through the skyscrapers. Chiaoli picked up the call. Hello? Who is this? The man on the other line replied. I am on my way to the Federation for some business. What is up? If you were worried, you should be just called me. Mind your own business. After a bit, Chiaoli ended the call. I am hanging up now. He stood still, lost in thought. At the Federation where Chiaoli works, a voice called out. How's the business going? Chiaoli gave an update. Well, things have not been so smooth lately. Chiaoli flipped the question back. What about you? Baek Sangmai Wang. The man calmly answered. I am doing. Then he got to the point. I heard you have the materials I am looking for here. Chiaoli confirmed. That is right. I am searching for it on behalf of a client. But I can find it anywhere. Some folks got kicked out by the government and organizations. Even at the 4th level are records of sales and buyers. But no supply on the market. Just my opinion. But I think someone's trying to monopolize the trade. Baek Sangmai Wang. I want to know what is the name of this material. Chiaoli said. Flern. Hearing that, Baek Sangmai Wang agreed to a deal. Alright. I will prepare a metal that can replace it. But Chiaoli rejected it. Thanks. But I do not think it will work. The client insists on using the exact material. Then Baek Sangmai Wang asked straight up, Who is your client? Qiaoli hesitated. Do I really have to reveal the client's name? Baek Sang-mai Wang said it might be important, because it could relate to a monopoly investigation. Hearing that, Qiaoli paused to think. Finally, he chose to share some info. From what I know, most of the flern goes to Volcanus. That is why Qiaoli was puzzled. You really do not know anything. Baek Sang-mai Wang made up an excuse. This is the first time I am hearing about this. Usually, demand for metals like flern is huge. Qiaoli caught on. So you really do not know. Then Baek Sang-mai Wang admitted, yeah, I am not sure about this either. Qiaoli looked at him suspiciously. Something felt off. It was like he saw through the facade, just like with flern. This guy was Baek Sang-mai Wang. But he did not feel like the real him, though a bit dull. He was still a good friend. But why does he look so stone-faced today? Totally emotionless. The more Qiaoli looked at him, the more doubtful he became. Is this really Baek Sang-mai? By the way, how's your wife? He asked. Qiaoli guessed. You must be worried lately. Baek Sang-mai Wang replied calmly. Same as always. Suddenly, he stepped toward Qiaoli. Demanding the client's name he refused to reveal. Baek Sang-mai Wang almost threatened. If you do not tell me, you might end up at a disadvantage. Qiaoli stared at him. This guy, from Baek Sang-mai Wang's expression now. Qiaoli could tell his eyes were not normal at all. Trying to stay calm, Qiaoli pressed on. Baek Sang-mai Wang, your wife is really okay. Nothing's wrong. Finally, he could not lie anymore. She passed away a few months ago, he said abruptly. Suddenly, a man appeared from behind and attacked Qiaoli. Shocked, he gasped. Who are you? Elsewhere, the operator announced. The number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Your call will be forwarded to voicemail after the beep. The man stared at the screen, confused. That is weird. Why is not Dad picking up? He sighed warily. Ever since I called him, I have felt uneasy. He touched the photo frame on the table, silently picked it up, but could not. The man stared at Qiaoli's picture, thinking, even if I am not well, I still feel so guilty. After a moment of reflection, decided he had to go to his father's forge. Right now, everything was wrapped in darkness. Qiaoli slowly opened his eyes. He was still dizzy from the hit he just took. Looking around only made Qiaoli more confused. He saw the lights and seemed to guess this is flirt. Someone slowly stepped forward and spoke. Before I asked, consider this your warning. Sang-mai threatened cunningly. If you do not answer, I will break your right arm. With that, he sat opposite and began the interrogation. First question, Sang-mai casually asked, do you know anything about witches? Hearing this, Qiaoli repeated, witches? He was suspicious. You mean the witches from fairy tales? Sang-mai probed, you have never seen one before? Qiaoli could not understand this guy. What is he even talking about? So Sang-mai moved on quickly. Probably so. Second question, he cut straight to the point. Who placed the flirt order from your place? The man denied angrily. I do not know. That order was anonymous. Sang-mai raised his sly voice. That is strange then. He pressed hard to get info. I am sure it was a familiar voice. Actually, Qiaoli knew the customer he was looking for was Li like Xiaojun. Qiaoli decided in his heart but firmly thought, even if I know, I am not telling. Unafraid, Qiaoli boldly said. I am old and close to death. Do not you feel bad hurting an old man like me? Sang-mai said nothing and grabbed Qiaoli's hand directly. He whispered a warning. I guess this calls for a light warning. Then Sang-mai squeezed Qiaoli's wrist tight. Qiaoli panicked. How could this be? Sang-mai applied pressure, causing pain. Breaking it would be easy as pie. No hammer needed, I could cripple your arm myself. His eyes glared like a demon as he stared down Qiaoli. Sang-mai released his grip and said clearly, I am giving you one last chance. This time, with his eerie voice, he asked again, who placed the flirt order? Qiaoli could only grit his teeth silently. He did not answer immediately. Then said, it was you know. Actually, it was bitch Sang. Though scared, Qiaoli blurted out, we treat customers like family. Qiaoli looked firmly at him. You want me to betray my own family? Sang-mai did not hesitate to meet that gaze. Growing impatient, he confirmed, yes, that is exactly what I want. Slowly, Sang-mai reached out his hand, sending chills down Qiaoli's spine. This will hurt a bit. Qiaoli remained resolute, keeping his mouth shut and bracing for it. Bright red blood splattered as Qiaoli screamed in pain. At Lake Xiaojun's house, Wu Enhai patiently taught her daughter, Ko. Cup, what are those? She quickly answered. They are calves. Wu Enhai flipped to the next page. Then what about Kep? Ko innocently replied, that is master. Like Xiaojun was washing dishes, watching her daughter learn English happily. At only 5 years old, already knowing English. Is not our Ko a genius? Like Xiaojun felt a warm glow inside. Seeing her happy made her happy too. After the kidnapping incident, thankfully Ko could return to normal life without trauma or any symptoms. Xiaojun arranged the dishes but her mind was on Ko. She even went to a child psychology center. But they said everything was normal. Anyway, Lai also knew that with Ko's power, Junqiansu was not a real threat, so there was not much fear or trauma. Just as like Xiaojun finished drying her hands, the doorbell rang. The message came through. I have news about your custom weapon. Come by the forge for a bit. Seeing the sender's name, like Xiaojun felt a bit suspicious. Why would Kang Chun So be messaging me right now? Then you came straight to the warehouse. What is going on? And it is already night. Like Xiaojun quietly stepped into the house, apologizing for the disturbance. He spoke softly. I got your message, so I came here. Looking around, he asked, is no one else here? Xiaojun did not notice a hand holding a hammer stretching out behind him. Where did he go? Suddenly, the man raised the hammer towards him. Xiaojun realized just in time and quickly turned around, panicked as he dodged. Luckily, he reacted fast enough to avoid the hammer strike. Xiaojun asked in shock, Kangqi, step back. What is wrong with you? But the man ignored him and lunged forward to attack. Xiaojun winced in pain. Stop it, please. He begged. He fought back, kicking the man hard, sending him crashing into a pile of wooden crates. Xiaojun stayed alert and cautious. The man sat there, a knife stabbed into his arm. He yanked the blade out fiercely, purple blood gushing from the wound. Xiaojun gripped his sword tightly, thinking, damn it. He studied the man's vacant gaze and the strange purple blood. Xiaojun guessed from what he saw could this be a clone. Xiaojun rushed forward, but suddenly a fist swung at his face from the side. The blow was strong, making him cry out in pain. Xiaojun stumbled backwards. He was slammed against the wall, grimacing from the pain and ambush. Xiaojun saw things were getting worse. Damn it! Another attacker. But then he suddenly realized something. Now Xiaojun could clearly see the face of the sneak attacker. It is. He quickly shouted to stop Diho's next strike. Diho, wait, it is you. Diho snapped awake at the call. Xian, Diho asked in surprise. Why are you here? Xiaojun was just as surprised. What about you? Why are you here? Diho explained. I was worried about Dad, so I came looking. Could you be the one attacking him? Xiaojun was shocked. Your dad. Kangxian got up and called out. Diho. Diho hurriedly called back. Dad. The man tried to move closer to them. He pointing at Xiaojun. He wants to kill me. Wrongfully accused. Xiaojun clenched his teeth in anger. That bastard. He quickly warned Diho. Diho, do not be fooled. Xiaojun pulled the man aside to avoid misunderstanding. That is not Kangxian. Seeing Diho confused, the man urged him. What are you doing? The man was furious. He really wants to kill me. On one side was Diho's father trembling. On the other, his friends urging him. Diho stayed silent. Thinking deeply, he did not rush to decide. His fist clenched with determination. Diho raised his fist and struck Xiaojun, but unexpectedly, he hit the man instead. Diho kept punching the man relentlessly. The man bled from his stomach. Diho demanded, who are you? Why fake being my dad? The man kept up the act, pretending to scold him. I am your real father. Diho ripped off the man's mask. You bastard. Do you think I am a fool? Diho reminded him. My dad would never dodge like that. He would fight back and tell me to get lost. The man gave a dangerous smirk. His arm wrapped in black shadowy energy. Theo said it was my mistake. Diho checked on Xiaojun. Are you okay? Xiaojun was not seriously hurt. I am just a few scratches. Diho felt a bit guilty about what he did earlier. Sorry. I was shocked. How did my dad end up like this? Xiaojun was confused too. I do not really know. Looking at the imposter covered in dark energy, Xiaojun told Dio, you should question him yourself. That guy moved like a shadow, rushing straight at the two of them. He easily dodged Xiaojun's spear thrust. Xiaojun could not stab the spear into the dummy's body at all. Diho took the chance to strike the dummy. He focused all his strength into his calf. Then he kicked the fake guy flying. Diho's face darkened as he wiped sweat, ready to attack again. Xiaojun quickly stopped him, hoping Diho would calm down. Diho, we have to question him. Do not kill him. Diho nodded. Got it. Suddenly, Diho's eyes widened in shock at what he saw. On the floor was an image of Diho's father, covered in blood, staring right at him. His hand was reaching for a hammer, while his mouth kept whispering, help. He accidentally threw the hammer at Diho's head. Ouch. Xiaojun panicked seeing Diho hit from behind. Blood poured from Diho's temple. He staggered. Xiaojun was terrified, shouting, Diho. Fresh blood splattered everywhere from Diho's head wound. Chioli still gripped the weapon tightly. Panting heavily, Chioli heard Diho say firmly, I want to kill you. He stomped the ground hard. Diho continued slowly, but I will punish anyone who messes with my family. His face twisted like a demon rising from hell. Not only that, he added, I do not need much, just a few punches until you are out cold. Those words shook Chioli to his core. Without hesitation, Diho punched him straight in the head. Chioli immediately lost consciousness, a large bruise spreading across his face. But he did not give up, still attacking and demanding answers. Talk, now. Diho gritted his teeth. Where is my father? The moment he asked, Diho slammed Chioli into the wall. The frail old man's body hit the wall hard, leaving a big dent showing just how much force Diho used. Suddenly, Chioli's body vanished, replaced by a purple monster whose form seemed to melt and drip. Xiaojun, holding his spear behind him, could not help but be amazed, watching Diho wipe sweat under the moonlight. Xiao-jun thought, no time to catch a breath, this guy's definitely a future steel fist, because this monster could regenerate fiercely. It was tough to handle, yet he was able to punch it that hard. Just as he was marveling, Diho suddenly asked, can we still question it? Xiao-jun looked at the monster and thought, it is basically a puddle of goo now. But maybe it is possible, although it could not speak. Suddenly both noticed the monster's arm move. Instantly, both went on high alert. Xiao-jun shouted urgently, wait. But it was too late. The monster punched him hard in the stomach. It shattered the core inside itself. Then the monster melted away right before the helpless eyes of Xiao-jun and Diho. Finally, it completely disappeared. Xiao-jun shuddered. No way, he was horrified by the truth. Did it really self-destruct? In the pitch black night, Xiao-jun still could not believe it. The monster killed itself. Diho stared at the goo and murmured doubtfully, how is that even possible? Xiao-jun was just as confused. I do not really know. I was tricked here by a message. He remembered the message from Chio Li's boss. We need to talk about the weapon you ordered. Come by the factory for a bit, Xiao-jun thought. He sent a message to call me over. So someone's definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. He also thought. And with the cloning going on, if there is a mastermind, it is probably the same guy. With that in mind, Xiao-jun turned to Diho and asked, Diho, when was the last time you contacted him? Diho replied seriously, about 3 days after that call. My dad mentioned it then. He had some business at the Alliance. That answer shocked Xiao-jun. He asked slowly, the Alliance in the K-Not region? Diho honestly answered, yeah. Hearing this, Xiao-jun panicked. Diho, we have to get to K-Not as soon as dawn breaks. There is definitely a clue there. Though the night is pitch black, nothing can stop people from moving around. Xiao-jun wearily opens the door. So peeks out from the corner. Calling, Dad, I see you. Like Xiao-jun is surprised. Huh, so. Why are not you asleep yet? So walks over to her dad and replies, I was thirsty. So I went to get some water. Are you okay? Dad, your eyes are red. Like Xiao-jun smiles and says, huh, I am just a little tired. Suddenly, So wraps her arms around like Xiao-jun's neck, little and reassures him. Doing this will take away your tiredness. Dad, go away. Like Xiao-jun says from a corner, unaware that So's hand is glowing. A moment later, So smiles and asks, how do you feel, Dad? Getting cared for by your little girl. Like Xiao-jun cheerfully replies, much better, thanks to you. Little So reminds him, it is late. Dad, you need to sleep too. She obediently responds, okay. Like Xiao-jun carries So back to her room. Suddenly, a light shines from Like Xiao-jun's back, mirroring the glow from So's hand. The next morning at the Vulcaner's Mercenary Alliance, surveillance footage replays on the monitor. A figure watches every detail closely, none other than Sang Mai-ji. He stares fixedly at a silhouette and concludes, this guy definitely stole the fragment. Sang Mai-ji furrows his brow, but strangely the face is always hidden. He can't identify hand. Looking at the glowing red orb on the table, he sighs. Looks like finding the core will take longer than expected. Nearby, someone grabs the orb and asks, what is wrong? Not gonna touch it, Sang Mai replies, even after commissioning many mercenaries. No luck yet? The other person thinks, then there is no choice but to forcibly extract Hen's consciousness. Sang Mai guy doubts, isn't it too soon for that? The other insists, we have no choice. The demon girl's attacks are relentless now. If this keeps up, forget collecting cores. We might lose everything. Amigi messages his temple, but the cores we have now can fully withstand the regeneration. The other responds, if we lose more cores, we won't be able to regenerate at all. No choice but to consider forced regeneration. Don't worry. I have already planned how to catch that demon girl. We have to focus everything on her. Sang Mai stays silent, staring at the monitor, pondering deeply. Though he can identify the figure in the footage, judging by build and height, it is definitely a man. Maybe another force is also hunting cores besides that demon girl. Seeing Sang Mai silent, the other asks, what is wrong? Sang Mai replies slowly, nothing, but thinks to himself, I do not need him knowing. The man in the footage, just find him and kill him. That is all. He cracks his knuckles, determined. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. An employee enters. Director, there is a visitor. Sang Mai is suspicious. A visitor? I do not have any appointments today. Employee awkwardly replies, well, he claims to be Chu Li's son. Neo, here to look for his father's whereabouts. Sang Mai goes out to greet Li Seol-jun and Daiho, followed by 2 bodyguards. Li Seol-jun is for that guy's. He recalls past events, the raid on Chairman Deng Su's family, the Seo Constitutional Building case, Seo's kidnapping, and now Chi Li's disappearance. Sang Mai is the center of all these events so far. Li Seol-jun carefully studies the man before him. He thinks, This guy is likely part of the organization Elizabeth mentioned. Sangmaiga speaks first. You are Chiuli's son, and Chiuli's trustee. Lee Seol-jun nods. Yes, I have not been able to contact him. Do you have any news? Sangmaigi bows his head. Actually, I want to verify if you really are the trustee. Lee Seol-jun is shocked. Watching Sangmaigi's aura toward him. He wonders, why is he targeting me? Sangmaigi slowly says, is your trust related to making weapons from Flan, a little-known metal? Pretty common actually, but few realize that ordinary metal, that is the most resentful metal to Azanus. Back to the present, Sangmaigi seriously asks, your commission is it to craft weapons using Flynn? Lee Seol-jun hesitates for a long moment, then he scratches his head and asks, what is Flynn? Sangmaigi does not believe him and presses on, do not know. It is a metal that gives off cold air. Lee Seol-jun plays dumb again. I am just an apprentice. So I do not know that yet. Lee Seol-jun hides his tension by taking a sip of tea. He is scared. Thinking. So that means he is after me. Based on everything he has done so far, it is very likely Sangmaigi belongs to the organization that creates world missions. His mission in the group is to monopolize Flynn and wipe it out. But Chioli was arrested because he went looking for Flynn on behalf of his client. Since he did not reveal the other client's name, Sangmaigi ordered his clone to take care of him if anything slips. My identity as the client will be exposed, and my weapon was already confiscated for life protection rules, so I can act recklessly. After piecing everything together from start to finish, Lee Seol-jun sets down his tea and thinks, but could he really have figured me out? He confidently stares straight at Sangmaigi, saying, when it comes to acting, I am pretty confident. As expected, Sangmaigi can't read anything from his expression, but suspicion still lingers. Suddenly, whistles at Lee Seol-jun. He signals to him with his eyes. Lee Seol, confused, asks, what is up? He whispers, that guy is a monster. Lee Seol-jun freezes. He looks at Sangmaigi. Suspicious. A monster, though he is no good. I do not feel the same danger as I do from the clones. Thinking this, Lee Seol-jun wonders, how do you know? The greenish mark on Da's neck is spreading to his face. He grits his teeth and says, it is a feeling. The atmosphere in the room thickens with tension. Sangmaigi speaks first. I have noticed you have been distracted this whole time. He advises. You should learn from the guy next to you. Frowning. Asks, what do you mean? Before he can finish, Sangmaigi snaps his fingers to cut him off. He answers, the way to hide your true intentions. As soon as he finishes, one of his bodyguards lunges forward. The guy punches straight at Da's sitting position, just sitting, dodged and then yelled out loud. Of course, he is involved in my dad's disappearance. Furious, he raised his fist. The two face off, both equally strong, but the bodyguard seems weaker. He quickly growls in pain. The guy hastily lets go, then he kneels, clutching his hand, screaming in agony, watching from a corner. Mutters, that must hurt. Just then, another bodyguard rushes toward him, but with the surprise attack, leans back smoothly to dodge. He kicks the guy's shin. The other guy loses balance and falls, takes the chance to slam his head into the ground. His face is terrifyingly menacing. Do not let your guard down without a weapon. Uses time enhancement to slam his head down even harder again. The room looks like a battlefield. The victories between Lee Seol-jun and Da. Suddenly a voice rings out, that is enough here. Moves as a gun is cocked and aimed at both of them. Sangmaigi's expression hardens, raising his hands. He warns, this is a prison gun. Says it is pointless. Grits his teeth in anger. Damn it, is not it usually only bodyguards who carry special guns? Sangmaigi calmly says, I trust no one but myself now. We can talk properly. He pointed the gun right at Lee Seol-jun's chin. Interrogating, starting with you. Are you the one Flynn commissioned to build the weapon? Answer me. Lee Seol-jun pressed his lips tight. Unable to resist, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, all or nothing. He answered, yes, that is right. Sangmai asked again. Who gave you the orders? Lee Seol-jun replied, I did it on my own. Sangmai let out a sharp breath, then his expression changed. Full of menace. Don't lie if that is true. Why insist on making the weapon with Flynn? What is your connection to that witch? Lee Seol-jun gasped in shock. Just then, his phone rang. Officer bitch Sangmai ordered. Answer the phone. Lee Seol-jun asked, what if I request backup? Calmly? He replied, if you want a hole in your forehead. Go ahead. Lee Seol-jun picked up. Hello? On the other end, a cheerful voice called. The other said, I have heard everything from Seo Hung. Hearing the voice, Lee Seol-jun immediately recognized it. Hiram spoke up. Now listen carefully and pass my message. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared clinging to the outside of the window. Armed forces had surrounded the entire room and building. Hiram demanded, tell that bastard to drop his weapon and surrender right now. Just then, someone outside the window struck first. Then a group smashed through the window, and stormed in 89 in total, with one person breaking the distance to strike. More armed soldiers broke through the window and poured inside. Not only that, an explosion sounded. A fully armed squad rushed inside through the window. They surrounded Bitch Sang Mai. He demanded, "Bitch, drop your weapons and surrender now." He raised his hand, carefully scanning the crowd surrounding him. Special forces. Suddenly, he lowered his hand and aimed straight at his temple. With a single shot, blood splattered and Bitch Sang Mai collapsed. The group panicked. What? He just killed himself. A soldier stepped forward, ordering Lee Seol-jun and the others, "Step back, both of you." Suddenly, someone warned, "Watch out, he is not dead yet." The soldier was skeptical, but the bullets in his head. Just as he finished, a noise came from right behind him. The soldier panicked and stepped back as far as he could. A black aura wrapped around his legs, pushing him backward relentlessly. Lee Seol-jun quickly noticed something was off. Sure enough, the soldier suddenly raised his arm toward his comrades. Face turned pale, but his arm moved against his will, aiming at the other soldiers. Lee Seol-jun hurriedly bent down to grab a dagger from the ground. Suspicious about what was happening, he threw the dagger straight at the controlled soldier. The gun dropped from his hand. Lee Seol-jun realized this monster could control minds. The soldier, clutching his arm where he was hit, was still disoriented, unable to regain control. The soldier spat and bolted away. The other soldiers quickly moved to restrain him. Suddenly, they all felt something strange crawling on their bodies. Panic spread. "What the hell is this?" "Wait," a voice shouted. "Everyone, scatter," Lee Seol-jun urgently warned. "Don't stand close together, there is a monster hiding among us." The others panicked. "A monster?" Lee Seol-jun began explaining. "Phantom, a high-level species with cloning skills. It controls its target's mind by touch. Bitch Samuel's body was taken over by this monster, and it just made us come into contact. It is hiding among the people here." Just those words, and everyone quickly exchanged worried glances. Someone asked, "So what do we do?" Lee Seol-jun said, "Stay put. Luckily, we have a hunter who can spot the monster." Speaking up to this point, Lee Seol-jun called out, "Brother Daeho." He cracked his knuckles and stepped forward. "Got it." Calmly, he said, "All we need to do is find him." He went down the line, checking each special forces soldier. Then he quickly stopped in front of one and confirmed, "It is." The other guy looked confused, nodding firmly again. "Yeah, that is the guy." The soldier protested, "Do you have any proof?" He answered confidently, "It is a feeling." That soldier angrily shouted, "Wait, is not this a bit forced?" Lee Seol-jun stepped in to calm things down. "His vibe is even scarier than the monster." The other guy still was not satisfied. "How could that be? You can kill someone just with that feeling." Lee Seol-jun reassured him. "Don't worry. Nothing like that happened. Phantom is a spirit. It can form a body on its own." The soldier did not get it. Seol-jun explained further. "That means if the host dies, it has no choice but to move to another nearby person." Then, he smacked the soldier's neck, told him to chill, and calmly added, "To precise, I will face off against Phantom." A dark aura wrapped around his arm. In another space, Lee Seol-jun opened his eyes. Phantom sneered at him. "What an idiot," boldly taunting. "You really think you can win in this spiritual world?" Seeing the dirty black goo before him, Lee Seol-jun silently confirmed, "That is Phantom's true form." Suddenly, Phantom lunged to attack. "I will use your body well." Lee Seol-jun quickly dodged the strike. He thought carefully. Phantom's key feature is its legs. That is its strength, controlling them freely, but also its weakness, since it can regenerate them if they are all cut at once. I will chop them all off from the legs. Then it will be easy to deal with. With that in mind, Lee Seol-jun pulled back his spear and declared confidently, "I am pretty sure about my spiritual power too." Then he stabbed one of its legs hard with his spear. Gritting his teeth, Lee Seol-jun ordered, "So things like you, get out of my body." With that, he sliced Phantom into pieces. Phantom was stunned for a moment, but then calmed down and praised. "Impressive," the monster muttered. "Not like the others. That is spiritual power shattered hundreds of times and rebuilt. If I were a normal Phantom, I would be crushed by now." Thinking that through, the monster started to recover. It struck once and pierced through Lee Seol-jun. He winced in pain, coughing up blood, staring at what was piercing him. He panicked. "Legs? But I chopped them all off." Phantom was smug. "You think I am on the same level as those freeloading Phantoms? I am the Royal Guard. My legs are not like theirs. You have seriously underestimated me. Now give up." Saying that, it enveloped Lee Seol-jun's body outside in the spiritual space. Seeing him collapse, everyone gasped. "Brother," someone called out anxiously. "Wake up." Lee Seol-jun gritted his teeth. Enduring the invasion, Phantom proudly declared, "I will control this body and leave here." Suddenly, a flash of light made it suspicious. The light was Ko standing at its center shouting, "Dad is tiredness." disappear. Sensing something's wrong, the girl spun around. Huh. The dazzling light blasted Phantom away. The monster hesitated, staring at the light emitted by Ko. It wondered, what is this? Such a tiny source of mana in this spiritual world. Besides the host, there is something else. That girl's not normal. Thinking that, Phantom roared. Who are you? Ko puffed her cheeks in a huff. In a flash, she shot right in front of the monster. Ko clenched her tiny fist and said, "You can forget it. I take it back," she said before punching the monster right in the face. A powerful light shattered part of Phantom's body. It shrieked. What? But it was already too late. The light destroyed the monster. The intense power of the light made it scream in agony. In the end, Phantom vanished. A huge explosion followed. Only Ko remained at the center of the light. She happily wiped her face. Hey. It is done. Dad won't be tired anymore. Meanwhile, everyone outside was worried about Lee Seo-jun. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lee Seo-jun still looking a bit bored. Lee Ho asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" They said my dad's in the basement. Lee Seo-jun ignored what he said. He was lost in thought. What is going on? That ghost suddenly disappeared. Cut to an ambulance rushing a patient inside. Lee Ho ran up calling, "Dad." Chia Lee scolded angrily. "You scared me. Don't be so scared. Dad's fine. What is there to worry about?" Lee Ho sobbed, tears streaming. At a time like this, you say that his arm must be broken. Is Dad can he still feel? Lee Ho kept asking about his condition. It has been a long time since I have seen my son this lost. Chia Lee chuckled. Haha, do not worry. He waved his remaining arm. Dad still has his left hand. Nearby, Lee Seo-jun watched the emotional father-son moment unfold. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. It is all taken care of. Lee Seo-jun turned and called out, "Iran." He ran over to ask, "What happened? Why is the special forces here?" Iran explained calmly. Baek Sang-mi-hung was named the suspect in the home raid. Those attacks are considered terrorism, Iran proudly said. That is why I asked Dad to point a gun at the guy who slapped my face. That is my family's way. If you mess with me, you are in trouble. Lee Seo-jun sighed. That is a pretty vivid way of thinking. Suddenly, Iran asked. So you fell into an illusion. Are you okay? Lee Seo-jun honestly replied. Yeah, I actually felt pretty clear-headed. Hearing that, Iran exclaimed, sounds impossible, right? Lee Seo-jun rubbed his neck. Yeah, maybe. Thinking of Ko, he added, I feel like I was healed. Back at the small house, the sky was clear, clouds drifting gently. A delicious box of chicken sat on the table. Ko excitedly watches the box of chicken. The little girl asks Lee Seo-jun, is this chicken? He nods. Yeah, it is the first time Ko has seen it. Suddenly, Lee Seo-jun asks Eun-hye, why is she only getting to eat chicken now? She explains, chicken is really high in calories and protein. Seo-jun disagrees. Still, if you are Korean, you gotta try chicken at least once. At that moment, Ko picks up a drumstick, then she takes a big, enthusiastic bite. Seeing her enjoy it, Lee Seo-jun asks, how is it? Ko's eyes light up as she replies, it is really good. Lee Seo-jun laughs and asks, how good exactly? Ko immediately praises it with her limited vocabulary. Super delicious, she says, making the two adults smile in amazement. Pretty soon, the whole box of chicken is gone. Ko holds her belly, exclaiming, that was so tasty. Eun-hye suddenly asks, Ko, what is chicken in English? Quickly answers, chicken. Cluck cluck. Seeing this, Lee Seo-jun suddenly gets a mischievous idea. He walks over and asks, Ko, do you know why people raise chickens? Ko innocently replies, because they are cute. Lee Seo-jun shakes his head. Actually, it is because they are raised for food. Ko is shocked. Raised to be eaten. Lee Seo-jun laughs. That is right. Tried and then asks, so why do parents raise Ko? Ko stiffens, watching him warily. She looks at her smiling parents, thinking, could it be? Unexpectedly, she concludes, to eat. Her parents' faces suddenly turn scary. Ko is shocked and leans back. She screams and cries out loud. Eun-hye scolds, hey, you made her cry. Lee Seo-jun waves his hand quickly. It is not that. You saw it too. Then he suddenly freezes. A cold chill spreads throughout the room. Ko cries uncontrollably, and the floor slowly starts freezing over. She does not notice and keeps crying, still not wanting to be eaten. Ko's power shakes the whole house. Lee Seo-jun pales, thinking, this is... Ko once destroyed the house. Eun-hye rushes over to comfort her. Oh, it is Dad promised. Ko cries, Mom, Dad. Lee Seo-jun quickly runs over to apologize. Ko, Dad was wrong. He says, but she scolds. Dad's mean. Dad teases me. Eun-hye immediately slaps him, scolding. Dad's mean. Really mean. Then she soothes Ko. Ko, Mom just hit Dad. Do not cry anymore. Okay? Take a deep breath. And out. The crying gradually quiets. and the ice starts to melt. The house is almost back to normal. Lee Seo-jun breathes a sigh of relief. He obediently kneels down. Ko, I want to do it again. Ko looks at him suspiciously. Really? Lee Seo-jun immediately swears. I promise. Please forgive me. Ko hugs Lee Seo-jun's neck and replies softly. I know. Lee Seo-jun thinks to himself. I want to do that again. Otherwise, next time after eating chicken, Ko's gonna be done for. In Washington, the sky is blue. Clouds white, and the sun shining bright. A girl tour guide gestures, introducing the scenery to the visitors. Behind the girl is a grassy field with a giant horn-shaped structure. Below it are two small holes where the first water stain appeared. A boy in the group eagerly raises his hand and asks, is this where the holy sword fought the monster alone? The tour guide smiles with squinted eyes and replies, that is right. You are very smart, she happily recounts. When the first water stain appeared, everything collapsed and a giant monster showed up. The Korean hunter with the holy sword defeated that monster. The tour guide kneels down and carefully asks the boy in front of her, do you know the monster's name? The boy answers shyly, what is it? The tour guide girl explained, they call them gatcrashers. It means uninvited guests. Then she turned to the right, but gave its official name. The guide's eyes fixed on the statue of a human fighting a huge monster, and continued, it is called a Zanus. While the girl kept explaining to the tourists, a mysterious figure in a black cloak sneaked up on the group and whispered to the pink orb. We have reached the place they mentioned. The mysterious figure said, open the water rift as promised. The one on the other side of the orb replied, even the holy sword will be blinded. The other's voice carried a hint of madness. Phantom Tong has been captured already. Hurry up, the mysterious figure answered. Got it. The mysterious figure dashed like the wind into a hole in the ground. The tour guide gasped. Huh. She followed behind the cloaked figure, trying to stop him. Hey, you can just go in there on your own. The tour guide grabbed the mysterious figure's shoulder. Annoyed, hey, suddenly, something startled the girl. Beneath the cloak was a terrifying face, dozens of eyes staring right at her. The mysterious figure smiled weirdly, the girl's voice thick with fear. Creepy. Before she could finish, the figure interrupted. Shush, then activated a magic circle. Tourists screamed in panic as the magic circle appeared in the sky, sending out waves of black and red magic. From there, water rifts started appearing in the space. Crackling sounds echoed everywhere as more and more water rifts formed like spider webs. Sky darkened, pieces of the rifts flying with the wind. People panicked, shouting, look at those water rifts. The mysterious figure stood firm, grinning ear to ear. Dozens of huge water rifts appeared over Washington. Deep on Seth's skyline. Elsewhere, a faucet was turned on, water flowing into a sink. Seo-jun and his daughter used that water to wash their faces. He stared into the mirror, thoughts racing through his mind. The president of In, Bitch Sangma, was secretly possessed by a monster. Seo-jun wiped his face with a towel, recalling the meeting from before government and Hunters Association suppressed the info to avoid chaos. If everyone knew someone beside me was a monster, how scary would that be? He remembered the old man in the hospital. After Kang Chiam was admitted, doctor said rehab would not affect his life. Seo-jun sighed, feeling dragged into this mess but still finishing his urgent task, grateful, but guilty too. Little Seo-jun, too short to reach the sink, stood on a tall chair to reach it. Seo-jun called out, successfully pulling him out of his thoughts. Dad, look, Seo-jun asked confused. Huh? Seo-jun's chubby face was covered in soap bubbles, his big purple eyes wide and blurry. Ta-da! Proudly, the girl showed off. Dad, I can keep my eyes open even with soap on. What do you think? Seo-jun squeezed his hands in praise. Hearing that, Seo-jun cheered happily. Really? Does that mean I am grown up now? Seo-jun's thoughts could not keep up with his daughter. He blinked. Huh? Seo-jun answered awkwardly. How could that be? Seo-jun kept wondering. Why? Because grown-ups can open their eyes even with soup on. Seo-jun said helplessly. That is true. But you are still not grown up yet. Seo-jun advised. Now close your eyes. Okay, soap in the eyes will sting. I replied sadly. Hoo-hoo. I tried my best. Outside, people drinking water were watching the news on TV. The news anchor was reporting on a huge water rift appearing in the US. I said, they have been talking about nothing else all day. Seo-jun, mid-gesture, looked up curiously. What is going on? Seo also glanced over. I replied, said a bunch of watermarks suddenly showed up in the US. Seo-jun said, this is really chaos. Keen then is coming to help. Even the great mage is getting involved. The news is on TV right now. Reinforcements from hunters around the world. Hunter Keen then, heading to the US. Seo-jun stepped closer to the sofa. The great mage, huh, even the magic Lord Sinclair is taking action. Unhai sat down and answered, yeah. Hunters from all over will be coming to help. On TV, a monster's arm smashed down, destroying a huge area. It wiped out all the infrastructure. The ground shook violently where it hit, shaking the earth and sky. Seo-jun saw it and immediately blurted out, no way, that is the boss monster from the general dungeon. Is not like a total genius. Unhai raised her hand near her mouth and said, that is right. Suddenly, Seo-jun realized something. He stopped mid-action. Wait, Could that be Washington, D.C.? Unhai looked at Xiaojun, confused, and asked, "What is wrong with you? What is up with Washington, D.C.?" Xiaojun answered. He avoided her gaze. "Nothing." Unhai smiled and said, "Go rinse your mouth now." She looked down at the little girl clutching Xiaojun's pant leg. Unhai smiled helplessly. "Ko's copying you now?" Xiaojun jumped in surprise. "Oh man." He raised his hand, scooped the girl up under his arm, and headed toward the bathroom. "Ko, come on it, kid." Unhai watched the two of them go inside. As he walked, Xiaojun tried to sort through the jumble of thoughts in his head. He recalled the scenes from the news. Xiaojun thought deeply. The Washington, D.C. disaster. Before the reset, hundreds of thousands of watermarks appeared in Washington, D.C. His face paled, fear creeping in. It was the first sign of a global mission in Shanghai. Meanwhile in China, Shanghai. Inside a certain room, people in black shirts stood around a magic circle. In the center was a large stone covered in magic. The stone was surrounded by dark magic streams. A man in black spoke up. "Finally, the Azana's type is complete." He looked at the masked person respectfully. "Honored Prophet." The man in black asked, "Can we start the ritual now?" The Prophet stayed silent, not answering immediately. He turned toward Elizabeth flying nearby. A little longer. The Prophet continued, "We have visitors." Elizabeth spoke up, quick on the draw. Long time no see. Hey. Island rocket. The Prophet knelt with every word. "Demoness." He asked Elizabeth with a mocking tone, "Do you really think you can stop us?" Elizabeth sneered and replied, "What a joke of a question." She snapped her fingers and added, "What else could happen?" A pressure wave made the room start shaking, making the black-clad group stagger. Elizabeth cast a magic barrier, blocking the Prophet face to face. She laughed maniacally, her voice full of provocation. "Hand over that core now, I will smash it to pieces." The sky began to brighten, birds scattered wildly across the sky. The flock of birds turned toward a ruined area. A figure dressed all in black was sitting there, slumped down. The birds scattered wildly, diving into a huge, gaping hole. Elizabeth stood up, eyeing a dirty figure, silently assessing it. Still as strong as before, blood from the black-clad group splattered everywhere. The Prophet was knocked back, slammed against a boulder. Voice was hoarse and female. Elizabeth stepped forward confidently toward the Prophet, about to die but still full of words. "Bring it out here now." The Prophet replied smugly, "Too bad for you. The ritual was successful." He moved his hand, "And I will never hand it over to you." From behind the rock, the space seemed to tear open. Pressure from a water-like rift surged out like it wanted to sweep everything away. Elizabeth thought suspiciously. "Space-moving magic?" Surprise voice echoed. "This is..." The Prophet and the rock slowly sank into the watery rift. The Prophet spoke proudly. "Even if you are a demoness, you want to find it." Elizabeth reached out to grab the Prophet, but he had fully entered the water portal, leaving behind only his words. "Magic that burns life itself. The strongest magic." The water rift completely closed. Elizabeth grasped only empty air. The Prophet's voice still echoed in the space. "What was the truth the one who told me revealed? Everything else left behind was just a fading shadow." Elizabeth gritted her teeth and cursed the turtle. "Damn it!" She glared fiercely. The caution in her heart flared up sharply. A soldier in golden armor sneaked up behind Elizabeth, but Elizabeth's sharp reflexes let her dodge the attack. She jumped away out of the kick's range. The other's cloak fluttered wildly. He spoke to Elizabeth. "You won to be leaving here." Elizabeth smirked. "Who else is this?" She stared at the man in front of her. Her tone was full of sarcasm, still pretending to be the noble knight. Sullivan. Elsewhere, the city was swallowed by a starry night. In a lit-up apartment building, watching news about the Washington, D.C. disaster. On the ship, that apartment building was swallowed by the starry night. Just that one building still lit up, watching news about the Washington, D.C. disaster. On the phone, Sullivan muttered. As expected, he pursed his lips, thinking bitterly about what he had just realized. The Washington massacre. Sullivan recalled the past. Before his regression, the U.S. had summoned the world's strongest hunters. The two countries were separated by an entire ocean. Sullivan thought about the international challenge in China that followed. The hunters in America could not cross the Pacific in time to join. Thinking about the devastation from before, he could not help but feel scared. This caused huge losses and many tragedies in the international challenge. Sullivan stared at his phone, deep in thought. Instead, guilds from neighboring countries went to China to fight together. Among them were battle guilds, all arriving in China for the challenge. "We can just run away. We can run away." Remembering before when he stood before a grave with Ko. Since then, he had not seen Iger even once, even though this time he stopped her from joining the Night Guild. What is going to happen now? Sullivan read the info on the screen. Just a normal night. He decided, I have to prepare fully. What caught Sullivan's attention was the last line of the system info. Profession skills. Ultimate limit. And night assembly. Night Guild repeated over and over. And finally, normal night. He resolved again. I must prepare myself completely. What grabbed Sullivan was the last line of the system info. Profession skills. Ultimate limit. Special skills. Sullivan stared at the system, thoughts flooding in. My skills have reached their limit. Special skills remain locked and can be unlocked yet. The only thing left is training. The problem is, no matter how much I train, there is no sign of improvement. He let his hand holding the phone drop loosely. A familiar voice rang out. So you want to know how to boost your power? Sejin appeared on the phone screen. He replied, yes. Thank you for taking the time. Sejin responded with great respect. Master Swordswoman Safia. She crossed her arms, eyes full of admiration as she looked at Sejin. Safia said, "Don't he be so formal. It looks like your skills have already hit the limit." Sejin quickly answered, "That is right." He asked, "Do you know any way?" Sejin watched Sofia cross her arms, smile mysteriously, and ponder. Right now, there is almost no research on personal systems at all. If it is Safia, then maybe she knows the answer to my question. Safia leaned back in her chair, arms crossed behind her head. Of course. I know my skills have reached their limit. A group walked over. The blonde guy shading his eyes pointed ahead. There they are. Sejin stepped out from behind the blue curtain. Someone asked, "Who is that?" The blonde guy explained, "That is the one who cleared the challenge tower." He spoke admiringly. "Take a breath, Sejin." The system flashed the words, "Attack on the East Complex Stadium battlefield." Sejin sighed deeply. He remembered the night before when Safia asked skeptically if he joined alchemy training to boost his profession. Sejin did not hide it. "Yeah, but no matter what I do not see any progress." Safia replied, "Alchemy training is important, but it is not everything." Safia explained that to improve your profession's skills, you need to gain real combat experience. Sejin asked, "By real combat, you mean attacking dungeons and fighting monsters, right?" Safia said, "Exactly. After all, the personal system is still just a system." She explained it is like clearing dungeons and getting rewards. Profession skills work the same. Back in the present, the group saw Sejin enter a dungeon. Safia's voice echoed in Sejin's mind. In short, fight monsters and rack up experience. The blonde guy's eyes widened in shock. "Oh my, this is insane." The guy next to him pulled out his phone, filming around, and exclaimed. Before them lay defeated monsters scattered on the ground. Blood everywhere. So if you want to boost your profession skills, use battlefields and dungeons. The group chatted excitedly. "Hey, have you seen that video?" The video the gray-haired guy took of Sejin went viral with the title, "Solo clears city in 10 seconds. Someone replied, "Yeah, I saw. Wasn't he known as a reliable hunter before?" Online comments flooded under the video. "Crazy. How is that even possible? No way. And this is free to watch." Everyone buzzed about how he solo cleared the East Complex Stadium battlefield in just 1 hour. That video was the talk of every conversation. Seeing Lee Sejin fight in person was even more intense than the video. You would think he was a veteran with over 10 years of experience. Another person marveled. "I watched it too. He is like a monster hunting machine." Some gawked while others read the news. Frustrated, unsure who the real monsters were. One afternoon at the Vulcaners building, the Hunters Union, a room was sealed off tightly and heavily guarded. A group walked down the hallway. The last one spoke up. "We found a room in the basement." The leader turned and replied, "Yeah, when I cleaned the scene, I saw a hidden door under the floor." He recalled the moment. The group was stunned together. The three of them peered down into the basement. Because monsters had appeared there before, they were ordered to investigate with hunters. Before their eyes was a seemingly bottomless, dark, and gloomy basement. The leader continued, "Thanks to these three descended together." The big guy sighed. "It is really deep." The red-haired girl looked around and said, "I can see a thing." The red-haired girl stepped to the wall, staring at something huge before her. She gasped. "Huh," she thought. "Or maybe this is..." The monster opened wide eyes and stared at the red-haired girl. The leader and the big guy jumped at the red-haired girl's scream. The big guy ran over, worried. "What happened?" The red-haired girl turned pale and collapsed on the floor. A spatial crack opening. She gripped her staff to cast magic and shouted, "Someone alert the upper floors." The two men rushed closer. Still exhausted, they turned pale at what lay ahead. The big guy panicked. "What the hell is that?" He stared fearfully at the huge hole spewing magic, yelling, "Is this a spatial crack?" A team of hunters gathered at Vulcaners. Trangwon yawned repeatedly, complaining, so boring." Guild leader Zuba agreed. "Totally." Trangwon looked at the group ahead, utterly confused. Even though they said there is a huge mana leak, is not deploying hunters and the army like this a waste of manpower? No monsters are showing up, and they just keep us waiting. Guild leader Zuba sighed and said, "It can be helped. Anyway, the Sword Saint has arrived in America. The guild is doing their best." His tone brightened up. "Still, this is kinda chill. Just waiting and we get medals." Guild leader Zuba laughed. "That is right." Meanwhile, in Shanghai, China, right at the crater left by Elizabeth's battle with that prophet, another fierce fight is raging. Smoke and dust fill the air. Elizabeth gritted her teeth, continuously summoning magic spheres and firing deadly magic beams in rapid succession. Those beams combined into a massive magic orb heading straight for Sullivan. With a single slash, Sullivan shattered the orb. Elizabeth silently stared at him. She thought to herself, even though they have successfully formed the connection core, Elizabeth hatched a plan. If I can just break the connection, the core won't deactivate. Azanis must have regained strength in the leak. I still have some time. Elizabeth jumped onto a tall rock. Looking down at Sullivan, she called out, Sullivan, no matter before or now, you keep chasing me. Sullivan, clad in armor, replied word by word, to kill you, I would chase you down to hell itself. Demoness. Elizabeth flicked her hand. Sharp rock sprouted rapidly from the ground. Sullivan leapt up to dodge. She said, if you really wanted to kill me, you should be done it when I shrank. Not now. Sullivan angrily raised his sword. If it were not for that bastard, I would have killed you already. Mana swirled around Sullivan's body and flowed into his sword. His voice hoarse. I should have killed you back then. Looking up at Elizabeth's crazed smile, Sullivan gritted his teeth and continued. You do not know how much I regret it. Elizabeth cast a spell. Hundreds of runes swirling around her like charms. Is that? I feel the same way. She shouted. I really want to kill you too. Then the two charged at each other, fighting fiercely. Careless of life or death. Cut to Sullivan's home. Ahai asked, are you heading to the battlefield today? Sullivan rubbed his neck and replied calmly, yeah. Traveling will take some time. She wondered, why all of a sudden? You usually just go to the SEAL battlefield. Sullivan scratched his cheek nervously. Jaeon told me someone posted photos of me hunting online last time, so a lot of people recognized me. Remembering Jaeon showing him the phone, views already hit over 1 million, Sullivan blurted out. What? Sullivan's mind kept worrying about his daughter. If he got famous, Ko would attract attention too. He saw Eunhai preparing her bow and asked, you are going to the battlefield today too? Eunhai replied softly, yeah, I can to sleep peacefully. Sullivan smiled. Then I will bring you some good food tonight, and ice cream too. Ko's eyes lit up at the mention of ice cream. What kid could resist sweets? She joyfully asked. Really? Sullivan nodded firmly. Yes, so you have got to listen to me. Okay? Little Ko smiled brightly. Okay. On the battlefield, Sullivan sat on a monster's corpse, opening his system panel, deep in thought. After reading his stats, he sighed. I have completed the battlefield challenge, but my class skills still have not leveled up. Sullivan rubbed his chin and nodded. Makes sense. I am stronger for a short time thanks to preset experience, not from training. He thought to himself, no wonder I got cocky. Staring at his phone, Sujin was startled. Seeing the water stain on the phone screen. Sujin sighed. The phone got damaged during the fight. In Shanghai, thick black smoke blocked all sight. As it cleared, Sullivan's mask dropped to the ground, holding his heavily chipped sword. Sullivan sneered. Looks like you have weakened. Elizabeth clutched one arm in pain. Sullivan called out, hey, demoness. Looking at her grimace across from him, Sullivan smirked. Looks like your mana's run dry. He pointed his sword with each step. Now's when you pay the price. Sullivan raised his sword, ready to finish Elizabeth. I am glad to end your life right here. Contrary to what you would expect, Elizabeth gave a crooked smile. Elizabeth whispered, I should be said that to the new guy. A line that left Sullivan stunned. His sword hand started trembling violently, his whole body convulsing nonstop. Sullivan was shocked. What the? Sullivan's sword slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Elizabeth frowned but smiled slyly. You do not get it, do you? The witch's power is not magic. She stepped closer to Sullivan, dark magic swirling up from beneath his feet. You have forgotten something called a curse. Have not you? Sullivan stammered. I have lost. His body was almost gone. Sullivan added, but not completely. He stared hard at Elizabeth. At least enough to buy me some time. Sullivan vanished into thin air. Elizabeth jumped back, shocked. What? She doubted. Buying time. Could it be Azanis? Elizabeth sprinted with all her might, gritting her teeth. I have to grab that core now. She clutched her bleeding mouth to stop the bleeding. Elizabeth screamed out in pain. She gasped for breath, her whole body trembling. Elizabeth's vision blurred wildly. She thought, I can to hold on. Exhausted, Elizabeth collapsed to the ground, whispering one last name. Sijin. The monster beneath the water crack closed its eyes. Sleeping. Suddenly, it opened its eyes. Bloodshot and glowing red, Changwon, the head of Rupa, and the sand workers sensed magic energy leaking from inside the building. Both turned pale, staring at the building with growing fear. Seeing the mana surrounding the whole building, they nervously asked, what just happened? The mana density is way higher than normal. The group panicked and backed away from the building. The building began to crack uncontrollably. Concrete and steel beams started collapsing all over. The sand workers turned pale and red-faced, watching the building crumble. From the wreckage, something huge began to rise. A giant monster arm stretched out, as thick as an ancient tree trunk. The sand workers were frozen in terror. The scene turned bleak and desolate. Bathed in the monster's overwhelming mana, the system announced, World Boss has appeared in Seoul, South Korea. Hazian paused his sword training. Diho stopped what he was doing, and Chioli immediately focused on the system alert. Aran and his squad peered out the window, watching the sky turn blood red, listening intently to the system's voice. Anhai looked up at the message. World Quest is starting. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Sajin also turned pale. Pure fear etched across his face. The system screen flashed. Quest updated. Laco's second trial has begun. The monster's giant arm rose from the ground. The system blared an urgent warning. World Boss has appeared in Seoul, South Korea. The sky burned red. The landscape was desolate and dark. The world quest had officially begun. The hunters froze, staring at the monster's arm. The system's robotic voice said, defeat the world boss. Azanis, Anhai, curious, stood behind the hunters. The voice echoed in her ears. What was that notification? I saw it too, something about the world boss and a world quest. Anhai's face went pale. World boss. She quickly called her dad, worry flooding her heart. Ko. Her dad answered. Hello? Anhai? She hurriedly asked. Dad, where are you right now? He was confused. What do you mean? I'm at home. Just put the baby to sleep, Anhai warned. Then please stay inside. Dad promised not to leave the house. Though clueless about what was happening, he obeyed. All right. Got it. Anhai hung up, restless. She could not reach Seol-jun but knew he would head to the Ko. She looked up at the loudspeaker. The alarm blared suddenly. Anhai gripped her bow tightly, thinking, it is not just one. Seeing mana engulf the whole neighborhood, Anhai realized all alarms were going off at once. Danger was closing in fast. Suddenly, a water ripple appeared, and the monster Scythe showed up first. The huge monster, looking like an aggressive buffalo, stepped out from the water ripple. It swung its scythe fiercely at the hunters. A big, chubby hunter raised his shield alone to block the monster's strike. The officer shouted loudly, ordering everyone to get ready to fight. Anhai turned pale watching the water fragments fall, warning everyone that there was more than one head. Right after that, 5 scythe-wielding monsters crawled out from the water ripple. They charged together to attack the humans. Anhai gritted her teeth, pulling an arrow back on her bow. She shot the arrow straight at the monster's waist. More and more water ripples appeared in the sky, bringing even more monsters. I shouted orders. Nai, evacuate the people first. The rest of you, form groups and hunt down those beasts. Watching everything unfold before her eyes, Hai wondered, what the heck is going on? Is this a world mission? She recalled the shadow of the holy sword, gritting her teeth, and realized it happened while he was not even here. A villager pointed and screamed, over there. Hai quickly turned to look. The villager said, something's moving. The giant monster slowly stood up. The hunters freaked out, grabbing their gear and running in every direction. They bolted instinctively to escape danger. The monster's eyes lit up. Hai widened her eyes and said to Jun, don't he tell me? That is, looking at the monster's huge horns and sharp spikes. Her voice carried a hint of despair. Azanis, a yellow car screeched sharply, tires skidding hard on the road. Xiao Jun jumped out of the car and hurriedly told the driver, thanks. Please get as far away as possible. He stared at Azanis, the monster wrecking the city with all its might. Xiao Jun heard desperate cries for help from people trapped by the monster. Help me. Please help. Scanned the area, thinking, the path is completely blocked. Has Azanis' horde already started their rampage? Xiao Jun pulled out his weapon, knowing there was no other choice. His weapon instantly transformed into a battle scythe. Xiao Jun flew forward, attacking the demons with the scythe. With one move, he killed 2 demons standing nearby. His eyes burned with deadly intent, determined to cut through every obstacle in his way. Every demon on Xiao Jun's path was slaughtered, blood splattering across the street. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Jun thought of those important to him. So, Dad praying they stay safe. Axo's home, the little girl slept soundly under a blanket. Xiao Jun's father was reading beside her, the scene peaceful and calm. Suddenly, a loud crash shook the whole house. Xiao Jun's father took off his glasses, looking toward the door, puzzled about what just happened outside. A monster had arrived, shattering the peace between the two, and Xiao Jun's father wondered, what was that noise? With a single punch, the monster warped the doorframe, startling Xiao Jun's father. The monster grinned wickedly, peering into the house. Xiao Jun's father turned pale with fear, hearing the loud noise. Little Tso sat up and called, Grandpa. Xiao Jun's father whispered to his granddaughter, So, come here. The monster kicked the iron door again, and with another hit, the door was thrown open. It stormed inside the house like it owned the place. The monster's eyes darted around as it growled nonstop. Luckily, So and her grandpa hid in a nearby room, escaping the monster's claws. Xiao Jun's father held his granddaughter tightly, watching the monster through the glass door. Then he glanced up at the light coming through the window in the H room. Xiao Jun's father quietly and carefully raised his hand to open the window. The monster outside spotted them through the glass, drooling uncontrollably over its tasty prey. Xiao Jun's father looked at it in fear. With one strike, the monster smashed the door to pieces. Father Xiao Jun fell hard, his back slamming into the wall, but he never loosened his grip on So in his arms. The monster crept closer to the two of them, grinning wickedly as it prepared to slash with its claws. Father Xiao Jun held So tight to protect her, even if it meant selling salt himself. A faint blue light glowed from Sue's body. Her eyes lit up, magic radiating all around her. So screamed loudly no. A wave of magic burst forth, freezing the entire monster solid. The evening light streamed in, making the house feel warm and cozy. Sunset shone through the window, casting light on the axe dripping blood onto the floor. Along with the familiar heavy breathing, Xiao Jun's whole body was splattered with the monster's blood. He stood the axe upright, then stared up at the rock, wondering about it. Looking at the frozen monster, its hand still reaching out, Xiao Jun could not help but wonder, what is this? Elizabeth appeared to answer his question. It was Sue's work. Xiao Jun blinked, startled, and said, Elizabeth. He dropped to his knees and asked, where have you been? Elizabeth replied, quiet. I have been through some stuff too. She recalled using the last of her magic to turn into a cat. Elizabeth thought, luckily I had just enough mana left to connect to the summoning spell. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. Without beating around the bush, she asked straight up, that bastard Asinus is here, right? Xiao Jun nodded sharply. Yeah, all the top hunters already got the alert. Elizabeth jumped onto Xiao Jun's shoulder, and he wondered, the global mission 1T start for a few years in China. Is this the butterfly effect you were talking about? She answered. If you mean the Great Slaughter, then yes. Elizabeth urged. Move fast, we have to find Ko and Yuan here as soon as possible. Xiao Jun replied. Yeah, at least we need to get them somewhere safe. Elizabeth shook her head. That is not why we need to find them. Xiao Jun was confused. Huh, she answered. Evacuating them won't do any good. Elizabeth continued. Asinus is hunting those two specifically. Hearing this, Xiao Jun's face went pale. What? Elizabeth closed her eyes and declared, Asinus has not fully revived yet. She explained, including the shard from the auction. I destroyed the other pieces. He can fully come back without all the fragments. Images of Ko and her child flashed in her mind. Elizabeth added, in times like this, the fastest way for a monster to heal is by absorbing people with strong mana. Xiao Zhou's eyes wide. Wait, if it is Ko, I get, but why is Unhere here? She does not have strong mana. Elizabeth leaned in and said, because she does not know it. Her voice grew serious. She hides an enormous amount of latent mana inside. In Exon City, the demon spun the axe in its hand, then swung hard toward Unhere. She jumped aside, then dropped to one knee, pulling her bowstring into aim. Mana wrapped around the arrow's tip as Unhere drew back the string and fired, piercing the demon's head. She gasped, glancing over her shoulder, seeing the hunter's body strewn across the ground like a massacre. Unhere thought fearfully, they are all wiped out, so many hunters. The hungry demons lunged at Unhere all at once. Unhere reached down to her quiver and found it empty. She paled and let out a cry. Just as despair hit her before she could think about her arrows, a demon charged with a huge club to attack her. A sword blade wrapped in mana flew in, but it was not aimed at her. The blade sliced the demon's head off. Unhere's eyes widened at the figure before her. The person barked orders to their subordinates, telling them to chase the wounded away before the water rift fully appears. We have to strike first. The sun behind them was too bright for Unhere to see clearly, but she wondered to herself, Sam. But unfortunately, it was not. The person spoke up. And you are. Unhere jumped at the sound of his voice. Right in front of her was the guy with the cool hair and that teardrop mole under his eye. Unhere was surprised. It was Su Hyun. One of Su Hyun's subordinates reported that there were no more monsters in Area B. He folded his arms and ordered, double-check to make sure they are all dead. No stragglers. Su Hyun glanced over at Unhere, who was on the phone. Yes, Dad. You are in the safe bunker with Ko, right? Unhere let out a relieved breath. Okay, that is good then. Su Hyun stared for a moment, then rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Unhere, holding her bow, stepped closer to Su Hyun and gave a sharp 90-degree bow. Thanks for your help, Su Hyun replied. No problem. I have gotten help from you before, too. Looking at the girl in front of him, Su Hyun thought quietly, Unhere, I never expected to see her again like this. Watching the fallen demons taken down by Unhere's arrows, he was amazed. When I first met her, she was not even this skilled. How did she get this strong so fast? Looking into the glint in Unhere's eyes, Su Hyun felt a stir inside and, more importantly, admired her beautiful face. He cracked a sly smile. Su Hyun stepped closer and spread his arms invitingly. Unhere, want to join the knight's squad? She hesitated, then said, I am. Su Hyun nodded confidently. Right? The knights are heading out to stop Archanos. He laid down the deal. If you join, we promise to treat you just like any regular guild member. How about it? You know a verbal contract counts. Right? Unhair quickly waved him off. Thanks for the offer. But I am afraid it is a bit difficult. Soo-hyun froze, hearing her say, I have to go to my daughter. After a moment's thought, he asked, You are worried about your daughter? Soo-hyun started walking and said, Then I think you should join us even more. Unhair asked confused, What do you mean? Soo-hyun shrugged, Because the Hunters Guild just received an emergency order. He continued, In emergencies, hunters must follow the guild's orders. If you disobey, you do not just lose your license, you get punished. Unhair's eyes widened in shock. What? Somewhere unknown to her, Soo-hyun smiled smugly. But it won't affect hunters who joined less than a year ago. Soo-hyun kept persuading, Isn't he your daughter in the safe bunker? Nothing should happen there. At least for now. He played on her morals. If you are a real hunter. And Unhair was caught in the trap. Memories from earlier moments unlocked and kept flashing through her mind. Right? She remembered Hee-zeon and Seo-jun standing in front to protect her, and little Seo back then and even now. Remembering how she ran away holding her child, leaving the hunters to fight alone. Unhair could not help but blame herself for always hiding behind Seo-jun. She silently vowed, I have to fight to protect Seo too. She hesitated, then asked Soo-hyun, Is there something I can do to help? Smiled. Of course, Soo-hyun went on, We are short on rear defense. Hearing that, Unhair gripped her bow tighter. Placing her hand over her heart, she said firmly, Got it. I will join you all. In the city, the sky was dark and filled with smoke everywhere. The police all wore protective gear. Guns ready, preparing to fight and protect the people. Everyone was running in chaos. Panic spreading everywhere, visible on every face. A police voice called out, guiding people to stay calm. Line up. Do not push, there is still room inside. If there are any hunters here, please head to the bunker entrance to assist us. An old man holding Ko stood there too, hearing the call. He thought about how Ko was a witch, strong enough to take down a giant monster in one hit. Both her parents were hunters, so maybe that explained it. Before he could think further, Ko, Grandpa, what about Mom and Dad? The old man reassured her, We will see your parents soon. Don't worry. Though his face showed the wear of time, you could still catch a glimpse of worry after all. It seemed like monsters kept appearing non-stop. I do not know how long we can hold out here. Right then, a man appeared and charged at the nearby monster. With fiery power focused in his hand, he slammed a punch right into the monster's gut, sending it flying back, its body curling up like a shrimp, and its belly scorched like it was burned. The monster was quickly defeated and slammed straight into a building. The man who took it down turned out to be Dayo. After unleashing his power, he punched his fists together in victory and took a deep breath to steady himself. Everyone who witnessed the fight was amazed. How did he punch that monster with his bare hands? Like them, both the old man and Ko were wide-eyed, stunned and in awe of that incredible strength. Suddenly, a man's cough echoed nearby. Trying to get attention, his right arm was wrapped in bandages. Wearing a warm plaid shirt, he proudly blushed and said, That is my son. Ko recognized him right away and gasped in surprise. She happily called out, Chiola. He then turned to them, questioning. Then he recognized the pair and called her name with surprise. Ko. Somewhere else. Lee Seo-jun shouted, Bring Ko with me. He was running full speed ahead, shocked by Elizabeth's suggestion, turning to ask loudly. Elizabeth grabbed his shoulder and said, Yes, if Ko comes with you, you can finish his anus. Lee Seo-jun scowled, not wanting to put his daughter in danger. You want a kid to fight a monster? He asked. Azenis is not just any monster, it is a world boss. Even the holy sword can cut it. Elizabeth warned him of the threat. Still worried for his daughter, Lee Seo-jun firmly rejected the idea, saying, A world boss can't lose to Ko. I won't risk her fighting a monster like that. His face darkened as Elizabeth kept trying to reason with him. I know you want to protect Ko, but that would put you on Hai's life at risk. Lee Seo-jun debated as he ran. He was stuck in indecision, while Elizabeth kept trying to convince him with her logic, stubbornly believing she could kill his anus. That is a decision I made instead of the Ko, so think carefully. The scene around them was now a desolate ruin. The gray sky mixed with red light like the end of the world. Tanks and planes were deployed to fight. Alongside them, hunters and police stood ready, all focused on one goal. That goal, to take down the giant monster ravaging their peaceful lives. Then a man shouted, Attack! Immediately, others rushed in, weapons in hand and fierce determination, bravely facing the bloodthirsty monsters. But against the brutal onslaught, most were killed instantly. The overwhelming physical power knocked hunters and cops down with anguished screams and breaking weapons. Survivors watching the bloody carnage were frozen in fear. One in the group nervously said, Damn, those monsters keep jumping out from the puddles unexpectedly. I can get close to Azinus. Before him, hordes of monsters emerged from the dark red sky's puddles. Suddenly, a blue light arrow shot forward with powerful energy. It struck a monster dead on, killing it instantly amid the chaos. A single arrow, everyone wondered, looking closely. It was buried deep in the monster's head. Then, on a high platform, a commanding figure appeared, casting a divine shadow over the crowd like a savior. It was Soin, arriving with his team to back them up. Everyone cheered, shouting the knights had arrived to help. Behind Soyin stood Yuhun Hai, serious and focused. She raised her bow, glowing with blue energy, aiming carefully at a flying monster. Yuhun Hai's arrow flew straight ahead. Lin took down 4 monsters in one go. Witnessing that incredible power, a man exclaimed in awe. She killed the monster with just 1 arrow. Then he wondered, where did a hunter like her come from? Yuhun Hai stood there, proud and steady, holding her bow high. Everyone was caught up in the fight when suddenly someone spoke up. Wait, Azena's condition looked strange. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to the giant monster. Its eyes grew bigger, veins bulging all around as it glanced around. Then it stared straight ahead, its gaze glowing fiery red like flames. Suhyun watched it for a moment, wondering, was it searching for something? Right before Suhyun, it was indeed scanning around, looking for something. And then it locked eyes on Yuhun Hai, who was holding her bow. She met its gaze, and Yuhun Hai let out a confused sound. Her eyes widened, shining brightly, as if she would just remembered something long forgotten. Memories slowly flooded Yuhun Hai's mind like a film playing, new but clear enough to see. Facing her was a dark shadow, emitting sparks like electricity all around. Suddenly, Yuhun Hai's head throbbed, causing her to cry out. Her memories seemed broken. The Azinus monster seemed to have found what it was after, its eyes blazing with excitement as it grinned menacingly amidst the rubble. Then it raised its arm, aiming at a building. Azena smashed down, shattering nearby buildings. The collapsing buildings forced nearby fighters to flee desperately to avoid injury. Along with the monstrous roar came screams from those trapped under debris. Help me! Countless voices cried out, surrounded by dust and rubble with only a few people barely visible. Hunter with a panicked face gasped for breath. It turned out he was stuck under a rock and could not get free. The desperate screams and destruction painted a hellish scene. Fall back. Retreat. The vanguards wiped out. Those lucky to escape shouted for everyone to take cover. Chaos and urgency filled the air. In a vehicle, Suhyun reached out to support Yuhun Hai. A command blared out, ordering an airstrike and a full retreat. She looked back in fear. Memories flashed like a replay, a ruined city, her standing there fighting with a bow, but in a different outfit. Yuhun Hai thought silently, I am sure I have seen that scene before in the rain. Behind the fleeing vehicle, the giant Azena stomped forward, cracking the ground with every step. The driver nervously told his companion, this is crazy. Azenis is right on our tail. At the back of the vehicle, a hatch let Suhyun and Yuhun Hai watch outside with tense expressions. They saw the monster glaring at the vehicle with ugly, glaring eyes. The man next to the driver urged him urgently, forget about that. If you want to live, drive faster. The Azenis monster is right behind us. In the evacuation tunnel, 2 cops stood guard protecting the evacuees. Inside the tunnel, like Xiaojun Elizabeth arrived, he was covered in monster blood. He anxiously called out to his daughter, Siua, seeing her dad safe. She smiled and ran toward him. Like Xiaojun hugged his daughter tightly. Uncle Kang Qian and brother Daeho were there too. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing everyone's okay. Dad, are you alright? As he asked, he glanced toward his grandfather. Dad's fine, he replied. Siua clung tightly to her father with a serious face. Then like Xiaojun hesitated before asking his grandfather, but did Dad see Inhai? Hearing this, his grandfather fell silent, clearly troubled. Finally, he answered reluctantly, she called twice, but after that, no contact. Hearing this, like Xiaojun stiffened, his face frozen. Like Xiaojun's face darkened, his eyes wide with shock. He thought of the worst case scenario. No way. Unhai being targeted by Arjunus, just the thought made his limbs go weak. Like Xiaojun carefully set Xiao down and warned his grandfather, Dad, I am leaving Xiao with you for a bit. Dad replied worriedly, wait, where are you going? I have to find Unhai. Like Xiaojun turned with a determined look, Elizabeth seized the moment, climbing back onto his shoulder and reminded him, take Xiao with you. Like Xiaojun, he firmly refused, prioritizing his daughter's safety. No way, like Xiaojun insisted, maybe Unhai is in danger right now. I can let Xiao be in danger too. Then he looked at his daughter, saying, Siua, wait here for me to come back. No, she shook her head, surprised by Xiao's stubbornness. He asked, you are not listening to me? She firmly replied, something must be happened to Mom. Xiao wants to go too. Her sharp words put like Xiaojun in a tough spot, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. He said, sorry, Siua. Then he asked, have you finished treating Pring Rin? Someone replied, yeah, but still in bed. All right then. After saying that, he dashed off, leaving Xiao trying to keep up but held back by her grandpa. Like Xiaojun entrusted, everyone, please take care of Sioa? She struggled, calling out, "Don't take Sioa with you." The people around could only sigh at the scene, watching like Xiaojun's back disappear. She weakly called after him, "Dad." Frustrated, Sioa pressed her lips tight as tears welled up. She shouted out loud, letting out all her anger and hoping her dad could hear her. Like Xiaojun ran out of the bunker. He definitely heard, but he refused to soften. Her tears fell with every word she shouted. Dad's leaving Sioa behind. Meanwhile, the monster Azanus was still tailing the car relentlessly, seeming ready to catch them any second and swallow them whole. It kept staring at the car's path, trampling everything in its way, even a whole building, taking advantage of the buildings, collapsing into dust and smoke. Those inside the car shouted, "Hurry! Turn into that alley." The car swerved sharply as huge rocks rained down from above. The vehicle sped like a moth to a flame, as if slowing for even a second would mean being buried alive. Luckily, the car escaped the disaster zone safely, but the biggest problem remained: why was it still chasing us? The driver nervously answered, "No idea." Suhan inside the car frowned, feeling uneasy. Weird, it seemed Azanus was searching for something. He recalled seeing the monster circling back, looking for something. Then Suhan guessed, is it targeting someone? And inside the car were only him, Yu Hunhai, and Suchin. But Suhan's gut told him to suspiciously eye Yu Hunhai. The continuous collapse of buildings forced the car to struggle with steering and dodge Azanus' pursuit. The car barely managed to turn around and leave the rockfall area, the passengers shouting in panic. The guy in the passenger seat warned, "Rockfall ahead." No sooner said than the car crashed straight into a huge boulder. The crash left the car damaged and unable to go any further, so everyone had to get out. Stepping out, everyone felt dizzy, clutching their heads. Suhayan warily asked, "What now?" His face darkened as he spotted Azanus. He and Yu Hunhai stood frozen, staring. Suchan drew his weapon and said to the group, "What do we do? Splitting up might be better." Standing before them now was the massive, vicious monster Azanus. It was several buildings away, but its smile was still clearly visible. Suddenly, Suhayan had a thought. Seeing Azanus locked tightly on Yu Hunhai, he started to suspect rockfall. Suchan glanced over, just thinking as Suhayan pointed toward Yu Hunhai. Then he shoved her hard, sending her stumbling forward in shock. Azanus' monstrous body shifted direction toward Yu Hunhai. Suhayan finally realized and let out a grim laugh. "What are you doing?" Yu Hunhai asked fearfully, glaring at him. Suhayan pointed at her and told everyone, She is confusing." "What?" he quickly added. "Azanus has been looking for her all this time." Azanus messaged her, and Suchan along with the others who heard the accusation stared wide-eyed at Yu Hunhai. They treated her like they could not believe their own eyes. Suhan shouted, blaming her, saying, "We almost died all because of you." Faced with this truth, Yu Hunhai seemed unable to accept it. She ran forward, desperately trying to explain. "You have got it all wrong." Before she could get far, someone fired a warning shot into her leg. "Don't come any closer. I knew something was off. You are the cause of all this." Suchan grabbed a weapon too, gritting his teeth. "Yeah? Why did you get on our vehicle? If you want to die, go do it alone." Yu Hunhai's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by the harsh truth she just heard. Before she could calm down, the monstrous roar of Azanus came from behind, dust swirling with the crash of falling boulders. Behind Yu Hunhai now glowed a fierce pair of eyes locked onto her without blinking. Azanus grabbed a building with his huge hands, ready to hurl it forward. It looked like Azanus could snatch her up anytime it wanted. Yu Hunhai steadied herself, and in pure terror, she could only manage to gasp one word, "Not far off." The others were hiding, staying out of Azanus' sight. Suhayo silently thought, "I was going to make her the model for our group, but she is just a ticking time bomb that is going to get us all killed." His face tightened, grinding his teeth. What terrible luck. Azanus smiled with satisfaction, his hand darting like lightning toward Yu Hunhai, who stood pale and frozen in place. Then an explosion erupted, shaking the sky like thunder. Elsewhere, Ko was crying loudly, covering her face with tears. Chioli awkwardly asked his grandfather, "How do we calm the girl down now?" "Give her ice cream or a teddy bear, and she will stop crying right away," the grandfather replied. Flustered, hearing that, Keely immediately volunteered, "Ice cream? I will go get some." Nearby, Elizabeth was watching the situation carefully. She stepped closer to Ko, who was still sobbing with her face in her hands. "Ko, please stop crying." Elizabeth comforted her. Ko sobbed, "But what if Mom and Dad, what if they do not come back?" Elizabeth studied Ko's aura and quietly calculated. Her emotions are unstable, so her man is all over the place. If I do not do something, this place could collapse. Keely Seojun did not agree but saw no other choice. Thinking that, Elizabeth placed her hand on Ko, who was still sniffling. "Ko, breathe evenly and control your mana. If you do that, I will take you to Keely Seojun. You can do it, right?" Hearing this, Ko immediately stopped crying. "Okay, take me to Dad." Elizabeth quickly guided her. "All right, let us start." Then Ko closed her eyes, breathing steadily to control her emotions and energy. Ko's usually pale green glow started to deepen. Good job. Elizabeth praised, then quickly activated her power, making Ko and herself fade away until they vanished. Keely had returned by now, holding ice cream. Shouting, "Here, I got the ice cream." The grandfather smiled. Turning back, Ko. Keely brought your ice cream. Before Ko could finish speaking, her grandfather called her name, noticing she was gone where she disappeared. A faint trace of Elizabeth's green mana still lingered. Behind Yuan Hai now blazed a pair of fierce eyes locked onto her without blinking. Azanus clenched a building in his giant hand, ready to throw it forward. It seemed Azanus could grab her whenever it wanted. Azanus smiled with satisfaction, his hand flashing toward Yuan Hai, who stood frozen and pale. Then the impact hit, shaking the ground like a massive explosion. Su Hai and his group hiding behind a distant boulder gasped, struggling to hold their ground. Behind them, a fierce wind and dust whipped past, ready to sweep them away at any moment if they slipped. After thinking it was all over and the dust had barely settled, those cowardly guys dared to stand up and check the situation, probably just to see if Yuan Hai was really dead. Suhaiyan immediately furrowed her brow. Staring straight ahead, they saw Yuan holding her bow and arrow, blocking the giant hand of that monster Azanus. The blue glow from the bow shining brighter in this life or death moment. Yuan struggled to stay standing, but how could she match the monstrous strength of that beast? Her right foot was barely touching the ground. Yet, refusing to bow to Azanus, Yuan pushed with all her might, forcing the monster's hand to recoil. Who would have thought a tiny girl could break free from Azanus' grip, sending its arm flying up, hiding behind a rock. Witnessed this unbelievable scene and gasped in shock. She would just seen the impossible. Azanus' strike was only with the bow's shaft. Right then, Yuan stood firm, clutching her bow tightly. Suddenly, a notification popped up, a mysterious title. The title skill was Acknowledgement, but the special skill was an undefined placeholder. The surroundings immediately darkened, and a message appeared: the tutorial mission had begun. Instantly, Yuan was teleported to a space filled with grotesque monsters crawling all over the floor. They looked different, but each had a sinister grin. Message appeared, telling her to unlock her personal system. Yuan now wore different clothes, her face darkening, sitting in a corner, surrounded by these terrifying monsters who all stared and laughed wickedly at her. What? She wondered, stunned into silence by fear rising with every beat of her heart. Yuan cursed silently. Why ghosts? I am too scared even to visit a haunted house, let alone this. What should I do? My body's frozen. I can't move at all. While she was lost in thought, another message popped up, urging her to open her personal system and use her skills. It was like a lifesaver when she had no clue what to do next. Then a bright screen appeared right in front of the overwhelmed Yuan. The personal system showed her name, with the title skill Acknowledgement. But another title and special skill were hidden. Looking at the system interface, Yuan wondered why she could not see the title and what exactly Acknowledgement meant. Too many questions without answers. But the monsters around her were losing patience fast. They laughed savagely, eyeing her like a delicious meal. Drooling with wicked anticipation, they slowly closed in on Yuan, who was terrified beyond words. Eyes wide, voice trembling. You guys, back off. Overwhelmed with fear and tears welling up, Yuan squeezed her eyes shut and shouted randomly, skill. Acknowledgement. The moment she said this, the room plunged into pitch black, the air thick with gloom and the heavy scent of blood. Now covered in blood, she stood in a battle-ready stance, her face dazed but alert. She opened her eyes wide and gasped at the scene before her. In her hands were two arrows, both stained with blood. Just moments ago, the monsters had been lurking around the room under eerie red lightning. But now, the room was empty except for her, the dark atmosphere, and blood splattered everywhere from floor to wall. Still stunned by the sudden turn of events, Yuan barely had time to process when the system popped up right behind her. She asked, "What is going on here?" Back in reality, she stood upright, face shadowed, tightly gripping her arrows in one hand. Then she spun sharply towards Suhaiyan, who was hiding, making him jump in fright. Her expression had gone cold and emotionless, her eyes glowing bright blue. Suhaiyan shivered. Why did her gaze feel so icy and chilling? She looked like a completely different person. Just then, Azanus raised his hand, ready to strike. His eyes gleamed, and the monster slammed its hand into the ground, shattering everything around like a domino effect. Yuan's face stayed calm as she strode confidently through the broken debris, her power radiating through her entire body. She moved fast, darting up from the ground, leaping from rock to rock, charging forward like a soulless puppet. She struck, then she soared forward, swinging her weapon to attack the giant monster Azanus right in front of her. Everyone watching from the start of the battle was stunned, and Suhaiyan could not believe her eyes. No way. She is facing Azanus head-on. Is she even human anymore? What stood before them was in Yuan, cold and decisive, fighting with incredible power. Elsewhere, Jun sprinted, weapon in hand, searching for his wife. The weapon channel lit up, guiding him to where Yuohai was, flashing and beeping continuously. Suddenly, he spotted someone ahead. It was Haaram. Jun shouted there was Haaram, a plane, and behind them, a helicopter. She called his name, like she was asking why he was here. He stepped closer and asked, "What is with that helicopter?" Haaram explained. She had just received a request for backup, and was heading there to check it out. Jun quickly glanced inside the helicopter and asked, "Can I hitch a ride?" She hesitated, puzzled. Once he was settled inside, a glowing pattern suddenly appeared on the helicopter's ceiling. Haaram made a sound like she was asking what that was. Then Ko appeared, face smeared with blood, calling out, "Dad." Elizabeth was right behind her. Jun stared at Ko in shock. Haaram froze, asking the pilot, "Where did that kid come from?" The pilot calmly replied, "Don't you know the captain?" "What? Was I the only one left out?" Haaram added. Jun pulled Ko into his arms and then turned to scold Elizabeth. "Why did you come here? I told you it is dangerous." She quickly defended herself. Ko would have destroyed the Hediot otherwise. "I had no choice." "I get what you are thinking. If we can take down Azanus, Uni is doomed." Hearing that harsh truth, Jun's face grew serious as he held Ko tighter. He clenched his fist while Elizabeth kept talking. "I am not saying you should let Ko fight it herself, but you will attack Azanus with her support. Give the kid a chance to save her mom." Taking Elizabeth's advice, Jun looked at Ko. Still worried, Elizabeth added, "That is what Ko wants too." He saw Ko's eyes watering, her lips tight with determination to rescue her mother. She begged, "Dad." After a moment of silence, Jun thought it over. He ruffled her hair and agreed. "All right." Jun placed his hand on her cheek and asked, "Ko, can you help me?" The blazing sun seemed to mark their partnership and their resolve that justice would prevail. Meanwhile, Yuhunhai's vacant eyes glowed as a message appeared. "You do not have enough mana," the system added. "Acknowledgement skills will be automatically cancelled." Instantly, Yuhunhai snapped out of it, startled and confused about what she was doing. Without support, she collapsed, crying out in pain. Junjaizi could not move. Wondering what was happening, her body was completely drained. Yuhunhai struggled to stand. Utterly exhausted, her face darkening with despair, right in front of her stood the giant monster Azanus. She jumped back, terrified, unable to scream properly. As she stumbled backward, her foot hit a pile of rubble. Turning around, she saw her bow, her most trusted weapon, broken in two. This made her even more hopeless. Then Yuhunhai dropped to her knees. She trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. She let out a helpless breath, paralyzed. She just sat there as the drooling monster Azanus crept closer. At that moment, she would given up, accepting she would die right then with no fight left. Just when all hope seemed lost, the sound of a helicopter approaching shook Yuhunhai. She looked up to the sky. The helicopter was flying right over the giant monster Azanus. "Yuhunhai!" Like Xiaojun shouted loudly as he jumped down wielding his weapon. She gasped, stunned, as if she could not believe what was happening. Yuhunhai wondered to herself, Xiaojun. Right before her eyes was the image of him holding his weapon, radiating power, leaping down from the sky. Earlier, while still on the helicopter, Elizabeth asked proactively, "Like Xiaojun, what about your Pyron spear?" Immediately raised the weapon in his hand. "Here it is." Then Elizabeth gave the mission to Ko. "All right, Ko has the mission now." "Sorry about that." "Why?" "We gave her the mission, then she passed it on to me." "Yes." While Ko was channeling mana into the weapon, Elizabeth climbed onto Like Xiaojun's lap and warned him, "Listen carefully. Like Xiaojun, you only get one shot to kill Azanus. The longer this fight drags on, the worse it gets for you." Those words hit Like Xiaojun like a punch, making him stagger. Elizabeth gave the mission to Ko. Then Ko handed it to Like Xiaojun, and then Ko gave it back to Ko. "All right." That phrase hit Like Xiaojun hard, making him stumble. Elizabeth continued, urging him to attack as fast as possible. Using every tactic he had, Like Xiaojun seriously pressed his lips and nodded repeatedly, showing he understood completely. Finally, his weapon absorbed all the mana it needed. Now it not only glowed, but crackled with electric sparks all around. "Master, I'm..." Ko reported to Elizabeth. Like Xiaojun immediately grabbed his weapon, while Elizabeth continued with detailed instructions. "Now, I will explain the plan. Like Xiaojun will use his strongest skill to fight Azanus. And Ko, when Like Xiaojun uses mana, send your mana straight to your father. Okay?" After Elizabeth assigned everyone's roles, Ko got nervous, stammering. Like Xiaojun understood his daughter's worry and gently placed his hand on her to comfort her. He put his hand on her, soothing her anxiety gently. "It is Ko. Just trust your dad." Ko looked up at her father's steady shoulders. "Let us finish this fast and get back to your mom." Like Xiaojun reassured her. Ko felt strengthened and nodded. "Yes, I agree." Back to the battle. like Xiaojun now held his weapon with the power previously transferred. He charged down straight at the monster Azanus. In that moment, self-doubt crept in, could he really kill Azanus? But when like Xiaojun saw his wife, kneeling in despair, ready to accept death, he made up his mind. Gripping his weapon tightly, I have to do this, he thought, summoning all the strength of the three of them into this attack. Dad, Ko. They called each other's names like a signal to fight, with all they had. On the helicopter, Ko was desperately channeling mana into Lai Xiaojun, supporting him in attacking Azanus. Between the two streams of mana flowing through him, a golden light flashed. Suddenly, around Lai Hujin, a field full of condensed mana gathered and surged into him. Lai Xiaojun looked at his hand in pain, gritting his teeth with a cry. His hand was so charged with mana it looked like it was turning to stone, covered in spots. He thought to himself, Ko's mana is freezing my arm. The power surged instantly. His hand was now pulsing with raw mana. Then like Xiaojun raised his weapon, mana sparks flying everywhere. Panic struck him. Ko's mana flowing into me is still too strong. This is not something I can control. I am going to fail. But like Xiaojun remembered Elizabeth's words ringing in his mind, attack with all your might. Use every tactic you have. So he gritted his teeth and struggled to control the mana, making it blend with his own. His eyes flared with fierce determination. He would not let himself fall. Everything I have got, he told himself. Like Xiaojun stretched out his body. The ring on his hand glowed with a mysterious blue light. He was betting everything on this move. Then the system popped up with a message. Choose the number of souls you want to consume. The current soul count is 7,866. Like Xiaojun did not hesitate and shouted out loud with all his might. The ring on his finger glowed even brighter. I will save Yanhang. Like Xiaojun told himself fiercely, full of determination. The power surrounding Like Xiaojun surged like a giant arrow. He lunged forward, ready to strike. Like Xiaojun's eyes blazed, shining with power as he raised his weapon and shouted, facing the light of justice. Even the monstrous Azanus hesitated. It crossed its arms to block the attack. With glowing green eyes and mana swirling around him, he was like a thunder god descending, delivering merciless punishment to anyone daring to defy justice. Like Xiaojun unleashed Chiu Tracek, sending his weapon flying like a massive arrow, surrounded by streaks of power. Haram and Fikr, sitting in the car, were stunned by that radiant power. Everyone else was shocked too, from Haizian, the hunters, to Soyan's group. Most of all, Yuhan Hie's eyes widened as tears streamed down her face. The red sky vanished, replaced by a violet-blue expanse with streaks of shining light, like a star descending to save the world. Blue light in the sky shone down to the ground, making everyone look up in awe, wondering what kind of miracle was happening. There, a sphere of light was gathering. Mana energy beams crossed each other, forcing those nearby to shield their eyes and brace themselves against sudden gusts carrying blinding light. Hazan and those around her exhaled frosty breath, puzzled by the cold air. Then Haizian sniffed the air. Before her eyes was a frozen image. The giant monster Azanus, now like a glowing blue diamond. A system notification appeared. You have defeated the world boss. Azanus, world quest completed. Falling from the sky was Li Sijin, clothes stained with blood, still surrounded by a faint blue glow, weaker than before. Yual Hai rushed over immediately. She caught Li Sijin, filled with anxiety seeing her husband unconscious. Then Yual Hai knelt down, still holding him carefully. Gently laying him down, she breathed a sigh and looked up toward the sound of a helicopter. On the helicopter, Ko waved, calling to them, Mom. Exhausted, Yual Hai barely whispered back, Ko. Then she fainted on her husband. Mom, Mom. Ko looked down from above, helpless, tears welling up as she called out. Elizabeth sat behind her, comforting. It is Ko. They only fainted from mana exhaustion. Ko's eyes were still watery as she said, Master. Elizabeth then turned and looked down. Before her lay the frozen giant monster Azanus. She exhaled deeply, relieved. Skill level: Iron Spear, Royal Ring, and Ko's mana. Missing any one of those would have made killing Azanus impossible. I should be happy it is dead. But just then, the helicopter landed, where the couple had collapsed. Ifdat Aram stepped out. Elizabeth's face briefly clouded with sadness. She looked at the unconscious Yual Hai and Lai Sijin, quietly warning, the butterfly effect. It will spread so much that no one can control it anymore. The system notification popped up again. You have prevented Li Ko's second misfortune. Special skill unlocked. The ring on Li Sijin's slender hand glowed. Another notification appeared. The royal ring has absorbed a massive amount of human life force. Yual Hai sat in a radiant space, like a heavenly wine banquet, seated at a large table. Then Yual Hai looked around, wondering where facing her was another version of herself, up close. This copy looked exactly like Yual Hai except for cold, emotionless green eyes. What is going on? Yual Hai wondered. Then she said something, pointed at the person in front of her and asked, You are the one I gave my body to, right? She confirmed it with a nod. So Yual Hai wondered, this might sound rude, but who exactly are you? She sat silently for a while, saying nothing. Yual Hai thought, is she unable to answer? Then she pressed on, Is there something you want to say? Finally, she spoke up, asking what she really wanted to know about Ko. Will you someday let me meet Ko? Her eyes were hollow, desperate for an answer. Yual-hai was stunned. Ko, before she could think or respond. Suddenly the ground beneath them turned into a watery void, like sitting in the middle of the sea. Yual-hai was shocked again as the girl in front of her began to disappear. Wait. Yual-hai pushed her chair back, trying to run and ask more, but now there was only an empty seat before her at a tall building. Reporters were non-stop filming and snapping photos. Hairam stood before dozens of reporters who were all eagerly raising their hands with questions. Please look this way. That helicopter hovering over the city during the event, is it yours? Did you see the hunter kill Azanus? Facing the flood of questions, Hairam smiled outwardly but was silently fuming inside. That damn Sejun switched fields to avoid attention. Right? And now he has stirred up a big incident again. Headlines everywhere read things like First Global Mission and Azanus, Resurrection, making him the center of worldwide attention. So who exactly is the hunter that took down Azanus? In a hospital room, Sejun was getting a drip, with his wife and Haizian sitting beside him. Sejun lay unconscious, appearing to be in a deep sleep with no sign of waking. Haizian spoke up. Sejun does not look like he is waking up anytime soon. Yuha? Sitting nearby, agreed quietly. Yeah, she thought to herself. Sejun, who completed the mission to destroy the world-class monster cluster, now had his identity carefully hidden by Hairam. The TV News, Hairam spoke to the media with the headline, Hairam cannot reveal the identity of the star. Outside, Ko sat, clutching a stuffed bear, still hearing her mother's voice. Haizian, what if Sejun does not wake up? She quickly reassured Yu Huan-hai. The doctor said there is nothing serious. Yu Huan-hai was still anxious. Confessing, she woke up right away. But Sejun has been like this for 2 days. Yu Huan-hai's face looked visibly drained, her eyes rimmed red and bruised from crying. Come on, I am sure he will be fine. We just do not know yet. Maybe if he hears Ko's name, he will wake up. Haizian tried to encourage her. Unexpectedly, Yu Huan-hai agreed with her, nodding. You are right. Just did not expect that. Haizian looked surprised, says, I am just joking. Wait, not done yet. Yu Huan-hai hurriedly shook Sejun. Sejun, wake up, we have to go see Ko. But his eyes stayed shut tight. A notification popped up. You have absorbed part of Ko's memory. In a dark space, a Saya code, along with the sound of ticking clocks one by one. Ko's thoughts flashed. That sleep spell made me dizzy. Everything else is just a dream. I was asleep. Time passed. Ko lay unconscious in the middle of a vast ocean. Clothes tattered, hands and feet chained. Suddenly, a slender hand stroked Ko's head, waking her up. It was Elizabeth. She said, Wake up, Ko. Mom, Ko asked weakly. As Elizabeth took a cautious step back, she said, I am not your mother. As Ko struggled to open her eyes, before her stood a beautiful, unfamiliar woman smiling kindly. Ko asked, Who are you? I'm Elizabeth. She said, snapping her fingers. Instantly, all the chains holding Ko were unlocked. She sat up, full of questions, rubbing her wrists bruised from long shackles. Ko looked around to see everyone dressed in black collapsed on the floor. Elizabeth gently asks, Can you stand up? Seeing her about to step down but clutching her head in pain, Elizabeth immediately rushes over, holding out her hand. Here, take my hand. She looks at those hands. Suddenly, a memory of meeting Seal Jun flashes through her mind, and he gave a sly grin. Ko grits her teeth in disgust but steps down on her own, saying, I can manage. It is come on. I would not hurt you. I actually want to help. Elizabeth senses Ko's mood and reassures her while staying cautious, asking, why? With a loving gaze. Elizabeth explains, It is normal for adults to help kids in trouble. No one's ever helped me. Ko says, hugging her arm sadly and looking away. Then Elizabeth asks, Can you trust me? I am a witch too. Just like you. Ko instantly steps back. She grits her teeth and raises her hand to attack Elizabeth with her magic. But Elizabeth's single glance is enough to extinguish her power. Ko is stunned, speechless. Staring at her own hand, Elizabeth steps closer. You have never really learned how to use your magic. Have you? You can suppress it, but you do not know how to control it. Ko looks at her suspiciously. Control it? Suddenly, a group in black rushes in, cutting off their conversation. They look panicked, shouting, What is going on here? Intruder alert. Ko watches them approach in horror, while Elizabeth stays calm. Arms crossed, they shout loudly. The test subject has awakened. Then they order, Capture the specimen now. Ko panics and steps back in fear. Elizabeth's long legs suddenly radiate bursts of power. The energy spreads quickly toward the black-clad group, forming intricate glowing patterns. Power surrounds the bad guys, keeping them away from the two of them. A black smoke envelops them all, accompanied by terrified screams. Now, all that is left in front of Ko are floating empty suits. Inside those suits are shrunken frogs, their faces full of fear. Ko watches this happen right before the old priestess. Then she asked, "Are you really a witch?" Elizabeth smiles smugly. "Do you believe me now? First, let us get out of here," she suggests, holding out her hand. This time, Ko no longer feels fear. She starts to sense Elizabeth's warmth, so Ko trusts her and reaches out. That handshake feels like a rescue from Elizabeth to Ko. They have found a kindred spirit in each other. After their handshake, a system message pops up. "You have absorbed part of Koa's memories." Yuan's call from Wu grows clearer. "Seal-jun. Seal-jun. Wake up, we need to go see Ko," she says, and Lee Seal-jun immediately opens his eyes after a long sleep, overwhelmed with joy. Yuan's eyes sparkle as she calls his name. Seal-jun. Hee-jun beside her looks awkward at the emotional scene. Lee Seal-jun sits up, and Yuan catches him, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Seal-jun. "Does anything hurt?" Says nothing, keeping silent. After a long pause with no sign of talking, Yuan feels uneasy looking at him. "Seal-jun," she calls, as if questioning if it is really him. Lee Seal-jun sits there like a different person, cold face and blank eyes staring like a stranger. Yuan calls out again, seeing his solemn expression, probably just waking from a coma. She gently strokes his back, asking, "Are you okay? Any pain?" He calmly replies, "I am." Hearing this, Yuan-he's relieved. That is good. Ko's fine too. But he just nods once and looks away. Yuan feels confused by his attitude, hesitating to call again. Seal-jun. When a noise comes from outside the hospital room, the door bursts open and Ko rushes in cheerfully, shouting, "Dad." Right behind her is Hee-jun, equally happy. But as soon as she steps in, Ko freezes, eyes wide with fear staring at her dad. Seal-jun sits on the hospital bed, radiating a cold, unapproachable vibe. The girl called out, "Dad," but he did not respond, his eyes vacant as he stared at his daughter. Ko immediately looked scared, clinging tightly to Hee-jun's leg. Yuan turned to her daughter with worry. "Ko, what is wrong?" The girl's eyes stayed fixed on Seal-jun, her voice trembling with fear. "Dad seems different." Hearing this, Yuan bent down gently. "He is probably just tired. Let him rest a bit more." "Okay." Seal-jun sat completely still, showing no reaction to anyone around him. Hee-jun and Yuan turned to leave, reminding Ko, "Come on, let us go somewhere else so your dad can rest." The little girl hesitated, confused. "It is not that. Dad's really strange." Evening fell, and everyone had arrived home. Yuan could not hide her worry as she looked at Seal-jun. He had been sitting quietly ever since waking up. Yuan thought, even though they were home, he seemed completely drained of energy. Ko acted strangely and kept her distance from her dad. She sat on the sofa hugging the cat, eyes still on her father. Yuan sensed the awkward tension in the air, quickly grabbed Ko's bag, rummaging through it as she spoke. "Right? Seal-jun. Look at this." Ta-da! Ko had drawn it herself. She held up a picture of a happy family right in front of Seal-jun, but all he did was silently stare at it. Yuan was immediately speechless at his reaction. She thought, that is strange, he is usually so cheerful. She could totally picture him excitedly laughing at this drawing. Dad's Ko drew it so well. Could this little girl be the next Picasso? Yuan tried again to get Seal-jun's attention. "Look, that is me. And this ugly guy is my brother. And there is Che and Hee-jun too." Seal-jun just silently watched her speak. Finally, he muttered, which made Yuan cringe instantly. The picture slipped from her hand, falling to the floor. Yuan-he's face darkened, questions racing through her mind. Why was Seal-jun acting like this? Watching his back, she felt more heartbroken than ever. No matter how tough things got, he would never acted like this before. The guy who was always the brainiac now barely answered when asked anything. Even stranger, he did not look at Ko once. It was like Seal-jun had lost all his emotions. The black cat Ko was holding earlier suddenly moved closer to her, and it spoke human words. This guy's situation was seriously bad. When Yuan looked back at it, a flash of blue light suddenly appeared. The cat vanished, replaced by a tall, beautiful woman dressed in sleek black clothes. She spoke, "Hello? Yuan He. I do not think I introduced myself yet. I am Erzbeth." Seeing what just happened, Un's eyes widened in shock. Junjun's voice pointed at Erzbeth. The cat turned into a person. Erzbeth calmly replied, "The cat is a spirit beast." Ko immediately brightened up when she saw Erzbeth. The girl excitedly exclaimed, "It is the master. This is the first time I have seen the master turn human. The master's hairpin is so pretty." Erzbeth ruffled her hair and said, "Haha. Thank you." Un still looked confused and asked again, "Wait, Erzbeth, don't tell me you are the same person I met at the guidance tower?" She said, recalling how Erzbeth had healed her wounds. Erzbeth simply nodded. "Yes, I think that was our first meeting." After the small talk, Erzbeth folded her arms and seriously said, "More importantly, I need to talk to you about Lee Seol-jun's current condition. Inside the room, Unha listened intently as Erzbeth sat across from her, seriously explaining everything she knew. The more Unha listened, the more her worry showed on her face. Finally, Jun said, "So the ring Seol-jun wears has a side effect. It is slowly stripping away his humanity. To kill Unha, he had to tap into the ring's power. Is that why he is acting like this?" His face darkened as she asked. Erzbeth confirmed. "Exactly. Right now, Lee Seol-jun has lost almost all his humanity, his emotions, and even his thoughts." Sejun had been quietly listening to their conversation all along. Erzbeth continued. "And honestly, he was slowly turning into a soulless shell." Unha could not accept that and asked again, "Why? Why did he have to go that far? Why?" Erzbeth stared at her silently for a moment. Finally, she spoke up, saying that if he did not do it, she would be the one to die. Hearing that, Unha was shocked. She stared at the always silent boy, touched, calling out, "Sejun, is it true? To save you sacrificed your humanity?" She stared at his indifferent face as she asked. Like before, he just said once, which made Unhee's face fall. Her whole body trembled. She held her face like she was panicking. Little Ko saw her mother bury her face in her hands, her body trembling as tears welled up. She moved closer and called out, "Mom." Erzbeth stayed calm and comforted her, telling her not to blame herself. It was not her fault. But Unhee immediately replied, "It is not her fault. It is." Erzbeth showed no sign of confusion. No matter what she did, Arjanus would follow her, because that was her destiny. But Lee Sejun stood at the crossroads of fate and fought with all his strength to change her destiny. He used his humanity to save her life. We have to find a way to bring Lee Sejun back to normal." Hearing this, Unha lifted her head. She asked Erzbeth if there was a way to bring him back. "Maybe," Erzbeth replied, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "As you know, this is not Lee Sejun's first time using the ring, but he was always fine before. So maybe he found a way to heal himself." Hearing that, both Ko and Unhee turned to look at Sejun. Unhee was the one who spoke up, asking him, "Sejun, do you know how to restore your humanity?" He looked at her after hearing the question. Finally, he gave a short answer. "Ko." Only with Ko. Sejun sat seriously. Looking down, Ko sat in her father's lap, lips tightly pressed. Probably scared, the two sat quietly, staring at each other for a long time. Finally, Erzbeth sighed. "It does not seem to be working." Ko's face paled as she looked to her mother and mentor for help, saying, "Dad's so scary. He is not like my dad at all." Hearing this, Unhee immediately picked up her daughter and worriedly asked Erzbeth, "What should we do now?" Erzbeth answered when asked, "I have come up with a theory. Maybe Lee Sejun's method is to do something that triggers positive emotions. Specifically, the happiness and joy he feels when he sees Ko. I think those feelings helped him recover, but the Lee Sejun now can't feel those positive emotions anymore. So what we need to do first is restore part of his humanity so he can regain those feelings." Unha asked, confused. "Meaning?" Erzbeth, without missing a beat, answered, "Yes, we need to trigger even stronger emotions." After those words, Sejun and Unha were now outside. Erzbeth's words still echoed. Negative emotions like fear and anger filled the air. In front of them was a dark, creepy house that sent chills down their spines. Unha called back to Erzbeth, "Hey, why are you just revealing your identity now?" Erzbeth crossed her arms and seriously replied, "Because now I am no longer controlled by fate. Those bound by destiny would suffer deep consequences if they saw me. But Lee Sejun helped me break free from fate's chains." Holding Ko, listened carefully as Erzbeth explained. "All right, you focus on helping Lee Sejun regain his emotions. I will take care of Ko." Finally, Erzbeth reached out to take Ko. Hesitated, asking if it was okay, but still handed her over. Erzbeth held the little girl and said, "Of course it is okay. I was planning to teach her magic anyway. Be careful. You too." Now, Unhee and Sejun stood at the entrance of the haunted house, dark and scary outside. He looked at the whole house and thought, negative emotions like fear and anger. Well, if it is fear, then a haunted house should do the trick. They opened the door and stepped inside the haunted house. The space was dark and damp. The voice of the haunted house employee echoed, "Welcome to the haunted house." Standing in front of the creepy room, Unha let out a scared shout and stepped back to hide behind Sejun. She was almost in tears but had to speak up. "Sejun, can you go in first?" He calmly replied. "Sure." Unha watched him walk forward so confidently, without a hint of fear. She wondered if he really was not scared, then tried to run after him, but her hand bumped into something. Suddenly, a terrifying mannequin with one arm missing and a pale face dropped from above, making Unha jump in shock. She froze for a few seconds, terrified. Then, she immediately punched the poor mannequin's face, while letting out a terrified scream. In the end, she awkwardly apologized to the haunted house staff, while he was scared stiff of Jun, thinking to himself, I should not have scared her. The sunlight streamed down on the park. On the silently listed everything they would done here, watching horror movies, and ice skating were useless. He even jumped down like a helicopter. She sighed deeply. On the way home, unjokingly asked, Sijin, what scared you back there? He immediately answered, nothing scared me. And he did not believe him and asked again, really? You have never been scared before? Sejin replied, I used to be, seizing the moment. Un asked, what was it? What scared you? Sijin stopped and looked at Un. Without hesitation, he said, you. And he was stunned. They stopped at a scenic spot. Calmly, Sejin answered her question. I was afraid you would die. Over at Ko and Earthbet, they were trying to freeze a bottle of water and make it float in midair. More precisely, Ko was controlling it while Earthbet sat nearby watching her. She looked at the bottle encased in ice and thought it was decent usually. Freezing just the water inside would be enough, but this was probably still pretty good, especially since her control would improve once her personal system upgraded. As Earthbet pulled the bottle back into her hand, Ko called out, Master, the girl asked anxiously, if Ko gets stronger, will Dad get better too? Earthbet smiled and comforted her. You are already really strong, but if you do not control your power, you might accidentally hurt Mom and Dad, so you have to practice controlling your power. Okay? The girl obediently replied, yes. Earthbet continued, alright, next lesson coming up. The sky had turned golden, and the streets were bathed in afternoon sunlight. Sejin and Inhai sat in a taxi on their way home. Inhai kept thinking about what Sejin said earlier. He was scared she would die. She never expected him to say that, but looking back, he did seem kind of cool. Why are you thinking that, Inhai? She blushed and shook her head nervously. Then her mood soared again, thinking about how Sejin always hid his feelings. But now he was answering honestly whenever she asked. Still, because of that, she could not ask everything. Sejin had his reasons for keeping some secrets. She sighed deeply. The taxi stopped and dropped them off at the front door. Inhai sighed, thinking, that is enough for today. Before they could move away, someone blocked their path. Smirking, so you are here, Inhai? She looked at the man standing in front of her house, his expression challenging. It was none other than Sejin. Annoyed, she asked, why are you here? I need to talk to you, he said straight up. It is about you and Azanus. Inhai clenched her teeth and replied, I have nothing to say to you. Sejin cut her off. You should listen. He stepped closer, voice threatening. Inhai, you remember Azanus always chasing you, right? If I am not mistaken, you were the one who led Azanus to Sejin. With a sly grin, he added, and I plan to make this public. Inhai's face filled with fear as she nervously said, I did not bring Azanus here. She pulled out her phone but kept staring at him as she said, I wonder what others will think. Although Azanus was quickly defeated, the damage remained. He said, then dropped the phone, which displayed info that Sejin was damaged beyond recovery. The families of the hunters and the villagers who died suffered heavy losses because of Azanus. She wonders who they would want to blame. As those disturbing images flash on the phone screen, Inhai yelled, what proof do you even have? I will sue you for slander. But before she finished, Cyan cut her off. He grinned wickedly. Proof? Too bad. I have got plenty. Hunters like us are always ready to record everything. Then he played a video showing Yunhai rushing away. She turned back to ask what it was when the man pointed at her and said, it is Azanus was chasing her. Because of her, we are all going to die. Inhai froze hearing the phone's sound. Fear could not be hidden in her eyes. Cyan stayed calm and said, if I use this video as proof, everything you say becomes meaningless. That alone could cause chaos. He raised 2 fingers and continued, but if you accept 2 conditions, I will consider whether to leak this video to the media. First, Lee Seo-jun must admit he is the criminal who ambushed the San Hunter's auction. Second, hand over all the rewards from killing Azanus to me. Inhai could not help but snap, I do not understand what you are saying. Why are you forcing me to do this? He ignored her and said, you probably do not know the first condition, but you are the one who knows the second best. He leaned down to her level and said seriously, Lee Seo-jun is the one who killed Azanus. Do you think I did not notice? Then he turned to Seo-jun, who had been silent all along, and asked, what is wrong? Did I go too far? Seo-jun looked angrier than before, his face darkening with rage. Inhai thought, no way, Lee Seo-jun would not. She glanced over, but her thought was instantly cut off. Seo-jun's cold face tensed, veins bulging. Cyan confidently thought, Lee Seo-jun would not dare cross the line because he has a family to protect, and comparing their status in current situations, Seo-jun would not risk causing trouble with him now. I will take this chance to settle the score and reclaim what I was humiliated over, he thought and acted. He stepped up to Seo-jun, taunting. You think this is unfair? Then just refuse, he sneered, ignoring Seo Jun's clenched fist. If you do, I will leak that video. You know, Seo Jun's eyes did not flinch, but the veins on his cold face throbbed. What are you gonna do? Sayan spoke. But a hand flashed in an instant. It grabbed his neck and lifted him up. In-hai panicked and tried to stop it. She shouted, Seo Jun. But he did not respond, effortlessly lifting Sayan's whole body. In-hai pleaded desperately, Seo Jun, do not. But his eyes were bloodshot, showing no sign of stopping. Seo Jun, stop. In-hai screamed. Rushing to hold him back, she grabbed his arm in panic, begging, you can kill him. Seeing Sayan foam at the mouth from the chokehold, In-hai could not help but shout, please, stop, think about Ko. She yelled with all her might. The moment Seo Jun heard Ko, his expression softened immediately. He released his grip forcefully, making Sayan collapse hard onto the ground. Sayan passed out right there, no longer moving. Isbet was speechless, staring at the scene, arms crossed, asking, what is going on here? Sayan was lying still on the bed. In-hai quickly explained, Seo Jun knocked him out. Isbet was surprised, asking, Lee Seo. In-hai explained, Sayan threatened me with Arjanus. Hearing this, Isbet sighed tiredly and asked, so this is how it all went down. She lowered her hand and stared at Sayan. Sayan frowned deeply. Clearly irritated, Isbet looked at him, clearly thinking something over. In-hai also looked at him, worry etched on her face as she said, I will do whatever it takes to settle this properly. Isbet was puzzled. His words are not even true, why are you worried? In-hai reluctantly replied, because there is no better way right now. Isbet casually said, don't worry, I will handle this. In-hai was shocked and asked, huh? What are you planning to do? Without answering, Isbet acted immediately and cast a spell that made Seo Hyan's body float up. Then she created a black hole right in front of them. Isbet said calmly, I am a witch. After all, with that, she turned back and threw his claws straight into the black hole, without wasting a single move. In-hai looked pretty worried and asked, what are you planning to do with Sue-yun? Isbet just shrugged and said casually, just sending him somewhere for a little while. I should not have spared him. Seo Hyan's voice suddenly came from behind, and everyone turned around to look at him. He said firmly, I should be killed him. Isbet patted In-hai's back to reassure her, but things seemed to be going well on the other side. In-hai finally relaxed and replied softly, yeah. Isbet continued, now it is time to stir up his positive emotions. Time for Ko to step in. Mentioning Ko, the girl looked much happier. She was chatting with her dad. Dad, are you feeling better now? Seo Hyan still looked indifferent but spoke more. Not yet. Dad's consciousness is still really weird. In-hai stepped forward and asked Isbet, what should I do now? Isbet just replied, what do you mean? Just kiss him. In-hai blushed and asked back, what? Isbet calmly answered, what do you think is the strongest positive emotion? Love, she said, as dreamy images appeared when the word love was spoken. In-hai nervously twisted her hands and said, but I do not know how Seo Hyan feels. Isbet asked, then how do you feel? In-hai paused and replied, huh. Isbet said again, don't worry about Lee Seo Hyan's feelings anymore. I am asking about your feelings. They talked while watching Ko happily rubbing Dad's hair, smiling and chatting. Let Ko heal Dad with a head rub. Hearing Isbet's question, In-hai blushed again. I do not know either. I have never really thought about it. Isbet could not help but smile quietly and said, then just see this as your chance to find out. Usually, a prince curse is broken by a princess kiss anyway. The next day, at a Korean university, Seo Hyan and In-hai stood in the schoolyard looking up at the tall building. In-hai could not help but say, it has been so long since I have been back to school. Looking around the campus, In-hai asked, Seo Hyan, this is your first time back since graduation, right? He just replied with a quiet Seeing Seo Hyan's silence, In-hai tried to start a conversation again. Seo Hyan, today we are going to have a date right here on campus. Saying that, they both strolled around the schoolyard. They wandered past the cafeteria and walked by the classrooms, with In-hai chatting nonstop the whole time. When they stepped into an empty classroom, the room was spotless, desks neatly arranged, sunlight flooding through the windows. They walked to the back row, and In-hai spoke first. This place has not changed at all. Do you remember? This is where we first met. He seemed unsure and asked, oh yeah? Why? In-hai could not help but smile, remembering Seo Hyan's head drooping on the desk. Snoring, she told him, you just came to sit next to me, asking me to wake you if the teacher came around. Then you fell asleep. Seo Hyan replied, oh yeah. I remember. In-hai sat down and said, you are still as silly as before. Seo Hyan immediately denied it. I am not silly. In-hai said nothing more and quietly looked at him, her cheeks slightly pink. She wondered to herself, Why did I like him back then? From the start, before I even realized it, I already liked him. Back then, he was like a kid. But now that we have met again, he has grown so much. But now, looking at Seo Hyun sitting next to her, focused on her, she felt like he was a different person. Looking back, they never had anything special tying them together. They just loved each other, argued over silly stuff, and made up even after divorcing. I never thought I would come back to him because I thought he would moved on or did not have any space left for me in his heart. At that thought, Eun-hye suddenly stopped as if she realized something. She glanced at him and suddenly thought, I have never hated Seo Hyun. Outside, the weather was not gloomy at all. Unlike Eun-hye's current mood, she thought back on everything that happened after she and Seo Hyun reunited, which is why she did not feel uncomfortable living with him all this time. Only now does she realize how cool and adorable he really is, and the fact that she could trust him to be by Ko's side, the most precious child to her, meant she still had feelings for Seo Hyun. Eun-hye thought quietly, her eyes never leaving him. After a long silence, she finally spoke up, Seo Hyun. He blinked, then slowly responded, huh. Even though she was the first to speak, Eun-hye did not know how to say what she wanted. Should she say, I love you? Eun-hye clenched her hands tightly, her face burning red. Unsure what to do next, she recalled what Earthbet had told her the other day, that what she felt was love. What do you mean? Just kiss him, Eun-hye thought aloud, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. At that thought, her cheeks turned even redder than before. She waved her right hand as if trying to brush away that thought, silently asking herself, what is wrong with me? Eun-hye lowered her head, still unsure what to say. Finally, she bit her lip, making up her mind. I do not know. She scolded herself inwardly, then stood up to face Seo Hyun, who had been quietly watching her all along. Without a word, Eun-hye leaned down and pressed a kiss on his lips. Catching him off guard, time seemed to freeze the moment their lips met, and everything around them felt incredibly beautiful and romantic. Eun-hye pulled away from the gentle kiss. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes widened as she saw Seo Hyun's expression. He was blushing now, his face more alive than ever before. She could almost hear his heart pounding in his chest. His eyes opened wide, sparkling with affection as he looked at her, no longer cold as before. The system's voice rang out, your humanity is rapidly recovering. The voice repeated a few times before adding, looks like you are really enjoying this moment. Seo Hyun struggled to open his eyes. He sat, rubbing his temples, looking around. What the hell is this place? He was sitting on a high rock, surrounded by a gloomy, dark atmosphere. Below, pitch black hands clawed endlessly at the stone walls. They looked like monsters with deep red eyes, staring up hungrily. They groaned and whispered, food. Seo Hyun looked down. The creatures grew wilder when they saw him, shouting, food, food, food. He paled and stepped back, his eyebrows nearly meeting in shock. He could not help but blurt out, what the hell are those things? Seo Hyun, Usbith's voice called from behind. She stopped, keeping her distance. Seo Hyun stared blankly at the woman in front of him, her entire presence sharp and intense. She stepped forward, speaking as she walked, you are the one connected to Eun-hye's death before she came back. Seo Hyun was furious. What are you talking about? Usbith answered calmly. You are the one who sold Ko's secrets to the magic tower, and the one who drove Ko mad. She pointed at him, her eyes sharp as she declared, before, I could not do anything to you, but now it is different. Farewell, she said, then pushed Seo Hyun off the cliff with one hand. He stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to react. Only when he was about to fall into the monsters below did he snap out of it, screaming in terror. The starving monsters lunged at him. Seo Hyun yelped, filled with rage and despair. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Usbith turned away without another word. Seo Hyun hurried to stop her. Wait, I am sorry for everything. Please, spare me, please. Seo Hyun cried out desperately as the monsters tore into his body. Back to reality. At Seo Hyun and Eun-hye's home, he was casually sipping coffee after kissing Eun-hye, his humanity fully restored after a week. After that kiss, Eun-hye smiled more openly at him, and he thought back to how she teased him. Do I really have to kiss her back? Seo Hyun smiled happily. He turned around, thinking to himself, now I have to check the unfinished business before the battle. The World Quest reward popped up on the system screen, asking, do you accept the reward? Seo Hyun pointed at the accept button, telling himself that since this was a world quest, he had no idea what he would get. The text on the screen changed again. Analyzing Hunterly Seo Hyun, he read carefully, not wanting to miss a single detail. Searching for a suitable reward for Lee Seo Hyun. The personal system will be refreshed. Just as the notification appeared, Seo Hyun's personal system page popped up. Pioneer title unlocked. You have received a new artifact. Expertise level upgraded from alpha tester to beta tester. A notification popped up. A bracelet appeared on Seo Hyun's wrist. Notification changed again. Unique skill unlocked. Breaker skill acquired. Special skill unlocked. Penetration skill. A bunch of skills appeared before him, high-level title skills, the unique breaker skill, and the special penetration skill. Seeing what he would received, Seo Hyun could not help but gape in amazement. Looking at the personal system update, he thought to himself, awesome, getting a level up and an artifact, this feels like a lot already. Seo Hyun could not stop grinning, thinking, and 2 more skills on top of that. Amazing. Usually, rewards rarely include new skills. Seo Hyun leaned in close to the system screen, excitedly wondering if there was anything else. After waiting a moment, nothing else appeared. Seo Hyun sighed, leaning back in his chair, silently thinking he might have been a bit greedy. Suddenly, another notification popped up. You have received a memory fragment of Earthbit. Seeing this, Seo Hyun's eyes widened in surprise. The image began to change, revealing a gloomy sky. Strange-looking owls with weird beaks perched all over the branches. At an old house deep in the forest, Ko somehow ran inside. As soon as she stepped in, the girl shouted, Master, Earthbit, the one called Master, stood in front of a large cauldron. Earthbit called her name in response. Ko, a girl around puberty, with a bright and cheerful expression. Earthbit said as Ko approached. Welcome home. Finally, have you gotten the wolf's fur? The girl replied. Yes, Master. Earthbit tossed the fur Ko gave her along with a sparkling gem into the bubbling cauldron. She smiled in satisfaction at the brew and muttered, Finally, it is enough. Ko slumped onto the bed and asked, When can we go back to Earth? Earthbit thoughtfully replied, It will still take some time. I need to finish a few more things first. Ko tilted her head, asking, Can't we just bide at Midhem? It has been a year since I got here, and I am starting to get used to living here. Earthbit said sternly, You can say that. Ko, you have to return to like Xiaojun. He is waiting for you. Hearing this, Ko lowered her head. After a pause, Ko asked, How do you know? Master, Earthbit replied seriously, Because like Xiaojun told me you were trapped in the magic tower. Ko clenched the bedsheets, annoyed. But Master, you are the one who found me. Why do you always defend him? Earthbit gently soothed the girl. Ko, after all, he is still family to you, the girl shouted, hugging herself tightly. He is not my family. You are my only family. Master, if he knew where I was, why did not he come find me? I waited for him the whole time I was trapped in that magic tower. Earthbit hurried to explain, like Xiaojun does not have enough power. If he did, I am sure he would not have let me finish saying a word. Ko stubbornly lay down on the bed. She buried her face under the blanket, grumbling, I am going to sleep. Ko, Earthbit called out. At a loss for how to comfort her, she fell asleep resting her head on the table, while light from outside the window shifted to an eerie red glow. Earthbit snapped awake as the strange light appeared. She jumped up immediately, wondering what was going on. Earthbit stepped outside, looking around nervously at the terrifying energy. After thinking for a moment, she looked up at the sky, which was now bathed in red light, like a crimson curtain wrapping the entire sky. Seeing the fiery patterns on that hazy curtain, Earthbit quickly realized it was not an ordinary barrier, it was a star barrier that blocks teleportation magic. You are cornered now. Which? A mysterious voice from behind startled Earthbit. She turned around and immediately recognized the grotesque face and full armor. It was Sullivan. She stayed surprisingly calm in this situation. You must be worked hard to find me. Say what you came for, she said. He stood up slowly. Of course. I am here to kill you, Earthbit replied bluntly. Just you alone. That is tough. His ugly face stood into a sneer. Who said I am alone? He slammed his foot on the ground, making it tremble. Do you really think we do not know anything? Your location was exposed a long time ago. Suddenly, a horde of monsters appeared out of nowhere. He grinned confidently. We have been waiting for the right moment. The battle was about to begin. Earthbit now faced an entire army of huge monsters, both on land and in the air. Sullivan stepped forward, brandishing his sword. There is no way out for you. Today, you will die. He pointed his sword at Earthbit, challenging her. Along with that little witch girl, the red light shone into the house. Earthbit urgently called out, Ko, get up. Come on. Wake up. The girl's eyes fluttered open, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Ko looked at Earthbit, who was hastily picking up a jade stone from the leather pouch, holding it tightly. Earthbit thought to herself, I have held off the enemy for now, but this will only buy us a few more minutes. With that thought, Earthbit quickly turned to the sleepy girl. Ko, get ready to head back to Earth right now. The girl blinked in confusion. Right now? What about Master? Earthbit moved closer and quickly answered, I will follow after you. Ko protested. I want to go with you. Earthbit gripped her shoulders urgently. There is no time to wait. Get ready and go now. Ko, holding the gym. The girl asked in confusion, why the sudden rush? Just then, the house wall exploded with a loud bang. Sullivan burst in, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike as Earthbet and Ko watched. The girl could not help but widen her eyes at the scene before her. Earthbet panicked, spreading her hands and calling out loudly. Ambet, something rushed through the broken wall. It was Ambet, holding his small sword to block Sullivan's attack. Come here, Earthbet said, pulling Ko's hand. Master, what is happening? The girl called out in panic as Earthbet put on her cloak. Earthbet did not answer but instead gave instructions. Ko, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Ordinary people can never pass through the crack, but if you break through it, the barrier loses stability, opening just enough time for someone to get through. She placed her hand on Ko's shoulder, explaining every detail. You must protect your whole body with magic, but do not waste your mana. Got it? Ko refused to listen, worrying about Earthbet. What about Master? The monsters were closing in. Though hurried, Earthbet still reassured the girl. It is okay. I will escape and create another crack. Ko insisted. Then I will escape with you. Let me fight alongside you. Please. Hearing this, Earthbet just shook her head. Ko, there is no other choice. She clenched her fists, angry, thinking, if Ko was like before, we might still have a chance to win. But the girl lost too much power after being locked away in the magic tower for so long. Seeing Ko's confused face made her worry. In her current state, fighting would be too dangerous. I have to save Ko. Tears welled up in Earthbet's eyes as she gently bent down and embraced Ko, softly calling her name. While Ko was still frozen by the warm hug, Earthbet cast a spell, breaking the core. Strange symbols instantly appeared around Ko. The girl widened her eyes and glanced over, immediately recognizing it as a spell. The stone in Ko's hand suddenly cracked, shining brightly from its center. The girl gasped. Master, magic from the stone lifted Ko off the ground. And though she struggled, she could not break free. Earthbet spun around and left, leaving one last message for her student. Find Sejun's cup. Ko refused to accept it and pleaded. Master, do not leave me alone. Tears streamed down Ko's face. Before she could say more, the girl vanished in a blinding magical light. Earthbet rubbed her tired chin warily. I told Ko I would escape, but if they can catch me, their next target will be Ko. Though few, some of those monsters can slip through water gaps. And with a mage who set up that anti-teleport barrier, will definitely track Ko through the leftover mana traces she leaves behind. After a moment, Earthbet stepped forward firmly. I can let that happen. She cut her hair and smiled softly. Growing up means knowing how to help kids deal with their illusions. Outside, all the monsters suddenly stopped at a loud noise. Sullivan was shadowed by a large figure, but he did not care, saying, finally, she is here. The witch he meant was none other than Earthbet, floating midair beside a massive ice dragon. She scoffed. Don't act so surprised. You wanted me here, so I guess I will reluctantly fulfill your wish. All the demons below roared in response. Earthbet calmly raised both hands. I think someone once said witches could destroy the world. Right? Without missing a beat, a huge wave of magic gathered between her palms. Her face hardened with deadly intent, magic flickering all around her. She said evenly, well, that is not too hard for me. Sejun jolted awake from Earthbet's memory, panic written all over his face. He gasped, still trying to process what he had just seen, holding his head. Sejun frowned, thinking, I did not see the very end, but I have a rough idea. Earthbet used her death to wipe out the monsters she fought. I am pretty sure this is one of Ko's tragedies. But if Earthbet really died there, how does the current Earthbet have memories from her past life? Sejun crossed his arms, spinning his chair to look out the window, wondering if she was resurrected like him. Come to think of it, Earthbet has helped me a lot, yet I barely know anything about her. Outside, the sky looked pretty nice. Dia plopped down, rubbing her head tiredly. This is way too hard. Turns out Sejun and Daeha were training. Sejun asked, what is up? You are making progress, right? Daeha sighed. I do not think you are just improving normally. You do not even need to prepare anymore. I probably can beat you now. Sejun blushed and asked, really? But you do not know why I suddenly got stronger. He thought silently. Normally, I just thank Aram whenever he helps me clear up messes. Sorry about that. Aram, looking at his personal system board with the new skills he just got. He sighed, thinking, I could not wait, so I checked the World Quest rewards immediately. And sure enough, the title boosted my abilities significantly. He thought so as he stretched out a hand to wake someone up. Sejun looked at his skill list next, the unique skill. Breaker. Honestly, I did not expect much from this skill. Wonder what changes it will bring. It is probably more compatible than the skill I had before my reset. My previous skill was called Jester, which turned enemies into fools for a few minutes. Thinking about it, Sejun felt embarrassed. The unique skill is passive, but how useful is it if it activates often? Though, yeah, I do like joking around, but this special piercing skill seems effective. Thinking that, Sejun gave it a try. He stared intently at the target, who had been glaring at him all along. This skill lets me check other people's personal systems. Since I already know the target, it is not that useful now, but for fighting strangers. This skill's great, awesome. So this thing is... He thought, then looked down at his hand. When activating the changer artifact, he touched the sleek black bracelet on his wrist. Daihyo saw Xiaojin's expression, instantly got it, and asked, "You want to use it? Don't worry about what'll happen. Just trust me," he said. Xiaojin smiled brightly and replied, "Thanks. You are really reliable. Then let us use it," he said, gripping the bracelet tightly as a cold magical aura radiated from it. But in the end, nothing happened. Xiaojin stood there confused. Nothing at all. Suddenly, Daihyo looked shocked and said, "Wait, look next to you." "What is it?" Xiaojin asked, following Daihyo's finger pointing down. Next to Xiaojin lay a person sound asleep. Both guys froze, panicked by the sudden appearance of this girl. She looked a lot like Xiaojin but had long hair and was definitely female. Xiaojin and Kang Daihyo stared at the girl lying on the ground, stunned. "What is going on?" Xiaojin asked awkwardly. "Why did she suddenly appear?" Daihyo did not answer, just rubbed his chin as if deep in thought, scanned the girl's appearance and said, "But she really looks a lot like you." Xiaojin frowned and pointed at himself. "What? Looks like me?" Daihyo quickly corrected himself. "More like your little sister." Hearing that, Xiaojin glanced down at the bracelet on her wrist, wondering, could it be? The girl slowly opened her eyes exactly like Xiaojin's but colder. She sat up, and Daihyo jumped back, nearly shouting, "She is awake." Xiaojin stayed calm and said, "I get it now." Daihyo turned to look at him. The bracelet on Xiaojin's wrist glowed with a cool blue light. He stared at it and explained, "This is the power of the artifact." Daihyo hurried over and asked, "You mean this artifact can create a clone?" Xiaojin handed his staff to the girl as he replied, "Exactly. The moment I put mana into the bracelet, she appears. I think I can control her using mana. Also, she has already drained some of my mana," Xiaojin said, pointing at the clone who was practicing with a weapon. His face looked pale as if he would run out of mana. The clone was now moving around. Xiaojin looked at the bracelet, embarrassed. "If it takes this much mana, it is going to be tough to use in battle." "I can really use it," Daihyo suggested. "So you can only make female clones? Can you create different appearances?" Hearing this, Xiaojin looked at the blurry figure of the girl waving her hand. He shrugged and said, "I do not know." Then the two of them just stared at each other silently. Xiaojin held up the bracelet to sell. "You want to buy it?" Daihyo declined reluctantly. "No thanks." Inside the city, among the tall buildings, as Xiaojin stepped into Hairam's office, he could not help but exclaim, "Whoa." Hairam. Papers were flying everywhere in front of him, an office cluttered with documents. Looking at the piles of papers covered in writing, Hairam sighed helplessly. "This is all mission-related world files. I have been getting tons of calls and emails since So Bang showed up. Even the paparazzi are on my tail now." Xiaojin asked confused. "Sao Bang?" Hairam pointed at the man staring blankly, Motiji Kima, and said, "Yeah, that is the nickname they gave him. He does not even realize he has caught the world's attention. After becoming the first hunter to complete the world mission, his storm-like attacks earned him the name Sao Bang. Plus he hiding his real identity. That is why everyone is super curious about him." And rumors started spreading. Hairam crossed his arms and said helplessly, "Do you know what I have to deal with now?" Hairam crossed his arms, frustrated, saying, "Do you know what I have to worry about right now?" "Wait, who is that standing next to you?" Only now does she notice the girl beside Xiaojin. He turned and, as if suddenly remembering, said, "Her. She is my clone," he calmly said, but had Hairam lost it, shouting, "Your clone," Xiaojin explained slowly. "It is an ability I got after the trip to San Azonis. It can create a female clone of me, can control her with mana, but she can't do much. So I am thinking of selling this artifact I have." Hairam stepped closer to examine Xiaojin's clone. After a moment, she asked, "Can she talk or fight?" Xiaojin did not hesitate, answering right away, "She can fight in sync with me, but probably can talk." "Then just keep and use her," Hairam concluded. Xiaojin looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Hairam grabbed the clone's shoulder. She looked pretty pleased and said, "Turn this clone into a shooting star." Hearing that, Xiaojin was surprised and asked in disbelief, "A shooting star?" Hairam sighed and admitted, "Honestly, I could not figure that part out, but you do not want to reveal your real identity, because she is your daughter, right?" Xiaojin awkwardly replied, "Yeah." He thought to himself, "If I get noticed, my whole family will be targeted, just like Haizian's niece. Plus, with So's incredible looks and power, if she gets attention, her secret won't stay hidden for long." Seeing Xiaojin still worried, Hairam explained, "If you pick someone else, they will notice because the power gap's huge. If you say it is you but blur the face, people who know you will recognize you. But what if you change the gender? Then no one would think it is you anymore. Hiram said confidently. I will create a fake identity so she becomes like Seojin's little sister. How about we name her like Seojin? Seojin looked doubtful and asked, Is that all? Hiram smiled confidently. I have got my ways. You want to lose anything. Sayabang will become someone important with the hero title from Sun. What do you think? Seojin was silent for a moment after hearing Hiram, unsure what to say. Finally, he replied, I get, let us do it. She will become Sayabang. Seojin arrived home. As he stepped inside, a voice called out, You are back already. Seojin looked inside and saw Erzbet sitting on the sofa. He asked, Why are you here? Erzbet calmly said, Unhai told me to rest. Probably Unhai took Seo to buy cassava with your dad. Seojin replied sadly, Looks like he likes Unhai more than me. Seojin shyly scratched his head and said, Alright, I have something to talk to you about too. Erzbet immediately asked, About my death? Seojin answered without thinking. That, before he finished, Seojin suddenly stopped as if realizing something. He quickly leaned forward and asked, You already know. Erzbet fiddled with the TV remote. Calmly said, You remember dying, right? So do I remember those things too. Then the TV screen went completely black. Erzbet put down the remote, her voice steady. And just as he thought, Seo's next misfortune was my death, Seojin could not hold back and asked Zon Dep, What are those monsters? Why did they attack you and Seoa? Erzbet answered. More accurately, they attacked me. The reason is deep and complicated. Seojin hurriedly interrupted. What is it? Erzbet sighed. I can tell you. Seojin was helpless. Again, Erzbet's voice grew firmer. This is my own decision. Seojin looked at Erzbet's back, then at her tightly clenched hands. He turned away politely and said, All right then, I won't to ask anymore. Erzbet said gratefully. Thank you. Seojin shrugged and replied casually. I am the one who should be thanking you. I always get your support. Erzbet did not reply and went back to Seo's misfortune. The next one you do not need to worry about. She placed her hand over her chest. Firmly said, I know why I died, so I am not going down that easily, no. I won. Outside the tomb, many footsteps echoed. Suddenly, someone called out. Sir Sinclair, we are here. Sinclair stopped and told those behind him, All right, wait at the entrance until I return. I will go in alone. The others looked at Sinclair heading alone into the dark tomb with respect. Doesn't it usually take at least 5 people to enter? Someone asked. If it is him, he will be fine, came the reply. Sinclair was the archmage among American hunters. He ignored the whispers behind him and confidently stepped through the dungeon door. They continued sharing what they knew about him. He was the leader of an organization called the Magic Tower, and a pioneer who developed the layers of magic passed down. Isn't he that newly revealed magical theory amazing? Someone else chimed in happily. Yeah? How could he come up with ideas like that, like he is from another world? Inside the dungeon, Sinclair knelt on one knee, showing deep respect. His cold expression softened into one of admiration. It is an honor to meet the true master of the Magic Tower. The presence before him was beyond any crack. A massive figure was cloaked head to toe in black cloth, surrounded by a glowing crimson aura. Sinclair knelt before the towering figure wrapped in black cloth, radiating a mysterious pinkish hello. A voice echoed from behind a large crack. Azanis has been destroyed, no matter how unstable its power was. The hunters could not stand against it. Sinclair bowed his head sincerely and said, I have done my best to control the magic power in the Magic Tower. The entity said, That human is called Sabong. Sinclair respectfully replied, Yes, his current identity has been revealed. He is a Korean named Le Seoyan. Hearing this, the entity immediately ordered, Then go approach her quickly. She must be connected to that witch who brought down Mythheim. She also helped humans when the first water rift appeared, so it is very likely she is connected to Sabong. Sinclair whispered to himself. The sword saint from the previous world said the same thing. There was a witch who helped him. Without her magic, his sword could never have pierced Azanis. After the raid, I wanted to find her but could not. After a moment of silence, the entity spoke again. When you meet Sabong, call me immediately. Sinclair respectfully replied. Understood. The entity's gaunt hand emerged from the water, waving and saying, Good. Approach quickly and bow down. Sinclair hesitated at the command, but in the end, he stepped forward as told. He knelt fully on the ground, and the entity's hand rested on his back. The hand curled slightly, releasing a pulse of energy from its palm. Sinclair clenched his teeth against the sudden pain. His whole body trembled as that energy flooded into him. Finally, the hand abruptly pulled away from Sinclair's body. He shook violently, nose bleeding nonstop, but his eyes lit up with deep gratitude. Seeing thousands of magical symbols before him, Sinclair could not help but feel awed. How could you grant me such incredible magical knowledge? Thank you for your endless protection. He bowed deeply. The entity calmly said, If this succeeds, you will reach an even higher realm. Yes? Sinclair replied. Still trembling, I will use my life to bring you meteors. In the large building where Sinclair stayed, He paced anxiously down the hallway, looking at his palm with a pleased expression. He thought, my blood is boiling. There is no better source of knowledge like this anywhere else. The knowledge just given to me is something I could never achieve, even if I spent my entire life studying. And yet, you willingly gave it to me. The respect and power from this knowledge brought me to where I am now. Thinking this, he opened the door. I will obey every order as long as I can get even higher knowledge, even if it means betraying humanity's heroes. Inside the room, a man in a black tank top sat boldly on the sofa, watching Sinclair enter. When he saw Sinclair, a sly smile crept across his lips. Sinclair guardedly asked, "Who are you?" He did not answer but called out, "Suyin, I am here to eliminate that freak," the man said, standing up as sparks of energy flickered around him. Sinclair was too shocked to react, just staring blankly at the figure before him. Instantly, the whole room exploded, debris flying everywhere. At Sejin's family place, he and In-Hai stood there stunned, looking around the ruined room. What just happened? We just stepped out for a bit, and now this, they said in confusion, staring at the wreckage. Feeling speechlessly shocked, Uzbeth was struggling to stand while Ko waved excitedly at them. Mom, Dad. After settling Uzbeth, she used magic to lift the scattered items and quickly explained. Sorry, I was just letting her practice magic. I will clean this up right away. Sejin looked puzzled. What kind of magic did she use to turn the house upside down like this? Ko ran over excitedly, showing off to her parents. I did magic to call my spirit beast. In-Hai sat down facing her daughter while Sejin talked with Uzbeth. Magic to call a spirit beast? In-Hai asked. Yes, it is a spell to summon spirit beasts, and Ko's spirit beast is a bit wild, but thanks to hard training, she can control it now. Right, Ko? She could not hide her pride as she looked at her student. The girl happily humming. Sejin glanced at the two, thinking happily. It is kinda risky teaching her offensive magic, so she chose to teach Ko how to summon familiars to protect herself. In-Hai curiously asked, so what familiars has she summoned so far? Well, Uzbeth started to answer, but Ko quickly interrupted. Nope. Uzbeth looked down at her student, puzzled, as the girl held a finger to her lips signaling silence and whispered, Master, it is a secret. Uzbeth could not help but laugh. Haha, finally, she compromised, sensing the girl wanted to master it fully before accepting praise from her parents. Ko beamed, flashing her bright white teeth, but moments later, her cheerful expression faded into a mix of gloom and tension. It was late afternoon now, sunlight still streaming through the window frame. Ko knelt helplessly inside the magic circle she would drawn, thinking sadly, this is not working. Sitting alone in the room, she thought quietly, Mom and Dad are at work, and Master is not here either. I wanted to surprise them. Then Ko recalled what Master taught her. You have to think of a name first. Earthbet had said before writing a name in midair. A name? Ko asked again. And Earthbet pointed to the name he would just written, dissolved like smoke and transformed into a cute black cat. She looked at it and said, well, that is a great name for the familiar that accepted me. Ko quickly added, I can hear sounds, but I do not understand what they are saying, and I am not even sure if they are telling me their names. Earthbit held the cat close and explained to his student, that is why you can fully control the familiar yet. When the time comes, you will know what to do. Remembering this, Ko stared worriedly into the magic circle. She looked at the symbol in the center and asked, Hey, what is your name? The symbol glowed, and an animal sound came from it. Even though she did not understand, Ko introduced herself. Nice to meet you. The symbol glowed again, and the sound echoed once more. Ko stared at it and said, I do not get what you are saying, and even the animals behind the magic circle seemed speechless. The master stayed silent, so Ko spoke again. Hello? Hey? Over there. No reply. The girl puffed her cheeks in frustration. She collapsed onto the floor, completely defeated, letting out a deep sigh. Ko muttered, This sucks. Master's coming back late, and my bunny sister is not coming to play. Looks like all the adults are busy. Ko said this, turning around in annoyance. Her eyes drifted to the top of the wardrobe where her stuffed animals sat. She sighed deeply and said, If only I had a friend. Then I could play with them. I want a friend too. As she said this, laughter suddenly echoed, and Ko jumped up instantly. She looked toward the window, wondering, what was that sound? Drawn by the clear laughter, Ko grabbed the window frame and peeked outside. Her tired eyes suddenly brightened in surprise. There was actually a whole playground out there for kids. Friends? Ko whispered. Watching the kids below laughing and playing happily together, the attacker sneered, pointing forward to cast a spell. When Sinclair came here, it was to wipe out these abominations. Sinclair still stood there dumbfounded, clueless about what was happening. Suddenly, a massive explosion blew up the room he was in. A huge, Faintly glowing shield appeared through the smoke and dust. That was the barrier Sinclair had summoned to protect himself. He glanced up at the red glow above his head, confused, thinking, did that guy create this barrier? Seeing Sinclair still standing firm, the attacker readied himself again. He unleashed a massive lightning bolt straight at Sinclair. But luckily, he managed to block it. However, the attacker held his strike way too long, and Sinclair's strength started to fade. His shield was about to break. Gritting his teeth, Sinclair thought, this is a silence barrier. It separates this area from the outside so no one notices the battle going on. He truly wants to eliminate me before anyone else arrives. June spoke. Who are you? Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Before he could react, a huge staff dropped from above, smashing into Sinclair. His face went pale with pain, and blood spilled from his mouth. Staring at the blurry red veil, Sinclair thought to himself, no way, this barrier. All the magic he has been using is not from the magic tower as spells. Sitting down heavily, Sinclair could not help but think, this can't be happening. All magic in the world right now flows from me, the leader of the magic tower. The magic tower is where all wizards are taught magic, and magic is a kind of power that humans can't develop on their own. So there is no way someone would use magic they do not even know about. The more Sinclair thought about it, the tenser his face became with worry. Dune, with a calm voice, asked, who are you? But the man just stood still, not answering. Sinclair angrily shouted, I am asking who you are. He raised both hands forward, and a swarm of daggers appeared, aiming at the stranger. The stranger did not hesitate either, waving his hands to cast spells that sent dazzling golden spikes flashing. He laughed arrogantly. Everything will go exactly how it did back then. Sinclair ignored him and sent the daggers flying straight at the enemy. Their attacks clashed and exploded. Glass windows and water trophies shattered. Wooden furniture could not withstand the blast and broke apart. Sinclair's staff shattered beside his own blood. Meanwhile, somewhere else, at the kingdom's main hall, demons gathered around a long table. One of them spoke. Sinclair's dead. The giant demon could not believe it. What? The one beside him stayed calm and asked, what about the plan? Another demon cursed angrily. Damn it. First Arzen is, now this guy. Someone else tried to keep calm. We have lost Sullivan and Leich. Without Sinclair, we can keep interfering with Earth. They argued heatedly about who killed Sinclair. The giant said, no ordinary person could be done this. The demon in a cloak cut in, I am sure the witch did it. His last mission was to chase that witch. Another demon nervously asked, could it really be the work of that evil witch? We have to kill that witch fast and bring about a greater chaos for the world. Suddenly, a strange voice interrupted. Fools. The demons were startled. A mysterious figure appeared in the great hall. The demons shouted, who are you? He calmly looked at them, pointing forward. His fingertips blackened. Dark energy gathered in his palm as he said, I will personally capture that witch. Suddenly, the ground cracked and shattered. Huge stone fists slammed down at insane speed, causing chaos. The stranger said boldly, I will create the chaos you crave. So come be my sacrifice. The massive stone hands grabbed the demons tighter and tighter. The demons screamed in pain as their bodies were crushed. The stranger stared down at the mess at his feet for a moment. Then he turned and walked away. Smugly, he said, that takes care of Cry and those monsters working with him. How to find that person? Ozbet? He muttered. Meanwhile, at Ko, the girl's eyes widened as she watched the scene outside the window. Below was a small playground where kids were playing. Ko smiled seeing the kids chatting and said, there is friends. I want to play too. The little girl said with a face full of longing. But that excited look vanished when Ko remembered her master's warning. Colorado? Do you understand? I will be back soon. So you have to stay inside and behave. Don't open the door for strangers. Sitting quietly, the girl shook her head, reminding herself, she has to wait for her master to come back. I have to keep practicing the endurance spell, she thought, and climbed down immediately. But louder echoed from downstairs. Hearing it, Ko hesitated again. She glanced around the whole room. Ko stepped closer to the door, thinking, just a little peek, just a little bit. I will say hi, and then come right back. She told herself and quietly slipped out. Outside, a stranger sat on the rooftop of the neighboring building, watching the window where Ko had been standing. That guy was the one who had just killed a fellow student. Down on the playground, a boy noticed something and pointed, calling his friend over. Hey, Minjun, look. Turns out the boy was pointing at Ko, who was hiding behind a lamppost. The boy said, that kid's been watching us this whole time. Ko really was watching the kids, but probably too scared to come out. She just stayed behind the lamppost. The kids turned to each other, whispering, who is that? Looks like a princess or something. One boy said, she is not in our kindergarten class. Minjun was the first to talk to Ko, waving and saying, greeting him back. Ko was over the moon, happily waving and saying he. All three boys froze, stunned by how cute Ko was, their faces turning bright red. Minjin asked, "Should we invite her to play with us?" One kid replied, "But she is a girl." Minjin, still red-faced like a tomato, said seriously, "It is the more, the merrier." Then he waved again at Ko, asking, "Hey, do you want to play with us?" She was so happy and about to run over, but Ko suddenly froze. She looked up as a faint magical glow shimmered in the air. Someone must be just used magic, she thought. No sooner had she thought this than a watery ripple appeared in midair. The boys looked up too. Instinctively, Ko stared in shock at the fragments falling down. A deep black hole suddenly opened up in the sky, right in front of the kids' eyes. The kids stared up in stunned silence. Ko could not hide her surprise either. A huge, pitch-black ripple appeared in the sky, right above the kids. All the kids were frozen, staring at it. Suddenly, a giant trident slammed down from the ripple into the ground. Right behind it stood a fierce, armored demon, on two legs, gripping the glowing red trident. The kids screamed as soon as they saw it. They panicked and called out, "Mom, the demon is here." Meanwhile, Ko stood frozen. Her face showed a flicker of fear as she thought, "This really is magic. I definitely felt it." Someone forcibly opened the sky. Thinking that, Ko quickly turned to look at the neighboring building. On the rooftop, a hooded figure stood silently watching. He did not avoid Sigo's gaze but stared right at her. Finally, he turned and walked away. The screams from the others caught Sido's attention again. She caught a glimpse of Minjin behind the huge shadow of the monster, shouting, "Mom, Dad, help me." The boy screamed instinctively as the monster raised its trident, ready to strike. Ko stood behind and shouted loudly to grab the monster's attention. "Hey, you idiot!" And shockingly, it actually understood. Its yellow eyes flashed with anger as it glanced at Ko out of the corner of its eye. Seeing its terrifying face, Ko started feeling scared again. She gripped her dress tightly, trying to figure out what to do next. Her master said she could not fight alone without the ice bear, or else her parents would be in danger. But what could she do now? If I run away now, he will be in danger. Thinking this, the magic circle used for summoning shimmered beneath Sito's feet. The beast's cries echoed, snapping Ko back to reality. She looked down at the glowing circle, hearing the calls, and started recalling her conversation with Urspet. Ko asked, "Master, do you know his name?" Urspet thought for a moment and replied, "Yes." Excited, Ko asked, "Then do you know what he is trying to say to me?" Urspet just smiled and said, "Let us find out." This kid's got a lot of worries. If Ko gets into trouble, he will show up on his own asking for help. Ko asked again, "So what should I do after I know his name?" Urspet calmly answered, "You need to summon him." Remembering that, Ko felt more determined. She sat down and placed both hands on the ground. She shouted loudly at the magic circle, "Help!" The circle's light grew brighter and brighter. Ko hesitated, then called out, and Beck. Suddenly, a strange, huge creature appeared, knocking Ko backward. Using its three-fingered hand, it caught the monster's trident before it could strike. One hand, but strong enough to hold the enemy's weapon firmly, put the monster in a tough spot, neither able to attack nor retreat. Eventually, the monster fell. But unexpectedly, two kids were right behind him. They screamed for their mom as the monstrous massive shadow nearly crushed them. Suddenly, a thick wall of ice appeared, blocking the fall. It was Ko who created that sturdy ice wall to protect the kids from the fight. Ko quickly told Beck, who was looking back at her, "There are some kids over there. Be careful." Hearing that, Beck did not reply but swung his trident away from the kids. The big monster was forced to turn as well. Like lightning, Beck lunged forward and grabbed the monster's neck. Clenching his fist, he pulled back to prepare his strike. Without a word, Beck slammed repeated punches into the giant's body, leaving it helpless. A gel, Beck lifted the enemy off the ground, then slammed him down hard, shaking the earth and sending rocks flying everywhere. The monster spewed blood nonstop. Beck stepped closer. Despite his overall cute, round appearance, you could see the anger clearly when he was mad. He lifted his leg. The monster's face showed a flicker of fear for the first time. A huge crash echoed. Ko watched every bit closely, silently realizing it was a curse. The monster's whole body trembled as the ground shook, and Beck squeezed its neck, crushing the monster's head beyond recognition. Sitting on top of the enemy's body, Beck's actions were unclear, but the monster's painful groans were loud. When it was over, Beck turned to look at Ko, but his expression was clearly cute and harmless. He waved his hand, called out twice, then his whole body glowed brightly. Ko did not react, just stood frozen, staring. The playground was now a complete wreck. Realizing it was all over, Ko collapsed to the ground. The girl's face lit up with a bright smile, happily saying, "I dipped stairs." Where the window was earlier, Ko was standing looking outside. Now it was Earth's face, flashing a look of surprise. She looked at the ruined yard and heard the kids crying for their mom. feeling deeply unsettled. I just went away for a moment and all this happened. Earth's bed hurried down the stairs and stepped outside. Thinking, before things spiral out of control, I have to handle this mess. Thinking that, Earth's bed suddenly stopped. Her eyes looking up, she caught a glimpse of a figure in a cloak turning and leaving. She quickly called out to the cat. Cassie, the rest is up to you. Use the spell to erase everyone's memories here and get Ko out. Take her home. I have to follow that guy, she said, then turned toward where he had gone, but there was no one left, just a faint trace of magic. She thought, he's gone already. Earth's bed instantly teleported up to the rooftop. Now she could see clearly. That faint golden shadow was a spatial teleportation spell. He would already teleported far from here. She stared at the dim golden glow, uneasy, but in this day and age, no one should know ancient magic. I have got to find him. Earth's bed was currently at a rundown abandoned house. He muttered angrily, damn. Failed again. Never thought killing a 5-year-old kid would be harder than taking down that cynical guy. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. It was Earth's bed. Furious as she demanded, why did you attack Ko? The guy seemed unbothered. I figured you would chase me down, but did not expect you to actually find me. Earth's bed crossed her arms. Irritated. So you really know everything from back then? The stranger finally took off his hood and pointed at Earth's bed. I have been waiting for you. Earth's bed. I have been waiting for you. Earth's bed. He repeated. He glared at him and asked, how do you know me? How do you know how to teleport? If you know teleportation, then... He silently listened as Earth's bed spoke, ignoring his calm expression. She continued. You learned it from those monsters like Sin Kul, right? He quickly waved it off. No way. None of that. I just serve a few people. They lend me magic. He cracked his knuckles confidently. The all-powerful Earth's bed thought. So someone's behind this kid. She could not help but ask, who is that person? He answered slowly. I can tell you now. That person told me. Kill Xiaojun's daughter but do not attack her. Earth's bed was surprised by this. He continued. In other words, you probably know that person. Earth's bed frowned deeply. She started piecing things together. This was heading in a different direction. At first, she thought he was a slave to the monsters, but it turns out the one behind him told him not to attack her. Those monsters, who always looked down on me, would never say something like that. Plus, the monsters do not even know about Cedo's existence. There is no way they would come here. Seeing her silence, the guy spoke again. They are waiting for you now. Please come with me. Earth's bed clenched her fists. Thinking, could it be that person knows my plan and wants to interfere? Earth's bed said coldly. You want me to go with the guy who wants to kill Ko? Yeah? And then what? Hope I get out alive. He chuckled. Don't he be so dramatic. Earth's bed ignored him, extending her hand as magic started to gather. With a swift motion, she slashed the magic like a sharp blade at the stranger. He did not resist, just crouched down holding his head. He looked embarrassed. Hey, do not do that. I have to take you with me. Earth's bed sneered. You really think I would just come along that easily? Tell whoever sent you that if they want to meet me, they will have to come themselves. He was not scared at all, even had a cocky attitude. This was going to be tough. They did not plan to show up this fast. He said, sliding his hand from inside his oversized sleeve, quietly casting a spell. The concrete block above them cracked and fell right onto Earth's bed's head. She was lightning fast, snatching another one in a flash. Those bricks shattered into pieces in an instant under her spinning slash. She casually pushed a few bricks right in front of her toward the enemy. Somehow, he slipped behind her without any warning. And I need to separate her from that guy too. Get away from Xiaojun, he shouted, and Earth's bed froze on the spot. What? Even in just a second, that guy found an opening and rushed forward, casting a cluster of dark spells right in front of Earth's bed. Seeing the sigils, Earth's bed gasped. Oh no! Before she could react, the dark mass surged out nonstop, enveloping her whole body in a sphere. The one who created it stepped back as Earth's bed collapsed to the ground. He sighed in relief. I did not expect to need this much power. Without the magic granted by the Lord, I would not have succeeded. Watching the sphere dissolve, he muttered. Activate damage. Sitting beside Earth's bed's motionless body, he said, this magic can stir up the target's worst memories. So I really did not want to use it, but I have no other way to keep her restrained. He cracked a dry smile. Good night, he said, watching Earth's bed close her eyes quietly. Inside Earth's bed's mind, she saw a dim oil lamp flickering. Footsteps mixed with the clinking of chains echoed steadily. Earth's bed had a blindfold tightly wrapped around her head. The light was blinding, and two men dragged her by the arms on both sides. A harsh light shone directly into her eyes. They just removed the blindfold from Earth's bed's head. Her face looked younger now but gaunt and worn out. A voice rang out. Right now, the witch execution will begin. Around her was a huge crowd. thousands of spectators cheering and shouting wildly. They were all excited and celebrating that announcement. On the high platform sat the king and nobles. Earth's bed, in tattered clothes, looked up as she was dragged forward. She was forced to kneel, and a long, harsh decree was read aloud. The judge shouted, "Which Earth's bed? You conspired to destroy the world and fled from capture for a long time. You have also committed numerous crimes, including murder. Therefore, the Empire has decided on the appropriate punishment for you." The more Earth's bed listened, the more she clenched her teeth in anger. She thought to herself, "It is all lies. I was never captured." The judge commanded, "Place the prisoner on the guillotine." Right after, a soldier shoved Earth's bed hard in the back. Now she was kneeling on the guillotine, her head held firmly, the sharp blade ready to fall. The judge's voice boomed again. "The execution will proceed immediately." Earth's bed did not resist. Tears streamed down her dirt-streaked face. She thought, "I have been locked away for so long. I have no strength left to use magic anymore." She thought, "I guess it is natural. I do not even have a reason left to live. I will never see Lee Seo-jun again." "Lee Seo, did you know after meeting you, I was filled with hope because I knew there was someone in the world on my side, but that wish was too extravagant. I hope we meet again in another life." "Stop," the king interrupted. The judge flinched and asked, "Your Majesty." The king stood silently, staring at Earth's bed for a moment. She looked up out of curiosity. Finally, he said, "Do you have any last words?" Earth's bed's brief look of surprise vanished instantly. She thought, "Last words? No way." Earth's bed glanced around at the crowd, people laughing and celebrating. Others were just gossiping among themselves. They all laughed at the witch's fate. She kept looking around, back and forth. Earth's bed bowed his head helplessly, thinking silently that he was standing at the edge of death. He thought at least he would have one survivor. Earth's bed bit his lip in frustration so hard that it bled. Finally, he spoke up. "All of you are monsters," he said, tears streaming down the poor witch's face. The king, standing on the balcony, along with those around him, spoke, "All of you." A terrifying mist suddenly appeared. Feverishly, a door opened with a chilling voice saying, "All of you are monsters." Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere as a wooden box appeared, dripping with blood. The scene cut back to the king still standing there. The king stood closest to the balcony amid loud screams below, shouting, "You disgusting witch! Who are you calling a monster?" The king looked down and said, "It is." Green energy swirled from a golden cisser as he thought to himself, "Yes, it is all coming to an end." Elizabeth wildly ran off, her voice echoing. After 20 long years of being hunted, the girl stood there staring into the distance, filled with fear that the world might collapse. All those annoying prophecies had completely vanished. The king remained standing there, head bowed, brooding on the accusations. Now, he could not use the witch as an excuse whenever something bad happened. Then he turned around to look behind him. A fat man sat wearily on the throne, clutching his swollen belly. Suddenly, the fat man transformed into a terrifying monster with bulging eyes and purple drool dripping from his mouth. Its flesh began to bubble and swell. The demon stuck out its long tongue and reached forward with its hands. Its purple slime splattered everywhere, throwing everyone into chaos and fear. It morphed into a blue frog with yellow eyes, flicking out its long tongue as it slowly approached, leaving disgusting purple goo behind. Immediately, everyone panicked. Some even drew swords to fight it while screams of "A monster! A monster!" filled the air. The king was also frantic, shouting, "Quick, protect the archbishop and get him to safety. Somebody save me. My body! My body!" Then he hurried over to the balcony and shouted down, "Everyone is turning into something strange." One by people below were possessed by that demon and slowly transformed into monsters. Everyone was melting away under the power of that monstrous force. The king was now standing in the darkest moment of his life. He looked down with a grim face and asked, "What is this?" A blinding figure appeared in front of a chopping block. "No way!" The king slammed his hand hard against the stone and cried out in pain. His hand was gradually being possessed by this horrific force. He raised his hand in front of his face and looked at it. Finally, the king was transformed and possessed by this power. The land was now engulfed in terrifying energy. No one could escape the prophecy. A stone statue appeared. "Lord, McGill always prays before you." The figure from before appeared again in front of the chopping block. "I believe that if that witch died, all chaos would end and peace would be restored." A man with long white hair and beard clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, thinking, "But why does the day punish us so harshly?" At that town, only monsters remained from that day forward. All humanity in Midim had turned into monsters, most losing their minds and surviving only by killing each other. The man bowed his head to the ground, thinking, "Now I can't even speak human language anymore, and I can't hear the Lord's words." Before the statue of the god, did he continue to think or ask something? Suddenly, candles were lit, making him turn around. "I can no longer find salvation with this body." In an eye cracked with scars, the image of a candle flickering appeared. Such a pathetic body. Elsewhere, deep inside a cave with towering cliffs. Two glowing red eyes appeared along with a voice saying, "Lux Xiaojun here. I've got something I need you to do." Things started moving fast as the voice ordered. Turn your old allies into sacrifices and carve out a water channel wide enough for a whole army to march through. Miguel hid in the cave while Lok Xiaojun kept calling out he is a major player right now. A figure wrapped in black appeared as the voice continued, revealing he wants to throw the world into chaos once again. Standing nearby, he brushed moss off the ground and added, "Even monsters like you want that too, right?" Moving closer to the cave's entrance, he whispered mysteriously, "You want to be king once more? Do not." A demonic voice echoed from the cave. "What if I refuse?" Lux Xiaojun bowed his head and replied. Then, but before he could finish, someone else answered. "Doesn't he matter?" It was the black-cloaked figure from before, appearing with immense power, saying, "I did not come here to hear your opinion anyway." Staring into the cave, he called out menacingly, "Miguel, come to Goryo with me." Elsewhere, a magazine showed a woman who was the hot topic of conversation. She is super famous as Saoban, but turning her into a model like this feels like a bit of a stretch. Lux Xiaojun stood next to Heiran, holding the magazine, and said, "This is going to be tough to manage." She crossed her arms and said, "I will return the favor by helping you pick a gift." Upstairs, a guy happily held the magazine. "Whoa, it is Saoban." She chatted with him. "Why do you ask me to act like a girl? You should be asking Unhire that." He replied, closing his eyes. He sighed, "I can ask the person I am about to give the gift to." Aaron quickly said, "Alright then. What do you want to give her?" Lux Xiaojun scratched his head awkwardly. "I honestly do not know what she likes." Then excitedly, he pointed one eye at her and said, "I guess I just have to give her everything." Aaron turned away, touched her forehead, and said, "So you are just coming here with zero plans, in a fancy place?" She suggested, "Start with some famous brands first." He replied, "Alright." Suddenly, a bright blue light flashed behind Lux Xiaojun. A notification popped up. A unique mission has been activated. More messages appeared, startling him. The third co-crisis has begun. Curious, Lux Xiaojun turned to look at the alert board. What? Above him was a notification about an exclusive mission. Change the future. Stop the co-crisis? The third crisis is to rescue Earth's bed. Unfinished. He stared harder at the text. The third crisis is to rescue Earth's bed. Unfinished. Thinking of Ko's face, his eyes widened. "I think the next co-crisis is my death." Vague thoughts flashed through his mind. Earth's bed. Then he spun around, urgently dialing his phone. "Sorry, but I have to get home right now." Aaron was startled. "Huh? Why so sudden?" Lux Xiaojun was rushing, gripping his phone. "It is urgent. Sorry." He glanced at his phone's screen. No signal. Suddenly, they found themselves in a dark place, making him nervous as he looked around and said, "Lost signal. Hello? Can you hear me?" He stepped forward calling out, "Aaron." She stood behind him, holding the phone. "Yeah." Immediately, Lux Xiaojun pulled out a gun, and he even drew a sword, armed with both weapons. Aaron looked up and said, "I think we have fallen into a trap." A notification appeared. "You are the first to enter this territory." Quickly, they ran forward with weapons drawn, thinking, "There is not much time left. We have to finish this fast." The screen flashed another alert, filling Lux Xiaojun with worry. The world mission has started. Then, the screen suddenly went dark. Aaron pulled back her weapon and called out, "Hey, Xiaojun." Lux Xiaojun cautiously stepped forward, still holding her weapon, as her voice echoed, "Is this really just a decayed dungeon?" Suddenly, words appeared in her mind. What is going on? The two of them were alone here, still following each other deeper inside. The entire city was engulfed in a sinister purple aura filled with evil energy. A system alert flashed again. Raid on the Korean dungeon. The city was flooded with countless pools of liquid, dark red inside, emitting a strange, ominous black energy. The citizens panicked, screaming and running for their lives. "Help me! Monsters are breaking out!" People shouted in terror. Before their eyes, monsters of all shapes swarmed in, their red eyes locked onto humans as if ready to devour them alive. Suddenly, one monster's head was blasted open by a gunshot. It was Hayaram who fired the shot. Gritting her teeth, she held two guns powered up with special energy. She kept firing non-stop at the monsters swarming in, trying to attack her. Unbelievable, now even South Korea has turned into a hellhole. It is no longer just a building or an area. Hayaram said in disbelief, telling Lux Xiaojun this was beyond what she expected. He stood beside her, fighting fiercely to back her up. Hayaram bluntly said, "How could this happen?" Lux Xiaojun gripped his weapon and silently thought, "This is exactly what I saw before I got reincarnated. Countries around the world were turning into hellholes, South Korea included. Humanity had to give up part of their land to the monsters. But after 3 years, things returned to normal." As he thought about it, Like Xiaojun recalled the dark times when humans had no choice but to surrender with a white flag and build fortresses to separate their lands from the monsters. Back in the present, facing a wave of monster attacks, like Xiaojun readied his weapon, prepared to fight. But wait, that is not going to happen anytime soon. The personal system has not updated fully yet, so this is why it is happening. Like Xiaojun tightened his grip on his weapon, his blue power flaring stronger, he marveled inwardly at how fast things were changing, then immediately attacked the monsters as if they were no more than a blur. Hayerim watched his fight and wondered why he seemed stronger every time they met. After wiping out the monsters, like Xiaojun hurriedly told her, "I have to check on the car first." As he was about to leave, Hayerim called out, "Hey, wait, let us go together." "No way. You should go back to your family." He replied. She pushed back, placing her hand on his shoulder, saying, "It is fine, they have been in the shelter for a while now, and you need to get back as fast as possible anyway." Like Xiaojun broke out in a cold sweat. She brought a car with her. Hayerim, looking confident and clutching the shoulder lock, said, "Not exactly. I brought something even faster than that." Then, speeding down the road was a motorcycle, showing off Hayerim's top-tier riding skills. Like Xiaojun sat behind her, leaning back and holding on tight so he would not fall off. Mixed with the roar of the engine was like Xiaojun's panicked shout. They zoomed past rows of houses like a blur. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared, a notification popped up. The personal system had received a mass update. As the system appeared, the bike suddenly braked. Like Xiaojun scrambled off the death ride, clutching his head, and groaned to Hayerim, "I think I am about to throw up." She teased him with a smile from the bike, said you were all agile and acrobatic in battle. She would just taken off her helmet and was already sweating. Oh man, what the heck? Ahead of them was a giant winged monster flying toward a building. Like Xiaojun gritted his teeth, worried it was his house. What about when he and Sioa? Before he could react, from inside the house, a pair of small hands reached out. Radiating power. "I will take care of it quickly," said, reassuring her dad. Then a bright blue explosion lit up. The monster that had been causing havoc was frozen solid, crashing to the ground, covered in thick ice and frost. Like Xiaojun and Hayerim had to shield their hands from the freezing wind blowing off it. Staring at the monster, both were wide-eyed in shock, especially Hayerim. She asked Xiaojun, "Was that your daughter?" "I think so," he replied, and they both kept staring at the monster. Hayerim studied it closely, rubbing her chin in admiration. Even Sinclair was not this skilled. "Does this have to do with the update we just got?" Hearing that, like Xiaojun asked, "What update?" That was just a notification about the personal system update." His face darkened when he heard the reply. Like Xiaojun wondered silently, has the personal system really been updated already? Without hesitation, he dashed off and told Hayerim, "Wait for me a moment." She watched his retreating figure and called out, "Hey, where are you going?" No answer. Like Xiaojun sprinted up the stairs, he ran desperately, biting his lip with anxiety. The personal system had been updated across the board. Every hunter, and even Koo had received the update. That meant she had gotten the title that triggered all her misfortunes. At that thought, memories flooded him like a storm, and like Xiaojun ran through every shard of those memories, fearfully calculating, if Koo got the same title as before, those misfortunes would happen again. He had to stop all the disasters from happening this time. Then he told himself, "I can change my personal system. Unlike last life, through effort, my system has completely changed, even though I failed the guidance tower before." Finally arriving, like Xiaojun gasped for breath and threw open the doors. Deep down, he hoped, but with everything that had happened, the butterfly effect would definitely affect Koo's personal system a little. Right inside, dust and smoke clouded the room. The glass door was shattered, torn open by Koo's counterattack against the monster. Yu Hu Unhai, holding a bow, saw him and immediately called out. Xiaojun, his daughter, radiating mana power, happily ran up, calling. Like Xiaojun instantly tensed, using his power to pierce through. Behind Koo, the notification panel slowly appeared. He squeezed his eyes shut, silently praying his worst fears would not come true. Then, nervously, like Xiaojun slowly opened his eyes. The notification read, Koo's title Iko. He felt restless inside, wondering, can it really be changed? But summoning all his courage to look down at the system panel, the word wizard appeared as the title. Ko stepped forward innocently, calling, Grandma. Seeing the word wizard right there, he froze, mouth agape, face drained of all color. Like Xiaojun collapsed, Magai stomped the ground, speechless, only managing a single cry, panted heavily, his pale face clear as day. His fears had come true, and no miracle had happened. It can be. I thought I could change something by going back in time, but no matter what I do, Ko is still on the same path as before. I really can't change a thing. Like Xiaojun painfully recalled his past life. The bleak future was crystal clear before his eyes. Now he had fallen into a deep pit of despair, blaming only his own helplessness. Lost in gloom, Ko's hand reached out, glowing and dispelling the negativity weighing on Like Xiaojun. "Dad," she called, placing her hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Like Xiaojun snapped out of those memories, leaving the past behind and facing reality. It was his little daughter, tears brimming, worriedly asking, "Dad, what is wrong with you? Mom and Ko are safe?" She said, then tiptoed and hugged him tightly. That hug shook him out of the haunting distant future. Like Xiaojun gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He wrapped his arms tightly around his daughter, telling himself, this is not the end yet. Even though she still carried that title, things would be different now. I will still change something, like Xiaojun encouraged himself. Then he asked his daughter, "Ko, are you hurt anywhere?" "I am." She replied. Like Xiaojun finally smiled gently. "Dad, sorry for worrying you. I'm okay." As he spoke, he reached out to stroke Ko's head. Suddenly, the building shook violently, startling the three of them. Seeing the danger, Lu Wenji signaled to her husband, Xiaojun. He immediately caught on, lifted their daughter, and said, "Yeah, this place is not safe anymore. Let us get to the shelter. Now, Ram is by the stairs. You and Ko go ahead." Like Xiaojun handed Ko to Liu Wenji and gave instructions. Worried, she asked him, "What about your son?" "I have got something I need to check," Like Xiaojun answered with determination. Behind him was a system board showing a special mission. Change the future and stop 5 tragedies from happening to Li Ko. The third tragedy, rescue Elizabeth, was still incomplete. After confirming that Yuan Hai and Ko had safely reached Ram, Like Xiaojun finally felt secure enough to head out on his mission. He thought to himself, rescue? So I have to save Elizabeth from danger. Probably those monsters I saw in her memories, they seem to be chasing Elizabeth. But it is weird, if they are attacking Elizabeth like that, if it were them, she would be dead the moment we saw her, so the mission must be to prevent her death, rather than just rescue her. Like Xiaojun opened the door to a room. With a serious look, he reasoned that since the mission says to rescue her, she is likely in trouble or kidnapped. Like Xiaojun frowned and rubbed his head. Headache. First, I need to find out where she is. No idea where to start. She has been acting strange lately. I stayed here hoping to find some clue, but now I do not even have a way to contact her. How am I supposed to find her? Lost in thought, a cry rang out from the rubble, grabbing Like Xiaojun's attention. His mouth dropped open in surprise. It was Elizabeth, in cat, trapped under heavy stones, unable to escape. Like Xiaojun looked down at the ground, stunned. Elizabeth, stuck beneath the rubble in cat form, made Like Xiaojun say, "Master, do not push anything on me." Sat down and carefully removed the stones trapping Elizabeth, asking, "Master, are you stuck under this rubble?" "Luckily, I found you. We have to get you to the shelter." The cat was quickly freed and held gently in Like Xiaojun's arms. Just as Like Xiaojun was about to leave, something appeared. A mysterious young man showed up at the door out of nowhere. Like Xiaojun studied him carefully, wondering who he was. The guy pointed at the cat and said to Like Xiaojun, "Hey, can you give it to me?" Like Xiaojun refused, and the cat in his arms reacted too. The young man, seeing Like Xiaojun was not handing over the cat, threatened, "I do not want to use force." Like Xiaojun was not scared, replying, "If you want a cat, go find one somewhere else. There are plenty of strays around here." The young man insisted, "I only want this cat." Like Xiaojun's eyebrows knitted tightly as he tried to size the guy up, asking, "Do you know where Spetsny she is?" But the young man did not answer and immediately attacked Like Xiaojun. Like Xiaojun did not hold back, counterattacking with his hands, swiftly blocking the young man's move. With a single strike, Like Xiaojun knocked his opponent to the ground, pinned down but not defeated. The young man used his free hand to cast a spell, but instead of attacking Like Xiaojun, the spell hit the ceiling of the building. The whole room shook immediately as debris started falling apart. Like Xiaojun realized the building was about to collapse and got worried. The guy just laughed and said to Like Xiaojun, "What a shame. Guess you will have to wait for next time." And then he disappeared. Like Xiaojun gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. Damn it! He quickly called the cat back to him, then looked for a way out of the room. He took a running leap just before the room completely collapsed. Like Xiaojun still had doubts in his heart. He thought, in all his memories, he had never encountered a monster like that. What he just saw was a human. So then, who took Elizabeth away? In another space, Elizabeth woke up with a pounding headache. She was extremely alert, scanning her surroundings carefully, seeing the unfamiliar space. Elizabeth wondered, "Where am I? What the hell is going on?" She tried to stand up but realized her legs were chained. Elizabeth suddenly remembered what had happened. She recalled that bastard attacking her. Was he planning to lock her up here? But the lock was not sealed tight. Maybe they knew she was a mage. How careless. Elizabeth tried to unlock it with a spell, but after chanting, nothing happened. Elizabeth frowned. She tried again and again, but the chains on her legs did not seem damaged at all. A bit worried, Elizabeth thought, What is going on? My mana is not flowing. It is like it is frozen. I can use magic. Elizabeth started to panic, but quickly forced herself calm. Alright. No magic. But I can still use a curse. I can curse anything alive since they have not killed me yet. He or his master will come for me soon. Just then, she heard noises outside and figured they had arrived. She planned that the moment they opened the door, she would hit them with a curse and run. Her curse landed perfectly. But then Elizabeth froze. A golem stepped inside. The food the golem was carrying dropped to the floor. The golem went berserk after being cursed. It lost control and collapsed. Elizabeth looked disappointed at the broken food by the door and thought, can that even decompose? If not, then the curse is useless. Cursing the golem won't do much. Even if it is cursed, depending on its durability, it will just rot away eventually. This situation threw Elizabeth off. She remembered the old days and panicked. Damn. I did not expect this to happen right after I recovered my memories. This is just like when I was locked in that underground prison before my execution. While thinking about the past, Elizabeth noticed something. Her face brightened and a smile spread across her lips. It was the food the golem had just brought. Seeing it made Elizabeth think differently. What a coincidence. Now I am like a princess locked in a castle, waiting for a prince to rescue me even though I am a witch. Not a princess. At the hideout, Unhair was sitting next to Ko. She looked at her daughter sleeping soundly in her lap and sighed. It has been 4 days already. I have waited for Elizabeth these past 4 days, but nothing's happened. Unhair thought, glancing at the cat Sealjun had brought back. Sealjun said she would contact her through the cat, but he has been busy working nonstop. With that thought, Unhair sighed. Feeling helpless, suddenly, the system alerted her, requesting a trade. Unhair immediately stood up and looked around. The voice sounded familiar. Space around her shifted, and Unhair said happily, we meet again. Another Unhair appeared in the space, more composed, replying, long time no see. The current Unhair said, I did not expect you to call me that. The other Unhair replied, Dear Unhair, I am here because I want to make a deal with you. The current Unhair asked, a deal? The other Unhair got straight to the point. I know where Elizabeth is. Hearing this, the current Unhair asked again, you know where Elizabeth is? You know the master. That Unhair replied, of course I do. Because I am her. Right now she is imprisoned, her power sealed, but she is not completely drained yet, though she is starting to show signs of teased. The Unhair from another time stepped closer to present Unhair, offering a deal. I will tell you Elizabeth's location, if you agree not to use your acceptance skill for a while. Present Unhair was puzzled, and the other explained, I can only help if you accept me inside this body, and giving you this clue was impossible otherwise. Unhair hesitated, but present Unhair persuaded her to finish, saying, it is not just Sijin who saved Elizabeth. I was there too. So just tell me. The other Unhair sighed and said, alright, I am talking about your memories. Hey Unhair, do you remember anything before you started college? Your parents? Childhood? School days? Hearing this, Present Unhair lowered her gaze. She answered sadly, I do not remember anything. The doctors said they could not find the cause of my memory loss. The other Unhair watched every flicker of emotion on Present Unhair's face. Then she said, go find Elizabeth. This caught Present Unhair off guard. The two just stared at each other for a moment. The other Unhair added, when you open your eyes, you will know where Elizabeth is. That evening, Unhair told Sijin everything, and he repeated, Bizin. Unhair confirmed, yes, she is in Bizin. Sijin asked how she knew, and Unhair said Kisi told her. Sijin believed her but analyzed. Bizin took the worst damage, full of cracks, and I heard monsters have invaded too. As they discussed, someone appeared and said, given the current emergency, there is probably a boss monster there. It was Hiram. Hiram asked Unhair, you are not planning to go to Bizin, right? Unhair explained, going now is way too risky. Better to wait for the government or association orders once things settle. Hiram brought up a serious point. Elizabeth is the cat's true form, right? But the whole country's overrun by monsters, and you are gonna storm their lair alone just to save one person. Sijin replied firmly, that person means everything to me. Hiram frowned, clearly worried. Sijin was not thinking straight. They stood there, staring at each other. Finally, Hiram gave up and said, who is gonna stop you anyway? I will go with you. Sijin was surprised and asked, really? Hiram explained, even for going solo is dangerous. You would have to leave Unhai and Seo behind, and Unhai won't let you go alone. But if you are set on going, we need to discuss 2 conditions. First, gather the ghosts. There are 3 of us here, so bring the other 2 along. Second, since you need to meet Hisin, you will probably visit Korea's Sword Clan and the Sword Saint's tomb. Sijin agreed and went to meet the Sword Saint, but the Sword Saint refused his request. Sijin was at a loss for words and stayed silent. Then he asked the Sword Saint, can I know why? The Sword Saint replied, since the dungeon appeared, Our area's been flooded with monsters, and the monsters keep getting stronger. We still have not found a way to defend ourselves. So if we leave now, things will only get worse. Hearing this, Lexijin found it reasonable and said no more. I understand. Then he added, so as soon as there are no more monsters here, we can go, right? Late that night, Lexijin and Hseum walked into the forest. Hseum asked, and Lexijin replied briefly. Yes, he said the Sword Saint has too much on his plate, so he will handle some of it. Hseum had no objections and changed the subject, saying, you said someone's imprisoned in Bizon. Lexijin was ready to sort things out for the Sword Saint and said, yes, she is very important, I have to save her. Lexijin heard these words coming from Lexijin's own mouth and could not help but say, this is the first time he has said something like this to outsiders. Lexijin was pretty surprised by this info and asked back, so what? Lexijin did not answer, but his eyes were firm, standing by what he just said. Without hesitation, Lexijin threw an arm around Lexijin's shoulder and urged him, let us. Lexijin did not expect Lexijin to join him, so he asked curiously, you are coming too? Lexijin laughed and said, even if you do not want me, I am planning to join you guys. I want to learn from you. Slightly embarrassed by the offer, Lexijin said, I fight with a spear, so I am not sure if I will be much help to you ladies. Hseum, tired of Lexijin's rambling, cut straight to the point. Come on, I want to help. Let us. Hearing this, Lexijin smirked quietly, happy. The two of them teamed up to clear monsters for the Holy Sword. 2 days later, the Holy Sword was strolling in the courtyard when a disciple came running in. Out of breath, disciple announced they had cleared the northern area. News that shook the Holy Sword. The disciple continued, riding the momentum, and with Miss Hseum, more guild members joined them. At this rate, they will wipe out the monsters in the south soon. The Holy Sword stroked his beard, nodded thoughtfully. He thought about Lexijin, surprised the guy actually pulled it off. He guessed it started when he took the test, but the guy really is a talent. I better get ready to head to Bizon. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the forest, Kang Daehong seemed to spot something, stepped closer and said, hey. Kang Daehong helped the man lying on the ground to his feet and asked, are you okay? The young man replied, thanks for saving me. Kang Daehong said, no problem. This place is dangerous. You should go hide. At that moment, the young man got a good look at Kang Daehong's face and exclaimed, you are the famous Fist King, the man who defeated monsters with bare fists and led people to the rescue station. Kang Daehong blushed and scratched his head, acting shy. I have known that weird title for a while now. Kang Daehong introduced himself. My real name's Kang Daehong. The cheerful guy answered, I am Park Soo-chan. Nice to meet you. Yu Huanhai was quietly sitting in a corner reading a book. Suddenly, Si Hoa Din coughed lightly. Right after, she burst into tears. Yu Huanhai was confused seeing her daughter cry. She threw herself into Yu Huanhai's arms. Mom, even though I do not understand what is happening, Yu Huanhai still comforted her gently. What is wrong? It is Si Hoa whimpered. I do not like being locked up. It is. Yu Huanhai soothed her softly. It was just a bad dream. At that, Si Hoa finally calmed down. Mihua. Then she looked back at her bed. Yu Huanhai gently placed Si Hoa back where she belonged. Maybe you are just not used to this place yet. Let us go back to sleep. You will feel better when you wake up. Si Hoa clung on, refusing. Yeah? I do not want to sleep. She sobbed. Unwilling. I have already slept too long. Suddenly, Si Hoa hugged her mom with a worried look. Just keep sleeping till the master calls her awake. Hearing this, Yu Huanhai was startled. What? Si Hoa called out again. Mom, where's the master? Elsewhere. Elizabeth clasped her hands tightly. She looked utterly miserable. Barely breathing, Elizabeth was thrashing in chaos. Her hands, legs, neck all suffocating. It is driving me crazy. Her mind had not been normal for a while. How much longer am I stuck here? Elizabeth was deeply entangled. She wondered, has Xiaojun ever come here? I can't even make a connection. Does Cassie even know she is here? Maybe she never will. Not even until she dies. In that moment, Elizabeth fell into despair. Am I really gonna die like this again? She sneered at her own misery. I do not want this. Elizabeth snapped and started smashing everything around her. I do not want to die. After losing control, she collapsed, exhausted. Tears streamed down her face without her noticing. Deep inside, Elizabeth was fighting this with all her heart. I do not want this. She curled up. Then after a while, her eyes suddenly lit up. Someone had quietly entered beside her. She looked up to see who it was. The person in black was staring at her oddly. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a ridiculous voice spoke up, saying it took him a while to realize Kang Daehong was nowhere to be found. Xiaojun reluctantly confirmed this too. Yeah, I searched everywhere the rumors pointed to, but there is no sign of him. So now he wants to know what is next, what we should do. Since once we entered the dungeon, all signals were cut off and we can't contact anyone. Even Iran was scratching his head over this question. Whatever the question is, we have to follow the plan. Xiaojun felt uneasy hearing that. Wait, But we have not met the conditions yet. Iron seriously laid out the situation. We have already been convinced by the Holy Sword. If we back out now, how will we face him and the Holy Sword? Iran kept pointing out the worries. If we cancel now, how will we face things later? Yang Daehung is not the type to make careless mistakes. So just do what needs to be done. Right then, Yu Woo-Hai stepped forward and said, I am coming too. Lek Xiaojun spun around in shock, shouting, Yu Woo-Hai. He caught his breath and asked calmly, when did you get here? She said, it has been a while. That answer made Lek Xiaojun suspicious. How did I not notice? She completely hid her presence. Questions flooded his mind. Since when did Ye Woo-Hai get this good? She repeated quietly, I am coming too. Heading to Bizin. Lek Xiaojun had one concern. What about So? Yu Woo-Hai sighed, then said, I will bring So with me. Lek Xiaojun could not believe it. What? He steadied himself and advised, it is better to leave So hidden in the dungeon. No matter how strong she is, Bizin is still Yu Woo-Hai cut him off tiredly. I know, but her eyes locked firmly on Lek Xiaojun as she explained, without So, we won't be able to find her exactly. That overwhelmed him completely. What do you mean? Honestly, Yu Woo-Hai was just as confused inside. I do not know what is really going on. She revealed something important somehow. She is linked to Elizabeth. She can faintly sense her presence and direction. She is sure Elizabeth is there. Like Xiaojun finally understood, so she knows Elizabeth is somewhere in Bizin. Yu Woo-Hai responded accordingly. Yes, but I can only pinpoint her location accurately when So is nearby. Like Xiaojun thought for a moment. I do not know why this is happening, but if it is true, then we definitely need Ye Woo-Hai's help. Honestly, I have no clue how to find Elizabeth in such a huge place like Bizin. Yu Woo-Hai cut off his thoughts. And I heard it too. She revealed a shocking secret, the misfortune of Ko. The moment Like Xiaojun heard that, he froze. What? His mind was a complete mess. What did you just say? Like Xiaojun was so worried his palms were sweating. What is going on? Everything was off track. How could Ye Woo-Hai possibly know about this? Questions flooded Like Xiaojun's mind. Only he and Elizabeth knew about it. Could Elizabeth have told her? At this point, he could not stay calm. What exactly does Ye Woo-Hai know? Does she also know about the genius love story? Xiaojun's thoughts darkened. Could she know everything about his past? He was scared. Could she despise him? Like Xiaojun stammered. Well, what are you saying? Yu Woo-Hai did not answer but switched gears. Elizabeth, if we can save her, Ko will be in danger. Right? Sweat poured down Like Xiaojun's face. Who said that? That is right, Yu Woo-Hai said firmly, wanting to clarify. Like Xiaojun, answer me first, she pressed. Do you know about this? Like Xiaojun clenched his teeth and could not say a word. He balled his fist and forced out. Yes, that is what made Yu Woo-Hai angry. Then why did not you tell me? Like Xiaojun avoided her gaze. He wanted to handle this on his own. This only fueled Yu Woo-Hai's frustration. That is our daughter's business. Why do you want to deal with it alone? Don't you trust me? Like Xiaojun nervously tried to explain. It is not like that. Seeing Yu Woo-Hai's expression, he fell silent. Finally, he lowered his voice and said, I am. Yu Woo-Hai's sad eyes softened. I did not mean to pressure you. I am. Like Xiaojun brought up the immediate issue. But right now, we can leave Ko behind, like you said. Without her, we can pinpoint the location. Protecting her is essential, but sheltering her is not, Yu Woo-Hai suggested. Ko can wait somewhere safe in Bizin. Besides, she really wants to come. Like Xiaojun frowned in disagreement. But we can recklessly bring her to a place like that just because she wants to. Yu Woo-Hai interrupted firmly. I will protect her. She was seriously determined when she said that. Yu Woo-Hai locked eyes with Like Xiaojun, digging deep into his soul. After a moment, the helicopter began to take off. Ko happily looked out at the scenery below. Sitting inside, Like Xiaojun recalled her words earlier. This time, he had the strength to protect her. Right? The helicopter flew into the dark night. Iram turned back and announced, we will reach Bizin soon. Everyone, please get ready. Then Kim held Ko in his arms, wanting to confirm. We are about to move. Are you bringing the kid with us? That question had been bothering him all along. I have my reasons. Then Kim disagreed and wanted to know more. What reasons? Yu Woo-Hai joined in. Ko has an artifact that can locate the person we are searching for. She explained. It is a tied artifact, so it won't deactivate unless its owner is nearby. That made them Kim curious. Who exactly are you looking for? Like Xiaojun finally revealed. A witch named Elizabeth. Suspicious. Then Kim kept asking. Do you know where she is? Yu Woo-Hai suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. Yu Woo-Hai closed her eyes and started radiating mana. Her eyebrows twitched with a change. After a moment, Yu Woo-Hai suddenly snapped awake. Like Xiaojun rushed over and asked, Yuha, are you okay? She grabbed her injured hand and weakly replied, I am. Yu Woo-Hai down and revealed. Elizabeth is somewhere southeast of Bizin. She hurriedly urged. Please, just a bit faster. Looks like Elizabeth is not doing well. Ko, naively hearing the report, suddenly an eerie sound came from her. The helicopter shook violently, causing panic among those inside. Hiram had no idea what was happening. She struggled to steer, her face full of panic. Ahead was a fireball engulfed in flames. Hiram screamed, What is that? A strange figure floated past the window. catching Sidoa's attention. It hovered right above the fireball. Strangely, the figure actually covered the fireball. Just then, something crashed straight into the helicopter. Pieces started breaking off and falling apart. Everyone inside was terrified. Not understanding what was going on, Hiram cursed frantically. Damn it! The rotor's broken. Everyone, jump out now. The chopper's going down. Lasseljun quickly scooped up Ko. Without hesitation, the whole group jumped down below. They finally landed safely. At the same time, the helicopter exploded up above. It shattered into pieces and crashed to the ground. Still shaken, Lasseljun recalled. What was that fireball just now? Hiram guessed. It suddenly came out of nowhere. Looks like someone attacked us. Hearing that, Hiram guessed it must be Lasseljun with that kind of power. Yeah, that is right. Everyone pictured one thing. The boss. This was definitely something Lasseljun needed to worry about. No surprise. We just got to Busan and already the boss attacked us. It is a fire-type monster. From what I know, I do not know exactly who the boss is, because before I reset, Korea Sensei's bosses were already taken care of. The sword behind him finally spoke up. That fireball just now I confirmed where it was fired from. Lasseljun was surprised. Really? The sword confirmed. Yeah, but the problem is, he revealed a shocking truth. According to Yu Yunai, that direction is also where that witch is. Lasseljun's eyes widened in shock. Elizabeth, she has been caught by the boss. Suddenly, the whole area started shaking. Aram was confused. What now? Lasseljun raised his weapon. Alert. Damn it! We have been drawn in by the sound of the helicopter explosion. Right in front of them were the Busan monsters. Yu and I was a bit shocked. There are too many of them. Lasseljun sized up the monsters. No choice now, we have to fight our way through. I do not know if we will get the spear back, but I will use a powerful thrust skill to carve a narrow path. Just as Lasseljun was about to advance, the sword suddenly shone in front of him. Leave them to me. Lasseljun stood back and watched him act. Recognizing the familiar spirit energy from the sword, Lasseljun realized, it is the holy sword. That means using a single sword to reach the heavens. The drawn sword rang out with a sharp sound. He traced a perfect circle around himself. The Busan monsters charged closer, and just by watching his skill, you could tell why he is called the Blue Phantom. In the blink of an eye, not a single monster was left. They were sliced to pieces. Limbs scattered. Lasseljun looked up, full of awe. He had to admit, the monsters were wiped out instantly. No wonder it is called the Holy Sword. Lasseljun seized the moment and told everyone, he encouraged them. We are getting through these monsters. Immediately, the whole group surged forward together. Lasseljun kept calculating to find the best path. The helicopter was too damaged. There is no turning back now, so we keep pushing forward without stopping. The group's current goal is to head southeast. Beneath the ground lies a trail of monster corpses. After looking around, Huzian wonders if the number of monsters has actually been dropping for a while now. Lasseljun agrees, saying, yeah, looks like we are getting closer to the boss. The reason there are not any monsters here is probably because they all fled to avoid the boss. Yuhu and Hai is surprised monsters running away from other monsters. Lasseljun explains a bit. Sometimes that happens, especially with monsters that go berserk if their territory is invaded. Then he leans down and whispers to Ko, do you know how many monsters are ahead? She closes her eyes to picture it. After a moment, Ko answers, there is one huge monster on the other side of the building. Nothing else. Lasseljun is a bit shocked. One huge monster. Ko describes it vividly. Yeah, as tall as the sky and as big as the ground. Lasseljun tries to guess. If that is the case, then what is ahead must be. Then Hotu announces loudly, hey everyone, looks like the boss is up ahead. Let us move as quietly as possible to avoid being noticed. The group moves slowly, then turns sharply down a different path. Hizian's face shows pure shock. It is unbelievable. Up ahead, there is a dragon lying asleep. Lasseljun looks at the dragon and guesses, is that the boss? Just seeing it, he realizes even from a distance, if that thing catches us, we are done for. Lasseljun studies around the dragon and notices something huge underneath it. What is that giant thing down there? It seems to bother him. If possible, I would rather avoid going there. If the boss wakes up, even Ko's interference won't stop it from turning into a disaster. Then Lasseljun calls out, Unhai wants to ask her something. Can you sense which direction Elizabeth is in? Using Unhai's tracking, she says Elizabeth is under that giant thing behind the dragon. This adds to Lasseljun's burden, of course. It has to be there. He looks at the dragon and thinks, with that huge size, its awareness might not be sharp. If it is sleeping, it might not notice something as small as us. From that, Lasseljun figures this is our chance to act without being detected. He announces, let us move forward. Yuanhai keeps Ko close to her chest. Lasseljun watches ahead cautiously. The group keeps moving like that. Suddenly, they stop. Lasseljun looks ahead, wondering, an elevator. He points it out to the others. The group follows the elevator down. Deep below, there is a strange spiritual energy. Of course, Jun easily guesses something like this suddenly appearing means only one thing. A dungeon has been created besides Elizabeth. There is a pretty big dungeon down here. Entering without preparation would be risky, but turning back is even more dangerous, so he decides, for now, rescuing Elizabeth and escaping using her teleportation skill is the best option. This is all my fault, so I will take responsibility and bring everyone back safely. After moving for a while, the group stops in front of a door. Jaeon speaks up. I thought there'd be something inside, but it is just a door. She turns to Jun for his opinion. What do we do now? He replies, our priority is to get inside. We have come this far, we can just turn back now. Ko suddenly calls out, Dad. Jun looks down. What is wrong? Ko clings to him. Scared? I do not like this place. It is not that nothing is here, but what is inside makes me unable to move. Jun pauses, then kneels and gently says, so we should not go inside. Is it really that dangerous? She refuses firmly. We have to go in. My master's inside. So Jun suspects there is a powerful monster locked inside. He still has to agree with Ko. Got it. I will be careful. The door suddenly bursts open, letting out a blast of icy cold air. Zian gasps, woo, it is freezing. Jun seizes the moment and urges everyone. Let us get inside. A message pops up. You have entered a hidden dungeon. A special mission begins. Conquer the witch Hedia. The group stands before a giant ruin. Hai is stunned by what she sees. Zian can't make sense of it. She is suspicious, saying only she can feel it. But everyone else confirms. I feel it too. Me too. Jun is shocked to realize the mana flow is not moving at all. He reasons it is not that mana is missing here, but that has been completely frozen. This is not a monster. It is mana itself. Jun shouts, everyone, fall back. Run out through that door. But just as they try to leave, the door slams shut. Zian wildly slams his hands. It is locked. Jun looks around, searching for a way out. Suddenly, strange moving objects appear all around. Iren blurts out, this is insane. Jun quickly calms everyone. Dun T panic. Stay in formation. They all charge forward at once. Jun grits his teeth. Worried. Can we even beat these things? He tries to focus on a plan without mana. A hunter's just a regular person with training. Every hunter uses mana to enhance their body and weapons to fight monsters. Wait. Did he just realize something? Hold on. That is when Jun remembers there are weapons that do not need mana. He immediately orders. Haran, use your gun. She is confused but follows the order. Aren fires a shot right at the monster's head. She quickly shoots several more. Aren keeps firing non-stop. She focuses all her attention on the monsters in front of her. They start breaking apart little by little. Aren successfully takes down another monster. Then she skillfully spins her gun. See, my weapon does not need mana. Right? Yuhu and Hai and Seo watch in amazement at the results. Aren confidently tells the group, here, everyone grab a gun. If you do not know how to use it, I will teach you. After clearing the monsters, the group moves forward. After observing, Jun figures out that navigating here won't be as hard as he feared. The layout is pretty simple, and it is all golems maybe, because they are all high-level golems. Zian suddenly calls out, hey everyone. She points to a narrow path. Look this way. Inside, it is filled with freezing air and dark magical energy. Jun looks on suspiciously. Those are the cursed swords behind the door, and a very dangerous curse at that. Jun grips his weapon tightly. Now it is clear. He realizes Elizabeth is behind that door. Jun calls out loudly. Elizabeth, he yells, trying to find her familiar figure. Elizabeth, are you there? The sword responds with nothing. Zian senses it is impossible to get close. How are we supposed to open that door? Iran suggests. Should we use grenades to blow it open? Jun immediately refuses. That is way too dangerous. If she is inside, she would get caught in the blast. At that moment, little Ko boldly steps forward. Ko raises her hand and volunteers. Let me open it. Her face full of confidence. I can do this. Yulin Hai worries and tries to stop her. Ko. It is too dangerous. But Ko smiles and insists. I am really okay. Ko breaks free from Yulin Hai's hold and stands firm. I just need to do it like this. She dashed straight ahead, throwing Yulin Hai into a panic. Ko. At that moment, she took a deep breath and blew forcefully. Snowflakes burst and scattered at Ko's feet. She and the others stood still, waiting to see the result. After a while, Ko easily strode forward and ran off. Hizin and Rarn were surprised to see that. How did she pull that off? When I tried, it does not work at all. Suddenly, Ko pointed straight ahead. She was not happy with the situation. The door was too damaged. Right now, Ko is standing in front of a door. Lisha behind the podium gasps. Oh no. Ko reaches out, ready to open the door. Inside, a slimy, gooey mess appears. Xiaojun leans in to take a closer look. Before him, Elizabeth sits curled up in a corner. Xiaojun softly calls out, Elizabeth. Ko immediately looks up at the sound, then confirms the person before her. Xiaojun. Elizabeth just stares silently. expressionless. Ko is desperate, unable to believe what she is seeing. This has to be another illusion, right? Maybe the same one I saw before. Like Xiaojun feels unsettled hearing this. Elizabeth, what is Ko talking about? Ko's voice suddenly drops seriously. You think I would let you trick me? Elizabeth suddenly screams. Go away. Like Xiaojun is completely stunned by her attitude. Then Ko criticizes her from behind, calling her rebellious. She points at Elizabeth and scolds, not a bit obedient. Like Xiaojun looks at Elizabeth, feeling helpless. The more he looks at her now, the more she reminds him of when they first met at the guide tower. Like Xiaojun kneels down and gently sets his weapon on the ground. He does not know what she has been through, but he softly reassures her. It is I want to hurt you. Elizabeth slowly recognizes the person in front of her. Her panic begins to fade. Like Xiaojun raises his hands, trying to be as gentle as possible. I am here to help you. Elizabeth doubts and asks, are you really like Xiaojun? Did you come to save me? Like Xiaojun replies frankly, actually, I was captured too. Elizabeth yells in surprise. What? Then he bows slightly before her, grinning. Just kidding. I am here to save you. Like Xiaojun smiles warmly. Let us go home. Elizabeth can react right away. Her eyes widen with a glimmer of hope. This time is different. Someone's here to save her. The whole group gets ready to leave together. And someone says, so the guy in the cloak was the one who captured her. Elizabeth recalls and confirms, yeah, he is the last person I saw. Some unknown third party interfered. This has not happened before. She silently worries, what if her unease is right? What if what she saw was not an illusion? Yuram scratches his head and says, hey, do not you find this kind of weird? Like Xiaojun. Weird how? Ram points out something odd. This is a dungeon, but there is no boss. He has been paying attention. The monsters are all golems. No boss in this dungeon. Meanwhile, Hazion chats happily. So you found her. Like Xiaojun, mind if I call you by your name? Elizabeth, like Xiaojun, has been worried about this too, but says, let us just find the exit first. He reminds everyone there is no mana here, and they will need Elizabeth as teleport magic to get out. Hazion easily pushes open the big door. She did not expect that it just swings open. Weird. It was definitely locked before. A notification pops up confirming this is the dungeon The Witch, Secret Hedia. A portal has been created. Yuanhai asks, it is confirmed. But what does that mean? And what is this portal anyway? She suddenly looks panicked. Yuanhai points ahead, stammering, guys, up there, right above the group, a terrifying monster looks down at them. Its glowing red eyes are full of menace. The group stares in shock at the giant creature. Before them it is a dragon. It breathes out a huge flame. Lee Seo-jun's freaking out big time. Elizabeth, how's the teleport magic coming along? She is in a tough spot right now. If it were just me, maybe I would manage. But with so many of us, it is going to take some time. Lee Seo-jun yells out, how much longer? Elizabeth says, 3 minutes. In this life or death moment, the dragon's flames flare up way stronger than before. Elizabeth swears under her breath with no other choice. She shifts into her cat form. Elizabeth shouts, eat it! Quickly. She stands right in the hottest spot. The cat's head is starting to melt away. The flames above are growing bigger by the second. Elizabeth fights to swallow the fire. She uses all her energy to absorb the flames. Finally, the massive fire begins to die out. Exhausted, Elizabeth collapses to the ground. Lee Seo-jun shouts, remember, everyone she can take another hit like that. We have to stop the next attack at all costs. With time running out, Lee Seo-jun calculates 3 minutes. There is no other choice. He starts shifting his weapon form. I have got to give it everything. I have got to hold it back for these next 3 minutes. Lee Seo-jun urgently calls for backup. Yuha, Koha, Yuram, focus your firepower. At the same moment, they both unleash their weapons. The dragon soars high, looking down at the battlefield. It slams its wing down to block the attack. The scene is more chaotic than ever. The ground below has long been covered by a magic barrier. Seo-jun is stunned. He did not have time to prepare. This is, Jaeon explains, a wide area magic spell. She adds more info. The entire area is under its effect. If the magic activates, we are all done for. Lee Seo-jun grits his teeth, face grim. If it covers this whole area, there is no way out. So at least he figures out they need to attack it and weaken its magic strike. The dragon's face flashes with a dangerous look. Lee Seo-jun stares at it, shocked. After hearing this, Ko wonders quietly, is this defensive magic? Don't avert your innocent eyes. Look up. Ko studies for a moment, then reasons out, normally, mana moves through the air like dust particles, but just now, their movement was blocked. She realizes all the mana particles have been frozen, completely immobilized, and unusable for casting spells. So maybe this magic is... Ko suddenly understands something and asks herself if she can do the same trick again to stop it. She places her hand on the magic barrier, ready to activate her counterspell. Ko clenches her teeth, hoping for a miracle. The magic barrier starts to respond to her mana. Still, when she looks around, the others disappoint her. No, there are too many of them. This really worries her. but neither her master nor Kisi can help. That only hardens Ko's resolve. She has to be the one to pull this off. Like Xiaojun glances subtly her way. Seeing the situation, Ko makes up her mind there is no time left. She pushes her mana to its limits. Meanwhile, the Holy Sword prepares a strike. He slashes at the dragon's defenses. Below, Ko's mana steadily breaks through the barrier, while her father and the fake end distract the monster. They grab the vile creature's attention. The dragon spots the Holy Sword and immediately chases after him. It lets out a fierce roar. Like Xiaojun seizes the moment to strike. He forcefully jams his weapon into its body. His mana mixes with the dragon's blood. Ko keeps pushing hard just a little more. The dragon's magic barrier below is now covered by Ko's mana. Huzin watches anxiously as the barrier starts to fade. But unlucky for Ko, sweat is pouring down her face. She smiled brightly, proud of her achievement. Ko lay happily flat on the ground. Seeing that, Unhai's love immediately panicked Ko while the dragon was being suppressed. Like Xiaojun announced to everyone, we need to retreat right now. It is going to use that move again. He called out loudly, Elizabeth. She knows her mission too. I ready. Elizabeth began casting a teleport spell. She urged everyone on, hurry up. I barely managed to prepare the spell, so I can't keep it up for long. Like Xiaojun took a step forward, then suddenly turned back. For some reason, Elizabeth was still standing still. That made him rush even more. Elizabeth, what are you doing? Come here quickly too. But she said instead, sorry, but I can go. Like Xiaojun was confused. What are you talking about? Elizabeth sadly explained. My mind has gone completely mad. I have been tortured by illusions and started to believe everything I see is fake. She recalled what happened earlier, but he did not. Elizabeth placed her hand over her heart, feeling that maybe some of the things I see are real too. She honestly revealed, now that I know this, I have to verify it myself. Like Xiaojun was completely thrown off. I do not know what those things are, but come here first. Then you can check it out later. Elizabeth stood firm, refusing to move. She slowly closed the gap. Elizabeth quietly turned away, her eyes showing a hint of regret toward them. Before being separated, she entrusted Ko to him. Like Xiaojun desperately called out Elizabeth's name. The system panel popped up. You can stop the third misfortune like Ko created. It is a unique mission. Elizabeth stood alone in the space when a voice spoke up. Why did not you run away? Elizabeth did not respond. The dragon's mocking voice echoed again. What are you thinking? Which? Elizabeth answered simply, I am not thinking anything. There is something I need to check. The dragon proudly declared, I will make you regret that decision. I want to let you live in return. Unleashed an attack. Raise your hand and die. Elizabeth gently cast a spell. She suddenly struck the dragon hard before it could react. The dragon painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Elizabeth followed up with another strike. She did not spare the other side of the dragon either. Elizabeth's relentless attacks made it scream in agony. Its face was covered in blood now. In the end, it could not stay upright and fell to the ground. Its body was surrounded by a flow of mana. Elizabeth watched, as if she had predicted this all along. I knew it. No wonder that dragon is the Ko of this world. Elizabeth had realized it long ago. It was not an illusion. She loudly called to the person in front of her. Ko. Sword? Confused. Asked, what is happening? Hiram, a bit annoyed, asked directly, why did not she come here? Unhayam Ko, in her heart, feeling complicated and worried, asked Lee Seo-jun. Seo-jun, what about Elizabeth? What did she say to you at the end? Lee Seo stared at Sam in the sky. He said, I do not know. She said she needed to verify one of her illusions. What illusion? The system popped up a notification just then. Hidden dungeon. You are the first to raid the witch's secret Hedia. Unique mission accomplished. Since this raid is low difficulty, there is no reward. After reading the notice, the whole group shared the same question. We are the raiders. That means someone else already killed the boss. But we never saw a boss in the hidden dungeon. Wait, do not tell me the dragon from before was not Goryo's boss, but the hidden dungeonist boss. Hiram raised a bunch of questions. The group kept debating the dragon. Then the theory that it was Goryo's boss is wrong. So who defeated that terrifying monster? As everyone voiced their doubts, Lee Seo-jun suddenly collapsed. He lay motionless on the ground. The group rushed over, shouting his name nonstop. Lee Seo, wake up. Then the system sent a new message. You have absorbed part of Ko's memory. I still clearly remember my life before the reset. Ko was cornered by the magic tower, and I tried everything to find her. But in the end, I could not get clothes and was forced out. Then the dungeon appeared in Goryo. Before the reset, I was part of Hiram's Guild Legion. The Sword Saint noticed me and personally trained me to master stabbing techniques with great skill. When I returned to the Legion, the world called my daughter a monster. The main reason was Sung Soo Hyun's death and the collapse of the magic tower. Ko, the girl who had disappeared, reappeared, killed Sung Soo Hyun, and destroyed the magic tower. Her motive might be personal revenge, but the real issue lies deeper. Sung Soo Hyun's fans, members of the Hunters Guild who followed him, and Goryo Sword Guild members tasked with protecting the magic tower, all were slaughtered by Ko's power. Because of this, Ko was hunted relentlessly by hunters for years. Tried to find Ko several times. I am sure she had reasons, but I could not find her. She was hiding alone, and in the end, I had no other choice. I joined the raid hunting Ko, the witch hunter squad. In a corner of the city, Ko sat curled by a fire, her leg injured, and Beck was tense, wide-eyed, And alert, seeing Mbek, Ko sighed and gestured for him to come closer. She asked about the situation nearby. You scared me. Any hunters around lately? And Mbek shook his head. Hearing that, Ko relaxed a bit and looked down at her wounded leg. Ko tried to heal the injury with her power, but it did not seem to work. She clenched her teeth in pain. The wound on her leg got worse, and Mbek watched the injury with growing worry. Ko helplessly stared at the wound. She could not hold back anymore. Tears welled up as if she was about to cry. Ko missed her mom, her master, and her dad. She wanted to find her father. Lyseal, just thinking about it. Ko stood up and set off to find Lyseal Jun. After wandering for a while, Ko finally found the guild where Lyseal Jun's legion was. Ko thought, I need to meet my father. She entered the city cautiously, carefully observing her surroundings. After watching for a bit, Ko thought, I heard that after the dungeon appeared, safe zones were created to avoid monsters, but this city is way more fortified than I expected. While thinking, Ko sensed danger. On the way, Kang Daeho suddenly frowned, his eyes scanning the area as if searching for something. Ko quickly hid in a shadowy corner. Despite all that, she was not spotted. Outside, voices echoed. What is up? Nothing. Kang Daeho scratched his head uneasily and told his colleague, I just have a bad feeling about this. Ko recognized him. Could it be King Daeho? He is a member of the witch hunter team. Why is he here? It was so hard to throw them off. But have they already switched on me? This is not good. First things first, I have to get out of here. As Ko walked a bit further, she heard someone's voice. It sounded familiar. Please, help me. It was Hirian. She knew who I was. In front of Ko, a man was begging a girl for help. The girl was the granddaughter of the Holy Sword. Ko realized the man was her father. Liseo, the Holy Sword's granddaughter, replied to Liseo Jun, I know, you were trained by my grandfather, but that is not why I would accept you on the team. You are the biological father of the witch Liseo Ha. As she said this, she grabbed Liseo Jun by the collar. Angry, she told him, Dunty, you know your daughter destroyed the magic tower and killed my parents. Then she shoved Liseo Jun away and snarled, you would only hold us back with your personal feelings during the raid, so why should I let you come with us? Why do you even want to join us? Ko stood against the wall, every word sinking deep into her mind. She remembered Elizabeth's words, we are family. Ko thought to herself, Dad, is it true you are looking for me like the master said? Will you really stand by my side? After a silence, Liseo Jun finally answered. Ko closed her eyes tightly, waiting for her father's reply. Liseo Jun said to the Holy Sword's granddaughter, I have no personal feelings involved. The system popped up Liseo Jun's info. Title, Spearman, high skill level. Unique skill, the Jester. Liseo Jun continued, I want to kill the witch Li Ko to atone for my sins. Hearing this, Ko froze. She felt like falling into an abyss. Ko started questioning herself, why? Why does everyone want to kill me? They never listen to what I have to say. They do not know what those bastards did to me. Why does everyone want me dead? Why do I have to die? Her uncontrollable emotions made Ko's energy grow stronger and stronger. Eventually, she lost control, and a massive energy explosion shook the entire area. Everyone panicked at the display of power, whispering to each other, the witch has appeared. Ko sank deeper into negativity, seeing everyone as enemies. She thought, if the world wants me dead, and even the one person I trusted has turned away, then I will destroy this world. Seo Jun jolted awake, his face marked by exhaustion, dark circles like a panda's eyes. He sat up in a cluttered room full of boxes. While everyone else was still asleep, memories flooded Seo Jun's mind. Ko's tear-streaked face, her loneliness engulfing her, and the anger consuming her. Pale, he covered his mouth. Realizing what this was, he quickly grabbed the cloth and wiped his face. The noise disturbed the others. They sat up, annoyed, grumbling. What is going on? So noisy this early? Seo Jun stopped wiping and coughed repeatedly. What just happened? His mind was confused. Still haunted by those intense feelings, the loneliness and despair Ko had felt. It hurt so much he could barely bear it. Seo Jun's face showed disbelief. It can't be. It just can't. A familiar voice caught his attention. Seo Jun. Unhai approached with a worried look. Seo Jun, you are awake? Seo Jun asked, puzzled. Unhai. What happened? Where is everyone? You look fine. Unhai let out a small sigh. She began explaining. You passed out, so we came to the safe house. Haiyan and the Holy Sword went back to the Goryo sword. Sweat poured down Seo Jun's face like a waterfall. Ahai probed, how are you feeling? He did not answer. Seo Jun clenched his fists, nails digging into his skin. Finally, he forced himself back to normal, slowly stood up, and said, Unhai, tell Hirian and Ko to get ready to leave. Unhai was shocked by his words. Huh, where are we going so suddenly? Seo Jun turned to her with determination. We are taking Buckus' car. Seo Jun narrowed his eyes. There was a hunter's outpost nearby, and a thought crossed his mind. I feel like I am about to collapse. But there is no time left. I have not completed the third mission yet. Seo-jun remembered the blue-haired girl and silently thought. Luckily, Earthbeth is still alive, but the next disaster is coming soon. His thoughts then shifted to the Ko girl, who has been hunted by dark forces all along. All the memories I absorbed are clues to the next disaster. So Ko's fourth misfortune must be the witch ravaging. After a while, Seo-jun, Iram, and their little family packed up and left the hideout together. Seo-jun was determined. I have to prepare before that disaster hits. His face tensed up as he got ready for anything that might come. Elsewhere, surrounded by broken debris and monster blood, Earthbath cautiously approached the girl and asked, "Are you really Ko?" Earthbath stared at the white-haired girl and asked again, "Are you the Ko I know?" The white-haired girl stepped closer, firmly grasped Earthbath's hand, and replied, "Yes, Master." In his hearing that, Earthbath was moved to tears. Voice trembling, "You are still alive." Ko explained Sok's identity. The cloaked figure was her imposter. She hung her head and continued, "I am sorry for bringing him here so roughly, but I had no other choice to protect him." Earthbath gently held Ko's hand, reassuring her, "It is More importantly, I want to know if you are alright." She sensed chaos flowing through Ko's body. Worried, what is going on here? The mask inside her was completely disturbed. If she collapsed right now, it would not be surprising at all. Ko rubbed her arm. Traveling through dimensions to get here must be drained her power. Earthbath stepped back in shock. "You traveled across dimensions by yourself?" Frustrated, Earthbath scolded. "Then you should be lucky your condition is not worse. Why did you have to go through so much just to get here?" Ko slowly answered, "To fix a past mistake." Earthbath was confused. "Past mistake?" Ko replied, "You know what I mean." She paused before adding that like Sejun has regressed, which made Earthbath's body go stiff. Ko looked down at her palm sadly. "Master, back in my world." Ko's flashback showed a ruined world, full of grief, with Earthbath's long hair stained with blood. She said painfully, "Everyone I loved is dead. Both my mother and my master lost their lives." Then a scene of a happy family laughing together appeared. Ko reached out, but like Sejun came along looking genuinely happy. Rage flooded her mind, clenching her fists, teeth grinding. She said, "And yet I ended up like this. It is disgusting." Earthbath panicked, hurriedly defending, "Ko, you are misunderstanding. Like Sejun is trying to fix his mistakes. He wants to atone." But Ko was indifferent, coldly asking, "Who is the one paying for his mistakes?" Earthbath paled hearing Ko's brutal words. "He is just a hypocrite living happily, while pretending nothing's wrong. That is what you call atonement?" Ko stepped closer, voice softer now. "I know, you always defend him, but now I want the truth." Ko asked, "Who are you really on the side of?" Her question silenced the room. Earthbath widened her eyes, staring at Ko. She hesitated. Earthbath anxiously placed a hand on her chest. "I am on your side," thinking to herself, "How could I not choose you? I'm the only one who truly understands you. If I do not choose you now, you will fall apart for real." Ko sighed in relief, grabbing Earthbath's wrist. "Thank goodness. So you will help me, right?" Earthbath curiously asked. "Help you with what?" Ko lowered her eyes, sadness flickering across her face. "Really hate envy." A memory surfaced of her as a child, innocently hugging a teddy bear with a carefree smile. Ko spoke, envying my younger self who had everything she wanted and did not lose a thing. Earthbath was stunned by those words. Earthbath gently called out, "Ko," as she grabbed Earthbath's hand tightly, stopping her from speaking further. "I know I should not do this, since those things are what that girl truly deserves." Ko leaned in with a mocking smile. Petals were carried away by the wind as her voice echoed. "Master of hers, is that what you think?" Dry leaves scattered all over the ground. Winter had come to Korea, dusting everything with a layer of frost. In a cozy room, a hand drew a horizontal line marking the child's height. Unhee beamed down at Ko, praising her. "Mom's Ko has grown so much?" the girl asked excitedly. "Really?" Unhee nodded firmly. "Absolutely." Unhee moved toward the window and opened it. A breeze blew inside, gently ruffling Unhee's hair. She relaxed, gazing at the buildings. Unhee thought, "So much has changed in the months since we left the hideout." Leaning out the window, she remembered she did not understand what Seo-jun meant at first, but everything really did turn out just as he said. Unhee recalled the four of them defeating the monster, then Seo-jun gathering hunters and capable civilians to take down the beast near Bizon. Her eyes scanned the surroundings again. With the help of untrained hunters, he had built walls and buildings, creating a safe zone where people could live. She thought she would heard other areas had set up safe zones too, just like near Bizon. Watching people pass by, Unhee wondered, How did Seol-jun come up with all this? She crossed her arms on the window frame, staring thoughtfully at the sky. Sometimes she felt like he could see the future. Light from outside streamed into the head office of the Busan safe zone. Seol-jun looked at the envelope in Iran's hand, a letter from the Green Zone safe area. Seol was curious. Green Zone. Iran slipped the letter between two fingers. Yeah, other safe zones have been set up, stability has been established. And now they want to invite representatives from each safe zone to a meeting. Seol-jun was surprised by Aaron's words. So both you and I represent Bizen. Seol-jun pointed to himself doubtfully. So I have to go too. Aaron nodded firmly. Of course. Even though my father and I lead Bizen. You are the one who built it, she added. And importantly, this meeting is about Bizen, Aaron explained. Many hunters guess the boss monster is in Bizen, but after checking, that dragon was not the boss. She recalled the two-horned monster. That means Korea's boss monster has to be at least as strong as that dragon. So to prevent a disaster like Asinus, we will find the boss location and discuss how to handle it, she added. Besides, meeting reps from other areas is not a bad thing. Seol-jun nodded. Yeah, that is true. Aaron asked anxiously. What are you worried about? Seol-jun quickly shook his head. Nothing like that. Glanced sideways and said, this is the first time we have all gathered like this. Meanwhile, at the Green Zone, the invited guests began entering, bare-chested. His coat fluttered with each step he took. Son and others walked in. He wore a sly smile. Meanwhile, Seol-jun wondered if they would see any familiar faces again on the safe zone wall. Two guards shouted in surprise as they looked down. They saw someone in blue staggering forward and cautiously asked, Look, something is coming our way. Is it a monster? One guard gasped. It is. Diho was exhausted, leaning on his knees, gasping for air. The guards looked surprised it was a human. The two guards quickly hurried down to Diho. Worried, Hey, are you okay? Diho collapsed, coughing harshly, and managed to say, Is Lee Sajin here? The guard with messy hair helped Diho up and answered, If it is Lee Sajin. He was called to the Green Zone with Hai Ran already. Diho hurriedly asked, So where are Unhai E and the others? I need to check something ASAP. The wind rustled as Diho abruptly said, Susio. Diho grabbed a guard's arm, saying, There is a strange base in Susio. A war might break out between the safe zones. At the same time, in the Blue House safe zone, everyone was seated around the conference table. Dong-su sat at the head and spoke before the meeting started. Sajin and Aram listened intently as Dong-su said, I want to thank all the representatives who came today. Across from him, Hee-seon sat silently, listening. As you know, the reason I called this meeting is to discuss the Korean boss monster and how to handle the dungeon issue. Sajin waved at Hee-seon, who had come in for her father. She smiled with narrowed eyes in return. Sajin turned his gaze toward the head of the table. He observed Dong-su quietly, thinking, Since the dungeon appeared, the Blue House safe zone seems inactive. Sajin frowned. We need his help, but he won't even show up. Now suddenly he wants to talk. What is he planning? Dong-su put down some papers and gestured toward Sajin. First, Sajin was surprised to hear Dong-su mention his name. I will start by asking Lee Sajin from your group. Dong-su recalled the past. Months ago, Lee Sajin and Sword Saint went to Bizen, likely the boss location. I heard you discovered a dragon there, he asked. But that creature was not the boss, right? Yes, Sajin answered confidently. That is right, he went on. That dragon belonged to a different dungeon. Dong-su seemed unsurprised, just as I suspected, clenching his fist. He said, When dungeons first appeared, many hunters guessed the boss would be in Bizen, but what you and 4 others saw proved otherwise. So based on this, we considered another possibility. Dong-su concluded, The boss is somewhere else. This caught the attention of Sajin, Iram, and everyone in the room. Sensing something off, Sajin quickly objected. Wait, excluding Bizen like that does not make sense. We only scouted a small part of Bizen. Have you sent hunters to scout more? Dong-su shook his head calmly. Not yet, but we found another place that might be the boss's location. He pointed at the person across the table. Of course, this is just a guess, but that person brought evidence. The mysterious man stood up. Let me introduce myself. He removed his hat and bowed his head. I'm the Susio Safe Zone rep, Northsock. Seeing that familiar face and name, Sajin was surprised. Sajin felt uneasy, a flicker of fear rising in him. That bastard Sokan left his seat and, with someone else, moved behind Dong-su's chair. Alright everyone, the projector turned on as Sokan called the room's attention. Before we start, let us watch this footage. The monster appeared on the big screen. It flapped its wings powerfully, letting out spine-tingling cries. Tiny hands, glowing with ice magic, stretched toward the monster. A weak, childish voice sounded. Instantly, the girl froze the monster solid with ice magic. After taking down the monster, Ko let out a soft breath. The whole room could not believe their eyes. They panicked. What is that? Magic? Soken took advantage of the chaos to speak. Do you believe the magic in that footage came from a child? That magic user is Lee Seo-jun's daughter. Lee Ko. And me, finally, he confidently declared, I declare the Korean boss is Lee Seo, which enraged Seo-jun in a flash. Seo-jun tried to rush Soken to give him a beating. Suddenly, a gunman appeared behind Aaron, aiming the barrel at her head right in front of Seo-jun. Soken's subordinate pulled out a handgun to protect him. The entire meeting room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Seo-jun started losing his cool in anger when a familiar voice called out to him. Lee Seo, across from him. Soken smiled smugly while Aram desperately tried to calm him down. Seo-jun slowly regained his composure, controlling his actions as he stood up. In the end, he decided to lower his hand. Seo-jun's face darkened as he pieced together the voice, some kid claiming to be the world's boss, just like Ennis. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. How could no one else see how ridiculous this was? Seo-jun calmed himself internally. Haram was right. He needed to stay cool. He told himself that if he lost his temper now, it would only give them more reason to believe this guy's lies. It is hard to keep calm when things involve Ko, but better to stay level-headed and challenge his arguments. The people in the room whispered quietly if that really was his biological daughter. There was no way she could be human. Seo-jun tried to justify his points, but others argued that no kid had ever used magic before. And there was more evidence. He spread his arms wide, guessing everyone thought that alone was not proof Lee Ko was the world's boss. Seo-jun activated his power and declared, Then I will use my skills to show you all. I am a prophet. From this moment on, what you see is only a glimpse of the future. Everyone fell into some memory. Aram stood in the street, surrounded by ice and snow. She kept looking around cautiously. What is that? A chill crept up from behind her. She slowly turned her head. She could not believe her own eyes. Seo-jun was right there, using magic against a group of people. The girl's tears fell, but her face still held a fierce resolve. Aram called out to Lee Ko in shock and confusion. In the meeting room, everyone was under Seo-jun's magic control. Their eyes turned vacant and lifeless. Seo-jun shouted angrily, What are you doing? Seo-jun smirked and said, I told you I am showing you the future. But Seo-jun's next words shattered his confidence. Stop lying. No one has that power. Seo-jun lost his composure for a moment, then forced a smile. Oh no? He has caught me. Seo-jun read the info floating above Seo-jun's head. Personal system. Namebook Seo. Title Prophet. High provocation skill. Unique skill shared memory. This guy's cursed. You can TC any other info. Seo-jun snapped his fingers. Fine. What I showed you is not the future, but a memory from the past. But do you know, Lee Seo, let us continue. This is bound to happen. As Seo-jun spoke, everyone snapped out of the memory. Pale and coughing violently, Seo-jun rushed over. Are you okay? She kept coughing harshly. Aram held her face. Exhausted. I am not okay at all. I feel like I am about to puke. Seo-jun asked, Curious? What did you see? Aram looked pale and weak as she answered. I died. I saw your daughter kill me in the future. Seo-jun turned pale with every word she said. Seo-jun jumped in quickly. All right, everyone. I guess you have all seen it. Aram warned anxiously. Be careful. I do not know if this is real or just an illusion. Watching the group clutch their heads. Spirits crushed. Aram said, but it was so vivid it felt like my mind was emptying. Seo-jun held his head in fear, sweat dripping down. Aram concluded, someone's definitely going to fall for his trap. Seo-jun confidently shouted, What crime will Lee Ko commit? Real or fake? I will let you decide, but to stop a future like that, I propose we hunt down Lee Ko. If Lee Seo-jun hands over Lee Ko, we won't have to use force. But if he refuses, Sushin will have to step in. He reached out towards Seo-jun. Seo-jun flashed a sly grin. All right then. Lee Ko. Every word he said poked at Seo-jun's hot temper. Would he really hand over Lee Ko for the country's future? Seo-jun stormed towards Seo-jun's spot. Furious? Hand over my daughter for the future. Huh, cutie, you crazy bastard. Right then, the system's robotic voice announced a unique mission. Lee Ko's fourth misfortune had begun. Unique events that could change the future. Top 5 of Lee Ko 3's misfortunes out of 5 failures. The fourth misfortune. Protect Lee Ko from the witch hunt. Mission incomplete. The motorcycle with license plate A0001 sped down the road, carrying Seo-jun. Iron rode behind him, twisting the throttle full blast, tearing through the air. Back at the Blue House meeting room, Aran jumped up, surprised, and looked across, asking to North Soken. He said Susi would act if we refuse. Dungsu asked Soken doubtfully, if we declare war on Mir? BCS forces, will you be okay? He chuckled darkly and replied, no worries. If Mir is on Lee Ko's side, Susio's already plotting against you. Back in the present, Seo-jun called out from behind the bike. Seo Jun asked suspiciously. Are you really gonna fight Su Seo? Iran's eyes sharpened, and she clicked her tongue. I have no other choice. It is all part of their plan. Think about what happens if we hand So over to them, Iran explained. Basi will lose all trust instantly if he easily abandons a child like that. And if it happens again, Basi will turn his back on his people. After careful thought, Iran concluded, if we give So to them, Basi's forces will be doomed. I have no choice but to fight on the battlefield. The motorcycle kept speeding forward through ruined scenery. Iran was heading straight for the safe zone. We have to get back to me, Basi forced fast. Inside Seo Jun's family apartment, Eun-hee and So were playing happily in the living room. Suddenly, a knock shattered the silence. Eun-hee's eyes widened in shock. Seo pointed to the door being knocked on, calling out to Eun-hee, Someone's here. Eun-hee quickly stood and turned toward the door, answering her daughter. Eun-hee called out loudly, Who is it? The knocking stopped, but no answer came back. Eun-hee eyed the door cautiously, her hand gripping Seo tightly. Sensing something off, Eun-hee raised her voice again. I asked, Who is it? Still no answer. Eun-hee paled as she stared at the entrance. She stepped forward and told her daughter, Seo, go back to your room. Seo obediently replied, Okay, Mom. Seo turned and ran back to her room, while Eun-hee headed alone to the door. At the same time, she cautiously grabbed an arrow from beside the door. Eun-hee opened the door to find a towering figure, about 8 feet tall, wearing a crow beak mask. Waiting there, she studied the stranger and thought suspiciously, a crow beak mask. The masked man threw open the door wide and stepped inside. Eun-hee smelled danger and took a few steps back, asking carefully, Who are you? The man did not answer and lunged at her immediately. Eun-hee panicked slightly, but with her quick reflexes, she dodged the attack. The crow beak masked man's move ignited Eun-hee's anger. She bit her lower lip hard. Eun-hee countered by driving her elbow straight into his face. One foot stepped back as a thought flashed through her mind. I can still sense it. Eun-hee's cold eyes fixed an arrow to the neck of the masked man. Thinking silently about the source of his power, the masked man panicked, eyes wide at the arrow pinned to his neck. Eun-hee asked again, Who are you? She questioned suspiciously. How did you get in here? Meanwhile, another crow beak masked man slipped easily into the house through a small hole beneath the first man's arm. He got in effortlessly thanks to Eun-hee's lowered guard. By the time she noticed, he would already stepped into the room. Eun-hee went pale. What the heck? The first crow masked guy quickly overpowered Eun-hee, all because she was distracted for just a second. Are there more of them? He grabbed Eun-hee by the neck, lifting her up, holding her wrists tight enough to make the arrow drop to the ground. The second crow masked guy had successfully broken into Ko's room. Eun-hee watched his footsteps and cried out in despair. Ko, veins bulging. Eun-hee clenched her teeth in fury and shouted with all her might, Let go! At that moment, an invisible force struck the crow masked guy's body, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. His body went stiff, and Eun-hee easily broke free from his grip. The crow masked guy collapsed onto the floor, and Eun-hee dropped to her knees. Coughing uncontrollably, she hurried to wipe her mouth, then she immediately jumped up, using every ounce of strength to rush into her daughter's room. Thinking anxiously, Eun-hee could not stop worrying about her daughter, wondering how Ko was doing. When she opened the door, she saw Ko being held at knife point by the second crow masked guy. Eun-hee's eyes went wide, shocked, speechless. The sharp blade gleamed coldly. Ko turned pale with fear and called out to Eun-hee. Mom, panicked. Eun-hee stepped in, her hands trembling as she held her daughter close. Ko, it is stay right there. Eun-hee raised both hands to show she surrendered. What do you want? The crow masked guy answered. You are coming with us. He added, if you come with us, I will let the kid go. Eun-hee freaked out and quickly replied, I will go anywhere. Just please let my child go first. The crow masked guy refused. I can do that. I want to release her until we get there. He asked suspiciously, how can I trust you? There is no guarantee you will actually let her go. Hearing that, the crow masked guy slashed Ko's soft skin with the knife. You still have time to talk back. This time Eun-hee really panicked, sweat dripping down her face. Eun-hee's voice grew hoarse. Wait, stop, the crow masked guy threatened. If you do not come with me, you will only lose out. Ko's neck hurt so badly she started crying. Ko's choked voice called out, Mom, igniting a fierce fire inside Eun-hee, blood rushing through her veins. Eun-hee thought, I am a different person now. Put the knife down right now. An invisible force hit the crow masked guy's mind. Just like it did the first one, his hand holding the knife dropped limply, and Ko easily slipped free. Eun-hee pressed close to the crow masked guy. She clenched her fist, surrounding it with immense power. He slammed a hard punch right into his face. A bruise blossomed under the crow masked guy's eyes as he yelped in pain. Not done yet. Eun-hee followed up with a kick to his stomach. Her hand burned and blood, but Eun-hee breathed steadily as Ko called out, Mom, Unhee pulled her daughter into a tight hug, tears welling up. Ko. Thank God. You're okay. A large figure appeared outside the door, loudly calling, Unhee. Ko. Unhee looked toward the door, surprised. Daeho, he asked worriedly, are you okay? Looking at the familiar face, Unhee asked, how did you know we were here? Daeho explained, I had something to tell you both, but I heard Seo-jun was already at the blue house. So I came to your place. Daeho blinked in surprise. But, Unhee, he asked, are you really okay? Blood was still dripping from Yunhee's nose, though she had not realized it. Unhee asked suspiciously, why? Suddenly her eyes flew open, her body leaned to one side, and Ko watched in horror as Yunhee collapsed unconscious to the floor. The little girl screamed in panic. Mom, Unhee lay unconscious, surrounded by endless darkness. She slowly opened her tired eyes. A golden mechanical figure floated beside her, asking to talk. Unhee agreed and sat facing someone who looked exactly like herself. Unhee gasped in surprise. Huh, she greeted warmly. Long time no see. The person across from her replied coldly. It has been a while. Unhee nervously said, You told me where Earth's bed is, but we failed. The person opposite replied calmly. No need to apologize. That was Earth's bed's choice. She stared blankly at Unhee, then raised two fingers. The reason I wanted to talk is because I have two things to discuss with you, the person continued. First, about the power you possess. It is your unique skill. Unhee's eyes widened in surprise. She recalled the moment she took down the two crow-masked guys. Unhee wondered. It is a talent. The other person frowned and answered, yes, but I advise you not to use it. She sincerely warned Unhee. Given your current condition, the cost would be too high. The last time you used that skill, it only knocked you out. Finally, the person warned. But if you face stronger enemies, the price will be your life force. Unhee panicked, asking, life force? The person placed a hand on their chest, so you should not use it often. Instead, focus on recovery. The punishment period is over, so you can now grant permission to use it, she emphasized. The second thing is a request. Seeing the serious look on the other's face, Unhee did not dare to slack off. The other's eyes squeezed shut. She pleaded, please, save Ko. Outside the office of Buka's team leader, the sunlight shone brightly. Inside the meeting room, everyone was busy discussing. Aran and Seol-jun opened the door and stepped into the room. Seol-jun glanced around the room a day after the meeting at the Blue House ended. Aran approached the leader's seat after everyone settled. Buck's team held a private meeting to discuss the battle against Su-sul. Aran used all her skills to start the speech and give her opinion. No one opposed, but she actively persuaded everyone. Some in the meeting looked confused, and most were unhappy about sacrificing a child like that. The tense meeting finally ended, and everyone stood up from their seats. Buka's team decided to protect Ko from Su-sul. A while later, Seol-jun appeared right beside Unhai's hospital bed, quietly sighing with relief. Luckily, Unhai was only a little dizzy. Unhai sat on the hospital bed listening as Seol-jun recounted everything. Tears welled up in her eyes. But after hearing about what happened at the meeting, Unhai's face darkened, her hands clenched tightly. Jun gently asked, why? Unhai's voice was choked. Why would they do that to our Ko? Her bangs hid her expression from view. Unhai's whole body trembled. What had she done wrong? Seol-jun stepped forward and hugged Unhai's shoulder to comfort her. Clearly worried, he confirmed. Buka's team and Su-sul are now enemies. People living in the safe zone strolled the streets, whispering in small groups. Watching Ko leave, they whispered, should we hand that kid over? Yeah? You know the reason behind this fight. Ko glanced sharply at them, and they quickly turned away to avoid eye contact. Ko bit her lip, eyes curious, while they whispered among themselves. Did the kid hear that just now? Two flagpoles fluttered in the wind atop the safe zone walls. Daeho crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, telling Seol-jun beside him, you know, I went to Su-sul. Seol exclaimed in surprise. Really? Seriously? Daeho glanced at Seol-jun and nodded firmly. Also, I happened to run into Park Seok-in. Daeho looked toward the distant mountains and said, I saved him from monsters when he was attacked. And I followed Park Seok-in when he said there was a safe zone in Su-sul. Remembering the scene in Su-sul, Daeho thought, but that place was not normal at all. Daeho said, everyone there wore bird masks. He recalled the chaotic scene with those people shouting together loudly. Only a true witch matters. We have to weed out the fakes. Daeho calmly continued. They keep shouting like that. After hearing Daeho's story, Seol-jun recognized those people, the crow masks. Those are the witch hunters who chased Ko before she came back to life. Daeho rubbed his chin and said, everyone there worships witches, with Park Seok-in at the center of it all. He still feels scared when he remembers that time they would not let me leave. So it took me quite a while to escape. Seol-jun frowned and wondered, They worship witches. He could not help but question Seok and his actions, so why is Park Seok and so obsessed with Ko? Maybe he does not even realize Ko is a real witch. Who exactly is he calling a true witch? Ko appeared and shouted loudly, "Dad." Seeing the adorable girl, Seol-jun sweetly called out, "Ko." Seeing the situation, Daeho quietly said to Seol-jun, "I am heading over there." Seol-jun nodded toward him. Seol-jun knelt down to Ko's level and gently asked, "Why did you come out here? Did you come alone?" The girl quickly shook her head. "Mom's down there." After speaking, Ko fell silent. Sadness clear on her face, the girl whispered, "Dad, do you know?" Ko asked a question that made Seol-jun freeze completely. Why does everyone hate Ko? He turned pale the moment he heard it, eyes wide open. Ko continued, "Is it because of me that Mom got hurt?" Seol-jun quickly grabbed her arm and hurriedly replied, "Of course not." Ko did not seem to believe him. Her face flushed like a crying squirrel. Seol-jun looked at his daughter sadly, his heart aching. His hand gently touched her cheek. "Ko, listen to Dad." "Seol-jun, I am going to tell you a secret." Ko was curious. "A secret?" Seol-jun scooped her up into his arms. "Come here," he whispered to Ko. "Yes, something even Mom does not know. Dad is actually from the future." The girl gasped and covered her mouth. "So Mom's an alien and Dad's a time traveler?" Seol-jun laughed helplessly. "Mom's not an alien." He gently stroked Ko's head to comfort her. "Anyway, that is how I know no one hates you," quietly asked. "What is the future for you, Mom?" "And me?" Seol-jun thoughtfully asked back. "Do you want to know?" Ko excitedly yelled. "Yes." Seol-jun smiled, looking away. "But I can tell you yet, Ko. You little troublemaker. Dad's a bad guy." Seol-jun puffed his cheeks playfully, laughing because he got a rise out of his daughter. Later, he just smiled softly. Gazing at Ko with love, Seol-jun recalled memories in the hospital room with Yeon-hae. Wondering why they would do that to our Ko, he let out a long sigh. Looking into his daughter's innocent eyes, Seol-jun, "You know, Ko, about our future, in a peaceful future world." The three of them held hands, walking on lush green grass. Jun said firmly, "Mom and Dad will live happily with you forever." Ko looked at Seol-jun with eyes sparkling like stars and asked, "Is that really true?" "It sounds like a fairy tale." Seol-jun smiled and replied, "Yes, it is." The wind rustled the dry leaves as Seol-jun silently hugged Ko. Leaves scattered wildly, blown by the wind. Remembering Ko from the old world, Seol-jun made up his mind. Even if it is just a lie, he would make that promise come true. He held Ko tightly to his chest. Seol-jun's eyes sharpened with resolve. "I will make sure what I said today becomes reality." A crowd dressed in black filled the entire room. A huge crack in the ground appeared right in front of them. Sokken stretched his hand toward the crack. "All right, if this keeps up, it will form another rift. When I give the signal, you all go in there." He activated his boiling skill. Sokken laughed loudly, putting that skill into his words. "Trust the witch and me. Everyone will be saved." On the walls of the Seonbuk safe zone, two guards kept watch atop the ramparts. One of them spoke up. "It has been 4 days and nothing's happened yet." The girl rested her hands on the fence, glanced at the old man beside her, then furrowed her brow and spoke, "We are just standing here waiting. But is Susio really going to attack?" The old man looked at her kindly. "We declared war. But it is not easy for them to get here right away. First, they have to get past the monsters out there. More importantly, it is winter now, which makes everything even harder." The girl's face lit up with understanding as she exclaimed, "So that is why Chairman Ha-iram chose to defend?" The old man nodded. "Exactly. As long as we hold strong, we will win." Both looked down from the wall. The old man said thoughtfully, "But since nothing's happened yet, I do not think they will come." The girl marveled, but just as she finished speaking, a cracking sound shattered the silence behind them. Watching shards fall, they both looked puzzled. Suddenly, a monster leapt out from the rift and landed on the street. The townsfolk who saw it turned pale with fear. The monster roared, wreaking havoc everywhere as people fled in terror. Their screams were filled with despair. A monster has appeared inside the walls." Iran slammed her hand on the table, shouting. A rift appeared inside the safe zone. She was furious. "What the hell is going on?" Iran said in surprise. "This has never happened before." Seol-jun frowned deeply, including Seobong-buk. Safe zones were always built where no rifts existed. He thought about the peaceful lives of the people living there and reflected. That is why they could live safely. They just built walls to defend and wiped out the nearby monsters. Monster corpses and blood lay scattered on the streets. But today, a rift suddenly opened inside the city, causing heavy casualties. Aren voiced her suspicion. "No matter how you look at it, it seems Suzal is behind this." She pictured Sokken in her mind, remembering he filmed Ko right after the prison incident. "I think he planned this war from then on." What is stranger is that they stayed silent all this time without making a move. Finally, Iran concluded, "I am sure Suzal is connected to this rift." Seol-jun was silent for a moment before replying, "If what you say is true, things are not looking good." Iran said, "Exactly. If they attack inside the city, Our defense strategy is useless, and we will face massive casualties. Seul-jun broke into a cold sweat as he listened. Seul-jun thought about the hateful, cold stares aimed at Ko's daughter and felt heartbroken. If things go on like this, people will start to change their minds. Everyone agreed to protect Ko, but if threats now hang over their lives, they will think differently. Spoke up. Startling Iran. I have a proposal. Iran asked suspiciously. What is it? We can just wait for them to attack. Seul-jun, I know where the Suzal gate is. From Diho, he slammed his hand on the table, staring at Iran with fierce determination. I am going to Susio and taking down Sokan. The mastermind. Elsewhere, Elizabeth crossed her arms, glaring at the person opposite her. Honestly, I am surprised you are staying quiet in a situation like this. Elizabeth snapped. Shut up. I did not come here for you. Sokan shrugged. Relax. Are not we allies? Elizabeth frowned, her voice dripping with contempt. Allies my ass. She shot Sokan a resentful glare, sending people through the water crack to Mir. Buck S. place. Are you crazy? Elizabeth clenched her teeth, frowning hard. No human can survive going through the water crack. It is between two dimensions, not some teleport gate, she thought to herself, and my curse is still active. Without protection, you will turn into a monster. Sokan feigned ignorance. I did not know. I thought it was the safest route since I went through, and was fine. Elizabeth sneered. Of course. Because you took a curse from that kid. Sokan grinned wickedly at Elizabeth. So you are saying I am not human anymore? Elizabeth answered bluntly. Exactly. But I am warning you. Humans are not safe going through there. Junjiang interrupted. Everyone did it, because the witch ordered it. Elizabeth's mood turned sharp. That kid never gave that order. Sokan showed no fear, still smiling lightly. The truth is, they want to kill Li Ko, he taunted. And you failed to convince them otherwise. Elizabeth's brows knitted tightly at the insult. She muttered angrily. Damn it! Outside Susio's safe zone gate, a crow-beaked masked guard kept watch through the night. He yawned repeatedly, struggling to stay awake. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his head. Seok-jun sneaked up from behind and slammed the masked guard's head into the wall. The guard collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Seok-jun picked up the crow-beaked mask from the floor. He quickly took the guard's clothes and glanced back to see if he was waking up. Seok-jun put on the mask and clothes, then slipped into Susio's safe zone unnoticed. Inside, on the streets, masked guards blended in with the locals. Seok-jun walked cautiously, eyes scanning around, silently thinking. Sokan, remembering Sokan's expression earlier at the greenhouse, Seok-jun pondered. Someone must have told him what to do. He is the mastermind behind Susio's actions. Seok-jun blended into the crowd observing something. If someone that important disappeared, Susio would fall into chaos, or at least, the real puppet master would show up. He stared in disbelief at the crowd of masked people moving like a swarm before him. Seok-jun thought in surprise. All these masked people. He pulled his hood up and merged with the crowd of masked figures. Seok-jun could not help but wonder. Where are they headed? He followed the crow-masked crowd to a building that looked like a church. They filed inside silently, in an eerie calm. Seok-jun was startled when he heard a familiar voice say, Welcome, faithful believers. Sokan stood above, leaning against a crack in the wall. Today, you all have been given a very important mission. You will be saved by the witch. He smiled gently, looking toward the crack. Alright, one by. Seok-jun tensed hearing Sokan's voice. Pass through this crack, and you will reach Buck S. place. One by. The crow-masked people went through the crack. Amazed, Seok-jun thought. He is actually sending people through the crack. Seok-jun's mind raced in confusion. Was Sokan sacrificing people as monster food? Or would they turn into monsters because of the crack's effects? Looking behind him, Seok-jun thought, I am the last one. He stepped forward quietly, following the crow-masked crowd day by. The gap between Sokan and Seok-jun grew smaller. His eyes sharpened, locked on Sokan. Seok-jun reassured himself. Stay calm. His full attention was on Sokan. He was the only target. Seok-jun gripped the hidden dagger inside his cloak as he got closer to him. Sokan called out in a low voice, eyes fixed on Seok-jun. Alright. Last one. Come on. Before he could finish, Seok-jun grabbed a knife and lunged at Sokan, leaving him no time to react. Seok-jun was determined he would kill him right then and there. Seok-jun stealthily hid the knife inside his robe as he calculated the moment to get close. Sokan called out in a low voice, locking eyes on Seok-jun. Alright. Last one. Please come forward. Before he could finish, Seok-jun charged with the knife, catching Sokan off guard. He was resolute he would kill him now. Seok-jun plunged the knife deep into Sokan's neck artery, making him groan. While the water rift began to shrink, Seok-jun was relieved he would hit the corroded artery. Sokan coughed harshly, whispering, I knew you would come, Lisa. The nameless Seok-jun caught him completely off guard. his eyes widening in shock. Seokjun sat back, keeping a safe distance as Seokjun clutched his wound. Coughing dryly, unable to believe his eyes, Seokjun asked, "What? How are you still alive?" Seokjun smirked, surprised. The wound on his neck? A strange purple blood oozed, nothing like human blood. Seokjun grinned wickedly. Faith never dies. Seokjun frowned, grinding his teeth in frustration. "You." Facing Seokjun realized he was no longer human. Seokjun lowered his head, his hair hiding the expression on his face. Seokjun pressed 2 fingers to his lips, narrowing his eyes sharply. Seokjun's blood roared, shaking the entire space. Seokjun grimaced and clenched his fist tight. Seokjun's eyes darkened, his voice deepening. A full-scale attack is underway. Soon, the monster will appear ex abyss. Seokjun asked suspiciously, "So you are the one who made that water rift appear out of nowhere?" Seokjun smirked. "If not, then who else could make a water rift appear in the safe zone?" He chuckled darkly. "And then the people at Xjiken Beefy will change their minds." Seokjun spoke bluntly. "People act based on morals. At first, they say they will protect the child. But when faced with death, do you think their minds 1T change? I am sure they will think, forget the child, let us just end this fight." Seokjun shot back. "Damn it. You think everyone's like you?" Seokjun chuckled and shrugged, when backed into a corner. No one's decisions stay sane. He stepped forward, dark magic swirling around him. "I am curious too." Seokjun shivered, staring at the dark magic enveloping Seokjun. He thought in shock. "A curse? What if my father comes back as a monster?" Seokjun covered his mouth, smiling wickedly. "I wonder how that child would react." Seokjun quickly pulled out his staff, transforming it into a spear shape. He readied himself to launch an attack. His mind raced, analyzing the battle. Seokjun was covered in a curse. But apart from that, he had no other power left. In terms of strength, Seokjun had the edge. Sun concluded, "I can kill him here." With that thought, Seokjun charged, spear aimed at Seokjun. Seokjun showed no fear, standing still with his palms pressed together. A water rift appeared between Seokjun's hands. Seokjun's eyes widened in shock. The spear flew straight into Seokjun's water rift. He closed the rift, smiling slyly. "Oh no?" Seokjun sneered mockingly. "You really thought you could finish me off with a ranged attack?" Seokjun panicked. "My spear." Gritting his teeth, he touched the hidden knife. "I miscalculated. The only weapon I have now is..." Seeing Seokjun's move, Seokjun sneered in contempt. "You plan to kill me with that knife? Pathetic." Seokjun felt tiny in Seokjun's eyes, as if he was nothing but a toy. Damn it! He was completely provoked. Seokjun gripped the knife's handle tightly. "As long as I use this, it is close combat. That means I will definitely get cursed." He wondered if he should just withdraw, but then recalled Elizabeth sitting curled up by the wall and So running scared from those terrifying hands. Seokjun's hand hovered, torn between gripping the knife or not. In the end, he clenched the knife tightly. So had made Seokjun stronger. No way he would back down now. Seeing Seokjun still coughing and laughing across from him, Seokjun thought, as long as he is alive, So will be in danger. Seokjun leapt up, moving at lightning speed. Clutching his knife tight, he closed in on Seokjun, knowing he had to kill him the moment he got the chance, even if it meant turning into a monster. Seokjun was startled when Seokjun suddenly appeared right in front of him. "What the?" Seokjun slammed Seokjun to the ground. He raised his knife, ready to strike down. The blade plunged straight into Seokjun's heart. His eyes widened in shock. Blood splattered everywhere as Seokjun let out a loud scream. He punched Seokjun hard in the stomach. Seokjun collapsed to the ground, dark magic clinging to his body. Seokjun stood up empty-handed. Seokjun looked at him and said, "You have touched the original vow. You will become a monster." Seokjun's eyes turned icy blue, blood vessels bursting in his sclera. "Who cares? I do not care if I become a monster, as long as I kill him." Seokjun clutched his wound, staring at Seokjun in shock. He stood up, unwilling to give in, and activated magic in both his arms. But Seokjun was quicker, throwing a spear that pierced Seokjun's leg, blood spraying out. Seokjun screamed in pain and collapsed to his knees. Seokjun grabbed Seokjun's hair from behind. His eyes burned with rage as he stared at Seokjun. "I knew it. No excuses. You have nothing." Seokjun gripped him tightly. Seokjun sat up, seeing Seokjun approaching with a knife. His expression was hidden by his hair. Seokjun watched Seokjun clutch his stomach, thinking, if he is a monster, he must have a weak spot. "I stabbed his neck, heart, and ankle. So what is left?" Seokjun's face turned pale. Panic set. He screamed, "Please, spare me." Terrified, Seokjun begged, "I was wrong. Give me a chance to make things right." He shouted. "Everyone's wrong, cowardly." Seokjun pleaded with Seokjun. "I can't die yet. I still have a mission to complete." He spoke of his faith. "I have to make everyone accept that person as the true god." Seokjun tightened his grip on the knife handle, sneering, "A body that does not exist?" Without hesitation, He sliced Seokjun's body cleanly in half. Seokjun screamed in agony. This cut could be fatal. Seokjun silently stared at Seokjun's lifeless body. He slowly relaxed his grip on the knife. If gods really existed, Seokjun's body turned purple as dark magical curses surrounded him. No way he would be so cruel to my daughter. On the wide street, only Elizabeth was steadily walking, remembering the noise she heard in the room. Elizabeth panicked. Wondering, what was that sound? She looked at the empty street. Worried, after that sound, everyone suddenly vanished, spotting a familiar figure ahead. Elizabeth clenched her fists. Muttering, what the hell is that bastard up to now? She jumped at Seokjun's whispered voice. Kill them all, seeing the cursed figure staggering. She gasped. Seokjun, Elizabeth stepped forward, asking, why are you here? Seokjun, judging by Seokjun's expression, she was certain, he is cursed. Elizabeth sighed helplessly. That bastard really cursed him too, she thought quietly. Because of Ko. I do not want to blow this up, but I can't ignore it anymore. Images of Seokjun and Ko flashed through her mind. It has been days since I last saw Ko. This has to be connected to that northern bastard. Seokjun, Elizabeth activated her magic. I want to let him get away with this. She used healing magic on Seokjun. You idiot. You forgot I am a powerful witch too. Breaking the curse on Seokjun. Then we head to Seonbuk together. In the safe zone of Seonbuk, Eunhye stood inside, gazing out the window. Something caught Eunhye's eye. Startling her, on the building opposite Eunhye's house, a shadow appeared. The girl wore a furless outfit, had long blue hair, and an eerie aura surrounded her. Eunhye suspiciously whispered, Ko. Suddenly, Ko appeared behind Eunhye, calling out, Mom, what is wrong? Eunhye spun around. Startled, the innocent girl asked, Did you call me, Mom? Eunhye quickly denied, I was mistaken. It is nothing. Suddenly, Elizabeth and Seokjun appeared in the room through a gap near the floor. Eunhye jumped back. She gasped. Earthbed and Seokjun too. Seokjun's face turned pale as he croaked. What just happened to me? Elizabeth explained. You were cursed. I had to break it, so do not worry. Worried, Eunhye rushed over. Seokjun, what is going on? He was about to answer, when an image of Seokjun flashed through his mind. He quickly asked Eunhye, have you noticed anything unusual about Seo? She was surprised. What? She replied. Nothing so far. Seokjun warned urgently. We need to prepare. The Seo group will attack soon. Seokjun hurriedly pulled off his blood-stained shirt, thinking, they are definitely going all out this time. If their numbers are really as big as I see, there is no way we can win. Seonbuk will fall for sure. Then he stood up straight, glanced back to one side, thinking of a way to minimize casualties. Seokjun's gentle eyes looked toward his daughter. Seoa, he said, Dad needs your help. Come with me for a bit. The whole city is peaceful. The lights are still on. Suddenly, dozens of spatial tears appeared from the sky. Huge monsters emerged from the ripples. Quick footsteps. Iron loudly ordered the soldiers, evacuate the civilians on the streets. Lead them to safety now. She furrowed her brow, thinking, I thought this attack would be like every other time. But they are throwing everything they have got at us. Iran looked down from the city wall, puzzled. Where's Lee Seokjun? Has he failed? A soldier hurried to her. Chairman. Iran turned around. What? Another unexpected twist? The soldier quickly replied, Please look. Iran followed the direction the soldier pointed to. The soldier said, The monsters are all rushing in one direction. And that rush was locked into Aaron's eyes. Seokjun's hurried footsteps echoed on the empty street as he fled from the monsters. Seokjun's hand met Seo's, creating a magical ice sphere. Seokjun threw the magic ball straight at a monster his size. The monster roared in pain, writhing in agony. The monster's attention was all focused on Seoa, who was on Seokjun's back. Suddenly, a monster jumped down from a rooftop. They chased right behind Seokjun's heels. He gritted his teeth. Running faster. I knew it. They are only after Seoa. Looking at the wooden door ahead, Seokjun thought. Well, cursed. All I can think of is to protect Seoa, so if I take Seoa with me, I can lead them away from the safe zone. He shouted to the guards. Open the door. The two guards at the door were startled by Seokjun's command. They quickly opened the door. The monsters chased Seokjun out of the safe zone, leaving Iran and the others stunned by Seokjun's bold move. Watching the fierce monsters chasing after Seokjun, they all charged out of the safe zone together. Iran still stood frozen. Shocked, she furrowed her brow helplessly. That idiot. I get his plan. But this is way too reckless. Iran turned to the soldiers behind her and gave orders. Everyone, wipe out the stragglers. She shouted loudly. Seokjun has already drawn most of them out. Only a few left. Finish them quickly. Then head to the market to help Seokjun. Outside the safe zone, the monsters closed in on the father and daughter. Seokjun urged himself. Faster? Come on, he thought. Good. The others inside will handle the leftover monsters, Seokjun thought. Even though I have distracted them, I still have to hold out a while longer. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit his head. Seo-jun groaned in pain. Seo worriedly called, "Dad." She grabbed Seo-jun's shoulder. "Are you okay?" His face went pale, but he lied to keep her calm. "I am Do not worry," Seo-jun thought. That pain just now is a leftover effect of the curse. Sweat poured down Seo-jun's face. He thought, "My body's too weak." Seo called out, "Dad." Seo-jun glanced at her, and Seo sincerely said, "If you are tired, let me handle those monsters for you." In the Suseo safe zone, Seokin's body still lay motionless. Thick black liquid crawled from the steps, inching closer to Seokin. That slimy liquid rose like a living creature whispering. Finally, the witch's loyal servant is dead. The black slime wrapped around Seokin's body. I will use his body as my vessel. Back at Seobuk's safe zone, Seo spoke sincerely. "Dad, if you are tired, do you want me to handle those monsters?" Seo-jun was surprised by his daughter's words, but Seo said confidently, "I can do it." He glanced at the monsters trailing behind them. Seo-jun softly asked his daughter, "Seo, are not you scared of the monsters behind us?" Seo calmly replied, "I am not scared." With an innocent childlike smile, Seo said to Seo-jun, "You are with me, Dad, and I am stronger than them." Even Seo-jun was taken aback by her words. He did not expect his little girl to think that way. Looking back at the monsters, Seo-jun thought, "There are so many chasing us." But she does not see it as a big deal at all. He kept pace with Seo as they ran fast. At some point, she will realize just how strong she really is. Seo-jun veered onto a different path. Not wanting Seo to use her powers just yet, thought about a small bird carefully watching its eggs, still in the nest. He wanted her to grow up normally and planned to protect her. One egg began to crack, the chick ready to hatch. Seo-jun wondered, but was that even possible from the start? The nest was empty now, just the shell left behind. Seo-jun thought, someday kids stand on their own and leave the nest. Same with Seo-a. Seo-jun hurried into a nearby thicket. Knowing she had special powers, gently he advised his daughter, "Seo-a, you can risk using your magic to attack." She obediently replied, "I know, I have made some bad mistakes before." Seo was surprised by Seo-jun's next words. "It is I am not mad at you." Seo-jun comforted her. "You can use it on those nasty monsters." He looked at her with a soft gaze, thinking, "I am not trying to pressure her." Seo's expression hardened after Seo-jun's guidance. Well, more like teaching her how to use her powers right. Seo-jun asked again, do not kill them, okay?" Hearing that, Seo immediately brightened up and confidently answered, "Got it." Facing the swarming monsters, Seo-jun held Seo close, steady and fearless. He smiled and called out, "Seo, show me," he said, as Seo began to activate her magic. Her eyes suddenly widened, glowing strangely. Seo used her tiny hands to form a magic orb. She stretched her arms forward, and in an instant, all the monsters were frozen solid by her magic, holding Seo in his arms. Seo-jun watched as she maintained her powerful spell. The fierce monsters could not even move a muscle, instantly encased in ice. Seo's magic did not just freeze the monsters, it affected everything nearby. Trees and creatures alike were stuck fast, like glued to the spot. Seo-jun gently set Seo down. She cheered, raising her hands in joy. "I did." Seo-jun poked the ice with his knife. Smiling quietly, "She really froze them, and they are still alive. I do not want Seo to kill them, so I told her to keep them alive. I will handle the killing part." A figure standing near a wall silently listened to the father and daughter's conversation. "You did great, did not you?" "Yeah, really well, just like I expected from my Seo." After Seo's proud laugh, the person stepped out of hiding. Seo-jun and Seo both turned their attention to her. A familiar voice called out, "Found you." Watching the girl approach limply, Seo-jun curiously called, "Hee-jaeon." He asked, "How did you get here?" Hee-jaeon did not answer directly, just said out of nowhere, "But her magic is really strong." She clenched her teeth. "So what I saw back then really was the future." Seo-jun was puzzled by Hee-jaeon's strange behavior. What is going on with her? Without a word, she suddenly drew her sword from its sheath. Seeing her move, Seo-jun turned pale. Hee-jaeon lunged to attack, but Seo-jun quickly blocked with his dagger. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to withstand her sword strike. Seo-jun blocks Hee-jaeon's sword strike and takes a few steps back. Seo-jun yells out, "Hey, what are you doing?" Hee-jaeon replies, "Seo-jun, let me talk to Ko." He questions suspiciously, "What? Hee-jaeon, why?" Seo-jun's face darkens, his expression turning grim. "You." Hee-jaeon stares blankly, tears suddenly falling, sword pointed fiercely at him. "Sejos, you are acting really strange." He probes, "Did Soken show you that day?" Like hitting a nerve, Hee-jaeon nearly shouts in anger, "Ko, in the future, Ko will kill my dad and mom." Recalling the memory Soken showed her, the bloody massacre, the endless bodies lined up, Hee-jaeon angrily says, "That kid wiped out the entire Goryo sword clan. Those feelings are so vivid I can forget." Seo-jun tries to calm her gently. "Relax. It is not real. Both your families are still alive. No matter what I say. Hee-jaeon still points her sword at him and asks, what if that does happen in the future? She grips the sword hilt with both hands. Please. Seo-jun. Suddenly, she lunges to attack Seo-jun. Move. Seo-jun counters with his knife to block her strike. Veins bulge on Seo-jun's face as he grimaces. Thinking, her power is different. Like this, watching Hee-jaeon now, Seo-jun clearly sees her dark, ghost-like aura. He thinks, she is like the Go-hyen witch hunter from Before I Reset. Sword versus knife. They clash again, with Seo-jun slowly retreating, holding his knife defensively. Seo-jun shout, think about it. Go-hee. Seo is just a kid. Hee-jaeon hesitates, then raises her sword to argue. A kid with dangerous power. She slashes fiercely. Seo-jun falls to the ground to dodge. Hee-jaeon attacks again. Seo-jun jumps back to avoid and replies, exactly. That is why I taught her not to attack people. You have seen everything, Hee-jaeon. She answers, I know. I thought it was true then, but now, it is still not enough. Remembering Seo's terrifying growth, Hee-jaeon can't hold back and shouts, I have seen it. I can see her as human anymore. It is like giving a kid a ticking bomb. Seo-jun immediately objects. Seo did not choose to hold that bomb. No one handed it to her anymore. Hee-jaeon keeps attacking while Seo-jun defends and says, if that is true, then anyone could hold that bomb. Hee-jaeon swings wildly, ignoring his words, echoing, Yuta. Every hunter and monster. We all hold great power. It depends on how we choose to use that power. In the end, it is all about how the power is used. Hee-jaeon yells. But that does not change the fact a reckless kid is holding that power. Seo-jun shouts back. Because she is still a kid, that can change without missing a beat. Seo-jun attacks Hee-jaeon with his knife, standing tall, his voice full of confidence and hope. Seo can still change. Lee Seo, drenched in sweat, shouts. Seo can improve in the future. Hee-jaeon freezes, avoiding his gaze. She asks impatiently, improve? Seo-jun calmly replies, yes, quickly adding, when she grows up, one day she will control her power like Kim Thon and Mears. Sophia. Hee-jaeon stays silent, hesitating. Seeing this, Seo-jun continues to strengthen her faith, as if she wanted to say their power is dangerous. Hee-jaeon tightens her grip on the sword hilt, unsure, but what if she can control it? The future really becomes what I saw, the bodies lying everywhere. Hee-jaeon's voice is serious, sword pointed straight at Seo-jun. How can you be so sure Seo won't do that? He gripped her hand tightly as he listened to her words. He could not deny it, but he still insisted. If Seo was all alone, that future might come true, but not now, he said firmly. Seo, the girl they have been talking about, had been hiding behind the iceberg, quietly watching them argue. She has a master, Lee Seo-jun said sincerely. You, the other Ghost Society members, and me and Unhee too. Raising her the right way and guiding her down the right path, that is what parents and adults are supposed to do. You do not trust Seo. His words were almost a plea. Hee-jaeon's face flashed with startled realization. She glanced towards Seo, who had been standing there the whole time. The girl peeked out from behind the iceberg, shy and scared. Finally, Hee-jaeon lowered her hand, the sword slipping from her palm and hitting the ground with a sharp clink. Her face paled, guilt flooding her as she whispered, I lost my mind. I am Seo-jun. He did not respond, just exhaled deeply as if everything was settled. Hee-jaeon turned and hugged Seo tightly, shouting, Seo, I am. The girl understood and hugged back, saying, it is while the three of them were distracted. Suddenly flickering flames lit up the entire street. Hee-jaeon was the first to notice something was off. Wait a minute, something's going on over there, she said, looking up at the sky behind Seo-jun's back. He looked confused at her words. What is that? He asked, instinctively glancing behind him. There really were sparks of fire and strange monsters floating in the sky. He panicked, thinking, that is the safe zone near Mir Buck's place. Among the skinny, small-winged monsters, one stood out, a creature covered in tentacles that could float without wings. Near the gloomy castle, guarded by black dragons. Inside, two figures, one sitting on a throne, the other kneeling like a king and his subject. The one on the throne was skin and bones, with silver hair and tattered clothes. His red eyes burned as he spoke. The ritual to bring the witch's soul here has failed. The kneeling one looked terrified. The throne figure continued. However, the ritual can be broken by magic, curses, or holy power. The only way is to bring her here so she can break it herself. The kneeling man nervously looked up. The throne lord ignored him and went on. It seems her soul has already left this place. She has left Midheim for another dimension. The other man clasped his hands and asked anxiously, is that true? Your Majesty, the master of the magic tower said souls can do that, travel to other dimensions with a real body. His excitement grew, speeding up his speech. Still, there is a way to break through the dimensional barrier called Kai water. That means we can reach wherever the witch went. The nervous man jumped in fear, shrinking back as much as he could, hurriedly warned, choosing his words carefully to avoid angering the king. But your majesty, I have heard even the gods can create Kai water. It requires immense power. The king pushed up from the armrests, standing up with effort. I know, he said. That is why I am going to do it myself. Straightening up, he spoke seriously. I will use my own body to open the Kai water, and we will find the witch. More importantly, the chief jailer Miju. Do you know about the moon goddess? Hearing his name, Miju looked up, repeating the emphasized words. Moon goddess, yes, the other man said. As you know, in Midheim, the only god we worship is the sun god. But after studying the ritual, I found the moon goddess. I thought I was well versed in religion, but this is the first time I have heard of the moon goddess. Do you know anything about her? Asked directly. Midge's usually furry face showed surprise too. She hesitated, then answered, the moon goddess. Yes, I do. In the past, she was as powerful as the sun god, the god of life, while she ruled over death. But she grew jealous of the sun god, who was worshipped by all living creatures. So the moon goddess tried to kill the sun god, and their battle dragged on for ages. And finally, the sun god gained the upper hand. At that moment, when the moon goddess died, she cursed the sun god. She clenched her shirt tightly, her hatred fading as she spoke the curse. I will soon become death, and when I can even if killed, I will come to kill you. That is what she said back then. Mew finished the story, still slipping in a few words to flatter his majesty. Really blasphemous, your majesty. There is no need to worry about this. Hearing that, he just stroked his beard thoughtfully. Finally, he dropped a line that made Mew's heart skip a beat, her face turning pale. I wonder, after all this, maybe even the sun god has no answers. I will go find the moon goddess. Mew almost stood up. Your majesty, that is not true. His voice echoed urgently throughout the castle. I am sure the sun god will answer. We just have to wait. We will find the answer ourselves. Then that day, his voice suddenly softened. We will be saved. He spoke with absolute conviction, and everything snapped back to reality. Mew was standing high above, looking down at the writhing mess below, monster still burning fiercely. Hiram gripped his gun tightly. Lying? I thought we were done here. But what is this? Hiram looked at Mew's twisted body, tattered clothes below, tentacles all over her skin peeling off in patches, emitting a full stench. His eyes were like deep black holes, while his face turned pale with shock, finally seeing that hated face. The witch, Mew spoke, startling Elizabeth, who recognized the voice and called out. Hiram turned and asked, You know him? Elizabeth sighed and replied, He hates. I am pretty sure you guys have more ties to him than I do, since he is the boss of South Korea. Everyone gasped. What? Him? Elizabeth looked up suspiciously but was sure the girl once said she locked Mew away. When did he escape? The jerk who was locked up is now standing on the building's rooftop, looking down and throwing harsh words at Elizabeth. You shameful fool. All those days when I could not act because of you, but now, finally, I can bring judgment to you, he said. Grinning arrogantly, Elizabeth frowned in confusion and asked, Judgment? Mew ignored her tone and kept talking. His Majesty sacrificed himself to create the crack, who knew he could break our curse. But that is not what I believe, he said angrily. Only the god can save us. That is not something an evil witch like you can do. Go die to atone for your sins. Elizabeth seethed with anger at that, but she was sharp enough to throw a jab back. Why do you still act cursed? Isn't it because that so-called god has no power? I got my answer back then. Elizabeth froze. Her mocking smile vanished, and her brows furrowed deeply. A glowing orb appeared in Mew's hand. Right then, the ground began shaking violently. Everyone was thrown off balance by the sudden quake, but Mew's voice kept ringing steadily. After everything they did to us, I kept wondering, why did not the god give us an answer? What could we do to be saved? Amid the sea of flames, Seoljun frantically carried Seoa, with Yun Hai following behind. They looked up at the sky in disbelief as the fires blazed brighter. When Mew's voice sounded again, at last, the image of him appeared in that fairy haze, holding a book in his arms. His eyes looked wide, as if he would just discovered something utterly astonishing. We must burn our bodies along with the priests and be reborn. That is the path to salvation. He recited those words flawlessly, like he would repeated them 100,000 times. We received the god's blessing and were reborn. The gaunt, winged monsters, surrounded by raging flames, came swarming in, encircling Mew. At this moment, So stood tall on the cliff, calmly watching the sky above the safe zone Seongbuk, glowing brightly from the fire set by the self-immolating monsters at the safe zone of Seongbuk. Blazing fires started to light up the whole area. So stood atop the cliff, watching the place surrounded by those flames. He caught a glimpse of Miu's back and thought to herself, He killed Baksoken and then ran away. Did not eat. So slightly turned. Her clothes fluttered, but she shrugged it off. Whatever. That does not matter. I just need to keep an eye on Mom and Master. Soa's left hand held the other's wrist, her face showing clear determination. I hope you will help me kill my younger self and seal Yul. Each blazing red fire wrapped around the body of a skinny, small monster with wings. They did not quite touch the ground, but hovered in the air. Hairam looked at the flickering flames in the sky, helplessly asking, what the heck is going on here? Miu raised his hand towards those monsters. One obeyed and charged down, crashing into the ground with a small explosion that forced Hairam and Elizabeth to step back quickly. Everyone there was stunned by the sheer impact of the blast. The ground beneath where they stood was now sunken deep by several inches, water and smoke rising from the heat of the explosion. The other monsters saw this and dove down too. They smashed into the ground like moths to a flame, making Hairam scream and run away fast. Feeling something was off, she quickly raised her hands to defend. She swiftly created a thick, huge shield just big enough to protect herself. Right as a demon charged straight into it, the shield caved in with a hole. Smoke billowed from the blast, and while Hairam was still stunned, Deho's silhouette flashed by. He leapt up in one quick move, aiming straight for where Miru stood. Twisting midair, he clenched his fist. Without hesitation, Deho punched Miru hard in the face, nearly distorting his fist on impact. Miru flew back dozens of meters after the hit, but Deho was a bit shocked when he saw the result of his punch. A strange bluish light glowed from Miru's palm, letting Deho see his face clearly, black eye sockets and tears flowing. Yet there was not a single injury caused by Deho's punch. Deho started doubting himself, wondering, no damage at all. I definitely landed that hit. While Deho was distracted, a monster suddenly charged very close to him. Startled, Deho quickly went into a defensive stance, hands raised in front of his tense, alarmed face. A challenge echoed out, and the fire around that monster was replaced by a thick layer of ice. It stopped rushing wildly at him and hovered midair. He lowered his hands slightly, surprised and unsure if this was good or bad. Before he could react, someone else charged, in this time Sejin. He kicked the icy shell encasing the monster while holding Ko in his arms. Sejin asked if he was okay. Are you alright? Deho, the man's face relaxed, even showing a bit of relief. Deho called out gratefully, Sejin, and Hyrian too. Just then, Hyrian landed on the ground. Sejin jumped down from above, calling out, Elizabeth, what is going on here? Hearing her name, the witch lifted her head reflexively. She answered with a rush. It is the boss, the Korean boss. He was trapped in Susio before, but now he's escaped inside Bak's body. Sejin did not respond but landed lightly, then turned to Hyrian, urgently asking, Hyrian, do you have any spare redesign templates I can use? Hyrian responded annoyed. What? Did you sell the original already? Despite that, she tossed Sejin a roll of redesigned templates. He caught it, rubbing his head apologetically. Sorry, I lost. Without missing a beat, he jumped up and gave orders. Everyone, focus on reducing the number of monsters in the sky as much as possible. The distance between Sejin and Muru kept closing while the design template Hairam gave Sejin stretched and morphed into a sharp spear. Muru showed no fear, swinging his hand forward. Two monsters immediately lunged their claws down on his command. He did not aim at Sejin but attacked anyway. Sejin quickly twisted, dodging the attack and slicing both monsters in one swift spear swing. Muru finally showed a worried expression. Each spear thrust straight forward. Muru tried to dodge but was always a step too slow, leaving a slash across his face. Sejin pulled back, swinging his blade in a wide arc, but this time Muru jumped back just in time to dodge. Sejin kept attacking relentlessly, his sharp spear flashing nonstop, while Muru could only keep retreating, narrowly avoiding his fierce strikes. Sejin clenched his teeth, his brows furrowed tight. Watching Muru's body heal instantly after each strike made Sejin furious. What the hell? This guy heals faster than I can even hurt him. Down below, everyone was struggling with the smaller monsters when Elizabeth suddenly called out. Yuanhai looked over at her voice, seeing Elizabeth's urgency. She said, I need your help. Unhee blinked, confused. What do you mean? Elizabeth quickly explained. Sejin's barely holding his own against him up there. They might be evenly matched, but Sejin's been fighting nonstop and is worn out. Meanwhile, Muru is a chief jailer. He can use holy power to heal his wounds. Every time Sejin strikes, Muru just shrugs it off. It is maddening. Elizabeth continued. At this rate, Sejin's the first one who is going down. Unhee nervously asked. What can I do to help? Elizabeth said slowly. I need you to find Miru's heart. Unhai's eyes widened in shock. Elizabeth stayed calm and explained. It is the source of his holy power. In other words, his heart is his core. Seeing Eunhee's skeptical face, Elizabeth stepped forward to reassure her. Sejun's fighting him now, but finding his heart won't be easy. But I know you can do it if you focus. Eunhee hesitated. Worried? How can you be so sure? Elizabeth smiled confidently. You are Ko's mother. You are special. Finally, Eunhee nodded and raised her bow to search. She aimed straight at the sky, toward where Sejun and Miru were clashing. Eunhee closed her eyes, sensing everything around her. When she opened them again, her gaze was sharp and determined, and her arrow glowed with a cold jade blue light. Eunhee pulled the bowstring tight and stood perfectly still as waves of fiery monsters charged at her, forcing the others to fight desperately to hold them off. But now she was completely focused. The chaos around her did not distract her at all. Meanwhile, Eunhee herself was glowing brightly, her eyes wide open without blinking once. She stared intently at Miru's body, where a mysterious light began to glow from his left chest. She whispered to herself, "There it is." Eunhee released the long-drawn bowstring, and the arrow shot forward with lethal force powered by its elastic energy. The sharp little arrow aimed straight at Miru's chest. By the time he noticed, the arrow was already too close, leaving no chance to block it. Got him! Eunhee cheered as the arrow pierced through Miru's body and shattered his heart. Sejun, who was rushing in, froze in place, his face full of surprise as he watched the arrow sink into their opponent. Miru probably did not expect it either. A harsh voice whispered, "What is this?" He looked at the arrow lodged in him, his expression more annoyed than in pain. Suddenly, his whole body collapsed to the ground, and he let out a scream. He trembled violently, shouting, "How could this happen to me, the one blessed by the sun god, defeated by a lowly nobody like this?" Maybe because she was down below and could not see clearly, Eunhee stayed on guard, intently watching what was happening up there. Miru dug his nails into the ground in fury. "It can end like this," he growled, while Sejun stood silently, staring at him. His voice was low but filled with determination. "I must destroy all the witches." As soon as he said this, the speed of the monsters diving down multiplied. Startled by the loud explosions behind him, Sejun quickly turned around to look at the blazing fires in the sky. Everyone else showed panic as they looked up. Miru's harsh voice echoed, "All will obey my will." With that, all the monsters plunged down at once. The creatures that had been hovering over Seowongbuk's safe zone now all dove down toward one point, creating streaks of red like shooting stars. Everyone was frozen in place, unable to move, watching the fairy rain ready to crash down and burn everything to ashes. They stood rooted in place, powerless, as the fiery storm was about to descend and consume all. Seo stared at them seriously, her expression like she had a plan brewing. The fire-bodied monsters came crashing down like arrows shot from the sky. Not just one or two, they all dove straight toward Seo's safe zone. Panic broke out as the fiery rain poured down. People ran and screamed in terror. The hunters' shouts mixed with civilians' cries, "Help us! Mom, I do not want to die." Desperate screams tore through the air as the firestorm fell. Sejun stood frozen, watching sparks flash across the night sky. He was completely disheartened, his voice trembling as he stared at the blazing red sky. "Damn it! Can we even stop this?" This was a disaster. Not just Seojun, everyone else stood rooted, staring at the impending firestorm. Seo's face hardened slightly as she looked up. She thought quietly, "There is no way to stop all of them one by one." Then she touched the ground, and a flash of blue light sparked where her palm met the earth. "I have to do this all at once," she vowed firmly. From her hand, blue light spread out, forming a dazzling magic circle, radiating a chilling cold. Eunhee hurried to stop her daughter, but Elizabeth grabbed her shoulder, holding her back. "Let her handle this," Elizabeth said calmly. Though Eunhee's face could not hide her worry, the blue light grew brighter, pulsing from the center like something was about to rise. Seo flicked her hand, and the magic circle quickly sprouted into a huge tree, shooting upward and splitting the sky. Everyone there gasped in surprise. The icy vines twisted together to form a massive trunk. Growing taller and taller, ice branches began to sprout leaves, and from those leaves, flowers bloomed. In an instant, a gigantic tree had formed. The demons kept charging. Fearless as they dove straight at the tree, they slammed into the tree Seo created and exploded on impact. One after another, the monsters crashed down and burst as soon as they hit the thick foliage. From below, all anyone could see was a sturdy tree standing tall, its wide canopy a shield protecting everyone underneath. Occasionally, shards of ice fell from the explosions, but overall it was incredibly safe. Everyone was too curious to look away from the tree. Jaeon was the first to speak up. She had just blocked the entire attack at once. Eunhee did not move, just stared at what her daughter had created, something not only beautiful, but protective. Looking at the majestic tree, translucent and sparkling with crystal shards, she could not help but exclaim, "It is amazing." The crowd had finally calmed down. Everyone stopped to admire the dazzling sight. Even Seojun stood still, stunned. Suddenly, Machinery roared to life, the first dungeon to destroy Korea, the world's mission complete. He widened his eyes in awe, the green glow reflecting deep inside him. Dawnlight flooded the sky, making the trees shine even brighter. You just stopped Sito's fourth disaster. The ice leaves slowly faded, turning into sparkling glass like sand grains. Ko smiled brightly and ran excitedly towards Seo Jun. She jumped up and hugged him tight. Calling out, "Dad." He responded by calling her name too. "Ko, are you okay? Does it hurt?" he asked gently. She replied carefree, "Dad, I am." Her expression natural and relaxed. Seo Jun sighed in relief. "Dad's so happy." And everyone else started gathering around. The first thing they all called out was definitely Sito's name. Both the girl and Seo Jun looked up in surprise. They all crowded around, patting and stroking Siko's head, showering her with praise. "You did an amazing job. We would be lost without you, Ko." She just smiled playfully, not getting full of herself despite the compliments. Finally, as if patting her head was not enough, they tossed her up into the air, and she did not resist at all. Only Seo Jun helplessly warned, "Careful, you will get hurt." When Ko fell back into her dad's arms, a sharp alert rang out. The upper part was being calculated. Both he and his wife looked up at the notification. He wondered aloud again. On the rooftop, a different notification popped up, saying the rooftop reward is decided based on contributions to defeating the target. Without warning, a brand new bow appeared right before Unhai, making her jump. A detailed, finely crafted image of the bow appeared with the announcement, "Hunter Yoinhai will receive a rooftop reward, a weapon." The original Jiaiso bow from Celestial Palace. Others got different notifications about their rooftop rewards too. Hunter Haaram's unique skill has been unlocked. Hunter Jiho's unique skill has been unlocked. Hunter Heejayun's unique skill has been unlocked. After reading her rooftop reward, Heejayun got super excited, laughing and chatting. "Whoa, a skill reward. That is awesome." Haaram replied bluntly, clearly, but the end of his sentence hinted at some confusion. "But Unhai's rooftop reward." No joke. Unhai held the new bow in her hands and stared at it for a long time. The Jijaiso bow from Celestial Palace was made from holy wood from a destroyed world. It is still in its original form, and its power is sealed. The weapon was created to finish something off, but the notification did not specify what exactly. Lee Seo Jun watched everyone excitedly chatting, thinking, "Looks like everyone got good stuff." He raised his hand, pretending to salute, thinking, "Even though I did not land the finishing blow, I fought for a while. Maybe the system will give me something good." Deep down, Lee Seo Jun was thrilled, curious about his reward. But he waited a long time and nothing new appeared. He called out decisively, "System, hello? What about my reward? Is anyone there?" Lee Seo Jun's face darkened, stunned at the thought that everyone else got rewards but him. Ko saw her dad silently sulking and grabbed his sleeve, asking Han, "What is wrong? Didn't you get a reward?" Seo Jun looked unwilling but sighed in resignation. He stroked Sito's head out of habit, thinking, "It is Colorado, a safe, that is what matters." He comforted his daughter. I am just glad our Ko is not hurt." On the rooftop of some building, adult Ko stood looking down. Her face turned pale with anger. Her pupils dilated uncontrollably. She recalled seeing her dad bowing down to a woman in an alley. Her voice pleaded, "This is not personal. I want to kill Witchly Ko to atone." She gritted her teeth, remembering that scene as Jun's voice echoed. He was ruthless until the end. Lee Seo Jun lost control and shouted, a sharp energy radiating from her, combined with wind and snow, grabbing everyone's attention. The wind grew fiercer, forcing them to shield their faces from dust and flying snowflakes. Elizabeth was the first to gasp, realizing someone was there. Right after, Seo Jun, holding his daughter, also noticed something. His pupils shrinking to the limit. Before him stood adult Seoa, looking down at the father and daughter embracing below. Her pure white hair flowed lightly in the wind. Looking up, Heejaeon hesitated. "That is?" Seo Jun's eyes widened. His face went pale. Jun's voice called out. Seoa, the one called, stood motionless, her face blank as she stared at him and little Seoa. She pressed her lips tightly, her eyes flashing with orange fury. Then she locked her gaze on little Seoa, who was hiding in her father's arms, angrily thinking, "Why? Why is he so determined to protect that child? The same witch battle. Why is this Lee Seo Jun protecting me, while the other Lee Seo Jun does nothing? And little Seoa seems like a complete opposite. Why won't he do anything for me?" She wondered, her hand twitching slightly as blue light flickered in her palm. Her voice choked. "I would be better off if you just left me and ran." Saying that, she spread her arms, her coat fluttering, and magical circles with ancient runes appeared all around. Angry, she pointed forward, killing intent blazing. "I am done with this farce, let us end it." Everyone took a defensive stance as the killing aura surged toward them. Suddenly, Elizabeth snapped. "Stop!" Hearing her voice, Little Seoa froze. Elizabeth stood blocking Seo Jun and little Seoa, her face set hard. That is enough. Seoa, the witch said firmly. Not sure if these words would make a difference. Seo Jun looked at the furious older Seo and could not help but wonder. Why did you do that? He had said these words to Seoa in the future, when she sat on the ground. Head bowed, letting the cold wind blow over her. Her eyes were full of tears as she glanced at him, and answered his question with another. Why did not you protect me? Seo Jun was now sweating nervously. Eyes wide as he stared, magical circles with ancient runes appeared all around Seo as she shouted fiercely. I hate you. Lee Seo, I have had enough of this farce. Let us end it here, she snapped angrily. Pointing ahead, everyone braced themselves as the dark energy shot forward. Suddenly, Elizabeth barked sharply, stopping in her tracks. Hearing her, Seo also froze. Elizabeth stood defiantly in front of Seo Jun and younger Seoa, her face hardening. Enough, Seoa, the witch said firmly, unsure if her words would get through. Guess I still owe my master some respect, she advised Elizabeth. Step aside. Master, you said you would be on my side? Seo asked sharply. Elizabeth shot back. Stopping you is exactly me standing by your side. Seo snapped back. Lies? Anger flared as she created a huge, sharp block of ice. It hurled straight at younger Seoa, and Elizabeth barely had time to call up her shield. The icy spike was just inches from younger Seoa's eyes, causing her to panic. Luckily, Elizabeth blocked the ice. Otherwise, the outcome would have been terrifying. Elizabeth held the shield between them and stepped forward to confront furious Seoa. What are you doing? See, I knew you were lying. Seoa's face flushed slightly, but her fierce aura remained. She said evenly, Master, do you really think I would kill her out of jealousy? You know the answer yourself. You know if she does not die, then I will. Hearing this, Seo Jun's expression showed surprise. He probably never heard this before. Seo calmly explained that two versions of the same person can exist in one world. One has to disappear. Only one version can survive to keep the world balanced. As long as the other exists, the world will try to erase the foreign version. How can that be standing by your side? Elizabeth lowered her head. Silent, Seo Jun anxiously stared at her, waiting for confirmation what she said true. He asked. She stayed quiet, biting her lip, glaring at older Seoa. Suddenly, Seoa's body trembled violently. She grabbed the back of her shirt like something had struck her. Seo glanced away. Annoyed, don't even try to stop me. Then she spread her hands, gathering a chilling energy in her palms, raising both hands high. Her white hair whipped wildly. Hiding her expression, a huge magical circle enveloped the entire area. With Seo at its center, mysterious particles, maybe snow or ice, suddenly appeared everywhere, making everyone nervous. What is going on? Elizabeth shouted angrily at Seo. Seo ignored her, flicking her hand as if controlling something falling down. Seo Jun panicked. Wait, Seo was now completely out of control. A tremor shook the ground, scattering rocks and dirt. Notification appeared. The last misfortune of Seo has begun. Suddenly, massive buildings started to collapse. The bright sky had darkened, turning gloomy. Huge sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground as snow, and fog enveloped everything. You have entered the witch's dungeon. Now, younger Seo was all alone. Standing amid the ruined buildings surrounded by ice and snow, she anxiously looked around. Scanning her surroundings, everywhere was just a pile of wreckage and desolation. She called out, Dad, Mom, where is everyone? While the little girl was still busy searching, my older Seo slipped by in her robe. I stood behind her and spoke up, Hello? My younger self. Hearing the greeting, the girl glanced back slightly. Older Seo stared calmly at her younger self. The younger Seo nervously called out, Sis. I quickly cut her off. I am not your sister. I am you from the future. I have come back to kill that person. Seeing this clearly one-sided fight, the girl immediately objected. But you are older than me, taller than me, so you have to be my sister. Dad says killing is bad, says. The little girl lectured. Older Seo frowned in irritation, with a sarcastic sneer. She said, Don't call him Dad. That does not suit him. The girl huffed and argued back. So what if he is Dad? Dad's a really good person. You are the one who is tricky. The sister cursed with some harsh words, surprising older Seo for a moment, but her tone stayed cold. You do not understand anything, she said, then stepped forward. Sharp ice spikes suddenly shot up toward younger Seo, and knocking her back. The girl's innocent face was filled with terror. She fell hard to the ground while older Seo stood calmly, arms crossed, but her voice grew more agitated. I told you, two versions of the same person can exist in one world. A glowing magic circle appeared where the girl sat, dark energy swirling ominously, definitely not a good sign. Sensing danger, younger Seo quickly touched the ground, forming a greenish-white protective barrier. A shield instantly appeared just in time to block thousands of ice spikes bursting from the earth. Older Seo was furious, her face dark with rage, her words growing heavier. I hate seeing one of myselves fall under someone else's spell. Younger Seo clenched her teeth. Eyes serious, voice trembling as she declared, with everything I have got. Saying that, she raised her hand to the sky. Cold energy gathering. Older Seo froze in place, shocked by what she saw. A massive ice sphere formed above my head, clearly not from me. Only the younger Seo could have summoned it, using all her strength. The girl almost screamed as she thrust her hand forward. The ice sphere obeyed her command and plummeted straight toward older Seo, but I did not even flinch. Looking up at the sphere with my hands raised, I snapped my fingers. The enormous ice sphere shattered explosively. Seo watched the shards of shattered ice fall, and could not help but mutter in surprise. That surprise quickly turned to shock. Older Seo said calmly, "Your mana is really 1910. I will give you that. But in the end, you are still just a kid." As she spoke, nearby buildings began to glow with her energy. Then 2 buildings slammed into each other, trapping younger Seo in the middle. I laughed. "Your mana control is nowhere near mine, kid." The girl panicked, turning to see the massive buildings about to crush her. Elsewhere, Seo Jun's group gathered together. Hee Jae-on nervously asked, "This place?" Hiram looked around and said, "According to Park Seokin's memories, this is where the whole team died by suicide, and where Seo's final battle took place right here in the ruined Seoan city." Seo Jun looked around in panic. "Seo, where did she go?" From behind, Hee Jae called out, "Seo Jun." He froze at his wife's voice, noticing her eyes held a rare sadness. Those eyes shone with an unusual worry. After a moment of silence, Hee Jae said, "Explain everything clearly. Don't leave anything out." "That person who just appeared, is that Seo?" she asked, not giving Seo Jun a chance to dodge. His face darkened, mouth parted, but no words came out. After hesitating, he finally said, "Yes, she is our daughter from the future, the one I have failed to protect." "Coming from the future?" she asked again. Seo Jun replied, "Yeah." A flash of guilt crossed his face, but he accepted it, because he was also someone who came back from the future. 15 years ago. Hee Jae repeated Seo Jun's words. "From the future?" He answered, "Yeah." Guilt flickered on his face again, but he spoke resignedly, saying he had traveled back from the future, 15 years ahead. Seo Jun put his hand up honestly and said he died under the Holy Sword's blade. But somehow, when he opened his eyes, Hee Jae had already brought Seo to his past self from 15 years ago. Hearing this from her husband, Hee Jae's face darkened. Seo Jun's eyes looked at her full of guilt, exhaustion clear in his expression. When Jae-on glanced nervously at Hee Jae out of the corner of his eye, she stayed silent without a word. Seo Jun saw her dark expression and quickly said, "I am." She stepped forward a few steps and asked, "What are you sorry for?" Seo Jun lowered his head and honestly replied, "I pushed you away. In the end, it led to your death, because I let them drag Seo into that tower." His voice trembled more and more. Hee Jae asked again, "So exactly why are you sorry for that?" She grabbed Seo Jun's cheeks with both hands, forcing him to look at her. She sincerely told him, "It is nothing. I almost do not care about that at all." Seo Jun seemed stunned by the cheek grab, eyes wide as he looked at his wife. He answered, still trembling, "But because of me, you died." Hee Jae softened her tone to comfort him. "I do not think your death was really your fault. Back then, if a child suddenly showed up, whether it was you or anyone else pushing me away, that would be normal. Besides, I should have joined the Knights Guild back then." Seo Jun nervously waved it off, but this time before he could finish, Hee Jae cut him off. "You do not know anything." Seo Jun was left completely dumbfounded. Before he could react, she turned and said, "If there is blame, it is." Her sudden change shocked Seo Jun, but she ignored his hesitation. She went on, "I should not have hidden the fact I was pregnant with Ko from you in the first place. And if I had joined the Knights Guild then, the future would be been different." Seo Jun waved his hands, wanting to take all the blame. "That is not true. How could this be your fault?" Hee Jae turned back seriously and said, "That is why I'm trying to make it clear for you to understand. You are not at fault here either." She stepped closer, one hand on his shoulder, the other touching his cheek, her eyes gentle but serious as she spoke. "Seo Jun, I do not blame you. Never think that I hate you," she said, hands on hips, pretending to scold him. "I would even bet if I died, I would not blame you either." Hearing this, Seo Jun's eyes reddened with emotion, his lips pressed tight as if about to cry. Hee Jae happily took his hand, and Seo Jun finally felt the weight lift from his heart. He replied, "Okay, thank you." He almost collapsed onto his wife's shoulder right then. As they talked, the snow fell heavier. Seeing them finally stop arguing over who was at fault, Elizabeth spoke up, "I will explain why this happened." She crossed her arms and said, "The future co-twisted space-time with her magic, and she is probably suffering some side effects as a result." Hee Jae-on interrupted, "What do you mean by side effects?" She answered, "Remember how the future Ko was disoriented at the end?" Elizabeth asked, Was not there a moment where Ko-jun staggered and clutched his head like something hit him? Elizabeth continued, bending space-time is not easy, it takes genius-level skill. Just navigating space and time alone is hard. Yet somehow the evil Ko managed both. She must have used an insane amount of her magic power to pull it off. Soo-jun asked, so this timeline and the original one are different dimensions. It did not take long for Elizabeth to answer. They are the same but also different. Jaeon hesitated and asked, is it like the parallel universe theory? This time Elizabeth shook her head. It is actually a bit different, she said confidently. Things like the parallel universe theory do not actually exist. There is only one universe. But with Seo-jun's regression, the original world split into two because of the changes he made, and Ko from that deteriorated world managed to reach our current reality. Unhai, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. So does that mean the Lee Seo-jun from that world and this one are actually two different people? Elizabeth replied, she is still the same person, not a clone. When she regressed, that time travel erased the possibility of another version existing. First, that original world was destroyed, and the last living being from there is Ko, who is here now. Hearing this, Soo-jun suddenly realized something. If that reality no longer exists before Elizabeth could finish. Soo-jun interrupted. Wait, his face looked terrified and his words stumbled out. So all my efforts until now, no matter what I do in the future, won't he save future Ko? You mean I will never save her? His faint hope flickered weakly. But Elizabeth just sighed. She said bluntly, unfortunately, that is exactly right. Soo-jun immediately broke down. He staggered back a few steps in panic. Unhai hurried to catch him, calling out to Seo-jun. Elizabeth looked helpless as she explained. Future Ko spent way too much magical power traveling through space and time. Chance of future Ko existing stably in our world is 0, which is why her presence is so unstable. Right now, she can't even use half of her original power anymore. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Jaeon blurted out, half? Everyone was amazed by Ko's power. Just how strong was future Ko at the start? Soo-jun held his face, recalling with a tense voice. Before, I said the future Earth was destroyed before I regressed. That happened because Ko used her unique skill. His eyes dropped as he spoke. He remembered Ko's angry face, tears streaming down, shouting 4 words eternal winter, which sounded like nothing but a curse. Soo-jun continued, just with that one skill, Earth plunged into another ice age. Everyone fell silent at his words. Elizabeth added right after, her original goal was to create chaos in this world. Because that destruction kept her existence balanced, she survived until now by doing just that. But when Earth suddenly turned into a prison, even though that process was inevitable, Ko's actions partly caused it. She probably planned to use monsters to amplify the chaos from the start. Also, she likely decided to spare the two of us. That is me and you, Unhai. The one holding Seo-jun was startled hearing this. But before she could say anything, Elizabeth went on. After protecting us both and killing the current Ko to maintain her existence, she might destroy the world, just like she did in her original reality. Hiram quickly interrupted. If that is the case, if things keep going like this, we will eventually have to face future Ko. Saying that, she put her hands on her hips impatiently and called out, Seo-jun, what are you going to do? Right now, Seo-jun still could not calm down. He hesitated, then said, the last time I met Ko, I scolded her. I demanded she explain why she became like that, and whether she wanted to change her mind. I should not have said those things back then. His voice was filled with regret instead of blaming her. I should have tried to understand her. Suddenly serious again, returning to his usual determined tone. Please, let me try to convince Ko. After all, I am the one who made her face that choice. Before, I failed to be a proper father, and I never once talked seriously and honestly with her. That is probably why she hates me the most. Seo-jun's expression hardened, firmly saying, please give me a chance to explain what I have done, and to sincerely ask Ko for forgiveness. I beg all of you. These words came straight from Seo-jun's heart. Unhai comforted him. That is enough now. Seo-jun, no sooner had he finished speaking than a huge explosion from the other side grabbed everyone's attention. Seo-jun instantly became tense. Those noises. Elizabeth flinched too. We have to move fast. Looks like those two have already come face to face. Without being told, everyone rushed toward the explosion. Elizabeth tried to keep pace with Seo-jun, calling out, Seo-jun, wait. Earlier, he said he wanted to persuade Ko, but this situation is far from ideal. In the end, he might be forced to choose between the two. Seo-jun stayed silent, running while listening carefully. Will he choose the Ko of the present or the Ko of the future? What is his plan? Seo-jun kept running, brows furrowed deep in thought. I will choose both, Seo-jun said calmly. Elizabeth, surprised, repeated, both. Seo-jun's pace quickened, determination clear on his face. No matter the era or timeline, they are both precious girls to me. I could never abandon either one. But just as he said that, his eyes darkened. Everyone slammed on the brakes suddenly, facing a whole squad wearing masks, armed and dressed in uniform. Everyone had the same question in their heads. Are these witch hunters? Seojun was shocked. They said the fourth catastrophe was over. Right? So why are they still here? Sensing their confusion, Elizabeth spoke up. They are not real. Seojun looked at her in disbelief. She bluntly explained, they are just artificial monsters. They come from dungeons created by the future witch hunters. Worst nightmare. These dungeon monsters used to be humans who hunted her. Right then, the system's intro popped up. Nightmare Fragment. Witch Hunter, a nightmare fragment born from a witch's memories. They are artificial beings created from powerful mana, designed to harm living creatures. Seojun froze in place until a hand tapped his shoulder. It was Hairam and Arfad. Step aside. Leave this to us. Seojun hesitated, wanting to object, but Hairam told him, don't face those artificial witch hunters. I am telling you, you are in a rush, right? A monster this size does not need everyone to take it down. Hairam cracked her knuckles, and suddenly a bunch of pistols appeared floating in midair. They lined up perfectly. Arfad. Plus, the skill I just got is a unique weapon control ability. She smirked slyly. I have been dying to try out this unique skill I just earned. Time for a full-on show going all out. Top tier. No holding back, she said confidently. Seojun saw the pistols hovering steadily in midair, all aimed straight at the witch hunters, just waiting for Hairam's command. Hairam cracked her knuckles again, and more pistols appeared floating in the air. They lined up neatly. Hairam added, and remember, the skill I just got is a unique weapon control ability. Hairam grinned slyly. I am ready to test out my new skill. Seojun saw the pistols hovering in midair, all locked on the witch hunters. The moment Hairam pointed forward, the pistols unleashed a relentless barrage. Bullets tore through the air, striking the artificial goblin witch hunters. Even though they were not real people, they screamed in pain when hit. While Hairam was distracted, one slipped left, aiming for Ko. But he did not expect Ho to punch him square in the face. He flew back hard, and another enemy rushed forward to take advantage. A notification popped up, Ho's unique skill, the final match. Without wasting a second, he unleashed his unique skill, his fist wrapped in flames. Every punch landed perfectly, swiftly knocking out the enemies. Seojun and Unhai gaped in awe at what they just witnessed. The shooter and the puncher enemies got hit like punching bags. Both were speechless inside. That was insane. These skills are why they were called the King of Fists and the War Queen before I reset. First up, Ho's unique skill, the final match. Just like a pro boxer, this skill lets Ho gather all his power and expand its influence, though he might end up completely drained afterward. And what about Hess' special skill? Yarm controls weapons. It is just a psychic ability, but she has done everything to boost its power. Just those two are more than enough. Since Jun and the others ran off in a different direction, he did not forget to turn back and say thanks to both of you. Elizabeth ran past Hezian, shouting, Go Hyun! Get ready. Her unique skill is the key that could stop the Ko battle. Hezian did not reply after hearing that. Back to the two wizards facing off, the big Ko was channeling energy into a building, spitting out words full of contempt. Your mana amount might match mine, but you are still just a kid. Then she suddenly moved two buildings, crashing them straight into each other, trapping the small Ko in between. The girl panicked as the buildings barreled toward each other, but the big Ko stayed calm, saying, You are nowhere near mastering control like I am about to show you. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed between the buildings, debris flying everywhere from the impact. You would think the explosion was from the buildings colliding, but no, their path was blocked by a sturdy block of ice. The small Ko seemed doomed under those massive buildings, but two huge ice blocks she summoned stopped them dead. That move took a lot out of her. Her hand trembled slightly. A shadow darted toward her when she was not looking, but was caught by the small Ko's icy thorny vines. She slapped her hand down, summoning more thorny vines instantly. The vines forced through her back a bit, helping her dodge sharp ice spikes raining from above. Everything around them began exploding as the two big Ko and small Ko clashed fiercely. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, the small Ko launched a barrage of sharp ice shards at her opponent, but the big Ko did not even bother dodging. Only a few shards reached her, and with a flick of her fingers, they were shattered, no damage done. Now the big Ko was serious, her emerald green pupils flashed with deadly intent as she stared at the girl. Magic circles appeared above the small Ko's head just as she looked up, her face a mix of shock and panic. She quickly glanced back at the floating symbols, bracing herself. Bottom line, I have no idea what she is doing, but if I can dodge her attack, this will get real bad. Thinking fast, she spread her hands and yelled, Come on! She focused energy into the circle, swirling it with the wind, gathering right where the small Ko stood. Not enough yet, she frowned. Unsatisfied. More, she shouted, as the circle expanded wider. Above the big Ko's magic circle, it seemed to have absorbed enough energy. Black and white beams intertwined, glowing brightly at the center. Seeing this, The girl squeezed her eyes shut and cried out, using everything she had. Strange symbols appeared before her eyes. The wind roared, swirling around the massive orb. The orb kept growing, ready to smash any building caught in its path. Then suddenly, it exploded, and the buildings around it crumbled. Debris flew everywhere as the structures collapsed. The blast was terrifying. The whole city turned to ruins, making the Ko look tiny amid the wreckage. Now, she lay motionless on the cold ground, snow falling nonstop around her. The big Ko was unharmed and stepped toward the small form on the ground. She raised her hand, forming a sharp block of ice. She gripped the ice, preparing to finish off her small counterpart. Her gaze was cold and unwavering as she looked at the small Ko, speaking her final words, "Goodbye." The girl remained still, not moving an inch. Suddenly, a gleaming golden sword appeared. A golden chain shot out, wrapping quickly around the big Ko's body. She was caught off guard, unable to react in time. The ice spear almost pierced little Ko, but stopped when its owner lost focus. She quickly glanced at the attacker, a figure dressed in yellow with chains wrapped around him, who then faded away mysteriously. She felt uneasy, thinking it was like her heart trapped in a cage was being painfully squeezed. That uncomfortable feeling came from Haizian, who held a golden sword with a serious expression. This was Ko's unique skill, the Pledge Mirror. Once the target is locked, only the target and user can attack each other. Ko's body seemed controlled, no longer obeying her will. Suddenly, the ice chunk spun toward where Haizian stood. The Pledge Mirror skill, Ko recognized it immediately as she launched the large ice block. Out of nowhere, Unhai dashed in and shattered the ice into pieces with a single strike, as small as the tip of a bow. Her eyes briefly glanced at her future daughter. Elizabeth arrived from behind to help, casting a spell with her hand toward Haizian. Space warped. Even Haizian was caught off guard by Elizabeth's move. Haizian seemed to vanish the moment the witch's space magic touched him. Just as Sijin arrived, the three stared at each other, while little Ko remained unconscious. Big Ko clenched her teeth angrily, uttering each word. "Master, has Master gone so far away?" Elizabeth's expression showed a hint of confusion at the question. Finally, she teleported beside Ko and gently advised, "Ko, this is not right. You have to stop what you are doing." Moving closer, Ko said while walking, "Master wants me dead. Does not he?" Elizabeth flinched at that. She kept pleading, "You are just wasting your effort." Ko snapped back fiercely. "Who said that?" Mid-sentence, Ko paused. Her expression softened for a moment, showing some pain. "The one who raised you," Ko said, her back looking strangely lonely as she spoke. Then her body started trembling again. Her voice suddenly turned sharp. "Do you really think I can kill that thing?" Elizabeth's face grew worried. She softened her tone. "The Pledge Mirror's power is absolute. Unless it is nullified, no magic can defeat it." Before she finished, Ko interrupted. "When was that ever simple magic?" Elizabeth froze, eyes wide. A dense black shadow slowly appeared in Ko's palm. Ko raised her eyebrows calmly and said, "You know what, this is something stronger than any skill." The thick shadow gathered steadily in her hand. Ko raised her eyebrows calmly and said, "You know what this is?" The dense shadow continued to build in her palm. She went on, "A power that skills can touch. Which power Master taught me?" Elizabeth's face turned pale hearing this. She shouted, "Ko, think it through. There has to be a way for both of us to survive." She pleaded, her voice almost begging. Ko closed her eyes, determined. "If I would thought of that, I would not have come this far." With that, a dark magical aura engulfed Ko's body, murderous energy bursting out, making Elizabeth curse. Damn it, everything around grew dark and ominous. Running through the thick black mist, Elizabeth could not help but complain inside. "Damn, I did not expect things to get this complicated." She called out loudly, Ko, are you okay?" She said this to little Ko, who was still slumped unconscious on the ground. Behind them, Unhai and Seoljun stood side by side. Tense, he stared at his wife like something was off, not even noticing the surrounding space darkening. His face showed a flicker of confusion. Meanwhile, Unhai turned her back to him. "Who are you?" he asked, and she turned around, but her gaze was strange, nothing like her usual self. "Who are you?" Seoljun asked again. Unhai stayed silent. No reply. Seoljun's eyes widened as he asked, "Who is in Unhai's body?" Unhai's personal system appeared behind her, showing only her name. Her profession and other info were missing. Seoljun glanced at the display and concluded, "She is not Unhai." She lowered her eyes. "Lee Seal," she called out, "I tried everything to avoid you, but I had no choice." Even so, when he confessed, I could not hide my surprise. He stepped forward, pressing her hard, asking what she meant by using Unhai as a tool. She denied it, but I stood my ground. Unhai agreed with this. "I do not want to hurt her. She is the one in control," she said honestly. But Seoljun's expression clearly showed he did not believe a word. Finally, he said, "Then bring Unhai out. I need to make sure she is safe." Fake Unhai started defending herself. Unhai is resting after handing over control to that guy." Seoljun clenched his teeth in anger. speaking firmly. I need to see her to be sure. Bring her here, now. Fake Unhai was shocked by his pushy attitude. Eventually, she gave in to Seoljun's demand. Alright, she said. Unhai's eyes snapped open, her face returning to its usual gentle, harmless look. Seoljun quickly grabbed her sleeve and called out, Unhai, are you okay? Do you have a headache? He asked urgently. But Unhai avoided his gaze and muttered a few words. I am Seoljun, but why are you treating me like this? She asked seriously. He frowned at the question. Are you really Unhai just now? Seoljun did not answer but asked another question. She immediately replied, yes, it was another part of me. Seoljun could not accept what he would just heard. She heard him and asked, do you feel any pain? Are you hurt? He took the info and tried to find a reason to dismiss it. Unhai snapped back. I told you it was me. If not, then who do you think I am? Seoljun. With that question, he was completely lost for an answer and just stayed silent. He was a bit stunned by her question. Awkwardly repeating, what do you mean? Actually, Seoljun has a skill that lets him check people's personal systems, called the special piercing skill, but for some reason, Unhai's system is the only one he can clearly see even now. The system window is distorted. It is not just that Unhai is stronger than him. If that were the case, he would not be able to check Seo's personal system either. Seoljun silently guessed. What if something is deliberately hiding Unhai's personal system? Something unbelievable that could block Seo's attack, just with a bow. Something that can shield info I can TC, if such a thing exists. It would be after a pause. Seoljun finally said, a system. System, he repeated again, as if confirming his own answer. Unhai asked confused. The system you know? Seoljun replied. Yeah. Ever since the world went through the awakening, all hunters heard the same sound, a woman's voice. Emotionless, dry, and monotone. Unhai rubbed her hands nervously and said hesitantly, you are the system. She said, pointing at her face. But it sounded more like a question. Seoljun frowned. What the heck? What are you talking about? He asked awkwardly. Unhai struggled to explain, stumbling over her words. I mean, wait, I am, but that is another part of me. And I am. Her expression showed uncertainty about her own words. But anyway, Seoljun might not understand because this is the first time he has seen this today. But another part of her always helps her, at least she is sure it won't harm her. After that, Seoljun did not argue, but inside, he felt tangled up, silently wondering what the hell is going on. This system was supposed to be a neutral gear. He would never heard of it directly helping, or being involved with anyone. And now it is even moving and acting to help someone. Why? Elizabeth saw the tension and stepped in to calm them down. Both of you. Calm down. I know things are complicated right now, but there is an even more urgent problem, as both of them turned to look at her. Their faces filled with shock and worry. In Elizabeth's hands was a small Ko. The girl's eyes were tightly shut, breathing heavily like she had a high fever. Both called out loudly, Ko. Ajin rushed over, urgently asking, what is going on here? Elizabeth answered, she has been exposed to the original energy of the future Ko for too long. I tried to remove it, but my power alone is not enough. She gritted her teeth, explaining how the gaps in the sword's oath ended up like this. The oath felt more like a wish than a deliberate attack. I did not realize how dangerous it would be when that oath was sealed inside someone. Xiaojun asked anxiously, what about the future Ko? Where has Ko gone? There, to the place with the strongest oath. Elizabeth replied, referring to the orb surrounded by thick black energy created by the older Ko. She continued, I will do everything I can to slow the oath's spread, because if we leave it untreated, Ko has at most 30 minutes left, she said helplessly, watching Ko struggle to breathe inside her. Unhai almost went pale hearing this, and Xiaojun was on the verge of panic, quickly asking, is not there any way to break the oath, please? Elizabeth, what can I do? How can I save Ko? He looked at her, desperate, but she had no choice but to speak. You know the answer, there are only two ways. The witch who created the oath can undo it herself, or the witch who is the source of the oath must die. Xiaojun froze hearing that. He took a few shaky steps forward, voice trembling. Jun, but that means, to save the current Ko, we have to kill the future Ko. He clenched his fists, struggling to say those words. Elizabeth could not find any other option, her whole body heavy. She said, I do not know what else to say. The only thing I can do for you now is to take you inside there. That is all I can do. Xiaojun, Unhai called him, her body tense as well. What happens if our Ko dies? That question makes Xiaojun turn pale too, watching his daughter struggle to breathe, strange black marks spreading across her skin. He hesitated, thinking about the lonely shadow of the future Ko. Then the thought that the current Ko might have to die Seojin seemed torn. His hands nervously searched for the redesigned model Haram had given him. He gripped it tightly, eyes fixed on the black hole where the older Ko was hiding. He called out, "Elizabeth," and she looked up at his voice. Seojin stood facing the giant orb, the source of the intense dark energy. He said, "Let me go into the abyss." Right now, only Unhai and Elizabeth were holding Ko amid the ruins the future Ko had left behind. Unhai's face looked extremely anxious, remembering when Seojin rushed into that black magic orb. She blurted out, "Do you think Seojin will be okay?" Elizabeth lowered her head, hesitating before answering, "I can be sure. But we have to trust him because we gave him a new cloak. He should be able to withstand the oath to some extent. For now, all we can do is stay by Ko's side." Unhai listened silently. After a moment of silence, Unhai spoke up again, "Do you happen to know another identity of mine?" In Jib, Elizabeth sighed when asked. She finally answered, "Yes, I know." Hearing that, Unhai quickly asked, "Then why did not you tell me?" Elizabeth calmly replied, "If I had told you too soon, things might have gotten out of control. Information is more powerful than you think. Why do not you talk about this with your other selves later?" Unhai hesitated before answering. "Actually, I thought that I might be your incarnation in Jibd." That sounded kind of off, and Elizabeth was left speechless. "So why did you ask?" Unhai quickly answered, "Well, when we were stuck in Bizan, I felt this strong connection. No one else did, but I did. Doesn't that mean there is some link between us?" Elizabeth shook her head slightly and said, "Unfortunately, that is totally wrong. If you were my incarnation, that means you exist after I die. But if that were true, I would not be here right in front of you now." Unhai suddenly understood, letting out a small Elizabeth looked at her with a faint smile. "And honestly, I do not even know if reincarnation is possible for me." Unhai looked up, surprised. Elizabeth placed her hand upside down. Her lashes lowered as she recounted, "I received memories from before I came back. In the memories I got, I was wandering in a place that was neither the afterlife nor this world after death." Unhai interrupted, "Transferring memories, is that different from regression?" Elizabeth nodded firmly. "Yes, it is. I did not experience the future or time travel. All I had were fragments of memories." While they talked, Seo's hand twitched slightly. The girl let out a small sound, catching both women's attention. Unhai called out in surprise. Seo was awake now. The little girl slowly raised her hand, voice trembling as she called for her mom. Unhai hurriedly embraced her daughter and replied, "Yeah, I am right here." "Seo, you are awake. Are you okay?" Unhai gently rubbed her head, comforting her daughter. Tears streamed down Seo's small face. Then she could not hold it anymore and burst into tears, sobbing, "Mom," as she clung tightly to her mom's clothes. The girl hugged her mom tightly, her mouth trembling. "It hurts so much. It hurts so much." Unhai's face turned pale with worry. She panicked, gasping, "Oh no, what do we do now? It will be okay. Seo, it will be okay." She reassured. Seeing the two of them holding each other like that made Elizabeth's heart ache. She thought quietly, "I just used all my mana to teleport Seo Jun's cup. Maybe that is why." She clenched her fists tightly. She spoke up, "Unhai, bring Seo over here." Unhai hesitated a bit, but in the end, she let Seo lie down beside Elizabeth, who said, "I will try something. I want to give it a shot." Unhai quickly asked if there was a way, but only got a casual reply, "Not sure if it will work." Elizabeth placed her hand on Seo's forehead. The curse inside the girl seemed to be drawn into Elizabeth's palm. Unhai was startled by her action, about to stop her. A powerful magical force surged around little Seo. Black marks started to appear on Elizabeth's skin. She grit her teeth and said, "I will take on this curse with Seo." The magic around them grew more intense, the black streaks fading from Seo's youthful face, but they spread across Elizabeth's body instead. She gritted her teeth, pushing all her strength to pull the curse off the girl. The dark magic gathered, swirling around her palm. Suddenly, Elizabeth was thrown back, blood spilling from her mouth from the backlash. Unhai quickly shouted, "Elizabeth, are you okay?" She called out loudly as she saw Elizabeth collapse to the ground, motionless. A low, strange voice echoed before the coronation of a certain king. The person's lips moved silently, tears streaming down a face too blurry to make out. "Monsters," the voice hissed, as a sharp guillotine blade descended at lightning speed. The blade plunged down with a sickening thud, blood spraying everywhere. Blood kept flowing around the guillotine's base. Despite the scene, the crowd in the stands kept cheering loudly. Elizabeth's mind screamed, "It hurts so much. What is going to happen to me now?" Suddenly, Elizabeth snapped awake as a voice called out the soul of the witch. She found herself floating in an endless void. The strange voice spoke again. "This way." Witch's soul. She looked toward the voice reflexively. Before her stood a towering god reaching out a hand. She scanned him with surprise and asked, Stranger, seeing his massive form glowing with radiant light, she could not help but say, "A star," he calmly replied. "Humans sometimes call me that." Elizabeth frowned. Clearly annoyed, she placed her hands on her hips and asked, "Are you the one who created that awful prophecy? I thought you would look more impressive, but you are just nothing special. No dignity at all." Elizabeth's words did not faze him. He spoke gently. "Calm down, I understand your anger. But I can change what has happened to you. As a higher being, interfering in a small world like yours is extremely difficult, but that is not the important part. When she died, the king of Mytham created a rift between dimensions." He bowed down slowly and spoke. Elizabeth asked. Puzzled, the king pointed to a magical vortex beside her and said, "Yes, to find you, he created a water-like portal to a place called Earth. Inside the vortex appeared a globe. Soon," he continued, "monsters from Mytham will invade that place." Elizabeth crossed her arms and stared silently at Earth. After a moment of disdain, she turned and said, "I do not care. I do not even know where Earth is, but that is not my problem." The moment the name like Xiaojun was mentioned, Elizabeth's indifferent expression vanished instantly. She spun around to face Mytham and asked, "Why bring up that name here?" Mytham smirked. "Now you are probably eager to hear what I have to say." She simply said yes, and the image of Earth faded, replaced by a view from a classroom window. A young man who looked just like Xiaojun was nodding off in class. Mytham said, "This is him before he met you." Elizabeth rushed over to get a better look at the dozing young man and blurted out, "Why does he look so young?" Mytham replied bluntly, "The dimension shifted because of you. If things continue this way, he will be eaten by monsters. Earth's technology might be advanced, but there is no such thing as mana there. The monsters will quickly take over Earth." Elizabeth was startled by this. Finally, she hesitantly asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" God replied, "Because you have the power to change it." Elizabeth asked again, "Change what?" The god answered calmly, "You can use your power to save that child. What will you choose?" Elizabeth turned back to look at the screen. Xiaojun was now awake. Getting a tap on the head from the teacher, she started recalling everything he had done for her, the one who brought light into her life. Would he really die because of her curse? Thinking that, Elizabeth bit her lip tightly, determined. She said, "I can let like Xiaojun die." Elizabeth looked up at the god again and seriously asked, "What do I have to do now?" A sly smile briefly appeared on the god's huge face. In the quiet, dark space, Xiaojun wandered alone through the shadows. Xiaojun frowned with effort as he moved forward, thinking, "It is so dark, even with the snowflakes. It is hard to see." The air seemed to grow thicker and heavier. Xiaojun froze when he heard noisy footsteps approaching. His face hardened instantly as a beam of light shone on him. The light came from a squad of soldiers formed by magic, who were nightmare fragments. Witch hunters, nightmare fragments born from a witch's memories. These are artificial beings created from powerful mana, harboring ill will toward living creatures. Xiaojun immediately took a battle stance and said, "So it is you guys again." He adjusted his spear with one hand while muttering, fully aware they would not answer, "Sorry, but I do not have time to deal with each of you one by one. I have to meet my daughter." As he spoke, the ring on his pinky finger suddenly glowed, a blue light radiating from the gem. The system's voice echoed, "Do you want to use the king's power? Please select the number of souls you want to revive." Without hesitation, Xiaojun swung his spear, cutting through the artificial witch hunters. He stepped back to gain momentum and said seriously, "Stay away from me, old man." Then he charged forward, ready to take on an entire army alone. Elsewhere, on a steep cliff, So sat alone, hugging her knees. Her eyes stared ahead, but her mind was deep in thought. "So?" Her father's voice echoed in her head. He asked, "Why did you do that?" His regret was clear in his expression. So clenched her fists tighter, silently thinking, "He is asking why I did it. Does he really not know why?" She wondered, recalling the moment she and her father stood before her mother's grave. She was just a child then, holding her father's hand tightly. Like Xiaojun thought he had hidden his feelings well. After Maud, I could finally understand how he felt. So sadly glanced at Dad, but every time he looked at me, his eyes were filled with pain. He stared at me so hard, but I could not see my reflection in his eyes. He was not looking at me, he was looking at Mom, who is gone. Every time, I had to see that look of sorrow in his eyes. I felt like I was just some leftover no one wanted. The scene shifted again, this time showing little So sitting in her room. The girl's eyes welled up as she said she missed Mom. Wilted leaves fell to the ground. She turned to look at the withered tree, but what really caught So's attention was the bow next to it. She stared at it for a long time, unable to look away. Suddenly, So's eyes widened, frozen in place, as her voice narrated again. "One day, I thought, if death took Mom away, then all I had to do was bring her back." With that thought, she reached out to the withered tree. which immediately revived and grew tall. A loud noise from the slide room startled Seojin, who was working. He rushed over, flung the door open, and asked, "What is that noise?" Stopped cold as a chill hit his face. The once withered plant pot was now lush, vines creeping all over the room. Seeing So sitting there, Seojin shouted, "So, what did you just do?" Dad barked, and she could only look scared. Seojin stepped forward, still yelling, "I told you not to use magic." Over and over, she did not dare argue. Just apologized. It is my fault." Seojin looked down at her trembling hands. But what caught his attention was the bow she held. Seeing it, his anger flared. He reached out to take the bow back, saying, "Give it to Dad right now." But the girl quickly refused. "I do not want to." Losing patience, Seojin snatched the bow from her hands and scolded, "Hey." So reached out, tears welling, begging, "Dad, please, give it back to me." When she could not get it, she just covered her eyes and cried, calling for Mom. Meanwhile, Seojin was slicing through artificial enemies with a single strike. "I was really miserable back then," So's voice echoed, while Seojin kept fighting non-stop. "He abandoned me." Seojin stabbed once, then slashed again. "He gave up on me." Seojin kept attacking relentlessly, trapped by pain and regret when it was already too late. The computer screen flashed bright red like a critical alert. An employee quickly checked the situation. A powerful mana source unlike any before was detected in Seal. Seojin, standing nearby, could not hide his shock, exclaiming, "Oma," and laughed with a smug grin. Clearly pleased. "Who has that much mana?" The next shot showed a group capturing Seo while Seojin was pinned to the ground. The heavy iron door slammed shut. Seo lay in a room full of machines. Her eyes were tightly shut, her hands were locked up. But she whispered to herself, "It is Dad will come and save me. Right, Dad?" She thought. She saw her dad's silhouette at the door, but no matter how long she waited, he never came. He betrayed me. She thought. The scene shifted again. Seo sat on her throne while Seojin's voice echoed, "Seo is not a monster. She is my daughter." Hearing that, her eyes widened in shock. Seojin stood below, back turned to her, gripping his spear tight. He was facing a group of witch hunters. Trapped against a cliff, Seo's anger boiled beneath the surface, and now he shows up. Her eyes showed her outrage. "Only after everything has fallen apart does he act like my dad. I can't accept that." Back in the present, Seo sat hugging her knees, lost in thought. She thought, "We could have been happy forever if none of this had happened. If he had not done this." Seo buried her face in her arms, thinking silently, "How strange. He was the one who was wrong, but why am I the one who has become the villain?" Seo looked up, watching the falling snow. She looked so lonely now. Almost strange. "I want everything to just disappear," Seo thought quietly, lowering her head to her knees again, "including myself." The traitor felt an odd sadness. Step, step, steady footsteps echoed, and Seo immediately recognized them. She turned around just as the person stopped in front of her. It was none other than Seojin. The moment he saw her, his eyes welled up with emotion, his voice rising as he called out, Seo. Finally, the two of us are reunited." Seojin and Seo now faced each other. Seojin's whole body trembled. He had to lean on his spear just to barely stand. He looked at the platinum-haired woman in front of him and called out, "Seo." His hands gripped the spear tightly, his lips pressed together as if searching for the right words. Finally, he spoke with a trembling voice. "I am truly looking utterly worn and broken. On the way here, with those artificial enemies lying scattered." Seojin blamed himself. So many things he wanted to say to her. Step by step, he walked across the snow-covered path towards Seo, a flood of words swirling in his mind. "It was all just a misunderstanding. I never meant any harm. I really wanted to save you. My heart is full of guilt." Seojin bent down, his face filled with pain, his voice cracked. "I am truly..." Seo now stood up, gazing intently at Seojin. The two now stood face to face, helpless. He thought, "I do not know what else to say but sorry. How did it come to this?" Seojin looked like he was about to collapse. Remembering Elizabeth's words, before he came she only had about 30 minutes left. Would he choose the future Seo or the present Seo? He clenched his fists, thinking, "I truly want to save you. So I have done everything I can to change things." Seojin lifted his spear from the ground, but then pointed it towards Seo. His eyes filled with tears as he faced the impossible choice. The spear's tip aimed straight at his daughter's face. He thought, "Why can't I save you? Why can I only have one choice? Why am I so powerless?" Seojin thought as he charged forward, but Seo did not flinch. She said, "Stop, Seojin." "In the end, you still chose to point the spear at me." Hearing that, Seojin immediately stopped, stunned, his eyes widened. Tears brimming, Elizabeth's words echoed in his mind. There are two ways to break the curse: either have the original cursor lift it, or kill the original cursor. Seojin hesitated, holding the spear. Finally, he lowered it. He spoke. I understand now. Which startled Seo. He quickly spun the spear, pointing its sharp tip at himself. I am the one pointing the spear. It was the wrong way. The spear's tip pressed sharply against his neck. The curse will vanish once her purpose is fulfilled. She came here to kill the present Seo, but the real reason she time traveled was because I reset time. She wants to kill the one she hates the most. Seojin said seriously. Seo, I know how much you resent me. No matter what I say, it is just an excuse. Seo stood still, staring at him. But not everyone has to die. Unhigh and Earthbest will find a way to deal with her existence. As long as I am gone, you will live happily in a world where none of this ever happened. Seojin's face showed a fleeting sadness. He softly told Seo to stay, but without him, who will he choose? My answer remains the same, Earthbest. Right? Tears ran down his face as he said, I am sorry that in the end, I was just a broken father. Both were Seojin's precious daughters. Seo's eyes widened in shock at the scene. A loud noise erupted. Seojin shut his eyes tight, bracing for pain in his neck. But when he opened them again, he was still alive, and the spear had turned to ice. Seojin jolted as he saw the ice freezing his arm, stopping it from moving. He stared blankly at Seo, who was acting tough. She gripped her ear so tight Jun flinched, her voice trembling as she said, Lee Seojin, I hate you to the core. She bit out fiercely. It is disgusting how you have never done anything right, and you only realize it when it is too late. Seojin could only stand frozen, listening. Seo pressed on. You think just pretending to be a good father will fix everything? Suddenly she screamed, that makes my blood boil. The way Mom stood by him, the way my younger self looked at him so hopeless. Even the way the master helped him, all of it. She yelled. Seojin was shocked by her outburst. Seo's resentful glare burned into Seojin. She snapped, you do not deserve anything. You should not be happy. Seojin closed his eyes, saying nothing. He only said, Dad knows. Seo shouted back. Don't even think about dying again to run away. Seojin hesitated. Then what should I do? What do I have to do to make things better? Seo clenched her teeth. Finally, she spit out two words. Regret. Seojin looked at her, surprised. Seo sobbed. Live with regret for the rest of your life. That was the curse she placed on him. Seojin listened silently. He had no intention of going against Seo's wishes. Fine, he agreed. Neither spoke again. Silence filled the space. Seo turned away, unwilling to look any longer. She spun around, her cloak fluttering softly. Then she vanished into thin air. Dark energy sucked away with her. The black streak on Elizabeth's body slowly dissipated too. Seo whimpered, calling out to her master. Hitch. Master Kanti. Elizabeth seemed to hear her. Blinking faintly, she struggled to move her lips. Seo. The girl cried with joy seeing her wake, shouting, Master. Elizabeth managed to sit up, rubbing her head, pain clear on her face. Inhai hurried to check. Earthbit, are you okay? Elizabeth instinctively looked up at the starry night sky. All the curses had vanished. She thought as things returned to normal. Though things settled, Elizabeth was still troubled. Had Lee Seojin really killed Seo? The dark magic gradually faded, turning into black butterflies that scattered across the sky. They swirled in a magical vortex. Inside the swirl appeared an image of Seojin and Seo facing each other. The sun god sneered at the scene. Foolish. You made a choice you can pay for. He chuckled slyly. Kami said, the butterfly effect will spread soon. Finally, it is complete. The city was now buried in ice and snow. Buildings collapsed and desolate. Bodies scattered everywhere. A bloodied sword thrust towards Seo's neck, but before it could strike, it lowered as its owner was pierced through the chest by an ice thorn. The blizzard howled nonstop as Seo turned around. She calmly looked at Seojin's body lying in the snow. Seo sat down, eyes fixed on her father. Around them, only ice, snow, and ruins remained. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. He is not dead yet. The words made Seo startled. Seeing the voice, owner, Seo quickly backed away to keep her distance. He was the legendary sun god, but Seo did not recognize him. Quietly wondering, who are you? Feeling uneasy, unaware someone was behind her, she guardedly asked, who are you? The playful god laughed. He, sharp as attack just like your mother. Seo stayed defensive. If you do not answer, I will kill you. The god calmly replied, relax. Who I am does not matter. What really matters is something else. Lee Seojin is not dead. He has gone back to the past. Seo froze at those words. She muttered the words again. Looking back to the past, the god replied, it is called regression, he said slyly. It seems my demon servant has been scheming behind my back. But it is my fault for not keeping a better watch. So I could not stop it. Seo ignored him and snapped, stop talking nonsense. Why should I believe you? The god stayed calm, saying, it is not nonsense at all. Want to see for yourself? Before Seo could agree, The god projected countless happy scenes of Seojin and his daughter from the past. Seo stood amidst the memories. Before she could speak, the god continued. These are the days Lee Seojin lived after regression. From now on, he will live happily there, and he does not care about your existence. Too bad you got left behind here. Those taunts made Seo furious. She punched hard at the wall and bit her lip. The god vanished instantly, leaving Seo alone and fuming. Just when she thought he was gone, his voice echoed. Even if Lee Seojin changes the past, you won't change what has already happened. Seo immediately turned to find the voice F source. He laughed loudly. Keep going. Unfair, right? Seojin is living hard, trying to gain what you never could. Seo clenched her fists, anger blazing inside. Strange noise made Seo cover her ears, her face dark with rage. She looked at Seojin's lifeless body on the ground and silently asked, is it true? Seojin, are the man's words real? If it is true, if he escaped back to the past, then Seo nearly lost her mind, eyes wide with shock. Back in the present, Elizabeth, Inhai, and Seo sat among the rubble. Elizabeth suddenly looked up, her eyes widened, mouth open in shock. She called out, Seo, Seojin, they are coming to you. Though their faces looked worried, Seo jumped up and ran toward her father. Seojin bent down to catch her, saying, Elizabeth wiped her tears and moved closer to Seo. Calling out Junjin's name, she thought to herself, you are still alive. Then she quickly asked, are you okay? Not hurt, Seo nervously replied. Before she could finish, Elizabeth hugged Seo tightly. Surprising her, finally, she relaxed and said, thank the heavens. I am so relieved. Don't ever scare me like that again. Elizabeth warned gently, let us find a way together. I will help you. Meanwhile, Inhai closed her eyes. Silently, she and another version of herself were in a quiet, radiant space. Inhai was the first to speak. So what Seojin said was true. She really is the system. The other woman, another Yunhai, sat across from her. The woman closed her eyes, silent for a moment. Finally, she said, yes. Inhai immediately stood up and scolded her. How could you keep this secret for so long? The woman calmly replied, my reason's the same as Elizabeth's. Telling the truth is just too dangerous. Inhai pressed her. What truth? Aren't you me? The woman slowly said, I am hiding the truth, but I have never lied to you. And you are me. Though it sounds crazy. Inhai softened. She sat down, saying, could it be you are involved with Seojin's regression? The woman nodded. Yes, I sent Seojin back to the past to change the future. Seo and Seojin are precious to me, just like you. So I wanted to help. Inhai listened quietly. The woman put her hands forward and said, but I am just a system, part of this world. Not, my power to interfere with fate is limited. That is why I used regression. Inhai lowered her head a bit. She rubbed her hands nervously and said, I know you mean no harm. I still do not understand you. You seem to know a lot about the past and more. Why hide it from me? The woman closed her eyes helplessly and said, because adding butterfly effects only makes things more dangerous. There has already been enough butterfly effects and changes to fate. It is too risky now. Can he intervene? Inhai asked suddenly. Who is he? The woman stayed silent when Inhai asked. Then she suddenly flinched, her eyes darkening. She suddenly slammed her hand on the table, yelling at Inhai, I want to swap? Right now? That face, identical to Yunhai's, looked totally panicked. In the blink of an eye, a blazing golden sword pierced through the body. Ko froze, eyes full of worry as he looked at his master. Blood spilled and stained the ground. The one who got stabbed was none other than Elizabeth. And it was not Ko who attacked her, it was the sun god himself. The sword burned like a furnace as it cut deep into Elizabeth's stomach, causing unbearable pain. Her face instantly turned pale. The god yanked the sword out hard, blood splattering everywhere. Without a word, Elizabeth collapsed, bloodied and silent. She fell flat on the ground while Ko stared in shock. She called out, Master, but Elizabeth remained motionless. The god hovered midair, feet not touching the ground, the sword's blood glowing with fiery light. He spoke broadly. Everything in this world does not always go the way people want. Ever thought you would still cling to such a petty trick? My head's about to explode. He was not talking about Elizabeth or Ko lying at his feet, but rather the system currently inside Unhair's body. He turned his head, eyes sharp and fierce, saying, do not you see it? Inzipith. He actually called the system by the name everyone uses for Elizabeth. The sound of footsteps echoed through the silent space. Ha'iram, Kandeo, and he Jaeon ran toward the direction Seoljun had gone earlier. Harfed, I never thought you would show up here. He Jaeon. She suddenly appeared, catching me off guard. Ha'iram seemed surprised too and said, I did not expect to come here either. Then she shifted the topic to Seoljun. Do you think Seoljun and future Ko successfully swapped? Ha'iram replied, who knows? I can never guess what she is thinking. He Jaeon chimed in. Exactly. She is always unpredictable. But I hope everything turns out fine. Hee-jae murmured stumbled, eyes wide as if sensing something wrong. She slammed on the brakes instantly. The other stopped and asked, "What is wrong?" Hee-jae grabbed her sword, its golden glow flickering. Looking worried, she said, "My skill. Sword vow suddenly got disabled." Iron panicked. "What? Did you accidentally disable it?" Hee-jae, confused, answered, "It was not a skill I could just turn off from the start." Ha'aram got even more alarmed. "That is weird. Could it be a system glitch or a dungeon bug?" Who barely noticed them. Tilting his head up toward the blazing sunlight, he stared at the dazzling sunlight breaking through the gloomy sky. It was not normal. He said, "Now that I think about it, the sun seems a bit closer." Meanwhile, the sun god was casually chatting with All-High, or rather, the system inside All-High. "My head's about to explode," he said. "Huh. Right? Auspita." He actually called her by the name everyone uses for Elizabeth. He continued joking, "I never thought you would split your soul like that." Auspita just frowned silently. After a moment's thought, she asked, "How did you get here?" The god did not hesitate. "Destiny shifted so much. You should be expected a butterfly effect." Auspita hesitated. "But I did not think it would be this bad." He laughed carefree, praising her. "Still, you have managed to control it. I have to say, you are pretty crafty." A flash of blue light flickered. God noticed but only tilted slightly. He reached out smoothly, no wasted movement, and grabbed Seo-jun's spear shaft. Seo-jun tried his best to pull it back, but the spear would not budge an inch. Panicked, he thought, the spear stuck. The god looked calm. "You are struggling with a body that should be already collapsed, yet you dare interrupt my conversation," he said, effortlessly lifting the spear despite Seo-jun's resistance. One hand held the spear while the other gripped a fiery sword aimed straight at Seo-jun's stomach. But Seo-jun dodged just in time. From behind, Auspita shouted, "Stop!" He actually stopped. Auspita hurriedly pleaded, "Please stop. I surrender. Osbeth is dead. If I go back alone, there won't be any more problems." Hearing that, the god turned to look at her. Finally, he threw the spear with one hand, and Seo-jun was slammed into the thick wall ahead. His back hit the wall hard, blood spilling from his mouth, eyes rolling in pain. Seo screamed when she saw her dad thrown. Calling out, "Dad!" she ran to him, while the sun god turned to talk to Osbeth, saying, "When you come back, we will have to remake the contract. You can cause any more trouble." Osbeth hesitated but agreed. "I accept." The god turned his head back and said, "But that is strange." He looked back at Seoa, who was pale, sitting beside Elizabeth's body. After staring for a moment, he asked, "When did you have a child?" His words immediately caught Seoa's attention. She looked up, tears streaming down her face as she stared at him. Osbeth quickly interrupted to get the god's attention. "The child is not a threat. She is just strong. No divine power." The god replied innocently, "Really? I see. Then why do I feel like she is protecting a pile of rubble?" A brief crazy grin crossed his face as he said smugly, "Got it. She's human. Here to protect this thing." Huh. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, sending smoke and dust everywhere. The wind and snow blew so hard that all the nearby buildings froze solid. Seo stood in the middle of a huge magic circle, her aura blazing fiercely. Her eyes burned with hatred as she stared at the sun god. He did not care and laughed heartily. "Is she the moon's child? She really loves the cold." Huh. Osbeth rushed forward to stop him. "Wait, the child has no divine power." Before she finished, he snapped at her to shut up, then magically sealed her mouth so she could not speak. His palm began gathering a blazing golden orb. "I need to make an example so you will never come down here again." The orb grew larger, like a mini sun. Outside, Ko's sharp ice formations also appeared. She seemed out of control. She charged at the sun god like a madwoman. He did not hesitate, raising his hand to throw the orb. Osbeth outside sensed danger and clapped her hands loudly together. She twisted her hands, splitting the space in two to separate Sejun and his daughter from the fight between the god and Ko. Sejun anxiously held his little daughter tight as the sudden battle broke out. Suddenly, a huge glowing sphere formed, blindingly bright, enclosing both Ko and the sun god inside. The light from the sphere grew more and more dazzling. Then it gradually dimmed, revealing shadowy figures inside wildly fighting, punching each other non-stop. Sejun looked on in confusion and said, "What is this?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Ordinary people can handle the aftermath of this battle, so we have split the space." Looking up, Sejun saw Earthbed approaching and called out. The system notification appeared again. "I can speak, so I will reply this way. Also, please understand that I had to disable Goizian Sword Wish skill from the future Ko." Sejun calmed down and said, "That is not important right now, but system, what the heck is that? Where did it suddenly come from?" How can it fight the future Ko? And why do they call her Earthbed? He asked. But she just stayed silent. She closed her eyes and sighed. More notifications appeared. Until now, I have hidden this to stop the author's interference. But now it is no longer necessary. If I had to explain, it would be a long story. First, the author is the sun god. And I used to be a god of equal status. I am the moon god. Earthbed began amidst the sea of fire. The sun god stood tall while the moon god slumped in a pool of blood. She spoke boldly. You are that scared of dying? Sun god's voice was faint and broken, because sharp stakes pierced his body. The sun god replied plainly, yes, many believe we are omnipotent gods. But every beginning has an end. Even we can't escape death, and if anyone is said to be able to kill me, that person can only be human. I am the god of the sun and life, and you are the god of death and the moon. Equal me? He knelt before her as he spoke. That is right. Moon god, I have always feared you. She snapped angrily at Han. The sun god knelt on one knee before the moon god and said, I am the god of the sun and life, and you are the god of death and the moon. Equal me? Moon god, I have always been wary of you. Displeasure clear on her face as she glared at Han. Han ignored that look and continued. So I thought, before I die by your hand, I must kill you first. Hearing this, Moon god smirked. She stood up slightly and said, I have noticed your gaze on me was always a bit strange. Turns out you had those thoughts. Then she fell silent for a moment. Suddenly her eyes snapped wide open, her resentment and determination shining through as she stared at Han. The sun god was startled by the fury in her eyes. She clenched her bloody fingers into a fist on the ground and said, Fine. Since you call me the god of death, I will surely die. But even in death, I will never accept that fate. She leaned toward the sun god, voice threatening, and said, Then I will come for you and end you. Hearing this, he could not hide the panic in his eyes. He stood up, gripping his staff tightly, forcing himself to keep calm as he replied to her long, pointless denial. Then he struck the moon god straight in the face. At that blow, she collapsed motionless to the ground. He glanced at what he had done with a mix of contempt and fear, muttering, disgusting. In the vast emptiness where the sun god resided, he nervously bit his fingertips, remembering the moon god's threats before she died. I will never forget. He bit harder until his fingers bled. Every word the moon god said before dying haunted his mind. Even in death, I will not surrender to fate. I will find you and end you. The more he thought, the angrier he became, his face darkening. Cursed under his breath. Damn it, punching the air. He thought, eyes wide, gripping himself like a madman. What should I do? I thought if I killed her, I would be free of this fear. Could she really come back to kill me? No way. I killed her, burned her to ashes everywhere. He began talking to himself like a madman. I can't show myself anymore. A loose strand of hair flickered in his eyes. He glanced sideways, face full of terror. The image of a clear stream and lush forest appeared. He quickly bent down to get a closer look at the girl sitting by the stream. The girl dipped her hand into the cool water. She splashed the water up, which turned into a water bird flying into the sky as she laughed. That person was none other than Elizabeth as a child. The sun god's face went pale as soon as he recognized the girl, whispering, Gods, I have a feeling it is really her. She did not die. She was reborn. The one he spoke of here is none other than the moon god. The sun god, spirit immediately collapsed. Someone who should have been dead, who wanted to kill me, still exists. He widened his eyes in terror, sweat dripping. A fireball suddenly formed in the sun god's hand as he silently vowed, I have to kill her. He raised his hand, ready to hurl the fireball, but after a moment, he still made no move. Finally, he lowered his hand, the fireball fading away, and said quietly, It can be. Watching the little girl darting down the grassy path, he growled, I can strike her no matter if I kill her. She will just be reborn. From above, the supreme god looked down at the cunning child with scheming eyes. This time, I was lucky to notice early, but if next time she is reborn in a dimension I can find, and I do not realize it until she comes to kill me, that will be the real end. The god growled angrily. I have to break that cycle of reincarnation. One evening at a temple, a figure in white robes stood before the statue of the sun god, holding a staff like a sorcerer. As the figure turned to leave, the sun god watched and thought, I must trap her in the palm of my hand. No sooner said than done. The sun god's voice echoed, making the figure stop and listen. O prophet, the witch will destroy your world. Her name is Earth's pet. She won to be reborn again, the sun god said confidently. Looking down at Earth's pet, she did not realize the danger near and asked, What should I do? The god smiled slyly himself. He answered, You just need to become part of the world. Earth's pet looked confused, not understanding, so she asked again, Part of the world? He explained patiently, Yes, you will share your power with the world. Now that you are dead, you can feel it directly, but if you become part of the world, You will help indirectly. Hearing this, Earth's pet asked seriously, do you mean share my power with like Xiaojun? The god replied gently, only to Liaojun is impossible. The world won't allow that privilege. If you give him a part of your power, his body would explode. You have to share your power with all humanity on Earth. Those who receive your magic will be able to fight the monsters of myth him. You will guide and support them. At least this way, you can stop Earth's destruction. Earth's pet listened thoughtfully. Finally, she asked, so what is the condition of this contract? You would not take me without one, right? Hearing this, he brightened and said, I did not expect this conversation to move so fast. Yes, there is a condition. It is your emotions. Earth's pet was surprised by this. She hesitated and asked, my emotions. Quickly he clarified. As part of the world, you want to need those. She hesitated, asking again, my emotions, but he quickly explained. They are part of the world. You do not need them. Anyway, you do not have feelings, right? She thought silently. He is right. I have only ever felt pain and anger chased by villagers, locked behind bars. I do not need those feelings. But Earth's pet recalled Sejun carefully carrying her out of the forest. Speaking so gently, she hesitated again, placing her hand forward. There was just one thing. Noticing her hesitation, he asked, what are you worried about? No matter what conditions I set, you can refuse. You want to save Lei Sejun, right? She guardedly looked at the god, slightly displeased. She said, the way you speak like you know everything makes me uncomfortable. But you are right. I accept the contract, she said firmly, and a satisfied smile spread across the god's face. He raised his hand to cast a spell, praising her. Well done. Earth's pet felt a surge of power rush through her entire body. The sun god before her vanished, replaced by a dazzling constellation. Though his voice still echoed, Earth's pet, from today on, you will become part of this world. Her simple clothes instantly transformed into a stunning one-piece dress, and her new name would be System. Earth's pet opened her eyes. Any trace of emotion was gone now. She was now like a finely crafted robot, and the god's voice rang out again. System, here's to a happy partnership. But Earth's pet said nothing. The gem on her forehead sparkled as she moved. Another gem watched her every move. The sun god looked at Elizabeth, now speaking with a teasing tone. How do you feel knowing the whole truth? Moon god. The system stayed silent when asked. The sun god's lips curled in a sneer. After all, you do not have feelings. She finally met someone and smirked, locking her thoughts away. Mixed with that laugh were mocking words. You really are as stupid as I thought. For one human, you happily accept a contract like this? Good. System, the sun god said, pointing at Elizabeth. Her eyes flashed threateningly. Don't talk nonsense. You will be bound to me forever. Understood. Elizabeth did not answer. She turned back to the control panel and said, I will get back to work. Elizabeth's hands moved swiftly over the screen. As she worked, she glanced back silently thinking, Sun God, you say you know everything about me, but there is one thing you do not. Elizabeth touched the gem on her hairpin. Instantly, a clone of Elizabeth quickly formed behind her, holding her clone. She thought, because of your prophecy, I have faced countless betrayals and conspiracies, even death. That is why I am always one step ahead of you. Thinking this, Elizabeth's clone slightly narrowed her eyes. She stammered, why are there two of you? Elizabeth answered seriously. You are the other half of my soul that I split off. You are a copy saved before I lost my emotions, just in case something goes wrong. The reason I called you here is because I need a favor. Help Lee Seo-jun for me. I am now a subordinate of the Sun God, so I can act freely. Elizabeth's clone lowered her eyes slightly and answered earnestly. I understand. I am the one. You do not have to say it. I already know what I must do. I will go down to the mortal world to help him. The memory sequence ended, bringing Elizabeth back to reality. At this moment, she was in her C form. Elizabeth used the system screen to communicate with Seo-jun. This is the whole truth. Her cold expression showed she was not joking. The system screen changed again. Elizabeth can be resurrected. She carries the moon's original words, though dead. She is not truly gone. The problem lies with Ko's future. It looks balanced, but is actually beyond its limits. If this continues, as soon as Ko's existence becomes unstable, that balance will collapse. Seo-jun gripped his spear tightly, determined. Then, I need to support Ko quickly. I must help right away. He stood up fast, showing no fear despite the chaotic battle raging before him. Seo-jun looked up ahead with anticipation. He quickly spotted the big Ko and the sun god amid the wreckage, but still hesitated inside. What can I do there? Can I even withstand that overwhelming power? Without a blocking system, I would have been blown away by the battle's impact. Suddenly, Elizabeth's body slapped Seo-jun's face, cutting through his thoughts. He grabbed his face seriously, saying, Lee Seo, calm down, holding him firmly. She said, your mission is not over yet. Remember why you came back? Just after saying this, she let her face hardening. The system notification popped up. Mission, change the future. Prevent 5 misfortunes of Lee Seo. 4 out of 5 done. Misfortune #5, save Lee Seo from her fate. Not completed. Meanwhile, Seo was fighting fiercely, gathering a huge amount of magic in her palm. Suddenly, a blinding flash of icy light appeared in the sky. The sun god looked up, surprised by the light shining down. Above her head, a barrage of ice spheres was raining down like a storm. Those ice chunks smashed everything they hit. The sun god used the debris as a springboard to leap high. Huge boulders controlled by Seo blocked her path. Seo hovered midair, quickly pushing rocks to trap the sun god inside. But she still easily unleashed her power. The sun god blasted out from the explosion she just caused. She dashed swiftly towards Seo. Seo was startled but quickly formed a shield, just in time to block a pillar of fire shot by the sun god. Flames roared fiercely in the air after that attack. Holding a fiery sword, the sun god spoke smugly. "Looks like you are still pretty strong," she said as the flames died down, revealing Seo as standing firm. The sun god swung her sword sideways and sneered, "That fragile body packs this much power. It is clear your life has not been easy. Haven't you ever wondered why you were given this power? Without it, if you had been born normal, you might have lived a happy life like everyone else." The sun god glared at Seo, taunting, "Wanna know why? It is all your fault." As soon as she heard that, Seo's face showed shock. Spotting her opening, the sun god quickly created a block of ice. She threw it toward a stunned Seo. Seo could not react in time and was slammed by the heavy ice block straight into a nearby ruined building. The sun god stopped in midair, admiring her handiwork. Watching Seo struggle to stand, she said with a smug grin, "Her mom's a witch, so the kid can escape the bloodline or her doomed fate." Seo bit back angrily, reaching out and shouting, "That is ridiculous." Suddenly, Seo's tone shifted sharply. Catching the sun god off guard, she continued, "Only me and my teacher, my mom, can be a witch." The one talking nonsense was Seo, whose vision was becoming more twisted as she spoke. Seo burst out laughing just as a blinding light flashed. "Haha, a power that can warp space like that." That dazzling orb appeared right where the sun god had been standing. Seo could not hide her embarrassment as the sun god's voice echoed in her head. Damn it, but the sun god did not know anything. Seo looked around helplessly and muttered under her breath, "Not this again." Just as Seo turned away, the sun god appeared behind her and grinned. "Pathetic, damn it, in this situation. Maybe this is the end for you," the sun god said as she swung her sword forward. Seo barely reacted before a slash cut straight down from above. Seo quickly stepped back, completely unharmed after the strike. The sun god's expression turned stubborn and confused, unable to understand. The frozen spear with the same name was what actually broke after the strike. The sun god still held his sword raised, stunned, while gripping the icy spear. She glanced at Seo-jun, who had just thrown that thing. The spear shattered into pieces. Seeing it, Seo-jun immediately recognized it as the frost spear. But there was no time to think now. The sun god raised his sword, ready to face Seo-jun. Seo-jun took a defensive stance, ready to fight at any moment. Seo-jun shouted angrily, "If anyone lays a hand on my daughter, I will kill them." The god could not help but chuckle at that. He laughed loudly, as if those words were hilarious. When he finally stopped laughing, flames flickered in the palm of his hand. Just a simple swipe was enough to cause a terrifying explosion. "Ouch!" Seo cried out, stumbling back as the flames hit them. Seo-jun instinctively shouted, "Seo!" In a blink, the god appeared right in front of him and asked, "You want to kill me?" Before Seo-jun could react, the god landed a punch aimed straight at his head, but Seo-jun managed to block it just in time. He grit his teeth, eyes locked on his spear, which was slowly breaking apart, and sure enough, the god's punch finally snapped it in half. The blow was so strong it sent Seo-jun flying over 10 meters. He crashed to the ground, tumbling over the hard dirt like a thrown pebble. Seo-jun finally jammed the spear tip into the ground to stop his fall. Holding his stomach, he spat out a mouthful of blood, breathing heavily in pain. Looking down, Seo-jun saw a layer of ice protecting him from the hit. He could not help but glance at Seo and think, "That is ice crystal. Without it, I would be dead for sure." The sun god praised Seo-jun sarcastically. "Interesting. Human. Petty human dares to ruin my plans." Seo-jun forced himself to stand, ignoring the taunt. The god's face suddenly turned sly. "Let me tell you something interesting," he said. "I am not alone here," he said, clearly trying to provoke Seo-jun, who struggled to get up. "Thanks for not abandoning both my children," he added, making Seo-jun raise a huge question mark in his mind. "If you want to change the future, you better do it carefully. The systems worked hard to adjust the butterfly effect," he said, glancing at the system watching over little Seo. Seo-jun did not want to listen and suddenly jumped up. He charged at the sun god even though his spear was half broken, while the god easily dodged, babbling on, "Because you foolishly chose both, that is why I am here," he said, quickly grabbing Seo-jun's throat. "It is all your fault," he growled, squeezing Seo-jun's neck harder. Seo-jun trembled, struggling to breathe, his face pale and eyes rolling back. Still, the sun god spoke calmly. "The death of Earth's best, and your wife's death in the future is inevitable." He paused, smirking wickedly before adding, "And your daughter will die too." A sharp snap echoed, and the god immediately noticed. Glancing around, he rushed forward and punched the god's arm hard, but it barely fazed him. Suddenly, a cluster of ice thorns rose from the ground, wrapping around the god's arm while he was not paying attention. The moment the thorns touched his skin, his hand instantly froze solid, but with just a quick swipe, he knocked both attackers away, breaking his arm in the process. He looked at his severed arm and clicked his tongue in annoyance. "You are all worthless," he sneered, glaring at Hyzen, and D, too, along with her. They both attacked him. He raised his sword and swung down, hitting Hyzen. "Not very impressive," he said. "Fools," he said, lifting his foot and kicking Do. Without hesitation, that single kick sent both of them flying backwards. He coldly stared at the two who were running out of strength and said, "No matter how many times you charge, it one T make a difference. You can kill me." He stepped right in front of Sejin. His sickle hand had regrown not flesh and blood, but blazing red flames. He grinned arrogantly. "I am the sun god, the god of life itself. How could mere mortals like you ever kill me?" Sejin's mouth slightly opened at this. Dawn replied calmly, "I do not care whether you are the sun god or the god of life." That smug look just vanished from his face. Sejin grabbed Dawn's whole body and said, "If you dare harm my daughter, I want to forgive you, but if I die, do not even think about touching Ko," he said firmly, his eyes blazing fiercely. Hearing that, the sun god immediately showed anger, the corners of his mouth twitching. He shouted loudly, "What a touching story." Sensing trouble, Sejin scrambled to his feet. "Your reckless arrogance ends here," he said, spreading his hand as flames flickered in his palm. Hyzen panicked, staring at the bright golden light. What was that? A huge, glowing red orb, with sparks endlessly dancing across its surface. Like a miniature sun, it lowered steadily, as if trying to scorch the entire ground. The sun god stood there, pointing skyward, his whole body wrapped in radiant flames. He glanced around and said, "I am sick of fighting you all." He looked at Elizabeth lying on the ground and thought, the fallen moon shard was destroyed instantly. He glanced at Ko, who was currently unstable due to the side effects of space-time travel. The only interesting thing was gone. The orb drew closer to the ground, the heat intensifying dramatically. The god said, "It is time to finish this." Sejin stared helplessly at the huge, burning sphere. He forced himself to stand once more, silently telling himself, "Not yet." It was not over yet. He pressed forward, the surroundings engulfed in flames. Panicked, he watched everything about to be swallowed by fire. Even if his body shattered, he would not let this be the end. Suddenly hearing a sound behind him, Sejin quickly glanced back. It was little Ko, tears streaming down her face. He called out when he saw the girl standing lost amid the flames. "Ko." Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. Ko-jun shouted loudly, disturbing her father. The moment she yelled, the flames were instantly doused by ice. A cold gust whipped around the sun god, catching him off guard. The wind seemed sucked upward. Older Ko instinctively followed its trail. It shot straight at the massive fireball, freezing everything it touched. The fireball was now completely transformed into a gigantic ice sphere. The two forces collided, then merged into a giant ball of ice. The sun god let out a grunt at the sight. "I did not expect anyone to freeze that fast, but you are still just a kid." Saying that, she gave a slight push, and cracks appeared on the ice sphere. Like Sejin shouted to stop the sun god's action. "Wait." Ignoring Sejin and his daughter, the sun god sneered, "Such foolish thoughts." Ko looked up at the sky in panic, only able to cry out. The ice sphere was falling. Ko's eyes widened. She tried to step forward to stop it, but a hand pulled her back. Older Ko, now the witch held little Ko, telling her to stay calm. Witch Ko continued, "Listen to me. Don't even think about lifting it. It is useless. You can destroy it either. At that size, the shards will be impossible to stop one by one." Little Ko asked helplessly, "Then what do I do?" Ko was out of options. Witch Ko showed her the way. "Move it up to space." Ko could not believe it and gasped, "I can use teleportation magic." Witch Ko replied, "You can if you were me." She grabbed Ko's hand, transferring magic and instructing, "Let me handle control. You just focus on the mana." The orb hurtled downward, gaining speed. Witch Ko and Ko were ready. Witch Ko signaled Ko, "Go," and they sprang into action. A teleportation spell formed. It shot straight at the giant ice orb. Witch Ko and Ko worked perfectly in sync. Their magic quickly enveloped the ice sphere. The orb was completely covered. It exploded midair, the space filled with a purple glow from their combined energy. Everyone was stunned. Even the sun god froze for a moment. Then he grinned slyly. "Impressive. That attack could be wiped out everyone here. With more divine power, it is basically infinite strength." The sun god's eyes grew dangerous. Looking at Ko calculating, he admitted, "I can't deny it. They are dangerous. If I leave them be, one day they will be the ones to kill me. So I will take the initiative to eliminate them, just like I did with the moon god." In a corner, Uli was preparing an arrow. The arrow was knocked on her bow as she aimed at the sun god and spoke quietly to the system. "The system's ready. Right? 10 minutes ago, the system called out Uli's name as a different Uli. She appeared and said, 'Dear Uli, let us work together. I want to tell you the whole truth. Please think it over and help like Sejun and Co. Saying that, she pulled out a gem. She handed it to Uli. Then she said, what I am about to show you are your memories that I erased, also our shared past. On the system, a hand was manipulating controls. It was Elizabeth. She smiled softly as if she understood something. Thinking, just as I thought. Elizabeth recalled the past. After becoming part of the system, by the sun god's orders, monsters from Midgard attacked Earth. The world plunged into chaos. But with help from another Elizabeth, I had split off inside the system. That is me. Earth quickly stabilized. Thanks to that, Earth escaped despair. But I felt no pride or satisfaction, because after becoming the system, I lost all emotions. Even though I saved so many, and knew why the sun god turned me into the system, I just did my duty without anger or joy. Today, tomorrow, and beyond. While I was falling freely, Elizabeth saw an image of Lee Seo-jun. She watched Lee Seo-jun chatting with his friends. Elizabeth felt a spark of happiness. Thinking, so he is still alive. Elizabeth smiled softly. She felt truly lucky. Suddenly, Elizabeth's heart skipped a beat. She thought, what was that just now? Elizabeth placed her hand on her chest, sensing a subtle change in her emotions. This emotional shift puzzled Elizabeth deeply. Surely all emotions were erased. Was this a glitch, or a signal from past thoughts? Elizabeth wanted to check it out. At Lee Seo-jun's school, footsteps bustled back and forth. Lee Seo-jun was focused on something, his eyes showing passion. Elizabeth, now in Younghee's form, was walking toward him. She thought, if she met Lee Seo-jun again, she would understand where her feelings came from. Inside the school lecture hall, students were buzzing with chatter, excitedly asking, is there really a classroom like this? If the seat next to you is free, can I sit there? So you live alone? I am in the dorm. In a corner, Unit sat alone. Suddenly, there was a noise beside her as someone tossed a bag down. It was Lee Seo-jun. He looked at Ungi and called out, hey, you there? Ungi looked up at him. Lee Seo-jun lazily let out a long yawn. Then he rested his head on his bag, adding, if the professor comes in, wake me, okay? I'm so sleepy. Saying that, he immediately fell asleep. Ungi did not say a word, quietly watching him. In the schoolyard, people were gossiping about the new students. One group said, I heard there is a really beautiful girl among the freshmen this year. Yeah, from a distance, she looks like a star. But there is something weird about her. They recalled Ungi's expressionless face, saying, she never shows emotions. No matter what you say, she does not smile or get angry. When talking, only the other person feels awkward, like she is emotionless. Like Seo-jun was at the vending machine, about to bend down for a drink when he saw Ungi standing there. Like Seo-jun said, oh, you are smiling? Ungi asked. Like Seo-jun grabbed a bottle and replied, yeah, I saw the corner of your mouth lift a little. Ungi denied it, saying, no way. Like Seo-jun did not argue. He handed her a can and said, here, this one's for you. Ungi, thanks for calling me to teach that day. Like Seo-jun said with a bright smile. Ungi took the can, and like Seo-jun waved goodbye and left. Ungi watched his retreating figure, then looked down at the can in her hand. Elizabeth continued recalling the story. Then, thanks to another Elizabeth who acted as a substitute, I stayed in this world in Ungi's form. I joined classes and walked around campus with him. Slowly, unfamiliar feelings grew inside me, until I realized it was love, though it did not last long. How could I not have realized? Just being near him makes my heart race. So this is what love feels like, but that feeling did not last long. One night, while Elizabeth was sitting and working in Ungi's form, a voice echoed in her mind, there is trouble with the system. It was the Elizabeth from the other world who appeared, saying the sun god senses something's wrong. If this goes on, we will get discovered. You need to come back now. Those words made Elizabeth pause and think. She hated to admit it had to go back just like that. I just started feeling something. I do not want to leave. I do not want to disappear. I want to stay by Lee Seo-jun's side forever. Elizabeth fell into deep thought. Her heart tightened painfully. Elizabeth created a sphere, a separate version of herself left behind in this world, thinking even just half of her presence was enough. I will keep staying with you. Back to the present. Unhai in that sealed world ended her story. Inhai realized, so I shared part of my soul again so she could stay. That Unhai said she erased all unnecessary memories to avoid detection by the sun god. Inhai was confused, touched her arm and said, she asked me to see the truth and help Seo-jun and Co. What am I supposed to do? Inhai sighed and explained how to defeat the sun god. Only the moon god can kill the sun god, but I am under the sun god's control, so I can attack her. The Elizabeth I separated from myself is already dead. If this keeps up, Lee Seo-jun and his team won't be able to defeat her. But there is only one person who can hurt the sun god. That person is you, Unhai. Hearing this, Unhai was disbelief, her face a mix of emotions. That Unhai explained the moon god's soul was split into 3, not 2. And the sun god does not know this, since she has not discovered you yet. You have to act. Only you, the third moon god's soul, can do it. Back in reality, Unhai understood everything and knew the fate of defeating the sun god rested on her. Faced with this determination, Unhai calmly strategized. She used the wicked Razor bow, corrupted and crafted from the ancient tree trunk of a destroyed world. Because of the corruption, it can fully unleash its power, a weapon specially made to kill. Unhai activated the bow's energy. The wicked Razor bow was made from the ancient tree trunk of a lost world. Once the wielder regains their memories, the corruption will disappear. It is a weapon designed to kill the sun god. Unhai pulled out a sky-piercing arrow. The system explained it attaches a personal tracking system to whatever it hits, and this effect can be disabled. Unhai asked, "What does attaching a personal system change?" The system replied, "Gods exist beyond the world's usual rules, so hunter attacks or skills do not work on them, but your reward, the bow, is made from the cause and effect of the creation tree. Just once, that effect will work on a god." Unhai asked again, after attaching the personal system, "Do I intervene with my skills and kill her?" The system answered, "You can kill the sun god that way. You are not the moon god, just a soul fragment. Your divine power is not enough, but if you can create the conditions leading to her death." Unhai held the arrow, her hand trembling slightly as she said, "One last question. Am I Elizabeth? The system, or just a copy of you?" The system replied, "You used to be Elizabeth and the system, but now you are no one else. You are Unhai." Hearing this, Unhai smiled in relief. "So that is it." She placed the arrow on the bow and carefully aimed at the sun god. Unhai felt the energy surge. She opened her eyes wide, her gaze full of determination. The arrow was released. Far away, the sun god sensed something flying straight at her. She did not dodge in time, and the arrow pierced right through her heart. The sun goddess got hit by Unhai's arrow. She looked at Unhai suspiciously, thinking, "What the heck? When did that even get there?" After shooting the arrow, Unhai realized it was magic after all. "On the day I got ambushed by the Witch Guild, the system revealed my unique skill, intervention, right when the sun goddess fell. I had to interfere with the personal system granted to her, even just a little, to bring her divine status down. Even a slight change could start the chain reaction leading to this moment." The system popped up a notification. The sun goddess was granted a personal system. The sun goddess would now be bound to this world. The final mission has begun. Final boss. Hunt down the sun goddess. Seeing this, the sun goddess laughed in surprise and said, "The final boss? Ridiculous. I am the last boss. That is just absurd." Unhai replied, "Every mission is designed to be double, and right now, you are bound to Earth and set as the boss. In other words, you are no longer an untouchable god. That means you are just a monster that can be hunted." Still angry about being dethroned, suddenly from behind, a surprise stab plunged into the sun goddess's back. The spearhead pierced deep into her flesh. Caught off guard, she glanced back with fiery eyes, wanting to see who stabbed her. It was Lee Seo-jun, gripping his sword tightly as he said, "Cut the nonsense. This feeling is what? Even gods bleed. Must hurt." Huh. Humiliated, the sun goddess roared angrily, "You insolent worm." She swatted Lee Seo-jun's hand, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Ko and the Ko witches were focused on moving the orb. Even after being knocked back, Lee Seo-jun refused to give up. He quickly gathered momentum and charged at the sun goddess. The sun goddess' face darkened. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "No way. I can actually feel pain. This feeling I have only ever felt facing the moon goddess is now coming from such a simple attack." Sensing an opportunity, Lee Seo-jun shouted to everyone, "Guys, listen up. Our attacks work on the sun goddess. We can take her down." Lee Seo-jun finished. The team joined forces to attack the sun goddess. Furious but arrogant, she refused to acknowledge them and spat, "You despicable insects." The sun goddess screamed. Her energy exploded, radiating all around. She shouted, "You are just lowly, insignificant humans. How dare you defy a god?" Just then, more gods appeared one after another. Standing proudly, she declared, "Even if I am bound to this world, do you really think you can stand against me?" Everyone panicked seeing the sudden influx of people, whispering, "What are those things?" The sun goddess ordered her allies to attack and kill Lee Seo-jun's group. Each member took their role, using their powers to fight back. One by the sun goddess minions fell to the team's coordinated strikes. Jaeon told Jiho, "You and I will handle this. You and Ymram go ahead." Jiho seized the chance. Targeting the main enemy, Jiho rushed toward where the sun goddess stood. He powered up his skills. The system notified. Skill cap reached. True heart avoidance unique skill. Final move. Jiho thought, this is the last fight. So he attacked relentlessly, giving the sun goddess no chance to fight back. Every strike was precise and packed with power, not letting Jiho toy around. The sun goddess caught his fist as he prepared the next blow, then slammed him down to the ground. Jiho cried out in pain. The sun god was not done yet. She gathered power in her hands, ready to destroy Jiho. Mockingly, she said, How pathetic. Then she attacked Jiho, but Jiho suddenly vanished from the ground. The sun god guessed it was spatial magic teleportation. She glanced toward the co-sorcerers, who guessed it too. They had already left, ignoring them. She said, "Fine, my real opponent is not these weaklings." Without another word, she shot into the sky. The sun god rushed toward the co-sorcerers and shouted, "I should have killed you from the start." The co-sorcerers seemed to have a plan. One said, "Get ready," and the others nodded in agreement. The co-sorcerer said to the others, "Power up. Stronger. Really push it." As they tried to cast binding magic, the sun god was shocked her power was being resisted. She shouted, "That weak magic. Break it." Suddenly a voice rang out. Who said this is binding magic? Ko kept trying. Then a boom echoed through the air, smoke and dust filling the space. Ko laughed excitedly. "We hit it." The co-sorcerer quietly celebrated, but then her expression changed as the sun god charged through the mist. She held a sword, fury blazing as she shouted, "It is you who..." Bold target. Her attack aimed straight at little Ko. The vicious strike came down, but the co-sorcerer quickly caught Ko in her arms. The sky turned white with the sun god's allies everywhere. Blood dripped relentlessly from Like Xiaojun's wounds. He watched his comrades and wife fighting. The sun god's allies were relentless, too many, always coming back after being defeated. And he, steady with his bow, shot arrow after arrow straight through their enemies. Like Xiaojun told himself, "This is not the time to just sit here. I have to stand up. I have to fight alongside everyone till the end. I must protect Ko," he thought. Breathing hard, feeling helpless, Like Xiaojun cursed silently. "Damn it! My body's nearly at its limit. Keep your eyes open." His legs had no strength left, and the power of the ring was fading fast. At this rate, he might just collapse. Suddenly, the system alert popped up. Professional skill. Unique skill. Protective skill. Unique skill. The deceiver activated. Like Xiaojun has pushed beyond his body's limits. He surveys the situation. Meanwhile, Ko the witch is locked in battle with the sun god. Like Xiaojun tries to stand, but his legs give out. He is completely drained. Witch Ko and the sun god fight fiercely. Despite her efforts to hold her ground, Ko gradually weakens and is slammed backward by a powerful strike from the sun god. Ko rushes to Witch Ko's side, anxiously calling out, "Says." Ko's voice rings out, "Says, are you okay?" But Witch Ko does not seem to hear her. She is tense, her brows furrowed, thinking to herself, "I have..." Witch Ko recalls rushing in to save Ko and wonders why she even did that, looking at Ko standing worriedly before her, tears streaming down her cheeks. She thinks, "All this time, I have wanted this kid dead. This kid has to die for me to survive." Witch Ko stands up and looks at the girl before her, suddenly clear-headed, affirming, "It does not have to be everyone." Just then, the sun god approaches and addresses Witch Ko. "You remnants of the moon." His eyes gleam with murderous intent, ready to deliver a finishing blow. The sun god snarls, "Now is the time to vanish," as he attacks Witch Ko. But suddenly, someone appears to block the attack aimed at Witch Ko. A single kick sends the sun god flying. Ko's eyes light up with relief and hope as she recognizes the newcomer, her father. Like Xiaojun, the sun god scowls at Like Xiaojun. "So you have finally come to challenge me." Despite his battered body, Like Xiaojun stands firm and replies, "I told you, anyone who harms my daughter will die." The sun god mocks him. "Is this little thing really worth getting up for, even with your body covered in wounds? If that is the case, I will give you a special gift." The sun god summons a powerful energy attack. Like Xiaojun struggles to figure out how to defend. Still arrogant, the sun god taunts, "Disappear with your precious things," as he targets Witch Ko with a brutal stomp. Blood splattering everywhere. Like Xiaojun's eyes widen in shock. On the ground lies Ko, drenched in blood. Witch Ko begins to fade away as the sun god stands there, full of pride. He sneers. "Pathetic insects. Fragile bodies like worms. Yet they dare to charge at me." After sneering, he turns to Like Xiaojun and asks, "How does it feel to see this outcome?" Like Xiaojun trembles all over. The sun god grins triumphantly. "I told you, they all deserve to die. It is all because of you." Like Xiaojun scans the scene before him lie the bloodied bodies of his comrades and beloved wife, all brutally slaughtered. Driven mad, Like Xiaojun clutches his head and screams in agony, though it feels like these are just his thoughts. Suddenly, a glowing orb emitting strange energy appears in the sky. The sun god still basks in his victory, his face no longer full of murderous intent like before. Like Xiaojun stands alone, deep in thought, oblivious to what is happening around him. The orb shines brightly in midair. Everyone watching wonders, "What is that?" The sun god senses the energy and murmurs, a ray of despair. This skill traps the enemy in their worst nightmare. The longer it lasts, the more their mind breaks down until they become fools. But the sun god moves toward Like Xiaojun, studying him and thinking, "Like Xiaojun, with that battered body, he attacked me twice. Strangely, I could not predict either strike. How can such a weak human pull off those attacks? Is it desperation to save his daughter? Has that pushed Like Xiaojun's power to its peak? Is his daughter's life really that important? Thinking that, the sun god got interested. She sneered and thought some more. Anyway, I do not care, because what really matters is then she stepped in front of Like Xiaojun, who was lost in a hallucination. The sun god wanted to take this chance to strike him. Her eyes burned with fury as she looked at Like Xiaojun, thinking this guy had become my biggest threat, even more dangerous than the moon's ruins and its fragments. The sun god activated the sword's oath function, determined to wipe out this menace. The sword in the sun god's hand surged with energy as she attacked Like Xiaojun. He and Ixan struggled to resist the energy, and the system gave an alert. Ixan's power was not enough to handle it. The alert surprised her, worry clearly showing on her face. Ixan could not believe it and wanted to try again, saying, "No way." The Ko in the future was able to use it. He appeared to help Ixan, but with Unhe's arrival, the system gave another alert. Unhe is interfering with the sword's oath. He tried to control the sun god's sword. Immediately, the sun god's sword reacted. The system reported that the sword's oath was forcibly enforced. The final boss, the sun god, temporarily could not attack anyone except Xian. The group saw the sun god was temporarily restrained and contacted Hairam. At that moment, Sister Iram immediately got the hint, pulled out her gun, and quickly aimed at the target. A muffled sound rang out, and the desperate light shattered. Pieces of desperate light fell through the air. Hairam was relieved and said, "It is really destroyed. But why has not he woken up yet?" Iram saw Liajin still motionless, standing there dazed. The sun god's sword shook violently. Ixan and Unhai were affected right away. Ixan felt like her chest was about to explode. Only then did she realize what the system meant by insufficient power, compared to when the skill was used on Ko in the future. The levels were totally different. While Ixan and Unhai were struggling with the backlash, the sun god's allies attacked them. Fortunately, Daiho arrived just in time, and one kick finished off the opponent. Daiho ran over to Unhai and asked, "Are you guys okay?" Unhai replied, "Daiho, I am But Daiho asked Ixan, "How long can you hold on?" Ixan's whole body trembled as she said, "Just a little longer." Daiho tensed up, his brows furrowed tight. He calculated, "We do not have much time. If final Rush's effect fades, I will be exhausted too. We have to act before the skill's effect drops." As he was thinking, a huge rumble echoed through space. A massive energy burst out, shocking everyone. Along with it came a wild voice. "Only one target to attack." The giant energy gathered. The voice did not stop. "If you want to include that person too, then just kill them all. It is the sun god. She is aiming for an all-out kill to eliminate any future threat." The whole group was in grave danger. Daiho gritted his teeth, furious. Damn it! Is she really starting a nuclear fusion process? You can feel it just by looking. That is power capable of destroying an entire nation. Once activated, everything will be wiped out. Whoever can stop it. While thinking this, a voice called out to Daiho, the co-purifier. The two Kos were now right beside Like Xiaojun. The co-purifier handed Like Xiaojun over to Daiho and told him to wake Like Xiaojun up. Daiho caught Like Xiaojun and asked again, "You mean Xiaojun?" The co-purifier nodded. "Yes, I will block this." The small hand of Ko grabbed the purifier Ko's sleeve. She wanted to go along, the co-purifier explained. "This time, the level is totally different from before. It could be deadly, even if we regret it later." Before the purifier Ko could finish, Ko interrupted. "It is I can handle it too." Her face firm, she said, "This time, I will protect Mom and Dad. If Dad wakes up, we will win." The co-purifier fell silent for a moment. The co-witch said, "There is actually someone trustworthy." But Sella seemed to Mashir and hurriedly interrupted, asking if something was wrong with your dad. The sun god's nuclear energy was unleashed. Daiho's fully grown now. It is happening. The ground shakes violently. Rocks fly everywhere. Chaos erupts all around. The co-witch told Ko to deliver the strongest strike, and Ko seriously obeyed. The two of them tightly clasped hands. Special skill activated. Eternal winter. Space instantly split into two extremes, one half blazing red like fire, the other freezing cold like ice. In another dimension, the system delivered info, namely Xiaojun. Position Vanguard. Ultimate piercing skill. Special skill Deceiver. Special skill Sage. Li Xiaojun stood before the system, feeling light and calm. He thought, no one's going to die. The sun god and everything else, it is all just an illusion. While he was deep in thought, Ko approached and called out, "Dad, please do not go anywhere. Stay with me forever." "Okay." Seeing his daughter, Li Xiaojun's face lit up with pure happiness. He sat down and replied to Ko, "I promise. I won't go anywhere." Then Li Xiaojun hugged his daughter tightly and said, "Stay right here with me forever." Just as they basked in joy, a voice rang out. "Xiaojun, snap out of it. This is not the time to just stand here, you need to move." Someone was trying to wake Li Xiaojun up. The system board flashed repeatedly. Hunter detected Li Xiaojun's mental collapse. Deceiver skill activated. Lee Seo-jun's mind was tricked. He saw Kang Dae-ho wounded and gasped in shock. Dae-ho, worried? He asked. What happened to those wounds? Kang Dae-ho hurried over, grabbed his shoulder, and shouted, wake up now. How long do you plan to sleep? Lee Seo-jun looked confused, not understanding what he meant. What? Kang Dae-ho urgently pressed. Now's not the time for dreams. Everyone's in danger. Lee Seo-jun pointed behind him towards the others. Puzzled, what are you saying? Aren't they all safe here? You are the one dreaming. Kang Dae-ho said in disbelief. He closed his eyes, trying to calm down. Kang Dae-ho explained slowly. Seo-jun, I do not know what spell you are under, but you should not be here. Aren't you supposed to protect something? The words stunned Lee Seo-jun as soon as he heard them. When he was told he could not protect anyone here, Lee Seo-jun's eyes went wide. Seo's shadow beside him also flickered strangely. Everyone around gradually disappeared as he regained clarity. Lee Seo-jun's memories flashed back to the last day of his previous life. He would heard this somewhere before. That scene was pitch dark. The city was buried under ice pillars created by the witch version of Seo. Someone then asked, what do you plan to say to that witch? Lee Seo-jun bowed desperately. Please give me one last chance to speak with my daughter. I beg. But he was firmly refused. No. A member of the Suicide Squad in the final battle sneered. You think that cold-hearted, ruthless witch will listen to you? Dan Kim agreed. Even if you are her father. So what? Your daughter's no longer human. They all criticized him. If you go alone, you will just die for nothing. What can you even do? You probably had no choice but to join this demon-hunting legion. Right? Lee Seo-jun could not argue, only gripping his spear tightly. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Enough talk. Let in. Kang Dae-ho stepped forward and urged. They are father and son after all. Lee Seo-jun recognized him immediately. Kang Dae-ho, the Power King. Some squad members disagreed, but Kang Dae-ho calmly replied, even if he goes, it won't change anything, so there is no reason not to let him in. Right? Whether he goes or not, the fight with that witch is inevitable. He looked at Dan Kim and said, who knows? Maybe that demon still has a bit of feeling left. Dan Kim thought for a moment, then sighed and agreed. If you say so, turn to warn him. But remember this, if you fail to convince the girl, we want to hesitate to start the final battle. Too bad. They left first. Only Lee Seo-jun and Kang Dae-ho remained. And he wondered why Kang Dae-ho was helping him. Kang Dae-ho did not get it and asked, why help you? Lee Seo-jun explained. Everyone else opposed it. So why is it only you? Kang Dae-ho spoke up. You have got something you want to protect. Right? He grabbed his shoulder. Serious? And said, then protect it, even if the world tries to stop him. Lee Seo-jun felt like a new horizon had opened. His memories shattered in that moment. Instead, the scene of this life appeared, and he thought quietly, I remember now. Everything before him broke apart. Standing in the endless void, Lee Seo-jun clenched his fists, determined, telling himself, I have someone to protect. Outside, the fierce battle raged on. Seo and Fu They Bang fought back with all their might. Ice and fire clashed evenly, neither side willing to back down. A flash of light sparked right between them. A massive whirlwind sucked in both powers. Yui Unhee struggled to stay standing. She gasped, thinking, mana. Two opposing manas blended and disappeared. So that is it. Seo was trying to destroy that attack, but Fu They Bang suddenly said it was impossible. Our power is being pushed back. Sure enough, Seo's Bang power was overwhelmed. Seo shouted urgently, Mom. Yui Unhee snapped awake, calling out, Seo. Her eyes turned blue. Yui Unhee thought to herself, this is enough. With that, she clapped her hands. She kept clapping to control her power. Every clap split her power into 3 streams. The sun god watched, grinding his teeth as Yui Unhee's hands seemed to hold all the energy. Then she decisively squeezed them tight. A huge explosion erupted, destroying everything. Rocks flew everywhere. The blast was so powerful it shattered the ground. A light flashed like a flicker of hope for them. The sky cleared back to brightness. Both co-members panted, waiting for the outcome. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground together. Just then, a light flashed. The sun god was still fiercely attacking Ko, but was suddenly blocked by a shield. Her eyes looked utterly inhuman. System alert. Due to the Blue Sword Oath, all hunters are temporarily forbidden from attacking any creatures except Goa Zeon. The Ko struggled to hold the line as the announcement repeated. The sun god ignored it and kept relentlessly attacking Ko, watching from afar. Hairam wondered why the attacks continued when the skill surely made them useless. Suddenly, a shadow fell beside her. Hairam turned to see Goa Zeon collapsed on the ground. Her eyes were unfocused, blood dripping from her mouth. Kang Dae-ho caught Lee Seo-jun and called out anxiously, Heezeon. At that moment, Lee Seo-jun's body wavered. Suddenly, he snapped awake, eyes wide like he would just pass through a door. Heezeon collapsed completely. She clearly could not hold on any longer. Hairam and Hai were both shocked. Hairam rushed to support Heezeon and asked, Heezeon, are you okay? Hizian's whole body was trembling. Unhai spoke to the system inside her. System, Hizian's body. The system understood what Unhai meant and said, I know. The body can handle it due to forced skill use. Unhai explained her own condition to find a way to help Hizian. Since I intervene indirectly, my state is still stable. Skill. There is no way to fix Hizian's skill. The system replied, None. The vow of the blue sword is a powerful skill that forces both sides to attack each other. The stronger the power, the higher the risk. According to the rules, the vow of the blue sword can be broken until one of the two dies. Unhai wonders, but just now when applied to the future Ko, did not it get broken? The system replies, That is because I am the system. I deliberately intervened to break it. If the skill had been broken then, Ko and everyone else would be in danger. Unhai urgently asks what Hizian should do now. When a voice calls out, It is just break it. Unhai and the system turn to see who it is. It is Elizabeth. Elizabeth tells Unhai to look over there. They follow her gaze to see Lee Seo-jun standing there. Elizabeth tells them to trust him. Unhai and the system exchange determined looks. At that moment, the chains binding the blue sword suddenly snap. The system announces the vow of the blue sword has been broken. The sun god looms menacingly, mercilessly looking down on the tiny Ko beneath. Ko Switch and Ko try to fight back, but their combined power is useless against the sun god. Watching the energy in their hands fade away, the Ko Witch is shocked to realize the sun god can even manipulate space. The sun god flashes a mad grin as the blue sword in her hand is instantly chopped down. She stumps heavily on the ground. It is Lee Seo-jun, struggling to break free. He feels like his body is falling apart. His head is dizzy and foggy, but Lee Seo-jun pushes himself to run fast toward Ko. He tells himself, even if my body breaks and my mind clouds, I have to save the one I could not save before. For my daughter, I will definitely save her. I will survive. Seo-jun rushes straight at Ko. Meanwhile, Unhai's system reports all reward calculations are complete. Updating personal system. Lee Seo-jun's profession is forcibly upgraded. Profession: Longinus Spear. The Vengarth profession transforms into Longinus Spear. The chainsaw equipment temporarily reverts to its original form and will become the moon's final spear. The sun god is close to achieving her goal, but her eyes are drawn to something else. An attack cuts through the sun god's assault. Lee Seo-jun's arrival surprises both Ko and the sun god. Lee Seo-jun's eyes light up as he spots the sun god's weak point. His aim locks onto that weak spot, planting his foot firmly. Gripping the spear tightly, the system announces, You have transcended space and time to change the future. Profession skill: Ultimate Thrust. Transcendent Thrust. You have bent the fate the world set for you. You have done the impossible more than once. You are worthy to kill a god. End of notification. Lee Seo-jun's mana erupts to its limit. His eyes sharpen as he pulls the spear back, gathering power. Then he unleashes the finishing strike. A fierce spear flies forward. It pierces straight into the sun god's chest. The spear's tip just inches from the weak spot. The sun god tries to hold the spear, stopping Lee Seo-jun from driving it deeper. But Lee Seo-jun won't let Ko down. Gritting his teeth, he lets out a roar. Sun god's hands tremble as she screams his name. Lee Seo. They both grit their teeth, locked in a fierce struggle. Lee Seo-jun loses footing and is pushed backward. Ko cries out anxiously, Dad. Lee Seo-jun glances back at his daughter. Seeing Ko only strengthens his resolve. Lee Seo-jun regains his composure, tightens his grip, refusing to let the sun god push him back any further. Lee Seo-jun goes wild. Each spear thrust hits the sun god's weak spot, then pierces right through her. The whole space lights up brilliantly. The system announces, The sword of destruction has been completed at last. The role the moon has long awaited is fulfilled. Lee Seo-jun's spear pierces through the sun goddess. The sun goddess' power has completely vanished, but Lee Seo-jun is not done with her yet. He grabs her and starts punching relentlessly. Each punch seems to release all his anger and pain. Lee Seo-jun loses himself in that furious feeling. Seeing him like that, Unhai rushes over, hugs Lee Seo-jun from behind, and says, Seo-jun, stop. It is okay now. They are all safe. Everyone else is safe too. It is all over. At that moment, the weakened sun goddess, she struggles to sit up, still proud. She says, the moon dies too. Things in this world never go as planned. She grits her teeth in stubborn refusal. A witch who runs from her fate will face a different destiny. That destiny is death, and she vanishes into thin air. The system announces, Final stage. Hunt down the sun goddess. Dungeon cleared. Witch's nightmare conquered. Final mission complete. Remembering the sun goddess' last words, Lee Seo-jun repeats, Death, he means. At this point, Unhai and Lee Seo-jun both turn to look at Ko. Ko is lying unconscious on the ground. They both panic and shout for Ko. The system issues a red alert. Special mission. Change the future. Stop the 5 misfortunes of Lee Seo. 4 out of 5. The 5th misfortune. Protect Lee Seo from her fate. Not completed. Lee Seo-jun runs to his daughter, pulling Seo into his arms. His panicked face repeats over and over. Ko lies in Lee Seo-jun's arms, breathing heavily and uncomfortably. Lee Seo-jun wails, repeating again and again, Please. Unhai asks the system. The original curse is dead. Does the original curse disappear too? The system replies, the sun goddess's final curse is a curse on the world. The twisted fate can disappear or be changed. Lee Seo-jun screams madly, I did everything I could to save Ko. And now you are telling me all I can do is watch her die hopelessly. Then what was the point of everything I have done so far? The system responds again, Lee Seo, breaking the curse on Ko is impossible. But if you ask for a reward, I can grant you that. Hearing that, Lee Seo-jun freezes. Everyone else is confused. Staring blankly, Seo-jun says, System, I want to claim the reward for completing the final mission. Upon receiving the request, the space around them shifts. Lee Seo-jun thinks for a moment, then finally asks, I want to ask something. Can I get the reward to lift the curse from Ko? The system replies, the reward equal to the sun goddess's death is beyond my power. Lee Seo-jun has not given up. He says, still, I am asking about the reward on purpose, because, even though there is a direct way, I can say it. The system does not respond to his words. The silence Lee Seo-jun suspicious. He thinks the silence might be an unspoken yes. Since information is part of the reward, if he speaks out loud, the info might be limited. Looks like saving Ko is not something he can ask for. He has no choice but to keep asking and figure it out step by step, just like before. Thinking that, Lee Seo-jun made another request to change Ko's class, but the system replied bluntly, no way. Lee Seo-jun asked why, and the system explained that the world had discovered the existence of witches who evade their fate. Every witch carries a destiny to destroy the world they were born into that is the result of the sun god's interference. You can just erase the existence of a witch once they are found. Witches evading their fate have to exist. Thinking that, Lee Seo-jun asked the system if Ko was currently one of those witches avoiding her fate, and the system confirmed it was true. Lee Seo-jun pondered Ko's class. Then he asked the system, can I change fate as part of a reward? Can I completely erase that fate from the start? The system answered, you definitely have the power to change fate, but I, the one granting rewards, cannot do that. Those words frustrated Lee Seo-jun. Helpless, he blamed himself, thinking no matter what, he could not break the curse. Lost in thought again, Lee Seo-jun said, if I can change fate, what good is that? Right now, I can do anything for Ko. It would be better if I died instead of her. As soon as he said that, a new idea sparked in his mind. His eyes lit up as he repeated, I will die instead. The system's earlier words echoed in his head. The system can change fate, but witches are born carrying the fate to destroy the world. Witches must exist. The world discovered witches evading their fate. Yes, the world discovered witches evading their fate. Lee Seo-jun calculated again. Ko is not that person, so it does not have to be Ko alone. If someone else becomes a witch, that is fine too. Thinking this, Lee Seo-jun immediately called the system, which told him to speak up. Lee Seo-jun asked if it was possible to swap Ko's class with someone else. The system sighed, saying it is really hard to swap classes between two people, but if one is an entity escaping fate, then it is possible, which is originally a class not meant for males. But you meet that condition. As the system said this, it pulled out a mirror and showed Lee Seo-jun his reflection with a different gender. Lee Seo-jun asked, it is possible, right? The system replied, exactly. The system reminded Lee Seo-jun to confirm the image and the final reward. Changing your and Ko's classes, is that the final reward you want? Lee Seo-jun glanced toward Ko. He smiled happily and said, yes. The system also helped fulfill his wish. Beginning reward process. Updating personal system. A series of notifications popped up. Hunter. Lee Seo-jun's class changed from Longinus Via to Witch. The hunter's last blessing of the sun god transferred to Lee Seo-jun. The system messaged, I want to let you die. Lee Seo. After a moment, the surrounding space returned to normal. Ko woke up in Hee-seon's arms. Hee-seon anxiously said, Ko, you are awake. Ko stood up from Hee-seon's embrace, looking around and not seeing Lee Seo-jun. She asked, but where's Dad? The system announced. Special mission. Change the future. Prevent Lee Seo's 5 misfortunes. Ko, you have completed all 5 missions. 1 year later. A year has passed since Seo-jun disappeared along with the sun god's destruction. After the prison was lifted, South Korea quickly returned to its former glory. No more divide between those without battle classes and those with them. That is the result of everyone working together. Meanwhile, Hee-seon stood at a door holding a big box. From inside, a voice called out, The door opened. Seo was the one who opened it. Seeing Hee-seon, she happily said, Hee-seon. Hee-seon could not hold back and immediately hugged Seo tightly, full of love, saying, Seo, I missed you so much. Inside the house, Eun-hye and Seo's grandfather also came out to greet Hee-seon. Hee-seon checks in on everyone's health. Eun-hye says everyone is fine and tells Hee-seon to hurry inside the house, is all decked out to celebrate Seo's birthday. While playing with Seo out front, a voice calls out, second-year student. It is Ram arriving. Everyone chats and plays happily, until a huge bear's paw suddenly shows up, a giant bear that even speaks. saying, "Everyone's here already." Haram and the others are stunned, and Seo widens her eyes. Glaring, a talking bear, Jiho appears from behind the bear. Grinning, long time no see. Isian leans in toward Jiho's voice, asking, "What is this about?" Jiho replies, "It is a birthday gift for Seo." Looks scary, but he's actually a gentle friend. Right, we son? The bear agrees with a few sounds. Unhe sighs, "Still, why bring a real bear here? Let him go now." Everyone sits down together. Seo asks Jiho, "How is Mir Kangchi on these days?" Jiho smiled. "He is always healthy. Work's been busier lately, so he has been occupied. Otherwise, he would still be managing trusts." Hisian suddenly remembers. "By the way, have not there been any updates from the system or future COA?" Unhe answers. "Future COA used up too much power back then, almost vanished after Seo Jun disappeared. Still, thanks to Elizabeth opening a space rift, Seo is doing a bit better now. Both of them probably live well there, but the system has not sent any special news." Seo says quietly, "I miss everyone." Her words bring a somber mood. Jiho breaks the silence, suggesting they all sing together. Hisian changes the subject. "Yeah, Seo is waiting for it." Candles are lit one by one. Unhe tells Seo, "Okay, when the song ends, make a wish and blow out the candles." Seo looks excited. "Happy birthday. Happy birthday, our sweet Seo." Everyone sings joyfully, eyes fixed on Seo. "Happy birthday." Fireworks burst in celebration. Birthday wishes pour out. "Happy birthday, Seo. Happy birthday, girl. Wishing you happiness." Seo begins to make a wish. Seo's wish is to see her dad. In another time, Lee Seo-jun slowly opens his eyes. A voice calls out, "You are awake." Lee Seo-jun looks toward the voice. It is the system. Lee Seo-jun asks, "Where am I?" The system replies, "This is the human world, and above it, the supreme world." Lee Seo-jun's confused. What is going on? Didn't I die?" The system answers, "Actually, you are supposed to die, but I am delaying your death with my power to make you an offer." Lee Seo-jun repeats, "An offer? An offer?" The system says, "I will save you." Lee Seo-jun looks dazed, points at himself. "Save me?" The system starts explaining, "Yes, I will trick the whole world. First, you will become a part of the world. Just like I will stop your soul from dying, but in exchange, like me, you will lose all emotions and personality." Hearing this, Lee Seo-jun gasped, "What? Wait, so even if I come back, I will be like after I killed Arjanus?" The system replies, "That one T happened this time. I will use the King's Ring. The King's Ring converts the user's emotions into power. You pushed it to the limit before you died, so when the King's Ring swallowed you whole, you nearly lost your humanity. In that state, you would become part of the world, losing emotions and humanity. In other words, it is like having an empty wallet with no money inside. Then, you will destroy the King's Ring to restore the feelings it stole from you." Lee Seo-jun hears this plan and says, "Wait, but even if I come back like that, what about the Sun God's curse? Wizards who try to escape fate will die, because my profession is a witch. Under the influence of the source power, I will die again." The system replied, "This can be solved by using a substitute. Separate the female clone created by the substitute from you, and if she takes on the witch's profession, the problem will be solved, but the risk is, if it fails, you will die. Not just an ordinary death, but your soul will vanish, turning into nothingness. Once gone, there is nothing left, no reincarnation, no afterlife. The reason I am offering this to you, even though it takes time and the success rate is slim, is if you still want to come back to life." Hearing this, the system reached out to Lee Seo-jun, hoping for cooperation. The system added, "Let us team up and fool the whole world." Faced with this proposal, Lee Seo-jun did not know how to respond. He thought of Yunhai, Siho, and his teammates. Siho's voice echoed in Lee Seo-jun's mind, "Don't even think about dying again or running away." After thinking, Lee Seo-jun replied, "Okay." He and the system shook hands, sealing their pact. Lee Seo-jun told the system, "I promise you, I will live and come back to everyone, I promise." Back at Unhai's house, everyone was having fun when the doorbell rang, and no one knew who it could be. They wondered who could be arriving so late. Unhai said, "No one's coming," and at that moment, Siho stood up excited to open the door. She ran to the door, calling out, "Come on in." The door swung open. Siho's eyes lit up. Standing before Siho was a tall man who said, "Sorry, Princess, I am..." Those words instantly brought tears to Siho's eyes. The man continued, "Let me take you inside, okay?" Siho could not hold back anymore as tears streamed down her face. Siho called out inside the house. Everyone heard and rushed to the door, worried about what happened to Siho. When they arrived, everyone wore expressions of shock and amazement. It really was Lee Seo-jun, and Siho was crying in his arms. Everyone carefully observed every detail. Then, unable to believe it, they rushed toward Lee Seo-jun. They all gathered together in a tight group.